Chapter 1E Rank Water-Based Talent Ability. Donghai City, Number 1 Middle School. Senior year of high school, water-related major. Students, today we will teach you an E-level water-based supernatural technique, water shield technique. This technique has a good defensive effect, especially when it comes to fire-based supernatural attacks, where it will provide even better protection. If you don't get into a university specializing in superpowers, but you master the water shield technique, you can apply to be a firefighter. The water shield technique is an essential superpower for every firefighter. As for the few students in the class with F-level water-based talents, you probably won't be able to master the water shield technique. So you don't need to pay attention in class. Just focus on mastering the F-level water-based sprinkling technique. You could work as a sanitation worker after graduation. The audience. Yi Tian was completely bewildered. Water shield technique, water spraying technique? What is this thing? He looked at the textbooks on the desk, which were all sorts of strange and unusual types of water-based magical arts. On the importance of talent and ability levels. The complete guide to water-based magical arts. Unexpected. A surge of memories welled up within him, and gradually, he came to accept them and understand what had happened. I've actually time-traveled. This body is also named Yi Tian. He is a senior high school student in the water-based class at Donghai Number 1 Middle School. Due to his poor talent, he is only an F-level water-based talent ability user. In order to get into university, he secretly cultivated a forbidden technique. As a result, the forbidden technique failed to be mastered, and the backlash caused damage to the soul. Just now, the backlash from the forbidden technique swept over him again, killing his predecessor on the spot and benefiting the one who transmigrated here. According to my memory, this world is somewhat similar to Earth from my previous life. There are many countries in this world, and the place where he lived was called Xia. Nearly half of the population of Xia Kingdom has awakened their innate supernatural abilities, and anyone who awakens their innate supernatural abilities can learn supernatural arts. F-level water-type ability users can only cultivate F-level water-type abilities, but F-level water-type abilities are all very weak, such as water spraying, water condensation, and cleaning. This level of ability user is undoubtedly a good candidate for sanitation worker. Many jobs in this world are related to supernatural abilities. If you can't even awaken your innate supernatural abilities, it will be difficult to find a job in the future. As each person continuously cultivates their supernatural abilities, their power will gradually increase, and their strength will slowly improve. Once they reach a certain limit, they will become a true supernatural being. Supernatural ability user, supernatural ability master, supernatural ability grandmaster, etc. These are the various realms that a person with supernatural abilities needs to go through to advance step by step. Yi Tian isn't even a beginner-level practitioner of supernatural arts, yet he's more of a supernatural arts apprentice. In reality, many people are apprentices in supernatural arts, and it is unlikely that they will ever become supernatural practitioners in their lifetime. System? Yi Tian called out in his heart, but there was no response. I'm doomed. I transmigrated but didn't get a system. How am I supposed to rise to power? Yi Tian's mood instantly soured. 11:30 a.m. The teacher announced that school was over. High schools in this world are different from those in my previous life. They only have classes in the morning, and there are no classes in the afternoon, which is used as time for students to practice supernatural arts. Following his memory, Yi Tian returned home. In this world, he is an orphan. His parents were supernatural beings in the Donghai City Supernatural Ability Team. A mission led to the death of both his parents, but the government provided a lot of subsidies, enough for him to live on for many years. Yi Tian's house is quite large, at least 200 square meters. After all, his parents were very wealthy when they were alive. But now, such a large house is only occupied by him, making it seem very empty. I should practice my water sprinkling skills. If I really can't rise to power, I'll only be able to find a job using water sprinkling skills in the future. He arrived at the room specifically for practicing supernatural arts. He had transformed it into a place for practicing water-based supernatural arts, and the walls were made of special materials that were strong enough to withstand the impact of sea-level supernatural arts. Yi Tian sensed the water-based energy within his body and quickly detected a point of light from which wisps of energy emanated. Then, he used his mental power to connect with these water-based supernatural abilities to form the inscription for the water sprinkling spell. Wow! Drops of water form and sprinkle within a 3-meter radius. Trash! Your water sprinkling technique is so basic, even your predecessor only mastered it to the beginner level. With this level of skill, the sanitation department wouldn't even hire you. Yi Tian complained. Subsequently, he repeatedly used the water sprinkling technique, hoping to gradually improve it to the minor mastery level. This cultivation process was also a process of strengthening and honing his water-based supernatural power. He also wanted to become a true supernatural practitioner. After casting the water sprinkling spell a few dozen times, Yi Tian felt that his water-based superpowers were exhausted, and he was also very tired. Then, he was going to take a hot bath, as the description in his memory indicated that bathing was very beneficial for water-type ability users. After filling the tub with water and taking off his clothes, Yi Tian stepped into the bathtub and began to soak. Time passed minute by minute. Suddenly, water power +1. What the hell? Yi Tian thought he was hallucinating. Suddenly, another data panel appeared in front of me. Host, Yi Tian. Realm level, beginner apprentice in extraordinary arts. Special talent, water type F rank 16-100. Special ability, F rank water sprinkling technique beginner. A cheat system. Yi Tian's eyes widened. I knew it. What transmigrator doesn't get a cheat system? Judging from this data panel, his water-based talent ability is far from being an E-level water-based talent ability. Everyone's innate abilities are almost fixed and cannot be improved unless they encounter extremely rare and precious natural treasures, which could potentially raise the level of their innate abilities. Could it be that my cheat ability can raise the level of my innate abilities? Yi Tian thought to himself. He continued to observe. Soon. Water power +1. At this point, he discovered that his water type F rank had become 17-100, which meant that the water power he had acquired could enhance his water type talent ability. But where does this power of water come from? Could it be taking a bath? Yi Tian guessed. To prove his guess, he prepared to get out of the bathtub. Sure enough, after not coming into contact with water, he did not gain the power of water for a long time. After repeated testing, he discovered that soaking in water for 10 minutes could grant him a small amount of water power. 10 minutes equals 1 point of water power, an hour equals 6 points of water power. If I soak in the bath for more than 10 hours, wouldn't my water-based talent ability be upgraded to level E? He was incredibly excited at the thought. I'm taking this bath to level up. Yi Tian then continued to soak in the bath. Fortunately, he was a beginner-level apprentice in supernatural arts and had good physical fitness otherwise, soaking for more than 10 hours would have been unbearable for most people. Of course, he didn't stay in the water forever. Time slowly passed. It was late at night. At this point, Yi Tian's water-based talent ability had reached 99-100. If he persevered a little longer, he could upgrade his water-based talent ability. Water power +1. Upon seeing this notification, Yi Tian was overjoyed. Boom! A surge of heat swept through his body, and his physical abilities improved slightly. About 10 minutes later, the water-based innate ability had been upgraded. Talented ability, water-based, rank E0-100. The water-based talent ability has been upgraded to level E. It should be able to be further improved. Let's continue testing it. He continued soaking in the bath, wondering how long it would take to gain some water power. This time, he soaked for 10 minutes, but did not gain the power of water. So he continued soaking for half an hour before he finally gained some of the water's power. It seems that the higher the level of one's innate ability, the more difficult it is to obtain water power from water. Yi Tian thought to himself. Although it's difficult, taking an extra 2 hours of bathing each day and gaining a few points of water power will allow you to raise your water-based talent to D level in at most 20 days, which is quite good. Suddenly, he thought of something. If I can draw power from water, can I draw power from fire? Chapter 2 Awakening Fire-type Talent Ability. If he can draw fire power from the flames, he will become a fire-type gifted ability user. In this world, there exist some dual-talented individuals. These individuals may not necessarily achieve greater success, but their combat strength is certainly very strong. Moreover, with dual-element upgrades, the combat power at the same level becomes even stronger. Water-type ability users are weak in the early stages and don't have many powerful water-type abilities, but fire-type users are different. They have considerable combat power even in the early stages. Yi Tian decided to give it a try. So he went to the kitchen, turned on the gas stove, and flames appeared. He then placed his palm on the flame. When his palms started to hurt from the burning, he pulled them back, rested for a moment, and then let the flames continue to burn. Firepower +1. Yi Tian was incredibly excited to see this result. He then opened the data panel. Host, Yi Tian. Realm level, beginner apprentice in extraordinary arts. Talented abilities, water type E rank 100, fire type unawakened 100. Special ability, F rank water sprinkling technique beginner. Once you gather 100 points of firepower, you can awaken your fire type innate ability. So Yi Tian touched the flames again and again. To gather the firepower more quickly, he turned on all the gas stoves, placed his hands on them, and turned the flames up to the maximum. Firepower +1. Firepower +1. Firepower +1. A few hours later. Yi Tian's hands were severely burned, but that was no big deal. Once he awakened his fire-type talent, the injuries to his hands would be healed. Finally, 100 points of firepower have been collected. At this moment, Yi Tian is awakening. Within his body, a power was gathering, which was none other than the power of his fire-type innate ability. Boom! Yi Tian's physical attributes were further refined as his fire-type innate ability awakened. If I awaken various innate abilities and upgrade them time and time again, my physical attributes alone will far surpass those of others of the same level. Yi Tian thought to himself. However, the true combat power of gifted individuals relies on their special abilities, while physical attributes are secondary. The fire-type talent has awakened, and unsurprisingly, it will still be F rank. However, F rank fire-type talent abilities can still be continuously upgraded. It's almost dawn, I'll take a nap before going to class. Yi Tian went to bed for a nap and set an alarm. 7:30 in the morning. Yi Tian bought some breakfast and went to school. Water system class. As soon as Yi Tian entered the classroom, he heard some students discussing something. Have you heard? The school is organizing a competition to prepare for the college entrance exam. All senior high school students will have to participate, and it's said that they'll be fighting against each other. What? Our water-based class isn't very strong in the early stages, and all I know is one F rank water-based supernatural ability and one E rank water-based supernatural ability, both of which are non-offensive. How are we supposed to fight? If your combat strength is lacking, then improve your survival skills. If you master the E-level water shield technique, your survival skills will be quite good. Is this match going to be dangerous? What if I die? It is said that there is no danger, and it has been held before without any deaths. Soon. It's time for class. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Li Xian, arrived. Li Xian is a beautiful woman in her 20s, but her strength should not be underestimated. She is said to be a master of supernatural arts, with a sea-level water-based innate ability. Dear students, I have something to announce today. In about 2 weeks, we will be holding a senior high school league competition. The venue will be the F13 Secret Realm, a 1-star secret realm. This secret realm is not dangerous. All the powerful monsters inside have been eliminated, and there are only some ferocious beasts with monster bloodlines left. The F13 Secret Realm is a modified secret realm, and each of you will carry a special bracelet. In the event of a fatal danger, it will automatically activate a shield comparable to a D-level defensive magic cast by a sorcerer, which is enough to hold out until rescue arrives. According to the regulations of the Supernatural Arts Association and the school, every student must participate and is not allowed to give up. The top 10 will receive generous rewards, and all resources obtained in the secret realm during the league will belong to them. After Ms. Li Xian finished speaking, many people looked bitter. They are the kind of people who are pretty laid back. They gave up on taking the entrance exam for the Superpower University a long time ago and are just waiting to graduate so they can find a good job. Therefore, they have absolutely no interest in this kind of competition. However, the school requires them to participate if they want to graduate. Alright, let's continue the lesson. Today we'll continue learning the water cover technique. Li Xian began to earnestly explain the mysteries of the water cover technique. This time, Yi Tian listened attentively to the lesson. Now that his water-based talent has been upgraded to level E, he is naturally qualified to cultivate the level E grade water shield technique. The water shield technique isn't too complicated, after all. It's only an E-level supernatural technique, but it still takes some time to master. While listening to the lecture, Yi Tian also placed his hands on the desk. The desk was made of wood, and he wondered if he could draw upon the power of wood from it. But in fact, it turned out that he could not obtain the power of wood from the desk. It seems that wood won't work. Could it be that wood is inanimate and we need to draw its power from living trees? Before we knew it, the morning's classes were over. After having lunch, Yi-Tian prepared to go to a river next to the school. He planned to go to the riverbank to practice his supernatural arts. Soon, he arrived at the riverbank, then stood in the water, submerging most of his body. In this way, he can gradually acquire the power of water, and the key is that it will not affect his cultivation. Sprinkling technique. Sprinkling technique. Yi-Tian practiced repeatedly, and gradually, his water sprinkling technique improved from the beginner level to the minor mastery level. The water spraying technique at the minor mastery level not only sprays more water, but also takes less time to perform. He used to need 3 seconds to cast the water spell, but now it only takes 2 seconds. Certainly. He was also trying to learn the water shield technique, but the water shield technique is an E-level supernatural technique, and it is not easy to master. Before long, Yi-Tian's water-based innate ability was exhausted. So he walked out of the river and came to a big tree. He placed his hands on the tree and waited silently. Soon, a notification appeared. Wood power +1. As expected, only a living tree can absorb the power of wood. He plans to awaken his wood-type talent today. Evening. Yi-Tian finally collected 100 points of wood power. In an instant, the wood-type innate ability awakened. At this moment, Yi-Tian's physical fitness improved again. However, he also discovered a problem. The big tree was gradually withering, obviously because too much wood energy had been absorbed, which caused this situation. Previously, he had noticed the water level gradually decreasing while taking a bath, but he kept turning off the water so there was no problem. I'll awaken my metal-type talent tonight. Yi-Tian made his decision. However, metal-based abilities require contact with metal, and the metal after forging is probably not very useful metal or is likely still needed. Then let's go check out the Donghai No. 2 Underground Shopping Mall. The No. 2 Underground Shopping Mall is also known as the No. 2 Black Market. It has all kinds of shops that sell everything, not to mention ores. You can even buy monster cubs. Soon. He then arrived at the No. 2 Underground Shopping Mall. Chapter 3 Intermediate Apprentice in Supernatural Arts, 5 Innate Abilities. The No. 2 Underground Shopping Mall is very bustling and crowded. You can see people with supernatural abilities, or even supernatural masters, from time to time. Soon. Yi-Tian went to a shop that specializes in selling various metal ores. After entering, he saw various ore samples. If you like it, you can place a large order. Yi-Tian arrived at the iron ore sample area, picked up a piece of iron ore, and examined it carefully. Time slowly passed. Gold power +1. But then he noticed that the iron ore seemed to have changed, as if it was about to become a waste iron ore. He immediately put down the iron ore and quickly walked away. Iron ore is undoubtedly the most common ore, but most of the ore here is still quite precious. Soon, he arrived in front of a piece of blue iron ore. Blue iron ore is undoubtedly a very precious mineral, and the blue iron ore in front of us is large enough. 500,000. Yi-Tian was somewhat surprised that such a piece of blue iron ore was worth 500,000. In reality, not much blue iron can be extracted from this blue iron ore, which shows how precious this metal is. It is probably no cheaper than gold. I'll just try it once. It shouldn't consume much blue iron, so you definitely won't be able to tell. He touched the blue iron with his palm and then slowly stroked it. The shop's employees didn't seem to care about the situation. Gold power +1. Gold power +1. Gold power +1. One notification after another appeared, and I gained a little bit of gold power in almost a minute. Such speed. This is much faster than obtaining gold energy from iron ore. Yi-Tian was shocked. At that moment, he understood. He gains different kinds of metal power when he touches different metals. Perhaps the wood power he obtains is different depending on the different trees he touches. If one were to touch that magical tree, perhaps the same thing could happen, quickly gaining a large amount of wood energy. Yi-Tian looked at the slight increase in golden power and wanted to keep touching it, but if he did, his secret might be exposed. So he let go of his hands. 500,000, I'll buy it. He inherited several $1 million from his parents, plus compensation after their passing, bringing his net worth to tens of millions. He hasn't spent much money over the years. Therefore, he decided to buy this piece of blue iron ore, and also the piece of iron ore he had just touched. Although it's just a sample, the shop would naturally agree if he wanted to buy it. Pay and take it away. It was already dark when I got home. So he couldn't wait to touch the blue iron ore. Gold power +1. Gold power +1. Before long, he had collected 100 points of gold power. Boom! The metal type innate ability has awakened. His physical abilities also improved somewhat as his metal type innate talent awakened. After obtaining the F-level gold type talent ability, he can still quickly gain gold power when he touches blue iron ore, gaining 1 point of gold power in about 1 minute, whereas before it would take about 10 seconds to gain 1 point of gold power. More than an hour has passed. Yi Tian's F-level metal type talent ability has been upgraded again, becoming an E-level metal type talent ability. It wasn't until after 10 p.m. that the blue iron ore finally turned into a pile of mineral powder. Host, Yi Tian. Realm level, beginner apprentice in extraordinary arts. Talented abilities, water type E rank 5 100, fire type F rank 1 100, wood type F rank 1 100, metal type E rank 89 100. Special ability, F rank water sprinkling technique minor success. Currently, the most powerful innate ability has become the metal element. Yi Tian murmured. Metal is a relatively powerful innate ability. In the early stages, some F-rank metal type abilities can unleash considerable destructive power. If he were to master a metal-based special technique, his strength would increase considerably. 5 common innate abilities: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Only the earth-type innate ability remains. I'll awaken the earth-type innate ability tomorrow, Yi Tian decided. The next day, in the morning. After finishing his class, Yi Tian went directly to the riverbank, dug up some soil, and buried himself in it. This should allow us to draw upon the power of the earth. Really? Earth power +1. However, his acquisition of earth power was somewhat slow, about the same as his acquisition of water power before. He doesn't plan to awaken his earth-type talent all at once. Taking a few more days is the same. Over the next few days, he acquired the power of earth while practicing the water shield technique and the F-rank metal-type special technique golden needle technique. Although he can cultivate E-level metal-type supernatural arts, the #1 middle school league is not far away. If he were to cultivate E-level metal-type supernatural arts, he might not even reach the entry level. With an E-level metal-type talent, one can undoubtedly master the F-level golden needle technique very quickly. Before we knew it, there was only 1 day left until the #1 middle school league. Data panel. Host, Yi Tian. Realm level, intermediate apprentice in extraordinary arts. Talented abilities, water type E rank 55 100, fire type E rank 1 100, wood type E rank 12 100, metal type D rank 1 100, earth type E rank 1 100. Special abilities, F rank water sprinkling technique minor mastery, E rank water shield technique beginner, E rank golden needle technique minor mastery. His cultivation has reached the intermediate level of supernatural arts apprenticeship, and his golden needle technique has also reached the minor mastery level. Yi Tian was excited. He hadn't expected to master the golden needle technique before the league started, but his comprehension seemed to increase along with his talent and abilities. He guessed that the 5 innate abilities had strengthened his soul and increased his comprehension. Furthermore, with his metal type innate ability upgraded to level D, the golden needle technique broke through its limitations and reached a minor level of mastery. Golden needle technique. A golden needle condensed and pierced through a wooden board 10 meters away at an extremely fast speed. The effective range of the beginner-level golden needle technique is 5 meters, while the golden needle technique at the minor mastery level reaches 10 meters, and its attack power is also doubled. What satisfied Yi Tian the most was his physical fitness. His physical fitness was much stronger than before, absolutely comparable to that of a peak-level apprentice in supernatural arts. This is the physical attribute resulting from the awakening and advancement of 5 innate abilities. He can now easily defeat many apprentices of supernatural arts just by relying on his physical abilities. However, he was not arrogant. There were real practitioners of supernatural abilities among the senior students of #1 high school, and their strength was extremely formidable. His combat ability is still far from that of a sorcerer. He needs to continue improving. Tomorrow is the #1 middle school league. It is said that there are various resources in the secret realm. If I can find strange trees and metal ores, I can quickly improve my innate abilities. Yi Tian had tested it and found that once a metal-type talent reached level D, ordinary metals were no longer useful. He tried it with iron, but he couldn't draw the power of gold at all. Only metals of the blue iron grade can enhance his metal-type innate abilities. When his other talents and abilities are upgraded to D level, the same thing will happen, and then ordinary water, soil, and trees will be useless. In the blink of an eye, another day has passed. The Donghai No. 1 High School Senior League officially started today. Chapter 4: The Nourishing Life in the Wild. 8 o'clock in the morning. Yi Tian and the rest of the water element class headed to the F-13 secret realm under the guidance of teacher Li Xian, and many of them were quite nervous. They had never truly fought a battle before, but this time they needed to enter a secret realm. Although they wouldn't encounter demonic beasts, they would still have to fight and kill any ferocious beasts they encountered. For some timid people, this is undoubtedly a huge test. Yi Tian, however, was very much looking forward to it. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the F-13 secret realm. At this time, students from other senior classes of Donghai No. 1 High School also arrived, and a dense crowd of students gathered here. Donghai No. 1 Middle School has various classes such as water-based classes and fire-based classes, with a total of about 700 students. There are also several gifted classes, with 200 to 300 students each. Those gifted classes are what Donghai No. 1 High School values. Yi Tian's class is just an ordinary class. To enter the genius class, one must possess a talent or ability of grade C or higher. Clearly, Yi Tian is not yet able to enter the genius class. Everyone come and collect a watch. Teacher Li Xian called out. This watch comes with an energy shield. Without it, people could easily die. In addition, the watch also has a recording function. Dear students, after entering this secret realm, you will need to stay for 3 days before coming out. Of course, if you encounter a desperate situation, you will be immediately eliminated once the energy shield is activated. The purpose of sending you into the secret realm is to hone your combat abilities. You will encounter many ferocious beasts. After killing them, you can use your wristwatch to take a picture and record it, which will be counted as points. The ranking will be based on points, and the top 10 will receive very generous rewards. When Li Xian talked about the top 10, she shook her head slightly, because she didn't think her students could get into the top 10. There's no way around it. After all, Donghai No. 1 High School now has more than 10 students whose cultivation has reached the level of supernatural beings. How can they compete with the supernatural beings in those genius classes? After all the students received their watches, they entered the entrance to the secret realm one by one. The entrance to the secret realm is a huge passage, about 30 meters long, with walls made entirely of various precious metals. These metals must be very valuable. Shall we touch them? He only considered the idea briefly. He wouldn't dare to actually do it. The Xia Kingdom has very strict controls over the entrance to the secret realm. If he touches these metals and causes any problems, they will likely come after him, thus exposing his abilities. Therefore, he would never do that. After passing through the passage, we entered the secret realm, and there was no sense of teleportation at all throughout the entire process. After entering the secret realm, there is an open space in front of you, and then a forest. Swish, swish, swish. The students ran quickly and gradually scattered. Some students wanted to team up, which would be safer, but it would also attract the attention of wild animals. If there was a bad apple in the team, they would be in big trouble. Yi Tian did not cooperate with any of his classmates and left alone. There are very few ferocious beasts near the entrance to the secret realm. They are almost never seen. To hunt ferocious beasts, one must venture deep into the hidden realm. Yi Tian wasn't in a hurry to hunt ferocious beasts. He wasn't even interested in the top 10. He came to the secret realm mainly to find metal ores, spirit trees, spirit soil, spirit fire, etc., so as to quickly improve his talent and ability level. A ferocious beast. Yi Tian spotted a blood-red wolf moving very fast. Just as the wolf approached within 10 meters of him, he immediately used his golden needle technique. Puff! The golden needle technique pierced the wolf's skull, severely injuring it in one blow. It did not die immediately, clearly because the golden needle technique had not yet penetrated its head. However, Yi Tian rushed over and punched the wolf in the head. Click! The wolf's head was smashed. He killed it instantly. Yi Tian then took a photo and uploaded it, clearly seeing that his points had increased, and he had gained 2 points. Your golden needle technique is still not proficient enough. If you could directly pierce the wolf's heart, you could kill it instantly. Yi Tian continued forward, but the spirit tree was not so easy to find, and metal ore was also hard to come by. More than an hour later, Yi Tian had already killed 3 ferocious beasts, but still had no other gains. Sudden boom! The sounds of battle could be heard not far ahead. So Yi Tian immediately ran over to take a look. They're the students in the gifted programs. Yi Tian saw a dozen students attacking a giant snake, trying to steal the fruit from the tree behind the snake. This giant snake is incredibly powerful. Although it's not a true demonic beast, its defense is at least comparable to that of an ordinary demonic beast. Even a novice sorcerer would find it difficult to break through its defenses. No wonder it needs these genius students to gang up on it. Yi Tian didn't participate instead, he watched the show silently. Sudden. A beautiful woman appeared and used a water-based magic technique, the water bullet technique. Boom! The water bullet technique instantly killed the giant snake. A sea-level water-based supernatural ability water bullet technique. This beauty is Lin Xingya from the genius class. Yi Tian had heard of this talented and beautiful girl. She was a B-level water-type ability user, and it was said that her cultivation had reached the intermediate level of ability user, making her extremely powerful. After killing the giant snake, Lin Xingya looked directly at the students and said, "The crimson sun fruit on this crimson sun tree is mine. Do you have any objections?" The group's expression changed, they were somewhat annoyed, but dared not refute. There was no other way, their group only had 2 novice sorcerers, while the rest were just peak sorcerer apprentices. Even combined, they were far from being a match for Lin Xingya. "Lin Xingya, let's leave now." The group slunk away. Lin Xingya picked more than a dozen crimson sun fruits from the tree and then quickly left. After they left, Yi Tiankai walked over. Crimson sun fruit, what a treasure! It can enhance the cultivation of fire-type talent users and greatly improve their physical attributes. 1 crimson sun fruit can sell for 300,000. Yi Tian didn't pay much attention to the crimson sun fruit, his gaze was fixed on the crimson sun tree. For him, the value of the crimson sun tree far exceeded that of the crimson sun fruit. This crimson sun tree should be able to raise my wood element to the D-level talent ability level in one go. Yi Tian touched the crimson sun tree with both hands. Wood power +1. Wood power +1. Wood power +1. The power of wood is increasing so quickly. About an hour later, his wood-type talent ability was upgraded to D level. The leaves of the crimson sun tree have withered, but its life force is still very strong, so he can continue to extract wood energy. He's staying here today, determined to raise his wood-type talent to C level. Noon. Yi Tian was a little hungry, so he cut off a piece of giant snake meat, then used his fire-type talent to create flames and ignite a pile of dry grass, preparing to make a barbecue. Next, he took out an iron block and used his innate metal ability to integrate it into the iron block, slowly shaping it to make an iron pot. This was a very simple operation and did not require any metal-related special abilities. Then, he invented iron chopsticks and iron spoons. After the iron pot was made, he prepared to make snake soup. He brought seasonings, and there was also giant snake meat and a pot. As for water, there isn't any nearby, but he is a water-type ability user. Sprinkling spell, fall. After casting an F-level water-based magic spell, the pot was already half full of water, and it was pure water, uncontaminated. A 5-elemental talent user like me can live a comfortable life anywhere. Yi Tian thought to himself. Before long, the giant snake roast meat and giant snake soup were ready. Chapter 5 Level 1 Demonic Beast, the Vajra Ape. After eating and drinking his fill, Yi Tian touched the crimson sun tree with one hand and practiced the water shield technique with the other. Night falls. Yi Tian finally upgraded his wood-type talent to C level, which is his first C level talent. My physical fitness has improved again. If this continues, he might be able to rival a sorcerer in the future simply by relying on his physical abilities. If he were to engage in close combat with a sorcerer, he might be able to kill him outright. Even after your wood-type talent reaches rank C, the crimson sun tree still has an effect, allowing you to absorb about a little wood power every hour. At this rate, one can only absorb 24 points of wood power per day. Even if he stays here until he leaves the secret realm, he won't be able to raise his wood-type talent to B level. We'll spend the night around here and leave at dawn. One night passed. Yi Tian ate a little more before leaving. After that, he encountered several ferocious beasts, killed them, and gained some points. However, he did not encounter any spirit trees similar to the crimson sun tree, and even if he did not have time to slowly absorb the power of wood. He wanted to find portable materials made of the 5 elements so that he could absorb the power of the 5 elements at any time and enhance his innate abilities. After searching for several hours, they found no materials that could help improve their talents and abilities, but they did find a spiritual herb. This is golden sun grass, a low-grade spiritual herb that can be used to treat injuries. Many shops buy it, and one plant is worth 5,000 yuan. Yi Tian carefully dug out the golden sun grass, then made a small wooden box, put it inside, and then put it away. There are many spiritual herbs in the secret realm, but they are mostly low-level ones. If you look carefully, you can still find some and make some money. Somewhere in a secret realm, Xiao Dong is searching for traces of ferocious beasts. He is a student in the Fire-type Genius class, a beginner-level sorcerer, and has cultivated 6 sorcerer arts, making him quite powerful. His goal this time is also to be in the top 10. To get into the top 10, it's best to find powerful beasts, such as those comparable to a top-level apprentice in supernatural arts. These beasts are already quasi-demonic beasts, and once you kill one, you can get a lot of points. Even if you kill a beast that's only comparable to a beginner-level magic apprentice, you'll only get 1 point. You can't get into the top 10 no matter how many ordinary beasts you kill. It's very quiet here, not even the chirping of insects. It must be the territory of some quasi-demon beast, Xiao Dong guessed. Soon, he arrived at a bamboo mountain. Then he saw a golden ape with its whole body gleaming gold. This is. He was trembling all over, and without saying a word, he prepared to run away. That's a golden ape. Although it is only a newly evolved King Kong ape and a level 1 demon beast, the King Kong ape has a powerful bloodline, which is a true A-level bloodline. Monsters value bloodlines. The stronger the bloodline, the more terrifying their combat power at the same level, somewhat similar to the talent levels of gifted individuals. For example, even among beginner-level supernatural beings, an A-level talent ability is definitely more powerful than a B-level talent ability. The level 1 Vajra ape is made of steel and iron, and even if he attacks it with the most powerful means, he will find it difficult to break through its defenses. Even those at the intermediate level of supernatural abilities were no match for this Vajra ape, let alone him. At this time, the golden ape also spotted Xiao Dong, let out a roar, and leaped more than 10 meters in one step before chasing after Xiao Dong. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Dong was caught up. Fire Serpent Technique. A fiery serpent charged toward the golden ape. However, this E-rank fire-based technique couldn't harm the Vajra ape at all. The fire snake dissipated immediately upon hitting the Vajra ape, only burning off a few hairs. Just then, the King Kong ape slapped him across the face. If a practitioner of supernatural abilities were to be struck by such a slap, they would likely die on the spot. Fire Shield Technique. A layer of fiery red protective shield enveloped Xiao Dong's body. However, his fire shield technique had only reached the beginner level, and its defensive effect was not strong. Click. With a single slap, the Vajra ape cracked the fire shield technique, and with another slap, shattered it completely. Immediately afterwards, the golden ape clapped his hands together, seemingly wanting to kill Xiao Dong. Just then, Xiao Dong's wristwatch activated an energy shield that blocked the King Kong ape's attack. Seeing this, Xiao Dong breathed a sigh of relief. This energy shield is equivalent to the effect of a D-level defensive technique, and it's at full power. But the next second, his expression changed. The energy shield trembled continuously, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Is this the strength of a level 1 Vajra ape? That's terrifying. Xiao Dong did not sit idly by and wait for his death. He tried to escape while shielded by the energy barrier, but was repeatedly knocked away by the golden ape. A minute later, the energy shield began to crack. Just when he thought he was about to die, a hand grabbed him, and then the surrounding trees rushed past him. He knew he was saved. It was obvious that the school teachers had arrived. However, this also means that he has been eliminated and his points have been frozen. F-13 Secret Mission outside the country. These teachers also knew that a level 1 Vajra ape had appeared in the secret realm. A level 1 Vajra ape is probably comparable in strength to intermediate and advanced sorcerers. These students haven't experienced much combat and lack experience. Even Lin Xingya, an intermediate sorcerer, is no match for the Vajra ape. None of them are a match for the Vajra ape, and even the energy shields in their wristwatches can't last long. Should we kill the Vajra ape to prevent any accidents? A teacher suggested. However, the other teachers disagreed. What danger is it to be just a mere King Kong ape? These students need to grow up quickly. We can't protect them forever. Besides, I heard there were some problems over there, and even many college students went to help. They will be taking the college entrance exam in a few months, and if they get into university, they will face an even more dangerous situation. Yes, although Donghai City is in a relatively safe area, the Evil God Society has been causing trouble lately. These students can't grow up in a greenhouse environment forever. It's just a little danger, why panic? Yes, keep the golden ape. If any student kills it, they'll get 500 points. Seeing that most of the teachers agreed to keep the golden ape, the other teachers didn't say anything more. However, they must also be prepared to rescue the students at any time to avoid being killed by the giant ape. Before long, many students in the secret realm also learned of the existence of the golden ape, and some students with supernatural abilities prepared to join forces to kill the golden ape. The golden ape is a valuable monster, so even if only one person can get points, it's still good for the others to get body materials. Besides, who knows, I might be the one who killed the King Kong ape. Soon, some students found the golden ape, but they all underestimated its strength. One by one, the golden ape knocked out their energy shields, eliminating them all, and then the teachers took them away. However, these students also inflicted some damage on the ape. Before we knew it, the third day had arrived. A valley. The golden ape was surrounded by 7 sorcerers. These 7 are the 7 geniuses of the genius class. Each of them possesses a B-level talent ability and has mastered 1 or even 2 C-level supernatural arts. Their cultivation has also reached the intermediate level of supernatural arts practitioners. Lin Qingya, Zhang Xiao, Li Xiaohe, Gao Weiwei. After a brief discussion, the 7 of them decided to gang up on the golden ape together. Let's kill the golden ape first. We'll decide who gets the points later. The person who gets the points will compensate the other 6 people with other things. Lin Qingya suggested. Good. The other 6 all agreed. Boom! The 7 fought fiercely against the Vajra ape, forcing it to retreat step by step. However, the Vajra ape was physically strong and had extremely strong defense, managing to withstand the C-level magical attacks from the 7 intermediate-level magical users. The golden ape's attacks are also powerful enough even a casual strike is comparable to a C-level supernatural attack. As time passed, the golden ape's injuries worsened, and its strength gradually diminished. Just when they thought the golden ape was about to be overwhelmed, a terrifying power suddenly erupted from its body. Boom! The golden ape erupted with golden energy, then slammed into Lin Qingya and the other 7, sending them flying backward and injuring them all. Innate extraordinary skill Vajra strike. Lin Qingya and the others were very shocked. Monsters can also use supernatural abilities, which are mainly derived from their bloodline rather than from cultivation. However, many demonic beasts are unable to activate the special techniques within their bloodlines, and there are very few demonic beasts that can use special techniques. The Vajra ape is only a level 1 demonic beast, or even one that has just evolved and broken through, yet it has already used the Vajra strike special technique, which is most suitable for the Vajra ape clan. While Vajra strike isn't a particularly powerful innate skill, when performed by the Vajra ape, it's comparable to a C-level skill at its peak. Just when Lin Qingya and the others thought they were in trouble, the golden ape simply ran away. Only then did they realize what was happening. This golden ape forcibly used its innate special technique, and it will inevitably suffer a backlash from its bloodline, so its injuries must be very serious. Chase. But they were also injured, and their speed became very slow. In comparison, the golden ape was already a very fast demon beast, and before the backlash from its bloodline could manifest immediately, it had already left these people far behind. Chapter 6 Killing the Golden Ape. There is a bamboo mountain here. Yi Tian walked up and saw all kinds of thick bamboo. Bamboo is also a type of wood material, but these ordinary bamboos are certainly of no use to him. He wanted to find the spirit bamboo if he could find it. Cutting it down and taking it back would be a good idea. The crimson sun tree was too large and too tough to be taken away. Soon, he arrived at the top of the bamboo mountain. That is... Yi Tian stared at a purple-gold bamboo, its entire body radiating a faint purple-gold light. The bamboo was not thick, with a diameter of less than 10 centimeters and about a dozen sections. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be the spirit bamboo, the purple-gold bamboo. Purple-gold bamboo has the effect of gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and such spiritual bamboo must have a guardian beast. Immediately, his expression turned serious and he became tense. However, after observing his surroundings, he did not find the guardian beast of the purple-gold bamboo, so he stopped waiting. Click. Yi Tian continued to exert force, and after several minutes he finally broke the purple bamboo. Then he prepared to take the purple bamboo with him and leave. But just as he was about to leave, he discovered a spring. He touched the spring water and felt a surge of energy. This was no ordinary spring water. Not long after. Water power +1. At that moment, he finally knew what the spring water was. Spiritual spring water. His water-based talent has reached level E, so the fact that he can absorb water power so quickly at this time must mean it's from a spiritual spring. Staying here for an hour or two will definitely raise my water-based talent to D level, or even C level. He wanted to stay here. So he soaked in the spiritual spring, still holding the purple gold bamboo in one hand. In this way, he can draw upon the power of water and the power of wood at the same time. Wood power +1. Water power +1. He watched his water-based and wood-based innate abilities improve little by little, and he was in a very good mood. However, the wood-type talent ability itself has already reached level C, and it takes a long time to gain a little wood power. On the contrary, the water power can be obtained very quickly. About an hour later, Yi Tian's water-based innate ability finally reached level D. At this point, his physical fitness finally improved again. Keep soaking in the spiritual spring water. After soaking for about 10 minutes, a noise suddenly occurred. He immediately emerged from the spiritual spring. Unexpected. A massive golden ape came galloping from afar, covered in blood. It's a first-level demonic beast, the Vajra ape. Yi Tian's expression also changed. His current cultivation level is only that of an intermediate-level apprentice in supernatural arts, which is far inferior to that of a level 1 demon beast, let alone a level 1 demon beast like this. That kind of monster could kill him with a single slap. At this moment, the Vajra ape saw that Yi Tian had cut down its spirit bamboo and seized its spirit spring, and immediately revealed its murderous intent. This is bad. This seems to be the lair of the King Kong ape. I've been targeted. Yi Tian wanted to escape, but seeing the speed of the golden ape, he knew he couldn't outrun it since he didn't have any speed-type special abilities. This golden ape is injured, and it seems to be seriously injured. Perhaps we can give it a shot. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and decided to take action. Although he hasn't reached the level of a sorcerer yet, his strength is definitely no weaker than that of a sorcerer, and he has a powerful physical body and 5 innate abilities, so he may not necessarily be defeated. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Golden Needle Technique. With a wave of his hand, Yi Tian unleashed the Golden Needle Technique, now at a minor completion level, sending a golden needle at lightning speed to attack the Vajra ape's eye. The Vajra ape's physical defense is terrifying, even a minor stage Golden Needle Technique wouldn't be able to break through it. The only option is to attack its eyes. The golden ape reacted quickly, it closed its eyes, and the golden needle struck its eyelid without damaging its eyeball. The next moment, the golden ape was already close and slapped Yi Tian. Water Shield Technique. The basic water shield technique created a water-based protective shield that protected him. However, the water shield technique was completely ineffective against the attack of the golden ape. Click. The water shield was shattered in one blow, and the ape's paw continued to fall. At this moment, Yi Tian concentrated his earth, metal, fire, and wood elemental powers onto his skin, attempting to increase his defensive strength to withstand the golden ape's palm strike. In the absence of other defensive techniques, this crude method was the only way to increase defense. Bang! Yi Tian was sent flying by a single blow, and the 4 different supernatural powers on his skin were scattered. Fortunately, he was physically strong and managed to withstand it. He only experienced some blood turmoil, but nothing serious happened. As expected, this golden ape was seriously injured. Otherwise, even with my excellent physical condition, I definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand a single blow. Just as the golden ape continued its attack, Yi Tian used his water sprinkling technique. Wow! A splash of water landed on the head of the golden ape, and it instinctively closed its eyes as the water hit it. Yi Tian then used his golden needle technique, waiting for the moment when the Vajra ape opened its eyes. Sure enough, the golden ape opened its eyes after it sensed the water was gone. Now! Puff! The golden needles formed by the golden needle technique pierced directly through the eyes of the Vajra ape. Immediately, the golden ape screamed in agony, and a large amount of blood flowed from its eyes. There are no useless supernatural abilities, it all comes down to whether you know how to use them. No one could have imagined that a simple water sprinkling technique combined with acupuncture could injure the golden ape. However, after the King Kong ape's eyes were gouged out, it became even more ferocious. Water Shield Technique. Yi Tian used the water shield technique to protect himself again, but the water shield technique was broken through again, and his body was sent flying about 10 meters by the Vajra ape. Water Cover Technique. Water Cover Technique. Water Shield Technique. Yi Tian used it again and again, and finally his water shield technique broke through the shackles and entered the minor completion stage. The defensive effect of the water shield technique at the lesser completion stage is doubled. This time, the Vajra ape attacked Yi Tian again, but it only managed to break the water shield technique and was powerless to hurt Yi Tian any further. Certainly. Yi Tian's water-based supernatural power was almost exhausted. However, the King Kong ape's condition was getting worse and worse. He used the water sprinkling technique in combination with the golden needle technique again and made a great contribution once more, blinding the King Kong ape's other eye. Having lost its eyesight, the golden ape could no longer see anything and naturally could not hit Yi Tian. And so it was. Yi Tian would occasionally use his golden needle technique to attack the Vajra ape's weak points. 10 minutes later, the golden ape could no longer hold on and collapsed, turning into a corpse. Phew, finally took it down. Yi Tian slumped to the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he had exhausted not only his water-based superpowers but also his metal-based superpowers, and most of his other 3 superpowers were also depleted. A King Kong ape with a great bloodline must be worth a lot of points. Let's take a picture and upload it first. Yi Tian quickly took a photo and uploaded it. The points were credited to my account very quickly. I've gained 500 more points. This time I'm sure I can break into the top 10. Yi Tian smiled. Moreover, the corpse of a Vajra ape is more valuable than the corpse of some level 2 demonic beasts. It could probably fetch a considerable sum. Afterwards, he soaked in the spiritual spring water, restoring his physical strength and supernatural power while absorbing the power of the water. Not long after, Lin Qingya and 6 others arrived here. This golden ape has run to its lair, probably hoping to use the things here to heal its wounds. Kill it quickly. But when they arrived at Bamboo Mountain, they saw the corpse of the Vajra ape and Yi Tian soaking in the spiritual spring water. Chapter 7 Hydrotherapy Heritage Ball. The King Kong ape is dead. They were somewhat taken aback. Even a heavily injured King Kong ape is not something that an ordinary novice sorcerer can kill. Who is this guy? Zhang Xiao asked. I don't know them. The other 6 people all shook their heads. They knew all the stronger supernatural beings in the genius class, but Yi Tian was not among them. He doesn't seem to be a practitioner of supernatural arts, but rather an apprentice. Lin Qingya realized. It really is true. The other 6 were shocked. Of course, they didn't think Yi Tian was very strong. They only thought that the golden ape's injuries were too severe due to the backlash from its bloodline, which is why Yi Tian was able to take advantage of the situation. Yi Tian also saw Lin Qingya and the others. These were the geniuses of the senior year at number 1 high school. Although he couldn't recognize them all, he could roughly guess a few of them. Hey everyone, is there anything I can help you with? Yi Tian asked calmly. Zhang Xiao said coldly, do you know that we injured this golden ape, but you benefited from it? What do you say about that? Whoever kills the prey owns it. What I killed belongs to me. Is there a problem? Yi Tian was not intimidated at all. He wasn't afraid of Zhang Xiao at all. Even if Zhang Xiao is a genius, it won't be long before he surpasses Zhang Xiao. Give me the purple gold bamboo you have, and this matter will be over. Zhang Xiao took a liking to this purple gold bamboo. Such purple gold bamboo has the effect of gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although it was broken, the effect was greatly reduced, but it still has many uses. Selling it for several 100,000 yuan is no problem. Roll. Yi Tian drank it cold. He also needed to use this purple gold bamboo to upgrade his wood-type talent to B level, so how could he possibly give it to Zhang Xiao? Just as Zhang Xiao was about to make a move, Lin Qingya said, Zhang Xiao, let it go. We're all classmates, there's no need for this. Since this classmate killed the golden ape, it's his. After all, he has no obligation to share it with us. Since Lin Qingya had already said that, Zhang Xiao couldn't say anything more. If he were to snatch the purple gold bamboo from Yi Tian, he would undoubtedly be looked down upon by Lin Qingya. So he immediately changed his tune. Lin Qingya is right, let's just let this matter go. Then, the group left one by one. However, Yi Tian frowned slightly. He knew that Zhang Xiao probably wouldn't let it go so easily. He had heard of Zhang Xiao, a commoner genius from a poor family, but with really good talent. He had rapidly improved his strength thanks to an investment from a company. This time, he killed the golden ape, which undoubtedly cost him less money, and Zhang Xiao must be heartbroken. People like Lin Qingya have powerful connections and are wealthy, so they really don't care about this loss. He didn't want to offend anyone or cause trouble, but sometimes trouble just had to find him. Forget it, after a while, my strength will definitely surpass Zhang Xiao's. If he wants to cause me trouble, he's just asking for trouble. Yi Tian didn't think too much about it and continued soaking in the spiritual spring water. As time went by, the 3-day period was drawing to a close. Finally, Yi Tian used the spiritual spring water to raise his water-based talent to level C. Data panel. Host, Yi Tian. Realm level, intermediate apprentice in extraordinary arts. Talented abilities, water type C rank 1 100, fire type E rank 3 100, wood type C rank 12 100, metal type D rank 1 100, earth type E rank 3 100. Special abilities, F rank water sprinkling technique minor success, E rank water shield technique minor success, E rank golden needle technique minor success. My water-based talent has been upgraded to C level. It's about time to go. He glanced at the spring water and showed a regretful expression. This spiritual spring water should still be somewhat useful to him. Soaking in it for a day might allow him to gain some water power, and soaking in it for a month might be enough to upgrade his water-based talent to grade B. However, he can't take the entire spiritual spring with him. Taking just a little bit would be meaningless. Let's go. Holding the purple gold bamboo and dragging the corpse of the golden ape, Yi Tian walked towards the exit of the secret realm. Along the way, the aura emanating from the corpse of the golden ape kept many ferocious beasts away, and as a result, he didn't encounter a single one. Soon, he arrived at the exit of the secret realm and walked out from there. King Kong Ape. Many students were astonished to see Yi Tian dragging the corpse of the golden ape out. The crucial point is that it was Yi Tian who killed the golden ape. The students, especially those in the water-related class, were all dumbfounded. They knew Yi Tian's strength perfectly well. He was just a novice apprentice who only knew how to sprinkle water. How could he possibly kill a Vajra ape? It might have been found. They had their own guesses. For example, Lin Xingya, a mid-level practitioner of supernatural abilities, killed the Vajra ape but didn't want its corpse, so Yi Tian picked it up. But soon they realized that Yi Tian hadn't picked it up. Next, we will announce the results of the top 10. As for the results of those outside the top 10, you can ask your teacher. That's what one of the teachers in the gifted program said. First place, Lin Xingya, 682 points. Second place, Li Xiaohua, 628 points. Third place, Zhang Xiao, 577 points. Fourth place, Yi Tian, 576 points. Fifth place, Gao Weiwei, 566 points. Fourth place is not bad either. Yi Tian was very satisfied. He hardly hunted any wild beasts. If he had kept hunting wild beasts, with the 500 points from the King Kong ape, he would definitely have won first place. However, if he really wins first place, it will attract too much attention, which is not a good thing. At this moment, Lin Xingya, who won first place, was also somewhat surprised. She thought Yi Tian would win first place. After all, Yi Tian killed the golden ape and got 500 points. This guy is really lucky. Zhang Xiao was very dissatisfied. He believed that if Yi Tian hadn't been lucky enough to get the 500 points from the golden ape, his real score would have been 76 points, which showed how poor Yi Tian's strength was. Subsequently, the rewards for the top 10 winners were distributed. The first prize is a B-level supernatural skill and a 500,000 yuan reward. Any B-level supernatural skill is worth 1 million yuan, which shows how generous the school is. The second place was slightly worse, consisting of a C-level supernatural skill and a prize of 500,000. The third place winner is a C-level supernatural skill and a prize of 400,000. Yi Tian came in fourth place and won a C-level special skill and a prize of 300,000 yuan. The fifth place winner receives a C-level supernatural skill and a prize of 200,000. The rewards for the 6th through 10th place winners are the same, a C-level supernatural skill and a prize of 100,000. Yi Tian, which C-level supernatural ability do you want to choose? Teacher Li Xian walked up to Yi Tian and asked. Yi Tian pondered for a moment. Teacher, I want a C-level water-based supernatural technique, water healing. Hydrotherapy is a medical technique that can heal others as well as oneself. Yi Tian felt that he possessed 5 innate abilities, and that he would definitely have more in the future. He was not lacking in offensive abilities, but he had very few medical abilities, only a few wood-based and water-based medical abilities. Therefore, he wanted to choose hydrotherapy. Yi Tian, the water healing technique is a C-level special skill, and you need a C-level water-based talent ability to have any hope of mastering it. Li Xian reminded him. Teacher Li, I found a rare and precious treasure in the secret realm. After consuming it, my water-type talent has reached level C. Therefore, I can now cultivate the water healing technique. Yi Tian is preparing to demonstrate his strength later. If he continues to show the same F-level water-type talent and ability, then it will be hard to explain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could claim that he used a rare and precious material to enhance his water-based innate abilities. This would make it less suspicious if his cultivation level were to rapidly advance to the realm of a sorcerer. Your water-based talent ability has been upgraded to sea level? Teacher Li Xian was shocked. She took out a water-type talent stone from her person, preparing to test Yi Tian's potential level of water-type talent ability. Yi Tian held the water talent stone and poured water-based supernatural power into it. Buzz! One halo after another appeared. One aperture represents an F class, 2 apertures represent an E class, and 3 apertures represent a D class. At this moment, the water talent stone emitted 4 halos, indicating that Yi Tian's water-type talent ability had reached level C. It really is a C grade. Li Xian no longer doubted it, only feeling that Yi Tian's luck was simply too good. The ability to upgrade an F-level water-based talent to C level is incredibly valuable. If it were used by a C-level talent user, it might even be able to upgrade them to B level. Go back to school first. Around noon, you'll receive your hydrotherapy inheritance orb. Li Xian put away the water talent stone and said, supernatural arts above level C are very complex and require a transmission orb to record. Otherwise, just reading the supernatural arts manual would probably take many days to memorize, and it is easy to make mistakes. It is far less convenient than the supernatural arts transmission orb. Half an hour later. Yi Tian has returned to Donghai No. 1 Middle School, and his 300,000 yuan bonus has been credited to his account. He is just waiting for the hydrotherapy inheritance ball at noon. He sold the carcass of the golden ape directly to the school, and the school gave him 200,000 yuan. Just before midnight, the hydrotherapy heritage ball arrived. Yi Tian took the hydrotherapy technique inheritance orb and went home. Once home, he placed the hydrotherapy technique inheritance orb between his eyebrows, probed it with his consciousness, and received the hydrotherapy technique inheritance. Boom! A surge of information flooded his mind, and Yi Tian quickly memorized the training content of the hydrotherapy technique. Next, I'll go to the second underground shopping mall to buy more sea-level supernatural abilities, and then spend the rest of my time working hard to improve my strength and break through to the level of a supernatural ability user. Chapter 8 Forbidden Technique Enlightenment Technique. The price of sea-level supernatural abilities varies. Top-tier sea-level supernatural abilities can cost hundreds of thousands, while even lower-tier sea-level supernatural abilities can cost over 100,000. Yi Tian planned to buy a few ordinary sea-level supernatural arts. There was no need to buy anything too good. If his future talent and ability level limit is sea-level, then he will definitely buy the top-tier sea-level special ability. But his talent and ability level will increase in the future. At that time, he will need to cultivate B-level or even A-level supernatural abilities, so C-level supernatural abilities will be useless. Therefore, there is no need for him to buy a high-quality C-level supernatural ability. Underground Shopping Mall No. 2. Yi Tian arrived here and entered a shop selling supernatural arts. The shop sold a lot of supernatural arts inheritance balls, and even B-grade supernatural arts inheritance balls. The variety was quite complete. After carefully selecting for a while, he finally chose 4 C-level supernatural arts. C-rank metal-type supernatural technique Sword Shadow Technique. This supernatural technique can condense sword shadows, which have considerable destructive power. C-rank wood-type special technique Wood Vine Technique. This special technique can form a wood vine that can bind the enemy's movements. C-level fire-based special ability Explosion. This special ability can cause damage to a large area, similar to the effect of a bomb. There is also a C-level supernatural technique Earth Armor Technique, which is a defensive supernatural technique that can form a layer of earth-based armor on the body surface, greatly enhancing one's defensive capabilities. Cultivating supernatural arts can increase one's cultivation level. If I can master a C-level supernatural art, my cultivation level will increase very quickly. Before long, I will be able to become a peak supernatural arts apprentice and then attempt to break through to the supernatural arts realm. Yi Tian thought to himself. However, he also knew that C-level supernatural abilities were extremely difficult to cultivate, and since he was also practicing multiple supernatural abilities, it would inevitably take a lot of time, and his progress would probably be slower than that of a single attribute talent user. Should we specialize in a unique skill first? Yi Tian was pondering this question. However, at present he can only practice the wood vine technique and the water therapy technique. The other supernatural abilities corresponding to his other supernatural skills have not yet been upgraded to C level. So he bought a lot of metal spirit ores in the underground shopping mall, such as blue iron ore, as well as a kind of fire-type crystal or flame crystal, and some spirit soil. Spiritual soil is mainly used for planting spiritual plants, but Yi Tian plans to use it to enhance his earth-type talent ability. Purchasing these items should be enough to upgrade your talents and abilities to sea level. This round of purchases cost him several million, instantly reducing his net worth significantly. But for the sake of strength, this expense is still worthwhile. 2 weeks later. Data panel. Host, Yi Tian. Realm, Advanced Apprentice in Extraordinary Arts. Talented abilities, Water Type C rank 1 100, Fire Type C rank 1 100, Wood Type C rank 67 100, Metal Type C rank 1 100, Earth Type C rank 1 100. Special abilities, F-level Sprinkling Technique Mastery, E-level Water Shield Technique Minor Mastery, E-level Golden Needle Technique Mastery, C-level Hydrotherapy Technique Beginner, C-level Wooden Vine Technique Beginner. Finally, I become an advanced apprentice in magical arts, Yi Tian said excitedly. However, due to the short time available, he has only managed to cultivate the hydrotherapy and wood vine techniques to the basic level, and has not yet begun to cultivate the other C-level supernatural arts. But with his current physical strength and these special abilities, he can already easily defeat ordinary special ability users who have just broken through. Water-based Genius Class. Yi Tian is now a student in the Genius Class, and this happened 3 days after he returned from the Secret Realm. The Water Element Genius Class has a total of 21 students, including 7 who are practitioners of supernatural arts, 13 who are peak supernatural arts apprentices, and the rest who are advanced supernatural arts apprentices. It can be said that Yi Tian's cultivation level is undoubtedly the lowest among these people. The strongest student in the Water-type Genius Class is naturally Lin Xingya. Have you heard? A senior master of supernatural arts from the Evil God Society has caused quite a stir in our Donghai city and even killed 3 other masters of supernatural arts. The whole city is now tracking down this senior master of supernatural arts. I've heard that many people have been misled by the Evil God Society. I've heard a rumor that one of our students was bewitched by the Evil God Society and forced to practice a forbidden technique. His cultivation level skyrocketed, but his foundation was destroyed. Now the school knows about it and is preparing to expel that student. Hearing what the other students said, Yi Tian frowned slightly. Evil God Society. He was no stranger to this organization. His predecessor had died because of practicing forbidden techniques, and those forbidden techniques were emitted by the Evil God Society. His predecessor had bought them from some vendors for a few $1,000s. That secret technique is called something like the heaven-defying technique. It's said to be able to enhance talent potential, raising F-level potential to E-level. Then, the original owner foolishly began cultivating, only to die as a result. Yi Tian guessed that the so-called heaven-defying technique was probably a forbidden technique still in the experimental stage, which was deliberately released to allow many people to cultivate it, so that it could be perfected step by step. The Evil God Society enjoys doing things like this. You could say they're a bunch of lunatics who are willing to sacrifice countless people to create forbidden techniques. Of course, if that were all, it wouldn't be worth the hatred of the Xia Kingdom. The key is that they worship evil gods and are enemies of humanity. Many gifted and superhuman individuals have died at their hands. Soon, the teacher arrived and began the first lesson of the day. Ms. Li Xian is also the teacher in the gifted class, but she is not the homeroom teacher. She is just an ordinary teacher in the gifted class. Before class, teacher Li Xian announced something. Dear students, today I am here on behalf of the school to announce that Li Yang, a student in the Fire Element class, has been bewitched by the Evil God Society and has begun to cultivate the Evil God Society's forbidden technique, the Enlightenment Technique. I don't know if any of you have come into contact with this forbidden technique, but I can tell you that once you practice this Enlightenment Technique, your future will be ruined. The Evil God will not tell you the consequences when spreading this forbidden technique. The Enlightenment Technique can indeed temporarily enhance your comprehension, allowing you to easily cultivate a unique skill to the level of minor, major, or even perfect mastery. However, the Enlightenment Technique consumes your innate potential. For example, Li Yang originally had an E-level fire-type talent ability. After cultivating the Enlightenment Technique, his cultivation of supernatural arts did indeed break through, and his cultivation level also improved from intermediate supernatural arts apprentice to advanced supernatural arts apprentice. However, his talent ability changed to F level, and he could no longer cultivate E-level fire-type supernatural arts. He might even remain at the advanced supernatural arts apprentice level for the rest of his life. You must never attempt to cultivate enlightenment techniques for the sake of temporary strength gains. At this moment, several students' expressions changed, but they quickly returned to normal. Clearly, they had come into contact with the Taoist arts, or were aware of this extraordinary art, and had the idea of cultivating it. But now, they certainly won't cultivate anymore. Enlightenment technique temporarily enhances comprehension, but consumes innate potential. Yi Tian was incredibly excited, but he forced himself to calm down. He felt that this method of enlightenment was something he was born for. He wasn't worried about consuming his talent potential. Even if his talent level dropped from C to F, he could still improve it. He was originally worried that with the increasing number of extraordinary skills in the future, he wouldn't have time to master or cultivate them to a high level. But now, he sees hope. If he were to obtain the forbidden technique of enlightenment, he could completely cultivate those 5 C-level extraordinary techniques to perfection. He was certain that no student in the entire school could achieve a C-level extraordinary technique at its peak. He didn't pay attention in class this morning. As soon as school was over, he began to plan his path to enlightenment. Go directly to the Evil God Society? That's definitely not an option. He wouldn't dare to contact such an organization. Liang definitely has the Tao enlightenment technique, but he is definitely being monitored now. If I rashly contact him, I will also be targeted. Therefore, it's definitely not feasible to buy the enlightenment technique from Liang. Then, he thought of a place. Underground Shopping Mall number 2. He remembered that there was a shop in the number 2 underground shopping mall that sold everything and could get anything, only cash transactions, no registration required, and a lot of illicit goods flowed out from there. The key is that this store has a powerful background, which is why it has never had any problems. So Yi Tian went to the number 2 underground shopping mall and arrived at a shop called Lao Hei Grocery Store. What would you like to buy, sir? The owner of Lao Hei's general store was a middle-aged man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like face. When he saw Yi Tian come in, he immediately asked. Yi Tian was wearing a black hat, black sunglasses, and a mask. His clothes were also very ordinary, the kind he rarely wore. He dressed like this because he didn't want to reveal his identity. Boss, can I buy anything here? Yi Tian asked. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Lao Hei narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly anticipating that what Yi Tian wanted to buy was probably not a legitimate item. However, he didn't care. He can get anything as long as you pay him. I can get anything that isn't too rare. Old Hei assured him. Seeing that there was no one else in the shop, Yi Tian raised his voice and asked in a slightly rough tone, can you get enlightenment techniques here? The art of enlightenment. Old Hei was somewhat surprised. This was a forbidden technique. How could a customer want to buy such a forbidden technique? Guest, are you aware of the flaws of the enlightenment technique? I don't want to cheat you, but I do have a way to get my hands on it. However, I need to tell you the flaws beforehand to avoid any trouble later. The enlightenment technique can temporarily enhance comprehension, but it will consume your innate talent and potential. Even a genius will become mediocre after practicing the enlightenment technique, Old Hei explained. I know. Yi Tian nodded slightly. My elder's cultivation has reached a certain stagnation, the kind that can't be broken through. They want to try their luck with the enlightenment technique. I see. Old Hei pretended to know what Yi Tian was saying, but in reality, he didn't completely believe Yi Tian's words. Since the flaws have already been pointed out, he doesn't care about the consequences. The enlightenment technique is a forbidden art, and the Xia Kingdom government cracks down on it severely. I also have to bear certain risks. So, if you want to buy the enlightenment technique, you'll have to spend a lot of money, Old Hei said with a shrewd businessman's smile. How much? Yi Tian asked. 1 million. Old Hei held up one finger and stated his price. Isn't that too expensive? Yi Tian frowned. The Evil God Society sells these enlightenment techniques at very low prices. How come you're asking for 1 million? Old Hei spread his hands and said, I have no choice but to take the risk. Besides, would you dare to contact the Evil God Society? They're a bunch of lunatics. Furthermore, if you buy from me, you absolutely don't have to worry about being exposed, and I'll pretend you were never here. After thinking for a moment, Yi Tian decided to buy it anyway. When will you be able to get your hands on the enlightenment technique? Yi Tian asked. Old Hei laughed and said, you have to pay a deposit first, otherwise if I get my hands on the enlightenment technique and you don't buy it, who am I supposed to sell it to? I'm going to get the money, I'll come back in an hour. Yi Tian is gone. Then he went to a bank and withdrew 1 million yuan in cash. In this world, withdrawing money is not that troublesome. Even withdrawing 10 million is very easy. Next, he went to Lao Hei's general store and paid a deposit of 300,000 yuan. Just as Yi Tian was about to leave, Lao Hei called him back and took out a black-covered secret manual from the cabinet. Guest, you're very lucky. Someone is selling this enlightenment technique, and the transaction can be completed right now. Looking at this secret manual, Yi Tian seriously suspected that old Hei had a bunch of other secret manuals in his cabinet. Taking risks? What a load of rubbish. This guy is clearly setting him up. However, he still had no choice but to obediently pay the remaining 700,000 yuan in cash and take away the secret manual of the Taoist enlightenment technique. In any case, I've got the enlightenment technique. Chapter 9: All extraordinary skills reach perfection. At home. Yi Tian carefully browsed through this enlightenment technique, which was recorded in the form of a secret manual, but the content was not much. He quickly finished reading the entire content of the enlightenment technique. However, he didn't fully understand it. That's normal. It would be strange if you could understand it after just one look. His comprehension isn't that amazing yet. So, for the next 2 days, he studied the Tao of Enlightenment and finally got a basic understanding of it, at least enough to try to cultivate it. At this moment, Yi Tian was a little nervous. After all, this was a forbidden technique. The essence of the Enlightenment technique lies in the indescribable and eerie tree recorded in the manual. By visualizing and comprehending it, and then following the cultivation content of the Enlightenment technique, one can draw upon the power of innate abilities to nourish the soul, allowing one's comprehension to surge in a short period of time. Boom! As Yi Tian began to comprehend this indescribable and strange tree, his soul seemed to develop a thirst, yearning to devour something. At this moment, he sensed the power of 5 innate abilities, which he could devour at any time. Let me absorb the Earth-type talent power first. I haven't started cultivating sea-level Earth-type techniques yet, so the reduced potential of my Earth-type talent power won't affect my cultivation. Immediately, he began to devour the innate essence of Earth-type talent. Boom! Strands of Earth elemental innate abilities were absorbed by Yi Tian and, after being transformed by the indescribable and strange tree, formed a special energy that nourished his soul. In an instant, Yi Tian seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment. Hurry up and learn the water therapy technique. Yi Tian's hydrotherapy technique was at the beginner level, but at this moment his comprehension had surged, and practicing the hydrotherapy technique felt too easy and effortless. A large number of flashes of inspiration and countless ideas emerged, just like a college student doing elementary school math problems. His hydrotherapy skills improved rapidly, and he gradually became immersed in them until he exhausted his water-based supernatural power. Only then did he turn to cultivate the C-rank supernatural power, the woodvine technique. In a short while, his wood-type supernatural power was also exhausted. After that, he began to practice the E-level supernatural technique, golden needle technique, which made things even easier. Before long, the golden needle technique reached a point where it could no longer be improved. At that moment, he thought of the C-rank metal-type supernatural technique, sword shadow technique. Throughout the process, he was in a state of extreme excitement. After all, his progress in supernatural arts was too rapid, and he was completely absorbed in it. Suddenly, when he realized that the source of his Earth-type talent was about to dissipate, he then discovered that he had absorbed too much Earth-type talent. So he stopped immediately. Data panel. Host, Yi Tian. Realm, Advanced Apprentice in Extraordinary Arts. Talented abilities, Water Type C rank 100, Fire Type C rank 100, Wood Type C rank 72-100, Metal Type C rank 100, Earth Type F rank 12-100. Special abilities, F rank Water Sprinkling Technique Mastery, E rank Water Shield Technique Minor Mastery, E rank Golden Needle Technique Perfect, C rank Hydrotherapy Technique Mastery, C rank Wooden Vine Technique Mastery, Sword Shadow Technique Minor Mastery. The Water Healing Technique and the Wood Vine Technique, these two C-level extraordinary arts, were directly cultivated from the beginner level to the advanced level. Finally, the Sword Shadow Technique was mastered to a minor level, and the Golden Needle Technique was directly perfected. Yi Tian was utterly shocked. This rapid progress has caused his strength to skyrocket. Moreover, if he hadn't exhausted his water and wood elemental powers, he could have definitely mastered water healing and wood vine techniques to perfection. Of course, the price he paid was also huge. His Earth-type talent ability was downgraded from C level to F level. For other talent ability users, this would be equivalent to going from a little genius to a useless person. This forbidden technique is really a trap. It exhausts the potential of a talent or ability. Although it can greatly improve the level of the ability, the cost-effectiveness is not high. Yi Tian thought to himself. However, he can enhance his innate supernatural potential, and this forbidden technique is simply an unparalleled supernatural skill for him. Then, he took out some spirit soil, which was left over from the last use. The spirit soil was of little help to his sea-level earth-type talent ability, so it was useless to him. But now that he has regained his F-level earth-type talent ability, the spirit soil is of great use. After Yi Tian touched the spiritual soil. Earth power +1. Earth power +1. Earth power +1. Very good. By buying a few good things, I can quickly restore my innate ability potential. Once I upgrade it to E level or D level, I can continue to cultivate the enlightenment technique. Yi Tian slowly restored his earth-type innate ability potential and decided not to touch it for the time being. He did not continue to cultivate the enlightenment technique, but instead slowly recovered his water-based, wood-based, and metal-based supernatural powers. After he recovers, he will then practice the Tao enlightenment technique. Next time, I'll sacrifice my fire-type talent. Yi Tian thought about it and then made his decision. Night. Yi Tian began cultivating the enlightenment technique again, this time devouring the source of his fire-type innate ability. Boom! His comprehension surged once again, and he continued to practice one extraordinary technique after another. This time, he directly cultivated all the water-based supernatural arts to the perfect level, and also cultivated the metal-based supernatural art sword shadow technique to the great mastery level, before reducing the potential of his fire-based talent ability to F level. And through this training, his cultivation level broke through to the peak of the apprentice of extraordinary arts, making him qualified to challenge for the realm of extraordinary arts master. Yi Tian also discovered a bug: every time he improved his talent and ability potential, he could also improve his physical fitness. Perhaps the improvement was not significant, but if it happened frequently, it would be equivalent to tempering his body 1,000 times, making him incredibly powerful. Of course, this isn't exactly a bug, since no one else can repeatedly consume their talent potential and then recover and upgrade like he does. I need to go to the underground shopping mall to buy the 5 elements materials, otherwise my innate abilities and potential will be exhausted. Just touching water, soil, and big trees will be too slow and will affect my cultivation progress. Buying the 5 elements materials would cost money, and he didn't have much money left. But in order to grow stronger as quickly as possible, he can't keep the rest of the money. Once he's powerful enough, there will definitely be other ways to make money. So, the next morning, he then went to the number 2 underground shopping mall and bought several kinds of materials related to the 5 elements. After returning, he continued to cultivate using the enlightenment technique and used the 5 elements materials to restore his innate potential. A day has passed. Yi Tian's various special skills have all reached the perfect level, except for the earth armor technique and the explosion technique, which he has not yet mastered. This is mainly because his earth-type and fire-type innate abilities have not yet recovered to level C. Therefore, he currently has no way to cultivate 2 C-level special techniques. Once my earth and fire elemental talents recover to sea level, I'll start training earth armor and explosion techniques. Yi Tian made his decision. He had perfected all his extraordinary skills, and his cultivation speed increased rapidly every time he practiced. These extraordinary techniques are equivalent to cultivation methods. Once a cultivation method is perfected, how could the cultivation speed not be fast? He has now reached the limit of a peak apprentice in magical arts and can step into the realm of a magical arts master at any time. He didn't wait any longer and immediately began his attempt to break through to the beginner level of Astral Arts Practitioner. Chapter 10: Breakthrough to Beginner Level of Astral Arts, Storage Bag. Apprentices of supernatural arts need to utilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to advance to the level of beginner supernatural arts practitioners. There is a special kind of energy between heaven and earth, which is called spiritual energy. People without special talents or abilities cannot absorb spiritual energy, and they cannot retain the energy inside their bodies. Only those with innate supernatural abilities can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When practicing special arts, one will unconsciously absorb a little bit of spiritual energy from heaven and earth when recovering their special abilities, thus gradually strengthening their own special abilities. This is also why the higher one's level in supernatural arts, the more spiritual energy one can absorb. Upon reaching the peak of the supernatural arts apprentice level, gifted supernatural beings can directly sense the existence of spiritual energy in heaven and earth. At this point, one only needs to use their innate abilities to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside world, pour it into their body, and break through the shackles in the dark to enter the realm of a practitioner of supernatural arts. However, people with poor natural talents absorb very little spiritual energy from heaven and earth, making it difficult for them to break through their limitations. Yi Tian's talent is currently very high, so he can easily break through this bottleneck. Inside the room, Yi Tian sat cross-legged and began meditating using his innate ability, sensing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Gradually, he sensed the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Begin absorbing. Boom! Pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged into his body. Although some of the spiritual energy dissipated and could not be retained, some was still intercepted. The intercepted spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually began to break through the shackles under his control. Snap! The shackles that seemed to exist in the dark have been shattered. Instantly, Yi Tian's supernatural power and physical attributes surged, and his strength grew ever stronger. I broke through. It was so easy. Yi Tian was excited. Not many students at Donghai No. 1 High School have broken through to become practitioners of supernatural abilities, but he has. He is now not only a novice practitioner of supernatural abilities, but his strength also far surpasses that of the other students. Having mastered multiple extraordinary techniques to perfection, one's combat power is truly astonishing. He had never fought against a sorcerer, but he could easily kill a mid-level sorcerer like Zhang Xiao. Over the next few days, Yi Tian focused primarily on stabilizing his cultivation level and restoring the potential of his earth and fire elemental talents. 3 days passed quickly. With his earth and fire elemental talents and potential restored to sea level, Yi Tian began cultivating the sea-level earth armor technique and the sea-level explosion technique, striving to quickly master these two sea-level techniques to perfection. Not only that, Yi Tian also plans to cultivate a sea-level extraordinary technique, the Golden Light technique. The Golden Light technique is a top-tier sea-level escape technique, allowing one to transform into golden light to escape. Its difficulty in cultivation is no less than that of a B-level technique. Before he cultivated the Enlightenment technique, he would never have wasted time cultivating the Golden Light technique. But now, cultivating this extraordinary technique only takes him a day to reach its perfect state. Therefore, he didn't mind learning another extraordinary skill. Yi Tian's main reason for cultivating the Golden Light technique was to hunt monsters to make money. He didn't have much money left, and he wanted to buy a lot of 5 elements materials in the future, which would cost a lot of money. However, if one goes to hunt monsters, it will inevitably be risky. If one masters the Golden Light technique, one can escape if one encounters a powerful monster that one cannot defeat. In just 3 or 4 days, Yi Tian mastered the 3 sea-level special techniques: Golden Light technique, Explosion technique, and Earth Armor technique to perfection. With so many perfect-level supernatural abilities, Yi Tian's supernatural power increased significantly every day, and his cultivation progressed rapidly. But that's not enough. He wants to raise his cultivation to the advanced level of a supernatural being, or even the peak level of a supernatural being, before the college entrance examination. However, there are only 2 or 3 months left until the college entrance examination. This day, Yi Tian arrived at the school, intending to ask for leave. It wasn't just him who took leave. Several classmates, including Lin Xingya, have also taken leave recently. These people come from very powerful families, and attending school is a waste of their time. They can grow up much faster under the guidance of their families. Therefore, they all took leave to prepare for the college entrance examination. Only students without any special background will attend classes diligently at school, since schools will give some benefits to gifted students during the final push. But now, Yi Tian doesn't see the benefits in them. Soon, Yi Tian successfully obtained leave and prepared to go hunting monsters. There are many kinds of monsters in this world, such as in the ocean, the wild, and secret realms. However, there are very few secret realms, and they are all controlled by the government, so they are rarely open to the public. Like the F-13 secret realm last time, it was only opened because of its connection with Donghai No. 1 Middle School. It is usually closed. It was impossible for Yi Tian to enter the secret realm to hunt monsters. He could only hunt monsters in the wild. After Yi Tian's analysis, he felt that the most suitable place for him was the Maple Leaf Mountain range west of Donghai City, where there were many monsters, all of which were level 1 monsters. With Yi Tian's current strength, even if he encountered a level 2 demonic beast, he would be able to escape with ease. Therefore, the Maple Leaf Mountains are more suitable for him. Then let's go hunt monsters in the Maple Leaf Mountains. Before heading to Maple Leaf Mountain Range, some preparations are necessary. For example, the most important thing: storage bags. Storage bags are spatial items. A small storage bag contains a lot of space and can store many items. Each storage bag is the masterpiece of a space-type talent user, but the storage bags are not very valuable, simply because they cannot exist forever. Even a brand new storage bag can only be kept for 1 month. 1 month later, the storage bag will collapse, and if the contents are not taken out, they will be destroyed by the shattered spatial force. It's not that there aren't permanent spatial items, but the price is too high. You can't buy any permanent spatial item for less than tens of millions. The reason they are so expensive is that creating permanent spatial items requires spatial materials. Only spatial materials can perfectly contain spatial power and create spatial items that can be preserved permanently. Therefore, the high cost of permanent space items lies in the space materials used in their construction. Space materials. Yi Tian also wanted to obtain a spatial material so that he could acquire spatial power and awaken his spatial talent. Every space-type ability user is a true top genius, and their combat power is unmatched among their peers. No rush. Once I'm stronger, I'll acquire spatial materials and awaken my spatial talent. Yi Tian thought to himself. Donghai Base Market. This place is known as Underground Mall No. 1, where gifted superhumans who have returned from the wild come to trade and sell the items they have acquired. This place is also close to the Maple Leaf Mountains. If Yi Tian wants to hunt monsters in the Maple Leaf Mountains, he can return here every day to rest and sell his catch. Otherwise, a single storage bag wouldn't be able to hold too many monster corpses. Donghai Pavilion. Yi Tian walked into the shop. Donghai Pavilion is also a very powerful group that sells high-end items, such as storage bags, which account for 90% of the business. As Yi Tian entered Donghai Pavilion, a beautiful female employee who was an apprentice in supernatural arts walked over. "Sir, what would you like to buy?" That's what the pretty female employee asked. "I want to buy a storage bag," Yi Tian said. "Please follow me." The beautiful female employee led Yi Tian to the counter where storage bags were sold, and then took out a brand new storage bag. The price of storage bags is uniform, 200,000 per bag. It has to be said that this price is really not cheap, considering that it can only be used for 1 month. If the harvest in the wild is not great, the cost of the storage bag will not be recovered. Yi Tian paid 200,000 yuan directly, took the storage bag, and left Donghai Pavilion. Chapter 11: The Perfection of the Fiery Eye Technique. Yi Tian studied the storage bag and found that it only required a drop of blood to refine it, and he could take out or retrieve items with a thought, which was quite convenient. If it didn't have a 1-month validity period, it would be no different from a truly permanent spatial item. 10 cubic meters is quite a lot of space. Overall, Yi Tian was fairly satisfied with the storage bag. About 10 miles west of the Donghai Base Market, you will reach the Maple Leaf Mountains. Along the way, Yi Tian occasionally saw traces of supernatural beings. Most of them were traveling in groups, and there were relatively few supernatural beings acting alone. In the wild, one needs to be wary not only of monsters, but also of other practitioners of supernatural powers. Some practitioners of supernatural abilities often plunder other practitioners of supernatural abilities, and may even encounter organizations like the Evil God Society. Therefore, avoid contact with other practitioners of supernatural abilities if you encounter them, simply avoid them. If the other party insists on getting close, then they are an enemy. We've arrived at the Maple Leaf Mountains. Yi Tian took a deep breath. The spiritual energy here was richer than in the city. There are quite a few monsters in the Maple Leaf Mountains, but not so many that they can be seen everywhere. Some monsters are very well hidden and are good at ambushing from the shadows. You must be careful and cautious, otherwise you will not only fail to hunt monsters, but also become their snack. A hint of danger. Yi Tian guessed that he had been targeted by a demonic beast. But he didn't know where the monster was. If we learn the Fiery Eye technique, we can find out where this monster is hiding. The Fiery Eye technique is also a C-level supernatural skill. It has the ability to see through illusions and is relatively difficult to master. Moreover, it is easy to damage one's eyes during the training process. I'll buy the Fire Eye technique inheritance orb when I go back next time. After this thought flashed through Yi Tian's mind, he prepared to deal with this unknown monster. The monster didn't have the same patience as the human, and it made its move quickly. On a large tree, a blood-red praying mantis swung its arms, which resembled tough sides, and charged forward quickly. A mid-stage level 1 crimson mantis. Yi Tian recognized him. This monster possesses a C-level bloodline, yet its combat strength is inferior to that of the Vajra ape at the same stage. However, for ordinary intermediate-level sorcerers, this blood-red mantis demon was enough to pose a threat. Whoosh! The crimson mantis demon slashed at Yi Tian's neck. Yi Tian did not attack immediately, but instead instantly cast a strange technique, Earth Armor technique. Instantly, his body was covered in gray armor. This is a sea-level extraordinary technique, Earth Armor technique, at the peak of its power. After the blood-red mantis demon struck Yi Tian, it didn't even leave a mark. The Earth Armor technique's defense is indeed quite good. Next, the blood-red mantis demon's figure transformed into a series of afterimages, constantly attacking Yi Tian, but none of them could break through the Earth Armor technique's defense. Once the Earth Armor technique is cast, the entire body is covered in armor. Its only drawback is that it can only last for 1 minute. Through this blood-red mantis demon, Yi Tian learned about the defensive effect of the Earth Armor technique, and he no longer wanted to play alone. Sword Shadow Technique. A sword flashed past, and before the blood-red mantis demon could react, its body was pierced through, turning into a corpse and falling to the ground. The Crimson Mantis demon, its only redeeming quality is its pair of sword-wielding arms. After Yi Tian cut off the pair of arms, he put them directly into his storage bag. He ignored the corpse of the Crimson Mantis. Next, Yi Tian searched for various kinds of demonic beasts. With his strength, he easily killed each level 1 demonic beast and collected the most valuable body parts from them. Just after Yi Tian killed the 13th demonic beast, he was targeted by a level 2 demonic beast. Boom! A giant black snake covered in scales appeared. A level 2 demonic beast, the black-scaled giant serpent demon. Yi Tian's expression changed. Level 2 monsters in the Maple Leaf Mountains are extremely rare and not easy to encounter. Unexpectedly, he actually ran into it. He did not attempt to fight the level 2 demonic beast, the black-scaled giant serpent demon. He had only broken through to the level of a beginner sorcerer. If he had reached the peak of his cultivation as a supernatural being, or mastered a perfected B-level supernatural technique, he would definitely have challenged this black-scaled giant serpent demon to a duel. Walk! Yi Tian immediately used the golden light technique, transforming into a golden ray of light and escaping at supersonic speed. Several miles away, Yi Tian landed in a state of golden light, his face slightly pale, a side effect of using the perfected golden light technique. Such a fast speed, even with his strong physical body, was somewhat affected and consumed a lot of energy. However, it must be admitted that the golden light technique is truly powerful in terms of escaping. Once I'm strong enough, I'll definitely kill this giant black-scaled serpent demon. Yi Tian stopped hunting and returned directly to the East China Sea base market. Donghai base market. Yi Tian returned to the shop and sold the monster materials he had obtained. The materials from the bodies of more than a dozen demonic beasts only sold for a total of 680,000. However, this is only the harvest of one day. Some teams, with 5 or 6 practitioners of supernatural abilities, might not even earn this much in a day, and if divided among them, the earnings would be even less. After selling the materials, Yi Tian arrived at the East Sea Pavilion. I want the Fiery Eye Technique Inheritance Orb, Yi Tian said. The pretty employee quickly had someone bring over the Fire Eye Technique Inheritance Ball and then asked, "Sir, would you like the Clarity Elixir that comes with the Fire Eye Technique? It can heal eye injuries more quickly." Practicing the Fiery Eye Technique can easily injure the eyes, and most people will buy Qingming medicine to cure it. Unnecessary. Yi Tian refused. What a joke. He also knows the sea-level supernatural technique, hydrotherapy, and it's even at the perfect level. Its healing effect is far superior to that of the Clear Brightness Elixir. When the beautiful female employee saw that Yi Tian really didn't need the Qingming Elixir, she tried to recommend several other treatments, but Yi Tian refused them all. The Fire Eye Technique Inheritance Ball cost 600,000 yuan. After paying, Yi Tian left Donghai Pavilion directly. The area near the Donghai base market is the outskirts of Donghai City, where there are many abandoned houses and unfinished buildings. Yi Tian found a secluded spot and prepared to practice his Fiery Eye Technique there. Buzz. The contents of the Fire Eye Technique Inheritance flooded into his mind and soon came to a complete end. Then, he began to cultivate the art of enlightenment. This time, he plans to devour the essence of water-based innate abilities to boost his comprehension and cultivate the Fiery Eye Technique. Boom! Under the Enlightenment Technique, his comprehension skyrocketed, and taking advantage of this opportunity, he began to cultivate the Fiery Eye Technique. Even with the help of the Enlightenment Technique, he almost perfectly mastered the Fiery Eye Technique, but his fragile eyeballs still suffered damage. Hydrotherapy. A clear, soft light enveloped his entire body, focusing on his eyes. 1 second later, both eyes returned to normal. Afterwards, Yi Tian continued to practice the Fiery Eye Technique, and whenever he was injured, he would directly use the hydrotherapy technique to heal himself. In just a few minutes, Yi Tian mastered the fiery eye technique. The beginner-level fire eye technique can perceive a radius of 100 meters. However, if one is hidden underground, the perception effect will naturally be greatly reduced. Even if it's hidden several meters underground, it can still be detected. Small success. A great achievement. Yi Tian continued to cultivate the fiery eye technique, and by the time night fell, he had already cultivated it to its perfect state. The fiery eye technique at its perfect level is incredibly powerful, with a range of 500 meters, capable of detecting things up to 30 meters underground. Rest for the night, and if we go hunting monsters tomorrow, the harvest will definitely be plentiful. Yi Tian thought to himself. Chapter 12 First B Rank Extraordinary Ability. The next day. Maple Leaf Mountain Range. Yi Tian returned to this place, but this time he avoided the area where the black-scale giant serpent demon was located. Fire eye technique. Yi Tian's eyes emitted streaks of red light, a sign that he was using the fiery eye technique. Instantly, the area within a radius of 500 meters became the domain of the fire eye technique in his eyes. Somewhat like a humanoid infrared beam. However, the power of the fire eye technique is far superior to that of infrared light. A stone-armored demon was sleeping behind a rock more than 130 meters away. A blood earthworm demon is hiding 20 meters underground. Unfortunately, the blood earthworm demon is not very valuable, and it is located 20 meters underground, so it is not easy to kill. Yi Tian decided to take down the stone-armored demon first. The stone-armored demon is as solid as stone, making it difficult to spot from a distance. Moreover, the stone-armored demon likes to hide among a pile of rocks and then sleep, making it not easy to find. But the stone-armored demon is very valuable. Its shell material can be used to make combat clothing and even armor material. Its meat is delicious, and it is also a meat ingredient that many large hotels purchase in large quantities. The most precious item is the stone-armored demon's eyes, which are considered a rare and precious treasure. They can be used in medicine and can enhance the cultivation of Earth-type talent users. A complete level 1 stone-armored demon can sell for about 500,000, which is much more valuable than a Vajra ape. Wow! Yi Tian silently arrived beside the stone-armored demon, which was still sleeping. The stone-armored demon is indestructible, but its weakness is a gap at its neck, or its defenses are very weak. Sword Shadow Technique. The Sword Shadow Technique, at the perfect sea level, transformed into a beam of sword light, instantly severing the stone-armored demon's head along the gap in its neck. After killing the stone-armored demon, Yi Tian put its corpse into his storage bag. Continue the search for the monster. With the help of the fiery eye technique, he could easily find one demon beast after another, and in just one morning, he killed 15 demon beasts. At noon, after eating some barbecued monster meat, he continued his search for traces of monsters. He didn't return to the Donghai base market until after 5 p.m. Today's harvest was great, we made a total of 2.1 million yuan. Yi Tian was excited. At this rate of efficiency, how much money would you make in a month? Of course, the more you earn, the more you spend, and you still can't save any money. Sure enough, he quickly spent the money, mainly on purchasing wood-based materials. His purple gold bamboo has been exhausted and turned into waste, but his wood-type talent ability still hasn't been upgraded to grade B. He plans to purchase more high-end wood-based materials to upgrade his wood-based talent potential to grade B. In this way, he can cultivate B-level wood-type special techniques, which can greatly improve his strength. It was still Donghai Pavilion, where he bought a 1,000-year-old wood marrow, the size of a thumbnail, worth 1.5 million. Yi Tian bought it without hesitation. Then, he touched the pith of the 1,000-year-old wood. Wood power +1. Wood power +1. Gradually, his wood-type talent potential rapidly increased, reaching 99-100 in no time. Boom! His wood-type talent potential has increased from C level to B level, and his physical attributes have also improved significantly. Finally, a B-level talent ability. Yi Tian was excited. With his B-level talent ability, he can now cultivate B-level special techniques. It's very difficult to master a B-level supernatural ability. For example, Lin Xingya has a B-level water-based talent and potential, but she hasn't mastered a single B-level supernatural ability. It's impossible that she couldn't afford a B-grade supernatural ability, since Lin Xingya's parents are both very powerful and could easily afford a mere B-grade supernatural ability. However, when one's cultivation level is weak, it takes a long time to master a B-level supernatural technique, and B-level supernatural techniques consume too much supernatural power, so they may only be used once. Instead of doing that, it would be better to cultivate a few C-level supernatural arts, and then cultivate B-level supernatural arts when one's cultivation level reaches that of a supernatural arts master or even a supernatural arts grandmaster. Yi Tian wanted to cultivate B-level supernatural arts because he could use the enlightenment technique to boost his comprehension, making it easy for him to master B-level supernatural arts. Yi Tian browsed the prices of some B-level supernatural arts at the East Sea Pavilion, and they were all ridiculously expensive. For example, sea-level supernatural arts cost in the hundreds of thousands, but even the most basic B-level supernatural arts cost over 100,000, and slightly better B-level supernatural arts cost over 3 million. Now that I have the enlightenment technique, I don't need to cultivate ordinary B-level supernatural arts. I need top-tier B-level supernatural arts. Yi Tian soon had a target: the B-level wood-type supernatural technique, Hellwood Spikes. The Hellfire Wooden Spikes technique creates a series of sharp wooden spikes within a certain area, piercing enemies with precise force. It can be used for single target attacks or as a group attack, and once unleashed, it creates a scene resembling a wooden hell. That's why it got the name Hellwood Thorn technique. Hellwood spikes can be used in conjunction with woodvine techniques, creating a deadly finishing blow. Yi Tian thought to himself. Moreover, with such a B-level supernatural ability, he was no longer afraid of being surrounded. Of course, the Hellwood Thorn technique is also very expensive, costing 3.5 million. He won't be able to afford it for at least 2 more days. In the blink of an eye. 2 days passed, and Yi Tian successfully raised the money to buy the Hellwood Thorn technique. He then went to the East Sea Pavilion and purchased the Hellwood Thorn technique inheritance orb. After acquiring the Hellwood Thorn technique, Yi Tian began to use the enlightenment technique to cultivate it. This time, he began to devour the potential of his metal-type talent ability, consuming his C-level metal-type talent ability potential to the F level, but only managed to cultivate the Hellwood Thorn technique to a minor level. Hellwood Spike technique is indeed difficult to cultivate. It has wasted 1 C-level talent potential and only managed to cultivate it to the minor completion level. If I want to cultivate it to the major completion level, I'm afraid I'll have to consume all 5 talent potentials. Instead of continuing his cultivation, Yi Tian continued to purchase metal ores to restore his potential metal-type innate ability. Over the next few days, he used some of his innate potential to practice the Hellwood Thorn technique every day. Gradually, he mastered the Hellwood Thorn technique, but it would probably take several more days to reach the perfect level. He practiced various perfected extraordinary techniques time and time again, and his cultivation level increased rapidly. Currently, his cultivation has reached the peak of a beginner-level sorcerer, and it is estimated that he will break through to a mid-level sorcerer in the next day or 2. Zhang Xiao. Yi Tian was walking in the Donghai base market when he saw a familiar face: Zhang Xiao from Donghai No. 1 Middle School. Compared to before, Zhang Xiao now seems to have a sharper edge and a more powerful aura, but he still hasn't reached the level of an advanced sorcerer. Zhang Xiao also noticed Yi Tian, and he was immediately taken aback, not expecting to see Yi Tian here. Yi Tian didn't greet Zhang Xiao, since they weren't friends and had even had some minor conflicts. After Yi Tian left, Zhang Xiao's face turned gloomy. "Zhang Xiao, do you know that person?" a burly man next to Zhang Xiao asked. "Brother Lu, that guy was one of our students, a student in the water-type genius class. He was originally a good-for-nothing, but he found some rare treasures in the secret realm, which raised his F-level water-type talent potential to C-level, and he was lucky enough to get into the genius class," Zhang Xiao introduced. The man Zhang Xiao called Brother Lu was Lu Feng, a top-tier supernatural being signed by Dongshu Group in Donghai City. Because Zhang Xiao was valued by Dongshu Group, they sent 2 top-tier supernatural beings to bring Zhang Xiao to Maple Leaf Mountain Range to hone his skills. Their goal was to help Zhang Xiao increase his combat experience and, incidentally, help him break through his limitations to become a high-level sorcerer. Only by becoming a high-level practitioner of supernatural abilities can one guarantee admission to Donghai University. So you're just a piece of trash who uses rare and precious materials to enhance your innate talent potential. Lu Feng curled his lip, looking down on Yi Tian. It's said that even if such talented individuals obtain more rare and precious materials in the future, they won't be able to further enhance their talent potential, and their achievements will be limited in their lifetime. Compared to Zhang Xiao, who has B-level talent potential, you're not even worth mentioning. "Brother Lu, this guy has a grudge against me," Zhang Xiao said. Lu Feng immediately understood what it meant. He was just an ordinary employee of Dongshu Group, but Zhang Xiao was a genius signed by Dongshu Group. He was certain to become a sorcerer in the future and had the potential to become a master of sorcery. His status was far beyond what he could compare to. If he can build a good relationship with Zhang Xiao, it will be very helpful for his future. "Zhang Xiao, don't worry, I'll handle this matter properly," Lu Feng whispered. Brother Lu, we must make sure no one knows, and keep it as clean as possible, Zhang Xiao instructed. That's for sure. Lu Feng guarantees this. Chapter 13, Annihilation. As soon as Yi Tian left the Donghai base market, he sensed that someone was following him. Fire Eye Technique. Yi Tian's eyes glowed red, and everything within a radius of 500 meters was within his perception range. At this moment, he sensed a human figure hiding behind a large tree. Who is this? His fiery eyes technique could only see outlines, not a clear image like a camera, so he couldn't recognize the other person. But the fact that he was being followed like this suggests that there must be other motives. He continued forward, only to find that the other party was no longer hiding and was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. It's him! Yi Tian saw it clearly. The one following him was none other than Zhang Xiao's top-tier sorcerer. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feng had arrived. Yi Tian pretended to run away, and Lu Feng used an E-level supernatural technique, the Gale technique, a speed-type supernatural technique that allowed him to move quickly with the wind. At this time, Yi Tian had already concluded that Lu Feng was here to kill him, so there was no need to be polite. Just as the opponent approached, he instantly unleashed the Sword Shadow technique. Buzz! A sword shadow shot towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng was experienced in combat and reacted quickly, immediately casting the D-level wind-type magic wind armor on himself. However, he still underestimated Yi Tian's sword shadow technique. Puff! The wind armor was pierced, but the sword shadow technique did not dissipate, its force went straight through his shoulder. Just then, vines rose from the ground and began to entwine around them. Wooden vine technique. Lu Feng's face showed fear. This is clearly not an ordinary wooden vine technique, it must be a wooden vine technique at its perfect level. And the sword shadow technique just now must also be at its perfect level. To cultivate a C-level supernatural art to perfection is incredibly difficult. Only those who have specialized in a single supernatural art for over a decade have any hope of cultivating a C-level supernatural art to perfection. Otherwise, only an unparalleled genius could do it so easily. Even more terrifying is? According to the information, Yi Tian is a genius in the water-type class, but now he has used metal-type and wood-type special techniques, showing 3 kinds of innate abilities. Dual-type talent abilities are rare enough, let alone 3-type talent abilities. Moreover, even with 3 types of innate abilities, it is quite difficult to achieve anything significant in all 3. Most people specialize in one type and use the other types as secondary skills. But this doesn't seem to apply to Yi Tian. He had mastered the C-level wood-type magical technique, wood vine technique, and the C-level metal-type sword shadow technique, things he dared not even imagine. A peerless genius. Lu Feng was filled with regret at this moment. Why did he agree to Zhang Xiao's request to kill Yi Tian? Lu Feng tried to escape, but one of his arms and both legs were already entangled by the wooden vine technique. Just as he was about to cut down the wooden vines, Yi Tian had already activated a B-level wood-type special technique, Hellwood Spike technique. Hellfire Thorn technique, kill. One after another, extremely sharp wooden spikes emerged from the ground, all aimed at Lu Feng. Puff puff puff. Lu Feng's body was pierced through, and he died instantly. The combination of the wood vine technique and the Hellwood Spike technique is terrifying. A peak-level sorcerer was instantly killed. Yi Tian murmured. However, the consumption is also very high. His wood-type ability had been exhausted, but fortunately, his other 4 types of abilities were sufficient, so his combat power was still intact. Wow! Yi Tian approached Lu Feng, took his storage bag, and then used his earth elemental power to bury his body underground. I don't know this man. It must have been Zhang Xiao who ordered him to kill me. I didn't have any major conflict with Zhang Xiao, yet this guy is so vicious. He knew that Zhang Xiao was someone who absolutely could not be allowed to live. The key issue is that if Zhang Xiao leaks the news of Lu Feng's death to his Dongshu group, he will be in serious trouble. Dongshu group is not a small force, but a huge conglomerate with many talented individuals and even masters of supernatural abilities. We need to find Zhang Xiao and kill him. Whoosh! Yi Tian quickly returned to the Donghai base market. Why haven't we heard from Brother Lu yet? Zhang Xiao was getting impatient. Standing next to Zhang Xiao was another sorcerer wearing armor, Gao Yunchang, another top-level sorcerer sent by the Dongshu group to protect Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao, it's normal to have trouble getting in touch with someone in the wild due to poor signal, Gao Yunchang said. Let us go into the Maple Leaf Mountains too, maybe we can run into Brother Lu. Zhang Xiao suggested. Good. Gao Yunchang had no objections. Soon, they left the East China Sea base market and headed to the Maple Leaf Mountains for further training. Not long after they left the Donghai base market, Gao Yunchang felt a palpitation. "Get out of the way!" Gao Yunchang shouted. The next moment, a fireball flew over. Boom! The fireball exploded, sending Gao Yunchang flying and seriously injuring him. Zhang Xiao fared even worse, losing an arm in the explosion and falling to the ground, his fate unknown. At this point, Gao Yunchang no longer cared about Zhang Xiao and stood up, wanting to run away. This is no ordinary explosion technique, but an explosion technique at its perfect level. He simply couldn't handle such an enemy. Unexpected. A golden light flew in. This is a sea-level golden light technique. He was moving too fast, the person caught up with him in an instant. Wooden vine technique. One by one, the wooden vines wrapped around it. Gao Yunchang's expression changed drastically as he tried to dodge, but he was still entangled by a wooden vine. Sword shadow technique. As the sword flashed, Gao Yunchang unleashed his D-level metal-type supernatural technique, the golden arm technique. Instantly, his arms turned golden, like real golden arms, possessing extremely powerful defense and attack capabilities. However, even with the sword shadow technique at its peak, his D-level golden arm technique, at its minor completion stage, was still severed by a single sword strike. "Spare me!" Gao Yunchang begged for mercy. But Yi Tian remained unmoved. Soon, he used the sword shadow technique again. This time, Gao Yunchang was unable to withstand the attack and was beheaded by the sword shadow technique. Not far away, Zhang Xiao was still alive and had regained consciousness. He saw Gao Yunchang, who had been killed, and felt a chill run down his spine. What terrified him even more was that it was Yi Tian who killed Gao Yunchang. How can Yi Tian be so powerful? Zhang Xiao was dumbfounded. If he had known Yi Tian was so powerful, he wouldn't have dared to cause trouble for Yi Tian at all. In fact, the two didn't have any major conflicts. But it's too late to regret it now. Moreover, he finally understood why he couldn't get in touch with Brother Liu. Clearly, Brother Liu is dead. "Yi Tian, spare me. We're classmates from the same school." Zhang Xiao begged for mercy. However, he was met with yet another explosive attack. Boom! With an explosion, Zhang Xiao's body turned into a charred mess. "This place is too close to the Donghai base market, we must leave quickly." Yi Tian used his golden light technique to quickly leave. Not long after Yi Tian left, a group of sorcerer guards appeared. They are supernatural beings who maintain the market of the East China Sea base. They belong to the East China Sea Supernatural Abilities Association, which is an official organization. They surveyed their surroundings and gathered information. The deceased were two people, one a peak-level sorcerer and the other a mid-level sorcerer. The murderer should be 3 sorcerers, 1 fire-type sorcerer, 1 wood-type sorcerer, and 1 metal-type sorcerer. Preliminary judgment is that the murderer is a sorcerer, at least a high-level sorcerer or even a peak sorcerer. After they registered some information, that was the end of it. Unless they are caught red-handed, such incidents are classified as revenge killings and are ignored by the authorities. After all, outside of Donghai City, battles between practitioners of supernatural abilities are all too common. This time, I was too close to the Donghai base market and I heard the explosion, so I rushed over. Then, they took the body back to the East China Sea base market, where they would then identify the person and notify their family or the forces behind them. Far away, Yi Tian was in a very good mood after dispelling the golden light spell. Moreover, he had a clear understanding of his own strength, namely that killing ordinary peak-level sorcerers was very easy. Perhaps it won't be long before he possesses strength comparable to a sorcerer. Chapter 14: The Mysterious Water Cloning Technique. For the next few days, Yi Tian hunted monsters in the Maple Leaf Mountains. A few days later, Dongshu Group sent several sorcerers over, but they left after only half a day. Yi Tian knew he couldn't be exposed, since no one would believe that a senior high school student could easily kill 2 peak-level supernatural beings. 5 days after killing Zhang Xiao, Yi Tian's cultivation level reached the intermediate level of a sorcerer. Not only that, he also mastered the B-rank Hellwood Spike technique to perfection. A B-level extraordinary technique at its perfect state is enough to rapidly improve Yi Tian's cultivation. Moreover, Yi Tian is also preparing to save money to buy better 5 elements materials so that he can develop a second B-level talent ability. He estimated that about 3 million yuan would be enough to buy enough materials to upgrade his talent potential from C-level to B-level, but if he wanted to upgrade quickly, he would need to raise at least 10 million yuan to buy top-tier materials. Yi Tian didn't want to slowly improve his talent and superpower potential, as that might take half a month. So he saved up money to buy top-grade materials even more premium than 1,000-year-old wood marrow. He can now earn 2 to 3 million yuan a day, and he can raise 10 million yuan in just a few days. This day, Yi Tian arrived at Donghai Pavilion with 10 million yuan to purchase top-grade earth-based material Shirong. Breath-like soil is considered a rare and precious material, with an extremely high value. 1 kilogram of it is worth approximately 5 million yuan. Yi Tian bought 2 kilograms of Shirong in one go, spending 10 million yuan. Moreover, he used anonymous cards at the Donghai base market, and each time he disguised himself to buy materials, so his identity would not be exposed. Unless Donghai Pavilion specifically investigates him, but with such a huge power as Donghai Pavilion, a mere 10 million is just a small amount of money in their eyes, nothing at all, so it's impossible for them to investigate him. The breath of earth. Yi Tian touched it, and prompts kept appearing. Earth power +1. Earth power +1. Earth power +1. As expected of top-tier earth elemental materials, I estimate that it will only take 1 day for me to raise my earth elemental talent potential to B level. Yi Tian exclaimed excitedly. 1 day later, Yi Tian's earth-type talent potential has been successfully upgraded to grade B. So he immediately went to Donghai Pavilion to buy B-level supernatural abilities. He already had a choice regarding the B-rank earth-type special technique, the Earth Escape technique. The art of burrowing underground is a unique skill that allows people to move freely underground. Although it has little combat power, it is extremely useful. For example, if you encounter a powerful enemy and are not as fast as someone else, you can use the Earth Escape technique to escape. Currently, the only way to break the Earth is through immense power, directly shattering the Earth, or through the Earth's counter technique of pointing to the Earth to create steel, or by using the Earth itself. Otherwise, it is very difficult to break. Therefore, Yi Tian was extremely eager for the technique of Earth. The price of the Earth Escape technique is 5 million, which is much more expensive than a typical B-level supernatural technique. However, Yi Tian can still barely afford it now. Soon, he came out of the East Sea Pavilion, having successfully purchased the Earth Escape technique. I have already mastered the Hellwood Spike technique to perfection. This time, I will use my wood-type talent potential to cultivate the Enlightenment technique. Then, he began cultivating the Enlightenment technique, absorbing the potential of a B-grade wood-type talent. This was also the first time he had used up his B-grade talent potential. Boom! His comprehension, far exceeding that of the past, erupted, making it much easier for Yi Tian to cultivate the Earth Escape technique. During this training process, the potential of the B-level wood-type talent gradually decreased to C level, D level, and even E level, eventually falling to F level talent potential. I'm almost at the perfect level of the Earth Escape technique. Yi Tian was pleasantly surprised. As expected of a B-grade talent ability potential, if 2 more B-grade talent ability potentials are consumed, the Earth Escape technique should be able to reach the perfect state. 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yi Tian's Earth had reached its perfect state. The beginner level of Earth Escape technique can only penetrate 5 meters underground, while the master level can penetrate 100 meters underground and move incredibly fast underground, no less than on land. After that, he began preparing to cultivate his third B-level talent ability potential. In just a few days, Yi Tian raised enough money to buy a top-grade water-based material jade crystal, worth more than 6 million. After purchasing this water-based material, he successfully upgraded his water-based talent potential from grade C to grade B in just 1.5 days. At this moment, Yi Tian did not hesitate to purchase a B-grade water-based supernatural technique that he had long coveted, water clone. The water clone technique, a rank B technique, creates a water clone once it is used. A beginner-level water clone is like a water clone, which is easy to recognize. However, a perfect water clone, as long as it is not in combat, is almost indistinguishable from a real person. The key is that water clones can also blend into the water, making them the most inconspicuous method and very difficult to detect. If Yi Tian couldn't swim, he could use water clones to cover himself and move freely in the water, which was very convenient. Even going to the seabed will not be affected. Moreover, the water clone can also use water-based special techniques and possess a certain combat ability. Like a water clone at the state of perfection, it can move freely within a range of 1 kilometer. If you are unable to leave due to other matters, you can use the water cloning technique to create a water clone to help you with your tasks. Under normal circumstances, a water clone can remain intact for 1 hour without disintegrating. Yi Tian naturally wanted to learn such a miraculous water body technique. The water cloaking technique isn't cheap either, costing 4 million yuan. After Yi Tian raised the money, he bought it immediately. After that, he spent 3 days successfully cultivating the water cloaking technique to perfection. Water clone. Buzz. A water clone appeared, looking almost exactly like Yi Tian, but he could change the appearance of the water clone. With a thought, his water clone transformed into Zhang Xiao. However, the image of Lin Qingya appeared in his mind. At this moment, the water clone actually transformed into Lin Qingya. Wow, you can even turn into a woman. As Yi Tian gazed at the lifelike water clone of Lin Qingya, his body involuntarily reacted. After all, his water clone was a perfect water clone, exactly the same as a human, except that its internal structure was different from that of a human. Then he checked it. Omega? It's so moisturizing, as smooth as water. No, this is water. Yi Tian wasn't too despicable. He quickly changed the appearance of his water clone into his own and then dispelled the water clone. If a pervert were to master a perfected water clone, what would he do? He thought of the doll after all. It had a certain degree of resilience and wasn't something that would fall apart at the slightest touch. Furthermore, the water clones can change their appearance at will, so one is equivalent to multiple clones. It's a pity that the water clone technique is a B-level supernatural skill, and it's extremely difficult to cultivate. The cultivation threshold is too high. Otherwise, it would definitely be popular throughout the entire Xia kingdom. No, it would be popular throughout the entire world. I wonder who created such a supernatural skill. Yi Tian murmured. Time flies, and another half-month has passed. With only a month and a half left until the college entrance examination, Yi Tian, who had been constantly practicing various supernatural arts, successfully raised his cultivation to the advanced supernatural arts practitioner level today. At this rate of cultivation, it would be extremely easy to raise one's cultivation to the peak level of a supernatural being before the college entrance examination. Chapter 15 Altar Report. In the past 2 weeks, Yi Tian has upgraded one of his innate abilities from C level to B level, and has also mastered a B level technique called turning the earth into steel, a B level metal type technique that is specifically designed to counter earth. Earth is a type of magic that can be used to create metal objects. Having already mastered the earth escape technique, Yi Tian naturally wanted to master this technique of turning earth into steel. To the southwest of the Donghai base market, there is a large river, the Donglan River. The end of this river is the sea, and the rolling waters of the river flow into the sea. There are some monsters in the Donglan River, but those with special abilities rarely provoke them. After all, apart from water-type ability users, other ability users would find it difficult to defeat monsters of the same level in water. Especially those with fire and earth elemental talents will be completely countered and might not even be able to defeat a monster of a lower rank. These days, Yi Tian enjoys hunting monsters in the Donglan River, and the price of aquatic monsters is very high, which has made him a lot of money. This day, Yi Tian arrived at the Donglan River again and used his water clone technique. Buzz. The water clone entered the Donglan River silently and without a trace, making it impossible to see the clone merging into it. Then, his water clones searched for traces of the monster within a kilometer radius. Originally, Yi Tian was merely hunting monsters in the Donglan River, but he unexpectedly discovered an unexpected situation. A water-type ability user is hunting monsters in the Donglan River, killing and taking away the water-type monsters one by one. This was originally a very simple matter, but strangely, this water-type talent user even wanted the corpse of a level 1 early-stage demon beast, not letting go of the corpse of a single water-type demon beast. This is not normal. This water-type talent user is incredibly powerful. He's probably a sorcerer, and not just any sorcerer. A talent user this strong would never stoop to the level 1 early-stage water-type monster's corpse, Yi Tian thought to himself. So he followed this sorcerer. Soon, the other party came ashore and sneaked into a dense forest not far away. However, Yi Tian's avatar made it inconvenient for him to continue tracking. I'll use my Earth is a technique used in Chinese web-based communication to go over and see what this guy is up to. Then, he used his Earth to move underground, and his Fire Eye technique to spy on the situation above ground. Not long after, he found the sorcerer again. At this moment, Yi Tian sensed that there were more than a dozen gifted superhumans here. One of them had an incredibly terrifying aura, and Yi Tian only dared to glance at him once with his Fire Eye technique, not daring to keep observing him for long. He used his Earth as a technique used to burrow underground to a place only 1 meter above the ground, a little distance away from those people. With his earth elemental innate ability, he could hear their conversation even from a meter below the ground, though it wasn't very clear. Lord Bloodclaw, this is the corpse of a water-type demon beast that I obtained. Put them on the altar. You'll have to work hard these next few days to hunt down more monsters. Those guys in Donghai City are still looking for us. To avoid being exposed, we have no choice but to offer these aquatic monsters as sacrifices to the great evil god. As long as the evil god can grant me even a sliver of power, I am confident that I can break through to the level of a grandmaster of supernatural arts. When that time comes, I will definitely take my revenge on them. Yes, Lord Bloodclaw. Yi Tian was shocked when he heard the group's conversation. An evil god. He had a rough idea of who these people were. He is a member of the Evil God Society, and this Bloodclaw Master should be the top-level supernatural master of the Evil God Society who has been making headlines in Donghai City recently. It is said that this top-level supernatural master has killed several supernatural masters and is being hunted down by the Donghai City Supernatural Abilities Association. Now, however, he wants to use a ritual to sacrifice to an evil god to obtain the power of the evil god and break through to the level of a supernatural master. Yi Tian didn't want a master of supernatural arts from the Evil God Society to be born in Donghai City, otherwise it would bring a lot of trouble to Donghai City, and might even affect him. We must stop them. Yi Tian had this idea. But with his strength, he was naturally no match for a top-tier master of supernatural arts. The opponent could easily kill him with a single supernatural technique. After much thought, he realized there was only one way to stop the members of the Evil God Society. Report. He plans to report these members of the Evil God Society to the Donghai City Supernatural Abilities Association. The Supernatural Abilities Association is taking this matter very seriously, and even if they don't quite believe his report, they will still send a top-level supernatural master to take a look. The altar here cannot be moved, it will inevitably be exposed eventually. It's settled then. Donghai City, Superpower Association Building. A middle-aged man dressed in black casual clothes, wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses walked in. He is Yi Tian's water incarnation. Although he came to report something, he wouldn't be foolish enough to come in person, as that would expose his identity. What if the news leaks out one day and the evil god comes after him? Therefore, he concealed his identity, disguised himself as a water spirit, and changed his appearance to report the crime. After entering the Superpower Association building, he directly barged into an area where non-members were prohibited from entering. He was immediately intercepted by several practitioners of supernatural abilities. You are not allowed to go in here. One of the psychics from the Psychic Association said. I discovered traces of the Bloodclaw clan of the evil god. Yi Tian revealed. The supernatural practitioners of the Supernatural Abilities Association were taken aback upon hearing this. Any news about the Evil God Society is major news. They don't know if Yi Tian is telling the truth, but they can't guarantee that he's lying either. So they immediately notified a master of supernatural abilities at the Supernatural Abilities Association. A dozen seconds later, a woman appeared in front of Yi Tian. The woman was wearing a close-fitting battlesuit and looked to be only in her early 20s, but masters of supernatural arts have a much longer lifespan than ordinary people, so one cannot judge their age by their appearance. Master Lu Xin. Several practitioners of supernatural abilities said respectfully. Lu Xin nodded slightly, then fixed her gaze on Yi Tian. Water-based sorcerer, you say you have tracked down the Bloodclaw of the Evil God Society? Yes. Yi Tian revealed directly, Bloodclaw is setting up an altar in the wild, using the corpses of water-type demonic beasts as sacrifices. I don't know if there are any other sacrifices. In short, he plans to use the sacrificial formation to summon an evil god and use a trace of the evil god's power to break through to the Grandmaster realm of supernatural arts. Sacrifice formation. Lu Xion's expression changed. He had heard of such sacrificial formations, but they all required a heavy price to pay, and it was impossible for them to only require the corpses of some aquatic monsters. Those monster corpses were at most the basic requirement for the sacrificial formation. Even for the Evil God Society, the price to pay for summoning an evil god is very high. At least some practitioners of supernatural arts must be sacrificed, and extremely precious sacrificial items, such as rare and precious materials, must be offered, otherwise, the evil god will not descend. Where is it? Lu Xian began to believe Yi Tian's words. Yi Tian told him the location of the altar, and then prepared to leave. But Lu Xian naturally wouldn't allow Yi Tian to leave. Stop right there. You can't leave now. Lu Xian tried to grab Yi Tian. However, Whoosh! Yi Tian's body dissolved into a pool of water, leaving only a few pieces of clothing behind. Water clone. Everyone was stunned. Even Lu Xian didn't realize that this was a water clone. A perfected water clone. Lu Xian had heard that once the B-level supernatural technique, water clone, was cultivated to perfection, it could condense a water clone that looked just like a real person, but it would be exposed in battle. However, if there is no battle, even a grandmaster would find it difficult to see through. Moreover, at the perfected state, the water avatar can transform into various appearances, sometimes male, sometimes female, and its true form remains completely unknown. Chapter 16:6 Dark Stones. Top floor of the headquarters building of the Superpower Association in Donghai City. Lu Xian arrived here and met with Tai Shi, the vice president of the Superpower Association. Ironstone is one of the masters of supernatural abilities in the Supernatural Abilities Association, and a metal-type talent user. Vice President, a practitioner of supernatural abilities, just reported that he discovered traces of the blood claw of the Evil God Society. He even provided a specific location. I tried to detain him, but it turned out he was a water clone, Lu Xian reported. Water clone? Could it be a state of perfection? Ironstone was surprised. Yes. Lu Xian nodded. Being able to cultivate a water clone undoubtedly means being a B-level water-type talent ability user. Moreover, being able to cultivate the water clone to the perfect level is definitely not something that a mere practitioner of supernatural arts could do. They must be hiding their cultivation aura, possibly a master of supernatural arts, Tai Shi guessed. Vice President, is the information they provided true? Lu Xian was unsure about the veracity of the information. Tai Shi said calmly, it's very likely true, but they don't want to reveal their identities. How about this, I'll personally lead the team to that place, and you'll come with me? Yes, Vice President. Lu Xian replied. After reporting it, Yi Tian left Donghai City and headed to the Evil God Society's altar. He came here to see what was going on. He believed that the strong members of the Superpower Association would definitely come here, unless the Superpower Association was a fool. The Superpower Association was very efficient, and Ironstone and his group were also very fast. When Yi Tian arrived, Tai Shi and the others also arrived. In a dense forest near the Donglan River, an altar sits. Bloodclaw, a master of supernatural arts, and several members of the Evil God Society are busy making preparations here. Suddenly, Bloodclaw's expression changed, and he looked into the distance. Whoosh! A figure stood in the void, looking down. Ironstone. Bloodclaw naturally recognized Ironstone, who was a master of supernatural arts in Donghai City, a true master-level expert. Even the most powerful master of supernatural arts is still unimaginably far behind a grandmaster of supernatural arts. I didn't expect Bloodclaw to actually be here. Tai Shi smiled. Capturing so many members of the Evil God Society is a great achievement. Escape! With a wave of his hand, Bloodclaw took away the 6 black stones from the altar, and then used the forbidden technique Blood Escape Technique. This is a forbidden water-based technique that comes at the cost of burning blood and life force. Each use consumes 3 years of one's lifespan and has significant side effects. But in order to escape, let alone 3 years of lifespan, even 30 years of lifespan would have to be consumed. Wow! Under the blood escape technique, the speed of the blood claw increased many times over. Blood escape technique, it's a pity you haven't mastered it. If it were at the great perfection level, you could easily escape. Unfortunately, your blood escape technique is only at the minor perfection level. Ironstone used his golden light technique to chase after Bloodclaw. As for these members of the Evil God Society, they can be dealt with by Lu Xian and the others. A streak of blood and a streak of golden light drew ever closer. Although Tieshir's golden light technique has not reached perfection, it is still at the level of great mastery. Moreover, he was a master of supernatural arts and quickly caught up with Bloodclaw. The Iron Prison. A prison covered Bloodclaw and kept shrinking, trying to capture Bloodclaw alive. Bloodclaw, naturally unwilling to be captured alive, took out a blood-red claw from his storage ring. He has the code name Bloodclaw, and it wasn't given randomly, it's because he possesses this one Bloodclaw. In an instant, the blood-red claw merged into the Bloodclaw's hand, and the two became one. Then, with a single claw strike, it tore the iron prison apart and escaped. But at that moment, Tai Shi unleashed a B-rank metal-type special technique, the slicing technique. The effect of this B-rank supernatural technique is that it is fast and incredibly sharp, capable of cutting through anything tough. Puff! The slashing technique transformed into a golden light, directly severing the blood-red claws of the Bloodclaw. Ah! Bloodclaw screamed in agony. He was powerless to resist a master of supernatural arts. However, by this time, he had already escaped to the banks of the Donglan River. Donglan River. Taisher's expression changed. If Bloodclaw really escaped into the Donglan River, he really wouldn't be able to do anything about it. After all, Bloodclaw is a master of water-based magic, while he is a grandmaster of metal-based magic. They are not suited to fighting in water, let alone tracking a master of water-based magic. We can't capture him alive, we have no choice but to kill him. Taisher unleashed another B-rank extraordinary technique 1000 edge kill. Puff! A beam of silvery white light pierced through Bloodclaw's heart, and Bloodclaw was only a step away from the surface of the Donglan River. Whoosh! Bloodclaw plunged into the Donglan River, where it was swept away by the churning waters and submerged. Ironstone landed on the river surface, aimed carefully, and condensed into a large golden hand, directly grabbing the corpse of Bloodclaw. But upon looking at it, he frowned slightly. Wait, where's Bloodclaw's storage ring? Bloodclaw clearly had a storage ring on his left hand, but now it was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that Bloodclaw threw his storage ring into the Donglan River before he died? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Taisher dived into the Donglan River, attempting to find the storage ring. However, after searching around, he found no trace of it. In this situation, it's almost impossible for him to do it. What a pity! He wasn't regretting the storage ring, as storage ring only costs tens of millions. As a master of supernatural arts, he doesn't need those tens of millions. What pained him was the 6 dark stones. The dark stone is a top-tier treasure of the dark element. Bloodclaw probably intended to use 6 dark stones as a sacrifice to the evil god in exchange for a sliver of the evil god's power, thereby attempting to break through to the Grandmaster level of supernatural arts. Each dark stone is worth hundreds of millions, so 6 of them would be worth 600 million. He doesn't care about tens of millions, but he cares about 600 million. Then, Ironstone left with Bloodclaw's corpse. Yi Tian was staying in an underground location 800 meters away from here. He quickly left the place using his Earth. Earth is a type of magic that allows one to escape from the Earth, and only after he had gone a long way did he reach the riverbank. Wow! The water clone emerged from the Donglan River, extending one hand with a storage ring in its palm. I'm really lucky this time. He had been watching the show, and when he saw Bloodclaw fleeing towards the Donglan River, his water clone hid in the Donglan River. Just then, he saw Bloodclaw killed and fall into the river. He seized the opportunity and had his water clone quickly take Bloodclaw's storage ring without anyone noticing. A permanent storage ring, a treasure of space. With this, I won't need a storage bag anymore. This storage ring alone is worth at least 30 million, and it's priceless. This is because spatial treasures are very rare, and even money can't guarantee you can buy them. Yi Tian quickly left the area and returned to his home in Donghai City. He then took out his storage ring and slowly refined it by dripping blood onto it. Then, he took out the items from his storage ring. There's quite a lot of stuff. Yi Tian sorted through them one by one until he touched the 6 dark stones. Dark power +1. Dark power +1. Dark power +1. Such a fast absorption speed. This is a dark element material. In the blink of an eye, he awakened an F-level dark type talent ability. Moreover, the F-rank dark talent ability is still rapidly absorbing dark power, and it is estimated that it will only take a few minutes to upgrade the F-rank dark talent ability to E rank. Sure enough, a few minutes later, his dark type talent ability had reached level E. Half an hour later, his dark type talent ability reached level D. More than 3 hours later, his dark type talent ability reached level C. At this rate, his dark type talent ability could reach level B in at most 10 hours. Perhaps this stone can help me upgrade my dark type talent to a level. This wasn't the most shocking thing for Yi Tian. What shocked him the most was that the stone hadn't been used up much at all. In other words, this stone will last him a long time. Then, he searched online for information about dark materials and eventually found out the origin of the stone. Dark stone. Moreover, according to online descriptions, this dark stone is worth about 100 million, and he owns a total of 6 of them. Chapter 17. The college entrance examination is coming. Besides the dark stone, Bloodclaw's storage ring contained many other valuable items, but also some evil ones that should never be kept or sold. He planned to use his Earth, a technique that allows one to burrow underground to teleport to a location 100 meters underground, which would solve the problem. Yi Tian was quite satisfied with finding the secret manual of dark magic. Dark magic is rare and expensive. However, Bloodclaw obtained a dark book that recorded some dark magic techniques, including an A-level dark magic technique and a B-level dark magic technique. The B-rank dark magic is the Dark Spear, which is considered top tier among B-rank magics and possesses terrifying attack power. The A-rank dark magic is the Dark Curtain. Once unleashed, it creates a black curtain, plunging the enemy into darkness and suppressing their strength. It can even be used to seal off the void and restrict low-level spatial magic. A-grade magical arts are worth tens of millions, and they are only inheritance orbs, which are not allowed to be spread, otherwise the consequences would be severe. But this A-grade dark magical art was obtained by accident, and I can even sell it. Its value is more than tens of millions. Yi Tian was in a great mood. He plans to raise his dark-type talent potential to a level, and then cultivate the two dark-type supernatural arts, Dark Spear and Dark Sky Curtain. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yi Tian's potential for dark-type talent and ability has been raised to a level. He then began to cultivate the Dark Spear using the Enlightenment technique. In just over a day, he successfully cultivated the Dark Spear to perfection. However, since his other talents and abilities have been reduced, he still needs to spend some money to buy materials to restore them. Therefore, Dark Sky is not in a hurry to cultivate. In the days that followed, Yi Tian diligently cultivated the Dark Sky Curtain, and his cultivation level rapidly improved. Finally, with only half a month left before the college entrance examination, he achieved his goal of reaching the peak of the supernatural arts realm. Moreover, he also mastered the A-level technique, Dark Sky Curtain, to a high level. The Dark Canopy truly lives up to its reputation as an A-level supernatural ability. It consumes the potential of a B-level talent, making it somewhat difficult to quickly cultivate it to its perfect state. However, cultivating it to its perfect state before the college entrance examination should not be too difficult. At last, Yi Tian wiped away the dark aura from the Black Scale Giant Serpent Demon's wounds to prevent it from corroding the Black Scale Giant Serpent Demon's flesh and blood before storing it in his storage ring. Next, he cleared out some more monsters before leaving Maple Leaf Mountain Range. Donghai Base Market. Yi Tian sold all the demon beasts, including the Black Scale Giant Serpent Demon, which sold for a whopping 1.5 million yuan. The main reason for its high price is the enormous size of the Black Scale Giant Serpent Demon and the abundance of usable body materials. And Yi Tian also sold off some of the normal items in the Bloodclaw storage ring little by little, and now he has sold off most of them. Currently, he still has more than 20 million yuan in savings. Unfortunately, the materials that can upgrade my other talents and abilities to a level are extremely rare, and money can't buy them. Yi Tian sighed. Not only are the materials hard to buy, but even A-level special techniques are unavailable. Donghai Pavilion does not sell A-level supernatural arts. It seems that the highest level of supernatural arts that ordinary people can access is B-level, and the highest level materials are also of this level. I'm back. Yi Tian returned home. There were still 2 weeks left before the college entrance examination. I also need to continue practicing my supernatural arts for the next 2 weeks. But then he discovered a problem. His supernatural abilities were all incredibly powerful, either A-level or B-level. Extraordinary techniques need to be used repeatedly to enhance their power and improve one's cultivation level. The process of using it will undoubtedly cause damage and impact. Previously, he often practiced supernatural arts in the wild, and there weren't any major problems. But if you're at home, the darkness alone would be enough to cover the entire building, and people would probably report you for it. Therefore, I must find a safe place to practice my supernatural arts. Underground. Yi Tian had an idea. He could easily set up a small base underground and cultivate there, which would be very discreet. They use burrowing techniques to enter and exit the small base, so they won't be detected. Then, he dug a small space 100 meters underground in a nearby park. With his earth-based supernatural power, digging small spaces is easy for him. He quickly dug out a relatively large space. However, this space is unstable and can easily collapse. Therefore, he also learned a D-level earth-based supernatural skill mud and stone technique. This supernatural skill can form a special kind of mud and stone, and many earth-based supernatural ability users who work in dry construction know this earth-based supernatural skill. For Yi Tian, a mere D-level earth-based technique was far too easy, and he quickly mastered it to perfection. The advantage of mudstone magic is that it can solidify quickly. Before long, he had solidified the walls of the small base and created some stone pillars to support it. After more than a day of renovation, the small underground base was completed. That's fine. You can cultivate here now without attracting attention from the outside world. Time passed day by day. Just 6 days before the college entrance examination, Yi finally mastered the A-level dark magic dark sky curtain to perfection. His cultivation level had reached the limit of a peak magician, and he was ready to challenge the level of a magician master at any time. Donghai No. 1 Middle School. Yi Tian returned, and by then all the students who had asked for leave had also returned. With only 3 days left until the college entrance examination, there's no need to keep pushing. At this time, almost all the students in the Water Element Genius class had broken through to the level of a pseudo-artist, with only a few still at the peak of the pseudo-artist apprentice level. Aside from Yi Tian, the person with the highest cultivation level in the class should be Lin Xingya, who has already reached the advanced level of a supernatural being. If nothing unexpected happens, she should have no problem getting into Donghai University, one of the top 10 supernatural universities in China. However, the location and format of the college entrance examination vary every year. To prevent cheating, the specific procedures for the college entrance examination are usually announced only on the last day. Before we knew it, the last day arrived. The teachers announced the assessment method for this year's college entrance examination. Real-world application. The location is in the F6 secret realm of Donghai City. Chapter 18 Level 2 Peak Monster Earth Armor Dragon. The F6 secret realm is somewhat special. It belongs to the illusion realm. In other words, even if you are killed inside the secret realm, it is not a true death. At most, you will be weakened for a while due to the depletion of your mental energy. This kind of secret realm is most suitable for practical assessment. I used this secret realm a few years ago, and I used it again this year. After official modifications, this secret realm is divided into 3 major areas: the outer perimeter, the inner perimeter, and the core. The outer perimeter is filled with ferocious beasts or near demonic beasts, an area prepared for apprentices learning supernatural arts. The inner perimeter is the activity range of level 1 demonic beasts, and the core area is entirely inhabited by level 2 demonic beasts. Initially, everyone was in the outer area, and any student could go to the inner and core areas without any restrictions. The assessment lasts for 12 hours, and the assessment results will be terminated once the time is up. Of course, if you are killed in the F6 secret realm, you will be eliminated early. Therefore, if one is unlucky, even a top-tier sorcerer might not be able to get into university. Of course, most practitioners of supernatural abilities will kill some ferocious beasts or near monsters on the outer perimeter to obtain a minimum score before entering the inner area. Even if you're unlucky enough to encounter a powerful level 1 monster and get eliminated, you can still get into a university specializing in superpowers. Having learned about the assessment methods for the college entrance examination, Yi Tian felt more confident. The next day. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. All students arrived at school on time and then headed to the F6 secret realm under the guidance of their teachers. When Yi Tian arrived, he saw a huge crowd of students. Donghai City has more than just Donghai No. 1 High School. There are also Donghai No. 3 High School, Donghai No. 6 High School, Donghai No. 9 High School, Donghai No. 13 High School, Yari High School, and many other high schools. Each school has hundreds or even thousands of students with special abilities. It's easy to imagine how many gifted students with special abilities there are in the entire Donghai City. However, the F6 secret realm is very large. It can accommodate even 10 times more students. At 8 o'clock, the time arrived. The F6 secret realm has opened, and a large number of students have flocked into it. Yi Tian went in as well. After entering, Yi Tian discovered a small camp at the exit of the secret realm. Each person could receive an illusion bracelet, which could absorb information and automatically record any monsters killed. If 2 people kill a monster together, the bracelets can also be used to distribute points. At 9 o'clock in the morning, everything was ready and the college entrance examination officially began. At this point, everyone left the secret realm camp. In the blink of an eye, so many students gradually disappeared. The outer perimeter of the secret realm is not very interesting. Killing those ferocious beasts and quasi-demonic beasts will not earn you many points. Go directly to the inner perimeter to kill some demonic beasts to get the minimum points needed to enter Donghai University, and then enter the core area. Yi Tian ran for a distance and, seeing that no one was around, used his golden light technique to head to the inner area. Soon, it was as if he had passed through a barrier. We've arrived at the inner perimeter. Not long after he entered, he encountered a level 1 early stage demonic beast, a blood wolf. This is a very common type of level 1 demon beast, and its strength is not particularly great. Upon seeing Yi Tian, the blood wolf pounced on him. Yi Tian casually pointed, and the golden needle technique was unleashed. Puff! Blood wolf's head was pierced directly by the golden needle technique, killing him instantly. After the blood wolf died, it turned into mist and dissipated, returning to the secret realm. He looked at his illusion bracelet, which displayed a score of 10. This means he has earned 10 points. Next, he killed one level 1 demon beast after another. Even peak level 1 demon beasts were instantly killed by him. Moreover, his fiery eye technique can help him find even more monsters. In just 1 hour, he reached 1000 points, and he knew very well what that meant. 1 point represents 1 point. Last year, the admission score for Tunghai University was only 850 points. As long as you get 850 points, you can enter Tunghai University. Even if I'm eliminated now, I can still get into Donghai University. Yi Tian said with a smile. If he wanted to, he could even help other students easily get into Tunghai University. However, doing so is not a good thing, but rather a bad thing. If you don't have enough strength, getting into a university like Donghai University, which is full of supernatural abilities, would actually be a bad thing. It's like playing a game. If you use cheats to get into a high-level match, and then the cheats are gone, wouldn't that be suicide? Time to head to the core area. Yi Tian used the golden light technique to advance quickly, and soon entered the core area. The monsters in the core area are all level 2 monsters, with strength comparable to that of a sorcerer. Yi Tian wanted to see what level he could reach with his own strength. Soon, he encountered a mid-level level 2 demonic beast, a grizzly bear, whose strength was roughly comparable to a mid-level sorcerer. Wooden vine technique. The wooden vines wrapped around the clumsy grizzly bear, and then the B-level wood-type magic hellwood spikes was used. Puff puff puff. Grizzly was pierced through and died quickly, but his score increased by 200 points, which means that killing a mid-level level 2 monster can earn 200 points. Even mid-level level 2 demonic beasts are very weak to me. I can kill them with a flick of my wrist. Yi Tian continued his search for level 2 demonic beasts. There aren't many level 2 demonic beasts in the core area. After all, it's rare for a gifted superhuman to raise their cultivation to the level of a sorcerer in their senior year of high school, so there's no need to arrange so many level 2 demonic beasts in the core area. As time passed, one level 2 demonic beast after another died at Yi Tian's hands, and his points continued to skyrocket. 2,000 points. 3,000 points. 4,000 points. Before we knew it, 6 hours had passed, and there were only 6 hours left until the end of the college entrance examination. At this point, his score had reached 8,000 points. Another level 2 demonic beast. He arrived at the very heart of the core area and discovered a level 2 peak demonic beast, the Earth Armor Dragon. The Earth Armor Dragon is a peak level 2 demon beast with the potential of a B-grade bloodline. It has extremely strong defense and terrifying strength, and also possesses several Earth-type innate special abilities. This Earth Armored Dragon should be the most powerful monster in the core area. As the Earth Armored Dragon approached, Yi Tian felt a slight sense of pressure. He wasn't sure if he could handle the Earthen Armored Dragon, but he had to give it a try. Whoosh! The Earth Armored Dragon suddenly disappeared. It's an Earth is a type of magic that allows one to burrow underground. He remembered that one of the Earth Armored Dragon's special abilities was the ability to burrow underground. Fire Eye Technique. Yi Tian activated this strange technique, locked onto the location of the Earth Armored Dragon, and then pointed at it. The technique of turning earth into steel. In the blink of an eye, the soil where the underground Earthen Armored Dragon was located turned into steel, and the steel kept squeezing, trying to crush the Earthen Armored Dragon. However, the Earth Armored Dragon's power was too terrifying. It broke through the steel forging technique and burst out from underground. Immediately afterwards, the Earth Armored Dragon developed layers of thick armor all over its body, transforming into the Armored Earth Dragon. This wasn't a transformation, but rather the use of a unique innate skill Earth Armor technique. Yi Tian also knows the Earth Armor technique and the Earth Escape technique, and his innate special skills are even higher than those of the Earth Armor Dragon. However, the latter's cultivation level is better, and he is a whole realm higher. Dark Spear. Yi Tian used this Dark Type B-level supernatural technique. A dark spear materialized and struck the Earth Armored Dragon. However, the Earth Armored Dragon's cultivation level was too high. Even the dark spear, which was at the perfect level, only shattered one of its scales. This injury was nothing to the Earth Armored Dragon. And the Earth Armored Dragon's attack arrived. Buzz! Countless stone spears appeared and charged towards Yi Tian. This was none other than AB level innate skill, the Great Stone Spear technique, capable of conjuring hundreds of stone spears to attack enemies. The Great Stone Spear technique was too fast and had a wide range, so even if Yi-Tian used the Golden Light technique, he couldn't dodge it. Then, he directly unleashed an A-level dark magic technique, Dark Sky Curtain. Chapter 19. Yi-Tian is the provincial top scholar. Buzz. The dark curtain of the sky unfolded. In an instant, the Earth Armored Dragon was plunged into absolute darkness. He immediately lost track of Yi-Tian. Moreover, the dark sky seemed to transform into countless black threads that wrapped around the Earth Armored Dragon's body, constantly suppressing its strength. The Earth Armored Dragon panicked and kept trying to break free of its restraints. However, no matter how hard it tries to break free of its constraints, it cannot break through completely. After all, this is a dark magic technique at the perfect level. Seeing that the Earth Armored Dragon's movements were restricted, Yi-Tian immediately used a B-level wood-type special technique, Hellwood Spike technique. One by one, wooden spikes rose from the ground and pierced the Earthen Dragon. The Earth Armored Dragon has a strong defense, but its abdomen is one of its weak points. It always moves close to the ground, and this Hellwood Spikes technique, which attacks from the ground, is undoubtedly one of its nemesis. Immediately, the Earth Armored Dragon's body was lifted up by the Hellwood Spikes, but the Hellwood Spikes did not completely break through its skin tissue. However, Yi-Tian pulled off a crazy move. He manipulated one of the wooden spikes from the Hellfire Wood Spikes spell and pierced it directly into the Earth Armored Dragon's anus. Ah! A pitiful scream rang out, demonstrating the terrifying damage inflicted by that attack. However, this also made the Earth Armored Dragon go berserk, and its attack power seemed to increase dramatically. However, suppressed by the dark sky, it had difficulty sensing Yi-Tian's location, rendering its attacks useless and leaving it only able to frantically destroy the surrounding ground. Next, Yi-Tian used various strange techniques to deplete its life force, attacking wherever it was weak. Seeing that it was in danger, the Earth Armored Dragon prepared to use its burrowing technique to escape. But Yi-Tian had already anticipated this step. The technique of turning earth into steel. In an instant, the soil beneath the Earth Armored Dragon turned into steel, rendering its burrowing technique useless. Gradually, the Earth Dragon lost its last bit of life and vanished into mist. I actually killed a level 2 demonic beast, a peak level Earth Armored Dragon. Yi-Tian had a general understanding of his own strength. Certainly. This is also because the Earth Armored Dragon has low intelligence, making it easier to deal with. If it were to face a top-tier sorcerer with many tricks up their sleeve, it would be very difficult to kill them, and they might even be killed by the opponent. However, with his strength, dealing with most high-level sorcerers would be easy. After the Earth Armored Dragon was killed, Yi-Tian's points increased by 1,000. 9,000 points. I heard the maximum is 10,000 points, so any more than that is meaningless. Yi-Tian murmured. Every year, there are top scorers who achieve a perfect score of 10,000, and there are even more than one. Soon, he killed several more level 2 demonic beasts, raising his score to 10,000 points. At this point, there's no point in continuing to kill the monsters in this secret realm. Then, Yi-Tian stopped searching for monsters and started looking for resources. The illusionary realm may seem illusory, but it is actually a real realm, and some items here can be taken out. Soon, Yi-Tian saw a white stone, the kind of stone that was extremely white. When he touched it, it felt cool and refreshing. Mental strength +1. Mental strength +1. Upon seeing this hint, Yi-Tian knew what kind of stone it was. Illusion stone. This stone is a spiritual material, a material needed by those with spiritual talents. Mental ability users are extremely rare, but also extremely powerful. Those with psychic abilities primarily cultivate illusionary techniques, offensive psychic techniques, and defensive psychic techniques. When their mental power reaches a certain level, they can also possess the ability to manipulate objects with their minds. I still have some time, so I might be able to collect quite a few illusion stones. The one I have in my hand should be a low-level illusion stone. It would be great if I could find a mid-level or high-level illusion stone. Yi-Tian thought to himself. The main purpose of the illusion stones is to construct illusion arrays or to extract illusion liquid. Some mental potions require phallus liquid, because the strength of mentally gifted ability users mainly relies on powerful mental energy. Mental potions can enhance mental energy, which is much faster than slowly cultivating on one's own. Therefore, the value of the magic stone is also very high. Students preparing for the college entrance exam are all focused on slaying monsters and achieving good results. No one has time to slowly search for the magic stone. Through Yi Tian's continuous search, he found one magical stone after another. Basically, you can only find some magic stones in the core area, and some magic stones are even born underground. Even if he knows the art of burrowing underground, finding the illusion stone will still be quite difficult. Soon, he had already developed an F-level mental talent, and once he got out, he would be able to cultivate mental techniques. Wow, this is a mid-grade magic stone, and it's so big. While searching for magic stones underground, Yi Tian was lucky enough to find a mid-level magic stone the size of a basketball, which he immediately put away. A little while later, it was time for the college entrance examination. All students' scores are frozen. Continuing to kill monsters will not earn them any more points. Immediately, students emerged from the F6 secret realm. Yi Tian immediately returned and quickly arrived at the exit of the secret realm. He handed over his illusion bracelet and then came out. All the results are compiled and reported, and will be announced a few days later. Afterwards, many students discussed and inquired about each other's grades. Several people inquired about Yi Tian's grades, but Yi Tian simply smiled and remained mysterious, offering no revelation. He said he scored 10,000 points, but these people didn't believe him. When the results are announced, everyone will know. After all the students came out, they all left. Yi Tian also went back. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Donghai No. 1 Middle School. School conference room. Li Xian and several other teachers came here, and even Principal Guahai, a master of supernatural arts, came in person. When most of the teachers had arrived, Guahai said, "Teachers, our school's results this year are very good." Upon hearing the words "very good," the teachers breathed a sigh of relief. If their grades aren't good, they'll get scolded. Guahai continued, "This year, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Donghai City is from our school, and the top scorer in the province is also from our school." Who is it? These teachers were very curious. Based on their usual performance, even if No. 1 high school does their best this year, it's impossible for them to produce a provincial top scorer. The provincial champion always scores 10,000 points. There has never been an exception. To get 10,000 points, one basically needs the strength of a sorcerer. There are no students with supernatural abilities in this year's class at Donghai No. 1 High School. It's Yi Tian from the Water Element Genius class. Guahai said. Yi Tian? When teacher Li Xian heard this, she was completely dumbfounded. She knew Yi Tian. He used to be an F-level water-type talent ability user. Later, he obtained a rare and precious material, which raised his water-type talent ability potential to sea level, and he barely made it into the genius class. The only thing worth mentioning is that she got a top 10 finish in the previous school league, but according to her investigation, Yi Tian got a top 10 finish by killing the monsters that others had severely injured. This achievement is not worth mentioning. After that, Yi Tian asked for leave to cultivate. She didn't know how much Yi Tian's strength had improved, but how could a mere sea-level talent with the potential to become the provincial champion? Chapter 20 Psychic Arts. Principal, you're not kidding, are you? Li Xian asked. No joke, the results are out now, and I received the news from above immediately. Moreover, the cutoff scores for various universities are about to be released. This year, about 23 students from our school will be able to reach the cutoff score for Donghai University. Guahai said. Last year, 21 students met the admission score requirements for Donghai University. Of course, not all of these students will apply to Donghai University. Some will apply to other universities of similar caliber, and at most only half will apply to Donghai University. The reason for this is that each university specializing in superpowers focuses on different departments. For example, Donghai University focuses on water-related fields, and has a large number of professors specializing in water-related fields. Kyoto University, for example, focuses on fire, wind, and lightning elements. If you have rare talents such as spatial, dark, or light abilities, some universities don't have professors in that field, so applying to such universities would be unsuitable. For example, Donghai University has no space-related professors, and no space-related gifted individuals would apply to Donghai University. They won't interfere with which university students want to apply to at most, they'll offer some advice. The real choice is still up to the students themselves. Then, Guahai discussed the upcoming publicity issues. The No. 1 high school has produced a top scorer in the college entrance examination, which is a great honor for the school and naturally deserves to be publicized extensively. After the meeting, No. 1 middle school began its publicity campaign. A certain place in Donghai City. Lin Xingya also received the message. What? Yi Tian became the top scorer in the college entrance examination? Lin Xingyao was somewhat incredulous. Not long ago, Yi Tian wasn't even a practitioner of supernatural abilities. He was just a student in a regular class. He unexpectedly obtained a rare and precious treasure, which raised his water-type talent potential to sea level, and that's how he entered the water-type genius class. The key question is, Yi Tian has no background, so how did he suddenly become the top scorer in the college entrance examination? She was well aware of the prestige of being a top scorer in the college entrance examination. It was an absolute level of genius. Even a level-gifted individual struggle to become top scorers in the college entrance examination. How did Yi Tian manage to do it? Yi Tian's secret is probably quite significant. Lin Xingya sighed. On this day, many people were shocked by Yi Tian's news. Suddenly, Yi Tian attracted a lot of attention. Yi Tian, would you like to apply to our Shanghai University? We're willing to waive your tuition and give you an entrance scholarship of 1 million yuan. What do you say? This was the sixth phone call Yi Tian had received. I'm sorry, but I've decided to apply to Donghai University. Yi Tian refused outright. The only reason he chose Donghai University was because it was close to home and he didn't want to go far away. The next day, Yi Tian arrived at Donghai No. 1 High School. Today was the day to apply for the University of Superpowers. When Yi Tian walked into the water element genius class, everyone stared at him. Yi Tian, you became the top scorer in the college entrance examination. How did you do it? The top scorer in the college entrance exam must have scored 10,000 points. Oh my god, I only got a little over 300 points. Don't even mention it, I only scored a little over 200 points. I was really unlucky. I ran into an extremely powerful monster and died instantly. Faced with these questions from his classmates, Yi Tian said calmly, just lucky. Others naturally didn't believe this answer. Soon, the teacher arrived and asked the students to fill out their college application forms. Although the cutoff scores for each superpowered university have been released, it doesn't mean that meeting the requirements guarantees admission. Therefore, everyone needs to fill out several applications to ensure they can get into the university with superpowers. Yi Tian, the principal is calling for you. Teacher Li Xian called out as she came over. Yi Tian followed Teacher Li Xian to the principal's office. Upon seeing Guahai, Yi Tian respectfully greeted him, "Hello, principal." Guahai stared at Yi Tian for a moment and nodded slightly. "Not bad, your cultivation has reached the peak of the sorcerer realm. You should be about to break through to the sorcerer master realm." "Yes." Yi Tian responded. "Which university are you planning to apply to?" Guahai asked. Without a second thought, Yi Tian replied, "Principal, I plan to apply to the Water Science Department of Donghai University." "Has Donghai University contacted you?" Guahai asked again. "I got in touch. Donghai University contacted me immediately and offered me a lot of benefits," Yi Tian said. Guahai didn't ask how much benefit Donghai University had given him, but instead asked, "Yi Tian, you've become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Our Donghai No. 1 High School will naturally offer a reward. What would you like?" Yi Tian pondered for a moment before replying, "Principal, I would like some water-based materials." "Water-based material?" Guahai pondered for a few seconds, then took out a piece of azure stone from his storage ring. "This water god stone is something I obtained by chance. It's a pretty good water-based material. Wearing it will help you recover your water-based abilities faster. Here you go. Water god stone." Yi Tian had never heard of this thing, but it looked quite good. He accepted the water god stone and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, principal." Guahai smiled and said, "Go to Donghai University and cultivate diligently. Being a practitioner of supernatural arts is just the beginning. Some outstanding geniuses at Donghai University have reached the level of master of supernatural arts before they even graduate. I hope you can do the same." "Principal, I'll try my best." Yi Tianxian then took his leave. After leaving the principal's office, he went to apply to Donghai University. After registering for the exam, he had nothing else to do. After returning from school, Yi Tian began to think about what to do for the next 2 months. My mental talent potential has already reached B level. I need to find a few mental techniques to practice. I also need to raise my cultivation to the limit of a peak ability user. The next step is to raise my cultivation to the level of an ability master. This is what Yi Tian needs to do right now. Donghai Pavilion. Yi Tian uses his water clones to purchase mental techniques. The water clone technique is now extremely useful, and using anonymous cards to purchase techniques almost never exposes his identity. However, when Yi Tian came here to inquire, he discovered that Donghai Pavilion only sells defensive mental techniques. It does not sell illusion techniques or offensive mental techniques. Why don't you sell illusion magic and offensive mental techniques? Yi Tian asked the staff of Donghai Pavilion. The staff member explained, Sir, it's not that we don't sell them, but that it's not allowed. In the past, some unregistered illusionists with special abilities have purchased illusion techniques and harmed many girls. As for offensive mental techniques, they can kill people silently and are difficult to trace. Therefore, you can only learn these techniques by joining an official organization or entering the mental department of a special abilities university. I see. Yi Tian understood. Defending against mental attacks is harmless to others, so it is not subject to control. After making his selection, Yi Tian chose the B-grade defensive mental technique, the Tower of Mental Energy, and the B-grade mental defensive technique, the Mental Field. Among them, the Tower of Spirit is the strongest spiritual defense technique used to protect oneself, while the Spirit Field, although less effective, can protect the souls of others to a certain extent and is a group defense spiritual technique. Certainly. Grade B defensive mental techniques are very expensive, much more expensive than other Grade B mental techniques. For example, the Tower of Spirit is priced at 8.5 million yuan. The Spiritual Field is priced at 8 million yuan. Fortunately, Yi Tian was wealthy enough to barely afford these 2B level defensive mental techniques. After purchasing these two mental supernatural techniques, Yi Tian left. After returning in his water clone form, he directly accepted the inheritance of two kinds of spiritual arts. Once he masters these two mental techniques, his mental strength will continuously increase, and his overall power will also improve significantly. The key point is that it has made up for the weakness in my mind, so I will no longer be afraid of other people's mental attacks in the future. Chapter 21: The Invitation from the Superpower Association. After returning, Yi Tian then began researching 2B level mental defense techniques. Mental techniques are more difficult to cultivate than other techniques, but under the influence of the Enlightenment technique, even a B level mental defense technique is no match for Yi Tian. With the help of the Enlightenment technique, Yi Tian quickly mastered these 2B level mental defense techniques, but it would probably take him a few more days to reach the perfect level. Water God Stone. Yi Tian held the Water God Stone in his hand and could feel a trace of power being absorbed by him. Water power +1. Although it takes a long time to gain even a little bit of water power, it is indeed useful. Given enough time, his water-based talent and ability potential can be raised to a level. The Water God Stone is really good, barely qualifying as a grade A material. The principal is truly generous this time. Of course, it's also possible that others can't utilize the Water God Stone and only feel that its only use is to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, for him, it allowed him to absorb the water power within the Water God Stone, enhancing his potential as a water-based talent and truly maximizing the value of the Water God Stone. Thump thump thump. Someone knocked on Yi Tian's door. Yi Tian used his fiery eye technique to take a look and spotted a beautiful woman outside the door. Lu Xin, it's her. This is a master of supernatural arts. For such a powerful person, a mere iron gate is meaningless. So he opened the door. Hello Yi Tian, I am Lu Xin from the Superpower Association. Lu Xin introduced herself. Master Lu Xin, I've heard of you. What does the Superpower Association want with me? Yi Tian asked, puzzled. Lu Xin smiled and said, Yi Tian, I'm here on behalf of the Superpower Association to invite you to join us. Join the Superpowered Individuals Association? Yi Tian quickly shook his head, I still have to go to university. Lu Xin quickly explained, Student Yi Tian, going to university and joining the Superpower Association are not mutually exclusive. For example, many students from Donghai University have joined the Superpower Association. As long as it is not an organization officially listed as an illegal force, anyone is allowed to join. Master Lu Xin, please come in. Yi Tian invited Lu Xin in to sit down and chat. After Lu Xin sat down, she began to explain the benefits of joining the Superpower Association. Yi Tian, although you achieved the top score in the provincial college entrance examination, this is just the beginning. Even after entering university, the competition will be fierce. However, by joining the Superpower Association, you can utilize this platform to obtain the resources and superpowers you need. After entering university, you'll have to fight for many resources yourself. Joining the Superpower Association is like having another channel to acquire resources, so why not? Besides, after you graduate, you'll need to join some organization, right? The Superpower Association is an official and legitimate organization, so joining it only has benefits and no drawbacks. Yi Tian felt that what Lu Xian said made some sense. Does the Superpower Association have any mental superpowers? Like offensive or illusionary types? Yi Tian asked. Have. Lu Xian nodded, somewhat curious as to why Yi Tian was asking this question. According to the information, Yi Tian is a water-type talent user. Could he also have the potential for a mental-type talent user? There must be some benefits to joining the Superpower Association, right? He wanted to get some benefits from the Superpowers Association. What do you want? I'll apply to the higher-ups, Lu Xian said somewhat helplessly. Others who wanted to join the Superpower Association couldn't get in, but she took the initiative to invite Yi Tian, and Yi Tian even wanted some benefits. However, Yi Tian is the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and there are quite a few forces trying to win him over, so giving him some preferential treatment is not a problem. I want a great offensive mental technique, illusions are fine too, Yi Tian said, making an outrageous demand. That is impossible. Lu Xian refused outright. Be great offensive mental techniques or be great illusions are extremely precious. The Superpower Association will not agree to them, so you'd better not even think about it. If it's a great offensive mental technique, I might be able to barely manage to get one for you, but you must demonstrate the necessary value first. As for its inherent value? Yi Tian paused, then said, I possess a great mental ability, wouldn't that count as having value? A great mental talent? Lu Xian was somewhat incredulous. This was even rarer than other great talent potentials. The Superpower Association gives preferential treatment to those with special talents such as mental abilities and spatial abilities. If that's really the case, then we can definitely obtain a C-level attack-type mental technique. Lu Xian assured her. Okay, then I choose to join the Superpower Association. Yi Tian agreed. Then, Lu Xian led Yi Tian to the headquarters building of the Superpower Association in Donghai City. After arriving here, Lu Xian took Yi Tian to test his potential in mental type innate abilities. Soon, Lu Xian then had someone bring out a spirit talent stone, which can detect the potential of innate abilities. Yi Tian, let's take the test. Lu Xian urged him with a hint of anticipation. Yi Tian grasped the spiritual talent stone, and immediately, one halo after another appeared on it. Soon, 5 halos appeared, indicating that Yi Tian's mental talent and ability potential had reached level B. It really is a B-level mental talent with potential. Lu Xian exclaimed excitedly. Such a genius is no less than an ordinary A-level talent. Moreover, Yi Tian also won the top score in the imperial examination, and such a genius naturally deserves preferential treatment and rewards. Then, she went to Vice President Taisher to apply for a C-level mental technique for Yi Tian, and the application was immediately approved. Student Yi Tian, you can apply for a C-level mental technique. Lu Xian presented Yi Tian with a list and descriptions of various C-level supernatural techniques, allowing Yi Tian to choose from them. Soul Needle Technique. Yi Tian has made his choice. The Soul Needle technique can condense spiritual energy into a needle, which can be directly inserted into another person's soul, thereby causing damage to that soul. If used against ordinary people, the Soul Needle technique would directly shatter their souls and cause them to die. Even ordinary apprentices of supernatural arts would not be able to withstand it. The Soul Needle technique, when used in conjunction with combat, can play a significant role. Yi Tian thought to himself. With the Soul Needle technique, his strength has increased significantly. Soon, the Soul Needle technique inheritance orb was obtained. Superpower Association Mission Area. Lu Xian brought Yi Tian here. Yi Tian, this is the mission area of our Superpower Association. Many missions will be posted here, and you can earn points by completing them. These points can be exchanged for resources, materials, weapons, supernatural abilities, and so on at the Superpower Association. After Lu Xian finished her introduction, she told Yi Tian to study it on his own, as she had other things to do. Fighting wildfires, requirements, water-based sorcerers, unlimited number of participants, 20 points awarded. Searching for missing persons in the Donglan River. No requirements, but those with water-based special abilities will be given priority and will receive 15 points. Collect century-old icy black iron. 1 pound is worth 500 points. Clear the demon rats in the east of the city. Killing a level 1 demon rat earns 10 points, killing a level 2 demon rat earns 50 points, and there is no limit to the number you can kill. Yi Tian looked at the tasks. The rewards for tasks that weren't dangerous were pretty good, and the rewards for tasks that were slightly dangerous were also pretty good. The Supernatural Abilities Association can sell offensive mental techniques, even be great offensive mental techniques, but it requires points. I still need to do some missions to accumulate enough points to buy be great offensive mental techniques. After considering his options, Yi Tian decided to accept the mission to clear out the demon rats in the east of the city. This task is a bit dangerous, but it yields a lot of points. Chapter 22 Condensing Supernatural Organs, Breaking Through 7 times. East of the city. The supernatural rats that the Superpower Association mentioned are underground in this area. They appear frequently and are impossible to kill completely. Yi Tian murmured. These demon rats must be killed frequently, otherwise, if they run into residential areas, ordinary people will be no match for them, and even apprentices of supernatural arts will be killed. After all, these demon rats are real demonic beasts, and their strength is not weak. The demon rat is not large, but its claws are tougher than steel. It is good at digging holes underground, making it difficult to hunt down. Once you find a demon rat, you must kill it with one blow. This is information obtained from a mission by the Superpower Association. But Yi Tian wasn't worried about not being able to find the demon rats. He possessed the Fiery Eye technique and the Earth Escape technique, making him practically the nemesis of demon rats. This task was too easy for him, he could use it to accumulate a large number of points in a short time. Call out. Yi Tian used his Earth, a technique that allows one to burrow underground to enter the ground, and at the same time activated his Fire Eye technique to observe the surrounding situation and search for traces of the demon rat. Soon, he sensed the presence of a level 1 demon rat. I used the Earth Escape technique to get there, and then killed him with a very simple golden needle technique. After killing the demon rat, Yi Tian collected its corpse and continued searching for the second demon rat. As time passed, he found one demon rat after another and easily killed them. Soon, he then encountered a level 2 demon rat. Level 2 demon rats are as powerful as sorcerers, and if a sorcerer encounters a level 2 demon rat underground, they are almost certain to die. Unfortunately, this level 2 demon rat encountered Yi Tian. Yi Tian used his Earth Elemental power to separate the soil, and then immediately cast the Dark Spear, AB rank Dark Elemental technique. Kill. The Spear of Darkness pierced the body of the level 2 demon rat, instantly killing it. Next, Yi Tian wiped away the dark energy aura from the wound before putting the corpse away. And so, Yi Tian killed more and more demon rats until they gradually disappeared from sight. That's enough for today's task. Yi Tian returned to the headquarters of the Superpower Association and submitted the mission. When he submitted so many demon rats, the staff in charge of the task were stunned. There are 6 level 2 demon rats and 36 level 1 demon rats, for a total of 660 points. However, these points are simply not enough to exchange for a B-level mental technique. A typical B-level mental technique requires 10,000 points to redeem. Even if Yi Tian could earn several hundred points every day, it would still take him more than 10 days to accumulate enough points. No rush. There are still almost 2 months until Donghai University starts. In those 2 months, I'm sure I'll be able to exchange for several B-level attack mental techniques, Yi Tian thought to himself. In the days that followed, he primarily cultivates the C-level offensive mental technique Soul Needle technique and the B-level defensive mental techniques Mental Tower and Mental Field. The Soul Needle technique is relatively simple, and one can quickly reach the perfect level of mastery. A few days later, both the Tower of Spirit and the Spiritual Field had reached the pinnacle of cultivation. After this period of training, Yi Tian's spirit is much stronger than before, and his spirit is becoming more and more refined and stronger. It's time to break through to the level of a pseudo-arts master. Yi Tian has been stuck at the peak of the supernatural ability realm for many days. During this time, he has also been collecting information on how to break through to the Supernatural Ability Master realm. After joining the Supernatural Ability Association, he has also learned more information. Breaking through to the level of a psychic is not something that can be done haphazardly, it requires using psychic power to condense psychic organs. The supernatural organ can be formed anywhere in the body. The supernatural organ is very small and easy to hide. Most of them hide their supernatural organs in their internal organs, which is also the best way. I am different from other top-level supernatural beings. I need to combine multiple supernatural organs, but after the breakthrough, my strength will also increase significantly, far surpassing others. Yi Tian thought about it carefully and decided to first condense a water-based superpower organ. The water element represents the kidneys, so it would be best to have water-based supernatural organs gathered inside the kidneys. Here we go. Yi Tian manipulated the water-based supernatural power and concentrated it in his left kidney. Then, he continuously compressed the water-based supernatural power to condense a water-based supernatural organ in a special way. 1 hour later. Boom! With the successful condensation of his water-based supernatural organ, a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged into it and circulated throughout his body, making his water-based supernatural power even purer. Now, even a trace of his water-based supernatural power is equivalent to several times what it used to be. Moreover, his left kidney was also elevated by a certain amount due to the influence of the water-based supernatural organ. My kidney function must be incredibly strong, it's a pity I didn't have the chance to test it. Yi Tian said regretfully. Let's condense the wood-type ability organ next. Wood corresponds to the liver, so he naturally needs to condense a wood-type supernatural organ within the liver. Soon. The wood-type supernatural organ has been successfully condensed. At this moment, his wood-type supernatural power underwent a transformation, his liver became stronger, and his physical attributes improved significantly. Next, it's time to condense the metal-type supernatural organ, with the lungs corresponding to the metal element. Therefore, he condensed a metal-based supernatural organ in his lungs. Afterwards, he condensed a fire-type ability organ in his heart and an earth-type ability organ inside his spleen. At this point, all 5 elemental supernatural organs have been successfully condensed. However, Yi Tian still needs to condense dark-type and mental-type superpower organs. The most suitable location for a spiritual organ is the Naiman Palace, which is the place where the spirit resides. However, dark-type supernatural organs have multiple options, you can choose any location. Yi Tian ultimately chose to condense a dark power organ in his arm. He then spent some time condensing his mental ability organ. The Naiman Palace is the sea of the spirit. A psychic-type ability organ, resembling a crystal, floated there, and his soul sat cross-legged on it, with all his psychic-type abilities condensed within this organ. His spirit has become more refined and resilient compared to the past. Soon. He then condensed a dark-type supernatural organ in his right arm, further enhancing his physical abilities. In this way, all 7 of his supernatural powers condensed into supernatural organs, allowing him to reach the level of a supernatural master in all aspects. After 7 breakthroughs, his physical attributes have become incredibly formidable. Boom! With a single punch, the air exploded with a loud bang, as if it had been torn apart. That punch could kill a peak-level sorcerer. Yi Tian thought to himself. Now, he feels that his strength is comparable to that of a master of supernatural arts, but he has never fought against a real master of supernatural arts. This day, Yi Tian accepted another mission, to put out a fire in a forest outside the city. Extinguishing fires is the fire department's job, but this fire was caused by a battle between monsters. The fire spread too quickly, and these were not ordinary flames. The fire department was short-handed. So, these water-based sorcerers can all take on this type of mission to put out fires. Such tasks are quite frequent, occurring several times every month. Whoosh! After receiving the mission, Yi Tian went outside the city. Soon, they arrived at the forest. Not only him, but other water-based sorcerers and even a master of water-based sorcery also arrived. Boom! One by one, sorcerers, and even sorcerers mastered water magic and summoned large amounts of water to extinguish the flames. In particular, the water-based magic used by the master of sorcery was as if a small river had been summoned and poured into the forest. Within a few hours, the fire was completely extinguished. With his mission accomplished, Yi Tian returned home. On the road, he suddenly stopped and his expression turned serious. Fire Eye Technique. With a quick glance, he spotted 6 top-tier sorcerers hidden all around him. Chapter 23 Object Manipulation and Control Techniques, Trump Cards. 6 top-tier sorcerers. Yi Tian frowned slightly. The positioning of these 6 people is clearly not a good one. At this moment, the 6 top-level sorcerers also noticed Yi Tian's eyes and recognized the Fiery Eye technique. He also possesses fire-based superpowers. We've been exposed. Kill him. The 6 top-tier sorcerers no longer hid and rushed out one by one. They moved very fast, closing in on Yi Tian in the blink of an eye. Court death. Darkness descends. Buzz. Yi Tian pulled everything into darkness, and the peak sorcerers were instantly suppressed by the dark sky curtain and a level dark sorcery. Hellfire wooden spike technique. Dark spear. Puff puff puff. The bodies of 5 top-tier sorcerers were pierced through, but only one top-tier sorcerer managed to dodge by using a forbidden technique. But the next second, Yi Tian used the golden light technique to approach his opponent, and with a sword shadow technique, he directly and severely injured him. Then, click. Yi Tian snapped the other person's neck. In just 3 breaths, all 6 top-tier sorcerers were killed. Immediately, Yi Tian took their belongings and left. Then, Yi Tian used his Earth as a type of magic or technique to leave. Just after Yi Tian left, other gifted ability users arrived. Upon seeing the 6 dead peak ability users, they panicked and immediately notified the Ability Association, the headquarters building of the Superpower Association. Yi Tian returned, first submitting the mission and then checking the items on the 6 sorcerers. They didn't have anything good, and only one person had a storage bag. They didn't even have a permanent storage ring. This doesn't mean these sorcerers are poor, it's just that permanent spatial items are too rare and too precious, while storage bags are only used up after a month. Unless you frequently hunt monsters, you don't need such a thing, otherwise, buying it is a waste of money. 6 anonymous cards, check how much money is in them later. Yi Tian will bury the useless things underground later. At this point, he began to consider the identities of these people, concluding that they likely came from an organization. But he didn't offend any powerful figures, did he? But soon he found out what faction those 6 people belonged to. The Superpower Association quickly identified the 6 individuals, and Yi Tian, as a member of the association, naturally received this information. The Evil God Society. He firmly believed that the news of his plot to kill the evil god's Bloodclaw had not been leaked, so there was only one reason why the evil god would send a sorcerer to assassinate him. Top scorer in the college entrance examination. He had heard before that a certain genius from Xia Kingdom had fallen victim to assassination by the Evil God Society, but he never expected that such a thing would happen to him. However, the Evil God Society underestimated his strength, only sending 6 top-level sorcerers and not even a single sorcerer master. If a top-tier master of supernatural arts were truly dispatched, he would have no choice but to flee. In the days that followed, Yi Tian rarely left Donghai City. There were many tasks in Donghai City, and he was able to earn a lot of points by completing them every day. Not long after, Yi Tian has collected over 13,000 points and is preparing to purchase a B-level mental technique, Object Manipulation. Object Manipulation is a powerful mental technique that allows one to control objects and change their shape using mental power. For example, he can use his telekinesis to instantly turn a block of iron into a sword. It can also control the enemy's body, playing a significant role in battle. Of course, Yi Tian exchanged for the object control technique because he wanted to combine it with another B-level mental technique, the object manipulation technique. By combining the object control technique and the object manipulation technique, and then preparing top-quality metal materials to condense into a weapon, he could unleash terrifying destructive power. Imagine, in the midst of battle, a nearby rock suddenly transforms into a stone sword, attacking from behind at supersonic speeds. What a terrifying ability that would be. In other words, by combining object manipulation and control techniques, anything can be turned into a weapon, making it comparable to the power of an A-level supernatural technique. He could even combine these 2 extraordinary techniques into a sword riding technique, allowing him to ride a flying sword and soar through the skies. Therefore, Yi Tian wanted to acquire both the object control technique and the object manipulation technique, both of which are B-level mental techniques. Soon, Yi Tian has completely mastered the mental technique of object manipulation, and all that remains is to cultivate it to perfection. Before you know it, another 2 or 3 days have passed. He had already mastered the art of object manipulation to perfection, and his mental strength had also improved somewhat. After that, Yi Tian spent another half a month collecting enough points to exchange for the art of controlling objects. And so, the art of manipulating objects was complete. In this way, Yi Tian can combine the techniques of manipulating objects and controlling objects, and his strength will increase dramatically. We need to buy the hardest materials. The Superpower Association only sells B-grade metals, not A-grade metal materials. Otherwise, he would have already exchanged for various A-grade metal materials to upgrade his metal-type talent potential to A-grade. Materials or special techniques of grade A are extremely precious, and the Special Abilities Association would not easily make them available. His current status in the Superpower Association is not high enough, so he is naturally not qualified to exchange for these things. For grade B metal, let's choose blood copper gold. Yi Tian made his decision. Donghai Pavilion. Yi Tian's water clone came here to buy blood copper gold, and it took him 3 million to buy 1 pound of blood copper gold. A pound of blood copper gold is enough for Yi Tian now. He can use his object manipulation technique to turn it into a small flying sword, which is still quite terrifying in terms of destructive power. A small underground base. Yi Tian is testing the power of combining object manipulation and object control techniques here. Buzz. The blood copper gold floated up and, under the effect of the object manipulation technique, stretched continuously, gradually transforming into a flying sword. Furthermore, the art of object manipulation can also control the direction and power of this flying sword, allowing for more precise control, which is something that the art of manipulation cannot achieve. Combined with the art of manipulating objects, it's practically invincible. Kill. After combining the two mental techniques, the flying sword attacked the stone wall beside it at supersonic speed. Puff. The stone wall was pierced through, at a speed much faster than a bullet. After Yi Tian's testing, it was found that with his current mental strength, combined with his perfected object control and manipulation techniques, he could freely activate object control and manipulation techniques within a range of 100 meters. Combining the techniques of object manipulation and control, along with a perfected A-rank supernatural ability, I currently only possess one A-rank supernatural ability, the Dark Sky Curtain. However, the Dark Sky Curtain is not an offensive supernatural ability. Now, the combination of object manipulation and control is actually my strongest offensive method, and also my trump card. Yi Tian murmured. With this method, he could easily kill even a novice master of supernatural arts. Next, he took on a large number of missions at the Superpower Association, becoming a mission maniac, and also exchanged a lot of supernatural abilities and materials from the association. With the accumulation of supernatural abilities, his cultivation level improved rapidly. Just a few days before the start of the semester at Donghai University, Yi Tian's cultivation had already reached the intermediate level of a special arts master. Chapter 24 Donghai University, Enrollment. Donghai University. Today is the first day of school, but unlike in my previous life, there are no scenes of senior students welcoming new students here. Each new student entered the school on their own and moved into the dormitory according to the instructions. As the top scorer in the college entrance examination, Yi Tian does not need to live in the same dormitory as others, but has his own independent apartment. Not only that, he also received a reward of 1,000 points. University points are similar to those of the Superpower Association. Both can be used to exchange for resources and superpowers. Then, Yi Tian completed the school's points system application and other enrollment procedures. Only then can one be considered to have truly entered Donghai University. Unlike high school, Donghai University does not have fixed classrooms. Classes are all self-study, and students only need to complete the assessments. For gifted individuals with special abilities, strength is the most important thing at this time. Everything else is secondary. Each student was assigned a mentor. Yi Tian was assigned to the water-based mentor Li Haoyang, who was also a master of water-based magical arts and possessed formidable strength. Top universities for supernatural abilities, like Donghai University, have top instructors who are all masters of supernatural arts, and a few professors who are even grandmasters of supernatural arts. It can be said that Donghai University is incredibly strong, and the Donghai City Superpower Association is far inferior to Donghai University. Of course, the Superpower Association has a large number of branches in every city, but Donghai University only has one. If we really have to compare, Donghai University is just a junior compared to the Xia Kingdom's Supernatural Abilities Association. The next day, Yi Tian was pulled into the water system group by Li Haoyang, and then a notification was sent. Dear students, Donghai University has a freshman king title. Those who are capable can try to compete for it. The school library has all kinds of books on supernatural arts and cultivation experience. If you are stuck in a bottleneck in your supernatural arts cultivation, you can go there to take a look. Maybe you will have inspiration to break through. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can also send me a message and I will answer them when I have time. Don't look for me on Saturdays and Sundays, I need to rest too. After Li Haoyang disappeared, a group of people started chatting in the group, introducing themselves to each other. Yi Tian, however, was thinking about the Rookie of the Year. He was very interested in this, so he looked it up on the forum. That's when I realized the value of the Rookie of the Year title. Once you win it, there are so many benefits. Each year's Rookie of the Year winners rises rapidly, their strength far surpassing that of other freshmen. I want this Rookie of the Year. Yi Tian murmured. To obtain the title of Rookie King, you must accumulate a large number of points. For example, Yi-Tian's 1,000 points are a reward for being a top scorer in the college entrance examination and are not included in the Rookie King points. It's difficult for new students to earn points. You can earn points by completing course assessments and tasks, but these methods are time-consuming and don't yield many points. Battle Tower. This is the easiest way for freshmen to earn points. The Battle Tower is a tower for testing strength. Strictly speaking, it is an illusion tower. Falling within the Battle Tower does not result in true death, one only loses some mental energy. The Battle Tower has many levels, and you can earn a lot of points for each level you clear. While Yi-Tian was researching the Battle Tower, some of the freshmen had already compiled a list of the candidates who were strong contenders for the Rookie of the Year, and even provided a ranking. Soon, Yi-Tian also found out. I'm not in first place. Yi-Tian was stunned. The key point is that he only ranked 19th, which is such a disrespect to him. However, when he saw other people's information, he understood why they didn't think highly of him. Xinyu, an S-rank lightning-type talent ability user, at the intermediate level of a special ability master. Zhang Yi, an S-level water-based ability user, at the intermediate level of a special arts master. Xiao Ziyun, an S-rank fire-type talent ability user, at the intermediate level of a special ability master. Bai Xian, an A-level light-type talent ability user, at the beginner level of a special arts master. These people are all gifted superhumans of grade A or above, and each of them has an extraordinary background. Moreover, they were all top scorers in the college entrance examination. In a single province, there might be more than one perfect scorer. And Xia Kingdom has more than one province. Even if the top 10 universities with superpowers share the top scorers, each university could still get a lot of top scorers in the college entrance examination. Furthermore, besides being the top scorer in the college entrance examination, he has nothing else to boast about. Therefore, it's understandable that many people don't have a high opinion of him. The strength these guys have shown is only what's been revealed. They might still be hiding their true power. It won't be easy for them to win the Rookie of the Year award. Yi-Tian frowned slightly. These people may have powerful or even grandmasters of supernatural arts as their backers, and they are not short of resources. If the powerful figures or families behind them nurture them with all their might, they may be able to break through again within 3 months. It is said that the previous Rookie of the Year was a high-level sorcerer. What's there to be afraid of? I can keep using cheats, but they can't. With this in mind, Yi-Tian calmed down. Let's go to the Battle Tower first. Yi-Tian quickly arrived at the Battle Tower. At this time, many people were already queuing up to enter the Battle Tower and try to earn points. Each level of the Battle Tower is very difficult. Novice sorcerers have a hard time passing the first level, intermediate sorcerers have a hard time passing the second level, advanced sorcerers have a hard time passing the third level, and peak sorcerers have a hard time passing the fourth level. Novice sorcerers find it difficult to pass the fifth level, intermediate sorcerers find it difficult to pass the sixth level, and advanced sorcerers find it difficult to pass the seventh level. You can get 10 points for passing the first level, 20 points for passing the second level, 50 points for passing the third level, 100 points for passing the fourth level, and 200 points for passing the fifth level. You can get 500 points for passing the sixth floor and 1000 points for passing the seventh floor. The 8th level costs 2000 points, the 9th level costs 5000 points, and the 10th level costs 10,000 points. This is the points reward during the Rookie of the Year competition. Once this period is over, the rewards will be far less. For example, a second-year student who passes the 10th level will only be rewarded with a few hundred points. After all, it's free. The school isn't stupid. Why would they give away so much for free? During the 3-month competition for the Rookie of the Year, very few people were able to pass the 7th level or higher, so the school didn't care about the reward. Soon, Yi-Tian joined the queue and entered the Battle Tower. First floor. A level 1 demonic beast materialized, and it was none other than the Vajra ape, a level 1 demonic beast that Yi-Tian had seen before. The first challenge is the Vajra ape. It's indeed very difficult for a novice sorcerer to defeat it. Yi-Tian thought to himself. Boom! The Vajra ape charged towards Yi-Tian. Yi-Tian casually used a golden needle technique to instantly kill it and pass the first level. The second level is still a blazing instant kill. The third level is still a one-hit kill. The fourth level is still a one-hit kill. Upon reaching the 5th level, Yi-Tian faced 3 early-stage level 2 demonic beasts, and these were not ordinary demonic beasts. The Flying Demon Tiger is a level 2 demonic beast with the potential of an A-level bloodline. How many novice sorcerers can defeat it? The requirements for the East China Sea University's battle tower are too high. Yi Tian sighed. However, he still used the Hellwood Spike technique to instantly kill the 3 flying demon tigers and pass through the 5th level. Chapter 25 Battle Tower Level 9. The 5th level of the battle tower is so difficult that even intermediate level sorcerers struggle to pass it. Only geniuses among intermediate level sorcerers can make it through. However, Yi Tian's strength was too terrifying. He easily killed the monster on the 5th floor and arrived at the 6th floor. The 6th floor has 10 monsters, and each one is a top-tier mid-stage level 2 monster. It's safe to say that even a top-tier sorcerer would likely perish if faced with so many mid-level level 2 demonic beasts. However, Yi Tian waved his hand, using his object manipulation technique to condense a blade, and then used his golden light technique to transform it into a golden light, unleashing a series of slashes with his powerful physical strength. Puff puff puff. A golden light flashed by. Yi Tian had already cut these monsters' bodies in 2. In close combat, my attack power is also terrifying. If I run out of supernatural power, I can unleash terrifying attack power just by relying on my physical strength. Yi Tian murmured. He plans to learn a special technique that can enhance his physical body, so that his physical strength can be better unleashed. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his terrifying physical body. The 7th floor. There are even more monsters here. All of them are late stage level 2 monsters, and they all possess powerful bloodlines, with a total number of 20. With so many top tier bloodline level 2 late stage demonic beasts, they could easily surround and kill peak sorcerers, and even weaker sorcerer masters might perish. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. These late stage level 2 demonic beasts all charged towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian still only used the golden light technique in combination with the object control technique, plus his physical strength, and easily dealt with this group of late stage level 2 demonic beasts. Next, he went to the 8th floor. The 8th floor is filled with level 2 peak demonic beasts, and there are 30 of them. Darkness descends. The A-level dark magic at the perfected stage was activated, enveloping the area and suppressing these peak level 2 demonic beasts. Immediately afterwards, he used a series of strange techniques to kill these peak level 2 demonic beasts and pass through the 8th level of the battle tower. He didn't immediately attempt to reach the 9th floor of the battle tower. Instead, he waited until he had regained his supernatural powers before heading there. The 9th floor. Upon arriving here, Yi Tian discovered that there were no level 3 demonic beasts, but rather humanoid creatures that were 3 meters tall, entirely red, and covered in scales. Their aura was somewhat similar to that of demonic beasts, but they were definitely not demonic beasts. Although these creatures are illusory beings created by the battle tower, they likely possess intelligence comparable to that of humans. What kind of creature is this? Yi Tian was puzzled. But now is not the time for doubt. We must fight and kill these creatures to pass the 9th level. These humanoid creatures are all masters of supernatural arts and are skilled in various bizarre techniques. They can also cooperate with each other, and their combat power is terrifying. Yi Tian dared not be careless. He activated the dark sky curtain and even added various defensive techniques such as earth armor. Object manipulation. Object manipulation technique. Swords, kill. The flying sword formed by the blood copper sword, under the influence of these 2 supernatural techniques, reached supersonic speeds, instantly piercing the head of a humanoid creature and killing it instantly. But there are quite a few of these humanoid creatures, and other humanoid creatures have already arrived. Golden light technique. He tried to transform into a golden light to dodge, but black threads formed a net-like barrier around him. The golden light technique has been broken. The next second, crimson rays pierced through the darkness, which limited their movement and speed but could not completely stop them. Moreover, their cultivation levels are too high, and the dark sky can hardly restrict them much. Earth. Yi Tian attempted to escape underground. But then, a humanoid creature opened its enormous mouth. When it's closed, you can't tell how big it is, but when it opens, it's big enough to swallow a whole person. Ah! A piercing sound rang out, forming a sonic attack that directly cracked the ground. The technique of turning earth into steel. The surrounding soil turned into steel, attempting to withstand the sonic attack, but it was still shattered. If he were outside, he could escape far away, but the space inside the battle tower is too small for him to escape. So he came out directly. Puff! The blood copper flying sword pierced through the body of another humanoid creature, killing it. However, each time the art of manipulating objects and controlling objects are used to activate the blood copper flying sword, the energy consumption is also very high. Moreover, Yi Tian also had to endure their attacks and was quickly injured. Hydrotherapy. With the help of this water-based magic, his injuries are healing, but instantaneous recovery is not possible. Unexpected. A humanoid creature unleashed a powerful psychic attack. However, Yi Tian possesses a B-level defensive mental technique, the Tower of the Mind. In an instant, a pagoda appeared in his mind. The mental attack that the opponent used landed on his mental pagoda, causing it to tremble slightly, but it did not break the mental pagoda. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian used his object control and manipulation techniques to control the blood copper flying sword, instantly killing it. As time passed, Yi Tian's various supernatural powers were almost exhausted, and his injuries gradually worsened. Finally, he killed all these humanoid creatures. He made it through the 9th floor. Then, Yi Tian came out from the 9th floor. He did not attempt to reach the 10th floor. If the 9th level is this difficult, the 10th level is bound to be impossible to pass. When he came out of the battle tower, he saw many students complaining. The battle tower is too difficult. I am a peak sorcerer, but I can't even get past the 4th level. Stop talking, I haven't even made it past the 3rd level. I just heard that even a novice sorcerer couldn't get past the 5th level. It's said that the higher you go in the battle tower, the more monstrous it becomes. There are even some senior beginner level sorcerers who haven't been able to get past the 8th level. The 8th level is designed for peak sorcerers, and even sorcerers at higher levels haven't been able to pass it. You can imagine how monstrous the 9th level is. What's the highest level our batch of freshmen has reached so far? Currently, the highest level new students are probably the intermediate level sorcerers. They'll likely be able to pass the 6th level, and a few exceptional talents might even pass the 7th. As for the 8th level, that's impossible. Just then, Yi Tian saw a familiar figure emerge from the battle tower. Lin Qingya. Lin Qingya also met Yi Tian. Since the two were classmates, Lin Qingya still came over. Yi Tian, have you broken through to the beginner level of a sorcerer? Lin Qingya asked enviously. She had been training like crazy for the past 2 months, and with the support of her parents, she had barely managed to break through to the peak of the supernatural arts realm. Compared to Yi Tian, he is far inferior. Yi Tian nodded slightly. He had actually broken through to the intermediate level of a sorcerer, but it didn't matter whether he said it or not. Which level of the battle tower have you conquered? Lin Qingya asked curiously. Yi Tian didn't answer, but instead asked, which level have you passed? Lin Qingya shook her head helplessly. I only made it through the 3rd level. I'm still a bit short of the 4th level. The monsters on the 4th level are too powerful. Yi Tian then changed the subject and discussed other things. Lin Qingya gradually forgot about which level Yi Tian had passed. After Yi Tian left, she realized that he hadn't answered her question yet. The results of the battle tower will be published on the official website every day. Then we'll know what level he is. I reckon he can pass the 5th level, or even the 6th level. Lin Qingya estimated. After all, Yi Tian was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Being able to achieve the top score in the college entrance examination with the peak level of a supernatural being, he could definitely fight against opponents of higher levels. Now, the 7th floor of the battle tower. A mid-level sorcerer is struggling against a monster on the 7th floor. He is Qinyu, whom the freshmen believe has a chance to win the Rookie of the Year award. Chapter 26 Space Stone. Rank A Extraordinary Technique, Thunderous Might. Boom! Bolts of lightning struck the surrounding demonic beasts, but they were unable to kill them. Xinyu's Thunderous Might technique was only at the entry level, but for someone his age to be able to master an A-level technique meant he had already invested a great deal of time and effort, and even consumed rare and precious herbs that could enhance his comprehension. Otherwise, he would never have been able to master a level lightning-based supernatural arts. Sudden. A strange attack struck him, and a set of lightning armor appeared on his body, blocking the attack, but he was still injured. The defensive power of the B-level lightning-type magic armor, which is at the minor completion stage, is still insufficient, otherwise, I wouldn't have been injured. Xinyu frowned. Despite his continued fighting, he eventually collapsed on the 8th floor, failing to make it through. Of course, if he were to take another step forward, he would be able to pass the 8th level. Besides Xinyu, other intermediate-level sorcerers among the freshmen also came to challenge the battle tower. However, until the battle tower data is refreshed, others will not be able to know their scores. Before we knew it, it was 8 a.m. the next day. At that time, the battle tower data was updated on the official website on time, and all the students' data could be found. So, someone selected data from freshmen, compiled it, and published it. Yi Tian's battle tower results were then released. Yi Tian, freshman, 9th floor of the battle tower. This means that Yi Tian has passed the 9th level of the battle tower. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it when they saw this result. Yi Tian actually made it past the 9th level of the battle tower. Lin Xingya was extremely surprised. Xinyu, who is said to have the potential to become a new king, has only passed the 7th level. Moreover, Xinyu's cultivation has reached the intermediate level of a special ability master, and he is also an S-level lightning-type talent ability user. But Yi Tian has only been a sorcerer for a short time. How could he possibly have passed the 9th level of the battle tower? But the data from battle tower can't be faked, so she has no choice but to believe it. I finally understand why Yi Tian didn't answer my question. If he had said yesterday that he had passed the 9th level, I would have thought he was joking and wouldn't have believed him, Lin Xingya murmured. Xinyu, Zhang Yi, Xiao Ziyun, and other intermediate-level sorcerers were also discouraged. They had only made it past the 7th level of the battle tower, and compared to Yi Tian, who had made it past the 9th level, the difference in their strength was obvious. Yi Tian is fully capable of annihilating them instantly. However, the results in the battle tower competition don't mean anything. There are still 3 months left, and they still have a chance to catch up with Yi Tian. Furthermore, no matter how many points they gain in the battle tower, they still have a chance to surpass Yi Tian in other aspects. I have 8,880 points now, plus the 1,000 points from Donghai University. I now have 9,880 points, close to 10,000 points. Yi Tian wondered what he should use these points to redeem. Keeping points in your possession is useless. Exchanging them for resources to improve your strength is the most useful thing. I wonder if Donghai University can exchange for grade A5 elements materials? Yi Tian checked the official website of Donghai University and found that the highest level of materials that could be exchanged were only grade B, and there were no grade A materials. Donghai Pavilion doesn't sell them, the Superpower Association doesn't have them, and even Donghai University doesn't have any A-grade materials now. The only A-grade material I've obtained is the Dark Stone, but I got it from Bloodclaw of the Evil God Society. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get even one A-grade material. At this moment, he thought of his mentor, Li Haoyang. My supervisor said I could ask him any questions. So he sent a message to Li Haoyang. Professor, is it true that Donghai University doesn't allow students to exchange points for grade A materials? After sending the message, he waited for Li Haoyang's reply. It took about half an hour for Li Haoyang to reply. Grade A materials are extremely precious and rare. The Xia Kingdom government and major forces strictly control them and do not allow them to be sold or exchanged to those with supernatural abilities below the Grandmaster level. Only after seeing this explanation did he understand. Mentor, is there a way to obtain grade A materials? Yi Tian asked again. Li Haoyang replied, there is a way. For example, if you win the Rookie of the Year award, you can choose a grade A material. Or you can go to a street on the east side of the school. There are some senior students there who set up stalls and occasionally sell grade A materials, but they will be sold out very quickly. The street to the east. Yi Tian understood. Afterwards, he went to the street his mentor had mentioned. When he arrived, he indeed saw many people setting up stalls, all of whom were senior students from Donghai University. The stall had many strange materials, and even some spiritual herbs and medicines. Some forces, like Donghai Pavilion, will buy materials, but at low prices. These senior students want to use these materials to exchange for points, which cannot be obtained outside the school. That's why they set up stalls here. Of course, most senior students are too lazy to set up a stall and will choose to sell to the school at a low price. They're mostly D-grade and C-grade materials, very few B-grade materials, let alone A-grade materials. Yi Tian was somewhat disappointed. But soon, he discovered something good. Although it was only an E-grade material, it was a material he desperately needed. It was a fat man's stall, and there was a gray stone on the stall that he recognized at a glance. This stone is none other than a space stone. Excuse me, is this a space stone? Yi Tian asked. Yes, this is a space stone, a space material that can be refined into a storage ring. The senior student at the stall boasted, you can't buy such a space material outside at all. If you want it, I'll sell it to you cheaply for 3,000 points. Space-related materials are extremely expensive. Even E-grade materials can be more valuable than other B-grade materials. This is because scarcity drives up prices. Furthermore, spatial materials can be refined into permanent spatial items, which is why the value of spatial materials is so inflated. 3,000 points. Yi Tian thought it was alright. He already had nearly 10,000 points, and by spending 3,000 points to buy a space stone, he could awaken his space-type talent ability. Just as he was about to buy it, a senior student next to him reminded him, "Junior, don't be fooled by Fatty Lee. It is indeed a space stone, but it has been damaged in the battle and has countless cracks inside. Such space stones are not suitable for crafting storage rings, otherwise they would be easily destroyed." However, Fatty Lee used a special method to repair the surface cracks. If you use your mental power to probe the inside, you will find countless cracks inside. Don't you think about how rare space stones are? If there weren't any problems, they would have been bought up immediately. How could you possibly have a chance? When the stall owner, Fatty Lee, saw that his good business had been ruined, he immediately became furious. "Chen Feng, what do you mean? Are you deliberately picking a fight?" If fighting weren't prohibited here, he would have already started a fight with Chen Feng. "Senior, I want the space stone, but 3,000 points won't do." "If it's 1,000 points, I'll take it directly," Yi Tian said quickly. "Really?" Fatty Lee laughed, his eyes narrowing into slits as he smiled. They thought they wouldn't be able to sell them, but unexpectedly Yi Tian still wanted them. Chen Feng shook his head. He had already warned Yi Tian, but Yi Tian was still willing to fall for it, so it was none of his business. "Really? Are you going to sell it or not?" Yi Tian asked. "Sell." Fatty Lee immediately and carefully packed the space stone into a box and handed it to Yi Tian. Yi Tian immediately transferred 1,000 points to Fatty Lee. Immediately, he thanked Shin Feng. "Thank you for reminding me, senior, otherwise I would have spent an extra 2,000 points. "No need to thank me, but you've bought this space stone and it's useless to you. No one would buy such a space stone." Chen Feng said regretfully. "Senior, I have a use for this space stone." Yi Tian smiled slightly, offering no further explanation. He then strolled around the street for a while before leaving. Upon returning, he immediately touched the space stone to absorb the power of space. Chapter 27: Storage Technique and Teleportation Technique. Spatial Power Plus 1. Spatial Power Plus 1. Spatial Power Plus 1. Yi Tian watched as he gradually absorbed the power of space, and he was in a very good mood. It seems that it won't be long before I awaken my F-level spatial talent. As expected, even the most damaged space stone can draw upon spatial power. It may be of little use to others, but it is very precious to me. Yi Tian felt that his 1,000 points were well spent. Night. Yi Tian has already absorbed 100 points of spatial power, and his spatial innate ability is awakening. Buzz. Yi Tian's body underwent a slight tempering, indicating the awakening of his spatial type innate ability. Now, in addition to his 5 elements talent, dark talent, and mental talent, he has also gained a spatial talent, bringing his total potential to 8 different talents. The space stone is still there, but it's been used up a little. It seems that this space stone is enough to raise my space-type talent potential to level E. Having acquired the potential for spatial abilities, Yi Tian plans to purchase spatial techniques. Underground Shopping Mall Number 2. Yi Tian arrived here, using his water clone to come to the East Sea Pavilion and purchase an E-level spatial technique. E-level spatial manipulation techniques are very valuable, generally costing over 1 million. Yi Tian ultimately chose 2 E-level spatial manipulation techniques. One is the E-level spatial magic of storage, and the other is the E-level spatial magic of teleportation. The flash technique is a simplified version of the B-rank spatial teleportation technique. At the beginner level, one can only move 1 meter, and even at the perfect level, one can only move up to 5 meters, with a cooldown period of several minutes. However, if the dodge technique is used well, it is still quite terrifying. It can be said that any kind of spatial magic is incredibly powerful. Of course, spatial techniques are extremely difficult to cultivate. Even E-level spatial techniques are no less difficult to cultivate than C-level techniques, and may even be more exaggerated. But for Yi Tian, the difficulty of cultivation was nothing at all. Inside the dormitory. Yi Tian has already completed the inheritance of 2 E-level spatial techniques and obtained them. He only needs to improve his spatial talent potential to E-level before he can start cultivating them. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed. At this moment, Yi Tian's spatial talent potential had reached level E, and the spatial stone had turned to ashes. If your spatial ability potential has reached level E, then cultivate the teleportation technique and the storage technique. Yi Tian murmured. Immediately, he began to cultivate the enlightenment technique, devouring the origin of dark type innate abilities. He possesses the dark stone, which allows him to easily restore his dark type innate abilities, making it the most worthwhile option for him to devour the origin of his dark type innate abilities. Boom! As his dark type innate abilities were devoured by the enlightenment technique, his comprehension was terrifyingly enhanced. This is the very source of an A-level talent ability. Its comprehension must be terrifying. Soon, he mastered the E-level spatial technique, the flash technique, to perfection, and then continued to study the storage technique. Before long, the art of storing objects also reached its perfect state. Let's try out the effects of the perfected realm flash technique. He sent his water clones to attack him, but just as they were about to strike, he activated his teleportation technique. Whoosh! He shifted his body 5 meters away, dodging the attack. Not bad, instant teleportation. And this is only an E-level spatial technique. If I could master a B-level teleportation technique, how awesome would that be? Yi Tian thought to himself with anticipation. Unfortunately, space materials are extremely rare, and he was already very lucky to have obtained a space stone. I wonder where that senior got the space stone from. I'll ask him about it when I have time. Yi Tian then prepared to try the storage technique. The art of storage is a very useful supernatural technique. For example, by combining the art of storage with spatial materials, one can create spatial items. For example, a permanent storage ring is one such finished product. Of course, you could also make a storage bag from thick monster hide, but it would only last for a month. After mastering the storage technique, he will no longer need to buy storage bags or even storage rings. Because he can create a small storage space within his own body, a capability possessed by every space-type talent. Once a small storage space is created inside the body, storing things becomes more convenient and less likely to be discovered. There's a saying that goes, you never know how many items a person with spatial abilities has. A beginner-level storage technique can create 5 cubic spaces, a minor-level storage technique can create 10 cubic spaces, and a major-level storage technique can create 20 cubic spaces. When Yi Tian cultivated the storage technique to perfection, he could create a small space of 50 cubic meters within his body, enough to store many items. Where should we create small storage spaces? Yi Tian was thinking. Only one of these small spaces can be created, because it requires innate abilities to maintain. If multiple spaces were created, his body would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, it is essential to choose a good location. Open it up inside the finger bones of your left hand. Yi Tian made his decision. He channeled his spatial innate power into the finger bone, essentially transforming it into a spatial material, but not a true spatial material. After a large amount of spatial energy was incorporated into it, he immediately used the storage technique. Buzz! Inside the finger bone, a small space gradually formed, and the finger bone was a little sore, but it quickly subsided. After about 10 minutes, the small space completely stabilized. Yi Tian sensed it. What a huge space! It must be at least 50 cubic meters. He immediately moved his belongings into the small space, which would be safer. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Each item was stored in the small space inside the finger bone, making it very convenient to use, even more so than a storage ring. Now that I've mastered the storage technique, I could make a fortune if I specialize in crafting storage bags in the future. Yi Tian thought to himself. However, the animal hides required for the storage bag are not cheap. They must be from a level 4 demon beast. Otherwise, they cannot withstand the spatial power of the storage technique and cannot last for a month. This is why the storage bag is so precious. Forget it, there aren't many people who buy storage bags anyway. The really rich buy storage rings. Talented people who don't have money rarely buy storage bags either, unless they're going hunting as a team. If I were to sell storage bags privately, I would be competing with those big corporations for business, and I would definitely get into trouble. Therefore, Yi Tian gave up the idea. Tunghai University, 1 street to the east. Yi Tian came here again. He comes here almost every day to look for opportunities to find great materials. As for earning points, he's not in a hurry right now. His current score is far ahead of the second place. He will only rush to earn more points if the second place's score gets close to his. This day, Yi Tian actually encountered a grade A material, and it was even a grade A material of the gold-type vibranium. Chapter 28 Mutant Arts Dark Fire. Vibranium is an extremely precious metal with very high value. When vibranium appeared, a group of students gathered around. Chin Susu, you actually found such a large piece of vibranium, someone exclaimed enviously. Then someone asked, Chin Susu, how many points do you want to sell? Yi Tian also looked at this somewhat aloof-looking beauty, hoping she would give him a price so he could see if he could afford it. However, Chin Susu said, I don't want points, I only want to barter. I'll trade either the A-grade anomalous art revival technique or the A-grade rare treasure sacred heartfruit. I'll trade either one. Chin Susu, the sacred heartfruit is a supreme healing treasure that can reshape the physical body. Your piece of vibranium is not quite worth it, someone said. If it's not enough, I can compensate with points, but can you produce sacred heartfruits? Chin Susu said in a deep voice. At this point, no one spoke. Indeed, they cannot produce sacred heartfruit. Even if someone could produce a sacred heartfruit, they wouldn't trade it, since vibranium is useless to them, but the sacred heartfruit is. What is resuscitation? Yi Tian asked curiously from the side. A senior student explained, the resurrection technique is a mutated supernatural technique that combines wood and water elements. It belongs to the A-level supernatural technique. Its characteristic is that it can revive flesh and blood. For example, if an arm or leg is broken, the resurrection technique can revive the flesh and blood and make it grow back. However, this kind of resurrection technique is very rare. Even in our Donghai city, it may not exist. Chin Susu has been collecting resurrection techniques for a long time, but she has not been able to find one. Can't our Donghai University collect the resurrection technique? Yi Tian asked. The man laughed and said, if the school's higher-ups are willing to collect it, they can definitely collect it. But why should a student expect the school to help them? If teachers have to find whatever students want, how can the school function if you ask for this today and someone else asks for that tomorrow? No matter which university it is, you have to work hard and find what you need yourself. The school is not a babysitter. Yi Tian didn't ask any further questions. Moreover, he learned from the conversations of others that Chin Susu's younger brother's legs had been severed, so she wanted to restore his legs, which was why she wanted to exchange goods for him. Unfortunately, she probably won't be able to get what she wants. Yi Tian also really wanted to obtain this piece of vibranium. Once he got it, his metal-type talent potential could be upgraded to a level. Unfortunately, he couldn't meet Chin Susu's conditions. Chin Susu had been setting up her stall, but after waiting for a while and seeing that no one was making any transactions, she left. Donghai University Library. Yi Tian came here to look up information about mutated techniques. He quickly found the relevant information and began browsing it. Before long, he gained some understanding of mutated techniques. Mutant abilities are created by dual-type or tri-type talent users to enhance their strength. These mutant abilities contain 2 or more talent powers. For example, the resurrection technique involves wood-based and water-based supernatural powers. Mutant techniques are not necessarily stronger than single-element techniques. Some mutant techniques are quite weak when created. Whether they are powerful depends on the skill of the creator. Resuscitation techniques are incredibly powerful, capable of regenerating severed limbs, which is simply outrageous. Of course, he didn't know if the resuscitation technique had any side effects, since he had never seen the resuscitation technique before. There is no doubt that top-tier mutation techniques are indeed terrifying, possessing power that other techniques do not have. However, dual elemental and tri-elemental talent users are rare, so the number of mutated abilities they create is small, and major powers will not use mutated abilities. But at this moment, Yi Tian was very interested in the mutated techniques. He possesses many innate talents and abilities. If he could create mutated techniques, it would definitely greatly enhance his strength. Over the next few days, he searched for detailed information on mutation techniques in the library, some of which contained experiences on creating mutation techniques. Gradually, he gained some understanding of creating mutated techniques, but he was still a long way from actually creating them. Creating extraordinary abilities requires comprehension, and creating mutated extraordinary abilities requires even more comprehension. Perhaps I can use the enlightenment technique to improve my comprehension before creating mutated extraordinary abilities. Yi Tian has already decided to start creating mutated supernatural techniques. His most powerful supernatural ability right now is the Dark One, and he has decided to combine the Dark One with another supernatural power. But what supernatural power can the Dark One combine with? Fire element. Yi Tian made his decision. So he began to activate the enlightenment technique to increase his comprehension many times over, and then began to study the fusion of dark and fire elements, thereby creating mutated and extraordinary techniques. In order to create mutated supernatural abilities, he purchased a lot of materials from the 5 elements to restore his innate supernatural potential. And so, the days passed by. While other freshmen were busy earning points, Yi Tian was creating mutated techniques here. Xinyu and others, with the help of their families or forces, take on missions one by one, thereby continuously earning points and striving for the title of Rookie King, but it is still difficult for them to surpass Yi Tian's points in a short period of time. 10 days have passed. Yi Tian has already created a time frame of 10 days. Finally, he created the first mutated technique from scratch. Buzz. A ball of black flame appeared in Yi Tian's hand, its terrifying temperature causing the surrounding air to distort. Dark Flame. Yi Tian gave this mutated technique a name. The Dark Fire, a mutated supernatural technique, has reached the B level, but its power is far more terrifying than that of top-tier B-level supernatural techniques. Moreover, this dark fire is not just about high temperature, it also has the effect of corroding the flesh and being difficult to extinguish. If used in conjunction with the dark sky curtain, it can maximize the power of the dark flame. Soon after, Yi Tian also discovered that by continuously cultivating the dark flame, his cultivation speed improved rapidly, no less than that of cultivating the dark sky curtain. This is just a dual elemental mutated technique. If I could combine the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, earth, and fire to create a 5 elemental mutated technique, wouldn't that be even more terrifying? Yi Tian thought. But when he thought about how he had wasted 10 days creating the dark flame, he realized that creating the 5 elements mutation technique might not be possible even after several months. His current cultivation level is still relatively low, so he will not do that for the time being. Let's see how many points the other freshmen have. Yi Tian opened the Donghai University forum, where someone was constantly collecting everyone's points. He is still in first place. Xinyu, 3,960 points. Wow, Xinyu must be cheating. How did he get so many points? He only had a little over 1,000 points before. Yi Tian was quite surprised. After he looked it up, he knew what had happened. Xinyu completed a mission worth 1,000 points, which was to kill a master of supernatural arts, and a high-level master of supernatural arts at that. If Xinyu is capable of killing a high-level master of supernatural arts, then he wouldn't have only made it past the 7th level. It's obvious that Xinyu's elders found that villain, severely injured him, and then had Xinyu kill him. Yi Tian guessed. But this was a reasonable approach, and Donghai University couldn't find anything wrong with it. The other people's points also increased rapidly, clearly indicating that they all used various methods to increase their points. At this speed, I'm really confident I can catch up with him. No rush. I'm sure I can clear the 10th floor of the battle tower within the 3-month period for new students. Then I can get 10,000 points. How can they catch up? Yi Tian said with a smile. Moreover, he planned to attempt the 10th floor of the battle tower on the last day. That way, no matter how much they cheat, they won't be able to surpass him. Chapter 29 Regeneration of Severed Limbs. Yi Tian looked down on those tasks. Many tasks only gave a few or a dozen points, and tasks that reached hundreds of points were very rare and extremely difficult. Even if Yi Tian did all the tasks like crazy, he would be lucky to get 100 points. He could only get 3,000 points at most in a month without sleep. Yi Tian doesn't lack these points. Therefore, he worked hard to cultivate various supernatural arts, striving to raise his cultivation to the level of an advanced supernatural arts master as soon as possible. Moreover, he also plans to create a mutated magic similar to the resurrection technique. The revival technique is an A-level mutated technique, which I certainly cannot create at the moment. However, if I were to create a B-level mutated technique and cultivate it to perfection, it might be comparable to the revival technique at the beginner or minor completion level. If he really achieves this effect, he can then go and make a deal with Qin Susu. He still longed for that piece of vibranium, because it was related to whether he could raise his metal-type talent potential to a level. It also has the potential for water-type talent ability, which is currently at 66,100, and it's very close to being upgraded to a level water-type talent ability potential. Unfortunately, the power inside the Water God Stone is almost exhausted, so it may not be able to upgrade to a level. In short, he is desperately short of grade A materials right now. Over the next few days, he purchased B-grade healing techniques from various shops in Donghai City. Healing techniques are mainly based on wood and water elements. After some searching, he purchased a total of 5 B-level techniques. Rank B water-based healing technique. Rank B water-based special ability, great healing spell. Rank B wood type extraordinary technique, life-giving technique. Rank B would type Healing Technique Aoki. Rank B would type Mystic Art, Purifying Light. Yi Tian purchased so many healing techniques in order to create a mutated technique similar to the resurrection technique. Once he has mastered all these supernatural arts to perfection, he will have an unparalleled understanding of healing-related supernatural arts, and his comprehension ability will far surpass that of other medical talent users. At that time, by using the enlightenment technique to enhance his comprehension, the possibility of him creating mutated and extraordinary techniques will naturally be higher. The days that followed. Yi Tian cultivated these 5 mutated techniques, and he directly consumed the source of his A-level dark-type talent ability. Anyway, he obtained 6 dark stones, each of which was very large and would last him a long time. Several days have passed. Yi Tian has mastered all 5 B-level healing techniques to perfection. Moreover, Yi Tian's cultivation finally broke through to the advanced level of a sorcerer, and his strength increased dramatically. Next, we'll focus all our efforts on creating mutated supernatural abilities. Creating this kind of mutated and strange technique naturally requires the cooperation of demonic beasts. So he used his Earth as a type of magic that allows one to escape from the ground to leave Donghai City and arrive at Maple Leaf Mountain Range. Maple Leaf Mountain Range. Yi Tian captured a level 2 demon beast, the greedy moonwolf, in a mountain cave and directly dislocated one of its legs, severely injuring it. Level 2 monsters are very rare in Maple Leaf Mountain Range, and it is practically the overlord of this place, but in Yi Tian's hands, it has become experimental material. The Art of Enlightenment. Buzz. Yi Tian's comprehension began to increase many times over. Then, he used his terrifying comprehension to try to create a strange technique step by step to make the moonwolf's severed leg heal and grow back. If he succeeded, it would mean that he had truly created a strange technique similar to the resurrection technique. Fail. 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 Yi Tian wasn't in a hurry. He didn't believe that with his terrifying comprehension after using the enlightenment technique, he couldn't create a healing-type mutated technique. Time passed day by day. The 6th day. Yi Tian was astonished to discover that the greedy moon wolf's severed leg was beginning to regrow, albeit very, very slowly. Skeletal remodeling and flesh regeneration. This is clearly limb regeneration. This mutated technique is indeed useful, but it's only at the beginner level, so the effect isn't very good. Let's try to cultivate this technique to the perfect level. Then, he used the enlightenment technique to enhance his comprehension, cultivating this mutated and strange technique to perfection before healing the moon-greeting wolf's broken leg. Buzz. A red light fell on the severed leg of the greedy moonwolf, and the severed leg regrowed at a speed visible to the naked eye. But soon, he realized something was wrong. The greedy moonwolf's cultivation was decreasing, as if it had been stripped of its cultivation by this mutated technique. The greedy moonwolf tried to resist, but Yi Tian held it down and made it unable to move. In the end, the greedy moonwolf's severed leg grew back, but its cultivation level plummeted, from a level 2 early stage demon beast to a level 1 late stage demon beast. The aftereffects are so severe. Yi Tian was stunned. However, he did achieve his goal, but the aftereffects were significant. And he also discovered that the greedy moonwolf's lifespan seemed to have decreased somewhat, and it appeared to have aged a bit. It seems that limb regeneration requires the extraction of the body's life energy and cultivation. Next, I will need to try it again and again to see how much life and cultivation this mutated technique will consume from the other party. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, they will come after me. Then, Yi Tian kept experimenting on various monsters, and even on ordinary animals. After numerous experiments, he roughly determined the effects of this mutated technique. The regeneration of severed limbs is slow. The higher the cultivation level of a demon beast, the longer it takes to regenerate its limbs, the more cultivation it consumes, and the lifespan it loses is about 3 years. 3 years may seem like a short lifespan, but for an old man who is on the verge of death, trying to regenerate a severed limb is tantamount to courting death. Qin Susu wants to heal her younger brother. He should have a long life ahead of him, so perhaps he doesn't care about living 3 more years. However, he'll have to lower his cultivation level, but he should be willing to do that, right? Yi Tian guessed. However, we still need to get to know Qin Susu before we can find out if she is willing. Donghai University. Donghai Street. Qin Susu came here again to try her luck, but still no one met her conditions. Just as she was about to leave, a very handsome young man stopped her. Hi senior, I have a way to cure your brother. Do you have time to chat? The person speaking was naturally Yi Tian. You can heal my brother? Do you perhaps possess the power of resurrection? Shin Susu asked. Yi Tian shook his head. No, I don't have the resurrection technique, but I do have another mutated technique that can regenerate severed limbs. Really? Shin Susu was excited. Of course it's true. Yi Tian assured him. However, after I use this mutated technique, the person being healed will pay a price. The price, you know. Shin Susu didn't care. She naturally knew there would be a price to pay. For example, the resurrection technique also had a price. The person being healed would have to pay 10 years of their lifespan. What exactly is the price? Shin Susu asked. 3 years of lifespan, plus a significant drop in cultivation. Yi Tian said truthfully. That's nothing. Shin Susu said. If it could really cure her brother's legs, what did a mere 3 years of lifespan and a significant drop in cultivation level matter? It was better than being crippled for life. Chapter 30 Rewards, Golden Body Technique. Certainly. Shin Susu did not completely believe Yi Tian's words. Whether it can cure her brother's legs remains to be seen after trying. What do you want to heal my brother's legs? Shin Susu asked. Vibranium. Yi Tian Dao. Only vibranium? Shin Susu asked again. Can I have more? I also want an A-level metal type special technique. Yi Tian said hurriedly. Shin Susu was stunned. She should have known better than to ask that extra question. Ahem, I don't have any A-level metal type special techniques right now, but I can try to collect them, though it will take time, Shin Susu said. Alright, as long as you have vibranium and an A-level metal based special technique, I will heal your brother. Yi Tian said. Could you heal my brother first? Shin Susu pleaded. Yi Tian pondered for a moment, then agreed, okay, but you have to give me the vibranium first. Good. Shin Susu wasn't afraid that Yi Tian was deceiving her. Yi Tian was merely a high-level sorcerer, while she was a high-level sorcerer master, whose strength far surpassed Yi Tian's. Wow. Shin Susu took out the vibranium and handed it to Yi Tian. Now can you come with me to heal my brother? Senior, please lead the way. Yi Tian put away the vibranium with a smile on his face. Donghai City. Binhai Mansion. This is a villa community in the city center, where each villa is worth hundreds of millions. The people who can live here are either powerful or truly wealthy. When Yi Tian arrived at Binhai Mansion, he discovered that the security guards at the entrance were all sorcerers, and even the uncle sweeping the floor was a top-level sorcerer. Shin Susu led Yi Tian into one of the villas in Binhai Mansion. Upon entering the villa, he saw many servants who greeted Shin Susu with "Hello, miss." Shin Susu nodded slightly, then led Yi Tian to the lobby on the first floor of the villa. A young man is sitting in a wheelchair watching television. Seeing Shin Susu return, he called out softly, "Sister." Looking at the young man, Yi Tian guessed his identity. He must be Shin Susu's younger brother. Yi Tian, this is my younger brother, Qin Yang. After Shin Susu finished introducing them, she said to Qin Yang, "Little brother, this is Yi Tian. He can heal your legs." Real? Qin Yang was extremely excited. Then, Shin Susu told him the price she paid for the cure. Qin Yang didn't care about the price at all. If he couldn't walk, he couldn't even fight. What use was his cultivation level? If his legs could be healed, he would be willing to resume his cultivation. Moreover, a lifespan of 3 years is nothing. If one becomes a master of supernatural arts or even a grandmaster of supernatural arts in the future, lifespan will increase dramatically, and 3 years will be nothing at all. There are also various rare and precious materials in the world that can extend lifespan, and there are ways to replenish lifespan. Wow! Qin Yang rolled up his trouser legs, revealing his legs that had been cut in two. Yi Tian, let's begin. Shin Susu said. Alright. Yi Tian immediately used his mutated technique, which he named the limb regeneration technique. Boom! A red light merged into Qin Yang's legs. Immediately afterwards, his leg bones and flesh began to wriggle and grow little by little. A Class B mutated technique combining water and wood elements. Shin Susu recognized her at a glance. Moreover, she could roughly tell that Yi Tian had cultivated this mutated technique to perfection, otherwise it wouldn't have such an effect. To actually master a B-level mutated technique to perfection, this guy is incredibly talented. Shin Susu was very surprised. She had never heard of such a genius before. Who was he? She didn't know anything about the freshman. If she had, she would have known who Yi Tian was. But that's normal. As a master of advanced supernatural arts, who would pay attention to a mere freshman? If it were the rookie of the year, she might know the name, otherwise, she wouldn't bother to pay attention. Those worthy of her attention are all genius students who are also advanced or peak masters of supernatural arts, or monstrous talents who have cultivated to the level of grandmasters of supernatural arts in their senior year. It really grew. Qin Yang was very excited. He watched as his legs grew back little by little, and although it was painful, he was able to endure it. He could also feel that some of his lifespan had been taken away, and his cultivation level was rapidly decreasing. He had originally reached the level of a peak sorcerer, but now his cultivation level has rapidly dropped to that of a high-level sorcerer, and it is still declining. 10 minutes. Half an hour later. Qin Yang's legs had fully grown out, and because they had just grown, they looked incredibly fair and tender. Success! Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yang is a top-tier sorcerer. In order to make his legs grow back, he almost exhausted his wood and water-based sorcerer powers. Qin Yang, your legs have only just grown, so they're definitely not strong enough yet. You need to slowly temper your legs so they can coordinate with your body. Yi Tian reminded him. I see. Qin Yang nodded. He then slowly stood up, a look of excitement on his face. He's finally not disabled anymore. As for the cost, it's just that his cultivation level has been reduced to that of a beginner sorcerer. He had reached the peak of the sorcerer realm, and given a lot of resources, he could still raise his cultivation level back up in a short time. Seeing that her younger brother had truly recovered, Qin Susu finally showed a long-lost smile. Yi Tian, I will collect the A-rank metal-type special technique you requested as soon as possible. Qin Susu said. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Yi Tian wanted to find a way to touch vibranium and absorb its power. In a dormitory at Tunghai University. Yi Tian returned and then took out vibranium. He touched the vibranium and slowly absorbed its power. Gold power +1. It really worked. Yi Tian absorbed bit by bit of golden power, and he could absorb a little bit of golden power every half hour. At this rate, one can absorb more than 40 points of gold power per day, and it will only take 2 days to raise the potential of the gold-type talent ability to a level. 2 days is only a short time. Over the next 2 days, Yi Tian practiced his special techniques while simultaneously enhancing his potential as a metal-type talent. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Rank a metal-type innate ability 0-100. This is Yi Tian's second A-level talent ability. Only 1/3 of the vibranium has been used up, and it can be used to restore the potential of metal-type innate abilities in the future. Next, he only needs to wait for the arrival of the A-level metal-type supernatural technique, and then he can master another A-level supernatural technique. 3 days later. Qin Susu contacted Yi Tian, saying that she had already collected an A-level metal-type supernatural technique. So Yi Tian immediately went to find Qin Susu. A small forest somewhere near Tunghai University. Yi Tian and Qin Susu met here. Senior Qin, where's the stuff? Yi Tian seemed somewhat eager. Qin Susu took out a legacy ball and handed it to Yi Tian. Yi Tian directly received the A-level metal-type special technique from the inheritance sphere. Boom! A flood of knowledge poured into his mind, and he quickly and completely accepted this A-level metal-based supernatural technique. Golden Body Technique. This metal-based supernatural technique can grant the body extremely terrifying defensive capabilities and also enhance physical attributes. The stronger the physical body, the more terrifying this metal-based supernatural technique becomes. This extraordinary technique is perfect for me. Yi Tian was excited. Chapter 31 Caves and Alien Races. Yi Tian possesses many innate abilities, and the frequent upgrades of these abilities often lead to improvements in his physical body. His physical strength far surpasses that of others, but without corresponding special talents and abilities, he cannot unleash the full power of his physical body. The Golden Body Technique allows him to unleash his physical strength, creating even more terrifying destructive power through unorthodox methods. Therefore, the Golden Body Technique is of immense value to Yi Tian, even comparable to a typical S-rank supernatural technique. Senior Sister Qin, I'm very satisfied with this A-level special technique. Yi Tian said with a smile. I'm satisfied. Qin Susu breathed a sigh of relief. She could only get one A-level metal-type supernatural technique at random, and she couldn't choose one. After all, A-level supernatural techniques are really hard to collect. Suddenly, Yi Tian asked, Senior Sister Qin, where did you get vibranium from? Shin Susu said, "It is the territory, but we usually call it the underground cave because the entrance is mostly underground." A cave? This was the first time Yi Tian had ever heard of a cave. Shin Susu continued, "Yi Tian, you are a freshman, so it's normal that you don't know about the underground cave. Under normal circumstances, freshmen are not allowed to enter the underground cave unless they are the rookie king or have a grandmaster's guarantee." Is the underground cave very dangerous? Yi Tian was filled with curiosity about the underground cave. Yes. Shin Susu explained, "The underground world is very dangerous and boundless. Even in our Xia kingdom, we currently know very little about it. Moreover, there are many entrances to the underground world. There is one entrance near Donghai City, which is suppressed by our Donghai University. Many professors and the university president are staying in the underground world to prevent the alien races from invading us. It is precisely because we have to be wary of the alien races that the university does not have professors teaching classes and mainly focuses on self-study." I see. Yi Tian understood. No wonder I often can't contact Professor Li Haoyang, he's probably gone to the underground cave. Moreover, Donghai City clearly has so many masters of supernatural arts, even grandmasters, yet they allow a master like Bloodclaw to cause trouble, which probably shows they don't take this little master of supernatural arts seriously. The city of Donghai was truly focused on the underground cave. "Senior Sister Qin, what do the alien races look like?" Yi Tian was quite curious about the alien races. Upon mentioning the alien races, Shin Susu's expression became extremely solemn. "The alien races are terrifying. My younger brother's legs were severed by an alien. If it weren't for the timely rescue, my brother would have certainly died. There are many races of aliens. For example, the alien race that Donghai City is facing is the scaled race. Their bodies are covered with hard scales, their physical strength is terrifying, and they possess terrifying alien arts. By the way, don't reveal anything about the underground cave. Donghai University doesn't let first-year students know about it because they're worried that it might frighten them and cause them to drop out," Shin Susu reminded her. Clear. Yi Tian nodded. If they truly knew how terrifying other races were, many timid freshmen would actually drop out of school. Only after repeated trials and tribulations will one grow bolder. The freshman year is a process of honing one's combat skills. After a 3-month freshman period, mentors will lead students to fight wild monsters and improve their combat abilities. The reason why Xia Kingdom keeps wild monsters is to give talented people with special abilities the opportunity to hone their skills. If all the monsters were killed, not only would a lot of monster materials be lost, but the weak would also lose the opportunity to hone their skills. Are we supposed to directly challenge other races for training? How many people would die that way? Yi Tian and Shin Susu talked a lot about the underground cave. It was boundless and, although there were many alien races there, it was full of resources, including all kinds of rare treasures, as well as natural treasures that could enhance one's talent potential and awaken one's talent. Of course, such rare and precious materials are extremely rare, and even masters of supernatural arts would find them difficult to obtain. "Senior Qin, I'm going back now." Yi Tian left. As Shin Susu looked in the direction Yi Tian had left, she murmured, "Wood element, water element, and the metal element technique he wanted. Could it be that junior brother Yi Tian possesses a 3-elemental talent?" She also inquired about Yi Tian and learned that Yi Tian was currently ranked first among the freshmen and was very likely to win the Rookie of the Year award. Such a genius is undoubtedly extraordinary, with unlimited potential for the future. We must befriend him. A few days later. Inside the dormitory, Yi Tian was radiant with gold. His skin had turned gold, and even his bones and blood had turned gold. This was clearly the golden body technique at the perfect level. The ever-exploding power and the impenetrable defense. The golden body technique at its peak is indeed terrifying. Yi Tian could feel that his strength had improved significantly. However, the A-level golden body technique consumes a lot of energy and cannot be maintained for long. With his cultivation level, a prolonged battle is definitely not feasible. A swift victory is necessary. If he were to reach the level of a master of supernatural arts, he could freely expend supernatural power when using A-level supernatural arts. With my current strength, passing the 10th floor of the battle tower should be a piece of cake, but I can't rush it. I'll wait until the last day to try it out. Yi Tian made his decision. In the days that followed, Yi Tian would occasionally take on 1 or 2 missions. Although he didn't earn many points, he treated them as practice. Before we knew it, the end of freshman year was fast approaching. This day. Donghai University, Battle Tower. Qin, you came to challenge again. This time, his cultivation had reached the advanced level of a sorcerer, and his aura was much stronger than before. This time, he aims to challenge the 8th floor of the battle tower. If he succeeds, he will receive a reward of 2,000 points. He now has 7,200 points. If he gains another 2,000 points, he will have 9,200 points, while Yi Tian currently only has 9,300 points. After entering the battle tower, he went straight to the 8th floor. Wow! One after another, peak level 2 demonic beasts appeared and surrounded Qin. He quickly killed all the monsters. Before long, he had killed all the monsters, but he also suffered some injuries. Continue to the 9th floor. A few seconds later, Qin emerged from the 9th floor looking disheveled. Fortunately, being killed wouldn't mean real death, it was just an illusion. Otherwise, he would have died just now. The 9th level is insane. How did Yi Tian even get past it? He was extremely puzzled. Just as he was leaving and on his way back to his dormitory, his father's message arrived. He turned on his communication watch and connected with his father. "Father, why are you calling me?" Qin Yu asked. "There are still half a month left. Your score hasn't reached number 1 yet. Go and take on the task of collecting spiritual soil for your school." Qin Yu's father, Qin Donghe, ordered. A mission to collect spirit soil? Qin Yu frowned. "Father, this mission isn't worth it. You only get 10 points for every pound of spirit soil. Spirit soil is born deep within the soil of spirit lands and is very hard to find. Even if I know the art of Earth is a type of magic that allows one to burrow underground, I still won't be able to find many spirit soils. You just need to accept the mission. As for the spirit soil, the family will send people to find it and hand it over to you. As long as it wasn't acquired, Donghai University won't be able to find any transaction information, and the spirit soil is fresh enough, they will recognize that you collected it," Qin Donghe said. "Well, okay." Qin Yu agreed. After all, this wasn't the first time he had received help from his family. He had completed many missions before, and his family had provided him with information and even severely injured a wanted criminal, which led to him encountering and killing the criminal by chance. However, I had been relatively restrained before and hadn't cheated too much. But now, the family is openly cheating. But for him, being the Rookie of the Year was an extremely high honor, and his family needed that honor. Especially in the last few days, all the major families were vying for the title of Rookie of the Year. "Yi Tian, you are indeed a prodigy, but unfortunately you have no powerful backing, so you will not be able to obtain the title of Rookie King." Qin Yu murmured to himself, feeling a little sorry for Yi Tian. Chapter 32 Instantly killed by fireball. My cultivation has finally reached the peak of the Mystic Master realm. Yi Tian was quite excited. He didn't consume any rare or precious herbs to enhance his cultivation, he simply practiced extraordinary techniques and used them to improve his cultivation. If other sorcerers cultivated like him, they would find it difficult to advance even a small realm in several years, but he could easily advance his realm. His extraordinary skills were all at the perfect level, so his cultivation level naturally improved quickly. Unfortunately, the potential of my water-based talent is still a little short of reaching a level. However, if he could just find some grade A water-based materials, he could immediately raise his water-based talent potential to grade A. In the blink of an eye, several more days have passed. Outside Donghai City, Qin Yu met with an old servant of the Qin family. The old servant took out a storage bag and handed it to Qin Yu. "Second young master, this contains the fresh spiritual soil collected by the family, about 300 caddies, worth 3,000 points. Take it back and submit it for the mission." 3,000 points. Qin Yu was overjoyed. In this way, he will definitely win the Rookie of the Year award. Moreover, there are only 7 or 8 days left until the end of the freshman period, making it difficult for Yi Tian and others to surpass him. Then, Qin Yu took the spiritual soil back to Donghai University to submit the mission. Donghai University was quite surprised to see so much spiritual soil and needed to investigate it, but they found nothing wrong. Since it was fresh spiritual soil, they could only conclude that Qin Yu had completed his mission. Just like that, Qin Yu got 3,000 points, directly surpassing Yi Tian. Yi Tian quickly received the news. "Qin Yu surpassed my points, gaining 3,000 points instantly. This is outrageous. What kind of task can grant 3,000 points in one go? The Qin family is going too far, blatantly cheating." Yi Tian remains silent. However, background is also part of one's strength, and there's nothing he can say about that. Let's wait until the last day. You want to surpass me and become the Rookie of the Year? Ha! Yi Tian was not in a hurry at all. Soon, his ranking rose from second to third, and even fourth. Clearly, Xinyu wasn't the only freshman who cheated by relying on his family or powerful connections. Soon, 6 or 7 days had passed. The time has come to the last day of the newborn period. At this moment, Xinyu is temporarily ranked first, Xiao Ziyun is second, Zhang Yi is third, and Yi Tian is fourth. Among them, Xiao Ziyun is only 500 points behind Xinyu, which is not too much of a difference. It's fair to say that the winner of the Rookie of the Year award can't be determined until the very last second. 10 a.m. Yi Tian arrived at the battle tower. He wasn't going to try to break through the tower in the last hour, there was no need for it. Once he clears the 10th floor of the battle tower and earns 10,000 points, he will far surpass everyone else. No matter how much they cheat on the last day, they won't be able to surpass him. Xinyu had been keeping an eye on Yi Tian, and when he learned that Yi Tian had gone to challenge the battle tower, he panicked. Could Yi Tian actually make it past the 10th floor? It's impossible. The 9th level is already so difficult. He probably barely managed to get past the 9th level, and he might have even used some special methods. There's absolutely no way he could get past the 10th level. Let's go take a look. Xinyu hurriedly went to the battle tower. The 10th floor of the battle tower. After Yi Tian walked in, one alien race after another materialized. Previously, he didn't know what these humanoid creatures were, but now he knows they are alien races from the underground cave, condensed by the illusion array. Soon, dozens of alien races gathered, each of them having reached the intermediate level of alien artsmaster, and each possessing top-tier combat power. Let alone intermediate-level sorcerers, even high-level sorcerers with strong combat power would find it difficult to pass this level. These alien races excel in various aspects, and when they unite, they pose a great threat. Donghai University set the battle tower so difficult, probably not so that he could pass through it, but rather to understand his own shortcomings while passing through it, and then gradually make up for them. Yi Tian thought to himself. After all, once students of Donghai University reach their second year, they almost always have to enter the underground caves to fight against the Lin clan. If their weaknesses are obvious, then they will be in danger. Boom! These alien races attacked Yi Tian one after another, unleashing various strange techniques. Let's try out the golden body technique. Yi Tian's entire body turned golden, like a little golden man. He didn't use any other supernatural abilities, he was simply testing the power of his own A-level supernatural ability. Bang! The strange techniques that struck him were deflected. At this moment, Yi Tian seemed to be able to break through all laws with his own strength. Break! With a single punch, an alien was instantly killed. Next, Yi Tian displayed the terrifying power of the perfected A-level extraordinary technique, golden body technique, and quickly wiped out these alien races, successfully passing through the 10th level. In reality, a normal peak-level sorcerer would not have such power when using the perfected golden body technique, but his physical body was too strong, which is why it had such a terrifying effect. I easily passed the 10th floor, so let's continue and see how difficult the 11th floor is. Yi Tian took a step and arrived at the 11th floor of the battle tower. The 11th floor. One by one, members of different races emerged, each possessing the cultivation level of a high-level sorcerer. At this moment, Yi Tian felt the pressure, and he knew this test would be difficult to pass. Therefore, he was prepared to go all out, otherwise it would be impossible to get through this hurdle. Darkness descends. Buzz. The A-level dark magic spell, the Dark Curtain, enveloped the surroundings, suppressing the alien races one by one. However, these advanced magic users, united as one, seemed about to tear the Dark Curtain apart. Hellfire Wooden Spike Technique. Dark Spear. Object Manipulation, Object Control. Yi Tian used various methods to kill several alien races in an instant. But the reactions of these alien races were indeed terrifying, and since they were all formed from illusion arrays, they almost never made mistakes. Boom! Attacks rained down on Yi Tian, but he withstood them all thanks to his golden body technique. Just then, the dark sky was torn apart. This A-level technique has been broken and cannot be reconstructed in a short period of time. Suddenly, a deadly attack appeared, a drill-like technique that struck at supersonic speed. Yi Tian tried to dodge, but the gravity on his body suddenly increased. Gravity magic. Yi Tian knew that even if he used the golden light technique at this moment, he wouldn't have time to dodge. Flash technique. His body instantly shifted 5 meters, dodging the attack. As the battle raged, Yi Tian's strength was greatly depleted, but he also killed more and more alien races. Once he is injured, he uses the life-giving technique to heal himself, which is the most suitable B-rank supernatural technique for self-healing during combat. The dark canopy can continue to be used. Yi Tian activated the dark sky curtain again, quickly killing off the other alien races and passing through the 11th level. However, at this point, he had also severely depleted his various supernatural powers and could only barely pass the 11th level. Passing the 11th floor will earn you 20,000 points. After recovering his strength in the battle tower, Yi Tian entered the 12th floor. He wanted to see the difficulty of the 12th floor. Soon, he discovered that there was only one alien on the 12th floor. This alien creature was covered in hard black scales, and judging from its appearance, it should be a member of the Black Scale Clan. The Scale Clan is divided into the White Scale Clan, the Black Scale Clan, and the Golden Scale Clan based on the color of their scales. The White Scale Clan consists of ordinary people, the Black Scale Clan consists of nobles, and the Golden Scale Clan consists of royalty. This alien was actually a nobleman of the Scaled Clan. The Black Scale Clan, masters of peak supernatural arts, I wonder what their strength is. Yi Tian charged forward to test his opponent's strength. The Black Scale Clan member extended a finger and condensed a fireball. Fireball? This is just a very ordinary E-level supernatural ability. Even if he is a top-level master of supernatural arts, with great strength, could you break his golden body technique by attacking him with an E-level supernatural art? Yi Tian didn't care at all. But the next second, he was dumbfounded. Puff! The fireball pierced right through his body, breaking through the golden body technique. Immediately afterwards, he came out of the battle tower, completely unharmed, but the scene he had just witnessed still made him feel uneasy. Fireball killed him instantly. This is so embarrassing. No, that's definitely not a fireball spell. It seems to contain a terrifying power. Yi Tian thought to himself. Chapter 33 Fire Elemental Intent. We exited the battle tower. Xin Yu and others were also here. Yi Tian, you've cleared the 10th level of the battle tower? Xin Yu asked somewhat nervously. We made it. Yi Tian said calmly. These words made Xin Yu's expression change, and he felt very bad. If Yi Tian wasn't bragging, then he definitely wouldn't have won the Rookie of the Year award. Back in the dormitory, Yi Tian was still thinking about the fireball technique. Ask instructor Li Haoyang, he should know what's going on with that Black Scale Clan member on the 12th floor of the battle tower. Yi Tian sent a message to his mentor, Li Haoyang, explaining his problem. Fortunately, Professor Li Haoyang did not go to the underground cave and receive the news. Yi Tian, you've broken into the 12th floor of the battle tower? Li Haoyang was very surprised. Among the new students, some even made it to the 12th floor. Although they didn't succeed, they were still incredibly talented. Yes. Yi Tian answered truthfully, I passed the 11th level and entered the 12th level, but that Black Scale Clan member killed me instantly with a single fireball spell. Logically speaking, a fireball spell shouldn't have been able to hurt me. Li Haoyang explained, this isn't knowledge you currently possess, but since you've reached the 12th floor of the battle tower, I'll tell you. The opponent did indeed use a fireball spell, but they incorporated fire elemental intent into it. Fire-based artistic conception? Yi Tian had never heard of it before. Li Haoyang continued, intent is a power that every master of supernatural arts possesses, and only by comprehending intent can one break through to the level of a master of supernatural arts. Many peak supernatural arts practitioners have been unable to break through because they have not comprehended intent. Once one comprehends the corresponding intent, one can use the power of intent to promote the evolution of supernatural organs, thereby stepping into the realm of a master of supernatural arts. The peak supernatural arts master of the Black Scale Clan on the 12th floor of the battle tower is a powerful figure who controls the fire intent. Master, how can one comprehend the essence of a concept? Yi Tian asked for guidance. Li Haoyang said, to comprehend the essence of a technique, one must grasp the true meaning of a unique art and comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. For example, in our water system, the simplest way to comprehend the essence of the water system is to study an S-grade water system treasure. Such water system treasures contain the mysteries of heaven and earth, and there is a chance to comprehend the essence of the water system. However, S-class water-type treasures are extremely rare and valuable, making them highly sought after. Another method is to cultivate various water-based magical arts. By mastering each art to its fullest extent and accumulating these arts, one can gain insight into the true essence of water-based magic and potentially comprehend its profound meaning. However, this method is extremely difficult and time-consuming. Once you clear the 11th floor of the battle tower, you will inevitably obtain the title of Newcomer King. This will grant you access to a place where you can earn battle merits, which may give you a chance to comprehend an S-rank water-based treasure. Thank you for your guidance, mentor. Yi Tian quickly replied. S-rank treasures are out of the question for now, but stacking supernatural techniques really suits me. Yi Tian murmured. He planned to purchase more extraordinary techniques and cultivate them all to perfection, hoping that he might be able to comprehend the power of artistic conception. Once he comprehends a certain state of mind, his strength will undergo a dramatic transformation. Tunghai University, Department of Water Resources Office Building. Li Haiyang sat in his office, made a phone call, and then quickly hung up. That little guy Yi Tian actually made it through the 11th floor of the battle tower. It seems that this little guy has a terrifying talent in the cultivation of supernatural arts. He must have mastered an A-level supernatural art at the perfect level, and not just one. Or he may have cultivated an S-level supernatural art to the perfect level. Only then would he have a slight hope of making it through the 11th floor of the battle tower with the cultivation of a peak supernatural arts master. Li Haiyang thought to himself. However, no matter how monstrous Yi Tian may be for now, as long as he hasn't grasped the power of intent, he's not worth Donghai University's attention. In the past, there were many students with terrifying combat power, but after reaching the level of a master of supernatural arts, they became mediocre and could not comprehend the essence of the art. Even after gaining battle merits in the underground cave and exchanging multiple opportunities to comprehend S-level treasures, they still could not comprehend the essence of the art. Finally, he was hit hard and completely devastated. Therefore, a genius who has not grasped the essence of the art is not a true genius, and their future remains uncertain. The next day. With the battle tower results updated, the news that Yi Tian had passed the 11th floor could no longer be kept secret. The freshmen were all shocked. What? Yi Tian has cleared the 11th level of the battle tower. Xin Yu and the others were dumbfounded. You can get 10,000 points for clearing the 10th floor and 20,000 points for clearing the 11th floor of the battle tower. He thought Yi Tian had only passed the 10th floor, but it turned out he had passed the 11th floor. In terms of strength, he is far inferior to Yi Tian. It has to be said that he was somewhat provoked. But he quickly regained his confidence. It's only the 11th level. As long as you don't comprehend the essence, it's nothing. Comprehending the essence is the real beginning. With the help of my family, it will be easy for me to obtain an S-level treasure to comprehend in the future, but it will be very difficult for Yi Tian. Thinking about it this way, he calmed down a bit. At 10 a.m., Tunghai University announced Yi Tian as the freshman champion, and his name and photo were published on the official website. Yi Tian was also awarded the prize for Rookie of the Year. A reward of 10,000 points. A Grade A material. A Class A extraordinary technique. One spot for entry into the underground cave. Of course, these rewards were not announced. Resource Department, Tunghai University. Yi Tian came here to receive rewards, mainly to comprehend a grade materials and a grade special techniques, which Yi Tian needs to choose for himself. It's a pity I'm not allowed to choose grade A space-type materials. Yi Tian felt somewhat helpless. If he were given space-related materials, he would even be willing to downgrade to grade B materials, but Donghai University is too stingy. Finally, Yi Tian chose the A-grade fire-type treasure, the glazed fire. Glazed fire is a type of exotic fire that can assist in cultivating fire-based magical arts and can also be used for refining weapons and alchemy. However, Donghai University does not have a weapon crafting department or an alchemy department, mainly because the alien cultivation system does not value weapon crafting and alchemy, but these two professions are very popular among the alien races in the underground cave. Yi Tian chose the glazed fire not for alchemy or weapon crafting, but to absorb the power of fire and raise his fire-type talent potential to a level. Then, he also chose an A-level fire-type special technique Fire Dragon Cover, a fire-type special technique that combines defense and offense. The access permit for the underground caves was a token, which Yi Tian also received. He also received an underground cave manual, which introduced the underground caves and included a sentence at the end: do not spread knowledge about the underground caves. After receiving all the rewards, Yi Tian left the resource department and returned to his dormitory. After returning home, Yi Tian opened the glass bottle containing the glazed flame and touched it with his hand. Although the temperature was very high, Yi Tian could still barely bear it. Firepower +1. Firepower +1. Seeing that he had absorbed bit by bit of firepower and that his fire-type talent potential was slowly increasing, he was naturally in a great mood. It seems that it won't be long before his fire-type talent potential reaches a level. Chapter 34 comprehends the metal element intent, strength soars. 2 days later. I've acquired all 30 types of metal-based supernatural arts. Yi Tian looked at the pile of supernatural technique inheritance orbs in front of him, almost all of which were C-level and B-level supernatural techniques. He planned to cultivate these supernatural techniques to perfection and comprehend the essence of metal from the many metal-type supernatural techniques. He also wanted to comprehend the essence of darkness, but dark magic was not easy to acquire and was quite rare. Therefore, he decided to focus on the artistic conception of the metal element first. He planned to go to the underground cave after he had grasped the essence of the metal element. He felt that his current strength was still too weak. If he encountered an alien race that had comprehended the essence of the universe, he probably wouldn't even be able to use his Earth as a type of magic that allows one to escape from the Earth and would be instantly killed by the opponent. Yi Tian immediately activated the Enlightenment technique, absorbing the origin of dark-type innate abilities, causing his comprehension to surge. Next, he began to cultivate a metal-based extraordinary technique. Soon, he mastered this metal-based technique to perfection and continued to cultivate a second metal-based technique. As time passed, Yi Tian cultivated each metal-based technique to perfection. Later on, cultivating metal-based techniques became easier and easier. Through repeated contemplation, he gradually came to understand the true essence of metal-based magical arts. 10 days later, all the metal-based magical arts had been mastered to perfection. At this moment, Yi Tian used the Enlightenment technique to enhance his comprehension, and in a moment of enlightenment, he comprehended the true meaning and mysteries of the metal element. Time passed second by second. Yi Tian sat there cross-legged, silently comprehending the truth. It's unclear how much time has passed, but Yi Tian exudes an extremely sharp power. Even though he doesn't move, the surrounding air seems to be torn apart, and a sound like shattering glass can be heard. But soon, this power disappeared. Yi Tian also opened his eyes. I've grasped the essence of the metal element. Yi Tian extended a finger and gently sliced it, instantly cutting a glass several meters away in half. Then, he arrived at the training room of Donghai University. The walls here were made of special materials and were also set up with arrays, making them extremely tough. Unless one is a master of supernatural arts, they cannot be broken through. Yi Tian tested the power of his current metal-based supernatural technique here. He used his golden needle technique on an iron pillar, but he incorporated the metal element he had just comprehended into the technique. Puff! The golden needle technique pierced through the iron pillar at an extremely fast speed, as if it were piercing through tofu. As expected, after comprehending the essence, the power of the corresponding special techniques increases terrifyingly. Yi Tian murmured. Understanding the artistic conception and not understanding it are two completely different worlds. No wonder Bloodclaw didn't dare to have any thought of fighting when he met the master of supernatural arts, Ironstone. He chose to run away and even used the blood escape technique, but still couldn't escape. The vast difference in strength between a master of supernatural arts and a grandmaster of supernatural arts demonstrates just how terrifying the power of artistic conception is. With my current strength, I should be able to clear the 12th floor of the battle tower. However, Yi Tian has no intention of taking the plunge. The rebirth period is over now, and even if you pass the 12th floor of the battle tower, you won't get many points as a reward. Data panel. Yi Tian summoned his data. Host, Yi Tian. Realm, Peak Mystic. Talented abilities, Dark A rank 1-100, Mental B rank 1-100, Water B rank 93-100, Fire A rank 1-100, Wood B rank 1-100, Metal A rank 1-100, Earth B rank 1-100, Spatial E rank 1-100. Special abilities, a rank Dark Curtain Perfect, a rank Fire Dragon Shield Perfect, a rank Golden Body Technique Perfect, B rank Dark Spear Perfect. Mutant abilities, rank B Dark Flame Perfect, rank B Limb Regeneration Technique Perfect. Artistic Conception, 9th Sequence Metal Element Artistic Conception 1st Level. He practiced too many extraordinary techniques, so he had many of them to avoid making the data panel look too cluttered. However, the newly released Artistic Conception data showed the 9th sequence, the Metal Element Artistic Conception, which puzzled him greatly. What does the 9th sequence mean? He didn't ask Li Haoyang. What if the 9th sequence involved some secret knowledge? If he asked directly, wouldn't that raise suspicion? Go ask Qin Susu. After all, she's a third-year university student. Perhaps she knows what the 9th sequence intent is. Then, Yi Tian immediately contacted Qin Susu. Once the call connected, Yi Tian asked, "Senior Sister Qin, do you know what the ninth sequence's artistic conception is?" Qin Susu replied, "I don't know much about the ninth sequence intent. I only know that to break through to the Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts, one needs to comprehend intents, and many Grandmasters comprehend the ninth sequence intent. It is said that after comprehending the ninth sequence intent to perfection, one can continue to sublimate the intent and comprehend the eighth sequence intent. According to this number, there may be a seventh sequence intent, a sixth sequence intent, and so on, but those are too far away from us." "I see." Yi Tian began to understand. This ninth sequence of artistic conception is equivalent to the first major realm within artistic conception. There are even higher realms beyond that. Yi Tian was initially excited about his comprehension of the metal element, but now he realized that his current metal element was only at the ninth sequence, and at only one level, which was hardly worth mentioning. He quickly calmed down. Of course, compared to those who were stuck at the peak of the sorcerer realm, he has already crossed the threshold. "Senior Qin, when are you going to the underground cave?" Yi Tian asked again. "In the next few days, are you going in too?" Qin Susu knew that Yi Tian had won the title of newcomer king, which meant he would definitely have a spot to enter the underground cave and could go in. "Okay, let's go in together then. I'd also like to ask you some questions about the underground cave," Yi Tian said. "Okay." Qin Susu readily agreed. 3 days later, Yi Tian and Qin Susu agreed to enter the underground cave together. The entrance to the underground cave is located beneath a mountain peak at the easternmost edge of Tunghai University. After Yi Tian and Qin Susu arrived, they took out their tokens. After a check, they were allowed to enter a passage that extended downwards. The passage walls are blocked by an array, so even if one uses Earth as a type of magic that allows one to escape, it is impossible to pass through here. Soon, they arrived at a place more than 100 meters underground, where the space suddenly expanded and an ancient gate stood there. This gate is the underground passage, and also a solidified spatial passage. Go through the gate and walk about 300 meters, and you will officially enter the underground cave. Qin Susu explained. Yi Tian nodded slightly and followed Qin Susu through the underground passage. 300 meters is a distance they cover in the blink of an eye. After passing through the underground passage, Yi Tian found himself in another world. This is a vast, ancient city, and there are 3 suns in the sky. Clearly, this is not Earth. Yi Tian, this is the East Sea Fortress, a fortress built by our Xia Kingdom in the underground world. Let me take you to apply for a place to stay first. Qin Susu led Yi Tian to a grand hall in the East Sea Fortress, where they applied for accommodation. Soon, the accommodation application was approved. It was a very ordinary house. Since it's an underground world, there aren't many good conditions. Just being able to live there is enough. Chapter 35: The Underground World, Luoha. After settling down in the East China Sea Fortress, Yi Tian often chatted with Qin Susu to learn about this underground world. There are related records in the cave manual, but they are all simple records and a lot of information is not recorded. For example, the terrain and appearance of the underground world, which places are dangerous, the distribution of the scaled tribe, etc., are all things that are not recorded above. Moreover, Yi Tian also learned that the East Sea Fortress was a passive defense and never dared to take the initiative to invade the Scaled Clan. The overall strength of the Scaled Clan is naturally inferior to that of the Xia Kingdom, but this place is merely a fortress of the Xia Kingdom. Only gifted ability users from Donghai City and a few surrounding cities are stationed here, so the garrison strength is naturally insufficient. There were no major wars between the Xia Kingdom and the Lin tribe, but there were many local wars, and the fighting was very frequent. In the underground world, there is one thing that is very important: battle merits. Many gifted individuals with special abilities are willing to enter the underground world, mainly for battle merits, which can be exchanged for mission rewards. For example, a grade materials and a grade special techniques, which are officially restricted by the Xia Kingdom, can be exchanged using battle merits. However, battle merits are hard to obtain. They can only be earned by killing members of the Scaled Clan. This is the battle ring. Yi Tian looked at the ring-shaped item he had just obtained and began to study it. The war ring is an item that can be used for communication. There is no external network here, so external mobile phones cannot be used here. However, the war ring is connected to the East China Sea Fortress and can be used within a certain range. It can also be used to call for help. Moreover, the battle ring is similar to a mobile phone, containing a wealth of information about rare and precious materials. If you encounter an unfamiliar treasure, you can check the battle ring's information to identify it. In addition, in the underground world, you also need to use battle rings to exchange battle merits for rewards, similar to mobile payment in the outside world. Therefore, combat rings are extremely important when venturing into the underground world. The battle ring is free, but if it is lost or damaged, it is quite troublesome to replace. It requires a lot of review and costs a lot of money. He registered and checked his battle merits. Battle achievements, 0. He had never killed a single member of the Scaled clan, so naturally he had no military achievements. For the next few days, Yi Tian did not leave the East Sea Fortress and continued to cultivate there. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is more abundant here, making cultivation more effective. Moreover, he had been using the enlightenment technique to comprehend the essence of things, which had some effect, but not much. In other words, using this method to comprehend and enhance the artistic conception of the metal element is not cost-effective. I need to accumulate enough battle merits to exchange for an S-level treasure to study, and then use the enlightenment technique to comprehend the essence of the Tao in order to make rapid progress. Yi Tian thought to himself. And he was also wondering if he could find an S-rank treasure in the underground world. He needed to obtain S-rank treasure materials to upgrade his talent and ability potential to S-rank. A few days later, Yi Tian's metal elemental intent had only improved from the first level to the third level. In the eyes of others, such progress would undoubtedly be rapid, but in Yi Tian's eyes, such progress was very slow. Yi Tian, I'm here. Qin Susu has arrived. Yi Tian opened the door and let Qin Susu in. Yi Tian, you know a bit about the underground world now. Are you planning to venture into it? Qin Susu asked. I have that idea. Yi Tian nodded. At this moment, Qin Susu suggested, I recommend you go to Luoha. This area is almost entirely composed of rivers, and since you are a first-year water-based student, although you possess other talents and abilities, you are definitely very skilled in water-based techniques. Most importantly, there are relatively few scaled people in Luoha, so it is slightly safer there. In addition, there is a C-grade water system material in Luoha called Luoha Purple Sand, 1 pound of which can be exchanged for 10 battle merits. Can Luoha Purple Sand be exchanged for battle merits? Yi Tian asked in confusion. Senior Sister Qin, isn't the only way to gain battle merits to kill the alien races in the underground world? He remembered that's what the cave manual said. Qin Susu smiled and said, indeed, you can only gain battle merits by killing alien races, but battle merits can be traded, although you need to pay a tax of 1/10 of them. Although taxes and fees are high, many factions use their battle merits to acquire rare resources. For example, Luoha Purple Sand, although only a C-grade material, can be used by some groups to extract a special substance, which is the source of some awakening potions. Therefore, many groups are purchasing large quantities of Luoha Purple Clay. I see. Yi Tian understood. Yi Tian, many large corporations have outposts in the East China Sea Fortress. You can go and see what materials they're acquiring, record them with your battle ring, and if you come across them, you can collect them and exchange them for battle merits, Qin Susu suggested. Yi Tian noted it down. Afterwards, Qin Susu agreed to leave the East China Sea Fortress with Yi Tian the next day. Qin Susu's destination was not Luoha, but they shared a section of the route and could travel together. The next day, Yi Tian met with Qin Susu and left the East China Sea Fortress together. As Yi Tian walked out of the East China Sea Fortress, he turned around and caught a glimpse of the fortress's grandeur, with streaks of light flashing across it, the glow of a partially activated array. Within a radius of several miles around the East China Sea Fortress, not a blade of grass grows. The land is pitch black and riddled with cracks, the result of battle. Although the Scaled clan rarely engages in large-scale wars with the East Sea Fortress, they do so once every few years, often directly attacking the fortress and forcing it to activate its formations to resist the Scaled clan's invasion. That's why this area outside was damaged like this. Yi Tian, be careful when entering the underground world. Conceal your aura. The Scaled clan is very sensitive to auras and can easily detect you. Qin Susu reminded him all the way. There are countless common sense facts that can be explained in detail. They are all experiences gained step by step. After walking about 10 miles, Qin Susu and Yi Tian parted ways. After Qin Susu left, Yi Tian no longer needed to hide and used the earth escape technique to travel. An hour later, he was about to arrive in Luoha. There must be Scaled clan members here in Luoha. Let's use our water clone technique to search for their traces. Wow! The water clone at the perfect state was unleashed. The water clone blends into the water, making it almost impossible to sense that there is a water clone here. Then, the water body moves slowly, trying not to cause any disturbance to the water flow. Rumble. In the distance, the energy fluctuations from a battle using water-based magical techniques could be heard. Could it be a battle between gifted individuals and the Scaled clan? Yi Tian sent his water clones to go and check immediately. Soon, he arrived at the waters where the battle was taking place. On the banks of the Luo River, a mid-level master of supernatural arts was surrounded by two members of the Scaled clan. These two Scaled clan members, one a mid-level master of supernatural arts and the other a beginner master of supernatural arts, are currently being suppressed. There shouldn't be any hidden Scaled clan members around here, right? Yi Tian carefully searched the area and confirmed that there were no other Scaled clan members. So he came over himself, intending to kill the two Scaled clan members. In this way, he can gain his first merit in the underground world. Chapter 36, Earning Military Merits. Soon, Yi Tian arrived at the battleground. At this moment, the two Scale clan members spotted Yi Tian. The Scale clan member who was a beginner-level master of supernatural arts came over directly, intending to kill Yi Tian casually. After all, Yi Tian's cultivation level was only at the peak of the sorcerer level, and the other party thought Yi Tian was very weak. Yi Tian didn't even bother to use the power of the metal element to deal with such a weakling. With a wave of his hand, water snakes flew out of the Luoha River. Water snake strangulation. The scaled creature's body was enveloped by water snakes and instantly strangled into a bloody mist. The water serpent strangulation is a B-level water-based technique, which Yi Tian has cultivated to perfection. When used in a river, its power is naturally very strong. After the Scaled clan member was killed, Yi Tian grabbed an identity token that had fallen from his body. These identity tokens are the proof of redeeming battle merits. Seeing his companion instantly killed by Yi Tian, the intermediate-level master of supernatural arts, a member of the Scaled clan, sensed something was wrong and immediately used a supernatural technique to transform into a streak of blue light, attempting to escape. Trying to escape? Yi Tian sneered. He immediately used the golden light technique to pursue and kill him. The golden light technique is only a C-rank special technique, but when infused with the power of the metal element, its speed skyrockets to an incredibly terrifying level. Wow! In just a few breaths, Yi Tian caught up with the Scaled clan member. Next, Yi Tian used the golden needle technique, but he incorporated the power of the metal element. The Scaled clan member was surrounded by a ghostly light, which was probably a defensive technique, but it couldn't withstand Yi Tian's golden needle technique. The needle was pierced through the head, and the member died on the spot. After killing the opponent, Yi Tian took away the opponent's identity token and a storage bag. They're all poor bastards, they don't even have a permanent storage ring. Yi Tian thought to himself. Thank you, friend. The water-based magic master came over and expressed his gratitude. You're welcome, I'm leaving. Yi Tian left immediately. After Yi Tian left, the man murmured, a peak-level sorcerer can easily kill a novice sorcerer master and an intermediate sorcerer master of the Scaled clan. Moreover, he is very young. He must be a genius from Donghai University. Even so, he's still too talented. According to the regulations of the East Sea Fortress, taking an ordinary white Scale clan member as an example, a Scale clan identity token of a beginner-level sorcerer can be exchanged for 10 battle merits. A Scale clan identity token of a mid-level sorcerer can be exchanged for 20 battle merits. The two Scale clan members I killed were both white Scale clan members, so I can exchange them for 30 battle merits. Yi Tian thought to himself. 30 battle merits are not much. To exchange for a spot to comprehend an S-level treasure, you need at least 3,000 battle merits. Many top-level masters of supernatural arts need several years to accumulate that many battle merits. This is without using battle merits, but in reality, many masters of supernatural arts cannot accumulate battle merits without using them. So how do they improve their strength? Many masters of supernatural arts spend every bit of merit they earn in battle, and they simply can't save any. I need to kill the Black Scale clan or the Golden Scale clan to earn a lot of battle merits. Yi Tian thought to himself. The White Scale clan is considered cannon fodder among the Scale clan. They reproduce quickly and are worthless, so killing White Scale clan members yields very little merit. But the Black Scale clan is different. Even a Black Scale clan member at the beginner level of a master of supernatural arts can earn 50 battle merits for killing one. Killing a Black Scale clan member at the intermediate level of a master of supernatural arts will earn you 100 battle merits. If you can kill a Black Scale clan member at the peak of the supernatural arts level, you can directly gain 500 battle merits. If I kill a few more Black Scale clan members like this, I can probably accumulate 3,000 battle merits. Yi Tian then opened the two scaled creatures' storage bags. There weren't many things inside, probably not enough to exchange for battle merits, but they could be sold for some money. Bottom of the Luoha River. Yi Tian's water clone came here, searching for Luoha Zisha. The purple sand in Luoha only emits a faint purple glow at the bottom of the Luoha River, but the purple glow cannot be seen beyond 5 meters. In addition, the visibility at the bottom of the river is poor, making it quite difficult to see the purple sand of Luoha. But Yi Tian is a mental-type gifted ability user with extremely strong mental power, a wide range of sensory perception, and the ability to create water clones. Therefore, he is the most suitable gifted individual to search for Luoha purple sand at the bottom of the river. Yi Tian planned to search for the Scaled clan while simultaneously searching for Luoha purple sand at the bottom of the river, which would allow him to accumulate battle merits more quickly. Found it! Yi Tian saw a purple light, went over to take a look, and sifted through a pile of ordinary river sand, finding more than 30 grains of Luoha purple sand. This amount was too small, but at least he had made a gain. Half an hour later, Yi Tian has harvested about 1 gene of Luoha purple sand, which is equivalent to earning 10 battle merits. This method of accumulating battle merits isn't slow either. If you can maintain this level of accumulation, you can easily earn at least 100 battle merits a day, and over 3,000 battle merits a month. In reality, Luoha purple sand will become increasingly difficult to find, and it may take 2 months to accumulate so many battle merits. Hunting the Scaled clan is still the fastest way to gain battle merits. As long as you find a group of Scaled clan members and wipe them out, you'll make a huge profit in one go. Of course, this requires strength, and he happens to have that strength. Ha! A monster. Yi Tian saw a water-type monster at the bottom of the river. He hadn't seen any monsters before and thought there were no monsters in the underground world. It now appears that the underground world also has monsters, but since this place is one of the battlefields between the Xia Kingdom and the Scaled clan, the monsters here have become rare creatures. The aquatic monster he discovered was a Titan buffalo, a mid-level level 3 monster, and its strength was quite good. But when it encountered Yi Tian, it was its doom. Puff! The sword shadow technique flashed, instantly killing the Titan buffalo. The meat of this buffalo is quite good and edible. He took the Titan buffalo carcass directly and stored it as food. The underground world, just as the sun is about to set. Yi Tian also saw a deserted island in the Luoha River. At that moment, he saw a member of the Scaled tribe roasting meat on the beach of the deserted island. It's the Black Scale clan. Yi Tian was surprised. This Black Scale clan member is incredibly audacious, and it seems he's not accompanied by any other Scale clan guards. The Black Scale clan is noble, but this Black Scale clan member is only at the intermediate level of a sorcerer. He can be killed. Yi Tian used his water clone to envelop himself and slowly slid into the past. Just as he got close to his opponent, he unleashed a B-rank supernatural technique Hellwood Spikes. One after another, wooden spikes rose from the ground and pierced towards the Black Scale clan member. But something surprising happened. The Black Scale clan member dodged his Hellwood Spike technique with incredible speed, revealing his true cultivation level. A master of extraordinary arts. Clearly, the other party had cultivated a unique technique to conceal their cultivation level, only revealing the realm of a mid-level master of such techniques. This guy probably seduced gifted individuals, and he's probably killed quite a few of them using that method. Yi Tian guessed. However, he was not afraid even of a top-tier master of supernatural arts. Wow! Yi Tian walked out of the water. The Black Scale clan member held a knife and used a strange technique to enhance it, causing the knife to emit a black light. Immediately afterwards, the Black Scale clan used their supernatural abilities to enhance their speed, transforming into a streak of light as they charged forward. The Scaled clan not only possesses supernatural abilities, but also terrifying physical strength, excels in close combat, and is also adept at using weapons. This Black Scale clan member possessed strength surpassing that of a typical peak-level master of supernatural arts. Darkness descends. Yi Tian directly used this A-level special technique to restrict the opponent's speed and prevent them from escaping. Then, he used the Golden Body technique. Buzz! The Golden Body technique was unleashed, unleashing the power of the metal element and charging towards the opponent with golden light. However, the opponent was very experienced in combat. He used a strange technique to change his direction of movement, appeared to Yi Tian's left, and then slashed at Yi Tian's arm. With a clang. The opponent's knife didn't hurt Yi Tian at all, instead, it was deflected. At this moment, Yi Tian grabbed the Black Scale Clan member by the neck with one hand, unleashing his metal elemental power. Click! He crushed the Black Scale Clan member to death. Chapter 37, Exchanging Battle Merits, Strength Soars. The Scaled Clan members who haven't grasped the essence of the art are still too weak. Yi Tian murmured. His combat experience was inferior to his opponent's. For example, he hadn't expected his opponent to be able to turn, which resulted in his opponent cutting him. However, having grasped the essence of the metal element, his strength far surpassed that of his opponent, which allowed him to kill him easily. Storage ring, take it. Yi Tian put away the other party's identity token and then checked the inside of the other party's storage ring. So many good things. Yi Tian was surprised. This Scale Clan member is likely not an ordinary Scale Clan noble, he must be very wealthy. Just as Yi Tian was excitedly organizing the items inside his storage ring, a terrifying aura emanated from afar. Not good. Without saying a word, he jumped directly into the Luoha River, using his water clones to envelop himself and descend to the bottom of the river. You dare to kill our young master? You're asking for death. The speaker was a grandmaster of the Scaled Clan, speaking in the common language of the underground world. Although Yi Tian had not yet fully mastered the underground language, he could still sense the killing intent and anger in the tone of his voice. Boom! The Luoha River trembled as waves of impact struck its waters. Immediately afterwards, the Scaled Clan Grandmaster stormed into Luoha to hunt down Yi Tian. Yi Tian continued to flee at the bottom of the Luoha River, and even burrowed into the soil at the bottom of the river, using his earth burrowing technique. He can burrow underground wherever there is soil, but using the burrowing technique at the bottom of the Luoha River consumes a lot of his earth-based magical energy. But in order to escape, he didn't care about expending any energy. After a long time, Yi Tian had already escaped from Luoha. When he emerged from the earth, he had already shaken off the Scaled Clan Grandmaster. The underground world is indeed dangerous, I could easily run into a Scaled Clan Grandmaster. Yi Tian sighed. By this time, it was already dark. He activated his battle ring, determined his range, and then used the earth escape technique to return towards the East Sea Fortress. It was around 10 p.m. at night. Yi Tian returned to the East China Sea Fortress and, after a thorough inspection, successfully returned to the fortress. Back at his lodgings, he slept soundly, planning to redeem his battle merits the next day. The next day, at daybreak, Yi Tian then arrived at the place in the East China Sea Fortress where he could exchange his battle merits. The identity tokens of the Scale Clan are not only identity tokens, but also special devices used for communication. Different identities, statuses, and cultivation levels require different identity tokens. In addition, the residual soul aura contained in the identity tokens can be used to identify individuals. Therefore, there is no possibility of an exchange error. When Yi Tian took out the Scale Clan identity token in his hand, the staff member exchanging battle merits looked at Yi Tian in surprise. After all, Yi Tian's cultivation level was only at the peak of the sorcerer level. How could he possibly kill a Black Scale Clan member at the peak of the sorcerer master level? Immediately, the other party gave Yi Tian a disdainful look, leaving Yi Tian speechless. Clearly, the other party believed that he used the Scaled Clan identity token obtained by his elders to exchange for battle merits. If he transferred money, a 10% tax would be deducted, which was far less cost-effective than directly giving the identity token to exchange for battle merits. The key point is that this method cannot be prohibited. Yi Tian didn't explain, because he knew people wouldn't believe him anyway. Soon, the battle merits were redeemed. He then went to a shop in the East China Sea Fortress, the East China Sea Pavilion. That's right, it's Donghai Pavilion in Donghai City. They also have a shop in Donghai Fortress. Yi Tian exchanged the Luoha purple sand he collected for battle merits here. After completing the exchange, Yi Tian checked his battle ring. Battle achievements, 612. Not bad, you've gained over 600 battle merits. He was very satisfied with this. Back at my lodgings, Yi Tian took out all the good items from the Black Scale Clan storage ring. The 3 grade A materials are fire type, wood type, and water type materials. More than 30 pieces of grade B materials. There were also some miscellaneous items, such as elixirs and weapons. There are also 6 books on supernatural arts, but unfortunately, we humans can't practice them. These alien techniques cultivated by other races are all bloodline techniques without the corresponding bloodline, they cannot be mastered. Shin Susu had told him about this. However, the Xia Kingdom government also collects these bloodline techniques, mainly for reference. But only if the Xia Kingdom government does not have such bloodline techniques will it award merits. Humans have been at war with the alien races of the underground world for so many years, the possibility of finding bloodline techniques that have never been recorded is very low. Therefore, these bloodline techniques are of little value. This harvest is huge. With a grade wood and water materials, I can upgrade the potential of both of my innate abilities to a grade. As for the other useless materials, I'll exchange them for battle merits if I can. Yi Tian organized the materials and went to the East Sea Pavilion to exchange some items for battle merits, gaining more than 300 battle merits again. In this way, his battle merits will approach 1,000 points. Having earned his merits, he didn't intend to keep them and went straight to the Hall of Merit to exchange them for items. Even powerful groups like the East Sea Pavilion and the East Sea Fortress are not allowed to sell items of grade A or higher, they can only exchange them at the Hall of Military Merit. There are so many good things. Yi Tian looked at the items on the screen, wishing he could redeem them all, but unfortunately he couldn't afford them. Grade A space-type item, Void God Stone, price, 30,000 battle points. A single A-grade spatial item requires 30,000 battle merits, that's outrageous. Ordinary A-grade materials of the 5 elements only require 300 to 400 battle merits, while ordinary A-grade special techniques only require 200 battle merits. You only need 3,000 battle merits or a little more to get a spot to comprehend an S-level treasure. 30,000 battle merits can be exchanged for 10 chances to comprehend a treasure. I really want to exchange for this grade A Void God Stone, but it's too expensive. He looked at a lot of nice things, but the prices were all outrageously expensive. He spent a long time choosing before finally making his selection. Grade A Earth-type material, Earth Soul Crystal, price, 230 battle points. Rank A water-based special ability, Great Water Escape Technique, price, 320 battle points. Rank A wood-type anomalous technique, Myriad Wood Prison Technique, price, 330 battle points. He originally wanted to exchange for a D-grade space material, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that the grade was too low. He decided to wait until he had enough battle merits to exchange for a higher grade space material all at once. Therefore, he purchased these 3 items. The Earth Soul Crystal can raise his Earth-type talent potential to a level, thus raising all 5 elements' talent potential to a level. As for the Great Water Escape Technique, it allows him to escape quickly in the Luaha River, so he wants to master this water-based technique. As for the Myriad Woods Prison Technique, it can trap enemies, and its effect is even better when combined with the Dark Sky Curtain. He also wanted to exchange for an A-level Earth-type special technique, but unfortunately he didn't have enough battle merits. Alas, military merits really don't last long. Yi Tian murmured. Instead of continuing to gain merits, he planned to cultivate for a few more days to perfect all the extraordinary techniques he had acquired, thereby enhancing his innate talents and potential. The gold element's artistic conception also needs more effort to improve, at least to the level of 10%. And so, the days passed by. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. At this moment, Yi Tian's 5 elemental talents and abilities have all been upgraded to a level, and his various special techniques have all been cultivated to the point of perfection. Moreover, his metal-based artistic conception has also been elevated to the 10th level. His cultivation is about to break through. He could feel that each of his special abilities was undergoing a subtle transformation. Once the transformation was complete, his cultivation would surely reach the level of a master of supernatural arts. Once he breaks through to the level of a master of supernatural arts, his strength will inevitably increase dramatically. Chapter 38 Comprehending an S-rank treasure. The transformation of supernatural organs is not so fast, it is a gradual process. 5 days later, Yi Tian's supernatural organs were finally transformed, and his cultivation officially broke through to the level of a beginner supernatural master. His physical abilities increased dramatically, and his supernatural powers became more refined and powerful. His cultivation breakthrough is too fast, this is going to be too high profile. At this moment, he remembered the Black Scale Clan's unique technique for concealing their cultivation level, although he couldn't cultivate the Scale Clan's unique techniques. However, humans must also possess extraordinary abilities to conceal their cultivation levels. So he inquired about it and actually found out about a strange technique. The A-level water-based magical technique Turtle Breathing Technique and the B-level water-based magical technique Breath Holding Technique. The turtle breathing technique can be cultivated to the point of concealing one's minor realm, to the point of minor mastery it can conceal 2 minor realms, to the point of major mastery it can conceal 3 minor realms, and if one cultivates it to the point of perfection it can conceal 1 major realm. For example, if he is currently at the level of a beginner master of supernatural arts, and he cultivates the turtle breathing technique to the perfect level, he can directly hide his cultivation level at the level of a beginner master of supernatural arts, and even a grandmaster of supernatural arts would not be able to see through his true cultivation level. The breath holding technique is much worse. Even if one cultivates it to perfection, it can only conceal 2 minor realms at most, and it is easily seen through. The turtle breathing technique requires 300 battle merits to obtain. He didn't have many battle merits at the moment, so he went to the East Sea Pavilion again to exchange some of his rare materials for battle merits. Although these materials were useful to him, he could exchange them back later with battle merits. I've successfully obtained the turtle breathing technique. After receiving the inheritance of the turtle breathing technique, Yi Tian began to practice it. With the help of the enlightenment technique, the practice of the turtle breathing technique went very smoothly. In just over a day, Yi Tian had mastered the turtle breathing technique to perfection. He then activated the turtle breathing technique. Instantly, the immense aura emanating from him gradually subsided, and he became weak. His cultivation level seemed to drop from the beginner level of a master of supernatural arts to the beginner level of a sorcerer in an instant. It's as if the power within my body is completely hidden, but as long as I have a thought, it can still be unleashed without affecting the battle. It just makes it impossible for outsiders to see my cultivation level. Yi Tian then concealed his cultivation level to intermediate, advanced, and peak level, switching between these realms to gain more proficiency in mastering the perfected turtle breathing technique. Let's just stay at the peak level of a sorcerer. He had always displayed this level of cultivation before. If he had concealed his cultivation level to that of a beginner sorcerer, even a fool would know that he was hiding his cultivation. I need to earn battle merits. Without them, I can't exchange for many good things. Yi Tian left the East China Sea Fortress and headed to Luoha again. That Scale Clan Grandmaster can't possibly still be waiting there, and with my current strength, even if I did encounter him, I could still escape. Soon. Yi Tian then arrived in Luoha. Over the next few days, he searched for Luoha purple sand and hunted the Lin tribe in Luoha. As time went by, he found a large amount of Luoha purple sand, killed many Scale Clan members, and confiscated their identity tokens. During this time, he did not encounter any Scaled Clan members who were masters of supernatural arts. There's really nothing good here in Luoha. Scaled Clan Grandmasters rarely waste their time here. Even if they kill some human masters of supernatural arts, it won't benefit the Scaled Clan Grandmasters, it will only cause a Grandmaster-level battle. However, he did not encounter the Black Scale Clan again, and instead killed the White Scale Clan. East China Sea Fortress. Yi Tian is back. Battle Merit Exchange Center. Yi Tian took out the Scaled Clan identity tokens from his hand and piled them up into a small heap, attracting the attention of many people. The staff member tidied up Yi Tian's records and calculated his battle merits through testing. Mr. Yi Tian, you have earned a total of 2,100 battle merits this time. On the battle ring, Yi Tian's battle merits quickly increased by 2,100. Then, Yi Tian went to the East Sea Pavilion again and exchanged the Luoha purple sand for battle merits. He also exchanged all the items confiscated from the Scaled Clan that could be exchanged for battle merits. In this way, he accumulated a total of 3,500 battle merits. 3,500 battle merits are enough to exchange for a chance to comprehend an S-grade treasure. He had long wanted to study the S-class treasure, so he immediately applied to the East Sea Fortress to study the S-class treasure. However, the application required queuing, and the first application would be given preferential treatment, which meant that he could cut in line. Therefore, in just 2 days, he was able to study S-level treasures. The S-grade treasure he chose was an S-grade gold-type treasure, the Undying Holy Gold. The East China Sea Fortress has 5 underground levels. All S-grade treasures are stored here and protected by multiple layers of guards. Yi Tian had to go through layers of checks before he was able to get here. Soon, he arrived at a secret room. This room was quite large, and the walls on all sides were made of special materials, making them incredibly sturdy. In the middle of the secret room, there was a small platform with a piece of silvery white metal that emitted a strange light on it. This is the Undying Holy Gold. Yi Tian tried to touch it, but an array appeared around the Undying Holy Gold, blocking his movements. What a pity! Yi Tian thought to himself. Otherwise, he really would have liked to touch it and try to get a bit of the gold's power. There is a time limit for comprehending the Undying Sacred Gold. He spent 3,100 battle merits, but he only has 1 day to comprehend it. 3,100 battle merits only allow for 1 day of comprehension. This price is truly too expensive. Yi Tian sighed. One can imagine how expensive the real immortal holy gold is. But soon, he understood why comprehending S-grade treasures was so expensive. He pressed a button on the small platform, activating the array on it. Buzz! The energy within the undying holy gold seemed to have been extracted. The next moment, this secret room seemed to transform into a world of gold, where the true essence and mysteries of the metal element were revealed. So that's how you comprehend the metal element's essence. If you comprehend it this way, it will inevitably consume the energy of an S-grade treasure. An S-grade treasure probably won't last long, so its high price is understandable. He wasted no time and immediately used the enlightenment technique to boost his comprehension and enter a state of sudden enlightenment. Comprehend it. As time went by, Yi Tian's understanding of the essence of metal became deeper and deeper. 1-to-1 realm. 1 becomes 2 realms. 1 becomes 3 realms. Yi Tian's progress in the metal element realm was too rapid, far exceeding what he could achieve through normal comprehension. Before I knew it, a day had passed. At this moment, the formation stopped, the door to the secret chamber opened, and his time for contemplation was up. He glanced at his data panel and saw his metal type ability level. Artistic Conception, 9th Sequence Metal Element. Artistic Conception 51 Realm. This progress is too fast. In just 1 day of comprehension, he has raised his metal elemental intent to the 51% level. If he comprehends it for a few more days, what will he be like? Certainly. He also knew that the higher the realm of intent, the more difficult it was to improve. It would definitely not be easy to raise the 9th sequence of metal intent to the perfect level. After his metal elemental intent surged, Yi Tian tested his strength and found it had increased dramatically. However, compared to the masters of supernatural arts, his strength was still slightly inferior. Chapter 39: Killing the Scaled Clan's Prodigy of the Art of Intent. In the following days, Yi Tian continued to enter Luoha, searching for Luoha purple sand and hunting down the Scaled Clan, accumulating more and more battle merits. However, his continuous killing of Scaled Clan members eventually angered them. This day, a genius from the Black Scale Clan arrived in Luoha. Lord Xianfeng, there is a shameless human genius in Luoha who keeps hunting us down. He is very likely the murderer who killed Lord Xiancheng. The clan's grandmasters have been chasing him, but he has managed to escape. A White Scale Clan master of supernatural arts said, following behind the Black Scale Clan Xianfeng. Xiancheng is just a piece of trash. He can't even comprehend the of the art. It's normal for him to be killed. Xianfeng mocked. As for the fact that the other party was able to escape from the master, it was only because of their skillful escape techniques. The opponent runs away as soon as they see a grandmaster, making them harder to kill. But once he gets close to the other party, he will surely be able to kill them. Keep exploring. That human will definitely make another move. If he runs into us, he won't be able to resist jumping out, Xianfeng instructed. Yes, Lord Xianfeng. The White Scale Clan's master of supernatural arts responded. Not long after, Yi Tian actually saw them. 2 members of the Scaled Clan, one of whom is a Black Scaled Clan member. These are the ones. Yi Tian immediately used the A-level water-based technique, Great Water Escape Technique, to quickly approach his opponent. But suddenly, he's been discovered. Human water escape techniques are useless against me. Xianfeng used another water escape technique to get closer to Yi Tian even faster. At this moment, Yi Tian sensed the power of the water element from him. This Black Scale Clan member was actually a genius of the Scale Clan who had comprehended the water element, but his cultivation level was only at the advanced level of the Extraordinary Arts Master, which was why he had not yet attempted to break through to the level of the Extraordinary Arts Grandmaster. Just as the other party was only a few dozen meters away from Yi Tian, a faint light appeared in his eyes. Illusion Purple Eyes. Just after he cast the illusion, a drop of water condensed in his hand. But this was no ordinary drop of water, it was an A-level bloodline technique called the Great Condensation Drop Technique, which condensed countless drops of water into a single drop, unleashing terrifying power. In addition, he also incorporated the power of water-based imagery. Just this one drop of water is enough to instantly kill even the most outstanding masters of supernatural arts. Illusion traps Yi Tian, who then uses a powerful water-dropping technique to kill his enemy. It can be said that even someone with top-notch escape skills would have no way to avoid such a deadly move. However, Yi Tian directly used the Tower of Spirit to block Xian Feng's illusion, and then used the flash technique to dodge Xian Feng's great condensation drop technique. It wasn't that he lacked the ability to withstand the pressure, but rather that it was unnecessary. Golden Body Technique. The activation of the Golden Body Technique at its perfect state made Yi Tian's physical body incredibly powerful. To prevent Xianfeng from escaping, he directly used the perfected level wood type technique, the Myriad Wood Prison Technique. In an instant, a wooden prison suddenly appeared on the water's surface, attempting to imprison Xianfeng. But at this moment, Xianfeng, wielding a long sword imbued with the power of water-based magic, cleaved through the 10,000 wood prison technique with a single strike. Without the enhancement of the wood element, the Myriad Wood Prison Technique was no match for Xianfeng's full-force attack. However, this has already slightly delayed the other side's actions. That's enough. Yi Tian had already reached his opponent. The dark sky descended, suppressing his opponent, and then he threw a punch. A water shield appeared in front of Xianfeng, but Yi Tian shattered it with a single punch. The punch continued unabated, striking Xianfeng directly. Bang! Xianfeng was sent flying and crashed into the water, causing the surface to cave in. Puff! Xianfeng coughed up blood, completely unwilling to accept defeat. He's a high-level master of supernatural arts, and he's even comprehended the water element, yet he still can't beat Yi Tian, a beginner master of supernatural arts. What kind of physical strength is this? It's even more terrifying than the physical body of our Scale Clan's Golden Scale Clan, and his golden element intent realm is too high. Xianfeng dared not continue fighting Yi Tian. He was no match for such a genius. He tried to escape using water escape techniques, but suddenly, Yi Tian's water clone appeared in front of him. The water clone can also use water-based magic, but it doesn't have much combat power. It will exhaust its energy after only a few moves, but it can still stop him. Water Prison Technique. The water clones transformed into a water prison, blocking Xianfeng for a moment. At this moment, Yi Tian chased after him again, punching Xianfeng in the body, the power of the metal element continuously churning within him. This time, Xianfeng was severely injured. Then, Yi Tian unleashed another punch, completely shattering Xianfeng's heart. A genius who had grasped the essence of water was killed by Yi Tian. Not far away, the White Scale Clan's master of supernatural arts was completely stunned and forgot to run away. Lord Xianfeng has been killed? He couldn't believe it at all. Just as he was trying to escape, a golden needle pierced his skull, killing him instantly. I have to leave quickly. This Black Scale Clan member is definitely of a higher status than the last one. If I don't leave, a group of Black Scale Clan grandmasters might come after me. Yi Tian took Xianfeng's storage ring and immediately used the Great Water Escape technique to escape. Sure enough, not long after, a grandmaster of the Scaled Clan arrived in Luoha. Not just one, but a grandmaster also went to the East Sea Fortress. Yi Tian didn't know if a conflict had broken out between them. After this encounter with the Black Scale Clan genius, he discovered his weakness: he only possessed the metal element. When faced with a genius who has grasped the essence of the art, his other magical techniques become less effective. Without the enhancement of the essence, the power of his other magical techniques is insufficient to harm a genius who has grasped the essence of the art. I need to comprehend other realms of intent. If I comprehend several realms of intent, I can definitely kill that Black Scale Clan genius easily. So after returning to the East Sea Fortress, he purchased a large number of 5 elements mystic arts from the East Sea Pavilion. He planned to spend more time cultivating all these 5 elements techniques to perfection, and then comprehend the true meaning of the fire, wood, earth, and water elements, thereby understanding the essence of the fire, wood, water, and earth elements. If he could combine the essence of the 5 elements, his strength would surely be dramatically enhanced. Time passed day by day. While practicing these extraordinary techniques and comprehending their essence, Yi Tian would occasionally hunt down the Scaled Clan. However, he did not go to Luoha again, but went to several less dangerous places, where he killed some of the Scaled Clan and accumulated more and more battle merits. However, he did not continue to apply for the S-level treasure, not because he did not have enough battle merits, but because he needed to wait in line, and it might take 1 or 2 months before it was his turn. There was no other way. The number of S-grade treasures in the East China Sea Fortress was limited, and many grandmasters were in line, so he naturally had to join the queue as well. A month has passed. Yi Tian gradually comprehended the water, fire, wood, and earth elements. Although each was only at the first level, he had at least gathered all 5 elements. In order to master too many extraordinary techniques, his innate abilities were upgraded and then downgraded repeatedly, subjecting his body to repeated tempering. Now, his physical abilities seemed to have reached a certain limit, and he is about to undergo a transformation. This day, when Yi Tian's dark-type talent potential was raised back to a level, his body began to transform. Could it be that my body is about to transform into something extraordinary? Yi Tian exclaimed in shock. Chapter 40 Blood Refined Weapons in Firegrass. After a peak master of supernatural arts breaks through to become a grandmaster of supernatural arts, their body will transform into an extraordinary body, and their lifespan will be greatly increased. A peak master of supernatural arts has a lifespan of at most 150 years, but a grandmaster of supernatural arts can have their lifespan increased to 300 years. Every gifted superhuman wants to become a master of supernatural arts. After all, lifespan is long. It must be that I kept accumulating physical strength, forcibly pushing my physical attributes to the level of an extraordinary body. Yi Tian then used the golden body technique and felt his physical strength reach a level that was unimaginable in the past. If he were to fight that Black Scale Clan genius at the Intent Realm again now, he could kill him with a single punch. Yi Tian, there's an auction going. Do you want to go? Qin Susu came to Yi Tian and asked. What auction? Yi Tian asked. Qin Susu explained, it's an auction hosted by the major powers of the East Sea Fortress. Bidding is based on battle merits. Even if you don't participate in the bidding, it's good to see it. I have one more spot at the auction. If you want, we can go and see it together. Thank you very much, Senior Qin. Yi Tian was also somewhat interested in such auctions, thinking he might find something he needed. What the East China Sea Fortress doesn't have, you might find at the auction. Many items in the East Sea Fortress were obtained in the underground world, and many items were not available elsewhere. Some factions, such as the East Sea Pavilion, would not give good items to the official authorities, but instead put them up for auction privately. Therefore, it is truly possible to obtain extremely rare items at auctions. The next day, the auction began. Yi Tian and Qin Susu arrived at the auction and saw several familiar faces. Xin Yu also saw Yi Tian. Yi Tian, you're here for the auction too? Xin Yu greeted him. After all, they were both freshmen at Donghai University and had even competed for the title of Rookie of the Year, so they were acquainted. Let's see. Yi Tian smiled. Xin Yu didn't linger with Yi Tian. After exchanging a few words, he left. Yi Tian watched Qin Yu's retreating figure and pondered to himself, only second-year students are allowed to enter the underground world, while first-year students, except for the Rookie King, do not have any quota to enter the underground world. Qin Yu must have obtained a quota through his family. People with such backgrounds, even if they are not very strong now, can gain a lot of battle merits by training with the Qin family elders in the underground world. They can even obtain battle merits directly from the family elders, so they are never short of resources. Even for the Qin family, it is extremely difficult to cultivate a master of supernatural arts. Yi Tian, that person just now should be from the Qin family, right? Qin Susu asked. Senior sister Qin, you also have the surname Qin. Are you from the same Qin family as Qin Yu? Yi Tian asked curiously. Qin Susu shook her head. There are many people with the surname Qin in Donghai City. My Qin family is just a small family with only one grandmaster of extraordinary arts. But Qin Yu's Qin family is the real Qin family in Donghai City. The Qin family has more than a dozen grandmasters of extraordinary arts, 3 great grandmasters of extraordinary arts, and 1 expert who surpasses the great grandmaster. If I were a member of this Qin family, I wouldn't need to make a deal with you. I could just have my family help me find the resurrection technique. The Qin family is so powerful. Yi Tian was surprised. Qin Susu continued, there are many powerful people in Donghai City, but many of them are either in the underground world or have gone to support other places, so there are not many masters of supernatural arts in Donghai City on the surface. But in reality, masters of supernatural arts are not really anything special in Donghai City. Yi Tian nodded secretly. If one truly becomes a master of supernatural arts or even a grandmaster of supernatural arts, it is impossible to stay in Donghai City all day long. Even the professors at Donghai University are often in the underground world. If you want to go further, there is no future in staying in Donghai City. Only by venturing into the underground world can you obtain more resources and continue to break through. After entering the auction hall, Yi Tian and Qin Susu sat in 2 adjacent seats in the hall. This auction house also has private rooms, but they are reserved for grandmasters or even great grandmasters, which they cannot enjoy. The hall could accommodate 500 people, and soon all 500 seats were filled. The auction started promptly at around 10 a.m. At this moment, a beautiful auctioneer with a voluptuous figure and not an ounce of excess fat walked onto the stage. Her cultivation had reached the level of a peak master of supernatural arts. The beautiful auctioneer's name is Jiang Xian, and she is the official auctioneer of Donghai Pavilion. After some opening remarks, the beautiful auctioneer announced the start of the auction. Distinguished guests, the first item up for auction is the Star Robe, a 2-star blood-forged weapon from the underground world. When worn, the Star Robe provides powerful defense, fits perfectly to the body, and is extremely lightweight, almost imperceptible. The starting bid is 100 battle merits. Blood-refined weapons? Yi Tian looked at Qin Susu and asked, "Senior Sister Qin, what is a blood-refined weapon?" Qin Susu explained, "Blood-forged weapons are forged using special methods. We humans are not skilled at forging weapons, and many of our weapons are simply captured from the alien races of the underground world. For example, blood-forged weapons can be bound to a master by dripping blood, and it is said that blood-forged weapons of the 7th rank or higher can be directly integrated into the body. Most of the blood-forged weapons from the underground world are useless to us, since we don't cultivate the art of weaponry and our close combat skills are lacking, but defensive blood-forged weapons are very popular." Yi Tian nodded. Humans cultivate supernatural arts, focusing primarily on these arts, and the physical abilities of others are not as strong as his physical abilities account for a very small proportion of his combat power. Therefore, even if one has a weapon, one cannot exert combat power. Only a master of supernatural arts, possessing an extraordinary body and using specific supernatural arts, can unleash the full combat power that his physical attributes should have. Therefore, low-level offensive blood-forged weapons really don't fetch a good price in the human world. For example, some weapons that Yi Tian seized from the Scaled clan were blood-refined weapons, which were really worthless. As for defensive blood-forged weapons, complete ones are extremely rare. What you get are weapons that have been pierced, and repairing them is very troublesome. Defensive blood-forged weapons are so valuable, so when we encounter the Scaled clan in the future, we should try our best not to damage defensive blood-forged weapons. Yi Tian thought to himself. Of course, even among the Scaled clan, only a minority possess defensive blood-refined weapons. After the beautiful auctioneer announced the starting price, a group of people began bidding. 120 battle merits. I'll offer 150 battle merits. I'll offer 220 battle merits. The final transaction price was only 230 battle merits. While blood-forged defensive weapons are quite good, they also appear frequently in the East Sea Fortress. Moreover, some battle suits crafted by humans also have some defensive effects, and when combined with defensive techniques, they already provide a very strong defensive capability. Spending a lot of battle merits to buy a weapon is indeed not worth it. Therefore, 230 battle merits is the limit. After that, one by one, the items were brought out for auction. There are various blood-forged weapons as well as ordinary rare and precious materials. About half an hour later, something good finally came out. Next up for auction is the rare and precious firegrass, which can give a gifted ability user a chance to develop a fire-type ability and become a dual-type ability user. The higher the cultivation level, the lower the chance of awakening. It is ineffective against masters of supernatural arts. Firegrass, starting bid is 500 battle merits. As soon as the beautiful auctioneer finished speaking, a group of people got excited. Chapter 41, The Fragment of the 5 Elements. Yi Tian's heart was tempted. A rare and precious material for awakening a second innate ability. Yi Tian was surprised that even such a treasure was being offered at the auction. Qin Susu looked at the fireblaze grass and was somewhat tempted, but then said regretfully, "It's a pity that I am a dual-type talent user. The fireblaze grass cannot make people develop a third talent ability. Otherwise, I would really like to borrow battle merits from the family elders to compete for the fireblaze grass." Although mastering 3 different skills would be a waste of time, having an additional talent or ability, or another type of special technique, would at least reduce the disadvantages. Of course, some geniuses don't care about these things and specialize in one type of supernatural art, which allows them to grow faster. Senior Sister Qin, are there many 2nd, 3rd, and 4th year students with dual elemental talents and abilities? Yi Tian asked. There aren't many, but there are some. Most of them awakened their abilities later using rare and precious materials, but there aren't many 3 elemental talent users. However, if we look at the whole Xia kingdom, we can find even 5 elemental talent users, Qin Susu said. Yi Tian nodded slightly. It seemed that even if he revealed many of his talents and abilities in the future, it wouldn't cause too much of a stir. Soon, the auction for the fireblaze grass began, and many masters of supernatural arts were bidding for it. Of course, the firegrass doesn't guarantee that someone will develop fire-type innate abilities. The maximum price it can fetch is 1,000 battle merits, and it can't be much higher. After all, if the awakening fails, the firegrass will have been wasted. As expected, the final transaction price for the firegrass was only 980 battle merits. After that, the auction items sold for 1,000 battle merits or even more, indicating that the quality of the auction items was getting higher and higher. Next up for auction is the greater rare and precious sacred heartfruit, which can reshape any missing body parts, whether it's hands, feet, or other parts, restoring them to their original state. The starting bid is 600 battle merits. Sacred heartfruit. Yi Tian looked at Qin Susu. He remembered that Qin Susu had also wanted to buy the sacred heartfruit at first, but she couldn't. The sacred heartfruit is far superior to his limb regeneration and any resuscitation techniques. Using the sacred heartfruit to regenerate limbs will not have any side effects. Of course, this thing is so rare that very few people would sell it. Even if someone had one, they would keep it for future use. Soon, the sacred heartfruit then faced fierce competition, as it was a life-saving item. If one was seriously injured while exploring the underground world, the sacred heartfruit could be used to save one's life. After a fierce bidding war, the final transaction price was 1,600 battle merits. Sacred heartfruit is too expensive. I even thought of trading it for vibranium, but that was just wishful thinking. Even if others had it, they wouldn't trade it with me, Qin Susu sighed. As one treasure after another was auctioned off, Yi Tian wished he could win them all. However, he would only participate in the bidding if it was a treasure that truly captivated him. Soon, another item was brought out for auction. The beautiful auctioneer lifted it, and everyone discovered that it was a classic book. The beautiful auctioneer introduced, "This is a fragment of the Five Elements Wheel, which comes from Grandmaster Li Fengxing." Many people should have heard of this Grandmaster. He was a five-elemental talent, and he was considered invincible at the Grandmaster level. Later, he perished in the depths of the underground world. The Five Elements Wheel was a unique technique he had been trying to create, a transformation of the five elements, but unfortunately, he failed. The incomplete version of the Five Elements Wheel contains various empirical theories created by Grandmaster Li Fengxing, making it highly valuable. The descendants of Grandmaster Li Fengxing have decided to auction off this incomplete Five Elements Wheel manual, with a starting bid of 1,500 battle merits. Fragments of the Five Elements Wheel? Many people shook their heads. If it were a genuine Five Elements Wheel, they might bid for it at any cost. It's just a fragment of the Five Elements Wheel. It has some value, but not much. Even Grandmaster Li Fengxing couldn't create a complete Five Elements Wheel, which shows how difficult it was to create this Five Elements mutation technique. I remember the Five Elements Wheel fragment was auctioned once in Shanghai Fortress, but it failed to sell. I didn't expect the East Sea Pavilion to auction it off, said a master of supernatural arts in a private room. The beautiful auctioneer gave an awkward smile but didn't say anything more. For many people, this thing only has collectible value. Only those with the five elements of innate ability would take it to study. But in the entire Xia Kingdom, there are people with the five elements of innate ability, but not all of them happen to have the five elements of innate ability. Therefore, the incomplete Five Elements Wheel is really useless. 1,500 battle merits is not a small amount, and no one wants to waste so many. A fragment of the Five Elements Wheel. Yi Tian was incredibly surprised. This was a really good thing. He had also considered creating a five-element mutation technique, but it took him a lot of time to create a dual-element mutation technique. If he were to create a five-element mutation technique, it would take a very long time, which would be too wasteful of time. If he obtains the incomplete Five Elements Wheel manual, he can research and create based on it, and perhaps he can create a truly complete Five Elements Wheel mutation technique. I'll offer 1510 battle merits. Yi Tian shouted. Yi Tian, you have 1510 battle merits? Qin Susu looked at Yi Tian in surprise. We were lucky we found quite a bit of Luoha purple clay, Yi Tian said with a smile. Envious. Qin Susu was truly envious. In the underground world, she risked her life and might not even be able to earn 200 battle merits in a month. Sometimes, she was unlucky enough to encounter the powerful Scaled clan and had no choice but to run for her life. If she was seriously injured, she would have to rest for 1 or 2 months to treat her injuries. Moreover, if she wants to quickly improve her strength, she has to use her battle merits to buy resources, many of which cannot be bought with money. Therefore, she didn't accumulate many military achievements at all. As a result, Yi Tiankai accumulated at least 1510 battle merits in a short time after arriving in the underground world. 1510 battle merits, the first time. 1510 battle merits, for the second time. 1510 battle merits, the third time. Congratulations to our distinguished guest on successfully auctioning the incomplete 5 elements wheel. For Yi Tian, obtaining such a fragment of a mutated technique with only 1510 battle merits was an incredible bargain. He still has some military achievements to his name, and if there are any good items later, he will also participate in the bidding. However, many of the items auctioned later were useless to him and were extremely expensive. Soon, another auction item attracted the attention of many people. The longevity fruit comes from the depths of the underground world and can extend one's lifespan by 50 years. It is effective for cultivators below the Grandmaster level. Starting bid, 3,000 battle merits. At this moment, some masters of supernatural arts with limited lifespans were tempted. It can extend one's lifespan by 50 years. This is a wonderful thing. If they could gain 50 years more in lifespan, they might have a chance to break through their limitations and advance to the Grandmaster realm during their final years, thus further increasing their lifespan. Immediately, a group of Grandmasters began to compete fiercely. The Master of Supernatural Arts also wanted to bid for the longevity fruit, but his wealth couldn't compare to that of the Grandmaster of Supernatural Arts. Soon, the bidding price soared to 6,000 battle merits. I estimate that this longevity fruit could fetch tens of thousands of battle merits at auction. Final. This longevity fruit was won by a Master of Supernatural Arts at a high price of 10,200 battle merits. Chapter 42 Perfecting the 5 Elements Wheel, Success. After the longevity fruit was auctioned off, there were still many other good things to be had. Before we knew it, the last and most important item had arrived. The beautiful auctioneer lifted the red cloth covering the auction item, revealing the final item, a tree branch. Next up for auction is an S-grade wood-type material, a branch of the undying tree. Although it's just a single branch, its value is no less than other S-grade treasures. The starting bid is 20,000 battle merits, the beautiful auctioneer announced. The East Sea Fortress does not allow shops to sell materials of grade A or higher, nor do it allow auctions. Because most of the items auctioned are not from the auction house itself, but rather items consigned by others, it is possible to circumvent the orders of the East China Sea Fortress. Therefore, even if an S-level treasure appears at this auction, the East Sea Fortress will not care. All major powers want to obtain S-class treasures, since an S-class treasure could potentially create several masters of supernatural arts. Who wouldn't want one? As a result, a group of masters of supernatural arts began to compete fiercely. 21,000 battle merits. 25,000 battle merits. 26,000 battle merits. These people quoted one outrageous price after another. Yi Tian was incredibly envious. He couldn't possibly accumulate that many battle merits, only powerful forces could easily offer them up. After fierce competition, it was finally won by someone with more than 53,000 battle merits. In reality, an S-grade treasure can only be used for a dozen or so times before losing its effectiveness, so the price is reasonable. After the auction ended, Yi Tian went backstage to pay his dues and obtained his 5 elements wheel fragment. Leaving the auction house, Shin Susu said, "Yi Tian, it's not worth spending so many battle merits to auction off the 5 elements wheel fragment. You'd be better off saving your battle merits and applying to comprehend an S-level treasure once you've collected over 3,000. Senior sister Chin, the incomplete 5 elements wheel manual is useful to me." Yi Tian didn't explain further, and Shin Susu didn't ask any more questions. After the two parted ways, Yi Tian returned to his residence and began studying the incomplete 5 elements wheel. The 5 elements wheel fragment contains a wealth of knowledge, as well as Grandmaster Li Fengxing's understanding and insights into the 5 elements arts. The 5 elements generate and restrain each other, and can also transform into one another. The difficulty lies in how to translate this theory into reality and truly apply it to supernatural arts, so that the supernatural powers of the 5 elements can be perfectly integrated together. Grandmaster Li Fengxing had been researching this and even attempted to create a 5 elements wheel mutation technique, but what he created was only an incomplete mutation technique. According to the description above, the 5 elements wheel fragment can be cultivated to form the 5 elements wheel, but it is unstable and cannot be maintained for even a second, hence the name fragment. After studying it for a while, I still couldn't figure anything out. We still have to rely on the Tao Enlightenment technique. Immediately, Yi Tian activated the Enlightenment technique, absorbing the origin of dark-type innate abilities, causing his comprehension to surge. After his comprehension improved dramatically, he gradually came to understand the incomplete 5 elements wheel text that he couldn't understand before. As he continued to comprehend the 5 elements wheel, he was even able to see some loopholes and flaws in the incomplete version of the 5 elements wheel. If these loopholes and flaws were not resolved, continuing to create would only be futile. Then, he studied and revised the incomplete 5 elements wheel, analyzing and researching it bit by bit to create something new. Gradually, he became engrossed in creation. Time passed day by day. Yi Tian's research into the 5 elements wheel deepened, and his understanding of the 5 elements magical arts also grew. Through this understanding and perception, his understanding of the 5 elements was gradually improving, though not by much, but at least it improved. 2 weeks later, Yi Tian has completely perfected the 5 elements wheel, creating a complete 5 elements mutation technique. Although it was improved upon the foundation laid by Grandmaster Li Fengxing, it was also due to his efforts. Immediately, he used the 5 elements wheel transformation technique. Buzz! The 5 elements of supernatural power within his body converged to form a 5-colored treasure wheel that surrounded him, creating an indestructible defense. With a thought, he used his object manipulation and control techniques to stab the blood copper flying sword at himself. Whoosh! The blood copper flying sword struck the 5 elements wheel, but was immediately deflected. What terrifying defense! Yi Tian was extremely satisfied with the defense provided by the 5 elements wheel. Moreover, the 5 elements wheel mutation technique is not just for defense, it can also make the 5 elements wheel grow larger and its power radiate outwards, forming a simplified 5 elements wheel domain that can suppress the strength of others and limit their speed. Especially after the 5 elements wheel is integrated with the 5 elements concept, its power becomes even more terrifying. However, he had just created the 5 elements wheel mutation technique, which was still at the beginner level and its power was not yet very strong. So, for the next 2 weeks, he worked hard to cultivate the 5 elements wheel, gradually reaching the minor completion stage, and then the major completion stage. At this point, an awkward situation arose. His resources are exhausted. In order to research and create the 5 elements wheel, he continuously devoured the source of dark type innate abilities. The 6 dark stones he had obtained were long gone, and he had no choice but to sell his other materials to buy dark type materials. And so, he has now run out of materials and is completely broke. As a result, he is currently unable to raise the 5 elements wheel to the perfect state in a short period of time. He must find resources or obtain battle merits to purchase dark materials, restore his dark talent ability, and then activate the enlightenment technique to improve his comprehension. This is the poorest time I've ever been, Yi Tian thought to himself. The underground world, Dingjin Mountain. Gangjin Mountain is more dangerous than Luoha. Even novice masters of supernatural arts rarely come here because it is very dangerous. If you are unlucky, you may encounter a peak master of supernatural arts or even a grandmaster of supernatural arts. Humans frequently clash with the Scaled clan at Gangjin Mountain, with grandmaster level experts fighting and killing each month. Gangjin Mountain is not just a single peak, but a mountain range with many mineral veins and mine shafts everywhere. Frequent clashes between humans and the Scaled race have made it impossible to mine the veins normally. As a result, many gifted individuals secretly mine mineral veins here, including grade A metal, Gangjin. If we could find a piece of gung gold ore, we would make a fortune. Yi Tian is currently lacking in both battle merits and money, so he came to Gangjin Mountain, intending to find more Gangjin here and kill some Scale clan members to gain some battle merits. Gangjin Mountain. Yi Tian entered a mine and used the power of the metal element combined with his spiritual power to sense the aura of the ore. It's safe to say that he's definitely more likely than others to find good ore. This mine is truly riddled with holes, Yi Tian murmured. He ventured deep into the mine, using the power of the metal element to break through the stone walls and search for useful ores. He also wanted to use the earth escape technique to escape underground, but the ore here contained metal, and the earth escape technique couldn't pass through metal, which was a limitation of the technique. Bang bang bang. The stone wall kept cracking, and in no time he found a piece of ore. It's blue iron ore, a grade C ore, not very valuable. Yi Tian put it away. However, at this rate of speed and efficiency, it's unlikely he'll make a lot of money. It would be faster to kill the Scaled clan. Then, he left the mine and ventured deep into the Gangjin Mountains. Before long, he sensed the aura of a top-level master of supernatural arts from the Scale clan. The Scaled race member was actually mining. Found it. Yi Tian ran over quickly. When the peak master of supernatural arts, a member of the Scaled clan, saw Yi Tian, a golden needle pierced through his head, instantly killing him. Then, Yi Tian took the other party's identity token and valuables, and quickly left the place. For the next few days, Yi Tian hunted down the Scaled clan members, and he succeeded every time. When he occasionally encountered a Scaled clan grandmaster, he would simply retreat and not engage in combat with him. With his current strength, it's not that he's afraid of the Scaled clan grandmaster, there's no need for him to take the risk. Wouldn't it be better to wait until he becomes stronger and then fight against the Scaled clan grandmaster? Gradually, he gained more and more, accumulated more and more military merits, and became increasingly wealthy. The other end of Gangjin Mountain. 5 masters of supernatural arts were mining in a very deep mine. These 5 people are all students at Donghai University, all third-year students, and all women. One of them is Qin Susu. The 5 of them form a team that often works together to explore the underground world. Their talents and abilities complement each other, allowing them to avoid danger on numerous occasions. They had been mining in the Gangjin Mountains for several days. This was a new mineral vein they had accidentally discovered, and it was highly likely that they would find something good. Even if no good stuff is found, this place is relatively remote, so the chances of encountering danger are slim. If you keep mining, each person can earn at least 500 battle merits per month, which is the minimum. Therefore, they are happy to mine here. Among the 5, Xiaoya is the strongest, a high-level master of supernatural arts, but she has comprehended the earth elemental intent. The other 3, although they have not comprehended the intent, have reached the peak level of master of supernatural arts. Qin Susu is actually the weakest, but she possesses wood and water elemental talents and is skilled in various healing techniques, making her a support member of the team. If the other people's supernatural power is exhausted, she can use her own supernatural power to cast a healing-type supernatural spell to restore the power of her teammates. If she gets injured, she can heal her teammates. Dig, keep digging. I feel like we'll definitely find grade A ore this time. Xiaoya revealed a greedy look on her face. Click. Some stones broke and fell down with a crash. At that moment, a ray of light spread out. Immediately, all 5 people's attention was drawn to the corner of a piece of ore that had just been revealed. This is. They all recognized them. This is a top-grade Gangjin ore. This quality ore meets the S-grade ore standard and can be refined into S-grade metal top-grade Gangjin. It's out. Xiaoya and the other 4 were extremely excited. This is S-grade metal. At the East China Sea Fortress, a piece of S-grade metal, of average size, is worth tens of thousands of battle merits. Currently, they don't know how big the ore is or how much top-grade Gangjin can be extracted from it, but it's definitely not a small amount. If they're lucky, it might be worth 100,000 battle merits, who knows? With so many battle merits, each person can receive 20,000 battle merits, which can be used to purchase resources or comprehend S-level treasures, greatly increasing their strength. Dig quickly, then get out of here as soon as possible. It's only safe to return to the East China Sea Fortress. Qin Susu urged. Chapter 43 The Warscale Clan Grandmaster, the 5 elements wheel displays its power. Soon. Qin Susu and the other 4 people dug out the surrounding stones, revealing the true appearance of the ore. What a huge, top-grade heptium gold ore. They roughly estimated that this piece of top-grade gun gold ore was worth more than 100,000 battle merits, and definitely worth 200,000 battle merits. Thinking of this, they took a deep breath. Such a treasure would require even a master of supernatural arts to fight desperately for. Even if their families exhausted their entire fortunes, they still couldn't afford this piece of top-grade gun gold ore. Place the top-grade gun gold ore in Xiaoya's storage ring first, then leave quickly. Qin Susu suggested. No one else had any objections. Then, Xiaoya put the top-grade Gangjin ore into her storage ring, and the 5 of them quickly left. They emerged from the mine, then concealed their presence and ran quickly. The Gangjin Mountains are not far from the East China Sea Fortress. At their speed, they can definitely run back in 2 hours. But suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyu, one of the 5, exclaimed, "This is bad. A grandmaster of the Scaled clan is heading towards us." Zhang Xiaoyu is a top-tier master of supernatural arts, specializing in mind perception, a branch of mental supernatural arts. She is highly skilled in this area and has a wide range of perception abilities. Change direction. Xiaoya gave the order. Immediately, the 5 of them ran away in another direction. However, Zhang Xiaoyu's expression remained tense. Xiaoya, that Scale Clan Grandmaster has also changed direction. He seems to have locked onto us. How so? Xiaoya frowned. The Scale Clan Grandmaster came directly from elsewhere and locked onto them. How did he know their location? Could he also be a grandmaster of telepathic abilities? More importantly, why would the Scale Clan grandmasters hunt them down? Unless the top-grade Gungold ore has been leaked. However, they found the top-grade Gingjin ore deep inside the cave and stored it in their storage rings, so as not to be exposed. They didn't notify anyone. You didn't notify anyone else, did you? Xiaoya asked. No. The other four shook their heads. I'll use my Earth as a type of magic that allows me to escape to take you away. Xiaoya said. She is an Earth-type talent user with a talent potential of B level, which allows her to master the art of Earth. However, her Earth is a technique that allows one to escape underground is not very advanced, only at the minor completion level. If she were to escape underground by herself, that would be fine, but if she were to escape underground with 4 other people, she could only escape underground at the shallow surface. The 5 people immediately joined hands and began to disappear underground, at a relatively slow speed. 10 seconds later, the Scale Clan Grandmaster caught up and slashed at him with his sword. Boom! The earth was torn apart, and the attack directly shattered Xiaoya's Earth as a type of magic that allows one to escape from the ground. Their Earth as a technique used to burrow underground was broken, forcing the 5 people to emerge from the ground. SOS! Xiaoya and Qin Susu used their battle rings to call for help, hoping that a human grandmaster nearby would come to their rescue. Whoosh! The Scale Clan Grandmaster appeared 100 meters away from them. Just as Xiaoya was about to use her trump card, someone behind her suddenly attacked her. At such close range, Xiaoya didn't even have time to use her special abilities for defense. Puff! The wind blade pierced her waist, but she managed to dodge it in time, otherwise, if it had pierced her heart, she would have died instantly. Zhao Eileen, what are you doing? Xiaoya and the other 3 were furious. Zhao Eileen, whom they were talking about, transformed into a wisp of wind and quickly retreated, fearing that Xiaoya would instantly kill her with her earth-based magic. Xiaoya was, after all, a powerful expert who had comprehended the earth element. Even if her cultivation was higher than Xiaoya's, she couldn't withstand Xiaoya's full force attack. After retreating to a distance, Zhao Eileen faced the Scaled Clan Grandmaster and respectfully said, Lord Huoli, Zhao Eileen, a senior member of the Evil God Society, greets you. The Evil God Society. Xiaoya and Qin Susu's expressions changed drastically. They were completely unaware that Zhao Eileen, with whom they had worked for nearly a year, was actually a member of the Evil God Society. Zhao Eileen, even if you are a member of the Evil God Society, there is no need to inform the Scaled Clan. After we go back, we'll divide the top-grade Gungold ore, and you can get 1/5 of it too. Xiaoya was very confused. Zhao Eileen smiled bitterly, yes, I can indeed get 1/5 when I go back, but this matter can't be kept secret at all. If the Evil God Society knew I had obtained a top-grade Gingjin or vein but didn't report it, I would die. But now that I've reported it, the higher-ups of the Evil God Society have notified the Scaled Clan, which means I've performed a great service and will receive a high reward, perhaps even a higher position within the Evil God Society. Moreover, revealing one's identity for such a large quantity of top-grade Gungold ore is nothing, it's completely worth it. Zhao Eileen, stop talking nonsense. I need to kill them and get you away quickly, otherwise, if a human Grandmaster arrives, it will be troublesome. The Scale Clan Grandmaster Huoli unleashed his bloodline technique Skull Ghost Fire, enhancing the blade with it, and then unleashed a massive flaming blade aura that swept across the land. This is an attack at the level of a master of supernatural arts, containing the power of fire elemental intent. Qin Susu's face showed despair. Block them. They simply couldn't stop them. Even if their strength increased several times over, there was still no hope of stopping them. But just then, a round, earthen yellow shield floated in front of the 4, blocking the attack. Boom! The shockwave swept across the surrounding area, tearing up the ground. Puff! Xiaoya coughed up blood, her face turned deathly pale, and her earth-type supernatural power was severely depleted. It actually blocked my attack? Huoli stared at the round shield and recognized it, a rare treasure. He immediately showed excitement. This is a rare treasure. Even he doesn't own a single rare treasure. Rare treasures are treasures naturally born in the underground world. They can take any form and are extremely rare. Moreover, rare treasures can be integrated into the body, making them difficult to detect, and can even amplify the user's cultivation speed. For example, this rare treasure is an Earth-type treasure, which can help Xiaoya cultivate faster and also help her comprehend Earth-type techniques and artistic conceptions. It's fair to say that the value of one of these rare treasures exceeds that of an S-grade treasure. What? Xiaoya actually possesses a rare treasure. Zhao Eileen exclaimed in shock. No wonder Xiaoya only has a B-level Earth-type talent potential, yet she comprehended the essence of the realm before us. It seems to be the effect of the rare treasure. She knew that this extraordinary treasure would definitely not end up in her hands, and she felt a little regretful. An Earth elemental treasure can be forcibly activated using intent, but with your cultivation level, how many of my attacks can you withstand? The firepower struck again. Boom! Xiaoya knelt on the ground, and the ground cracked under her knees. She kept vomiting blood, and even Qin Susu's constant healing techniques could not heal her injuries in time. With this strike, you will all die. The fire was cold and distant. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly dodged a golden needle. Who? The fire was cold and distant. Whoosh! The ground twisted, and a figure emerged. It was Yi Tian. Yi Tian! Qin Susu shouted as soon as she saw Yi Tian arrive. Yi Tian, run! That guy is a grandmaster of the Scaled clan. She knew why Yi Tian had come here. He must have received her distress message. She sent the message to a group, and all her friends received it. She made it clear that she was being chased by a grandmaster, and Yi Tian still came to her rescue, which moved her deeply. You all should get some rest. Yi Tian waved his hand and said. He was not afraid of a grandmaster of the Scaled clan. If it were an invincible grandmaster, he would definitely run as far away as possible. But the Scaled clan grandmaster in front of him was just a beginner-level master of supernatural arts. His understanding of fire-based intent was not high, at most only 20% of the realm. What's so scary about such a weak grandmaster? A peak-level sorcerer? Not even a beginner-level sorcerer master, yet you dare to stop me? Huo Li found it somewhat amusing. Sorry, I'm not a peak-level sorcerer. Yi Tian released the turtle breathing technique, revealing his cultivation level as a beginner-level sorcerer master, almost breaking through to the intermediate-level sorcerer master realm. Ha, a novice master of supernatural arts, what's the difference? Just an ant. Huo Li casually pointed, and a fireball hurtled towards Yi Tian at supersonic speed. In his view, this one fireball spell could kill Yi Tian instantly. But the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Yi Tian then used his golden body technique, reaching out and grabbing the fireball, extinguishing it with a single hand. Then, Yi Tian unleashed a B-level mutated technique, Dark Fire, infused with the power of fire-based magic. Boom! The dark flames attacked Huo Li. Human mutation techniques. Huo Li also sensed the power of the fire element from it, and dared not be careless. Suddenly, a fire serpent flew out from his body and swallowed Yi Tian's dark fire whole. However, the B-level mutated technique Dark Fire is in no way inferior to the A-level technique, and it is a perfected A-level technique. Combined with the fire element, its destructive power is terrifying. Bang! Huo Li's fire serpent was instantly blasted to pieces. Court death. Huo Li was enraged. Those strange techniques he just used were merely derivatives of bloodline techniques. He hadn't even used his true bloodline technique yet. Bloodline extraordinary technique Fire God's Annihilation. In an instant, golden flames appeared on Huo Li's body, and his entire body seemed to transform into a 10-meter-tall fire giant. His aura seemed to have become several times stronger. You all retreat. Yi Tian reminded him. After Huo Li unleashed the bloodline annihilation technique, he also wielded an 8-meter-long giant flaming sword and slashed down fiercely. The Five Elements Wheel. Yi Tian used A and the Five Elements transformation technique, the Five Elements Wheel, to protect himself. With a clang, the giant flaming sword shattered, but the Five Elements Wheel remained unharmed. The Five Elements transformation technique, the Five Elements Wheel, appears to be an A-level technique, but in reality, it surpasses the power of an S-level technique. With the added enhancement of the Five Elements concept, its defensive capabilities are terrifying. This is the Five Elements Wheel. Qin Susu was greatly surprised. She knew that Yi Tian had bid for the incomplete Five Elements Wheel at the auction, but it was just an incomplete piece. But now it seems that Yi Tian is actually using the real Five Elements Wheel, not just the incomplete version. Xiaoya and the others were even more surprised. Five Elements transformation techniques, the five realms of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. My god, who is this guy? He's so monstrous. Xiaoya murmured. Qin Susu whispered, he's a freshman in our school this year, and he's also the freshman champion. A freshman? Are you kidding me? Xiaoya and the others were dumbfounded. Such an amazing freshman, could he be the offspring of some ultimate master? Even the offspring of a supreme master wouldn't be this exaggerated, they've never seen such a monstrous master of supernatural arts. Rumble. Despite repeated attacks, Yi-Tian's 5 elements will remained unbroken. With the 5 elements wheel defense, Yi-Tian was virtually immune to all attacks. 5 elements wheel, transform domain. With a thought, Yi-Tian enlarged the 5 elements wheel, transforming it into a simplified domain. In an instant, Huoli felt bound by an inexplicable force, as if he were stuck in a quagmire. Although he could move, his speed was reduced by at least 70%, and he could hardly exert his strength. Then, Yi-Tian unleashed a barrage of strange techniques, relentlessly bombarding Huoli. In a short while, Huoli was covered in wounds and was seriously injured. I'll fight you to the death. The fire ignited in his bloodline and surged towards Yi-Tian. He was well aware that once the 5 elements will transformed into a domain, Yi-Tian's own defense would inevitably decrease. This was an unavoidable situation. He wanted to seize this opportunity to unleash an attack beyond his peak by burning his bloodline and kill Yi-Tian at close range. Chapter 44, Slaying a Grandmaster and Obtaining S-Rank Materials. Yi-Tian watched as Huoli burned his bloodline and charged towards him. He didn't dodge, but wanted to see if he could prove that with his extraordinary body, golden body technique, and golden element intent, he could stand up to a grandmaster. Yi-Tian unleashed a punch, unleashing the full power of the golden body technique. With his extraordinary body enhanced by the perfected golden body technique and over 50% of the metal element intent, the power of this punch was earth-shattering. Boom! Huoli's blade light collided with Yi-Tian's fist, creating a violent explosion. The 5 elements wheel's protection was still intact, and with the added protection of the golden body technique, Yi-Tian only had to take a step back and was unharmed. However, Huoli was blasted away by a punch, and his whole body was cracking. How is this possible? Huoli was dumbfounded. How could a mere novice master of supernatural arts, and a human at that, possess a superhuman body? What kind of joke is this? Moreover, Yi-Tian's metal elemental intent had reached more than 50%. Previously, when it was integrated into the 5 elements wheel and merged with other intents, he didn't feel it very clearly. But when combined with the perfected golden body technique, he could feel it completely. Just then, Yi-Tian transformed into a golden light and attacked, unleashing the myriad wood prison technique. The myriad wood prison technique, imbued with the essence of wood, trapped Huoli. Huoli desperately broke free of the myriad wood prison technique, but another attack struck him. Yi-Tian has nothing in abundance except for his extraordinary abilities. Puff! This time, Huoli couldn't withstand it. His body was pierced by the metal-type magic, and his injuries became more and more serious. In the end, Huoli, the Grandmaster of the Black Scale Clan, collapsed into a corpse, his body covered in wounds, making his face completely unrecognizable. Dead! Yi-Tian breathed a sigh of relief. The physical bodies of the Scaled Clan are already formidable, but the physical bodies of Scaled Clan Grandmasters are even more extraordinary, with incredibly tenacious vitality. It took him so long to finally kill it. Without the 5 elements wheel, with his current strength, he could only barely hold his own against Huoli, the Grandmaster of the Scale Clan, and it would be impossible for him to kill him. Not far away. Zhao Eileen was dumbfounded. That was a Grandmaster of the Scaled Clan. He had actually died at the hands of Yi-Tian, a mere beginner master of supernatural arts. Was this an illusion? It must be an illusion. Break! She closed her eyes, opened them again, and bit her tongue, but nothing changed except drawing blood. At that moment, she stopped deceiving herself. It really wasn't an illusion, but the truth. Shin Susu and Xiaoya came over and quickly expressed their gratitude. Yi-Tian, thank you. How did she resolve it? Yi-Tian pointed to Zhao Eileen over there. Xiaoya gritted her teeth, capture her, send her back to the fortress alive, and hand her over to the Superpower Association. She's a member of the Evil God Society. Perhaps we can get some useful information from her. Zhao Eileen was very decisive. She didn't want to be tormented by the Superpower Association. So she took out a dagger and plunged it into her heart. The moment she fell, a look of relief appeared on her face. Wow! Yi-Tian arrived at the spot where Zhao Eileen had collapsed and said, "You still want to commit suicide in front of me, Yi-Tian?" Yi-Tian pulled the dagger out of Zhao Eileen's chest, and blood spurted out. But Yi-Tian casually wiped his hand and used a limb regeneration technique. This is a B-level mutated technique, and it has reached the perfect state. Now, with the addition of wood and water elemental intents, the power of this mutated technique is incredibly strong. Even if the heart is ruptured, timely treatment can restore the damaged heart to its original state. Within a few breaths, Zhao Eileen's heart recovered, but her cultivation level dropped to the mid-stage of the extraordinary artsmaster realm, and she lost a little lifespan. Zhao Eileen was stunned. Even with such injuries, they had been saved. She was about to commit suicide again, but then Yi Tian pointed a finger at her brow. Illusion Technique Ninefold Abyss. This is a sea-level illusion technique, which he redeemed and has cultivated to perfection. Sea-level illusions aren't very powerful, but Yi Tian's mental strength far surpasses Zhao Eileen's. Under the constant invasion of the powerful illusionary force, Zhao Eileen tried to resist, but she couldn't fight back at all and could only let Yi Tian slaughter her. Finally, Zhao Eileen completely succumbed to the ninefold illusion abyss, her eyes becoming vacant. Done. She won't be able to break free of the illusion for at least an hour, Yi Tian said. Immediately, he grabbed Zhao Eileen and walked directly to Xiaoya and the others. Let's go back first. Zhao Eileen has informed the Evil God Society. The Evil God Society is colluding with the Scaled Clan, and there might even be a Scaled Clan Grandmaster coming. I can only deal with the weaker Scaled Clan Grandmasters at most. If a top-tier Scaled Clan Grandmaster comes, none of us will be able to escape, Yi Tian urged. Okay, let's go. Xiaoya nodded. Afterwards, they did not encounter any danger, but instead met a grandmaster who came to their aid, who was also a tutor at Tunghai University. However, seeing that Xiaoya and the others were safe, the master left. East China Sea Fortress. Yi Tian and Xiaoya returned and immediately handed Zhao Eileen over to the Superpower Association. How the Superpower Association dealt with Zhao Eileen was none of their business. It's safe to assume that Zhao Eileen won't be getting out of here. They'll probably get rid of her once they've found some value in her. Yi Tian. Qin Susu arrived at Yi Tian's residence, carrying a box in her hand. Senior Qin, is there something you need? Yi Tian asked. Qin Susu opened the box, revealing its contents. Yi Tian, this is S-grade material, top-quality gung-gold ore. Originally, the 5 of us were going to share it, but Zhao Eileen turned out to be a member of the Evil God Society, so she didn't get any. Now, we're giving you 1/5 of this top-quality ore. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Yi Tian gladly accepted. How could he possibly refuse such a good offer? S-grade top-quality gung-gold ore. This stuff is enough to raise his gold-type talent potential to S-grade. With this thing, he will possess his first S-level talent ability potential and be able to cultivate S-level supernatural arts. Therefore, he naturally didn't want to miss out. After delivering the top-grade gung-gold ore, Qin Susu left. After Qin Susu left, Yi Tian did not touch the top-grade gung-gold ore. Absorbing top-grade gung-gold ore now would be a huge loss. He plans to touch a grade metal to raise his metal-type talent potential to 99-100. Then he will absorb top-grade gung-metal ore. He won't need to absorb much top-grade gung-metal ore to raise his A-grade metal-type talent potential to S-grade. This is the most cost-effective way. Let's see what good things are in the storage ring of the Scale Clan Grandmaster. After Yi Tian refined the storage ring of the Scale Clan Grandmaster, he entered the storage ring with his consciousness and took a look. There's a lot of good stuff here. Various materials and resources, as well as elixirs, weapons, and so on. Wow! A crystal-clear white gemstone appeared in Yi Tian's hand, and he examined it carefully. This must be a spirit stone. There are no spirit stones on Earth. The density of spiritual energy is insufficient, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has only recently been created. There are no spiritual veins yet, so how could spirit stones be born? But the underground world is different. It has existed for countless ages, so it naturally has spiritual veins and spiritual stones. Certainly. Even in the underground world, spirit stones are extremely precious. Almost none of the alien races of masters of supernatural arts possess spirit stones, and only grandmasters have a small number of them. The East Sea Fortress also buys spirit stones. 1 spirit stone can be exchanged for 1,000 battle merits. Yi Tian counted them and found that there were 7 spirit stones in the storage ring, which was worth 7,000 battle merits. He estimated that the rare and precious materials in this storage ring, all combined, would definitely be worth around 30,000 to 40,000 battle merits. Grandmasters are really rich. Yi Tian sighed. Chapter 45 B Rank Spatial Talent Ability, Teleportation. Donghai Pavilion. Yi Tian traded many of the items that could be exchanged for battle merits to the East Sea Pavilion. He only kept things that were truly helpful to him. After exchanging all his merits, he earned a total of 15,000 battle merits. With so many military achievements, there was one thing he could do: exchange for grade B space-type materials. Previously, he didn't have enough battle merits and looked down on ordinary space-type materials, but now 15,000 battle merits are enough to exchange for a B grade space-type material, which is enough to upgrade his space-type talent potential to B grade. In this way, he can cultivate B-level spatial magic. Spatial magic is incredibly powerful and greatly aids in combat. Hall of Military Merit. Yi Tian applied to exchange for a B-grade space-type material the Xiankong Stone, worth 12,000 battle merits. Without saying a word, he directly exchanged for a Xiankong Stone. Before long, a palm-sized Xiankong Stone was in Yi Tian's hands. Done. He took the Xiankong Stone back to his residence. On the road, his hand touched the Xiankong Stone, continuously drawing upon the power of space. Spatial power +1. Spatial power +1. Spatial power +1. He originally had an E-level spatial ability potential, but it was quickly upgraded to a D-level spatial ability potential. Next, Yi Tian absorbed the power of space and the power of metal. A few days later, Yi Tian's spatial ability potential has finally been upgraded to B-level. Space System, Grade B0100. Having acquired a B-level spatial talent, he planned to exchange it for a B-level spatial technique. B-level spatial techniques are more valuable than A-level techniques and are much rarer. After all, there are very few spatial experts in Xia Kingdom, so naturally, very few spatial techniques can be created, and it is even more difficult to create B-level spatial techniques. Therefore, it's normal for the price to be a bit higher. I choose you. Teleportation. Teleportation is a B-level spatial technique, and Yi Tian considers it to be the most powerful B-level spatial technique for survival. Once you've mastered the basics of teleportation, you can teleport 100 meters. Once you reach the minor mastery level, you can teleport 200 meters, and if you reach the major mastery level, you can teleport 500 meters directly. If one masters the teleportation technique to perfection, the teleportation distance can reach 1,000 meters. Moreover, teleportation isn't limited to one teleportation. Even when performing a fully mastered teleportation technique, there's only a very short interval before you can teleport again. Spatial ability users with teleportation skills are the most difficult to kill. Teleportation technique, worth 1,000 battle points, isn't too expensive. Yi Tian redeemed it directly. Back at my lodgings, Yi Tian then began to cultivate the teleportation technique. He possessed the enlightenment technique to enhance his comprehension, so the teleportation technique was not difficult for him to cultivate. Enlightenment technique activated. Boom! His comprehension surged dramatically, as if he had suddenly attained enlightenment. Immediately, he began to practice the teleportation technique. He had a foundation in the art of teleportation, so learning the art of instantaneous movement would be easier for him. Before long, he had mastered the basics of teleportation. The East Sea Fortress was not suitable for teleportation, so he left the East Sea Fortress and came to a remote place. Buzz! Yi Tian took a step and instantly arrived 100 meters away. Teleportation technique, that's really awesome. Yi Tian continued his cultivation. As time went by, the teleportation technique gradually progressed from the beginner level to the minor mastery level, and then to the major mastery level. On the third day, Yi Tian had already mastered the teleportation technique to perfection. The perfected teleportation technique allows Yi Tian to teleport at will. He can teleport 300 meters or 400 meters at will. When using teleportation, it's as if one can jump from the initial point to any point within a kilometer radius. Gold power +1. Yi Tian absorbed a little more metal power at this time. He looked at his metal-type talent potential and found that it had reached 99-100. In other words, he can absorb the S-grade material, the top-quality Gingjin ore, to absorb the power of metal and strive for the potential of an S-grade metal-type talent ability. Immediately, he took out a top-grade Gingjin ore and absorbed the power of metal. Soon, he successfully absorbed a bit of the golden power. Boom! My body has begun to change. This is an improvement in physical fitness caused by the advancement of my innate superpower potential. Of course, his physical abilities are limited because he is an extraordinary being. He then checked his physical data again. Gold Series S rank 0-100. This is also his first S-level talent ability potential. My metal-type talent potential has been upgraded to S rank, so I can now cultivate S rank metal-type special techniques. But now there's a problem. He's not qualified to exchange for S-rank supernatural abilities. The East Sea Fortress can indeed be used to exchange for S-rank supernatural arts, but only those who are masters of supernatural arts are eligible to do so. There's nothing wrong with this rule. After all, how many masters of supernatural abilities are qualified to exchange for S-level supernatural abilities? And even if you are an S-level talent supernatural ability user, it's best not to cultivate S-level supernatural abilities at the beginning, as it may take a long time and you may not even be able to reach the entry level. Of course, this excludes children from large families. Furthermore, given the existence of forces like the evil god society among humans, strengthening the management of S-class supernatural abilities is a very reasonable policy. If I really can't exchange for an S-rank metal-type supernatural technique, I'll create one myself. Extraordinary arts are also created by humans, so he naturally has the means to create S-class metal-type extraordinary arts. Creating an S-level metal-type supernatural technique is definitely not as difficult as creating a 5 elements will mutated supernatural technique. Of course, if he could exchange for an S-rank metal-type supernatural technique, he would definitely choose to do so, as it would save him time. Another day has passed. Yi Tian's cultivation level has broken through, advancing from the beginner level of a master of supernatural arts to the intermediate level. This is all thanks to his hard work. Oh, is Donghai University looking for me? Yi Tian's battle ring received a message from Donghai University, asking him to return to Donghai University immediately. Then let's go back. Yi Tian returned to Donghai University from the Donghai Fortress. Water system. As soon as Yi Tian returned, his mentor Li Haoyang came to see him. He quickly arrived at Professor Li Haoyang's office. "Hello, mentor." Yi Tian called out respectfully. "Yi Tian, please sit down," Li Haoyang said. Yi Tian sat down. "Mentor, why did you call me back?" Yi Tian was very curious. Could it be that I'm going to a training camp with the regular freshmen? But he is the rookie king, so he can roam freely in the underground world without needing to go to training camps. Even geniuses like Qin Yu didn't go to the training camp. Don't be nervous, it's a good thing. Instructor Li Haoyang said with a smile, "The myriad realms have been formed. The school heard that you killed a master of supernatural arts, so they've given you a spot." He wasn't surprised that his killing of the master of supernatural arts had been exposed. Since Zhao Eilin's matter involves the evil god society, Donghai University will definitely investigate the matter thoroughly. As the person directly involved, he killed a grandmaster of the Scaled clan. It would be strange if Donghai University didn't know about it. What is the myriad realms of different forms? Yi Tian asked, puzzled. Chapter 46 Strange Phenomena, the Essence of Heaven and Earth. The realm of myriad forms is a wonderful place. Li Haoyang's face lit up with hope. The myriad realms is a secret realm. You probably don't know how the secret realm was born, right? It's a strange place born from the collision of Earth and the underground world in the void, where space is distorted. So the secret realm can also be called the space distortion land. In places where space is distorted, special changes often occur, resulting in unique terrain and special items in these secret realms. For example, the myriad realms are a place where strange phenomena are born. Strange phenomenon? Yi Tian was hearing this for the first time and was full of curiosity. Li Haoyang continued, "Strange phenomena are the manifestations of the profound mysteries of heaven and earth under special circumstances. They contain the essence of heaven and earth. Once you encounter a strange phenomenon and comprehend the essence of heaven and earth within it, you may be able to comprehend the power of that essence. Comprehension of the strange phenomena allows one to grasp the essence of the realm." Yi Tian finally understood the preciousness of the myriad phenomena realm. "Mentor, which is more effective, the unusual phenomenon or the S-grade treasure?" Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang smiled and said, "Yi Tian, the true value of S-grade treasures is not to help people comprehend the essence of things. In fact, the value of S-grade treasures was originally intended for other purposes. However, comprehending the essence of things is too difficult, and there is no place on earth to comprehend the essence of heaven and earth, which makes it difficult for masters of supernatural arts to be born on earth. Finally, Earth studies S-class treasures, consuming their energy to influence the essence of heaven and earth, allowing people to comprehend them, but this method is undoubtedly not cost-effective. Masters in the underground world don't comprehend their realms by consuming S-grade treasures." Yi Tian nodded slightly. Indeed, if an S-grade treasure were to be used to help someone comprehend a concept, the consumption of such an S-grade treasure would be enormous. For example, how many S-class treasures does the East China Sea Fortress have in total? Definitely not many. Therefore, this method is not cost-effective. Li Haoyang added, furthermore, using S-grade treasures to comprehend artistic conceptions is far less effective than comprehending extraordinary phenomena. S-grade treasures offer little help to those at the 5th level or above in the 9th sequence artistic conception. They only elicit superficial artistic conceptions of heaven and earth. But the phenomenon is different. By using the phenomenon, one can even comprehend 70%, 80%, or even more than 90% of the 9th sequence of intent. If one encounters a truly exceptional phenomenon, it might even be possible to comprehend the 8th sequence of intent in one fell swoop. Of course, the prerequisite is that one must first comprehend the 9th sequence of intent to a perfect degree before one can possibly comprehend the 8th sequence of intent. A master of extraordinary arts has comprehended the intent of the 8th sequence? Yi Tian asked curiously. Not yet. Li Haoyang shook his head. Even if they did, they'd probably break through to become grandmasters soon, so there's no need for them to linger at the master of extraordinary arts level. That's true. Yi Tian has grasped the essence of the art, but he hasn't yet broken through to the grandmaster realm. This is because his cultivation hasn't reached the peak of the extraordinary arts master realm. Otherwise, he would have already broken through to the extraordinary arts grandmaster realm. With the formation of the myriad realms, Donghai University has decided to send a group of powerful masters of supernatural arts into it. The minimum requirement is to comprehend the intent. If one has not even comprehended the intent, it is easy to perish upon entering the myriad realms, Li Haoyang revealed. Mentor, is this secret realm very dangerous? Yi Tian asked. No, this secret realm has just been formed, and the demonic beasts haven't had time to grow. The secret realm itself isn't dangerous, the danger lies with the scaled clan of the underground world. Li Haoyang said with a smile, you don't actually think only humans can enter, do you? In fact, the scaled clan can also enter this secret realm. However, whether it's the scaled clan or us humans, only those at the master of extraordinary arts level are allowed. The rules of the myriad realms don't allow grandmasters of extraordinary arts to enter, and once you reach the grandmaster level, the consequences are severe. Furthermore, even within the myriad realms, one cannot attempt to reach the grandmaster level of extraordinary arts. Are masters of supernatural arts not allowed to enter? Yi Tian felt that with his strength, wouldn't he be invincible? Seeing Yi Tian's excited expression, Li Haoyang knew what Yi Tian was thinking and quickly reminded him, don't underestimate the scale clan. You've only been in the underground world for a short time, and you've mostly encountered white scale and black scale clan members. Even the black scale clan members you've met aren't top-tier geniuses. The true geniuses of the scale clan are quite monstrous. They not only comprehend the 9th sequence intent, but their intent realm level has reached over 90%. These geniuses haven't tried to break through to the grandmaster level of extraordinary arts, so their combat power is terrifying. They have the strength to rival a beginner grandmaster of extraordinary arts, and the best among them have even killed grandmasters of extraordinary arts. Mentor, I understand. Yi Tian said this, but he didn't really care. His current strength is even greater than when he fought against the Black Scale Clan Grandmaster. He has also mastered the teleportation technique. Even if he encounters the monstrous genius of the Golden Scale Clan, he will not be afraid at all. Mentor, when do we enter the myriad realms? Yi Tian asked. The gate to the secret realm is currently under construction and will take about 2 more days. Don't go into the underground world during these 2 days, in case something happens and it causes a delay, Li Haoyang said. Yes. Yi Tian responded. Senior Qin, you're back? Yi Tian met Qin Susu on campus. Yes, the school asked me to come back. Qin Susu said with a smile. Could it be the myriad realms of different forms? Yi Tian asked hurriedly. Yes. Qin Susu nodded. My mentor told me that I need to grasp the essence of the conception in order to get a spot? Yi Tian asked in surprise. Qin Susu puffed out her chest and said proudly, I just comprehended the wood elemental art yesterday, and my cultivation has broken through to the peak of the extraordinary arts master realm, so I have obtained this spot. Congratulations! Yi Tian quickly replied. He guessed that Qin Susu used top-grade Gingjin ore to exchange for battle merits, thereby obtaining a quota to comprehend an S-level wood-type treasure, and directly comprehended the wood-type intent. From Qin Susu, Yi Tian also learned that Xiaoya was going in as well. There were quite a few people who entered the myriad manifestations realm this time, about 300 people. Among them, only about 30 were students from Donghai University. The others were masters of supernatural arts from various families in Donghai City and the surrounding cities. Upon learning this data, Yi Tian realized that there were indeed quite a few people who had grasped the essence of the art. However, this is almost half of the masters of supernatural arts in Jiang province who have grasped the essence of the art, but when you calculate it carefully, it's not that many. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Before leaving, instructor Li Haoyang reminded Yi Tian, be careful after entering the myriad realms. Be careful not only of the scaled clan, but also of other human masters of supernatural arts. Beware of other human masters of supernatural abilities? Yi Tian understood. Is it the evil god society? Not bad. Li Haoyang nodded. The evil god society is deeply rooted in major cities of Xia Kingdom, and even many families have been infiltrated. Although I hate the evil god society, I have to admit that some of the forbidden techniques researched by the evil god society can really help people break through. Even if they pay a heavy price, once they break through, their lifespan increases dramatically. Even if they can no longer improve their strength in the future, many old guys with not much lifespan are willing to try it. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. For example, the enlightenment technique, this forbidden technique, had been of great help to him. Without this forbidden technique, he couldn't have grown so quickly. Also, if other students from Donghai University ask for help, I hope you will try your best to assist them, Li Haoyang requested. Mentor, I will. Yi Tian guarantees this. Then, Li Haoyang led Yi Tian and other masters of other arts who had comprehended the essence of the art to the secret gate of the myriad realms. A short while later, Yi Tian and his group arrived. At this time, a large number of masters of supernatural arts, and even grandmasters, have gathered here. These masters of supernatural arts were sent here on behalf of others they couldn't enter on their own. Yi Tian discovered that some of these masters of supernatural arts were quite old, at least in their 40s or 50s, but as long as they grasped the essence of the art and had some background, they could obtain a spot. Let them in. A powerful master of supernatural arts spoke up. Boom! The gate to the secret realm has opened. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, masters of supernatural arts rushed inside, and Yi Tian, Qin Susu, Xiaoya, and others also went in. Chapter 47 The Strange Phenomenon of the Golden Lotus in Fire. Myriad different realms. A group of masters of supernatural arts entered and then dispersed. Some masters of supernatural arts would join forces, since if they were to encounter a truly powerful scaled clan, it would be easier to save their lives if they did so. Qin Susu teamed up with Xiaoya again, along with Zhang Xiaoyu, who also grasped the essence of the art and earned a spot. With the three of them working together, plus Zhang Xiaoyu's telepathic abilities, they are quite capable of surviving. They didn't invite Yi Tian. If they had, it would have meant asking him to protect them, which would have been a burden on him. Moreover, if one truly encounters extraordinary phenomena, the effect of comprehending them alone is much better than that of several people comprehending them together. Comprehending extraordinary phenomena consumes the profound mysteries of the universe contained within them, and the effect of multiple people comprehending them will naturally be much less. Qin Susu, if you encounter any danger, remember to let me know. Yi Tian said. Good. Qin Susu nodded. Whoosh. Yi Tian quickly left, gradually venturing deeper into the myriad realms of myriad phenomena. The myriad realms look similar to the underground world, with mountains, rivers, forests, and so on. Moreover, there are also demonic beasts here, but they are all very weak demonic beasts, which have only recently been born. Killing these monsters is pointless, you won't make much money from it. The spiritual herbs and rare treasures in the myriad realms are of very low age and not very valuable. What is truly valuable are the extraordinary phenomena, which are the real opportunities. Yi Tian continued forward and unknowingly arrived at a valley. Firelight? He sensed flames shooting through the valley ahead, as if it were on fire, but then again, it didn't seem so. Whoosh! He simply used teleportation to get there. In the valley. Yi Tian's body suddenly appeared, and he was overjoyed when he saw the scene in the valley. Not far away, flames suddenly appeared and burned, covering an area of 100 meters in radius, and a golden lotus bloomed within the flames. This golden lotus is so lifelike, it seems to be a precious treasure of heaven and earth. He walked over and reached out to touch the flames, but grasped nothing. He touched the golden lotus, but also missed. These are all fake. No, it should be described as an anomaly. The extraordinary phenomenon of a golden lotus in fire. He had some prior knowledge of the types of strange phenomena. The golden lotus in fire was a relatively common phenomenon, belonging to the lower grade, and containing two different meanings. These two artistic conceptions are the fire element artistic conception and the metal element artistic conception, respectively. Most of the phenomena within the myriad manifestations realm are low-grade phenomena, containing two realms of meaning, which is already quite good. Yi Tian sat cross-legged on a rock and began to comprehend the metal and fire elemental energies. Enlightenment technique, devour. After absorbing the origin of dark-type talent ability, his comprehension soared, and he also held a piece of dark-type material in his hand, which he used to slowly restore his dark-type talent ability. Boom! His comprehension increased dramatically, as if he had suddenly realized something. At this moment, he gradually comprehended the profound mysteries of the metal and fire elements of heaven and earth. He also paid attention to his surroundings. If he encountered the Scaled Clan, he would have to stop comprehending and eliminate the Scaled Clan first. A few minutes later, a figure appeared in the valley. Not a Scaled Clan. The visitor was a top-tier master of supernatural arts in his 30s. He was overjoyed when he saw the golden lotus in the fire, because he had just grasped the essence of fire. Finding a vision is only one aspect, encountering the right vision is the most important. If it doesn't align with one's own artistic conception, then it's useless. Roll. Yi Tian looked at the man who was constantly approaching and said coldly. If it were an acquaintance, he could let them comprehend it, but he would not let a complete stranger comprehend the phenomenon of the golden lotus in fire. The man sensed Yi Tian's cultivation level and was immediately taken aback. Peak sorcerer? That's right, Yi Tian concealed his cultivation level, but even at the intermediate level of supernatural arts master, it wasn't actually that high. Fire eye technique. The man used this strange technique to look at Yi Tian again. This technique also had the effect of seeing through cultivation levels. After using the fiery eye technique, he looked at Yi Tian, whose cultivation level was still that of a peak sorcerer. Ha ha ha, with such low cultivation, even if you are a prodigy and have comprehended the essence, you are still an ant in my eyes. You're the one who should get lost, otherwise I wouldn't mind killing you. The man spoke in a rather arrogant tone, as if he were in control. Yeah? Yi Tian didn't want to waste time, so he waved his hand and unleashed the dark flame. Go! The dark fire transformed into a fireball and hurtled towards the man. A B-level mutated technique at the perfect level. The man was terrified, and a beam of light rose from his body, revealing it to be a defensive fire-based technique. However, with a loud bang, he was blasted away by the dark flames, and a wisp of dark fire landed on his body and began to burn. Ignoring his injuries, he fled quickly. Yi Tian was too lazy to kill him. If he really wanted to kill him, it wouldn't have been the dark flame just now. Then, Yi Tian continued to comprehend the strange phenomenon of the golden lotus in the fire. As time went by, his metal and fire elemental aptitudes rapidly improved. Before we knew it, more than an hour had passed. Someone else is here. This time it's not human, it's the scaled race. Far away, 3 members of the Scaled Clan appeared, all at the peak of the extraordinary Artsmaster realm, and their auras were extremely powerful. Soon, they saw the strange phenomenon of the golden lotus in the fire, and they also saw Yi Tian sitting in the middle of the phenomenon. It's human, and its cultivation level isn't high. Kill it. One of the Scaled Clan members said. Swish, swish, swish. 3 members of the Black Scale Clan attacked. Yi Tian smiled slightly. 5 elements wheel. Suppress. Under the suppression of the 5 elements wheel, the 3 Black Scale Clan members moved at a snail's pace. Immediately afterwards, their minds were attacked by a powerful mental technique, leaving them in a state of brief dizziness. The next instant, a golden light flashed across their necks. 3 members of the Black Scale Clan were killed. After killing 3 Black Scale Clan members, Yi Tian collected their identity tokens and storage rings. He didn't have time to organize the things in his storage ring. Comprehending the phenomenon of the golden lotus in the fire was the most important thing right now. This strange phenomenon cannot last forever. It's hard to say exactly how long it will last. This strange phenomenon had definitely lasted for some time before, so he didn't have much time left to continue his comprehension. After, Yi Tian quietly comprehended the teachings without encountering any trouble. Buzz. The flames dissipated, and the golden lotus vanished. The miraculous phenomenon of the golden lotus in the fire dissipated. Watching the strange phenomenon dissipate, Yi Tian sighed, but quickly smiled. He gained a great deal from this enlightenment. First, the 9th sequence's metal element intent has been raised to 70% and the fire element intent to 50%. Continue searching for unusual phenomena. If I find more, my strength will increase by an unimaginable amount. Yi Tian murmured. Then he left the valley to continue his search for the strange phenomenon. There are many strange phenomena in the myriad realms of wonders. If you look carefully, you can find them. The only question is whether you can guard against them. A corpse. Yi Tian saw the corpse of a human master of supernatural arts, who had been pierced through the chest by a long spear. He was clearly killed by the Scaled Clan, as only Scaled Clan masters of supernatural arts like to use weapons. Soon he came to a river and followed it, where he encountered another strange phenomenon. Above the river, an illusory gate appears, and a carp is constantly trying to leap over it. A miraculous phenomenon of a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Chapter 48: The strange phenomenon of the sword opening the heavenly gate. The phenomenon of a fish leaping over the dragon gate is a low-grade phenomenon. If the fish successfully leaps over the dragon gate, it becomes the phenomenon of transforming into a dragon, which is a true mid-grade phenomenon. Wow! Yi Tian walked onto the river's surface and began to comprehend the essence of the water system. This time, he was lucky no one disturbed him during his meditation from beginning to end. Buzz! The strange phenomenon of the fish leaping over the dragon gate disappeared. However, he successfully grasped 62% of the essence of water-based techniques, which was quite an achievement. Continue searching for anomalies. The myriad phenomena of the other world will not last forever. As more and more people consume the profound mysteries of heaven and earth within these phenomena, more will continue to emerge. Therefore, as time goes by, the strange phenomena of the myriad realms become increasingly rare, and they have to leave, otherwise, staying here would be a waste of time. I must take this opportunity to find more unusual phenomena, and ideally comprehend all the various states of mind within me to the 10th level of the 9th sequence. In order to quickly find the anomalies, he even often teleported to travel. Another Scaled Clan member sent to their death. Yi Tian looked at the Black Scale Clan member who had died at his hands and murmured. This is the 7th Black Scale Clan member he has killed. Why does everyone think I'm a noob and want to kill me? Yi Tian felt that his cultivation level was too deceptive, making the Black Scale Clan think he was weak. But among those who managed to get a spot, are there any weaklings? Would they dare to come in? Night falls. Yi Tian continued to travel through the area and finally found another unusual phenomenon. Strange phenomenon in Jinshan. The phenomenon shimmered in the night, its golden light dispelling the darkness and transforming the area into a golden world. The Jinshan phenomenon is also a low-grade phenomenon, containing profound and mysterious meanings related to the metal element. Yi Tian arrived at the Golden Mountain phenomenon and began to comprehend the essence of the metal element. Under the influence of the Enlightenment technique, his comprehension skyrocketed, making it incredibly easy for him to grasp the essence of the metal element. Gradually, his metal elemental intent level soared from 70% to 80%, and it continues to improve. This Jinshan phenomenon has lasted for quite a while, it must have only been around for a short time. Thinking of this, he was in a very good mood. Perhaps he could use this Golden Mountain phenomenon to comprehend more than 90% of the metal element concept. 2 hours later. Yi Tian's metal-based artistic conception has soared to 90% of its peak. At this moment, the imagery of Jinshan had not yet dissipated, but it was already quite blurry. Another half-hour passed. Buzz! The Golden Mountain scenery faded, and darkness descended once more. Silence reigned all around. After a long while, a voice filled the darkness. What a pity! Only 93% of the realm. If I had another hour to comprehend it, I might have been able to cultivate the metal elemental intent to the full realm. Yi Tian said regretfully. If anyone else had heard him, they probably would have wanted to kill him. The next day. In this wondrous realm, the sun rises, darkness recedes, and daylight arrives. Yi Tian gazed at the 4 suns in the sky and observed them for a while. This should be one of Earth's suns and 3 of the suns from the underground world. Their combined projection has created 4 suns in the myriad realms. Yi Tian guessed. In other words, this is just a projection of the sun, not the real sun. Forget about the sun, let's keep looking for unusual phenomena. Yi Tian set off again. On the other side, Qin Susu and the other 2 women had a less fortunate experience. They also found unusual phenomena, but their luck was not good. The phenomena they found were either not suitable for them, or they were occupied by other people or by the Scaled Clan. They had also fought countless battles, and if it weren't for Qin Susu's extraordinary ability to heal injuries, they would probably be severely wounded by now. However, Xiaoya still comprehended an earth elemental phenomenon, and her earth elemental intent improved slightly, but it was definitely far less than Yi Tian's improvement. Sister Ye, Su, I've discovered a scaled clan member not far from here. They haven't moved, and they might be occupying an anomaly, Zhang Xiaoyu said after sensing it with her mental magic. Are you sure it's just one member of the scaled clan? Xiaoya asked. Yes, just one. Zhang Xiaoyu is certain. Let's go take a look. If the opponent's strength isn't too high and the artistic conception suits us, then let's just occupy it. Xiaoya said. Immediately, the three of them slowly ran over. Soon, they came to a forest. In the middle of the forest, on a clearing, a member of the scaled clan was comprehending a strange phenomenon. When Qin Susu and the other two arrived several hundred meters away and saw the scaled clan, their expressions changed drastically. The scales on that scaled clan were neither white nor black, but golden. Gold represents the Golden Scale Clan. The Golden Scale Clan is the royal family of the Scale Clan. Every member of the Golden Scale Clan is highly valued by the Scale Clan, possessing powerful bloodlines and extraordinary talents. It can be said that there are no weaklings in the Golden Scale Clan, they are all chosen ones. If it were the Black Scale Clan, they would still dare to attack. But facing the Golden Scale Clan would be like throwing an egg against a rock. But then, their attention was drawn to the strange phenomenon. The strange phenomenon appeared to be countless sword energies rising into the air, converging into a giant golden sword that tore a vortex in mid-air. A strange phenomenon, the sword opens the gates of heaven. Xiaoya was surprised. This is a mid-grade extraordinary phenomenon, extremely rare to see. Sister Ye, this is not just a simple phenomenon of the sword opening the heavenly gate. My telepathic perception technique can see very far. A sword has actually been born within this phenomenon of the sword opening the heavenly gate. It is a real sword, not just a phenomenon. Zhang Xiaoyu said. It's a rare treasure. Xiaoya recognized it immediately. The birth of extraordinary treasures is related to unusual phenomena. If an unusual phenomenon in a certain place is not consumed by people, it will keep recurring and eventually give birth to an extraordinary treasure after a long period of time. When a rare treasure is born, it will consume the power of the strange phenomena in that area, making it impossible for strange phenomena to be born again. Xiaoya herself possessed a rare treasure, but it had already been conceived long ago. She simply acquired it by accident. Moreover, her treasure was only a low-grade treasure, while the treasure born from the sword opening the heavenly gate was definitely a mid-grade treasure. A mid-grade rare treasure, plus a mid-grade rare phenomenon. If a genius who has comprehended the essence of metal were to come here, they would absolutely go crazy. However, they did not comprehend the essence of the metal element, nor did they possess any potential for metal-based innate abilities. Wow! The Golden Scale Clan member suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards Qin Susu. We've been discovered. Qin Susu and the other two felt a chill run down their spines. 3 humans. Jin Xian of the Golden Scale Clan frowned slightly. This mid-grade rare treasure would only be truly born after the phenomenon of the sword opening the heavenly gate dissipated, and it absolutely could not be leaked. They must be killed. Jin Xian moved, transforming into golden light and flying over. Escape! Xiaoya grabbed Qin Susu and Zhang Xiaoyu and tried to escape. Qin Susu directly sent a message to Yi Tian, saying that since Yi Tian was able to kill a grandmaster of the Scale Clan, he should not be afraid of the Golden Scale Clan. Even if he couldn't win, he could still save his life. Trying to escape underground? Ha, wishful thinking. Bloodline anomalous technique Golden Earth. Buzz. A strange wave swept over. The next moment, the ground in this area turned into a golden expanse. This isn't real gold, it's just a metallic landscape created by some kind of magic. It will return to normal after a while. Oh no, the Earth is a type of magic that can't be used anymore. Xiaoya and the others looked on in despair. I've notified Yi Tian, but he definitely won't make it here in time. Qin Susu said. Delay the time. Xiaoya said. Without further hesitation, Qin Susu threw out a bead. The next moment, the bead exploded, creating a field of lightning. This is the Thunder Pearl, a special weapon capable of severely injuring a peak-level master of supernatural arts. She exchanged it for 500 battle merits. Tear. Jin Xian tore through the lightning domain created by the lightning pearl and rushed out unharmed. Die. Jin Xian unleashed a sword strike. Xiaoya tried to block it with her unique Earth Spirit Shield. However, click. The Earth Spirit shield was cleaved open, and the sword light severely injured the three women. Jin Xian is too powerful, much more terrifying than the Black Scale Clan Grandmaster we encountered last time. Just when the three women thought they were about to die, a figure blocked Jin Xian's path. Yi Tian. Qin Susu's eyes widened. How did Yi Tian arrive so quickly? Only a few seconds have passed. Could Yi Tian be nearby? Zhang Xiaoyu was even more confused. She had already used her mental perception to observe her surroundings and there was no one else there. Yi Tian had appeared suddenly. Spatial magic, teleportation. She couldn't think of any other possibility besides this. Yi Tian teleported here and quickly noticed the strange phenomenon of the sword opening the heavenly gate, revealing an excited expression. Although Qin Susu and the others are a bit of a pain, always coming to me for help, they are also my lucky stars. Last time they brought me top-grade Gungold ore, and this time they brought me a mid-grade phenomenon. As for Jin Xian of the Golden Scale Clan, he simply ignored him. Chapter 49 Comprehending the 8th Sequence of Metal Element Intent. Die. Jin Xian of the Golden Scale Clan launched an attack on Yi Tian, and a cyan sword light carrying the golden intent of the 9th sequence at the 10th level slashed over. 5 Elements Wheel. Yi Tian's body was protected by the 5 Elements Wheel. The sword light struck it but could not break through the defense and shattered directly. 5 Elements Mutation Technique. Jin Xian was dumbfounded. Among the Scaled Clan, there are also members with mutated bloodlines who can use 2 or more bloodline techniques of different attributes, and even perform bloodline mutation techniques, making them extremely powerful in combat. However, such members are still very rare. He only has the metal bloodline and does not possess bloodline mutation techniques. Bloodline ability Flawless Golden Eyes. This bloodline technique allows Jin Xian to see through the enemy's weaknesses. Absolutely flawless. Jin Xian said solemnly. Yi Tian's defense covered his entire body, making it impossible to break through. A 9th order gold elemental intent at the 10th level, truly monstrous, worthy of the Golden Scale Clan. Yi Tian spoke in the underground common language he was fluent in. Unfortunately, you are no match for me. If he had just entered the Myriad Realms, he might not have been able to kill Jin Xian. But now, his various artistic realms have improved, which has also caused the power of the 5 Elements Wheel to increase several times over. 5 Elements Wheel, Transform Domain. Buzz. The 5 elements will grew larger, transforming into a domain. In that instant, Jin Xian felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his entire body. Bloodline Technique Ninefold Sword Light. A dense array of sword lights instantly appeared on his body as he resisted the suppression of the 5 Elements Wheel domain while simultaneously attacking Yi Tian. He didn't want to escape. If he did, the mid-grade extraordinary sword, the Heavenly Gate opening sword, would be no longer his concern, and that mid-grade extraordinary treasure would fall into Yi Tian's hands. Therefore, he has to give it his all. In reality, he had no hope of escaping. Darkness Descends. The imprisonment technique of 10,000 woods. Yi Tian unleashed a series of extraordinary techniques, leaving Jin Xian stunned. There were also mental attack techniques that repeatedly assaulted Jin Xian's mind, causing him constant mental damage. Dark Flame. A ball of black flame landed on Jin Xian's body, continuously scorching his flesh. Normally, he could easily break through the dark flame, but now he didn't have time to decipher this strange technique. The dark flame was constantly eroding his body, making his condition worse and worse. 5 minutes passed. Jin Xian's defensive blood-refined armor was pierced, and his body was pierced by strange techniques such as hellwood spikes, and his life force gradually faded away. Dead. Yi Tian confirmed that the other party was indeed dead. However, he dared not be careless. With another wave of his hand, the golden light severed Jin Xian's head and destroyed his internal organs. After several more blows, he was certain that the other party was truly dead. Then he took out the identity token and storage ring from his body and threw a handful of dark fire to burn his body. It seems he really doesn't have any trump cards to save his life. Yi Tian thought to himself. Far away. Xiaoya and the others stared in disbelief, their mouths agape as if they could swallow a fist. Gentlemen, I'm going to study the phenomenon of the sword opening the heavenly gate. Yi Tian didn't want to waste time, and he didn't know how long this phenomenon of the sword opening the heavenly gate would last. So he came to the place where the sword opened the heavenly gate. This sword isn't some strange phenomenon, could it be a rare treasure? Yi Tian was surprised. He didn't think too much about it, he wanted to first understand the essence of the metal element. Yi Tian was comprehending the essence of metal, while Xiaoya and the others were healing. They didn't have any metal-type talent or ability, so they couldn't comprehend the essence of metal, which was a pity. With the help of the Enlightenment technique, Yi Tian's comprehension was terrifying, and the sword-opening Heavenly Gate phenomenon was a mid-grade phenomenon. His metal elemental intent was improving at an extremely fast pace. The sword-opening Heavenly Gate phenomenon is excellent. That Golden Scale clan member probably wanted to use it to break through to the 8th sequence of intent. If he actually succeeds, I might not be able to kill him, and I might even lose. Yi Tian thought to himself. Before long, Yi Tian's metal elemental intent had reached the perfect level. He then began to strive for the 8th sequence of artistic conception. Jin Shen struggled to comprehend the intent of the 8th sequence, but he was different. His comprehension was terrifying. He was constantly experiencing sudden enlightenment, which naturally had an extraordinary effect. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Tian seemed to have comprehended a higher level of artistic conception from the phenomenon of the sword opening the Heavenly Gate. The 9th sequence metal-type artistic conception on his body seemed to be inexplicably affected, constantly being compressed and condensed, just like a rough iron blank being forged into a piece of refined iron through countless hammerings. This is a process of transformation. At a certain moment, boom! A terrifying power of metal elemental intent erupted from Yi Tian, tearing the air apart with a sound like shattering glass. The 8th sequence of the metal element artistic conception is complete. The 8th sequence of metal element intent is too powerful, far surpassing the 9th sequence of metal element intent. Yi Tian thought to himself. The level of refinement of the 8th sequence of intent is more than 10 times that of the 9th sequence of metal intent. I have only just grasped a trace of the 8th sequence of intent, but my strength has already undergone a rapid transformation. If he were to fight Jin Shen again, he could kill Jin Shen in just a few moves. After comprehending the 8th sequence of the metal element, Yi Tian continued to study the 8th sequence of the metal element. However, the phenomenon of the sword opening the Heavenly Gate was about to dissipate, but it would most likely still slightly improve his 8th sequence of metal-type intent. Another half-hour passed. The strange phenomenon of the sword opening the Heavenly Gate finally dissipated, and a sword fell down, revealing itself to be a mid-grade rare treasure. Yi Tian caught the falling mid-grade rare treasure and revealed an excited expression. This is his first extraordinary treasure. Congratulations, junior brother Yi Tian, on obtaining a mid-grade rare treasure. Qin Susu and the others came over and congratulated them. After such a long period of healing, the three have recovered from their injuries, but their supernatural powers have not yet fully recovered. It's all thanks to you guys, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to obtain this mid-grade treasure. Yi Tian said with a smile. This time, he didn't need to share the treasure with the three of them. Junior brother Yi Tian, did you just comprehend the 8th sequence of the metal element's intent? Xiaoya asked curiously. Yi Tian nodded. The commotion of having just comprehended the 8th sequence of the metal element's intent could not be kept secret. The 8th sequence of metal element intent, I'm so envious. Xiaoya exclaimed longingly. I also want to comprehend the 8th sequence of intent. Once I comprehend the 8th sequence of intent, I will have a chance to break through and become a Grandmaster of Supernatural Arts. Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts? Yi Tian asked curiously, could it be that the Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts is related to the 8th sequence intent? Yes. Xiaoya said, the 8th sequence of intent is one of the conditions for advancing to the Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts. Of course, it doesn't mean that comprehending the 8th sequence of intent guarantees becoming a Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts, but without comprehending the 8th sequence of intent, one cannot become a Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts. Just like comprehending the 9th sequence of intent gives one hope of becoming a Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts, but in reality, many top Extraordinary Arts masters comprehend the 9th sequence of intent, but if their foundation is insufficient and they don't have other opportunities, they need to attempt to break through again and again. That's true. Yi Tian nodded. For example, some elderly masters of extraordinary arts, even if they comprehend the essence of the art, cannot break through to a higher level because their bodies will not allow it. Chapter 50 The Scaled Clan's Plan. Yi Tian has now comprehended the 8th sequence of the metal element, which means he has the potential to become a Grandmaster of Supernatural Arts. Once you become a Grandmaster, not only will your lifespan increase significantly, but your status will also be unmatched by ordinary people. Even Donghai University only has a few Grandmasters. Junior brother Yi Tian, we have to go. The strange phenomena of the myriad realms don't always exist. We need to hurry and find them. Xiaoya took her leave. Be careful. Yi Tian said. After Xiaoya and the others left, Yi Tian began to refine this mid-grade rare treasure. He dripped his blood onto a mid-grade rare treasure, where it was absorbed. He then used his spiritual power to further refine it. Buzz. A message from a mid-grade rare treasure entered his soul. The mid-grade rare treasure, the Heavenly Gate Sword. This is the name of this mid-grade rare treasure. In addition, the Tianmen sword contains a unique innate skill. Every extraordinary treasure contains innate abilities and techniques. For example, Xiaoya's low-level extraordinary treasure also contains an innate ability and technique that can form a powerful defense. Xiaoya was able to withstand Jin Xian's attack without dying because of the innate special abilities on her rare treasure. The Heavenly Gate Sword's innate special skill is called the One Sword Slashes the Heavens technique, which is an absolutely terrifying special skill. However, it consumes a lot of energy from the body and requires the 8th sequence of the metal element intent to be unleashed. Otherwise, even if you get your hands on it, you can only use it as a sharp sword and cannot activate the One Sword Slashes the Heavens technique. The Heaven Slaying Sword technique, this innate and extraordinary skill, can be one of my trump cards. Yi Tian murmured. But as he stared at the Tianmen sword, an idea came to him: he needed to master weapon techniques, otherwise he wouldn't be able to bring out the full value of the Tianmen sword. The alien races in the underground world not only possess bloodline techniques, but are also skilled in weapon combat and have powerful physical bodies. In battles between equals, humans are at a disadvantage. Only the geniuses among humans are capable of matching the alien races. With his powerful physique and the mid-grade rare treasure, the Heavenly Gate Sword, wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't learn the art of weaponry? The art of close combat combined with various supernatural techniques is simply invincible. Especially since I also know the 5 Elements Wheel, a mutated supernatural technique based on the 5 elements, which provides unparalleled defense. With such an invincible defense, how can I not just slaughter everyone in close combat? He planned to try to study the art of close combat with weapons after he left the Myriad Realms. Let's see what good stuff that Golden Scale clan member has. Yi Tian opened the other person's storage ring and carefully sorted through their belongings. There are also spirit stones, 6 in total. 23 pieces of grade A materials, that's really impressive. Various kinds of pills, and several weapons, including longswords. There are also some random, unfamiliar things that can be sent to the appraisal department of Tunghai University. It will cost a little money to have them appraised, and they should be quite valuable. This is. Yi Tian took out a tree branch covered with incredibly mysterious patterns and emanating a unique aura. He felt refreshed after smelling it. S-grade material. When he touched that branch, he absorbed the power of wood. Wood power +1. Wood power +1. This clearly shows that it is definitely an S-grade material, otherwise, it wouldn't absorb wood energy so quickly. Good stuff, I'll keep it. After we get out, I'll use it to upgrade my A-rank wood type talent potential to S-rank. He made a killing on this. After tidying up Jin Xian's belongings, he left to continue searching for the strange phenomena. Half a day has passed. A myriad of wondrous landscapes unfold atop a mountain peak. Here, one Black Scale clan member after another gathered, while atop the peak, 3 Golden Scale clan members sat waiting for the arrival of other Scale clan masters of supernatural arts. Your Highness Jinha, Your Highness Jinyu, Your Highness Jinchan, the clansmen have almost all arrived. A member of the Black Scale clan approached and said respectfully. Jin Xian, is there still no news about that guy? Jin He frowned. The Black Scale clan member shook his head. We still can't contact Prince Jin Xian. Jin Yu laughed heartily and said, Jin Xian is incredibly strong, comparable to a grandmaster. He even killed a weak human grandmaster. Grandmasters aren't allowed here, so who could kill him? I bet he found something good and doesn't want to come over, but he's afraid we'll find out, so he just cut off contact. Never mind him, let's continue with the plan. Once we get out, the clan will punish him. Well, that's all we can do for now. Jin He nodded. Let's bring those 6 friends from the Evil God Society over. We need to discuss the plan. Soon. 6 top-tier human masters of supernatural abilities walked over. They all came from the Evil God Society and were the kind of people who kept their identities very hidden. Neither the East China Sea Supernatural Abilities Association nor East China Sea University knew their true identities. For this plan, the Evil God Society also intended to expose them. If the plan succeeds, they can leave through the Scaled Clan's spatial passage, and they just need to not reappear. Jinha, is everything ready? Bai Sun, a top master of supernatural arts from the Evil God Society, asked. Bai Sun, we're ready. You need to set up an array at the exit of the secret realm in Donghai City to block it and prevent those human masters of supernatural arts from leaving. Then, we'll start slaughtering these masters of supernatural arts and try to wipe out all the humans in the myriad realms. Jin He revealed a cruel smile. Upon hearing the name all of humanity, Bai Sin and the others stared intently at Jin He. Bai Sun, of course I wasn't referring to you. Our Scale Clan and your evil god society are allies. How could we dare to kill you? Jin He said with a smile. Alright, it's decided then. Once we VE killed all the humans here, we'll leave with you, Bai Sun said. Then, Bai Sun led the other 5 to the exit of the secret realm gate. As long as they blocked that exit, the others would not be able to contact the outside world, and the people outside would not know the situation here. Unless no one came out for a long time, the outside world would send people in to investigate. But by then, they had already left. A few hours later, Bai Sun and the other 6 had arrived at the exit. Looking at the secret passage, they no longer hesitated, took out the array plates they had prepared in advance, set them up, and then activated the array. These array plates all come from the underground world, and they all carry a lot of spirit stones. If they are all put into operation and the array is activated at maximum power, it is enough to prevent even a novice master of supernatural arts from breaking the array for a whole day and night. Buzz. The formation activated, creating a light shield that blocked the exit. Jin He, I've sealed off the exits from Donghai City. You can start killing now. Bai Sin contacted Jin He of the Jinlin clan using a special communicator. On the other side, Jin He received the message and smiled. Immediately, he took out a mid-grade rare treasure, the earthly nether mirror. With this earthly mirror, no human can hide within a 5-mile radius. If we kill all these masters of supernatural arts who have comprehended the essence of the art, the humans will probably be heartbroken. This generation in Jiang province of Xia Kingdom will likely suffer a shortage of supernatural arts masters, and the pressure on our Scale Clan will be greatly reduced. Jin He said calmly. Jinha, let's begin. Jin Yu urged. Buzz. With the activation of the earthly mirror, more than 100 Black Scale Clan members, led by 3 Golden Scale Clan members, began searching for human masters of supernatural arts. Chapter 51 Scaled Clan, I've come to kill you. The phenomenon of Will-O-the-Wisps. Comprehending this phenomenon should be able to raise my fire elemental mastery from the 9th level to the 10th level. Master of Extraordinary Arts, Zhang Sun, said excitedly. Once he reaches the 1st level of fire-based intent, his success rate in attempting to break through to the Grandmaster level of supernatural arts should be very high. He had always dreamed of becoming a master of supernatural arts and prolonging his life, and this was the best opportunity he could have. He arrived at the Will-O-the-Wisp phenomenon and began to silently comprehend the essence of fire. As time passed, his fire elemental intent was gradually improving, like water dripping on stone, breaking through the bottleneck of 1/10 of his fire elemental intent. Suddenly, in the distance, a large group of Black Scale Clan members were rushing towards them, forming a dark mass. The 3 Golden Scale Clan members at the head of the group were particularly conspicuous, their bodies radiating golden light. This. Zhang Sun shivered all over. More than 100 Black Scale Clan members, each a top-tier master of supernatural arts, plus 3 Golden Scale Clan members leading the team. What a terrifying scale this is. What are all these Scaled Clan members doing here? He immediately started calling for help, and then ran. But he was too slow and was quickly overtaken. Puff! His head was severed with a single blow, and he died instantly. Compared to the scaled race, the biggest disadvantage of human sorcerers is their inability to unite. The scaled race has virtually no power structure. They obey the royal family's orders. A single decree from the royal family is obeyed by all scaled race members. Therefore, these Scaled Clan members were able to gather together in a short time, while these human masters of supernatural arts came from Donghai University, various families, and large corporations, among other diverse groups, making it difficult for them to unite. How could a single peak-level master of supernatural arts possibly fight against so many Scaled Clan members? Even if his strength was comparable to that of one of the Golden Scaled Clan members, he would still be killed. Soon, the human masters of supernatural arts were routed, and one by one they were killed, with no time to escape. But the news naturally spread, and many masters of supernatural arts received requests for help. Yi Tian also learned about the situation and knew that the Scaled Clan was uniting to slaughter humans. There's definitely not enough time to integrate those human masters of supernatural arts and fight against the Scaled Clan. Yi Tian thought to himself. He contacted Qin Susu and the others. Senior Qin, are you alright? Yi Tian asked. Qin Susu replied, Yi Tian, we're fine. We're just about to leave the Myriad Realms. Leaving the Myriad Realms was a good choice. He couldn't guarantee that he could stop so many scaled clan members. He had to improve his strength before he could go and cause trouble for those scaled clan members. Continue to study this phenomenon. He is currently in a location that is none other than the low-grade extraordinary phenomenon, the fire serpent phenomenon, which allows him to comprehend the essence of fire. As time went by, his fire-based mastery gradually improved to over 90%. The exit of Myriad Realms. Top-tier masters of supernatural arts have already arrived here, and they were stunned when they saw the array shield blocking the entrance. Someone has set up a formation. Let's break it together. They relentlessly attacked the formation, bombarding it with various strange techniques. However, the array's protective barrier only produced ripples, rendering the attack completely ineffective. It's no use, we can't break the formation. Let's go, or if those scaled clan members come, none of us will be able to escape. These people weren't stupid, they wouldn't linger here, and one by one they ran away. The exit to the Myriad Realms is blocked? Yi Tian was extremely surprised when he received the message from Qin Susu and the others. It seemed that this group of Scale Clan had been planning this for a long time and wanted to wipe out all the humans in the Myriad Realms. However, the Myriad Realms are quite large, and it will take the Scaled Clan a considerable amount of time to wipe out all the humans. Continue to comprehend the phenomena. Yi Tian decided to ignore this matter for now and wait until his artistic conception improved further. He would never put himself in danger for the sake of others. Soon, he found another unusual phenomenon and continued to contemplate its meaning. Gradually, the next day arrived. By this time, many human masters of supernatural arts had already died at the hands of the Scaled Clan, and the others were hiding in various places, but given time, they would all be found one by one. That's about it. Yi Tian looked at his data panel and saw that it had changed a lot compared to before. Host, Yi Tian. Realm level, Intermediate Master of Extraordinary Arts. Talented abilities, Dark A rank 1-100, Mental B rank 1-100, Water A rank 1-100, Fire A rank 1-100, Wood A rank 12-100, Metal S rank 1-100, Earth A rank 1-100, Spatial B rank 1-100. Special abilities, A rank Dark Curtain Perfect, A rank Fire Dragon Shield Perfect, A rank Golden Body Technique Perfect, B rank Dark Spear Perfect. Mutant abilities, Grade A 5 Elements Will Perfected, Grade B Dark Fire Perfected, Grade B Limb Regeneration Technique Perfected. Artistic Conception, 8th Sequence Metal Element Artistic Conception 5th Level, 9th Sequence Fire Element Artistic Conception Perfect 100%, 9th Sequence Wood Element Artistic Conception 82%, 9th Sequence Earth Element Artistic Conception 79%, 9th Sequence Water Element Artistic Conception Perfect 100%. Time is limited, and there is no way to raise all these artistic conceptions to the 9th sequence level for the time being, but the power of the 5 elements wheel is much stronger than before. Yi Tian thought to himself. Not only did the power of the 5 elements wheel explode, but the power of those other techniques also increased significantly. Scaled Clan, I've come to kill you. A cave in a strange and wondrous place. Qin Susu and her 2 friends are hiding here. They also received a message from other students at Donghai University that some students have already lost contact with them. These students are truly the cream of the crop after all. Being able to grasp the essence of art during their university years means they are destined to become masters. As a result, one by one, they perished here before they could even grow up. We won't die, will we? Zhang Xiaoyu was a little scared. I don't know. Xiaoya shook her head. But if they encounter that group of scaled people, they will surely die. However, some top-tier masters of supernatural arts have already joined forces, but time is limited and they cannot all gather together. If they don't have a force of over 100, they still won't be able to compete with that group of scaled people. Having a few dozen people would actually save that group of scaled people some time in finding them. Someone's coming. Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly said. It's me. Yi Tian arrived at the cave. Junior brother Yi Tian. Xiaoya and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Yi Tian. Come on, I'll take you to the exit. Yi Tian said. Yi Tian, what should we do if we encounter that group of scaled clan members? Qin Susu was worried about this. It's all right. If I run into them, even better. I'll kill them all. Yi Tian said confidently. Junior brother Yi Tian, although you have comprehended the 8th sequence of intent, you have only just comprehended the 8th sequence of metal intent. There are more than 100 of those scaled people. Even if they just wear you down, they can exhaust your supernatural power. Jin Susu quickly tried to dissuade him, fearing that Yi Tian might rashly go and fight with the Scaled clan. Don't worry, I'm much stronger than before. Besides, hiding like this isn't a solution. Once everyone else is killed, then I'll have to face the Scaled clan alone. At Yi Tian's repeated suggestion, Jin Susu and the other two decided to go with Yi Tian to the exit of the Myriad Realms, where he would take care of the people blocking the exit. Chapter 52, Fighting the entire Scaled clan alone. The exit of Myriad Realms. Yi Tian brought Jin Susu and the other two women here. This formation. Yi Tian stared at it for a few seconds, seemingly quite serious. Oh, I don't understand it. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it. Any formation can be broken by force, as long as the attack power is strong enough. Yi Tian first tentatively used the golden body technique to enhance his physical body before throwing a punch. Boom! The fist struck the protective barrier of the formation, but only caused ripples that did nothing to damage the formation. No wonder those top-tier masters of supernatural arts didn't keep trying to attack the formation, they simply couldn't break it. Yi Tian knew he had to go all out to break the formation. Then, he unleashed the 5 elements wheel, transforming it into a domain, and used the power of the domain to suppress the formation. Boom! The power of the domain and the formation collided. Inside the formation, Bai Xin and the others' expressions changed. The consumption of spirit stones has increased more than tenfold. Who is that guy outside? Bai Xin became somewhat worried. Could there really be a master of supernatural arts who can break through this formation? Really? At this moment, Yi Tian held the Heavenly Gate Sword and used the 8th sequence of intent to attack the formation by integrating it into the Heavenly Gate Sword. An extraordinary body, the perfected golden body technique, the 8th order intent, plus a mid-grade rare treasure. All of these combined made each of Yi Tian's attacks terrifying, far surpassing those of a typical beginner master of supernatural arts. Boom! 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 Yi Tian continued his attacks, causing the formation to vibrate constantly, and the rate at which spirit stones were consumed surged once again. More importantly, the array plates were all affected, and some of them began to show cracks, which is a sign that the attack exceeded the array's tolerance limit. This is bad. If we keep attacking like this, the formation won't even last 10 minutes. Bai Xin and the other 5 were truly panicked. They immediately contacted Jinha and his team, asking them to come and support them as soon as possible. Bai Sun's formation was broken? What a waste! Upon receiving the news, He immediately led more than 100 Black Scale clan members to Bai Sun's location. Time passed minute by minute. 9th minute. Snap! One by one, the array plates shattered, and the array's protective shield was completely breached. Puff puff puff. Bai Sun and the others vomited blood incessantly, their faces turning deathly pale. Escape! They wanted to rush past Yi Tian and escape into the Myriad Realms. They dared not leave through the gate of the secret realm, otherwise, if the grandmasters outside found out, they would surely capture them, and they would have a hard time even if they wanted to die. They knew their chances of escaping from Yi Tian were almost zero, but they still had to fight for a sliver of hope. Split up and escape. Bai Xin and the other 6 scattered and fled at an extremely fast speed. Escape? Yi Tian sneered. Darkness descends. 5 elements wheel, transform domain. He continuously expanded the range of the 5 elements transformation domain. The larger the range, the weaker the power, and the less his own defense would be. However, he was protected by the golden body technique, and it was even the golden body technique with the 8th sequence of the golden element. His defensive power was terrifying, so that none of the 6 people could break through his defense. Buzz! Bai Xin and the other 6 were plunged into darkness, and under the suppression of the 5 elements will domain, they were as if they were stuck in a quagmire. Fire! A fireball exploded in the air, and the flames dispelled some of the darkness. Puff! 3 top-tier masters of supernatural arts were pierced by the Hellwood Spike technique. Although they did not die, they were severely injured and on the verge of death. Then, the dark fire descended and burned them to ashes. Another master of supernatural arts was running at a snail's pace when the Heavenly Gate Sword slashed down and severed his head. Another master of extraordinary arts was pierced through by Yi Tian's golden light and instantly killed. In the blink of an eye, only one of the 6 remained Bai Sun. At this moment, Bai Sun was filled with fear and began to beg for mercy. Please don't kill me. I am a member of the Evil God Society. I know a lot about the evil god society. I can tell you. Ah! Bai Sun suddenly screamed in agony as his limbs were instantly severed, and his internal supernatural organs were destroyed by Yi Tian's 8th sequence metal type intent. He's become a useless person. Even if it were possible to restore supernatural organs, it would require extremely rare treasures, which he doesn't have. Senior Qin, take this guy out of here. Yi Tian said. Yi Tian, aren't you going out? Qin Susu asked. I want to have a go at those scaled clan members, Yi Tian said calmly. Even if I can't beat them, I can still escape. Don't worry about me, just leave. When Qin Susu thought of Yi Tian's terrifying defensive power and teleportation technique, she knew that Yi Tian could truly save his life, so she stopped saying anything. The three of them led Bai Sun away from the entrance to the secret realm. These guys must have notified the Scaled Clan. The Scaled Clan is powerful when they gather together, and they certainly won't be afraid of me. They will definitely come here. Yi Tian headed straight for a nearby mountain peak, where he could find the Scaled Clan the fastest by looking out from the top. Whoosh! He teleported instantly to a mountain peak a kilometer away. Immediately, he used his fiery eye technique to observe the situation in the distance, and with his powerful mental strength, he could see even further. Found it! It's there! Yi Tian smiled. Jinha and the other Scaled Clan members continued their frantic run, using the underworld mirror to search for the whereabouts of the human masters of supernatural arts. We have spotted a master of supernatural arts, who is approaching us at an extremely fast speed. Have they discovered us? If they spot us and instead of flee, they dare to come this way, they're courting death. Be careful, it could very well be the same esoteric master who destroyed the formation. They're 1,000 meters away. Prepare to attack. Disappeared? He stared dumbfounded at the disappearing point of light a kilometer away. Did they use some kind of extraordinary treasure to conceal their aura, making it impossible for the earthly mirror to detect them? But then he realized that the other person hadn't disappeared, rather, their position had overlapped with his. A master of supernatural arts has come among us. The Black Scale Clan members shouted. At this moment, among a group of Black Scale Clan members, a human master of supernatural arts appeared, none other than Yi Tian. He teleported in instantly, intending to catch the scaled race off guard. The Five Elements Wheel. Instead of transforming his domain, he focused all his efforts on forming a defense to protect himself. Hellfire Wooden Spike Technique. Dark Flame. Great Water Burst Technique. Golden Light Armor Piercing Technique. Yi Tian then unleashed a series of extraordinary techniques. He knows too many extraordinary techniques, any one of them he casually uses is at the perfect level. In an instant, the Black Scale Clan members were killed one by one. Jin He, Jin Yu, and Jin Chan, the three members of the Golden Scale Clan, reacted immediately and ordered all the Scale Clan members to use their bloodline techniques to attack Yi Tian. Rumble. A dense barrage of bloodline-based magical techniques attacked Yi Tian. Yi Tian fully activated the Five Elements Wheel Mutation Technique and the Golden Body Technique, managing to block these attacks. Under this round of attacks, Yi Tian's blood and chi churned, but the Five Elements Wheel Mutated Technique was not broken. What? Jin He and the other Scale Clan members were completely dumbfounded. Even a mid-level master of supernatural arts couldn't withstand such a coordinated attack from so many Scale Clan members. After all, they are all geniuses who have grasped the essence of the art, and some of them have combat power comparable to that of a beginner master of supernatural arts. Chapter 53. One man's power annihilates all. I thought you could break through my Five Elements Wheel defense? Yi Tian sneered. He secretly activated various healing techniques so that if he was ever injured, he could heal himself immediately and then instantly teleport away. As it turns out, this group of scaled creatures still couldn't do it. Kill. Yi Tian launched another attack, unleashing a barrage of strange techniques to annihilate the scaled race. Spread out. Jin He directed the way. If they all stay together, they are easily taken away by Yi Tian's special technique. If they are scattered, Yi Tian's special technique can at most kill one of the Scale Clan members. Use ranged attacks to wear this human down. Jin He then gave instructions. An individual's supernatural power is limited and cannot sustain a prolonged battle. Even a top-tier master of supernatural arts will eventually die from exhaustion if surrounded by a large number of top-tier masters of supernatural arts. He simply didn't believe Yi Tian could hold out for long. Of course, he also admitted that Yi Tian could indeed last longer than others. After all, he possessed multiple supernatural powers, and once one was exhausted, there was still another. "You're the one who ordered this, take you out first." Yi Tian rushed towards Jin He. At this moment, Jin He was startled, and a mid-grade defensive treasure appeared on his body, enveloping him. Yi Tian, wielding the mid-grade rare treasure Heavenly Gate Sword and imbued with the 8th Order Metal Element intent, slashed out with a single strike. However, Jin He dodged the attack and instead stabbed Yi Tian. Of course, this slash wouldn't hurt Yi Tian. This Golden Scale clan member has pretty high combat skills, Yi Tian thought to himself. However, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how good your combat skills or swordsmanship are, they are useless. Boom! The combined attack of the Dark Sky Curtain and mental attacks, along with the Myriad Wood Prison technique, completely stunned Jin He, leaving him utterly unable to dodge. Bang! Jin He was cleaved away by Yi Tian's sword, which sent him flying over 100 meters. However, the mid-grade treasure on Jin He's body was too powerful, and he only suffered minor injuries. It really is a tortoise shell, it won't be easy to take it down in a short time. Let's kill the other Black Scale clan members first. He continued to attack, killing one Black Scale clan member after another. He had been maintaining the 5 elements wheel mutation technique, which took a heavy toll on him. Enduring the attacks of these scaled clan members only increased his toll. Furthermore, his cultivation level is only intermediate level master of supernatural arts, making it impossible for him to fight for long. We need to retreat. We'll come back to kill them after we recover our supernatural powers. With a thought, the teleportation technique was activated. Buzz! Yi Tian disappeared. The person has disappeared? Jin He took out the earthly mirror and confirmed that Yi Tian was 1,000 meters away. Instantly teleporting 1,000 meters away, was it teleportation or a spatial artifact? He would rather it be a spatial artifact. If it were a teleportation technique, that would be too monstrous. Chase! Jin He ordered the pursuit of Yi Tian, but now only about 50 of the more than 100 Black Scale clan members remain, the rest have been killed. Such a loss is enough to make the Scaled clan feel heartbroken. But soon, they lost track of Yi Tian. I've teleported 6 or 7 times, I should be able to get rid of them by now. Yi Tian sat on a large tree and began to restore his various supernatural powers. At this point, the various pills he had seized came in handy. The alien races in the underground world are skilled in alchemy and weapon crafting, and many of their elixirs are very helpful in restoring supernatural powers. He had occasionally looked into it and recognized some of the pills. The Profound Origin pill can restore various supernatural powers. Take it. I'll take the Water Essence pill, which can restore water-based abilities. With the help of various pills, Yi Tian's supernatural power recovered rapidly. Moreover, the power of artistic conception can help him refine pills quickly. 1 hour later, it has recovered most of its strength and can continue to deal with that group of scaled clan members. Yi Tian instantly teleported away. Damn humans, where did they go? Jin He cursed. Jin Yu suggested, Jin He, why don't we retreat? If we stay any longer, that human might regain his strength and attack us again, which would be troublesome. Jin He frowned. This was indeed a problem. If Yi Tian attacks again, even if the 3 Golden Scale clan members can survive, the other Black Scale clan members will be killed. Sudden. A human appeared on the earthly mirror, and the next second, the human disappeared. That human has arrived. Buzz! Yi Tian appeared here, charging towards the group of Black Scale clan members while wielding the 5 elements wheel. Puff 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 puff. The Black Scale clan was like ants, being blasted to death by Yi Tian's various supernatural techniques. More than 20 of them died in an instant. Boom! Jin He and his group unleashed their trump cards to attack Yi Tian, but none of them could shake him. Whoosh! Yi Tian teleported in front of Jin Shan, used the golden body technique, and wielded the mid-grade rare treasure, the heaven-opening sword, to slash at Jin Shan's neck. The attack was too sudden. Jin Shan was completely unprepared, and he didn't have any mid-grade defensive treasures. Among the 3 members of the Golden Scale clan, only Jin He held the highest position, and thus possessed a mid-grade defensive treasure. Puff! Jin Shan's neck was severed in one blow, and he died on the spot. Whoosh! Jin He and Jin Yu stood together. Jin He activated a mid-grade defensive treasure, even enveloping Jin Yu, fearing that Jin Yu would also be instantly killed by Yi Tian. After a fierce battle, the Black Scale clan here was completely wiped out, leaving only Jinyu, who had lost an arm, and Jinhee, who was seriously injured. However, Yi Tian's superpowers were also greatly depleted, and he teleported away again. They fled back to their clan. Jinhao was terrified. So many of their clansmen were killed by Yi Tian. If it weren't for this mid-grade defensive treasure, he and Jinyu would have been killed by Yi Tian. Why would such a prodigy appear at the level of a master of supernatural arts, and why would they even encounter him? However, given their injuries and the significant depletion of their supernatural powers, it would take them quite some time to get back to the underground world passage. Time slowly passed. Jinhee and Jinyu, two members of the Golden Scale clan, were very nervous, fearing that Yi Tian would reappear. Quick! Hurry up, we'll be at the secret passage soon. Once we get back, that human will definitely not dare to come in. Jinhee and Jinyu almost burned their blood to use their escape techniques. Just as they were about to reach the secret passage, a human appeared in the underworld mirror. Suddenly, they were filled with despair. That human, he's here. Buzz. Yi Tian traversed 1,000 meters in a single step. It was teleportation again. In a short period of time, he used the teleportation technique many times. Even with time intervals, it was still a great burden on Yi Tian's body. At this moment, Yi Tian's whole body ached, but he had to kill the last two Golden Scale clan members. He only regained a little bit of his supernatural power before he came after us. Boom! A psychological attack has occurred. Jinhee and Jinyu were briefly dizzy, and then Yi Tian slashed down with the Heavenly Gate sword. The power of the 8th sequence of metal elemental intent struck them, causing them to cough up blood continuously. Then, one after another, strange techniques attacked, while the 5 elements wheel domain suppressed them. Click! With the defense broken, Yi Tian pierced Jinyu's neck with his sword, killing him instantly. Next, only Jinhao remains. Jinhee did not beg for mercy. As a member of the Golden Scale clan, he knew that Yi Tian would never let him go. The only option is to fight to the death. He burned everything, even his life, unleashing a final, devastating strike that surpassed his peak. This strike seemed to tear everything apart. Even the air itself was cleaved in two. My swordsmanship has broken through. Jinhee felt no joy. If he had broken through in swordsmanship earlier, he might have been able to pose a threat to Yi Tian, but now it was too late. Puff! This strike sent Yi Tian flying dozens of meters, and the 5 elements wheel was almost broken. Fortunately, he had comprehended the 8th sequence of the metal element, which greatly increased the 5 elements wheel's defense. If it had been the 9th sequence of the metal element, he probably would have been injured by Jinhee. You're really amazing. That strike almost hurt me. Yi Tian praised. Jinhee knelt on the ground, his hair quickly turned white, his skin withered, and his whole body looked like that of an 18-year-old boy who had turned into an 80-year-old man. This is the price of burning one's lifespan by using the forbidden technique of the Scaled clan. Dead? Yi Tian was extremely cautious, and then delivered the finishing blow. He used his artifact manipulation technique to control the mid-grade rare treasure, the Heavenly Gate sword, and flew away on the sword, directly shattering Jinhee's body. This is what real death looks like. Next, Yi Tian began collecting his spoils. Chapter 54, A Surge in Artistic Conception, Returning to Donghai University. A mid-grade defensive treasure. Yi Tian found the mid-grade defensive treasure on Jinhee's body. With Jinhee's death, this mid-grade rare treasure naturally fell from his body. This mid-grade defensive treasure is shaped like a tortoise shell, but it is now dull and lifeless, clearly indicating that it has run out of energy and is somewhat damaged. After all, Jinhao withstood so many of his attacks, it would be abnormal for this mid-grade defensive treasure to remain undamaged. It's nothing serious. After refining it and nourishing it within your body for a while, it will regain the power of a mid-grade rare treasure. Yi Tian put away the mid-grade rare treasure and then took their storage rings. Then, Yi Tian searched for the corpses of other Black Scale clan members, taking their storage rings and identity tokens. These identity tokens are all battle merits. Jinhee and the others fled in such a hurry that they didn't take these storage rings with them, so he had to go back and search for them one by one. Before long, Yi Tian found all of these storage rings. So many storage rings. Almost every member of the Black Scale clan has one. Just the sheer number of storage rings is an astonishing fortune, not to mention the resources and treasures within them. This was the first time Yi Tian had ever felt so incredibly wealthy. Of course, he didn't get arrogant. These resources can only be sold for a small amount of money. They can't be exchanged for higher grade resources or treasures. For those grandmasters, making money is really easy if they want to. They can earn hundreds of millions by slaughtering monsters in a region, but this money cannot buy precious resources. For example, S-level treasures can only be exchanged for battle merits. Money can only buy ordinary resources. Fortunately, there are plenty of 5 elements materials and dark elements materials inside, which can help me restore my innate supernatural potential. With so many resources, I won't need to buy any more later. Yi Tian didn't have time to organize these resources slowly. He would do so after he returned. Go and find the strange phenomena. Now that I've killed these scaled creatures, no one will disturb my comprehension of them. Yi Tian quickly found another unusual phenomenon and began to study it. Outside the gate of the myriad realms of myriad forms, Qin Susu and the others were still waiting, but Li Haoyang and the other grandmasters felt that they couldn't continue waiting like this. Who among you will go into the myriad realms to find out what's going on? Li Haoyang asked. Teacher Li, I'll go. Xiaoya said. She possesses a defensive treasure, so even if she encounters danger, she won't be instantly killed. Once she enters the myriad realms, she will contact Yi Tian to inquire about the situation. Good. Li Haoyang nodded. Wow. Xiaoya stepped through the gate to the secret realm and quickly entered the myriad realms. She then contacted Yi Tian to inquire about the situation. What? The entire scaled clan has been killed? Xiaoya was extremely surprised when she received the news. Those were over 100 black scale clan members and 3 golden scale clan members. The combined power of their attack was terrifying, yet Yi Tian managed to kill them all. What incredible skill! She returned immediately and informed them of the situation. Of course, Li Haoyang's mentors didn't completely believe it either. It wasn't until a master of supernatural arts returned and saw a large number of black scale clan corpses that Yi Tian's words were proven to be true. The scaled clan has been killed. You may continue your journey into the myriad realms. Professor Li Haoyang and the others said. Qin Susu and the other 2 nodded and entered the myriad realms of wonders once again. Tunghai University. Several instructors stood before Principal Jiang Dongshu, appearing quite nervous. Jiang Dongshu is not only the president of Donghai University, but also a grandmaster of peak extraordinary arts. His strength is unmatched at the grandmaster level, and he is also one of the 3 guardians of Donghai City. He was put in charge of the safety of Donghai City. This time, members of the Evil God Society colluded with the Scaled Clan to slaughter the geniuses of the Intent Realm in Jiang Province, and they almost succeeded. When the news spread, the bigwigs in Jiang Province were furious, and Jiang Dongshu was also reprimanded. He dared not vent his anger on those above him, so he could only vent it on his mentors. Have the Bai family members been caught? Jiang Dongshu asked. A tutor hurriedly said, Principal, the head of the Bai family and several direct descendants have all fled, leaving only some collateral relatives behind. It is not yet clear whether they are colluding with the Evil God Society. But what is certain is that the Bai family's businesses indirectly serve the Evil God Society. The Bai family has no reason to exist. Jiang Dongshu said coldly. Principal, is this it? A mentor made a throat-slitting gesture. Of course not. Jiang Dongshu rolled his eyes at the other party. This is Earth, not the underworld. Don't fight all the time. Send those people from the Bai family to the underworld to mine. Yes. Several mentors responded. Time flies, and 5 days have passed. Over the course of 5 days, Yi Tian sought out several unusual phenomena and pondered them time and time again. In order to comprehend these phenomena, he spent a lot of great materials, and only great materials could allow him to quickly restore his innate supernatural potential. At this moment, his wood, fire, earth, and water elements all broke through to the 8th sequence level, becoming the same as his metal element. Among the myriad phenomena of strange realms, the phenomena of the 5 elements are undoubtedly very common, while other phenomena are relatively rare. He had never seen spatial or mental anomalies before, but on this day he found a dark anomaly. In a dark mountain crevice, a strange phenomenon of polar night appeared, a phenomenon that was perfect for comprehending the essence of darkness. S-grade dark materials are extremely rare, even the East Sea Fortress doesn't have them. Now, we can finally use the dark phenomena to comprehend the essence of darkness. Yi Tian began to comprehend the dark realm here. Not long after. Buzz. An aura of darkness emanated from him. The dark atmosphere, comprehend it. 1 level of mastery. 2 levels of attainment. 3/10 of the realm. As the strange phenomena of the polar night dissipated, Yi Tian had grasped 68% of the essence of darkness. He looked at the Artistic Conceptions section of his data panel. Artistic Conception, 8th Sequence Metal Element Artistic Conception 9/10 Realm, 8th Sequence Fire Element Artistic Conception 2/10 Realm, 8th Sequence Wood Element Artistic Conception 3/10 Realm, 8th Sequence Earth Element Artistic Conception 1/10 Realm, 8th Sequence Water Element Artistic Conception 3/10 Realm, 9th Sequence Darkness Artistic Conception 68th Realm. Seeing so many artistic conceptions, he felt quite pleased. With my current strength, dealing with those scaled clan members will be even easier. Yi Tian thought to himself. Another day passed, and he had not found any more unusual phenomena, so he decided not to waste any more time there. It's time to go back. He used teleportation techniques to travel along the way, and soon arrived at the exit of the Myriad Realms. When he emerged from the Myriad Realms, he discovered that many people had left. The grandmasters from those factions were no longer there, and his mentor, Li Haoyang, was also absent. At the entrance to the Myriad Realms, only the Donghai City garrison is stationed. Tunghai University. Yi Tian returned, reported to the school, and then contacted Qin Susu. Qin Susu has not yet gone to the East China Sea fortress. She is resting at home. The two met briefly, chatted for a bit, and then parted ways. After returning home, Yi Tian had a comfortable sleep in his dormitory before going to find his mentor, Li Haoyang. He wanted to ask his mentor, Li Haoyang, for advice on the art of weaponry in person. During this time in the Myriad Realms, he deeply felt that his close combat skills and weapon proficiency were too terrible. If it weren't for the suppression of the 8th sequence metal element intent and the 5 elements wheel, he wouldn't even be able to hit Jinhe, which was quite embarrassing. Jinhe's final strike, in particular, truly amazed him. Therefore, he really wanted to improve his skills in close combat with weapons. Chapter 55 Classification of Sword Techniques. Hello, mentor. Yi Tian arrived at Professor Li Haoyang's office, where Li Haoyang was already there. Yi Tian, you're amazing. You actually killed all those geniuses of the Scale Clan, and even 4 members of the Golden Scale Clan. Now the Scale Clan in the underground world has gone mad and is causing trouble for our East Sea Fortress. Li Haoyang said. You can't blame me for this. It was the Scaled Clan that killed us humans first. Yi Tian said with a smile. The two chatted for a while before discussing serious matters. Mentor, I would like to ask about the way of weapons. I fought against the Golden Scale Clan in the Myriad Realms. Their weapon skills are very high, and their close combat level is very strong. Therefore, I would like to learn about weapons in close combat. Yi Tian asked. The way of weapons. Li Haoyang smiled. The Scaled Clan and many other alien races are indeed skilled in close combat, which we humans are not good at. This is mainly because the human body is weak. If we were to engage in close combat with these alien races, we would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. However, once you reach the Grandmaster level of alien arts, you still need to study both weapons in close combat. Even if you are not good at them, you still need to know how. Otherwise, in critical moments, you can easily be killed by the weaker ones at close range. That is. Yi Tian nodded. Yi Tian, which weapon do you plan to cultivate? Li Haoyang asked. Sword. Yi Tian loved swords, and having obtained the mid-grade rare treasure, the Heavenly Gate Sword, he naturally wanted to learn swordsmanship. Swords, knives, and spears, these are the 3 great weapons of the underground world, all with immense potential. Since you've chosen the sword, let me tell you about the art of close combat with swords. Li Haoyang explained, regardless of the weapon, the levels are the same. For example, swordsmanship. Once you've mastered the basics, it's comparable to an E-rank supernatural technique. Minor mastery is comparable to a D-rank supernatural technique. Major mastery is comparable to a C-rank supernatural technique. Above major mastery is the subtle level swordsmanship, comparable to a B-rank supernatural technique. Above subtlety is the perfect level swordsmanship, where every move is flawless, almost without any weaknesses. Once you master perfect level swordsmanship, it's terrifying. If someone gets close, unless your strength far surpasses theirs or your defense is extremely strong, you'll be easily killed. Mentor, what about beyond perfect swordsmanship? Yi Tian asked again. Beyond perfect swordsmanship lies the realm of sword intent. Li Haoyang's eyes shone with hope. Sword intent is something countless sword practitioners aspire to comprehend, far more difficult than comprehending the intent of other arts. More importantly, sword intent can encompass all intents, unifying them into one. For example, if you comprehend fire intent, water intent, or other intents, you can fuse them together using sword intent and unleash them through swordsmanship. Otherwise, when you attack an enemy with a sword, you can only use one intent, you can't use more than one, or a conflict will arise. Sword intent encompasses the essence of all things. Yi Tian gasped, this was terrifying. Li Haoyang continued, the offensive enhancement from sword intent is secondary. The main thing is how terrifying the close combat level of those who comprehend sword intent is. They can easily fight opponents of higher levels. In the underground world, there are even alien races that purely cultivate the way of the sword. They don't cultivate any bloodline techniques, only the way of the sword. You will see them later. Of course, it doesn't matter if we humans don't cultivate the way of close combat, we can specialize in other arts, as long as we cultivate more defensive arts. Master, if I want to practice swordsmanship, how should I do it? Yi Tian asked. It's a bit difficult. Li Haoyang frowned. The sword techniques of the alien races are almost all integrated with their bloodline, making them bloodline sword arts. They don't quite fit with us humans, and we humans aren't good at weaponry. We don't have many sword techniques, and most of them are incomplete or flawed. There's almost no complete path to the sword. So, you can only browse some sword knowledge or refer to the sword manuals of the alien races and study them slowly on your own. If possible, it would be best to find a human master who is skilled in swordsmanship to teach you, that might help you progress faster. Master, are you skilled in swordsmanship? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang shook his head. I'm not good at swordsmanship, I'm only good at saber techniques. If you want to learn saber techniques, I can give you some pointers. Master, who is skilled in swordsmanship? Yi Tian asked. Lin Su, the mentor at Tunghai University. Li Haoyang said a name. Professor Lin Su? Yi Tian didn't know much about this mentor. Li Haoyang continued, Instructor Lin Su is from the Lin family of Donghai City. Although she is an instructor at Donghai University, she rarely teaches nowadays. 10 years ago, in order to break through to the Grandmaster level of supernatural arts, she went to the underground world to seek opportunities, but she was severely injured. Her supernatural organs developed countless cracks, and she could no longer fight. Otherwise, if her supernatural organs were completely shattered, her supernatural power would also disappear. Therefore, she is now only doing some clerical work at Donghai University. Is the superpowered organ damaged beyond repair? Yi Tian asked. It can be repaired, but at a great cost. Li Haoyang said helplessly, unless it's an S-grade treasure specifically designed for repairing supernatural organs, but such treasures are extremely rare. Even if some forces possess them, they wouldn't give them to Grandmaster Lin Su. Otherwise, it's an S-grade mutated technique, the Great Resurrection Technique, an upgraded version of the Resurrection Technique. But the cost of using the Great Resurrection Technique is too high. Not only will it cause the recipient's cultivation to plummet and reduce their lifespan by 50 years, but it will also consume 10 years of their own lifespan. Tell me, who would be willing to spend 10 years of their own lifespan to save Grandmaster Lin Su? 10 years of life. Yi Tian gasped. This would consume 10 years of one's own lifespan. Indeed, apart from one's closest relatives, no one else would be willing, or even willing to reveal, the Great Resurrection Technique. Otherwise, everyone would beg for it. Saving one person would take 10 years, and saving several more would mean one's own death. Li Haoyang sighed again. There are many people like Grandmaster Lin Su in our Xia kingdom, and there are ways to save them, but many people are unwilling to do so. Grandmaster Lin Su's swordsmanship was very high. She had reached the perfect level of swordsmanship back then, and her strength was even slightly greater than mine. If she hadn't gone through this incident, she might have been able to comprehend the sword intent. Yi Tian left Professor Li Haoyang's office, his mind preoccupied with Professor Lin Su's matter. He wasn't sure if he could persuade Instructor Lin Su to guide him. After all, her body had deteriorated to the state she might have given up cultivation and didn't care about anything anymore, so she probably wouldn't be willing to teach him. Shall we ask Professor Lin Su about her hobbies first? Yi Tian investigated and discovered that his mentor, Lin Su, was related to his high school classmate, Lin Xingya, who was Lin Su's niece. This is too much of a coincidence. Perhaps we can ask Lin Xingya for help. Yi Tian murmured. So he went to find Lin Xingya. Soon, the two met in front of a training building at Tunghai University. Compared to before, Lin Xingya's cultivation level has greatly improved, and she has now reached the intermediate level of a sorcerer. Yi Tian, I heard you can even kill grandmasters? Lin Xingya said. How did you know? Yi Tian was surprised. Lin Xingya had definitely never been to the underground world, yet she still knew about his situation. I found out by accident. Lin Xingya said. Yi Tian guessed that Lin Xingya must have found out from her family or elder relatives. After all, he was quite famous in the eyes of the higher-ups at Donghai University. Lin Xingya, I need your help, Yi Tian said. Chapter 56, Mastering Swordsmanship. Instructor Lin Su was spurred on. You need my help? Lin Xingya was very curious about how she could help Yi Tian. Then, Yi Tian told Lin Su that he wanted to ask her for advice on swordsmanship. You want to learn swordsmanship from my aunt? Lin Xingya understood, but she wasn't sure. Yi Tian, I can talk to my aunt, but I'm not sure if she's willing to teach you. Seeing that Lin Xingya was willing to help, Yi Tian quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. Donghai University. Logistics Department. Lin Xingya came to find her aunt, Lin Su. Lin Su smiled when she saw Lin Xingya. Xingya, you've come. Aunt. Lin Xingya called out softly. She chatted with her aunt for a while, and then revealed the purpose of her visit. Aunt, I have a classmate who wants to learn swordsmanship from you. Which classmate? Lin Su's expression remained unchanged, revealing nothing of her thoughts. Yi Tian, Lin Xingya said calmly. Yi Tian? Lin Su asked, is it Yi Tian, the freshman champion? It's him. Lin Xingya nodded slightly. Lin Su remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Originally, I didn't want to teach anyone, but Xingya, you said I could teach him. However, I will only teach him for a month. If he cannot meet my requirements after a month, I will stop teaching him. A month. That's too short. Although Lin Xingya didn't understand swordsmanship, she was well aware that a month was only enough time to learn the basics. Even a B-level supernatural technique can take up to a month to master. What can you do in just 1 month? My aunt's requirements are whatever she sets for herself. She'll probably say they're not good enough after a month and then stop teaching them. However, this was absolutely Aunt Lin Su's bottom line. Thank you, Auntie. After leaving Aunt Lin Su's place, Lin Xingya went to find Yi Tian and told him what had happened. A month is enough. Yi Tian didn't expect to study with instructor Lin Su for a long time. He only needed instructor Lin Su to guide him through the basics. Under Lin Xingya's arrangement, Yi Tian met with his mentor, Lin Su. Greetings, Instructor Lin Su. Yi Tian acted with great respect. Lin Su glanced at Yi Tian and said calmly, I've heard of you. Your talent is extraordinary. To be honest, I can't see through you. However, swordsmanship is different from supernatural arts. Even someone with extraordinary talent in supernatural arts might not have much talent in weapon crafting. If they spend too much time studying and researching in that area, it will only slow down their progress. Instructor Lin Su, I have a strong physique and have obtained the mid-grade rare treasure, the Heavenly Gate Sword, so I want to study close combat weapons to enhance my combat ability, Yi Tian said. You think your physical body is so strong? Try attacking me. Lin Su said. This. Yi Tian hesitated. Worried about hurting me? Lin Su laughed. I guess you've heard that my special ability organs are damaged and I can't use my special ability power, right? But my physical condition is still that of a top-level special ability master. If I don't use special abilities, you can't hurt me. Professor Lin Su, then I'll have to offend you. Yi Tian used an ordinary sword and thrust it at Lin Su. Lin Su pointed a finger, directly sending Yi Tian flying. You actually possess an extraordinary body. It's truly rare to have the cultivation of a master of supernatural arts yet possess an extraordinary body, Lin Su said in surprise. Instructor Lin Su, the power you used just now was less than mine, yet you were still able to send me flying. Yi Tian noticed this and asked, puzzled. This is the application of power. Masters who follow the path of close combat control the burst of power, combining their bodies and weapons to truly unleash the power of close combat. It seems magical, but if you don't cultivate your weapon to a certain level, it's better to just use a powerful magic technique. My finger strike just now wasn't just a burst of physical power in one finger, but also used swordsmanship techniques, which is why I was able to knock you away, Lin Su said. Been taught a lesson. Yi Tian realized that he had underestimated Lin Su. Even if a powerful expert who can be considered an invincible master of supernatural abilities cannot mobilize supernatural powers, his combat strength is still formidable enough to instantly kill an ordinary master. Even if he goes all out now and uses every means at his disposal, he might still not be able to defeat Master Lin Su. For the next month, you should stay away from the underground world and practice swordsmanship with me. Lin Su asked. Yes. Yi Tian responded. Lin Xingya did not practice swordsmanship. She left a training room at Tunghai University. Yi Tian and Lin Su arrived here. Next, I will teach you a basic sword technique developed by humans. I will give you 3 days. After you have learned it, come back to me. Lin Su began to demonstrate basic sword techniques to Yi Tian. Yi Tian used his powerful memory to record this basic sword technique. After that, Yi Tian cultivated here, while Lin Su left. After Lin Su left, Yi Tian directly used the enlightenment technique to enhance his comprehension and practice basic sword techniques. 5 minutes later. The basic swordsmanship is now complete. However, he still waited for more than an hour before coming to find Lin Su. Instructor Lin Su, I have learned the basic swordsmanship. Yi Tian said excitedly. What, you've learned it? Lin Su frowned. It's not enough to just perform the moves, you need to grasp the essence of the sword technique. Instructor Lin Su, let me show you how to use it. Yi Tian then demonstrated the basic sword techniques one by one. When Yi Tian finished his performance, Lin Su was dumbfounded. This is the foundational sword technique for achieving perfection. She couldn't find any fault with such basic swordsmanship. Have you learned basic swordsmanship before? Lin Su asked. No. Yi Tian shook his head. Lin Su didn't know whether to believe it or not, but it didn't matter anymore. Next, I will teach you 16 more sword techniques and combat skills. Once you have mastered them completely, come back to me. This time, I'll give you 10 days, no, 3 days. Lin Su demonstrated all 16 sword techniques, each move not a sword technique in itself, but a basic killing move that could kill the enemy, representing the initial application of physical strength. This time, using the enlightenment technique, Yi Tian spent an hour learning all these basic killing moves and executed them perfectly. When Lin Su saw Yi Tian unleash these killing moves, some of which were her own creations, it was impossible for Yi Tian to have learned them beforehand. At this moment, she had to admit that Yi Tian was truly a prodigy. Next, I will teach you the true way of swordsmanship. Lin Su imparted to him the secrets and techniques of swordsmanship, including the application of physical strength, the unity of sword and body, and how to seize opportunities in battle. Furthermore, she frequently sparred with Yi Tian, providing him with tips and techniques to help him grow rapidly. With the help of the enlightenment technique, Yi Tian did not disappoint Lin Su, and quickly mastered the basics of swordsmanship at an astonishing rate of growth. 10 days later, Yi Tian's swordsmanship had reached a minor level of mastery. 20 days later, Yi Tian's swordsmanship was perfected. Yi Tian, you can leave now. Lin Su waved her hand and said. Professor Lin Su, didn't you say it would be a month? It hasn't been a month yet. Yi Tian quickly replied. You've already mastered swordsmanship, why would you need my guidance? At your terrifying rate of progress, I estimate that in another half-month you'll be able to master the subtlety of swordsmanship. I've only reached the perfect level in terms of swordsmanship. You've now completed your apprenticeship. All you need to do is continue practicing, fight against the alien races in the underground caves, increase your combat experience, and hone yourself step by step to improve your swordsmanship level. Perhaps, you'll even be able to comprehend sword intent in the future. Lin Su's words were tinged with bitterness. If she had Yi Tian's monstrous talent, she would have comprehended sword intent long ago and wouldn't have had her supernatural organs damaged by the alien race, ending up like she is now. Thank you for your guidance, Professor Lin Su. Yi Tian took his leave. He decided that if he could find a way in the future, he would help his mentor Lin Su repair her supernatural organs. Then, he started from Tunghai University, arrived at the entrance to the underground world, and entered the Tunghai Fortress. Hall of Military Merit. He came to exchange his war merits. He still hasn't redeemed the identity tokens he obtained in the Myriad Realms. Chapter 57 Water and Fire Dragon Body. A Black-Scale clan member at the peak of their magical arts level is worth 500 battle merits. Yi Tian possesses over 100 Black-Scale clan identity tokens at the peak level of supernatural arts masters, and these Black-Scale clan identity tokens alone are worth over 80,000 battle merits. As for the identity tokens of the Golden Scale clan, masters of top-tier supernatural arts, one is worth 3,000 battle merits, and 4 are equivalent to 12,000 battle merits. When Yi Tian took out these identity tokens, the staff of the Hall of Military Merit were dumbfounded. She suspected that all the Black Scale clan identity tokens and the 4 Golden Scale clan identity tokens were fake. Not daring to make the decision herself, she quickly asked a higher-level leader to verify the identity tokens. Soon, the leader arrived and confirmed it to be genuine. And so, Yi Tian successfully redeemed his battle merits. 96,500 battle merits. With so many battle merits, imagine how much resources they would be. Even if they were exchanged for S-grade treasures, they could buy 2 of them. However, compared to his other achievements, his military exploits were not worth mentioning. He acquired several rare treasures, each of which was above S-rank treasures. It's fair to say that Yi Tian is incredibly wealthy now. After gaining so many merits, Yi Tian immediately went to exchange them for an A-grade spatial treasure, the Void God Stone. The Void God Stone only has 30,000 battle merits, which is nothing to him. I want to exchange for Void God Stones. Soon, the Void God Stone was successfully exchanged. Holding the Void God Stone, Yi Tian was extremely excited. Spatial power +1. Spatial power +1. Before long, he will be able to upgrade his spatial talent to a level, and then he will be able to cultivate A-level spatial techniques. I want to exchange for the A-grade spatial technique Immobilization Technique, and the A-grade spatial technique Spatial Blade. These 2 spatial techniques were extremely expensive, requiring a total of 6,000 battle merits, but Yi Tian still exchanged for them. The Immobilization Technique uses spatial power to freeze the enemy. If the enemy is weak, they cannot even move. If he uses the Immobilization Technique to freeze the enemy and then attacks, he can easily kill them. Of course, the higher one's cultivation level, the more difficult it is to immobilize someone with a freezing spell. For example, if he wanted to freeze a top-level master of supernatural arts like his mentor Li Haoyang, the freezing spell wouldn't even last a moment. The space blade is formed by compressing and condensing spatial power to create a curved, thin line, resembling a blade, hence the name Space Blade. The spatial blade is incredibly powerful. Even though it's an A-rank technique, its power is still more terrifying than many S-rank techniques. The effective killing range of the space blade is 50 meters. Beyond 50 meters, it loses its power. Residence at the East China Sea Fortress. Yi Tian silently waited for his spatial talent potential to improve to a level. Once he reached a level, he would immediately start practicing the 2 A-level spatial techniques, Spatial Blade and Immobilization Technique. The next day, after absorbing the Void God Stone, his spatial talent potential successfully advanced to an A-level spatial talent, which also further improved his physical attributes. I can start practicing the Immobilization Technique now. Yi Tian was quite excited. Then, he used the Enlightenment Technique to enhance his comprehension, thereby improving his Immobilization Technique and Spatial Blade. However, he had to admit that A-level spatial techniques were indeed difficult to cultivate, several times more difficult than other A-level techniques. If he didn't possess the Enlightenment Technique, it would have taken him at least half a year, or even longer, just to master the Immobilization Technique and the Spatial Blade. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. Yi Tian repeatedly consumed the potential of his other talents and abilities, and used various A-grade materials to restore his talent and ability potential, which is how he cultivated the Immobilization Technique and the Spatial Blade to the perfect level. At this point, his strength increased dramatically. In the days that followed, Yi Tian frequently left the East Sea Fortress to hunt down the Scaled Clan. He mainly sought out the Scaled Clan to practice on, honing his swordsmanship and close combat skills. It must be said that combat is the fastest way to hone one's swordsmanship skills. Moreover, he also used the Enlightenment Technique to enhance his comprehension, comprehending sword techniques in battle, thus progressing at a rapid pace. In just 3 days, Yi Tian successfully raised his swordsmanship to the level of subtle insight. The Cave World, the Dark Sun Forest. Yi Tian fought against a Black Scale Clan member at the peak of the supernatural arts level, using only swordsmanship. He grasped every attack from his opponent, as if the movements around him had slowed down, and he could use everything around him as an aid, and concentrate his power to burst forth at one point. It seems the opponent's attack is full of loopholes, and their combat level is terrible. This is true mastery of the subtle. Yi Tian murmured. Back then, that Golden Scale Clan member's swordsmanship had definitely reached the level of subtlety, and even the final strike he unleashed before his death surpassed that level, reaching the level of perfection. Unfortunately, Yi Tian possessed the 5 elements wheel, which provided invincible defense. His opponent was unable to break through the defense and was thus defeated by Yi Tian. Once swordsmanship reaches a certain level of subtlety, progress slows down, reaching the perfect level becomes somewhat difficult, and reaching the level of sword intent becomes even more challenging. We still need to work harder. Yi Tian murmured. Several more days passed, and then some good news arrived. His cultivation level broke through, advancing from the intermediate level master of supernatural arts to the advanced level master of supernatural arts. Such a rapid progress was enough to leave many people dumbfounded. Many third or even fourth year students at Donghai University are at most intermediate or advanced masters of supernatural arts. Yi Tiankai reached the advanced level of supernatural arts master in his freshman year, and his cultivation will inevitably reach the peak level of supernatural arts master by the end of his freshman year. Based on this calculation, by his sophomore year, he would probably be a master of supernatural arts. Donghai University. Principal's office. Li Haoyang arrived here. Principal. Li Haoyang called out. Zhang Dongshu gestured for Li Haoyang to sit down and asked, "Have you reached the 30th level of the 8th sequence of the fire element intent?" Li Haoyang shook his head. "Principal, it's still far from enough. You insist on cultivating the water fire dragon body. Otherwise, you would have broken through to the Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts 10 years ago, and you might even have reached the Intermediate Grandmaster or even the Advanced Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts by now." Zhang Dongshu sighed. Li Haoyang smiled bitterly. "Principal, I'm merely a B-level dual elemental water and fire talent user. I don't have the potential of an A-level talent user. Without sufficient talent potential, even if I were given the best treasures, I would still find it difficult to comprehend the 7th sequence of intent. Almost all B-level talent users' cultivation limit is the peak Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts. If I want to become an ultimate Grandmaster, I must cultivate the dual elemental water and fire intent to the 30% level of the 8th sequence, and then cultivate the water and fire dragon body. Only by achieving a special physique can I perfectly break through to the Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts realm and awaken my innate divine power. Innate supernatural abilities surpass all other arts. Even in S-rank other arts are far inferior to a D-rank innate supernatural ability. Li Haoyang, for example, comprehended the 8th sequence of the dual water and fire elements, but his combat power was not as good as Lin Su's in the past. This was because he did not know A-level or S-level supernatural abilities. Lin Su, on the other hand, possessed S-level talent and supernatural potential and was able to use S-level supernatural abilities. When combined with an artistic conception, the power of an S-rank supernatural technique is terrifying. If Li Haoyang were to reach the peak of the Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts realm, his combat power would still be crushed by other geniuses. Only by mastering the water fire dragon body can he make up for the gap in his innate talent and potential, and even make his foundation more solid and his potential more boundless, giving him hope of reaching the level of a Grandmaster. He is a master of supernatural arts and has a long lifespan, so he is not in a hurry to make a breakthrough. Perhaps your choice is right. Zhang Dongshu murmured. He didn't have the courage to do that back then, and he cultivated to the Grandmaster level of extraordinary arts much earlier. As a result, he is now stuck at the peak of the Grandmaster level of extraordinary arts, with almost no hope of becoming an ultimate Grandmaster. By the way, I called you here today because there's good news. Zhang Dongshu handed a document to Li Haoyang, a notification from Kyoto. Skynet. Li Haoyang exclaimed in surprise. The Kyoto side actually managed to pull it off. Chapter 58 Sky Dome Network, Generous Rewards. Li Haoyang knew that Kyoto had been working on the Sky Dome Network. The previous president of Donghai University had gone to Kyoto to study this thing, but 10 years had passed since then. Surprisingly, Skynet actually managed to pull it off. Zhang Dongshu added, the Sky Dome Network has indeed been created, but it is a virtual network developed based on the top-grade rare treasure, the Sky Dome Stone, and it is not yet perfect. Moreover, the Sky Dome Network is different from what was expected when our consciousness enters it. We cannot use any special techniques. Unable to use supernatural arts? Li Haoyang frowned. In that case, it's not as good as an illusion array. At least with an illusion array, you can still use supernatural arts. You can't say that. Zhang Dongshu said with a smile, the coverage area of the illusion array is only one city. To set up an illusion array the size of a city, we would have to empty the entire treasure trove of Donghai University. And maintaining it would also require a massive amount of energy. It's simply not feasible. Moreover, if a powerful Grandmaster enters the illusion array, it will collapse. How can it compare to the Sky Dome Network? Principal, I was just saying. Li Haoyang then asked curiously, Principal, you said there's good news, it can't just be the completion of the Sky Dome Network, right? Of course not. Zhang Dongshu revealed, the Sky Dome Network is newly established. Because it's a virtual world, it doesn't contain the rules of the real world, so it's impossible to use supernatural arts. However, it's suitable for training combat skills. For those skilled in close combat, the Sky Dome Network is undoubtedly a great place. This time, Kyoto plans to conduct an experiment, allowing a group of gifted supernatural beings to enter the Sky Dome Network for sparring and combat, using data to improve the Sky Dome network. These sparring battles are divided into two zones, one for supernatural arts masters and one for supernatural arts grandmasters. For example, in the supernatural arts grandmaster zone, everyone has the same physical attributes. The test is on close combat skills. The top 10 will receive enlightenment fruits, and the top 100 will receive enlightenment leaves. Enlightenment fruit, enlightenment leaf. Li Haoyang was very excited. This is a real treasure, something even the East China Sea fortress doesn't have. If he had the enlightenment fruit, no, even if he only obtained the enlightenment leaf, he was confident that he could comprehend the fire element intent to the third level of the 8th sequence. Then he can start cultivating the water and fire dragon body. Kyoto is being so generous this time? Li Haoyang was quite surprised. Although the Xia kingdom is incredibly powerful, each province and city actually acts independently. For example, Donghai City rarely receives support from above, and the resources and treasures of Donghai Fortress were all captured by themselves, with very little resource allocation from above. Kyoto's resources are almost entirely reserved for its own use, making Kyoto incredibly powerful. Any strong individual in Kyoto could easily sweep through the entire Donghai City or even the Zhejiang province. Certainly. Tunghai University is slightly better, as its resources are provided by the Xiaogui Academy, resulting in very good benefits, second only to Kyoto University. However, this time the Sky Dome Network competition was not organized by the academic department, but by the Kyoto government. They took out 10 enlightenment fruits and 90 enlightenment leaves at once, which was definitely a huge expense. Jiang Dongshu smiled and said, Kyoto is not generous. Think about it, how many forces are there in Kyoto? Many local forces have grown and moved to Kyoto, which has made the grandmasters in Kyoto very powerful. There are also many who are good at close combat. Most of the spots are still in Kyoto and Shanghai. That's true. Li Haoyang thought about it and agreed. Most of the enlightenment fruits and enlightenment leaves would be taken by Kyoto and Shanghai, making it too difficult for local grandmasters to break into the top 100. Haoyang, your close combat skills are quite good. You have a chance to enter the top 100 in Xia country. Our Donghai University has 3 direct competition spots for grandmasters. I'll give you one, Jiang Dongshu said. Who will get the other 2 spots? Li Haoyang asked curiously. One is for Lin Su. Her supernatural organ is malfunctioning, but she won't be affected in close combat once she's in the Sky Network. As for the other one, let's give it to instructor Qinggu. Her close combat skills are also very impressive, Jiang Dongshu said. What about the master of supernatural arts? Li Haoyang asked again. Jiang Dongshu smiled and said, most of the masters of supernatural abilities don't know close combat, and Kyoto doesn't really value them. However, once the Sky Dome network is fully opened in the future, the close combat level of talented supernatural beings in Xia Kingdom will definitely improve significantly. That's why we're allowing masters of supernatural abilities to participate. There aren't many good rewards in the Masters of Supernatural Abilities competition, only the top 10 receive enlightenment leaves. As for the spots, you can apply for them. But to participate in the main competition, Donghai City needs to be in the top 10. Otherwise, if you're too weak, going to the main competition would be a disgrace. Li Haoyang nodded slightly. Logistics Department, Tunghai University. Lin Su also received a message from Sky Dome Network. In the Grandmaster Close Combat competition, the top 10 will receive enlightenment fruits, and the top 100 will receive enlightenment leaves. Lin Su clenched her fists, eager to obtain an enlightenment fruit. If she were to obtain the enlightenment fruit, she might be able to use it to trade with other powerful individuals, allowing a grandmaster or great grandmaster who possesses the great rejuvenation technique to heal her injuries. It's just a possibility, it's not certain that anyone would be willing to do it. After all, the great resurrection technique will shorten one's own lifespan. But this is an opportunity. Gradually, news of the Sky Dome network spread among various forces, but ordinary people and ordinary gifted individuals were still unaware of it, and the official channels would not officially open it for the time being. Is my advisor, Li Haoyang, looking for me? Yi Tian returned from the East China Sea fortress and met with his mentor, Li Haoyang. Professor, you wanted to see me? Yi Tian asked. I have something to tell you. Li Haoyang explained the situation with Sky Dome network. Yi Tian was greatly shocked after hearing this. As a transmigrator, he had naturally heard of virtual worlds, but in his previous life they were just theoretical technologies. However, in this parallel world where technology was not very advanced, virtual worlds had actually been created. Of course, it wasn't created using technology, but rather using extraordinary treasures, yet it was still quite remarkable. Mentor, do you want me to participate? Yi Tian Dao. Li Haoyang nodded. After all, you have learned close combat from instructor Lin Su. There are very few people who learn close combat among the masters of supernatural arts. Moreover, fighting against other masters of supernatural arts can hone your close combat skills. After the competition, your close combat skills will definitely increase dramatically. Mentor, I understand, I will participate. Yi Tian was also very interested in the Sky Dome Network's competition. Moreover, he also foresaw that with the emergence of the Sky Dome Network, the Xia Kingdom would definitely gradually pay more attention to close combat skills. With the combination of melee combat and supernatural abilities, humans might be able to crush the scaled race. Mentor, when is the competition? Yi Tian asked. We'll have to wait a few more days. The Sky Network is still in its initial stages of development, and the Sky Helmets haven't been mass-produced yet. Without Sky Helmets, we can't access the Sky Network, Li Haoyang said. That's right, then let's wait a few days. Yi Tian responded slightly. 5 days have passed in the blink of an eye. This day, a batch of Sky Dome helmets were delivered to Donghai University, and Yi Tian was also notified that he could now access the Sky Dome Network. Chapter 59 Improvement in Swordsmanship. Yi Tian, this is the Sky Helmet for you temporarily. After you put it on, it will absorb a trace of your soul aura and be identified and recorded by the Sky Network. Logging in is about identifying your soul aura. Everyone's soul aura is different, and your account is bound to your soul aura. Li Haoyang took out a Sky Helmet from Donghai University and introduced it to Yi Tian. Temporarily? Donghai University is too stingy, isn't it? Yi Tian thought they would give him a helmet. Li Hao said helplessly, it's not that Donghai University is stingy. It's just a helmet, it's really not worth much. But right now, there are very few of them, and production can't keep up. There's simply not enough, so we need to rotate using the Sky Dome helmets. Once the Sky Dome Network is officially launched and Sky Dome helmets are mass-produced, we'll definitely give you one then. Mentor, I was just joking. Yi Tian picked up the helmet and began to examine it. Before long, he will be able to use the Sky Helmet. Yi Tian, wearing the Sky Dome helmet, entered the safe house. The safe house was designed to prevent being disturbed, as that would be very dangerous. If someone attacks a safe house, Skynet will immediately kick the attacker offline. Buzz. A wisp of Yi Tian's aura was absorbed by the Sky Dome Network, and his consciousness was also pulled into it. The next moment, he found himself in a void. Please register an account. Following the instructions, Yi Tian quickly registered an account. The account would be verified, and once confirmed to be correct, it would be bound to his soul aura. After a series of operations, Yi Tian finally entered the Sky Dome Network. Although Skynet is a virtual world, it does not yet have a complete virtual world framework, which needs to be built step by step, but each person will have a personal space after entering. The personal space is not large, but it is very luxurious, similar to a luxury villa in the outside world. Currently, Skynet has only developed 2 applications, a communication chat box that allows users to chat and communicate with other users within Skynet, and a battle platform. The upcoming Master of Paranormal Arts and Grandmaster of Paranormal Arts competitions will both be held on the battle platform, and everyone is allowed to watch. Yi Tian chose to sign up for the competition. He had already signed up, and signing up here was just to confirm it. After all, some masters of supernatural abilities signed up, but could choose to withdraw. After registering, Yi Tian familiarized himself with his body in his personal space. As expected, I am unable to use any special techniques, and I cannot even use the power of intent. Yi Tian murmured. Moreover, this body is very weak, far inferior to my own. He can only use those sword techniques and combat skills now, he can't do anything else. The enlightenment technique is also unusable. After much effort, Yi Tian finally gave up. In the Sky Dome Network, combat can currently only be conducted using pure physical attributes. Of course, the future value of Skynet is immeasurable. For example, it will make it easier to contact other people, communicate face-to-face with friends far away, and enjoy life here. However, the Skynet network currently has limited functionality, but it will become more useful as more features are added in the future. The Donghai City Extraordinary Arts Master Competition is about to begin. Only the top 10 can participate in the main competition. Yi Tian watched the countdown slowly reach 0, and after it did, he clicked OK. Buzz. He moved from his personal space to a ring on the battle platform. Meanwhile, a master of supernatural arts also arrived here. Please choose a weapon. Sword. A sword appeared in Yi Tian's hand. He had no other weapons besides his sword. Wow! The sorcerer opposite Yi Tian attacked him with a long spear. However, Yi Tian, saw dozens of flaws in the opponent's movements. His close combat skills are terrible. Yi Tian commented. Any member of the scaled race is more skilled in close combat than this one. It can only be said that the close combat skills of human masters of supernatural abilities are generally too poor. If supernatural powers and supernatural abilities were restricted, humans would be easily crushed by the alien races. Puff. Yi Tian killed his opponent instantly with just one sword strike. Soon, he began his second match. Sold out instantly. Sold out instantly. His mastery of subtle swordsmanship allowed him to easily kill this group of sorcerers who had little ability in close combat with weapons. Throughout the morning, Yi Tian participated in many matches, and only a handful of top-tier supernatural masters possessed weapon skills at the beginner level or above. Of course, there were many masters of supernatural arts participating in the competition, and the opponents he encountered were only a portion of them. After Yi Tian had fought dozens of battles, the competition ended. Congratulations to Yi Tian from Donghai City for securing a spot in the main competition of the Extraordinary Arts Master Tournament. After securing a spot, Yi Tian logged off from Sky Dome Network. The Sky Dome Network is indeed very realistic. Apart from the inability to use supernatural abilities, it is no different from reality in other aspects. Yi Tian commented. He then came out of the safe house. Li Haoyang asked, "So, did you get a spot?" "Yes, I got a spot." Yi Tian nodded slightly. The main competition is in 3 days. I hope you can get into the top 10 of the Xia Kingdom's Extraordinary Arts Master Competition. That way, you can get an enlightenment leaf, which is a very valuable item. However, you can't be careless. Although extraordinary arts masters rarely engage in close combat, many people definitely knew about the Sky Dome Network and the competition earlier than we did. Many extraordinary arts masters have already started training in close combat skills. Moreover, some extraordinary arts masters have been learning the way of weapons and honing their close combat skills since they were very weak. There are quite a few prodigies among them. Getting into the top 10 will be very difficult. Li Haoyang wasn't trying to discourage Yi Tian, he was stating a fact. According to his understanding, there are prodigies in Kyoto who are extremely talented in weaponry and have already mastered it to a perfect level. However, he did not mention it to Yi Tian, lest it affect Yi Tian's fighting spirit and prevent him from unleashing his full potential. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The main competition has begun. Yi Tian entered the safe house on time and logged into the Sky Dome Network. This is a national competition. Although there aren't many spectators, the masters of supernatural arts you encounter are all geniuses. According to the information Yi Tian obtained, there are more than 1,000 supernatural masters from Xia Kingdom participating in the competition, and the first round of the competition is to determine the top 100 from more than 1,000. Then, the top 10 are selected from the top 100. The third round of the competition involves the top 10 teams battling it out to determine the first, second, and third place winners, who will then be ranked accordingly. The first round of the competition begins. Yi Tian re-entered the battle platform, and many mentors from Donghai University were watching this match. A few students with connections managed to get their hands on sky helmets to watch the match. Among them are Qin Susu, Qin Yu, Xiaoya, Lin Xingya, and others. The first match. Yi Tian encountered a master of unusual arts who practiced swordsmanship. The other party's swordsmanship was quite good, having reached the minor mastery level. Puff. Yi Tian easily defeated his opponent and won the first match. But after the second match, he encountered a slightly stronger opponent, who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship and possessed special skills, making him even more formidable than the average person who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Unfortunately, he encountered Yi Tian, who possessed the subtle sword technique, and was defeated within a few moves. And so, Yi Tian went on to win match after match, always achieving a complete victory. Moreover, through these battles, his swordsmanship skills have been improving imperceptibly. Soon, the first day of the competition ended. He had played a total of 43 matches and won them all. The most difficult match was when he encountered an opponent who was also at the microscopic level, and he defeated his opponent at the cost of serious injury. After leaving the Skynet network, he went to a training room. The Art of Enlightenment. His comprehension surged rapidly, as if he had suddenly realized something. He then began to recall the battle on the Sky Dome network that day, summarize his experience, learn from the weapon techniques of others, and then began to practice his swordsmanship. This time, his progress was too fast. As expected, combat is still the fastest way to improve. Although I can't use the Enlightenment technique on the Sky Dome network, using it to practice swordsmanship outside doesn't affect the results. Yi Tian estimated that if he fought on the Sky Dome network for another day or two, he would be able to cultivate his swordsmanship to the perfect level. Chapter 60 Perfect Sword Technique. The next day, Yi Tian re-entered the Sky Dome network to participate in the competition, fighting against one master of supernatural arts after another. He didn't know how many matches he would need to participate in, but at this moment he no longer cared about winning or losing. He only enjoyed the honing of his swordsmanship through battle. Just as the battle was about to end, he encountered a master of supernatural arts who had honed his swordsmanship to perfection. As soon as they started fighting, Yi Tian was completely overwhelmed. Even though he gave it his all, he only lasted 3 moves before being completely defeated. This was Yi Tian's first loss in a match. I underestimated others. I thought my microscopic level swordsmanship was very powerful, but I didn't expect that there would be someone among the masters of supernatural arts who had cultivated their swordsmanship to the perfect level. Yi Tian murmured. Every strike and attack from his opponent was flawless, leaving him no openings. Instead, he found himself constantly revealing weaknesses under the opponent's swordsmanship. Of course, losing just one match will not affect his chances of advancing to the second round. After the second day of the competition, Yi Tian continued to practice his swordsmanship using the Enlightenment technique, and this time his progress was even more terrifying. I was so close to breaking through. Yi Tian murmured. His swordsmanship has now reached the limit of the subtle level, and he is only one step away from entering the perfect level. I need to find someone to fight and hone my skills that should allow me to break through to the perfect level. But who can we turn to? Li Haoyang or Lin Su? I should find instructor Li Haoyang. He is my true mentor. Instructor Lin Su only helped me practice swordsmanship. Her guidance has ended now, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to seek her out again. So Yi Tian went to find his mentor, Li Haoyang. Tutor. Yi Tian called out respectfully. Yi Tian, what's the matter? Li Haoyang asked. I want to spar with you, my mentor, on the art of weaponry, Yi Tian stated his purpose. A friendly spar? Are you sure? Li Haoyang revealed a strange expression. Ahem, actually I'm asking for guidance. My swordsmanship has reached the peak of the subtle realm, and I'm just one step away from reaching the perfect realm, Yi Tian said truthfully. What? You're about to break through to the perfect level? Li Haoyang exclaimed in surprise. How long have you been practicing swordsmanship with Lin Su? Although I haven't been cultivating for long, I'm working hard. Yi Tianjin shamelessly boasted. Effort? Is this something that requires effort? Provoked, Li Haoyang replied after a long pause, alright, let's go to Sky Dome Network to spar. Sky Dome Network has personal space invitations, I can enter your personal space and spar with you there. Thank you so much, mentor. Yi Tian and Li Haoyang entered the Sky Dome Network together. Soon, Li Haoyang's mentor was invited by Yi Tian to enter his personal space. The two sparred and fought right there. Attack me with all your might, Li Haoyang said. He also controlled his power, since his physical attributes within the Sky Dome network were those of a peak-level master of supernatural arts, far surpassing those of Yi Tian. When the two clashed. However, no matter how Yi Tian tried, he couldn't even touch a corner of Li Haoyang's clothes. Li Haoyang only parried, but did not attack. Mentor, I need pressure, Yi Tian said. Good. Li Haoyang made his move, each strike a perfect sword technique, yet he didn't kill Yi Tian. Every attack put Yi Tian in danger of death. Under such pressure, Yi Tian made progress little by little, but it was impossible for him to easily break through to the perfect level of swordsmanship. 10 minutes. Half an hour. An hour has passed. Mentor, that's enough. You've already gone to a lot of trouble for an hour of sparring. You should go back and rest, since you have a match tomorrow, Yi Tian called out. Alright, figure it out for yourself. Li Haoyang has logged off. However, he did not believe that Yi Tian could break through his sword technique after this battle. If it were that easy to break through, perfect sword techniques would have been commonplace long ago. He spent 3 years at the subtle level of swordsmanship before finally breaking through to the next level during a life or death battle in the underground world. Of course, he didn't discourage Yi Tian by saying that Yi Tian couldn't break through. Yi Tian quickly logged off, then activated the enlightenment technique on his own, causing his comprehension to surge, and began practicing sword techniques. He kept recalling the battle, and it seemed that the bottleneck in his swordsmanship was being worn away little by little. Late at night, Yi Tian was still cultivating, and in the depths of his mind, he seemed to have gained enlightenment, a true enlightenment. Sometimes swordsmanship is just that mysterious. Once you understand it, you understand it. If you can't understand it, no amount of hard work will make a difference. Wow! In the darkness, a white light flashed, leaving a sword-like trail that lingered for a long time. The sword light lingers, leaving its mark on the void. This is perfect swordsmanship. When swordsmanship reaches the perfect level, it is no longer just a simple sword technique, but involves the mysteries of heaven and earth. If it is enhanced with the power of other artistic conceptions, its power will be terrifying. Moreover, it was only at this point that he truly realized the power of a perfect level sword technique. This is only a perfect level sword technique. If one comprehends a sword intent level sword technique, killing enemies of a higher level will be a piece of cake. I need to rest for a while. My mental energy has been severely depleted in order to comprehend the perfect sword technique. I need to sleep to replenish it. Morning. After waking up and eating something, Yi Tian entered the safe house and logged into the Sky Dome network. Today is the last day of the first round of the competition. After today's competition, the top 100 will be determined. After mastering the perfect sword technique, he knew he was almost certain to be in the top 10 of the Extraordinary Arts Master Tournament, and felt absolutely no pressure. The match began quickly. Instant kill. Instant kill. Instant kill. Yi Tian did not encounter any opponents, he defeated them all instantly. Occasionally, he encountered a few opponents at the microscopic level, but he also defeated them in a few moves. After each match, he would go to watch the Grandmaster level matches and observe the battles between Grandmasters. The masters of supernatural arts who are able to participate in the main competition have all reached the perfect level in weapon skills, but those at the realm of intent cannot unleash their full power on the Sky Dome network because the power of sword intent and saber intent cannot be unleashed. However, if one can reach the level of artistic conception in weaponry, their combat skills, physical strength control, and explosive power will still surpass the level of perfection. Therefore, even on the Sky Dome online battle platform, a perfect level player still can't beat an artistic level player, but the gap won't be too big. Grandmaster level matches are always exciting. Yi Tian murmured. Although his swordsmanship has reached the perfect level, it is still far behind the perfect level of these masters. After all, he lacked combat experience, and his control over his body and his explosive power were not as good as theirs. However, he is improving every moment. Before we knew it, today's competition was over. In the evening, the top 100 masters of supernatural arts were announced. Yi Tian was among them. He glanced at the list and saw that Lin Su and Li Haoyang had also made it into the top 100 of the Grandmasters. Yi Tian had watched their matches and estimated that they barely made it into the top 100, so it was quite a close call for them to enter the second round. Offline, Yi Tian went to see his mentor, Li Haoyang. At this moment, Professor Li Haoyang was in a very good mood, with a smile on his face. Mentor, congratulations on entering the top 100 of the Grandmaster level competition. Yi Tian offered his congratulations. Luckily. Li Haoyang smiled and said, if I hadn't performed exceptionally well in a few games, I probably wouldn't have made it in. Mentor, shall we go and have another sparring session? Yi Tian Dao. Okay, I'll give you some more pointers. Li Haoyang hadn't watched Yi Tian's match and assumed that Yi Tian's swordsmanship was still at the limit of subtlety. It can happen very quickly. Sky Dome Network, personal space. Your swordsmanship has reached the perfect level? Li Haoyang was shocked. Chapter 61 Sword Intent Level. In just one day, his swordsmanship improved from the subtle to the perfect level. Li Haoyang was extremely surprised. Is swordsmanship really that easy to master? Bah! It's clearly Yi Tian who's too monstrous. Yi Tian's talent in supernatural arts is monstrous. He single-handedly killed so many Black Scale Clan geniuses and Golden Scale Clan geniuses whose cultivation was higher than his. It seems reasonable that he also has outstanding talent in swordsmanship? Reasonable, my foot. Li Haoyang became increasingly jealous. Of course, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Boom! The two clashed. In terms of swordsmanship, Yi Tian is still inferior to Li Haoyang, but even without Li Haoyang's master-level physical abilities, defeating Yi Tian would not be so easy. After dozens of moves, Yi Tiankai was defeated by Li Haoyang. After Yi Tian fought Li Haoyang again, which can be seen as a way for both of them to hone their skills. More than an hour passed before the two logged off. Since there is still a break between the second round of the competition, we need to wait another 5 days. These 5 days are crucial, as someone may break through to the next level in the art of weaponry during this period. Yi Tian also used these 5 days to hone his swordsmanship. He often sparred with Li Haoyang and also challenged Lin Su. After all, he now possessed perfect swordsmanship, so challenging instructor Lin Su was more of a sparring match than a formal instruction, so as not to waste Lin Su's time. After logging off, he would use the enlightenment technique to summarize his experiences and insights, and improve his swordsmanship. And so, his swordsmanship improved every day, and gradually he became on par with Li Haoyang. 5 days have passed. The second round of the competition has begun. This time, the top 10 will be determined. The top 10 in both the Master of Extraordinary Arts Tournament and the Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts Tournament are of paramount importance. Sky Dome Network, Personal Space. Yi Tian logged in and waited for the second round of the competition to begin. Buzz. The match has begun. Yi Tian entered the battle platform and met his first opponent. It's him. The opponent was someone I had faced before, with microscopic marksmanship and rich combat experience. He didn't pay attention to what his name was. The opponent recognized Yi Tian as well, and with a solemn expression, charged forward with all their might. Puff! A sword strike. Sold out instantly. Soon, the matches came and went. His opponents were almost all masters of microscopic weaponry, but it wasn't until his sixth opponent that he encountered a master of supernatural arts who had mastered perfect weaponry. This time, Yi Tian fought his opponent for a long time, and when they were almost 100 moves apart, he finally pierced his opponent's neck with a sword and killed him. However, he was also pierced through the abdomen by the opponent's dying counterattack, but he did not die. And just like that, he won. After that, he did not encounter any opponent with perfect weapon-making skills. After a series of matches, the top 10 are almost locked in. Soon, the list of the top 10 appeared. Yi Tian saw his name on it. I've got a leaf of enlightenment. Although it's not very valuable to me, I can sell it and definitely get something good in return, Yi Tian murmured. The master-level matches ended early, but the grandmaster-level matches didn't end as quickly. After all, among the top 100 master-level talent ability users, their weapon skills are all at the perfect level, and the difference in their combat power is very small. Even if they comprehend the intent level of a weapon, they will still have to put in some effort to defeat a master with perfect weapon skills without being able to use the intent. It won't be a quick battle. So, the Grandmaster level competition lasted until after 7 p.m. before the top 10 were determined. Without a doubt, Lin Su and Li Haoyang both failed and were eliminated from the top 100. However, they were undoubtedly quite satisfied to have obtained a single leaf of enlightenment. Tunghai University. Yi Tian was chatting with teacher Li Haoyang. Yi Tian, there are only 5 days left until the final competition for the top 10. Are you confident that you can win first place? Li Haoyang asked. I don't know. Yi Tian couldn't be sure. Among the top 10, 6 have perfect level swordsmanship. In particular, there is one of them. Although I haven't fought him, I've watched the replay. He can easily defeat other masters of supernatural arts with perfect level swordsmanship. Currently, I only have a 20% chance of defeating him. You're talking about Su Xingqian from the Su family in Kyoto, right? It said he has an innate sword physique. Humans rarely have innate physiques, they're almost always from the alien races of the underground world, possessing various special constitutions. With an innate sword physique, practicing swordsmanship is incredibly easy. Su Xingqian is only 17 this year, and his swordsmanship is at the perfect level, but I feel he might have reached the sword intent level. However, on the Sky Dome network, sword intent cannot be sensed, so if he deliberately hides it, it's not easy to detect, Li Haoyang said. A sword intent level sword technique? If that's really the case, I estimate there's not even a sliver of hope. Yi Tian still really wanted to win first place, it was an honor after all. Immediately, he asked, Master, is there any way to quickly comprehend sword intent? I wish I could. Li Haoyang rolled his eyes. I wish I could immediately comprehend the essence of the sword, but I can't. But soon, he remembered something and said, if you want to quickly comprehend sword intent, it's not impossible. For example, if you create a top-level sword technique, there's a certain chance that your mind will resonate with the sword path of heaven and earth, and thus comprehend sword intent. So that's how it is. Yi Tian understood. Night falls. Yi Tian did not rest, but instead took out a series of sword technique manuals, including one from the underground world. There are 5 days left until the third round of the competition. He planned to use these 5 days to create a top-level sword technique, thereby aligning his mind with the sword principles of heaven and earth. Then, with his comprehension after using the enlightenment technique, he would surely comprehend the sword intent 100%. Just give it a try, it doesn't matter if it fails. Yi Tian began his seclusion to conduct research, and prepared a lot of materials to keep on his person, constantly restoring his innate potential. After all, he had to keep activating the enlightenment technique, which greatly consumed the source of his various innate abilities. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. On the 5th day, with the help of repeated enlightenment techniques, Yi Tian finally created a top-level sword technique. This top-tier sword technique relies on overwhelming force to break through all laws. It concentrates all the power of the body at an extremely fast speed to unleash a sword light that can break through all laws. If combined with other artistic conceptions, its power is terrifying. In close combat, it is virtually invincible and is particularly adept at breaking through defenses. He named it the heaven-slaying sword drawing technique. At the very moment the heaven-slaying sword technique was created, his consciousness seemed to observe a long river condensed from countless sword intents, but he could only observe one projection. The way of heaven and earth sword. Yi Tian immediately consumed his innate talent and activated the enlightenment technique to comprehend the sword path of heaven and earth and to grasp the sword intent. Soon. Buzz. Yi Tian was surrounded by an aura of sword intent. He has successfully grasped the essence of swordsmanship. The moment he grasped the sword intent, he felt as if the world had changed, and even his control over his body had completely transcended to another level. In the real world, the sword intent level is far more powerful than the perfect level. The essence of the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and the dark theme are all integrated. Yi Tian fused these 6 realms of intent with his sword intent, and a terrifying power erupted. He didn't unleash the sword strike, but he knew very well that the more intent he incorporated, the greater the consumption of sword intent. In other words, he can't launch many such attacks. My cultivation level is still too low. If my cultivation level were higher, I could almost treat such an attack as a normal attack. Yi Tian thought to himself. After that, he practiced swordsmanship again and again, trying to comprehend the mysteries of sword intent. Data panel. With a thought, the data panel appeared. Host, Yi Tian. Realm, Advanced Master of Extraordinary Arts. Talented abilities, Dark A rank 1-100, Mental B rank 1-100, Water A rank 93-100, Fire A rank 1-100, Wood S rank 1-100, Metal S rank 1-100, Earth A rank 1-100, Space A rank 1-100. Special abilities, A rank Immobilization Technique Perfect, A rank Spatial Blade Perfect, A rank Dark Curtain Perfect, A rank Fire Dragon Shield Perfect, A rank Golden Body Technique Perfect, B rank Teleportation Technique Perfect. Mutant abilities, Grade A 5 Elements Will Perfected, Grade B Dark Fire Perfected, Grade B Limb Regeneration Technique Perfected. Artistic Conception, 8 Sequence Metal Element Artistic Conception 9-point Realm 8 Sequence Fire Element Artistic Conception 2-point Realm 8 Sequence Wood Element Artistic Conception 3-point Realm 8 Sequence Earth Element Artistic Conception 1-point Realm 8 Sequence Water Element Artistic Conception 3-point Realm 9 Sequence Darkness Artistic Conception 6 8-point Realm 9 Sequence Sword Intent 1-point Realm. Sure enough, sword intent is also divided into the 9th sequence, the 8th sequence, and so on. It's just that it's difficult to get started with sword intent, but once you get started and comprehend sword intent, it shouldn't be too difficult to improve later. Yi Tian thought to himself. He took out the mid-grade rare treasure, the Heavenly Gate Sword, and grasped it to comprehend its sword intent. He discovered that this mid-grade rare treasure, the Heavenly Gate Sword, had an amplifying effect on comprehending sword intent. That's right. With the Heavenly Gate Sword, comprehending the sword intent to the 8th sequence shouldn't be a problem. Yi Tian thought to himself. After comprehending the sword intent, he rested and slept, waiting for the final of the top 10 in the Extraordinary Arts Masters tournament the next day. He's determined to get first place. Chapter 62 Heaven Slaying Sword Technique, Victory in One Move. Final day. Yi Tian entered the Sky Dome network early on, and many professors and even the president of Donghai University paid attention to him. Some of them focus on Grandmaster level matches, while others focus on the top 10 matches. After all, a student from Donghai University has made it into the top 10, so they naturally want to pay attention. If he wins first place, it will bring glory to Donghai University. Soon, the match has begun. In the finals for the top 10, each person only needs to play 9 battles to determine their ranking. If the number of wins is the same, they need to play again to finally determine the ranking of each person. Battle platform. Yi Tian appeared here, and another master of supernatural arts also appeared. Yi Tian recognized him. The opponent was none other than the master of supernatural arts who had defeated him in the first round of the competition, possessing perfect swordsmanship. But now, he no longer takes the other party seriously. However, he did not display his true swordsmanship level, but only used his perfect level of swordsmanship to fight his opponent. Ta-da! The two exchanged blows repeatedly, and every move and stance had to be executed flawlessly, for a single mistake would result in defeat. On the platform, the two men's swords flashed and clashed, moving at an extreme speed. After hundreds of moves, Yi Tian forced his opponent into a mistake, then took him down with a single sword strike, securing his first victory. After a while, the second match began, and the opponent was a master of supernatural arts at the level of microscopic perception. Yi Tian defeated his opponent in 2 moves, winning the second match. And so, match after match went by. He never encountered Su Xingqian from Kyoto, and he won against everyone else. Finally, Yi Tian achieved an 8-game winning streak, with only one opponent remaining: Su Xingqian. Jiang Dongshu's personal space at Donghai University. As a Grandmaster of Supernatural Arts and the president of Donghai University, his personal space is an upgraded version, with a very large area. Moreover, many professors from Donghai University are here. Lin Su and Li Haoyang were among them, chatting with each other. "Haoyang, do you think Yi Tian can defeat Su Xingqian?" Jiang Dongshu asked with a smile. Li Haoyang quickly said, "There is hope, but not much. If Su Xingqian really masters sword intent, then Yi Tian's hope is almost gone." Jiang Dongshu sighed. "An old friend of mine in Kyoto just revealed that Su Xingqian has indeed mastered sword intent, which he comprehended 6 months ago. Moreover, after comprehending sword intent, his innate sword body was fully awakened, allowing his sword intent to improve very quickly. Then Yi Tian really has no hope, unless a miracle happens." Li Haoyang really hoped that Yi Tian would win first place in the Extraordinary Arts Master competition, so that he could brag about it in the future. After all, Yi Tian was his own student. Perhaps Yi Tian has also comprehended the sword intent. Lin Su said from the side. "That is impossible. He only broke through to the perfect level in just a few days. How could he possibly comprehend sword intent?" Li Haoyang shook his head. Lin Su said, "You haven't learned swordsmanship, but I have cultivated the close combat style of swordsmanship and have rich combat experience. From the previous battles, Yi Tian seemed to have many dangerous matches, but in reality, he was always calm and full of confidence. Moreover, there was one move that even exceeded the scope of perfect level swordsmanship, but it was only that one move, so you didn't notice it." "Lin Su, you're saying Yi Tian has mastered sword intent?" Li Haoyang was surprised. "It's just a possibility." Lin Su couldn't be sure. What if that sword strike was just a coincidence? Just keep watching. The battle between Yi Tian and Su Xingqian is about to begin, and we'll find out who will be number 1 soon. Jiang Dongshu said. Battle platform. Yi Tian and Su Xingqian appeared at the same time. This match is also the final battle of the Supernatural Masters Tournament. Whoever wins first place will receive tremendous honor. Swish. Swish. Yi Tian and Su Xingqian appeared at the same time and drew their swords, both displaying swordsmanship levels that surpassed perfection. When? After a collision, they separated and stood at opposite ends of the platform. Everyone could see that both Su Xingqian and Yi Tian had just displayed swordsmanship at the sword intent level. Even if one cannot display sword intent, one's swordsmanship level can still be discerned. Holy crap, Yi Tian has actually grasped the essence of swordsmanship. Li Haoyang exclaimed, revealing his utter astonishment. Jiang Dongshu was also secretly surprised. He knew Su Xingqian well. He came from the Su family, a top family in the capital. He not only had an innate sword body, but also received better guidance and training, which enabled him to comprehend sword intent. What does Yi Tian have? No background, no powerful teachers, he can almost only rely on himself. What a prodigy! Jiang Dongshu thought to himself. A prodigy with extraordinary magical abilities and unparalleled close combat skills, this is a gifted superhuman with no flaws, destined to be invincible in the future. You actually comprehended sword intent. Su Xingqian was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that someone could possess weaponry skills comparable to his own at the level of a master of supernatural arts. However, victory still belongs to me. Su Xingqian no longer concealed his strength and fully displayed his swordsmanship. Unlike Yi Tian, his sword intent had reached the 40th level of the 9th sequence. Even if he could not unleash his sword intent, his swordsmanship was still far superior to that of someone who had just entered the sword intent level. Boom! After Su Xingqian unleashed his full power, Yi Tian was indeed suppressed. However, it won't be easy for Su Xingqian to defeat Yi Tian. Time ticked by, and the battle between the two became incredibly intense. To outsiders, Yi Tian was likely to lose, given that he had been consistently suppressed. However, Yi Tian remained calm and was still looking for an opportunity. 1 minute later. Now! Heaven-slaying sword drawing technique. A flash of sword light streaked past, and Yi Tian passed by Su Xingqian before stopping. Su Xingqian also stopped moving. Who's winning? Those who lack experience couldn't immediately tell who had won. But the masters all saw it. Wow! Su Xingqian's body turned into specks of light and disappeared. Yi Tian wins. This is a top-tier sword technique, and a self-created one at that, only it can unleash such power. Li Haoyang exclaimed. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that a few days ago Yi Tian asked him how to quickly comprehend sword intent, and he made a suggestion to create his own top-level sword technique. Yi Tian really created his own top-level sword technique, communicated with the sword path of heaven and earth through his mind, and comprehended the sword intent. Li Haoyang used to believe that even the most talented geniuses could be surpassed, but after meeting Yi Tian, he began to question his own existence. With such a prodigy, does an ordinary genius like him really have a chance to surpass him? Xin Susu, Xiaoya, and Lin Xingya were also watching the match and were all shocked. The number 1 in the National Supernatural Arts Masters Tournament. Although not all the masters of supernatural arts participated, this is a competition of close combat, so masters of supernatural arts with good close combat skills must have participated. Therefore, this first place is truly prestigious. Personal space. Yi Tian sat on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. First place is in the bag. I wonder if there are any other rewards besides Enlightenment Yi. Chapter 63 The Transaction, Li Haoyang's Transformation. Yi Tian also went to watch the finals of the top 10 grandmasters they hadn't finished yet. These are all weapons at the Art of Destiny level. Yi Tian murmured. If he were to fight them, he would definitely be no match for them. Some of the best among them have even reached the 8th level of weaponry. Even if he cannot use his intent, they can kill him in one move. These masters of supernatural arts have been practicing for many years, so it's normal that he's not their match right now. The time was the 3rd day after the final. Tunghai University. Yi Tian received the reward from the Extraordinary Arts Masters Tournament. The award was handed over to him by Tunghai University. A leaf of enlightenment, a token. There are only these 2 rewards in total. Mentor, what is this token? Yi Tian pointed to the strange token on it and asked curiously. Li Haoyang said enviously, this is a good thing. It is a sword realm token, a rare item that countless people want. It comes from the sword clan of the underground world, and they only give our Xia kingdom 30 sword realm tokens every year. Under normal circumstances, only those with an extremely powerful background have a chance to obtain a sword realm token. Even Lin Su, before she was injured, was not qualified to obtain a sword realm token. Sword realm token, sword clan, mentor, what's going on? Why would the sword clan give us the sword realm token from the Xia kingdom? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang explained, there are many alien races in the underground world, and the underground world is far larger than you can imagine. The Scale clan is just one of the races in the underground world, and not even a particularly powerful one. The Sword clan is also one of the races, but the Sword clan has a small population, not as large as the Scale clan. Moreover, 60 years ago, the Sword clan faced a life or death crisis, and our Xia kingdom helped them overcome it. Therefore, the Sword clan formed an alliance with our Xia kingdom. We're forming an alliance with alien races? Yi Tian was surprised. Li Haoyang smiled, there's nothing wrong with forming alliances with other races, as long as they're not like the Scaled clan. Many of the other races in the underground world are neutral and can be allied with. But most of the other races, like the Scaled clan, are actually our enemies, and there's absolutely no possibility of negotiation. As for the reasons, I'm not entirely sure. Let's talk about the Sword clan. They are located near Wuching Fortress. Humans there can even enter the Sword clan city and trade with them. It is also the most peaceful fortress, with almost no fighting. Let's talk about the Sword Realm token. Holding the Sword Realm token allows you to enter the Sword Realm, one of the foundations of the Sword clan. Upon entering the Sword Realm, you will encounter sword spirits. Fighting with the sword spirits will allow you to gain insights into the sword Dao from them. More importantly, the Sword Realm contains an innate sword steel. Comprehending the innate sword steel can greatly enhance your sword intent. The only pity is that the Sword Realm is special. Anyone over 30 years old cannot enter. Even the Sword clan is subject to this rule. They cannot allow any clansman over 30 to enter. Furthermore, the Sword Realm only opens for 10 days at a time, after which it closes, and everyone is expelled. I see. When will the Sword Realm open? Yi Tian asked. There are still 3 months left. Li Haoyang calculated. Yi Tian noted down the time and planned to travel to the Sword Realm 3 months later. Suddenly, he took out the Enlightenment Leaf. Master, I want to use the Enlightenment Leaf to trade for something. Do you have a channel for that? Enlightenment Leaf, trade? Li Haoyang's eyes widened. Everyone would want something this good, so why is Yi Tian offering it up for trade? What do you want to trade? Li Haoyang asked. An S-rank treasure and an S-rank supernatural ability. Yi Tian said. He doesn't even have a single S-rank special skill right now. Although the 5 elements wheel is more powerful than an S-rank special skill, S-rank special skills are still more powerful in conventional ways. When combined with artistic conception, their power is extremely strong. If he had a whole bunch of S-rank supernatural abilities at the perfect level, his combat power would rise to another level. S-grade treasures and S-grade special abilities, I have those. Trade with me. Li Haoyang said hurriedly, afraid that Yi Tian would change his mind. As a top-tier master of supernatural arts, he had been wandering the underground world for many years and had collected some S-grade treasures. However, some of these S-grade treasures were useless to him, and he did not want to exchange them for battle merits, so he kept them on his person. As for S-rank special abilities, they are the spoils of war collected from killing or destroying branches of the evil god society, which are always kept on my person. Okay. Yi Tian agreed to the deal. After some discussion, the two finalized the details of the transaction. Yi Tian exchanged a piece of Enlightenment Leaf for 9 S-grade treasures and 6 S-grade special techniques from Li Haoyang. Li Haoyang thought he had one big, and Yi Tian also felt he had one big. For Yi Tian, the Enlightenment Leaf was merely an opportunity to use his S-rank talent ability source to perform the Enlightenment technique. He could make up for it with an S-rank material, and there would still be some left over. Therefore, he made a huge profit from this transaction, and Li Haoyang also profited. It's a win-win situation for both of them. The two took out the treasure, completed the transaction, and went their separate ways. Dormitory. Yi Tian smiled as he looked at the S-grade treasures and S-grade special techniques. These S-grade treasures are enough to raise his 5 elemental talents and abilities to S-grade, and among them is a wind attribute S-grade material called Wind Soul Crystal. It seems I need to buy some common wind-type materials to awaken my wind-type talent potential, gradually improve it, and then use the Wind Soul Crystal to upgrade my wind attribute talent potential to S-rank. Then, he looked at the 6 S-rank supernatural techniques. S-rank metal-based special ability Earth-shattering golden light technique. S-rank wood-based astral technique wood realm technique. S-rank fire-based special ability Great Sun True Fire. S-rank earth-type special technique Great Earth Escape technique. S-rank water-based special ability Water Substitution technique. S-rank wind-based special ability Wind Feather technique. These are the 6 S-level extraordinary techniques that Yi Tian obtained through the transaction. Instructor Li Haoyang is so rich. With these S-level special techniques, once I master them all, my strength will increase dramatically, and my cultivation speed will also accelerate. Yi Tian accepted the inheritance of these extraordinary techniques one by one and initially memorized these S-level extraordinary techniques. In the following days, he raised his innate talent and potential to S-rank, so that he could successfully cultivate these S-rank supernatural arts. Certainly. He also takes time every day to study sword intent and improve his sword intent level. Tunghai University. Li Haoyang is using the Enlightenment Leaf to comprehend the 8th sequence of fire elemental intent and is attempting to break through to the 30th level. Once he reaches the 8th sequence of the fire elemental intent at the 3rd level, he can start cultivating the water fire dragon body. Time passed minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours had passed. Boom! Li Haoyang exuded the fire elemental intent of the 8th sequence at the 30th level of his cultivation. It's done! Li Haoyang was extremely excited. Both the fire and water elemental realms have been elevated to the 3rd level of the 8th sequence, meeting the minimum requirements for cultivating the water fire dragon body. Immediately afterwards, he took out a second enlightenment leaf and used it to cultivate the water fire dragon body in one go. He held the enlightenment leaf in his mouth, absorbing its unique aura to enhance his comprehension, before beginning to comprehend and cultivate the water fire dragon body. The fire and water elements gradually transformed into a water dragon and a fire dragon, swirling around his body before entering and transforming it. Pain. Unimaginable pain swept over his entire body. An ordinary person would have died from the pain long ago, but Li Haoyang endured it. Half an hour. 1 hour. 5 hours. The next morning, a dragon's roar resounded throughout Donghai University, and 2 dragons even appeared in the sky, but the phenomenon was fleeting. Principal's office. Jiang Dongshu revealed a look of satisfaction and envy. Haoyang succeeded. He has mastered the water fire dragon body and taken this step. His future is limitless. Chapter 64 The Ultimate Master, Ghost Shadow Messenger. Logistics Department of Donghai University. Lin Su looked towards where Li Haoyang was, a look of envy on her face. Once upon a time, she was one of the most outstanding students at Donghai University, while Li Haoyang, who was in the same class as her, was just an ordinary genius with almost no presence. As a result, Li Haoyang grew step by step and became a master of top-level supernatural arts. Now, he has even mastered the water and fire dragon body. Water and fire dragon body, a special physique. If Li Haoyang were to turn 50 in a few years, his body would solidify, and he would no longer be able to cultivate such a special physique. He is truly lucky. Lin Su murmured. As for her, she was less fortunate. Even though she obtained a leaf of enlightenment, she still didn't encounter anyone willing to use the great rejuvenation technique to heal her. This day, many grandmasters showed envy. Everyone knew that Li Haoyang was about to soar to great heights. However, Li Haoyang has not yet emerged from seclusion. He is still consolidating his water fire dragon body. East China Sea Fortress. Yi Tian returned to the underground world, where he spent his days practicing various strange arts and honing his swordsmanship, and time passed relatively quickly. Before we knew it, a month had passed. At this moment, Yi Tian's talents and abilities have all been upgraded to S level, and he has also cultivated all 6 S level special techniques to the point of perfection. Not only that, he also comprehended the sword intent to the 70th level of the 9th sequence. This was all thanks to his continuous use of the enlightenment technique to comprehend the sword intent, as well as the assistance of the Heavenly Gate sword treasure. Scale Clan. The Imperial City. Inside a magnificent hall. A burly, 3-meter-tall Grandmaster of the Golden Scale Clan, Jinbal, sat on his throne. At this moment, a phantom slowly condensed from a small black dot into the shape of a human. The Evil God Society, the Ghost Shadow Messenger, one of the 9 evil envoys, what a rare guest. What brings you to project your image onto my scaled clan? Jinbal smiled. Jinbal, what's wrong? You're not welcoming me? The Ghost Messenger said coldly. I wouldn't dare say that. You are a Grandmaster of the Ultimate Path, while I am merely a Peak Grandmaster. Kimball said, feigning nonchalance. Jinbal, are you still upset about the genius of the intent realm that your scale clan lost last time? That was just an intelligence error. Nobody expected that such a monstrous talent would be born in Donghai City, said the Ghost Shadow Messenger. Speak, what do you want with me? Kimbar asked. The Ghost Messenger said, he killed Yi Tian of Donghai City, and he also killed so many of your scale clan's geniuses at the intent realm. I suppose you also want to get rid of him, right? Ghost Messenger, you are a Grandmaster of the Ultimate Path. Wouldn't it be easier for you to kill a master of supernatural arts? Jinbal said. The Ghost Messenger laughed and said, Jinbal, you should know about our Evil God Society. We are rats that everyone hates on Earth. We only dare to hide. If I were to expose my whereabouts just to kill Yi Tian, I might not be able to leave Donghai City. There is no Supreme Master in Donghai City on the surface, but there is an even more terrifying existence. I don't want to go to Donghai City to die. I'm curious, why did you come to find me in person? Yi Tian may be a prodigy, but isn't he a bit too important to your evil god society? Jean Ball asked, puzzled. The ghost messenger truthfully stated, just a month ago, the Xia Kingdom held a Master of Extraordinary Arts competition on the Sky Dome network. Yi Tian won first place in comprehended sword intent. He was only at the Master of Extraordinary Arts level and had no backing, yet he was such a prodigy. Sword intent can encompass numerous realms of thought, achieving a unified whole. He possesses both ranged and melee combat skills, making him truly invincible among his peers. If allowed to grow stronger, given his rapid development, he could even rival a Grandmaster of ultimate techniques upon reaching that level. We, the evil gods, do not want him to grow stronger, and currently only your scaled clan is the most suitable to take action. Okay, I agree. Kimball nodded. In fact, he didn't dare to refute it. Although the Scale clan also has 2 Grandmasters of the Ultimate Path, their lifespans are both short. Even the powerful backers of the Scale clan dare not offend the Evil God Society, and have an even closer cooperation with the Evil God Society. Therefore, he dared not offend the Evil God Society. I will send a peak Grandmaster to assassinate Yi Tian, but I need the cooperation of your Evil God Society. After all, we don't know the intelligence of the East Sea Fortress and cannot know Yi Tian's location, Jean Ball said. No. The ghost messenger immediately refused. Kimball frowned. If your evil gods won't cooperate, how are we supposed to assassinate them? The ghost messenger hurriedly said, Jean Ball, you misunderstood me. I meant that 1 peak Grandmaster is not enough. You need to send a Grandmaster to ensure that Yi Tian is killed 100% of the time. To kill a Master of Supernatural Arts, they actually need to send a Grandmaster. Kimball thought the ghost messenger was being overly cautious. Good. He agreed anyway. Jean Ball, I await your good news. The ghostly figure vanished completely. That cowardly fellow. Kimball cursed. Then he summoned a Grandmaster from the Black Scale clan. Boom! A Grandmaster with an incredibly muscular build entered. He is Orton, the junior Grandmaster of the Scaled clan. Chieftain. Orton called out respectfully. Orton, I have a mission for you, Kimball instructed. I need you to assassinate a human master of supernatural arts. Orton was taken aback. Chieftain, are you sure you didn't misunderstand the realm? Do you mean I should assassinate a master of supernatural arts? No, he's just a master of supernatural arts. Kimball explained Yi Tian's situation. Orton immediately assured, don't worry, Chieftain, I will kill Yi Tian, the human master of supernatural arts. Remember, maintain contact with the Evil God Society. Only after the Evil God Society provides accurate intelligence can you take action, and you cannot get too close to the East Sea Fortress. The East Sea Fortress is garrisoned by 3 Grandmasters year-round and they rarely make a move. But if Yi Tian is assassinated, they will definitely take action. I hope you kill Yi Tian and return safely, without losing your life. Thank you for your concern, Clan Chief. Orton was moved. This day, Yi Tian was cultivating in an area near the East China Sea Fortress. Suddenly, his battle ring received a message. Several masters of supernatural arts are being hunted down. I need to go and rescue them. This is a message from the East China Sea Fortress. Some gifted individuals encounter danger and, having no one they know, can only seek help from the East China Sea Fortress. The East China Sea Fortress will then dispatch a more powerful gifted individual to provide assistance based on the request. Therefore, Yi Tian had no doubts about this request for assistance. Wow! He immediately teleported there. Before long, he arrived at his destination, the Phoenix Dance Mountains. This place is not too far from the East China Sea Fortress, but it's not too close either. Where are they? Yi Tian did not see any supernatural masters who needed to call for help. So he raised questions to the East China Sea Fortress. However, the East China Sea Fortress did not respond further, which he found somewhat strange. Sudden, a sense of life or death crisis arose. Without much thought, he immediately used the teleportation technique and activated the 5 elements wheel. The 5 elements wheel protects the entire body, and with the 5/8 sequence intense integrated into the 5 elements wheel, its defense reaches an incredible level. Chapter 65 Innate Divine Power, The Fall of the Scaled Clan Grandmaster. Teleportation is very fast and cannot be intercepted under normal circumstances. However, Yi Tian's reaction speed could not surpass that of a Grandmaster, so when a Grandmaster attacked him, he could not dodge instantly, and even if he used teleportation, he could not completely dodge. 1 kilometer away. A spatial ripple appeared, and a figure emerged. It was Yi Tian, who had teleported there using the instantaneous teleportation technique. But at this moment, his mutated 5 elements will technique was riddled with countless cracks, and his body was also injured. An attack by a Grandmaster nearly shattered the mutated 5 elements wheel of supernatural arts. This is a 5 elements wheel enhanced by the 8th sequence of 5 elements intent. Its defensive strength is terrifying, yet it was damaged like this. Click. The 5 elements wheel's mutated technique could not be maintained and completely dissipated. 1 kilometer isn't far enough, we have to keep running. He used the S-rank special technique, Golden Light Leap, to transform into a golden light and escape quickly. In the span of a single breath, Grandmaster Orton of the Scaled Clan traversed a distance of 1,000 meters. This human master of supernatural arts was able to withstand one of my attacks without dying, and he even mastered the spatial supernatural art of teleportation. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth have all been cultivated to the 8th sequence. The 5 elements mutation technique, at its perfect state, is too monstrous. Orton finally understood why Chief Jeanbald had sent him, a Grandmaster, to kill Yi Tian. Yi Tian was truly too monstrous, even more so than the chief had anticipated. Perhaps the information given by the clan chief was correct, but some time has passed, so the information is naturally different now. Such a prodigy grows too fast. His strength undergoes a dramatic transformation every month. He must be killed. Orton relentlessly pursued, pushing his speed to the limit. Just as Orton was about to catch up with Yi Tian and use a long-range magic to kill him, Yi Tian used teleportation again. Absolutely a Grandmaster. Yi Tian was certain. The strength of a master of supernatural arts is not so terrifying, nor is the speed so fast. Only a Grandmaster of the Scaled Clan can do this. The Scaled Clan is too ruthless. They directly dispatched a Grandmaster. How much they think of him. Moreover, he now finally knows that the rescue mission at the East Sea Fortress was fake. The East Sea Fortress would not collude with the Scale Clan to harm him. It must be that a member of the Evil God Society infiltrated the East Sea Fortress and was in charge of mission-related positions, using his position to frame him. If he really died, that member of the Evil God Society might be fine once the traces are erased. No one will investigate. I have already requested assistance. The East Sea Fortress should be able to send a Grandmaster to rescue me. Yi Tian couldn't guarantee that he would be able to escape into the East China Sea Fortress. The teleportation technique had a time limit each time, and if it was used too many times, there would be a spatial backlash that would affect his body and slow him down. Therefore, it would be best if a Grandmaster came to save him. If I could comprehend the spatial conception, the distance I can teleport would definitely be more than 1,000 meters. I should have gone all out to comprehend the spatial conception. Yi Tian thought to himself. Whoosh! Yi Tian used his teleportation technique again, crossing 1,000 meters, but Orton followed closely behind. Suddenly, Orton unleashed his bloodline, more than doubling his speed. At Orton's speed, he could definitely catch up with Yi Tian in a few breaths. Even teleportation wouldn't be able to create distance. We're almost at the East China Sea Fortress. Just hold on for another 10 breaths. Yi Tian thought to himself. But by then, Orton had already crossed over, and the teleportation spell still had a cooldown period of 1 breath. Just as he was about to forcefully use the teleportation technique despite the backlash, a figure blocked Yi Tian and Orton's path. Tutor. Yi Tian recognized him. This person was none other than Li Haoyang's mentor. Could our mentor defeat a Grandmaster of the Scaled Clan? Yi Tian was somewhat worried. However, Li Haoyang's mentor is now a junior Grandmaster of supernatural arts, so even if he can't win, he won't perish. Yi Tian, you go first. Li Haoyang said. Yi Tian didn't hesitate and immediately fled. Orton, naturally not wanting Yi Tian to escape, attacked with all his might. You're not qualified to kill my student. Li Haoyang, wielding the extraordinary sword, slashed at Orton. This strike was no longer a perfect sword technique, but rather a sword technique that had reached the level of sword intent. He wouldn't normally have been able to comprehend the sword intent so quickly, but after cultivating the water-fire dragon body and breaking through to the Grandmaster level of extraordinary arts, his soul was in a special state, and by chance, he comprehended the sword intent. After comprehending the essence of the sword, his strength naturally increased dramatically. The 8th sequence of water system imagery. The 8th sequence, fire-based intent. Both artistic conceptions were integrated into the sword intent, and a single slash was unleashed. Even Orton's expression changed at this moment. Boom! Li Haoyang's strike pierced through Orton's magical armor, but Orton reacted quickly and retreated in time, thus avoiding being killed in one blow. Buzz. Orton's body shone with an earthy yellow light, indicating that he had used a defensive earth attribute bloodline technique. His body also became larger and his flesh became incredibly sturdy. Kill. Orton, wielding a long spear, began to fight Li Haoyang. In terms of weapon skills, Orton reached the perfect level. Although he did not comprehend the essence of the spear, his earth attribute essence reached the 40th level of the 8th sequence, and he also mastered the perfect A-level special technique. Moreover, Orton is covered in rare treasures, including those that enhance his combat power, which is an advantage. Rumble. Li Haoyang fought fiercely with Orton, holding his own against him. Blades flashed and spears clashed repeatedly, causing the surrounding earth to crumble. Far away. Half of his body was exposed on the ground, revealing Yi, who had used the Great Earth Escape technique. He didn't actually leave. Instead, he turned back to check on his mentor, Li Haoyang. Instructor Li Haoyang's strength is indeed formidable. He has even comprehended the sword intent. Impressive. Yi Tian murmured. Seeing that his mentor Li Haoyang was holding his own, he was no longer worried. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to watch the show. When the difference in strength is too great, even the Great Earth Escape technique is useless. The user will be directly killed by the shock. His various methods were all ineffective. The difference in strength between a master of supernatural arts and a grandmaster of supernatural arts was too great. Soon, several minutes passed. Orton knew he couldn't kill Yi Tian, and if he didn't leave now, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape, as the three grandmasters from the East Sea Fortress could arrive at any moment. Human, I will kill you next time. Orton made a harsh statement and then prepared to run away. There won't be a next time, because you won't have a next time. Li Haoyang approached Orton again, but this time he didn't use his swordsmanship. Instead, he struck Orton with one hand. This scene puzzled Orton. But the next second, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had encountered an extremely terrifying scene. Water and Fire Dragon Slayer. Two beams of light, one blue and one red, like two dragons, carrying the water and fire essence of the 8th sequence, instantly pierced through Orton's body. Innate supernatural power. Despair filled Orton's eyes as his body gradually crumbled. Chapter 66: The Difficulty of Comprehending Spatial Conception. My innate divine ability is indeed powerful. I had just awakened my innate divine ability and I instantly killed a grandmaster of the Scaled clan. Li Haoyang appeared slightly excited. Without his innate divine abilities, he could at most fight this grandmaster of the Scaled clan to a draw, but by using his innate divine abilities, he instantly killed his opponent. Of course, the opponent was also careless. He didn't expect him to have a special innate ability. Otherwise, if he had tried to dodge at all costs, his special innate ability might not have been able to hit him. After killing the grandmaster of the Scaled clan, Li Haoyang happily looted the various treasures from his body. They are truly wealthy, possessing so many rare treasures, including a mid-grade rare treasure. Li Haoyang was in high spirits after acquiring so many rare treasures. Wow! Yi Tian appeared here. Mentor, you are amazing. You actually killed a grandmaster of the Scaled clan. Yi Tian exclaimed in a frenzy of praise. Alright, it's just killing a beginner grandmaster. Li Haoyang said modestly. Mentor, what method did you use to kill this grandmaster of the Scaled clan? It didn't seem to be a supernatural technique. Yi Tian asked curiously. Li Haoyang was in a good mood after killing the grandmaster of the Scaled clan, so he patiently explained to Yi Tian, what I just used was a natural divine ability, which surpasses all other arts. The most powerful other arts are only S rank, and there are no SS rank other arts above that. Above other arts are natural divine abilities, and any natural divine ability surpasses an S rank other arts. For example, mine is the B rank natural divine ability Water and Fire Dragon Kill, which uses the power of water and fire to directly strangle the enemy's body. A natural talent. Yi Tian was very interested. Master, how do I cultivate a natural divine ability? He really wanted to cultivate a natural divine ability. Wouldn't that make him incredibly powerful? Li Haoyang smiled and said, don't even think about it for now. Having a natural talent isn't something you cultivate, it's something you awaken. In fact, natural talents are modeled after the alien races of the underground world. For example, my water-fire dragon killing talent was awakened after I cultivated the water-fire dragon body and broke through to the Grandmaster realm. So, if you want to obtain a natural talent, you must cultivate a special physique and then break through to the Grandmaster realm. There's no other way. Of course, it's possible I lack experience, but based on my knowledge, this is the only method. That's me. Before becoming a grandmaster, I have no way to obtain innate supernatural abilities? Yi Tian sighed. That's how it is. Li Haoyang said softly. If one awakens a natural supernatural power, wouldn't all the strange arts one cultivated before be wasted? Would they be useless in the future? Yi Tian added. How could I not use it? Li Haoyang explained again, innate supernatural abilities consume too much of the body. Even now, I can only use it 3 times at most. It cannot be used for conventional methods. The truly conventional methods are still special techniques. Moreover, if you cultivate a special physique, it is possible to transform the corresponding special technique you cultivate into an innate supernatural ability. For example, if you know the golden body technique, if you cultivate a special physique like the Vajra body, you may awaken the golden body supernatural ability, which is actually the innate supernatural ability transformed from the golden body technique. I see. Yi Tian understood somewhat. Yi Tian, let's go back. Li Haoyang led Yi Tian toward the East China Sea fortress. On the way, Yi Tian mentioned the fake mission that had just been sent from the East China Sea fortress. Li Haoyang frowned. It seems that a member of the Evil God Society has infiltrated the East China Sea fortress. I will have the East China Sea fortress investigate and they will definitely catch him. Soon. They then returned to the East China Sea fortress. Li Haoyang immediately ordered the East China Sea fortress to be sealed off, and then went to investigate who had sent the message to Yi Tian. Even though the members of the Evil God Society had erased the traces, there were still ways to find out. Really? Less than half an hour later, a staff member of the supernatural arts master who had worked diligently at the East China Sea fortress for 10 years was captured. However, the other party was not a core member of the Evil God Society and did not have much information, so the only option was to kill him. Scale Clan. The Imperial City. Kimball's face was grim at that moment. He had already received news that Orton was dead, killed by Li Haoyang, the newly promoted Grandmaster of the East China Sea fortress. Moreover, Yi Tian has been assassinated once, so he will definitely be cautious. Even if he takes action, it is not certain that he will succeed in killing him again. Besides, he wouldn't dare to storm the East China Sea fortress, that would be suicidal. He then sent a message to the Ghost Messenger, temporarily abandoning the mission. The Scale Clan has already lost a Grandmaster, so he can no longer carry out assassinations. If the Ghost Shadow Messenger still wants to kill Yi Tian, he should find someone else. The Scale Clan does not want to lose another Grandmaster. Certainly. If a suitable opportunity arises, the Scaled Clan will still make a move. Somewhere in the Xia Kingdom. A secluded place. The Ghost Messenger, shrouded in a black robe, held a piece of intelligence in his hand and revealed a sinister smile. What an amazing little guy. He managed to survive from the hands of a Grandmaster of the Scaled Clan and hold out until the rescue from the East Sea Fortress arrived. How did he do that? Could it be that he has some rare life-saving item? The Ghost Shadow Messenger couldn't figure it out. But it's clearly not the right time to continue assassinations. We need to find a suitable opportunity. After being assassinated once, Yi Tian did behave himself for a while. He will at most cultivate within a 5-kilometer radius of the East China Sea fortress. He won't go too far. Through his diligent practice, his cultivation level improved rapidly. In addition, he is also trying to understand the artistic conception of space. However, he lacked S-class spatial treasures and didn't have many spatial techniques to cultivate, making it difficult for him to enter this field. No matter how high one's comprehension level is, it's useless if one is like a rootless duckweed. It's like no matter how talented someone is, if they don't have a textbook to read, they still won't be able to do those problems. East China Sea Fortress. Yi Tian arrived at his mentor Li Haoyang's residence. Hello, mentor. Yi Tian called out with a smile. What brings you here, kid? Do you want to spar with me in close combat? But once you reach the realm of intent, no matter how much you spar, you won't improve much. Li Haoyang said. Mentor, I've come to ask you something, Yi Tian stated his request. I want to comprehend the spatial intent. If I can comprehend the spatial intent, the Grandmaster of the Scaled Clan won't be able to catch up with me last time. Spatial conception. Li Haoyang gasped. Yi Tian's goal was really high. Ahem, Yi Tian, the difficulty of comprehending the spatial intent is more than 10 times that of other intents. The spatial intent of the 9th sequence is comparable to the 8th sequence of other intents. Moreover, the most difficult part of the spatial intent is getting started, which is much more difficult than comprehending sword intent or saber intent. Li Haoyang said. Mentor, I know it's difficult, that's why I'm asking you for help. Yi Tian asked earnestly. Li Haoyang remained silent, lost in thought. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Perhaps by directly peering into the spatial rift, you have a tiny chance of understanding the essence of space. A spatial rift? Where is it? Yi Tian was somewhat curious. The spatial passages and secret realm gates that have been opened up are all created using array techniques. They are fixed spatial passages and do not contain any mysterious changes in space, so they are of little help. He had seen it before, but he didn't understand it at all. Only naturally formed spatial fissures, which are constantly changing, can reveal the mysterious power of space and offer hope of comprehending its essence. It exists on Earth. Li Haoyang mentioned a location. Bermuda. Chapter 67 Spatial Rift, Arrival. Bermuda is a special area of the ocean on Earth where there are many spatial rifts. Yi Tian, the Bermuda Triangle is the core area of the collision between Earth and the underworld. In fact, Earth and the underworld are still colliding at a slow speed. Just like the collision of continental plates creates earthquakes, the collision between Earth and the underworld will also create secret realms and spatial rifts. It's the same principle. Li Haoyang explained. A spatial rift, I'll give it a try. Yi Tian said softly. Li Haoyang smiled and said, Yi Tian, you have excellent comprehension, which is why I suggested you give it a try. In reality, other space-type talent users wouldn't gain much from Bermuda. Besides, there are many powerful monsters in Bermuda. I will personally take you there, otherwise, with your strength, you could easily be killed. He had never been to Bermuda, and with his previous strength, he wouldn't have dared to go there. But now that he has become a grandmaster of supernatural arts, he has gained confidence. Thank you, mentor. Yi Tian quickly thanked him. Let's go now. Li Haoyang pulled Yi Tian along and left the East China Sea fortress, returning to East China Sea City on Earth. Bermuda is not part of the Xia Kingdom's territory, and it is very far away from the Xia Kingdom. Nowadays, monsters inhabit the seas and even the skies. There is little interaction between countries, so it is impossible to travel to nearby countries by plane. For those with supernatural abilities at the Grandmaster level or above who want to travel long distances, there is only one way to ride a psionic fighter jet. The psionic fighter is not a fighter created using technology, but rather a combination of technology and the formations of the underground world, and its energy comes from spirit stones. A single spirit stone can power a psionic fighter jet for 2 hours, allowing it to travel across the entire Earth. Li Haoyang doesn't have a psionic fighter jet, but Donghai University does. Grandmasters or great grandmasters can rent one, and the cost isn't high. It only takes 3,000 points to rent it for a day. Yi Tian, you're quite wealthy, kid. You'll have to pay for the points and spirit stones needed to rent the psionic fighter. Li Haoyang said. Mentor, that's certainly true. Yi Tian immediately replied that he was asking Li Haoyang for help, so naturally Li Haoyang would not cover the expenses. Soon, Li Haoyang completed the rental procedures for the psionic fighter jet, and Yi Tian paid 1,000 points and purchased insurance. If something goes wrong and the psionic fighter is destroyed, the insurance can help cover the losses. Otherwise, even Li Haoyang wouldn't be able to afford to pay for it. So this is a psionic fighter. Yi Tian arrived at the airport of Donghai University and saw a psionic fighter jet located there, revealing a look of longing. This psionic fighter is like a dream machine in terms of both appearance and performance. It is far superior to the fighters of my previous life. This world may lack advanced technology, but by combining mystical forces with technology, it is possible to create incredibly powerful things. The same applies to psionic fighters and the Skynet. Once inside the psionic fighter jet, Yi Tian took out a spirit stone and placed it in a groove on the jet. The next moment, all the lights on the psionic fighter lit up. The psionic fighter is in autopilot mode and requires no manual operation. After Li Haoyang entered the destination, he pressed the start button, and the entire psionic fighter took off. In no time, the psionic fighter took to the sky and reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. Along the way, the psionic fighters soared through the sky at terrifying speeds, traversing city after city in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a gigantic bird-like monster appeared outside the psionic fighter, its strength definitely reaching level 4. A level 4 monster is comparable to a grandmaster. However, the psionic fighter jet fired a beam of light that instantly pierced through the level 4 demonic beast and killed it, without Li Haoyang needing to intercept the beast. Mentor, can psionic fighters also launch attacks? Yi Tian was curious. Li Haoyang explained, the psionic fighter is essentially a man-made artifact, and an intelligent one at that. Naturally, it's equipped with attack formations. The attack it just used was to concentrate spiritual energy into a single point and unleash a burst of power. Whenever the psionic fighter encounters danger, it will unleash an attack. As long as it doesn't encounter a level 5 demonic beast, the psionic fighter can blast it to pieces. By the way, the psionic fighter has stored spirit stones inside. The attack you just used came from the stored energy. You need to replenish 10 spirit stones. Li Haoyang's words made Yi Tian's lips twitch. So he has to pay for this attack method? He could have handled that level 4 demonic beast himself. 10 spirit stones are a huge fortune even for a grandmaster. Using psionic fighters is really expensive. Yi Tian exclaimed. Li Haoyang smiled and said, the spirit energy fighter jet is not meant for ordinary grandmasters, but for great grandmasters or even extreme grandmasters. 10 spirit stones are just a small amount of money for them. Soon, an hour had passed. We've arrived in Bermuda. At this moment, the psionic fighter activated its hover mode and stopped several hundred meters in the air. Yi Tian and Li Haoyang emerged from the psionic fighter jet. A pair of fiery wings appeared behind Li Haoyang, allowing him to fly and preventing him from falling. Even grandmasters cannot fly on their own, even supreme masters cannot. They must rely on special techniques related to flight. Yi Tian then used the S-rank special technique, wind feather technique, to easily stop in mid-air, even more easily than Li Haoyang. Yi Tian, this is the S-rank extraordinary technique, wind feather technique. You've mastered it? And you've even cultivated it to the perfect state. Li Haoyang was shocked. The wind feather technique was the one he had traded to Yi Tian. In such a short time, Yi Tian has cultivated an S-rank technique to perfection. What kind of comprehension is that? Moreover, Yi Tian actually possesses an S-level wine-type talent ability, which he had never known before. Yes, with practice, it will become perfect. Yi Tian said calmly. Li Haoyang rolled his eyes. That was really pretentious. Let's go. There are many spatial rifts in this area. Don't fly around recklessly or too fast, or you'll be crushed by them. Even if you're a spatial ability user, you might not be able to stop them, Li Haoyang warned. Yes, mentor. Yi Tian responded. They continued flying and soon encountered a small spatial rift. This spatial rift is about a meter long and is subtly undulating and twisting, proving that it is moving and has not been solidified. This is a spatial rift, but it's a small one. There are other spatial rifts nearby. You can study them on your own. I'm going to wander around and train by fighting some level 5 demonic beasts, Li Haoyang said. Mentor, you go ahead. Yi Tian said. Remember, if you encounter danger, ask me for help immediately. After giving his instructions, Li Haoyang flew away. After Li Haoyang left, Yi Tian activated the enlightenment technique, causing his comprehension to surge, before he began to comprehend the spatial rift. Hey, it's working. Yi Tian was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 68 Comprehending the Spatial Artifact. Previously, no matter how hard Yi Tian tried to comprehend it, he couldn't grasp the spatial conception, and he couldn't even gain any insight into it. But at this moment, as he comprehends this spatial rift, insights begin to emerge little by little. This shows that as long as one continues to contemplate and understand, there is still hope of comprehending the artistic conception of space. However, he had another thought at the moment. Could he touch the spatial rift and draw upon the power of space? He can gain power by touching everything, enhancing his innate abilities and potential. Spatial rifts are also naturally formed, containing the mysteries of space, and should be able to obtain spatial power from them. It might work on his A-level spatial talent potential. If it could raise his spatial talent potential to S-level, that would be a huge win. Give it a try? Yi Tian thought to himself. Immediately, he touched the spatial rift with one finger. Even if you get injured, you can recover, it's not a big problem. His fingers slowly touched the spatial rift, and when they did, a spatial force surged forth, seemingly trying to strangle his fingers. At this moment, he activated the golden body technique and the 5 elements wheel, allowing the 5 elements wheel to protect his physical body, only allowing a tiny bit of flesh on his fingers to touch the spatial rift, so that the injury would not worsen. Now, he felt the flesh on his fingers slowly disappearing, but it wasn't a big problem. Time passed second by second, and about half an hour later. Spatial power +1. Yi Tian was quite excited. Spatial rifts can indeed enhance the potential of A-level spatial talents. This particular spatial rift is just a small one. If one were to find a very large spatial rift, it might be possible to quickly enhance spatial talents. Go find an even larger spatial rift. Yi Tian flew to the other side, searching for other spatial rifts. This spatial rift is 6 meters long, which is acceptable, but not long enough. Keep searching. 7 meters isn't long enough. Yi Tian searched continuously in this area and soon finally found a satisfactory spatial rift. Boom! A spatial rift stretching over 100 meters lay across the sky, seemingly devouring everything around it, and the spatial rift was constantly changing. Yi Tian walked over and sensed the terrifying aura of the spatial rift. He touched it slightly, and the skin on his finger was gone. However, he didn't care about the flesh and blood, and used various healing techniques to heal the injury, continuing to touch it. Soon. Spatial power +1. Spatial power +1. It's still this kind of large spatial rift that draws in spatial power faster and in greater quantities. Yi Tian stayed here and used his battle ring to inform instructor Li Haoyang. Immediately, he touched the spatial rift while using the enlightenment technique to enhance his comprehension and understand the spatial realm. Time passed slowly. An hour passed, and Li Haoyang returned briefly. Seeing that Yi Tian was alright, he left again. 2 hours later, a terrifying level 4 peak demonic beast was wandering around here, accompanied by a large group of ordinary level 4 demonic beasts and a large number of level 3 demonic beasts. Yi Tian immediately notified Li Haoyang, who came over and killed all the demonic beasts, preventing them from disturbing Yi Tian's comprehension of the cultivation space's intent. Night. Starlight spilled onto the sea surface, where monsters roamed the ocean floor, and even through the moonlight, one could see vast shadows in the sea. A timid person would tremble all over in such an environment. Yi Tian, however, silently comprehended the teachings, completely unconcerned about the external environment. Li Haoyang naturally didn't stay here to accompany Yi Tian. Instead, he stayed in the spiritual energy fighter jet to silently comprehend the essence of cultivation, occasionally going to the sea to practice water-based techniques and his innate divine ability, Water and Fire Dragon Slayer. He will only stay here for 3 days. If Yi Tian has not yet grasped the spatial intent after 3 days, he will have to go back. After all, he only borrowed the psionic fighter for 3 days. Besides, he has his own things to do and can't hang out with Yi Tian all the time. Several more hours passed. Late at night, Yi Tian smiled. He exuded a powerful sense of spatial atmosphere. The spatial conception of the 9th sequence 1 point. Seeing the spatial conception on the data panel put him in a great mood. Another hour passed. His spatial ability potential has finally been upgraded from a level to S level, and his physical attributes have also improved slightly. I've finally upgraded my spatial talent to S rank. I can now cultivate S rank spatial techniques. Yi Tian was excited. However, obtaining S-level spatial abilities is still very difficult, and he has no way to do so for the time being. For the next 2 days, he stayed here to comprehend the spatial conception, but it was difficult for his S-level spatial talent to continue to improve. He could not draw much spatial power from the spatial rift, and could probably only draw a little spatial power each day. Moreover, it will become increasingly difficult later on, until it becomes completely impossible to draw upon the power of space. Therefore, continuing to draw upon the power of space is a waste of time. Yi Tian, we have to leave. Li Haoyang flew over and reminded him. Thank you so much, mentor, for these past few days. Yi Tian got up and followed Li Haoyang onto the psionic fighter jet. Yi Tian, have you grasped the essence of space? He hadn't paid much attention to Yi Tian, so he didn't know about Yi Tian's cultivation progress. But he felt that the possibility of comprehending the spatial essence by simply understanding the spatial rift was too low. However, Yi Tian nodded, I understand. Really understood it? Li Haoyang was shocked. Yi Tian did not continue speaking, but instead used the spatial blade, a miniature spatial blade that floated above his index finger like a small knife. This control, and the spatial aura it contained, all indicated that Yi Tianjin had truly comprehended the power of spatial aura. He actually grasped it. Li Haoyang was quite surprised. Is the artistic conception of space so easy to grasp? The information he received was that it was very difficult to comprehend. Even though spatial talent ability users in the Xia Kingdom had paid an unknown price and spent an unknown amount of time in order to comprehend the spatial conception. But for Yi Tian, it seems to be no difficulty at all. What a prodigy! Li Haoyang's evaluation. Soon. They then returned to Tunghai University aboard a psionic fighter jet. After returning, Li Haoyang left, clearly busy with other matters. Yi Tian entered the East Sea Fortress and continued his cultivation. Host, Yi Tian. Realm, Advanced Master of Extraordinary Arts. Talented abilities: Darkness S rank 1 100, Mental ability B rank 1 100, Water S rank 1 100, Fire S rank 1 100, Wood S rank 1 100, Metal S rank 1 100, Earth S rank 1 100, Spatial ability S rank 1 100, Wind S rank 1 100. Special abilities: S rank Earth Piercing Golden Light Technique perfected, S rank Wood Realm Technique perfected, S rank Great Sun True Fire perfected, S rank Wind Feather Technique perfected, S rank Great Earth Escape Technique perfected, S rank Water Substitution Technique perfected. Mutant abilities: Grade A 5 Elements Will perfected, Grade B Dark Fire perfected, Grade B Limb Regeneration Technique perfected. Artistic Conception: 8th Sequence Metal Element Artistic Conception 10% Realm 8th Sequence Fire Element Artistic Conception 3% Realm 8th Sequence Wood Element Artistic Conception 4% Realm 8th Sequence Earth Element Artistic Conception 3% Realm 8th Sequence Water Element Artistic Conception 4% Realm 9th Sequence Darkness Artistic Conception 70% Realm 9th Sequence Sword Intense 70% Realm 9th Sequence Spatial Artistic Conception 10% Realm. The spatial intent has been elevated to the 10th level of the 9th sequence, but in reality, its power is no less than that of an ordinary 8th sequence intent at the 10th level. With his mastery of spatial conception, ordinary grandmasters would never be able to catch up with him. In the blink of an eye, several more days have passed. During one of his cultivation sessions, Yi Tian broke through the shackles of his cultivation, advancing from a high-level master of supernatural arts to a peak master of supernatural arts. Reaching this level means he can now attempt to reach the Grandmaster level of extraordinary arts. Chapter 69 S Rank Spatial Ability, Spatial Travel. To advance from the peak of the Extraordinary Arts Master realm to the Extraordinary Arts Grandmaster realm, one needs to comprehend the 9th sequence of intent. Since Yi Tian has already comprehended the 8th sequence of intent, it will naturally be much easier for him to break through to the Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts. Certainly, Yi Tian will not immediately attempt to break through to the Grandmaster level of Extraordinary Arts. He needs to consolidate and stabilize his cultivation before attempting to break through to the Grandmaster level of Extraordinary Arts. For the next 10 days or so, he did not comprehend any artistic conception, but focused solely on cultivating his supernatural abilities to enhance his power. Gradually, his cultivation reached the limit of a master of supernatural arts. It's time to break through to the Grandmaster level of Extraordinary Arts, Yi Tian murmured. Residence at the East China Sea Fortress. Yi Tian began to use the 8th sequence of metal elemental intent to stimulate his supernatural organs, thereby causing them to transform and break through to the realm of supernatural master. He had studied this subject for a long time, so it was not unfamiliar to him at this moment. Stimulated by the 8th sequence of metal-based intent, his metal-based superpower organs began to gradually transform. During the transformation process, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside world flowed into his metal-type ability organ, causing his metal-type ability to begin to transform into a higher-level metal-type ability. After a long time, Yi Tian's cultivation officially broke through, reaching the level of a beginner-level master of supernatural arts. However, he did not immediately leave the seclusion, but continued to use the 8th sequence of wood-type supernatural power to stimulate the wood-type supernatural organs. He has more than one superpowered organ, and he will stimulate each of them to transform all of them. In this way, he would essentially break through many times, and his extraordinary body would become incredibly powerful. Wood-based organ transformation. Aquatic organs undergo transformation. Fire-type organs undergo transformation. Earth-based organs undergo transformation. Space-based organ metamorphosis. Dark-themed organ transformation. He hasn't broken through to the next level because he hasn't yet grasped the essence of wind-based organs. The main reason is that he cultivates too many things every day, so he doesn't have time to comprehend the wind element's essence. When he has time, he will comprehend both the wind-based and spiritual realms, and then transform these two special abilities into master-level ones. His physical abilities are far superior to when he was a master of supernatural arts. Yi Tian seemed to think he could destroy the world with a single punch. With his current strength, he is no match for instructor Li Haoyang, but he still has a chance to put up a fight against an opponent like Grandmaster Wharton of the Scaled Clan. East China Sea Fortress, Supernatural Abilities Association. Yi Tian first registered and obtained the status of a Master of Supernatural Arts. Then, he went to the Hall of Military Merit. The Hall of Military Merit only allows Grandmasters to exchange for S-rank supernatural arts. He wasn't qualified to exchange for S-rank supernatural arts before, but now he is. He currently has no shortage of other S-class supernatural abilities, he only wants to exchange for an S-class spatial supernatural ability. I want to see an S-class spatial technique, Yi Tian said. The staff pulled up a list of S-level spatial techniques and showed it to Yi Tian. Just 3 S-rank spatial techniques. Moreover, the price of each S-level spatial technique is extremely high, with the lowest requiring 30,000 battle merits and the highest requiring 60,000 battle merits. He only gained a lot of battle merits because he killed so many Black Scale Clan geniuses and 4 Golden Scale Clan members last time, otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to afford to exchange them. I'll choose this one. Yi Tian chose the highest ranking S-level spatial technique, Spatial Movement. Spatial Movement is an S-class special skill that allows one to move within spatial layers. Once spatial movement is performed, one can hide within spatial layers, and unless the opponent has a way to see through space, they will not be able to find him. Spatial movement is a spatial technique that combines the abilities of escaping, assassination, and concealment. Its uses are immense. A gifted individual with the ability to walk through space is an absolute nightmare for any enemy. If I had mastered spatial walking when I encountered that Grandmaster of the Scaled Clan, and had hidden in the spatial interlayer, he wouldn't have even been able to harm me. Moreover, I could have left at any time. Yi Tian thought to himself. This spatial technique is undoubtedly terrifying. If combined with his close combat weapon skills, he would definitely be a top-tier assassin. Of course, spatial walking is not invincible. There are some S-class special abilities or innate supernatural powers that can see through the trajectory of spatial walking and injure him while he is in a spatial walking state. Therefore, even if one can move through space, one cannot expand too much. Space traveling ability, Yi Tian said. The staff member was surprised that Yi Tian was willing to spend 60,000 battle merits to exchange for spatial mobility. Could it be that Yi Tian was an S-level spatial ability user? But she had never heard of an S-class spatial ability user being born in Donghai City. Of course, as a staff member of the East China Sea Fortress, she didn't ask too many questions. Yi Tian wanted to exchange for the S-level spatial ability, space travel, so she gave it to him. Soon, Yi Tian successfully exchanged for and obtained the spacewalking inheritance orb. After returning home, Yi Tian accepted the inheritance and obtained the cultivation method for spatial travel. Next, I will practice spatial movement and strive to reach the perfect state within a few days, Yi Tian said urgently. Spatial movement is a spatial technique that is very difficult to cultivate, several times or even 10 times more difficult than other S-level techniques. Fortunately, Yi Tian grasped the essence of space and used the enlightenment technique to enhance his comprehension and cultivation. Otherwise, if he had relied on his own abilities to cultivate, he wouldn't have been able to even get started in a month. With Yi Tian's full effort in cultivation, he finally mastered the basics of spatial walking. Then comes the lesser completion stage, Deshang Realm. On the 5th day, he finally mastered spatial walking to the perfect level. At the beginner level, one can hide in a spatial interlayer for 1 minute. At the minor mastery level, one can hide in a spatial interlayer for 2 minutes, and at the major mastery level, one can hide in a spatial interlayer for 10 minutes. As for spatial movement at the perfect level, that's impressive. It allows one to hide in a spatial interlayer for half an hour. In half an hour, he could disappear far away. If he wanted to follow someone, it would be easy, and assassination would be even more convenient. Having mastered spatial walking, I am no longer afraid of assassination. On the contrary, I can easily assassinate others. He estimated that he was the only person in Donghai City and even Jiang Province to have mastered spacewalking, but he was definitely not the only person in Xia Country to have mastered spacewalking, because he knew of a powerful space talent user who was also a Grandmaster of the Extreme Path who surpassed the Grandmaster and whose reputation resounded throughout Xia Country. I've mastered spatial travel, I should celebrate. Let's kill a few scaled clan members for fun, Yi Tian thought to himself. The underground world. Dragon Scale Mountain. This area is close to the territory of the Scaled Clan, but far from the East Sea Fortress, so few humans dare to come here. At this time, 3 White Scale Clan masters of supernatural arts are searching for resources here, and also patrolling the surrounding area to prevent any humans from trespassing. Suddenly, one of the White Scale Clan members was pierced through the body by a sword and fell to the ground. This scene filled the other 2 members of the White Scale Clan with fear. They didn't notice anyone else at all, and their companions were killed. What kind of tactic is this? The next moment, a master of white-scaled magic had his throat slit by a sword, and he saw it clearly before he died. It was the leader who emerged from the space, wielding a mid-grade exotic baby sword and slashing down. Then, the last member of the White Scale Clan was also killed by Yi Tian. After killing the 3 White Scale Clan members, Yi Tian took their storage rings before using spatial travel to enter the spatial interlayer and leave. Next, he used spatial movement to hunt down the scaled creatures here, killing a full 100 of them before choosing to leave. The main reason is that the time for spatial walking has come. If one continues to use spatial walking to escape into the spatial interlayer, one will suffer spatial backlash and it will take half a day to recover. So many Scale Clan members died, including a Scale Clan Grandmaster. A Grandmaster from the Scaled Clan came to investigate, but found nothing. However, the blame was definitely placed on the humans. Chapter 70 The Great Five Elements Wheel. East China Sea Fortress. When Yi Tian returned, he met Qin Susu. At this time, Qin Susu was no longer a master of supernatural arts, but a grandmaster of supernatural arts. No wonder I haven't seen senior sister Qin recently, it turns out she's been trying to become a grandmaster of extraordinary arts. He walked over and greeted Qin Susu, senior sister Qin, congratulations on breaking through to the grandmaster level. Qin Susu smiled and said, congratulations on breaking through to become a grandmaster. You haven't even started your second year of university yet, and you've already reached the grandmaster level. Compared to you, I feel quite discouraged. During his conversation with Qin Susu, he learned that in addition to Qin Susu, Xiaoya and Zhang Xiaoyu had also broken through to the level of Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts. This is all thanks to the Myriad Realms. If the Myriad Realms hadn't elevated their artistic conception, their chances of reaching the Grandmaster level of Extraordinary Arts would have been very low. It wasn't just Qin Susu and the others who broke through. Many masters of supernatural arts have emerged in Jiang province during this period, significantly increasing the core strength of the province. This is all thanks to Yi Tian. If it weren't for him, these people would have died at the hands of the Scaled Clan. It's very difficult to improve one's cultivation level to the Grandmaster level of Extraordinary Arts, and Yi Tian shouldn't expect to advance from a beginner Grandmaster to an intermediate Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts in a short period of time. Therefore, he planned to spend a lot of time creating mutated and magical techniques. For example, the 5 Elements Wheel Transformation Technique. This mutation technique is an A-level mutation technique, which is much more powerful than ordinary S-level mutation techniques. However, it is far inferior to innate supernatural abilities, and it is not even comparable to S-level spatial mutation techniques. If the 5 Elements Wheel is not perfected, this mutated technique may be phased out by him in the future. Therefore, he plans to perfect the 5 Elements Wheel of mutant techniques to the level of S-grade mutant techniques. In this way, his defense becomes even more terrifying, and if it were to transform into a domain, its power would be even greater. To transform the 5 Elements Wheel into an S-rank mutated technique, one needs to master multiple S-rank 5 Elements techniques and strive to create the S-rank mutated technique 5 Elements Wheel before heading to the Sword Realm. Yi Tian thought to himself. In the days that followed, he diligently practiced various S-level special techniques, which deepened his understanding of the 5 elements. At the same time, he was also trying to create again and again, and he was almost constantly using the Enlightenment technique. His various talents and abilities were being consumed, but they were also being recovered quickly. To this end, he even used some S-class treasures, just to restore his innate superpower potential. 10 days. Half a month. 1 month. Finally, with only 6 days left before the opening of the Sword Realm, Yi Tian successfully created the 5 Elements Mutant Technique, the 5 Elements Wheel, whose power far surpassed that of the A-grade Mutant Technique, the 5 Elements Wheel. Let's change the name. Calling it 5 Elements Wheel isn't good enough. Let's call it S-Rank Mutant Technique, Great 5 Elements Wheel. Yi Tian named it. Moreover, after creating the Great 5 Elements Wheel, he discovered that his understanding of the 5 elements had improved. The 8th sequence of metal-based intent has been raised to 15% of its original level, and the other 4 types of intent have also been raised to 10% of their original level. With his improved 5 elements intent, coupled with the S-level Great 5 Elements Wheel, and his current breakthrough to the beginner level of Extraordinary Arts Master, even a Grandmaster of the Scale Clan couldn't break through his defenses when attacking him. An S-rank 5 Elements mutation technique, its power should be comparable to a typical defensive talent ability. Yi Tian guessed. Wucheng. Yi Tian arrived here alone, intending to travel through the Wucheng Fortress to the Sword Realm, the territory of the Sword Clan. The Sword Realm is about to open, and he possesses the Sword Realm token, so naturally he must seize this opportunity. Wucheng is not as powerful as Donghai City, and it doesn't even have a Grandmaster on the surface, but no city in Xia Kingdom should be underestimated. Take Wucheng for example, no one dares to underestimate this city. Especially Wuching Fortress, which borders the Sword Clan and is free from external threats, has become very prosperous. Many powerful individuals want to settle in the Sword Clan's territory, causing house prices in Wuching Fortress to skyrocket. As far as Yi Tian knew, Wuching Fortress was guarded by one Supreme Grandmaster, 6 Grandmasters, and a large number of other Grandmasters. Grandmasters from outside the city also frequently came to Wuching Fortress to communicate and even trade with the Sword Clan. Therefore, the gifted individuals living in Wuching are very comfortable. Of course, if war breaks out in other fortresses, the strong men of Wuching will also have to go and provide support. Yi Tian is from Donghai City. He has to go through a very strict check to enter Wuching Fortress. Only after his identity is confirmed will he be allowed to enter. After a thorough inspection, Yi Tian entered Wuching Fortress. At this time, there were still 2 days before the Sword Realm opened, so Yi Tian was not in a hurry to go to the Sword Clan. He stayed at Wuching Fortress, waiting until the last day to go to the Sword Clan. Wuching War Merit Hall. Yi Tian went in for a stroll. Battle merits are valid in all the major fortresses of the Xia Kingdom, and he could exchange them for items at Wuching Fortress, although he would need to pay a foreign exchange tax. The tax is 10%, so most gifted individuals won't exchange items at other fortresses, it's too unprofitable. However, the resources and treasures of each fortress are different, and perhaps Wuching Fortress has the good things he needs. He searched for a long time but found nothing of value that would surprise him. But half an hour later, he actually found something good. Greatest Spirit Material Spirit Crystal, worth 3,000 battle points. Spiritual materials are rare, especially greatest spiritual materials. He had hardly seen any mental materials in the East China Sea Fortress, and almost all of them were very low-level mental materials, with the highest being only B-grade mental materials. Therefore, his mental talent has always been B-level, since he can't buy A-level mental materials. Unexpectedly, I encountered an A-grade mental type material in Wuching. Without saying a word, he bought it directly. Even if he paid 10% more, it would only cost him 300 more battle merits, which he didn't care about at all. I want the Spirit Crystal, Yi Tian said. Soon, the Spirit Crystals were successfully exchanged and obtained. Touch the Crystal of the Spirit. Mental Strength +1. Mental Strength +1. This is indeed a good thing. With this Spirit Crystal, my potential for mental type talent and ability can be upgraded to a level. Yi Tian was also thinking that he could cultivate A-level mental techniques. At present, his B-level mental techniques were a bit too low level for him. They were too ordinary compared with other methods, so he naturally had to upgrade them. Subsequently, he exchanged a grade A mental technique at the Hall of Merit for the Shock Bell. This mental technique is the best A-level mental technique, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Compared to it, previous mental techniques are simply trash. Of course, the price of the sky-shaking bell was also very high, costing him a full 2,000 battle merits. And this was only an A-level mental technique. 2 days isn't enough time. But if I can improve my mental talent potential and cultivate it to the minor completion stage, that should be just about enough. Yi Tian thought to himself. The next day. With the help of the Spirit Crystal, Yi Tian's potential and mental abilities was raised to a level, and then he began to cultivate the Void Bell. I spent the whole morning successfully cultivating the Jinkong Bell to the beginner level. I have to go to the Sword Clan. Tomorrow is the opening day of the Sword Realm. It would be bad if I missed it. He set off from Wuching Fortress and headed to Sword Cloud City, a city of the Sword Clan. Not long after, he then arrived at Sword Cloud City. At that moment, he saw a terrifying giant sword, 1,000 meters tall, stuck in the center of Sword Cloud City, its blade seemingly soaring straight into the sky. The key point is that this is a real sword. This sword should be the Sword Clan's top-grade treasure, the Heavenly Cloud Sword. Yi Tian guessed. Chapter 71 Sword Spirit and Sword Dao Insights. Although the Sword Clan is not powerful, it is not weak either. There are quite a few Sword Clan experts in Sword Cloud City. Even if this top-grade treasure is placed here, no one can take it away. This Heavenly Cloud Sword has even become a landmark of Sword Cloud City. Yi Tian took out his identity token and, after passing the inspection of Sword Cloud City, successfully entered Sword Cloud City. And here, he also met the Sword Clan. The appearance of the Sword Clan is somewhat similar to that of humans, except for their skin. Humans have many pores, while the Sword Clan's skin has vertical lines, similar to the lines on the palm of a hand, only much shallower. These vertical lines resemble sword marks and are very regular. If you were a little further away, and also a bit nearsighted, the beauties of the Sword Clan would truly be stunning. but his eyesight was too sharp. When he looked at these beautiful sword-wielding women, the vertical lines on their faces were too clear. The dense, numerous vertical lines were somewhat eerie, making even the most beautiful sword-wielding women difficult to look at directly in his eyes. Sword Cloud Palace. Yi Tian arrived here and met the person in charge, Grandmaster Yunlin of the Sword Clan, and took out his Sword Realm token. Yunlin examined the Sword Realm token in Yi Tian's hand and nodded slightly. This is indeed a Sword Realm token issued by our Sword Clan to your human race. In your human time, gather at the entrance of the Sword Cloud Palace at 8 a.m. I will take you to the Sword Realm. Remember, don't wander off during this time, otherwise if you miss the time, you'll have to wait for the next Sword Realm to begin. Thank you for the reminder, Grandmaster Yunlin. Yi Tian responded. Yunlin gave him a few instructions and then left, while he wandered around the place arranged by the Sword Clan. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. It's him, Su Xingqian. Yi Tian saw Su Xingqian, and Su Xingqian also saw Yi Tian. Su Xingqian. Yi Tian. The two greeted each other. Yi Tian discovered that Su Xingqian's cultivation had also reached the level of a beginner-level master of supernatural arts, and he possessed a mysterious aura that was like an invisible sword aura pressing down on the surrounding air. This must be the innate sword body. The two chatted for a while, and soon the conversation turned to the world of swords. Yi Tian, after entering the sword realm, we should kill as many sword spirits as possible. Killing sword spirits can give us insights into the Tao of sword. If we kill enough sword spirits, the effect will be better when we try to comprehend the innate sword steel. Furthermore, in the sword realm, we are very likely to be suppressed by the geniuses of the Sword Clan, but there is no need to be afraid of them. After all, the strength of the Sword Clan is not as good as ours. As long as we do not kill members of the Sword Clan, there will be no problem. Su Xingqian reminded him. Clear. Yi Tian nodded slightly. Time passed by without us even realizing it. The next day. 8 o'clock in the morning. Yi Tian, Su Xingqian, and 30 other humans waited at the entrance of the Sword Cloud Palace. Yi Tian discovered that among these humans there were even 6 grandmasters. None of these 6 grandmasters were over 30 years old, so they were naturally qualified to enter the Sword Realm. Soon. Grandmaster Yunlin has arrived. Come with me. She led 30 humans to the Sword Realm. The entrance to the Sword Realm is near Sword Cloud City, and we arrived at it quickly. Meanwhile, hundreds of Sword Clan geniuses have arrived here and will enter together with 30 humans. Boom! The Sword Realm has opened. With the Sword Realm token in hand, go inside. Grandmaster Yunlin said. Wow! Yi Tian and the others, each holding a Sword Realm token, passed through the entrance to the Sword Realm. Sword Realm. Yi Tian entered, and his expression immediately changed. His supernatural powers seemed to be sealed by a force, making them impossible to activate. Seeing Yi Tian's expression, Su Xingqian knew what was going on, so he explained, Yi Tian, I forgot to tell you, in the Sword Realm, you can't use supernatural powers. You can only use your physical abilities and sword skills. You can also use sword intent, but other realms of intent are not allowed. I see. Yi Tian understood. Everyone, I'm leaving now. Su Xingqian is gone. The others also left one by one. For them, killing the sword spirit first is the most worthwhile option. If you try to comprehend the innate sword steel first, by the time all the sword spirits are killed, there will be no sword spirits left. Moreover, without the sword Tao insights gained from killing sword spirits, they didn't gain much benefit from comprehending the innate sword steel. This conclusion was drawn from numerous experiments. What is a sword spirit? Yi Tian found out very quickly. Buzz. A white light appeared in his perception. The sword spirit was entirely formed from countless sword energies. Kill. Yi Tian unleashed his sword intent and began to fight the sword spirit. The sword spirit is quite powerful, equivalent to the strength of an ordinary grandmaster and the level of perfect swordsmanship. For Yi Tian, such a sword spirit was very weak. Puff. He killed the sword spirit with a single strike, but a white light merged into his soul, and many insights into the way of the sword emerged, but he didn't have time to comprehend them all. Keep searching for the sword spirit. Yi Tian used his powerful physique to achieve extremely fast speed, running through the sword realm. It's a pity I can't use spatial magic, otherwise I could easily find the sword spirit by using teleportation. Yi Tian quickly found another sword spirit. This sword spirit was slightly stronger, but it was still an ant to him. Puff. It was still a one-hit kill. the white light merged into his soul, and many insights emerged, as if they had accumulated deep within his soul, waiting for him to silently comprehend them. But just as he found the third sword spirit, he encountered a sword clan grandmaster, and a peak grandmaster at that. Human, this sword spirit is mine. Go somewhere else. The other party gave the order in a commanding tone, which was filled with displeasure. Yi Tian understood the other party's feelings. After all, the sword realm was their sword clan's territory, but they had to give up some spots to humans, which was equivalent to taking some spots away from the sword clan's geniuses. Apart from the sword clan's high-ranking members, the lower-ranking members of the sword clan are not friendly towards humans. However, due to orders, they do not outwardly engage in conflict. To put it in human terms, those who are not of our kind are bound to have different intentions. This statement also applies to the sword clan. If the sword clan hadn't been in dire straits, they wouldn't have allied with the human clan. Roll. Yi Tian ignored the other party. A mere novice master of supernatural arts dares to speak to me like that. This sword clan master charged directly at Yi Tian, wanting to teach him a lesson. The opponent has a very strong physique and his swordsmanship has reached the level of sword intent. According to Yi Tian's estimation, it has probably reached the 30% level of the 9th sequence of sword intent. Therefore, the other party has the confidence to be arrogant. But he underestimated Yi Tian. Court death. Yi Tian slashed at the sword master of the sword clan with his sword. Bang! Yi Tian knocked the longsword out of the opponent's hand and then pierced the opponent's arm with his sword. Roll! Yi Tian coldly shouted. The opponent was somewhat dumbfounded. The power of a human beginner-level magic master far surpassed his own, and his sword intent realm had even reached the 70% level of the 9th sequence. What kind of monster was this? Wow! He fled quickly, fearing that Yi Tian would injure his other arm, which would prevent him from killing the sword spirit. After the other party left, Yi Tian killed the sword spirit and gained some insights into swordsmanship. Chapter 72: The 7th Sequence of Sword Intent. There are far fewer sword spirits now, and they're not easy to encounter anymore. Yi Tian murmured. He has already killed 11 sword spirits and gained a lot of insights into the way of the sword. Since these insights are very useful, he naturally wants to kill more sword spirits. Rumble. Far away. The sounds of battle could be heard. Yi Tian immediately ran over. Soon, he saw an enlarged version of the sword spirit, its body radiating an incredibly rich aura of swordsmanship, clearly a grandmaster-level sword spirit. At this time, 10 grandmasters of the sword clan are besieging this grandmaster-level sword spirit, and the battle has reached a fever pitch. This grandmaster-level sword spirit's sword intent realm has definitely reached the 8th sequence realm. Yi Tian thought to himself. If they were outside, he wouldn't be afraid of this grandmaster-level sword spirit. But right now, he's really no match for it. Unexpected. A grandmaster of the sword clan was cleaved away by a single sword strike, sustaining serious injuries, and was forced to withdraw from the battle. As time passed, one after another, the sword clan grandmasters were injured and forced to retreat. However, the sword spirit was also seriously injured, covered in sword wounds, and its aura was weakening. As for who can kill this sword spirit, that depends on luck. Whoever kills, the insights into the way of the sword will fall upon that person. Just when only 3 grandmasters of the sword clan remained, the sword spirit suddenly broke out of the encirclement and began to flee. Sword spirits have no intelligence, but they possess instincts and will naturally run away when they encounter danger. And the direction it fled was none other than Yi Tian's location. What a great opportunity! Yi Tian got into position, and just as the opponent approached, he instantly unleashed his top-level sword technique, the heaven-slaying sword drawing technique. Kill! A dazzling sword light streaked across the void, striking the heavily injured Grandmaster sword spirit. With a soft pft, the sword spirit's body was pierced through, and its body began to dissipate. Buzz! A massive white light merged into Yi Tian's soul, and this surge of sword comprehension far surpassed anything he had experienced before. Human, you're asking for death. Those sword clan grandmasters were furious. They had finally managed to severely damage the sword spirit, only to have Yi Tian steal the victory, which infuriated them. Bye-bye. Yi Tian fled quickly. His physical strength is no less than that of these sword clan grandmasters, only his sword intent level is a bit lower. However, the sword intent realm cannot increase speed. In addition, these grandmasters of the sword clan were injured, so their speed naturally could not be increased. So, after chasing for a while, they lost track of Yi Tian. Finally, we've gotten rid of them. Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. This time he got a great deal. Grandmaster level sword spirits are probably extremely rare. He killed one and gained so many insights into swordsmanship. There's no need for him to continue collecting swordsmanship insights. Then, he quickly ran towards the innate sword steel. According to regulations, fighting is prohibited near the innate sword monument. Those who do so will be severely punished. Before long, Yi Tian arrived at the innate sword steel. At this time, a small number of swordsmen and humans had gathered here. They were all silently studying the innate sword steel, without interfering with each other. Yi Tian also chose a spot, sat cross-legged, and began to comprehend the innate sword steel. The art of enlightenment. Boom! Yi Tian's comprehension began to surge, as if he had suddenly attained enlightenment. As he was comprehending the innate sword steel, his gaze seemed to peek into the origin of the sword path, and many profound mysteries of the sword path emerged. However, it is too profound and difficult to understand. At this moment, the insights into swordsmanship he had previously absorbed surfaced, helping him to understand and comprehend these profound and mysterious principles of swordsmanship. It turns out that sword comprehension is equivalent to textbook knowledge, while the innate sword steel is a question bank. It's not easy to understand just by looking at the question bank, and it's relatively slow to comprehend sword intent. But with textbook knowledge, it's much easier to understand. Yi Tianming attained enlightenment. With the aid of enlightenment techniques, his comprehension is incredibly extraordinary. Therefore, his sword intent level improved at an incredible speed. 9th order sword intent, 80% complete. 9th sequence sword intent, 95-fold realm. Unbeknownst to him, his 9th order sword intent had reached the perfect level. Further contemplation. Boom! His sword intent broke through, transforming from the 9th sequence to the 8th sequence. The 8th sequence sword intent is more refined and condensed than the 9th sequence sword intent. A mere wisp of its aura can pierce through the 9th sequence sword intent. Having mastered the 8th order sword intent, I won't need to run away if I encounter those Grandmaster Sword Clan members. Yi Tian thought to himself. Coincidentally, those Grandmasters of the Sword Clan arrived. They saw Yi Tian and their faces showed anger, but they dared not make a move here. If they were to make a move here, they would be in deep trouble unless everyone was killed. Otherwise, once the news got out, they would all be in serious trouble. Su Xingqian arrived soon after and sat down not far from Yi Tian, beginning to study the innate sword steel. At this moment, someone noticed that a special sword-style light was appearing on Su Xingqian's body, constantly gathering at the center of his forehead. There are actually humans who possess an innate sword physique. A Grandmaster of the Sword Clan was surprised. Although Grandmasters possess special physical constitutions, they do not help in comprehending sword intent, while the innate sword body can help in comprehending sword intent. Even within the Sword Clan, it's rare for a genius with an innate sword physique to emerge every 10 years. Immediately, they all became jealous. Little did they know, the person they should really be jealous of was Yi Tian. 2 days have passed. 3 days have passed. Everyone, including the Sword Clan, is here to comprehend the innate sword steel. However, the light of the innate sword steel is gradually dimming. This is because the energy gathered by the innate sword steel has been absorbed by everyone. After 10 days, there will not be much special sword energy left. Later on, even if they weren't moved out, they wouldn't be able to gain any benefits from the innate sword steel. It will take a year to accumulate enough sword energy for another group of people to come here and comprehend it. Gradually, 10 days were about to pass. His sword intent has increased so much. Yi Tian was excited. If he were to reveal the level of his sword intent he has reached, absolutely no one would believe him. 7th sequence sword intent 1 point. Indeed, his sword intent broke through the 8th sequence barrier and reached the 7th sequence sword intent realm. The 7th sequence sword intent is terrifying, far surpassing the 8th sequence sword intent. With his mastery of the 7th order sword intent, he could easily kill those Sword Clan Grandmasters. The innate sword steel is indeed a good thing, but unfortunately it can only help me comprehend the 7th order sword intent, and it can't help me improve further. Yi Tian murmured. But he was already very satisfied. Several more hours passed, and a repulsive force came. 10 days had passed, and the sword realm was about to expel them. Buzz! Yi Tian discovered that he had left the sword realm and returned to the outside world. Just as he was about to leave, several Grandmasters of the Sword Clan surrounded Yi Tian. Stop! They shouted. What do you mean by this? Yi Tian said coldly. Su Xingqian also strongly supported Yi Tian. Are you trying to extend the conflicts of the Sword Realm beyond the Sword Realm? Does your Sword Clan want to sever cooperation with our human clan? We don't have that idea. These Grandmasters quickly replied. They dare not accept the accusation of severing cooperation with humanity. We just want to have a friendly spar with you. If you're too scared, then forget it. A Grandmaster of the Sword Clan spoke to Yi Tian Dao. Even if a genius couldn't win, they wouldn't just walk away after hearing such words. For the sake of face, they would have to force themselves to fight. Moreover, Yi Tian's strength was already considerable, and with his comprehension of the innate sword steel, his sword intent realm would undoubtedly increase significantly. Therefore, they believed it was possible to fight back. Okay, let's have a spar, but there has to be a stake, otherwise the spar is meaningless. Yi Tian's words were exactly what they wanted to hear. What's the prize? This is what the Grandmaster of the Sword Clan asked. A secret technique for special physical constitutions. Yi Tian offered a suggestion. He currently does not possess any special physical cultivation techniques. For example, Master Li Haoyang's water-fire dragon body is a special physical cultivation technique that, once mastered, can form the water-fire dragon body. Alright. The Sword Clan Grandmaster agreed, without verifying whether Yi Tian possessed any special physical techniques. In his opinion, Yi Tian must have something on hand since he suggested this prize. But Yi Tian's prediction was a complete failure. Of course, Yi Tian couldn't possibly lose. Chapter 73 Yin Yang Undying Body. Outside Sword Cloud City. An open space. Surrounded by a group of sword-wielding individuals and human-gifted superhumans, Su Xingqian and his companions were also present. Grandmaster Yun Shang of the Sword Clan. The Grandmaster of the Sword Clan said. Yi Tian of the human race. Yi Tian said calmly. My cultivation has reached the Grandmaster level, so I won't bully you. This sparring will only be about swordsmanship, not cultivation. Therefore, neither my bloodline techniques nor your special abilities or techniques can be used, Yun Shang said. Good. Yi Tian agreed. With a command from the hastily brought-in referee, Yun Shang charged at Yi Tian, his body radiating powerful 8th sequence sword intent. Not only that, his physical abilities are also extremely terrifying. At this point, none of the humans had a high opinion of Yi Tian. What gives Yi Tian the confidence to accept the challenge from the Sword Clan's Grandmaster? Su Xingqian was also very curious. The Grandmaster of the Sword Clan who enters the Sword Realm is also a top genius of the Sword Clan. He comprehends the 8th sequence of sword intent. Now that he has entered the Sword Realm to study the innate sword steel, his 8th sequence of sword intent will inevitably be enhanced. Grandmaster level physical attributes, special physique, and 8th order sword intent. He just couldn't understand where Yi Tian's chances of winning lay. That sword technique Yi Tian used back then wouldn't have been very effective. However, what happened next shocked him. Heaven-slaying sword drawing technique. With a flash of sword light, the terrifying sword light directly tore through the sword technique of Yun Shang, the Grandmaster of the Sword Clan, and also tore through his sword intent defense, shattering his armor and leaving a sword mark on his body. Puff. Yun Shang coughed up blood and trembled all over. That's too fast. The move was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. Yi Tian's heaven-slaying sword technique is not only terrifying, but he has also comprehended the 8th order sword intent, and his realm is far above Yi Tian's. How could at least 90% of the 8th order sword intent be mastered by a master of supernatural arts? Yun Shang exclaimed in shock. Shall we continue? Yi Tian asked. I admit defeat. Yun Shang said helplessly. He believed that Yi Tian possessed extraordinary strength and had deliberately concealed it in the sword realm. If he had known Yi Tian was so powerful, he wouldn't have bothered with him. Now they've lost face, and even lost a special physique technique. What about the secret techniques for special physiques? Yi Tian asked. The special physical techniques of the Sword Clan cannot be given. The Sword Clan forbids it. Yun Shang thought for a moment and decided, give that thing to him, it's useless to me anyway. He took out an ancient scroll from his storage ring and threw it directly to Yi Tian. This is a secret technique for special physiques, recorded in ancient esoteric texts of this world. You humans have translations of these texts, so you can translate them yourself when you get back. Yi Tian took the ancient scroll, glanced at it briefly, but couldn't understand it. However, the Grandmaster of the Sword Clan wouldn't deceive himself. At most, this special physique technique just wasn't good. Afterwards, Yun Shang left immediately, clearly not wanting to lose face there, and the other members of the sword clan also dispersed. Yi Tian, your sword intent level must have reached more than 90% of the 8th sequence, right? Su Xingqian said in surprise, I have an innate sword body, but my sword intent level is not as good as yours. It's just that I've practiced very diligently, which is why I've achieved some success. Yi Tian said without blushing at all. Su Xingqian agreed, feeling that Yi Tian was the kind of ascetic who made full use of every 24 hours of the day, spending all his time practicing swordsmanship except when sleeping, so that he could soar to great heights when comprehending the innate sword steel. Wuqing Fortress. Yi Tian stayed here instead of leaving, translating the special physique technique he had obtained. If there were any problems, he could go back to Yun Shang. After some translation, he finally understood what this special physique technique was. The yin-yang imperishable body. This special physique is terrifying, even more terrifying than the water and fire dragon physique of Li Haoyang's mentor. Once you master the yin-yang undying body, your body will possess terrifying self-healing abilities. Although you won't be immortal, you won't be far off. However, the yin-yang undying body is a special physique that is extremely difficult to cultivate. First, one must understand the 4 realms of artistic conception. Water-based, fire-based, light-based, and darkness-based concepts. Water and fire, light and darkness are mutually reinforcing and restraining, generating the power of yin and yang, thus forging an indestructible yin-yang body. Moreover, all 4 realms of artistic conception need to be raised to at least 70% of the 8th sequence. No wonder that Grandmaster of the Sword Clan gave me this top-tier special physique technique. I doubt he could master it, and none of the Sword Clan members would qualify. The Sword Clan is an alien race who among them possesses 4 bloodline powers? Even if bloodline powers can be forged using rare and precious materials, comprehending all 4 realms and raising them all to at least 70% of the 8th sequence is something they might not be able to achieve even after their lifespan ends. Moreover, once you're over 50, you can no longer cultivate this special physique. Yi Tian was very happy. Others can't do it, but he can. Although he doesn't currently have any light-based innate abilities, he can awaken them soon, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Regardless of the type of special physique, there doesn't seem to be a specific cultivation level requirement. I'm currently a beginner-level master of supernatural arts, so it seems I can also cultivate? I'm just not sure if special physiques can be stacked. With so many innate talents and abilities, he naturally doesn't want to cultivate only one special physique. Wouldn't that be a waste of all his talents and abilities? Therefore, he wants to pursue the path of combining special physical attributes. When the battle begins, all sorts of special physical constitutions and innate supernatural abilities will erupt. How cool will that be? Go back and ask Professor Li Haoyang. Yi Tian left Wuqing Fortress and returned to Donghai City, where he contacted his mentor, Li Haoyang. Coincidentally, Professor Li Haoyang works at Donghai University. Tutor! Yi Tian shouted. Yi Tian, you're back from the sword realm. How's your sword intent level? Have you reached at least 70% of the 9th sequence? Li Haoyang asked. Have. Yi Tian nodded. What level have you reached? Li Haoyang asked curiously. Well. Yi Tian hesitated. Do you want the truth or a lie? Of course it's the truth. Li Haoyang wasn't stupid, he understood the implication. Could it be that your sword intent has improved so much, beyond my imagination? Yes. Yi Tian nodded. Then don't say anything. Li Haoyang quickly said, I don't want my mood to be affected when I break through to the Grandmaster level, so please don't upset me. Mentor, I came to ask if it is possible for a person to cultivate multiple special physiques? Yi Tian changed the subject and asked. Sure. Li Haoyang nodded. If someone is exceptionally talented, they can cultivate 2 or more special physiques, but the prerequisite is that their body can withstand it, and the special physiques cannot be from the same series. For example, my water-fire dragon physique, if I were to cultivate another special physique that combines water and fire, it wouldn't work. It would be absorbed by the water-fire dragon physique unless I cultivate a special physique that is much stronger than the water-fire dragon physique, in which case it can be covered up. Thank you for informing me, mentor. Yi Tian has made his decision to combine multiple special physical traits. Do you want to pursue multiple special physical paths? Li Haoyang asked. Yes, mentor. Yi Tian nodded. At this moment, Li Haoyang took out a special physique cultivation technique made from ancient animal hide. I have a special physique cultivation technique here, do you want it? You can exchange it for a rare treasure like a knife. This is a top-tier special physique cultivation technique. Yi Tian was stunned. Chapter 74, Mastering the Dark Immortal Body. Mentor, you've got your eye on the rare sword-like treasure I possess, haven't you? Yi Tian asked in a skeptical tone. How can you say that to you? Anyway, you practice swordsmanship, so you don't need to use it. Li Haiyang said, slightly embarrassed. Sword-type treasures are quite rare. He also has one sword-type treasure, but it has been damaged after many battles, so he naturally wants another sword-type treasure. Yi Tian had previously killed many Scale Clan members in the Myriad Realms, including 4 Golden Scale Clan members, one of whom possessed a sword-type treasure. He knew about this, so he wanted to make a deal with Yi Tian. This time, Yi Tian needed a special technique for improving physical constitution, so he naturally wanted to trade with Yi Tian. Master, the special physique technique you want to trade with me isn't the water fire dragon physique, is it? Yi Tian asked again. Of course not. Li Haiyang shook his head. The water fire dragon body is a special physique that was obtained from the Superpower Association. It is not allowed to be spread. Once it is widely spread, who would still want to obtain it from the Superpower Association? If I dare to sell it to you, the Superpower Association will definitely cause me trouble. The special physique technique that I took out this time was obtained by myself by accident. It comes from the underground world and does not belong to anyone. It can be traded. Mentor, I'm willing to make a trade. What is this special physique of yours? Yi Tian was curious. Li Haiyang took out a stone slab from his storage ring. The stone tablet was inscribed with densely packed characters common to the underground world. This special physique technique is called the Dark Longevity Body. It requires both dark type and wood type innate abilities to meet the cultivation requirements, and you also need to comprehend the 8th sequence of dark intent and the 8th sequence of wood intent, reaching 30% of their level. It's quite suitable for you, Li Haiyang explained. Does the Dark Immortal have any special abilities? Yi Tian asked. Li Haiyang smiled and said, the Dark Longevity Body is not about combat, but about nourishing life, prolonging life, and extremely rapid recovery. It is said that once you master the Dark Longevity Body, you can increase your lifespan by 10 years at the beginner level, 20 years at the minor master level, 50 years at the major master level, and 100 years at the perfect level. This is an extra lifespan on top of your original lifespan and does not conflict with the lifespan increase from breaking through realms. A special physique that can extend lifespan, what a great physique! Yi Tian was quite satisfied with this special physique technique. Then let's make a deal. Yi Tian traded this special physique technique with his mentor, Li Haiyang. After returning home, Yi Tian first translated the Dark Immortal and then began to study it. Without a doubt, the cultivation requirements for the Dark Longevity Body are lower, far less difficult than those for the Yin-Yang Imperishable Body. Then let's cultivate the Dark Longevity Body first. Yi Tian made his decision. To cultivate the Dark Longevity Body, one must first cultivate the Dark Intent and Wood Intent to the 3rd level of the 8th sequence. This is not very difficult for him, it just takes some time. Next, we need to focus on improving the dark and wood elements, as well as purchasing light materials, awakening light-type talents and abilities, and upgrading them to S rank. With the aid of the Enlightenment technique, his comprehension was terrifying. He specialized in comprehending the dark and wood elements, and his efficiency was too fast. 20 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Success! The 8th sequence of Dark Elemental Intent has reached 30% completion, and the 8th sequence of Wood Elemental Intent has also reached 30% completion. However, in order to raise these two 8th sequence realms to 30%, he consumed several S-grade treasures, all in order to restore his S-grade talent abilities. After all, comprehending the 8th sequence of intent requires consuming the essence of an S-level talent ability in order to amplify one's comprehension to a higher degree. Now you can cultivate the Dark Longevity Body. Yi Tian began to comprehend the Dark Longevity Body, and also used the Enlightenment technique. After confirming that his understanding of the Dark Longevity Body was very high and there were no problems, he began to cultivate. Boom! Under his control, the power of the 8th sequence of dark and wood elements began to merge into his body according to the recorded method of the Dark Immortal Body, thereby changing his body and cultivating the Dark Immortal Body. I don't know how much time has passed. Every cell in Yi Tian's body seemed to have undergone subtle changes, and a special aura of longevity spread from his body, transforming his entire physique. Gradually, his physique transformed into a dark immortal being. Boom! A rich aura of life emerged, and his vitality began to increase, a sign that his lifespan was about to improve. It comes quickly and goes quickly. In the blink of an eye, the increase in vitality came to an abrupt end. It probably increased my lifespan by about 10 years, it really works. Yi Tian was overjoyed. The lifespan of a master of supernatural abilities is about 300 years. He broke through to the master level in multiple supernatural abilities, so his lifespan is probably longer than that of an ordinary master, estimated to be about 350 years. Now, he has gained 10 years of lifespan, making it 360 years. This is merely the beginning of the dark longevity body. One must cultivate it to perfection to truly increase one's lifespan. Yi Tian then took out the Heavenly Gate sword and cut his skin. Under the influence of the dark longevity body, the cut skin healed in just 2 seconds. The dark longevity body has a very good recovery effect. If I were to combine it with the yin-yang undying body in the future, the recovery effect would be even more terrifying. Yi Tian thought to himself. The entry requirement for the Dark Immortal is to reach 30% of the 8th sequence Dark Intent and the 8th sequence Wood Intent. The requirement for minor success is to raise these two intents to 70%. The requirement for major success is to reach 100% of the intent. If one wants to cultivate the Dark Longevity body to the perfect state, one needs to comprehend the Dark Intent and Wood Intent to the 7th sequence of intent. Alright, let's just start with the basics. Reaching the minor mastery level will be quite difficult and will take a lot of time. He gave up for the time being. In addition, although the Dark Immortal is not good at combat and cannot improve his strength much, it does actually provide a certain degree of enhancement to his physical body. For example, his physical attributes are now about 10% higher than before. About 10% is not particularly remarkable, far less than other special constitutions, but it's still quite good. East China Sea Fortress. Li Haiyang notified Yi Tian to come over, and he immediately ran over. When he arrived at a mansion, he found that there were many people there. Li Haiyang, along with several teachers from Donghai University, and even Qin Susu, came. Yi Tian, quickly use your healing type technique to heal instructor Lin Su. Li Haiyang shouted. Yi Tian saw Li Haiyang, Qin Susu, and others using restorative techniques to heal instructor Lin Su, who was lying on the couch. Now, Instructor Lin Su was in a very bad state. Her body was constantly cracking. Even the various healing techniques of so many masters and grandmasters of supernatural arts could only barely stabilize her injuries, but could not heal her. What's going on? While asking the question, Yi Tian did not stop his actions and directly used a level healing techniques of water and wood elements. With his help, Professor Lin Su's condition gradually stabilized and began to show signs of improvement. About half an hour later, Jiang Dongshu, the president of Donghai University and a grandmaster at the peak, arrived. Jiang Dongshu immediately used the S-rank wood type technique, rejuvenating withered trees, to restore the injuries on instructor Lin Su. However, this only restored the surface injuries. The internal injuries were not so easy to heal. But at the very least, Lin Su's condition is completely stable, and there's no need to use various restorative healing techniques to stabilize her. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Su opened her eyes and woke up. Chapter 75 Self-Created, Great Hope Technique. Headmaster. Lin Su saw Jiang Dongshu and murmured softly. Lin Su, what's going on? Why did you go to the underground world? Jiang Dongshu frowned. Lin Su's special ability organs are damaged, making it impossible for her to use her special abilities. She can't unleash her full strength, so how could she dare to venture into the underground world? Lin Su sat up and said, Principal, I used the Enlightenment Leaf to comprehend sword intent. With the physical qualities of a peak master of supernatural arts, coupled with sword intent level swordsmanship, I can also exert the strength of an ordinary master. Moreover, not long ago, I ventured into the ruins of the Jiaolin clan. You really aren't afraid of death, daring to venture into the ruins of the Jiaolin clan. Jiang Dongshu cursed. Lin Su didn't dare to reply, and just lowered her head. Your surface injuries have healed. I will use the withered tree rejuvenation technique a few more times to repair most of your internal injuries. The remaining injuries should have been caused by a special energy. You need to exhaust the special energy in your body before you can continue to recover. As Jiang Dongshu spoke, he once again used the withered tree to revive. After using the rejuvenation technique twice, Lin Su's complexion returned to normal, and her injuries were mostly healed. After that, Jiang Dongshu left. Lin Su needed to rest, so everyone left one by one. After going outside, Yi Tian asked curiously, Mentor, what kind of place is the Flood Dragon Clan ruins? Li Haiyang said, the ruins of the Jiaolin clan were the headquarters of the Jiaolin clan. A great battle reduced them to ruins, and the Jellin clan was wiped out. We don't know the specifics, because that happened 500 years ago. At that time, this area was still the territory of the Jellin clan, and the Lin clan was one of the subordinate alien races of the Jellin clan. At that time, they were not called the Lin clan, but the Lin fish clan. Later, they transplanted and studied the bloodline of the Jellin clan, which caused a mutation and became the Lin clan as we know it today. According to records, the Jellin clan was extremely powerful, far surpassing the current Scale clan. They possessed dozens of Grandmaster level experts alone, and even more beings exceeding Grandmaster level. Such a powerful alien race was also wiped out? Yi Tian asked in surprise. Yes, the underground world is too vast, with countless powerful alien races. Even we humans can only build fortresses to resist the invasion of alien races, but we dare not invade them because we are not strong enough. Of course, alien races cannot invade the interior of our Earth, so we don't need to worry about security for the time being. Li Haoyang said. Mentor, why did Instructor Lin Su venture into the ruins of the Jellin clan? Could it be that there is a treasure there that can heal her supernatural organs? Yi Tian asked again. Indeed. Li Haoyang recalled a certain treasure. Legend has it that the Jellin clan possesses a treasure that can heal all things, known as the Jiao Marrow Holy Liquid. Just one drop could cure Lin Su. She probably obtained relevant information, so she decided to venture there. But the Jellin clan ruins are very dangerous. Not only are powerful Jellin clan members frequently seen there, but there are also remnants of the Jellin clan's killing formations and special techniques. Lin Su was severely injured by a technique left behind by the Jellin clan and almost didn't make it back. Afterwards, Li Haoyang also left, leaving Yi Tian alone to ponder. Perhaps I should create an S-rank mutated technique to heal Instructor Lin Su's injuries. After all, she taught me swordsmanship diligently and can be considered my teacher. Yi Tian thought to himself. His limb regeneration technique is only effective on damaged or missing body tissues, and it is useless on supernatural organs. Even if it is somewhat useful, the effect is not good. To heal the supernatural organs of a master of peak supernatural arts, one must possess an S-level mutated supernatural art, similar to the Great Resurrection technique. However, the side effects of the Great Resuscitation technique were too great, and no one was willing to use it to cure Instructor Lin Su. Then I will create an S-class mutated technique that will not have any side effects on me. I have experience in creating limb regeneration techniques, as well as enlightenment techniques, and I have mastered a large number of mutated techniques. I have the knowledge to create. Certainly. He still needs experimental materials. Without experimental materials, he was unsure whether he could create a mutated technique that could just heal supernatural organs. The Superpower Association has imprisoned many members of the Evil God Society. Perhaps they can be used as test subjects. Yi Tian thought to himself. Donghai City. The Superpower Association, the underground prison. A young man is imprisoned here. He has no limbs, his eyes are glazed over, and he just sits here in a daze. Soon. When Yi Tian arrived here, a jailer guarded the place and said to him, Master Yi, this is where the members of the Evil God Society are imprisoned. Vice President Taisher instructed that you can do whatever you want, as long as you don't let them go. Thank you. Yi Tian smiled. The jailer was flattered. A grandmaster thanking a nobody like him made him incredibly excited. After the jailer left, Yi Tian approached the limbless youth. It's you. Yi Tian remembered who this person was, Bai Sun from the Bai family. He had blocked the exit of the myriad realms, but Bai Sun broke through the formation, dismembered Bai Sun's limbs, and handed him over to the Superpower Association. Yi Tian never expected that Bai Sun was still alive. I destroyed Bai Sun's supernatural organs, so I'll use him as the first trial material. Yi Tian made his decision. Moreover, even if a master of supernatural abilities without limbs regains his supernatural organs, he will not pose a threat. Then, he created mutated and extraordinary techniques here, and his enlightenment techniques were always active. Whenever he had a new idea, he would use it on Bai Sun. Time passed day by day. He spends several hours every day in the underground prison of the Superpower Association, and he makes some gains each day. Half a month has passed. This day, when Yi Tian tried out the new mutated technique, Bai Sun's life force was drained. His supernatural organs were recovering, but not yet fully recovered, and he had already turned into a dried-up corpse. Holy crap, this mutated technique is terrifying. This isn't healing magic, it's pure killing magic. Moreover, this technique consumes too much power after using it once, he exhausted all his wood-type and water-type magical abilities. This strange technique isn't very effective, but it's somewhat efficient, at least it's heading in the right direction. Then, he began to perfect this mutated technique step by step. As for Bai Sun's corpse, he destroyed it, otherwise people would think he was practicing evil magic if they saw it. 5 more days have passed. Yi Tian has perfected this mutated technique more than 10 times and has killed several members of the Evil God Society. Fortunately, these members of the Evil God Society were no longer of much value, otherwise the Superpower Association would definitely have come after him. Buzz. The light of the mutated magic fell upon the damaged supernatural organ of a member of the Evil God Society. At this moment, the opponent's cultivation level is decreasing, and their lifespan is also decreasing. About 5 minutes later, the other party's supernatural organs recovered, but he lost a lot of lifespan, had more gray hair, and his cultivation level dropped from the advanced supernatural master level to the intermediate supernatural master level, a drop of more than one major realm. It's done. The opponent's special ability organ was repaired so quickly, it will naturally have an effect on grandmasters as well. Yi Tian decided not to continue improving it, since it had already wasted a lot of time. Let's call this mutated technique the Great Hope Technique, giving hope to those whose supernatural organs are damaged. The member of the Evil God Society showed a glimmer of hope when he saw that his supernatural organs had been restored, but that hope was quickly extinguished. Buzz. The sword intent surged into his supernatural organ, damaging it once again, and even more thoroughly. You're welcome. Yi Tian left after saying those words. Chapter 76: The Scales of the Flood Dragon Clan's Royal Family. Donghai City. The Lin family. Lin Su had already returned from the East China Sea fortress to rest, and Yi Tian arrived at the Lin family home, where he happened to see Lin Xingya. Yi Tian. Lin Xingya was surprised. What was Yi Tian doing at the Lin family? Was he looking for her? She was about to ask when Yi Tian spoke first. Lin Xingya, I need to talk to your aunt. Yi Tian Dao. Come visit my aunt, I'll take you there. Lin Xingya led Yi Tian to her Aunt Lin Su's residence. Auntie, Yi Tian has come to visit you. Lin Xingya called out softly. Soon. Lin Su came out, her complexion was better than before, but her mood was not good. After all, this severe blow completely shattered her confidence, leaving her with no hope of curing her superpowers. Yi Tian, you've arrived? Lin Su forced a slight smile. Instructor Lin Su, I am here to help you heal your supernatural organs. Yi Tian said. What? Lin Su was taken aback. Could Yi Tian really help her heal her supernatural organs? Unless Yi Tian masters the Great Resurrection Technique, but the Great Resurrection Technique requires the caster's own lifespan, no one is willing to do that. Yi Tian, you didn't learn the Great Resurrection Technique, did you? Lin Su frowned. Yi Tian shook his head. Instructor Lin Su, don't worry, I cultivate another mutated technique, the Great Hope Technique, which won't have any side effects on me. It will only consume your cultivation and lifespan, but not too much. Great Hope Technique? Lin Su had never heard of this mutated technique. However, a sliver of hope still lingered in her heart. Perhaps this mutated technique could really cure her, and she would be willing to sacrifice even more of her lifespan. Only when her supernatural organs are restored will she have a chance to break through to become a grandmaster of supernatural arts, at which point her lifespan will also increase significantly. Lin Xingya stood to the side, unable to say a word, and could only stand there and watch silently. Yi Tian, use the Great Hope Technique. Lin Su said. Good. Yi Tian began to cast the Great Hope Technique. Buzz. A beam of light entered Instructor Lin Su's supernatural organ, beginning to repair her damaged organ. In an instant, the supernatural organ began to devour her life force and cultivation, repairing her bit by bit. Lin Su didn't care about the lost cultivation and lifespan. She sensed that her supernatural organs were being repaired little by little, and her heart was filled with boundless excitement and hope. She is finally recovering. Time passed little by little. About half an hour later, Lin Su's supernatural organs were completely repaired. All right. Lin Su shouted. Yi Tian immediately stopped and ceased maintaining the Great Hope Technique. At this time, Lin Su's cultivation level had dropped from the peak of the Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts to the level of the beginner Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts, and even his lifespan had been reduced by about 50 years. It must be said that the price paid was extremely high. However, she had boundless hope. Yi Tian, thank you so much. Lin Su said gratefully. Professor Lin, you're too kind. This was just a small favor for me. But I hope you won't reveal this to anyone, or I'll be in big trouble. Yi Tian said. Good. Lin Su agreed. Many powerful individuals who possess the Great Rejuvenation Technique will not reveal that they know it, for fear of being approached by others. Yi Tian is in the same boat. If word gets out and many people come to him for help, should he refuse? If he doesn't refuse, he can forget about cultivating in the future. If he does refuse, he will offend many people without realizing it. No matter how talented Yi Tian is, there are still some people he cannot afford to offend. Therefore, saving Yi Tian's life is undoubtedly the best solution. I'll spread the word that a grandmaster of the extreme path paid a huge price to heal my supernatural organs, and that I gave him a treasure I obtained from the ruins of the Flood Dragon clan. That way, people will believe it, Lin Su said. I won't tell anyone. Lin Xingya guarantees this. Suddenly, Lin Su took out an item from her storage ring. It was a blue scale, about the size of a palm. Yi Tian, this is for you. Lin Su handed the scale to Yi Tian. Yi Tian did not accept it immediately, but asked, Instructor Lin Su, what is this scale? The reverse scale of the Jiaolin clan's royal family is the only treasure I obtained from the ruins of the Jiaolin clan. The reverse scale can also be considered a special treasure. This reverse scale contains the power of the metal element, and comprehending it will help improve your metal element. It is said that the reverse scale of the Jiaolin clan's royal family also contains a special physical technique, but it requires extremely high comprehension. Your comprehension is quite good, so you may have a chance to comprehend the special physical technique contained on it. Lin Su forced this object of her rebellion onto Yi Tian, regardless of whether he was willing to accept it or not. Seeing this, Yi Tian had no choice but to accept it. Then, Lin Su went into seclusion to cultivate, as she wanted to raise her cultivation to the peak of the extraordinary arts master realm as soon as possible. Yi Tian then left the Lin family. Inside a dormitory at Tunghai University, Yi Tian took out this piece of reverse scale and began to study it. This is good stuff. After using the enlightenment technique, he further comprehended the reverse scale and felt the immense power of the metal element's origin, which was many times more precious than those S-grade metal treasures. However, he did not sense any special physical technique. It was probably because his metal element realm was not yet high enough, and he needed to continue to comprehend it. Perhaps he could comprehend that special physical technique. The Jiaolin clan is truly powerful. The royal family's reverse scale actually had this effect. Could it be that the Jiaolin clan was wiped out because the reverse scale attracted a powerful enemy? Yi Tian didn't think much of it, but silently comprehended the golden essence on the reverse scale. The combination of the enlightenment technique and the metal element intent allowed his 8th order metal element intent to progress at an increasingly rapid pace. 2 levels of attainment. 3/10 of the realm. 40% of the realm. Time passed day by day. At this time, freshmen at Tunghai University have also started their summer break, ending their freshman year. In just over a month, they will enter their sophomore year. At that time, all second-year students will have to enter the underground world, and they will face a completely new stage. Certainly. Second-year students are all weak and would never go to dangerous places. They would only hone their skills by finding some monsters in the safe areas of the underground world, and would not go to the Scaled Clan, as that would be too dangerous. Gradually, more than a month passed. I need to register for the second semester of my sophomore year, so I have to go there. Yi Tian finished his cultivation. He has made tremendous progress compared to a little over a month ago. All aspects of the artistic conception have improved, but the metal-themed artistic conception has improved the most. Host, Yi Tian. Realm, Beginner Master of Extraordinary Arts. Talented abilities, Darkness S rank 1-100, Mental ability B rank 1-100, Water S rank 1-100, Fire S rank 1-100, Wood S rank 1-100, Metal S rank 1-100, Earth S rank 1-100, Spatial ability S rank 1-100, Wind S rank 1-100, Light ability 1-100. Special abilities, S rank Earth Piercing Golden Light Technique perfected, S rank Wood Realm Technique perfected, S rank Great Sun True Fire perfected, S rank Wind Feather Technique perfected, S rank Great Earth Escape Technique perfected, S rank Water Substitution Technique perfected. Mutant abilities, S rank Great Hope Technique perfected, S rank Great 5 Elements Will perfected, B rank Dark Fire perfected, B rank Limb Regeneration Technique perfected. Artistic Conception, 8th Sequence Metal Element Artistic Conception 99% Realm, 8th Sequence Fire Element Artistic Conception 30% Realm, 8th sequence Wood element artistic conception 30% realm, 8th sequence Earth element artistic conception 30% realm, 8th sequence Water element artistic conception 30% realm, 8th sequence Darkness artistic conception 30% realm, 7th sequence Sword intent 1% realm, 9th sequence Spatial intent 30% realm. Special physique, Dark immortal beginner. As can be seen from the data panel, his 8th sequence metal type intent has reached 99% of the level, and he is about to enter the 7th sequence metal type intent level. However, it is difficult to improve the spatial conception, and he did not improve it much. He also raised his light-based talent and potential to S rank. Cultivation consumes too many S-grade materials. I've used up all the materials I have, and even my battle merits are almost gone. Yi Tian felt he was about to go bankrupt and needed to find a way to make money. Chapter 77 Ruins of the Flood Dragon Clan, Truyang Fruit. At this moment, Yi Tian thought of the ruins of the Jiaolin clan. There should still be some good stuff in the ruins of the Jiaolin clan. Even when instructor Lin Su couldn't use her special abilities, she obtained the reverse scale from there. It is evident that the ruins of the Jiaolin tribe still hold many opportunities. However, it requires a certain level of skill and luck. His strength is naturally very powerful. He has the Great Five Elements wheel for defense and the ability to move through space for escape. He doesn't believe he will encounter great danger. Let's go to the ruins of the Jiaolin clan. Yi Tian made his decision. He didn't tell anyone else, because if any members of the Evil God Society found out and set a trap for him, he would really be in danger. Then, Yi Tian left the East Sea Fortress alone, then blocked the battle ring's location, and immediately headed to the ruins of the Jiaolin clan. The ruins of the Jiaolin clan are located in the Sunset Mountains, which was once the headquarters and imperial city of the Jiaolin clan. Unfortunately, this place is now in ruins. Wow! Yi Tian arrived near the Sunset Mountains and saw a scorched earth with no trees nearby, only rubble and fragments of various buildings. There's nothing good here. If there were anything good, it would have been taken long ago, and he wouldn't have a chance. Whoosh! He used a Great Earth as a type of magic technique to continue forward. Soon, he arrived at the ruins of the Jiaolin clan. At this point, he dared not burrow underground. Before he came here, he had learned a little about the ruins of the Jiaolin clan. Many buildings here are hidden underground, and the underground is also a ruin, but there are many broken formations. If he used the Great Earth Escape technique and crashed into the killing formation, it would be dangerous. Let's travel through space. Yi Tian slipped into the spatial interlayer and then moved forward little by little. The only downside to entering the interdimensional space is that you can only see a few dozen meters into the outside world and can't see very far. However, he is invisible to others, he is too well hidden. Most of the ruins of the Jiaolin clan are located inside the Sunset Mountains and underground. Yi Tian quickly arrived at an entrance to the ruins and entered the Sunset Mountains. At this moment, he emerged from the spatial interlayer and dispatched water clones. Buzz! The water clone quickly transformed into a scaled man, making it easy for the fake scaled man to be recognized. After all, a water clone can only transform into its form, but its inner aura is different. It cannot simulate the aura of the scaled clan. If it could even simulate the aura of the scaled clan, then it would not be a water clone, but simply a transformation technique. Yi Tian used water clones primarily to scout ahead and avoid danger. No matter how confident he is in his 5 elements wheel, he can never be too careful. Along the way, he followed behind the water clones. Ruins! Ruins! It's still ruins. All the buildings constructed along the way were dilapidated, and nothing of any use was found. The Scale clan must come here often, and even some human grandmasters and great grandmasters visit here. If there were good things, I wouldn't have gotten them long ago. But instructor Lin Su is lucky. She was able to find the reverse scale even in the ruins of the Scale clan, which have been visited by countless people. No, I was just lucky. If instructor Lin Su hadn't been able to find the reverse scale, I wouldn't have been able to obtain it. Sudden. The water clone encountered a damaged killing formation, which immediately activated the formation, killing the water clone instantly. What a well-hidden killing formation. Let's get out of here first. Yi Tian chose a different path. Huh, what's this? He saw a metal arm hidden among a pile of rubble. It looked like something valuable. Then, he had his water clone use water-based magic to wash away the rubble, revealing the full appearance of the metal arm. It's a puppet. In the dungeon world, golems are very useful. They can help you fight and also do chores. However, the puppets are very expensive, and once they break, the cost of repairing them is also very high. He had never seen a puppet at the East China Sea fortress. Just as the water clone touched the puppet, a glint of light flashed in the puppet's eyes. Puff! The puppet's arm pierced through the water clone's chest, killing the water clone. But after the puppet made this move, it seemed to be completely damaged, and its body began to fall apart. A puppet that's over 500 years old can still launch and attack. The puppetry technology in the underground world is truly amazing. But this puppet, which has already fallen apart, is worthless. He went over, inspected it, and discovered that the spirit stone inside had exhausted its energy. Clearly, the puppet was activated using spirit stones. The ruins of the Jiaolin clan are indeed dangerous. Whether it's these nearly ruined puppets or that broken killing formation from before, they all have the power to kill a grandmaster. Yi Tian could imagine that it was indeed very lucky for instructor Lin Su to be able to leave alive after arriving here. An hour later, Yi Tian stood before a complete array. He wasn't quite sure what was inside this great formation. However, when he attacked with all his might, the great formation remained intact, but he himself was blasted away. Even the Scaled clan probably can't break this formation, otherwise they wouldn't have allowed it to exist for so long. Yi Tian murmured. In reality, this formation draws upon the power of the earth. With just a small amount of spirit stones, it can leverage more and more earth power, ensuring the formation can operate continuously. However, such formation techniques are beyond the grasp of ordinary alien races. For example, the Scaled clan has not yet mastered it. What Yi Tian didn't know was that this great formation was set up by a powerhouse who surpassed the Supreme Grandmaster level, and it could withstand the attacks of a Supreme Grandmaster. It would take a Grandmaster of the highest level of martial arts years to break this formation. But which Grandmaster would be willing to do that? Unless it contains a treasure that would tempt even a Grandmaster. However, it is clear that the treasures inside this formation are not enough to attract a Grandmaster of the extreme path. Let's try spatial walking, see if we can get in. Yi Tian immediately used spatial movement. Buzz! He entered the interdimensional space. At this moment, he could still see the faint power of the array extending into the spatial interlayer, forming a faint array barrier. However, compared to the array barriers in the outside world, the array barriers in the spatial interlayer are very weak. Perhaps I can break through? Yi Tian used the Heavenly Gate sword, incorporating the power of various artistic conceptions with the sword intent of the 7th sequence, and unleashed the heaven-slaying sword drawing technique. Puff! He shattered the array barrier with a single sword strike, as easily as an ordinary person piercing a piece of paper with a small sword. That's the level of difficulty he achieved. Whoosh! Yi Tian passed through the array barrier and entered the spatial interlayer within the array. That is... Yi Tian saw a crimson tree. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be in a great spirit tree, the True Young Fruit Tree, which bore 9 True Young fruits. The True Young Fruit is a great, a rare and precious herb, and it can enhance the bloodline of alien races. For humans, it is also of immense value, as it can enhance their innate talents and potential. I have read the records of the True Young Fruit. A 10-year True Young Fruit has a 1% chance of raising a B-level talent ability to an A-level talent ability. A 100-year True Young Fruit has a 10% chance of raising a B-level talent ability potential to an A-level. These 9 True Young Fruits are estimated to be 600 years old, so they have about a 60% chance of helping a B-level talent ability potential to be raised to an A-level talent ability potential. For many people with limited talent and potential, this is a priceless treasure. Chapter 78 Space Materials, A Great Harvest. These 9 True Yang fruits are mine, Yi Tian said with a smile. This formation should be protecting the True Yang tree, which is able to continuously produce True Yang fruits. This True Yang tree has been neglected by the Jiaolin clan for hundreds of years, which caused problems and resulted in it only producing 9 True Yang fruits. No, it should be said that only 9 True Yang fruits have survived to this day, the rest have all fallen. Such a True Yang fruit tree is quite important to the Jiaolin clan, so it's quite normal for them to set up an array to protect it. We must pick them. Yi Tian walked out of the spatial interlayer and came to a True Young fruit, intending to take it away. Suddenly, a puppet came rushing over from a distance at incredible speed. The opponent was holding a long spear, which should be a mid-grade rare treasure. Yi Tian had no time to take the True Young fruit and directly entered the spatial interlayer. There's even a complete puppet here. If Yi Tian had been just a fraction of a second later, he would have been stabbed by the puppet. If he wasn't mistaken, that puppet was a peak Grandmaster level puppet, whose strength far surpassed his own. Even if Principal Jiang Dongshu came, he might not be able to do anything to this puppet. If he is hit by the opponent, he will surely die. The puppet at the peak of the Grandmaster level is too fast. Its attack arrives in an instant. I can't reveal myself directly. He turned around, then reached out and aimed his hand at the true yang fruit. The downside of doing this is that while his arm can slip out, he can also be attacked by others. This is equivalent to him using his spatial movement technique to remove the barrier of this space, so that other people's attacks can naturally penetrate the space and reach his body. Wow! Yi Tian grabbed the true yang fruit and took it away. At that moment, a spear thrust from a peak Grandmaster puppet. Puff! The shot traveled along Yi Tian's arm, piercing through space and embedding itself in the spatial interlayer. At a critical moment, Yi Tian unleashed the Great Five Elements wheel. However, the Great Five Elements wheel was also pierced by a spear, which directly struck Yi Tian. But the next second, his body turned into a puddle of water and reappeared in another place. This is an S-rank supernatural technique called water substitution technique. It allows you to use a water clone to take the hits for you, but you have to be quick. If you don't react in time, the enemy's attack will come before the water substitution technique is activated, and then you won't be able to transfer the damage. Yi Tian activated the water substitution technique in advance, which allowed him to perfectly transfer the damage. It's a success. Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he used this method to take away one true yang fruit after another. All 9 true yang fruits are in hand. Time to go. Yi Tian also wanted this puppet at the peak Grandmaster level, but he couldn't subdue it. When I reach the level of a Grandmaster, I will come back here to subdue it, then have someone erase the puppet's mark and re-imprint it with my mark. Yi Tian thought to himself. The ruins of the Jolin clan, the core area. A region riddled with spatial rifts, this place was once one of the main battlefields of a great war, a battle between experts who surpassed even the Supreme Master level, and who even used clan-protecting artifacts, causing space itself to distort. After hundreds of years of evolution, the space here has become very fragile. In addition, the collision between the underground world and the Earth has caused changes to the space here. A spatial rift will suddenly appear here from time to time, and then be repaired quickly, but before long, another spatial rift will appear in another place. In this area, the spatial rifts appear without any discernible pattern. However, several Grandmasters of the Scaled clan arrived in this area. They were searching for something, but they were very careful and completely concealed their aura, for fear of causing the creation of a spatial rift. What they didn't know was that a human had arrived here, and that human was none other than Yi Tian. 6 Grandmasters of the Scaled clan. After discovering the 6 Scale clan Grandmasters, Yi Tian immediately used his spatial movement technique to escape into a spatial interlayer. Then, he approached them, ready to kill them. However, just as he was walking through space, a spatial rift appeared in the spatial interlayer. However, he reacted quickly and easily dodged it. The space in this area is too unstable, with many spatial rifts. Fortunately, I have grasped the essence of space, otherwise it would have been really difficult to avoid them. Yi Tian murmured. That's a void god stone. The Scale clan Grandmastering had discovered it. This is an A-grade space-type material, and its value is considerable. He slowly walked over, intending to take the void god stone. But suddenly, a spatial rift appeared where his arm was. Caught completely off guard, his arm was severed. Ah! His screams attracted the attention of several other Scale clan Grandmasters nearby, but they did not come over. Instead, they continued searching for materials. They were all relatively poor Scale clan Grandmasters, otherwise, they wouldn't have risked coming here to search for spatial materials. The fate of the other Scaled clan members is none of their business. It would be better if Ing had died, then all the valuables on his body would be theirs. At this time, despite the pain, Ing had prepared to continue picking up the void god stone. However, a flash of sword light tore his neck apart. The Shadow River has fallen. When the other 5 Grandmasters saw Ing fall down, they assumed he had been killed by the spatial rift. So they slowly walked over, preparing to taking his belongings. But soon, their expressions changed. It's a sword wound, he was killed. The expressions of the 5 Scale clan Grandmasters changed drastically. Yi Tian no longer concealed himself and appeared directly from the spatial interlayer. He did not use any special techniques here, as the fluctuation range of such techniques was too large and could easily cause large-scale spatial rifts. He immediately used his swordsmanship and then teleported to the 5 Grandmasters. Puff! With a single sword strike, a Scale Clan Grandmaster attempted to defend himself using a defensive bloodline technique, but was instantly killed, unable to withstand the attack. With Yi Tian's strength, killing them would be as easy as killing chickens. Puff puff puff. One master after another was killed. In the blink of an eye. These Scale Clan masters were all killed. Yi Tian put away their storage rings and glanced at them briefly. A bunch of paupers. Yi Tian made a sarcastic remark. Their identity tokens were worth some battle merits, but their personal wealth was negligible. He had never seen such a poor Scale Clan Grandmaster. He walked up to the Void God Stone and took it away. This is a special area of spatial energy, which should have given birth to some spatial materials. These Scale Clan Grandmasters came here to find spatial materials. Yi Tian also plans to search for spatial materials here. He possesses spatial awareness, which allows him to easily avoid spatial rifts and avoid danger. So this place is practically his backyard. He began searching for spatial materials here. As time goes by. Grade B spatial material, Void Bloodstone. A grade space material, Sky Iron. Severally grade space materials, Space Stones. Yi Tian found a lot of spatial materials. Although most of them were very ordinary spatial materials, the large quantity was still worth a lot of battle merits. It's a pity there are no S-grade space materials here, otherwise, selling them would be enough to earn a huge amount of battle merits. Half a day later. Unable to find any other spatial materials, Yi Tian chose to leave. He estimated that the total value of the spatial materials he had obtained this time was around 200,000 battle merits. It's safe to say he made a killing this time. It's still better to make money by venturing into the underground world. If we stayed in the East China Sea Fortress, we wouldn't be able to earn this many battle merits. Yi Tian murmured. Immediately. He left the area and continued on his way. Soon, he passed through a mountain passage and arrived at a huge underground space, where there was a massive imperial city. But the rest of the imperial city was reduced to ruins, with only the palace still standing. Chapter 79 God-level materials. This should be the royal palace of the Jiaolin clan. The surrounding area has been reduced to ruins, yet this royal palace still stands. It's truly remarkable. Yi Tian used spatial movement to enter the spatial interlayer and walked over. Upon closer inspection, they discovered several grandmasters of the Scaled clan sitting cross-legged amidst the ruins, seemingly studying the array formation outside the main hall of the Scaled clan's royal palace. The formation was in great disrepair, yet it was still functioning. These grandmasters of the Scaled clan must be trying to enter the main hall of the Flood Dragon Scaled clan's palace, so they're researching how to break the formation? Yi Tian guessed that was probably the case. He approached one of the Scaled clan grandmasters, wanting to see how they conducted their research. But suddenly, one of the Scaled clan grandmasters turned his head and looked at Yi Tian. In reality, he didn't see Yi Tian, but he felt that someone was watching him. Jin Xian, what's wrong? Another grandmaster of the Scaled clan asked. It's nothing, I just felt like someone was watching me. Jin Xian frowned. There's nothing around. Several grandmasters of the Scaled clan used their spiritual power to sense their surroundings, but found nothing. Let's continue studying the formation. If we can break this formation, it will be of great help to our Scale clan. Yes, when the Jiaolin clan was invaded, a few Jiaolin clan members escaped with treasures. Although they were eventually wiped out, the main hall of the Jiaolin clan's royal palace was not breached. The Jiaolin clan's enemies were also almost all killed, and no one has been inside since. Perhaps there are still many good things left inside. Over 500 years, this dilapidated formation has been almost completely decayed by time. With the help of generations of research, we are not far from breaking the formation. Let's keep up the good work. Such keen senses. These grandmasters of the Scaled clan must be array masters. Array masters, alchemists, and weapon forgers all possess extremely powerful spiritual abilities. It's best to stay away from them. Yi Tian left. Immediately. He attempted to use spacewalking to traverse the dilapidated array. However, he was blocked when he tried to pass through. Moreover, there seems to be a killing formation inside. He immediately retreated, no longer daring to attempt to break through the formation. No, this formation is of a higher level than the previous one. Even the spatial interlayers are shrouded by the formation, yet its power is not diminished much. Unless I can escape into a deeper space, I cannot get through it. Yi Tian gave up and decided not to attempt to enter the formation for the time being. Let's go back. Yi Tian left. Afterwards, he searched around the ruins of the Jiaolin tribe and found some things, which were not very valuable but not cheap either. East China Sea Fortress. Yi Tian is back. This harvest was quite good. He was temporarily wealthy again and planned to cultivate for a while longer to improve his strength before heading back to the ruins of the Jiaolin clan. First, exchange what you don't need for battle merits, then use those merits to exchange for the materials you need to restore your innate superpower potential. He also exchanged all those spatial materials for battle merits. He wouldn't use the enlightenment technique to devour the origin of his spatial talent, since using spatial materials to restore the potential of his spatial talent was too extravagant. He often only absorbs the potential of talents and abilities related to the 5 elements, and the cost of recovery is not high. Therefore, there's no use for him keeping these spatial materials. He might as well just exchange them for battle merits. He has so many spatial materials that Donghai Pavilion can't possibly consume them all. So he visited several large corporations before finally selling all the space materials. And the true yang fruit, it's useless to me, so I have to sell it too. Who will we sell it to? Yi Tian thought of his mentor, Li Haoyang. Li Haoyang also seems to be a B-level talent ability user, possessing B-level water type and B-level fire type talent abilities. He definitely needs the true yang fruit. The mentor seemed very wealthy, so I made a deal with him. Yi Tian used the battle ring to contact his mentor, Li Haoyang. But Li Haoyang is not currently at the East China Sea Fortress, nor in East China Sea City. However, after Yi Tian revealed that he possessed the true yang fruit, Li Haoyang replied with a few words, "Wait for me for 3 hours, come quickly." The mentor must be somewhere in the underground world. Yi Tian waited for 3 hours before a disheveled Li Haoyang returned to the East China Sea Fortress. Yi Tian, where is the true yang fruit? Li Haoyang seemed very eager. Yi Tian took out a true yang fruit. A 600-year-old true yang fruit, what a treasure! Li Haoyang was tempted. Yi Tian, what do you want to exchange it for? He was truly eager to improve his innate talent and potential. If he could raise his talent and potential to a level, he could cultivate a level special techniques, and his efficiency in comprehending the essence of the art would be higher, and his cultivation speed would also increase. A single true yang fruit was far too important to him. However, such valuable items are rarely offered by powerful entities, and are even hard to find at top-tier auctions. Mentor, is it a special physique technique, or an S-grade material? Yi Tian stated his requirements. I really don't have any more special physique techniques. Li Haoyang said, but I just happened to acquire a few S-grade materials. However, that's definitely not enough to exchange for your true yang fruit. Li Haoyang carefully took out a box, his eyes filled with reluctance. You got a good deal by exchanging this for your true yang fruit. Yi Tian was extremely surprised by Li Haoyang's words. What a treasure this is that makes instructor Li Haoyang so reluctant to part with it. It must be even more precious than S-grade materials. What is this? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang didn't speak, but carefully opened the box, revealing a piece of metal about the size of a little fingernail. It was golden yellow all over, somewhat like gold, but it was definitely not gold. If it were gold, this little bit of gold wouldn't be worth much. The metal emitted a faint light, and crucially, even Yi Tian's spiritual power couldn't get close, as if it would be torn apart by the light. A metallic gleam capable of tearing apart the mind. Yi Tian was extremely surprised. Li Haoyang explained, Yi Tian, you definitely don't recognize this. Many people don't either. It's a treasure I painstakingly obtained from some ruins. It's a divine material, surpassing even S-grade materials. Although it's rare, it's still a divine material. It's called divine gold. This amount of divine gold is equivalent to 23 pieces of S-grade materials, and not everyone would trade it for it. God-grade material. Yi Tian was both surprised and excited. He was able to use S-grade materials to raise his talent and ability potential to S-grade. If he used God-grade materials, wouldn't he be able to raise his talent and ability potential to God-grade? Mentor, since God-level materials exist, do God-level talents and abilities also exist? Yi Tian asked. No. Li Haoyang affirmed, we humans do not have God-level talent or superpower potential, but the alien races in the underground world do have God-level bloodline talents. Chapter 80 Metamorphosis, God-level metal type talent ability. The underground world possesses God-level bloodline talents? Yi Tian was surprised. After all, S-level bloodline talent is compared to S-level talent and ability potential. God-level bloodline talent is comparable to God-level talent and ability potential, but humans do not have God-level talent and ability potential. Isn't this an absolute disadvantage? Li Haoyang smiled and said, "Don't be too surprised. Humans don't have God-level talent or superpower potential now, but that doesn't mean they won't in the future." "Oh, why would it exist in the future?" Yi Tian asked, puzzled. Li Haoyang continued, "Yi Tian, do you know the conditions for the emergence of God-level talent and superpower potential? Are there any conditions for the emergence of God-level talent and superpower potential?" Yi Tian shook his head, indicating that he did not know. In theory, any talent or ability potential needs certain conditions to emerge. Haven't you noticed that people from those big families have pretty good talents and abilities? When the underground world first collided with Earth, humans had just come into contact with supernatural arts and talents. At that time, there were almost no S-level talents and abilities, not even a level or B-level talents and abilities. C-level talents and abilities were considered top tier. However, later on, some strong individuals were born among humans, and their offspring had higher potential for talent and superpowers. In this way, the potential for human talent and superpowers became higher and higher, and even S-level talent and superpower potential was born. According to research, people who are born with S-level talent and superpower potential must have had a grandmaster or even an extreme master in their ancestors to have even a sliver of hope. The alien races with God-level bloodline talents in the underground world must have had a true god among their ancestors. In other words, the alien races with God-level bloodline talents must be descendants of true gods. Li Haoyang's words surprised Yi Tian. No wonder the talents and abilities of high school students are generally average. Those with C-level talents and abilities are considered geniuses, and those with B-level talents and abilities all come from those families. However, upon arriving at Donghai University, they discovered that there were quite a few B-level, A-level, and S-level gifted individuals, but almost all of them had powerful backgrounds. My natural talent and abilities were not good, and there were no talented people with high cultivation levels in my family. Yi Tian thought to himself. He also learned a piece of information from Li Haoyang's words. There is no true god on earth. Mentor, is it because there are no true gods on earth that no god-level gifted superhumans have been born? Yi Tian asked. Yes. Li Haoyang nodded. There are true gods in the underground world, but not in the human world. However, there is no need to worry about those true gods entering Earth. True gods are too powerful, and the underground world is of a higher rank. If they wanted to enter a lower ranking world, they would be suppressed or even annihilated by the power of the world. So, they wouldn't dare to come in. Besides, Earth doesn't have anything good. What would they do here? And our Earth is quite honest and won't actively invade the underground world, so it hasn't aroused too much hatred from top alien races. So that's how it is. Yi Tian understood. Immediately, he felt a surge of excitement. Humans do not possess god-level innate abilities. If he were to use this small piece of divine metal to develop god-level metal-based innate abilities, wouldn't he surpass all humans? Certainly. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps Li Haoyang's mentor is just inexperienced. Humans may have already cultivated god-level gifted individuals through other means, such as using some kind of divine treasure, but they just don't announce it to the public. Divine-grade materials are extremely rare. Even the East China Sea Fortress has no information on them. In terms of value, a divine-grade material is definitely superior to a true yang fruit. That's why Li Haoyang said Yi Tian got off easy. The main reason was that Li Haoyang had consumed too many resources after the last transaction and had just broken through to the Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts. He didn't have any S-grade materials to trade for the true yang fruit, so he took out the divine gold. Master, the divine gold is very valuable, I cannot take advantage of you. Yi Tian then took out a true yang fruit from his storage ring. 2 true yang fruits. Li Haoyang was even more excited. He had 2 innate abilities, and he needed 2 of them. Yi Tian and Li Haoyang completed the transaction. Mentor, do you have any S-grade materials of the metal element? Yi Tian asked again. I just happened to get one, so I'm giving it to you. Li Haoyang simply tossed an S-grade metal piece to Yi Tian and then went to refine the true yang fruit. Yi Tian returned to his residence. This piece of divine gold is only the size of a little fingernail, which is too small. We can't absorb its gold power now, otherwise we'll exhaust its energy before we even reach the potential of a divine-level gold-type talent. We need to use S-level gold-type materials to raise the potential of an S-level gold-type talent to 99-100 before using this piece of divine gold. Next, Yi Tian touched S-grade metal materials and stopped consuming his metal talent potential, allowing his S-grade metal talent to continuously improve. Since there were very few S-grade gold materials available for the injured, he planned to use a large amount of battle merits to exchange for them, buying them at market prices, and he was certain that some forces would be willing to exchange them. Sure enough, in just a few days, he acquired 6 pieces of S-grade gold-based materials. That's enough. These few S-grade materials are enough to allow my S-grade metal-type talent ability to reach the limit of 99. Yi Tian murmured. However, he absorbs S-level gold power rather slowly, absorbing at most 10 points of gold power per day, and it will take him 10 more days to reach 99 points. During these 10 days, he was not idle. He also studied various artistic conceptions and improved his strength. Day 10. His S-rank metal-type talent ability has reached the limit of S-rank and can no longer absorb metal power. No amount of S-rank metal-type materials can improve his S-rank metal-type talent ability. Immediately, he took out that small piece of divine gold. Whether you can elevate your talent to the divine level of metal-type ability depends on you. He touched the small piece of divine gold and waited silently. Not long after. Gold power +1. It's done. Boom. His metal-type innate ability began to transform, evolving from an S-level innate ability potential to a God-level innate ability. His physical attributes improved significantly, and a mysterious aura emerged from his body, merging into his physical form and causing a transformation in his physical foundation. The transformation was completed half an hour later. Gold-type God tier 0-100. As expected, the potential of the metal-type talent has reached the God level, but it seems that the God level can still be improved? However, he shouldn't even think about it now. To maximize the potential of a God-level talent, he would need a large amount of God-level materials, which is currently impossible for him. Being able to reach the potential of a God-level metal-type talent is enough. A divine-level metal-type innate ability, it should allow me to comprehend the essence of metal-type magic faster, right? Yi Tian decided to give it a try. His 8th sequence metal elemental intent has reached the full level and is about to break through to the 7th sequence level. Buzz. He took out his reverse scale and began to comprehend it. He immediately felt something different. Brilliant insights kept flashing through his mind. Although it was not as effective as using the enlightenment technique, it far surpassed his usual self-comprehension. Let's try the stacking effect of the enlightenment technique again. Enlightenment technique activated. Boom. A surge in comprehension. This time, the effect of comprehending the metal element's intent was even better, but it was limited to comprehending the metal element's intent. Comprehending other intents was still the same as before. Click. The bottleneck, seemingly unseen, has shattered. His metal-based artistic conception is beginning to transform, and it is about to transform into the 7th sequence metal-based artistic conception. To his surprise, the reverse scale finally changed after he comprehended it. Wow! A golden light merged into his soul, transforming into countless pieces of inherited information. This is clearly a secret technique for special physical constitutions. Chapter 81: The True Form of the Flood Dragon, a Wonderful Secret Realm. Special Physique, True Form of a Flood Dragon. Yi Tian quickly became immersed in the power of the Flood Dragon true body. Without a doubt, the true form of the Flood Dragon is extremely powerful, and can be considered an upgraded version of the Water and Fire Flood Dragon body. This special constitution is in no way inferior to the Yin-Yang Immortal body. The 7th sequence requires 1/10 of the metal element intent, the 8th sequence requires 7/10 of the water element intent, and the 8th sequence requires 7/10 of the fire element intent. This special physique requires 3 intents to meet the cultivation conditions. Although it has 1 less intent than the Yin-Yang Undying physique, it requires the 7th sequence metal element intent, which increases the difficulty considerably. Overall, the Flood Dragon true body is much more powerful in terms of actual amplification, but the Yin-Yang Undying body focuses on powerful recovery capabilities. However, once one cultivates the true form of the Flood Dragon, the increase in strength is terrifying, and it can definitely cause a surge in power. I have now met the requirements for the 7th sequence of metal element intent. Next, I will raise the 8th sequence of water element intent to 70%. Yi Tian thought to himself. This increased his cultivation tasks. If it weren't for his ability to restore his innate talent potential and his Taoist enlightenment techniques, he wouldn't dare to cultivate multiple special physiques simultaneously. Water-based intent, fire-based intent, light-based intent, darkness-based intent. I need to raise all these 8th sequence intents to 70% before I can cultivate the yin-yang undying body and the flood dragon true body. There are so many intents to cultivate, and blindly comprehending them using the enlightenment technique is not very efficient. If I could have a mid-grade phenomenon, that would be great. Yi Tian thought to himself. So he started asking around where he could quickly comprehend these 4 realms of artistic conception, and he eventually found out from his mentor, Li Haoyang. Yi Tian, you want to quickly improve multiple 8th sequence intents, probably to cultivate a special physique. Intents are really hard to improve. It took me many years to raise my 8th sequence water and fire intents to the 30% level. However, it's not impossible to improve quickly. The East Sea Pavilion has a unique wonder realm, a very small one, and it's a water and fire wonder realm, which is very suitable for comprehending the 8th sequence water and fire intents, Li Haoyang explained. What is a wonder? Yi Tian was curious. Li Haoyang explained with a smile, what is born and then quickly disappears is called an anomaly. Anomalies are temporary, but anomalies that never dissipate are called wonders. Wonders exist eternally, they will not disappear unless the secret realm itself vanishes. What? There's an unending phenomenon? If we keep trying to comprehend this, how many grandmasters could we cultivate? Yi Tian exclaimed in shock. Li Haoyang said, of course, if it were deliberately destroyed, it certainly couldn't be maintained indefinitely. This wonder not only limits the number of people who can participate in its study, but also the time available for study, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to be maintained indefinitely. Donghai Pavilion has attracted many grandmasters and great grandmasters by relying on this wonder and secret realm. In Jiang Province, Donghai Pavilion ranks among the top 10 groups, with immense strength. Mentor, the conditions for entering the wonder realm to comprehend must be very demanding, right? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang nodded, it is indeed very demanding. I was willing to pay a lot of battle merits back then, but they were not willing. They would only give a spot if I produced an item that the East Sea Pavilion needed. And the East Sea Pavilion happens to be buying true yang fruits. If you give them a true yang fruit, you can definitely get a spot to enter the wonder realm for comprehension, and it will be a long-term comprehension spot. After all, Yi Tian's true yang fruit is 600 years old, and its value far exceeds that of other true yang fruits. It would be unwise to only study the quota for a short period of time. Therefore, Yi Tian will definitely be given a long period of time to study and comprehend. Yi Tian, do you want this spot? If so, I'll go and talk to that grandmaster from the East Sea Pavilion, Li Haoyang said. Of course I will, then I'll have to trouble you, mentor. Yi Tian said quickly. Donghai City, Donghai Pavilion headquarters. Li Haoyang arrived here and met Su Chen, one of the directors of Donghai Pavilion and a grandmaster. Su Chen, I've come to see you about something. Li Haoyang got straight to the point. Li Haoyang, what a rare guest. What brings you here? Su Chen asked, somewhat curious. I want a spot to study the wonders and secrets of your East Sea Pavilion. Li Haoyang said. No way. Su Chen refused outright. I am merely one of the directors of the East Sea Pavilion. Even if I wanted to enter the wonder realm to comprehend it, I would need a lot of contribution points. It is impossible for an outsider like you to obtain a spot. It's not me who wants to go in, it's a student from our Donghai University. You should have heard of him, Yi Tian, the champion of the previous Extraordinary Arts Master competition. Li Haoyang said. Yi Tian? Su Chen said with a smile, I've heard of him, but no matter how talented he is, he has nothing to do with our Donghai Pavilion, right? We don't need to give him the spot. I can't agree to your request. Of course, we'll exchange goods for a spot. Li Haoyang said. Your East Sea Pavilion isn't buying true yang fruits, is a 600-year-old true yang fruit enough to exchange for a spot for long-term comprehension? Oh, a 600-year-old true yang fruit, can Yi Tian produce it? Su Chen expressed his doubt. If you can produce it, then tell me if it's okay or not? Li Haoyang seemed to be ready to leave immediately if Su Chen didn't agree. Of course. Su Chen quickly replied, 1 600-year-old true yang fruit, and 10 days to comprehend the wonders. 20 days. Li Haoyang felt that 10 days was too short and requested. No way. Li Haoyang refused outright. You should understand that if Yi Tian is allowed to meditate for a long time, then no one else can meditate on it. Even short periods of meditation involve meditating for 1 day and then closing the door for 10 days. If one were to meditate on it for 20 consecutive days, it would definitely cause the wonder to fluctuate and even be damaged. 15 days is the limit. If it's any longer, even if we offer 2 true young fruits, we won't agree. Even after Yi Tian spent 15 days comprehending the wonder, we still had to close it for 2 months, not allowing anyone to comprehend it, which resulted in a huge loss. While the true young fruit is precious, it only elevates one's innate talent to a level. The East Sea Pavilion has no shortage of A-level talent users, it's just that certain important figures need it to train their successors, which makes it so valuable. Li Haoyang thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, then 15 days it will be. Tunghai University. Li Haoyang returned and told Yi Tian the result. Yi Tian, the East Sea Pavilion has agreed to exchange a 600-year-old true young fruit for a 15-day opportunity to comprehend the wonders and secrets of the realm. Thank you so much, mentor. Yi Tian was grateful. Then, led by Li Haoyang, he met with Su Chen, a director of Donghai Pavilion, and the two parties signed an agreement, exchanging a 600-year-old true young fruit for a 15-day opportunity to enter the Wonder Realm for enlightenment. After the agreement was signed, Yi Tian realized that the wonders and secrets of Donghai Pavilion were not in Donghai City, but in Jianghai City. Jianghai City is the provincial capital of Jiang Province. Although it does not have a university comparable to Donghai University, the pressure at the entrance to the underground world is greater. Therefore, many grandmasters and even extreme grandmasters are stationed there, making Jianghai City far stronger than Donghai City. Located just 1 kilometer from Jianghai City, Donghai Pavilion has a branch here, and the entrance to the wonderful secret realm is located in this branch. Soon, Yi Tian followed Su Chen to this branch. Chapter 82: The Spectacular Spectacle of Water and Fire. 4th Update. Donghai Pavilion, Jianghai City Branch. The 6th floor. Yi Tian stood in front of the secret realm gate, accompanied by 6 grandmasters. These 6 grandmasters will go in with Yi Tian, but they won't try to understand the wonders, they'll just keep an eye on Yi Tian. The East Sea Pavilion also fears that outsiders will damage the wonder, so it must keep an eye on it. Yi Tian, they will remind you to come out in 15 days. Su Chen said. Okay. Yi Tian nodded. Immediately, the 7 of them entered this wondrous and mysterious place together. Buzz. The 7 people disappeared, having already entered the secret realm. This wondrous and mysterious place is only about 10 miles in circumference, a very small area. After Yi Tian entered, he took a quick look and saw the edge of the secret realm, as well as the wonder in the middle of it. What a tiny secret realm! The secret realm may be small, but it's incredibly valuable. This one wonder alone far surpasses the value of other secret realms. Wow! Yi Tian quickly arrived in front of the spectacle. A spectacular sight of water and fire in a Tai Chi pattern. This is a mid-grade wonder, equivalent to a mid-grade anomaly. However, wonders can exist indefinitely, while anomalies cannot. Yi Tian first stood at the water's eye position in the water-fire Tai Chi spectacle, trying to comprehend the essence of the water system. The other 6 grandmasters watched him silently from afar, while also practicing their own unique techniques to make the most of their time. Yi Tian ignored the 6 grandmasters and began to comprehend the teachings. Boom! Enlightenment technique activated. The artistic conception of water features contemplated. With the help of a mid-grade wonder and the Tao Enlightenment technique, his water-based realm of understanding rapidly improved. Time passed day by day. Gradually, 7.5 days passed. I've mastered the 8th sequence of water elemental concepts to the fullest extent. No wonder it's a mid-grade wonder. Yi Tian arrived at the eye of the water and fire wonder again and began to comprehend the fire element's essence. Before we knew it, another 7.5 days had passed. He also cultivated the 8th sequence of fire elemental intent to the perfect level. Unfortunately, neither the fire-based nor the water-based intent has reached the 7th sequence, mainly because there wasn't enough time. If he had only studied one intent, he could definitely have reached the 7th sequence level. The water and fire techniques are sufficient. I now at least meet the requirements for cultivating the true body of the flood dragon. Yi Tian said excitedly. Yi Tian, time's up. A grandmaster walked over and offered a reminder. Nu. Yi Tian walked out of the fire eye. At this moment, the spectacle of water and fire dimmed, and the profound aura of the water and fire conception weakened considerably. It seemed unlikely that others would be able to comprehend it for some time. Wow! Yi Tian emerged from the secret realm, but the gates were closed, temporarily prohibiting anyone from further study. Donghai City. Yi Tian is back. He immediately went into seclusion to cultivate the true body of the flood dragon. He had already thoroughly comprehended the cultivation method of the Flood Dragon true body using the Enlightenment technique. Now, if he were to activate the Enlightenment technique again to cultivate the Flood Dragon true body, the success rate would be 100%, and there would be no possibility of failure. Boom! The 7th sequence of metal-based intent, the 8th sequence of fire-based intent at its perfect state, and the 8th sequence of water-based intent at its perfect state began to intertwine and gradually merge according to the cultivation method of the true form of the dragon, transforming the body. Pain. This transformation was extremely painful, but Yi Tian endured it. His physical abilities also gradually improved during this transformation, with the improvement far exceeding that of the previous Dark Immortal. With each passing minute, his physical fitness improved, and his aura grew stronger. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. 5 hours passed before Yi Tian truly mastered the Flood Dragon true body, and his physical attributes increased several times over. The true form of the Flood Dragon has been mastered. He activated his true form as a dragon, and illusory dragon scales appeared on his body. These scales were golden and incredibly lifelike. He attacked himself. A loud bang from the local area. The sound was incredibly crisp, and its defense was also very strong. Now that I've mastered the Flood Dragon true body, the Dark Longevity body, and the S-rank mutated technique, the Great 5 Elements wheel, with my defense, even a mid-level Grandmaster of supernatural arts wouldn't be able to break through it, right? I reckon only a high-level Grandmaster of supernatural arts could break through my defense. Yi Tian thought to himself. Data panel. With a single thought, the panel appeared. Host, Yi Tian. Realm, Beginner Master of Extraordinary Arts. Talented abilities, Darkness S rank 1-100, Mental Ability B rank 1-100, Water S rank 1-100, Fire S rank 1-100, Wood S rank 1-100, Metal God level 0-100, Earth S rank 1-100, Space S rank 1-100, Wind S rank 1-100, Light S rank 1-100. Special abilities, S-rank Earth Piercing Golden Light Technique perfected, S-rank Wood Realm Technique perfected, S-rank Great Sun True Fire perfected, S-rank Wind Feather Technique perfected, S-rank Great Earth Escape Technique perfected, S-rank Water Substitution Technique perfected. Mutant abilities, S-rank Great Hope Technique perfected, S-rank Great 5 Elements Wheel perfected, B-rank Dark Fire perfected, B-rank Limb Regeneration Technique perfected. Artistic Conception, 7th Sequence Metal Element Artistic Conception 2/10 Realm, 8th Sequence Fire Element Artistic Conception 10/10 Realm, 8th Sequence Wood Element Artistic Conception 30/10 Realm, 8th Sequence Earth Element Artistic Conception 30/10 Realm, 8th Sequence Water Element Artistic Conception 10/10 Realm, 8th Sequence Darkness Artistic Conception 30/10 Realm, 9th Sequence Light Element Artistic Conception 3/10 Realm, 7th Sequence Sword Intent 2/10 Realm, 9th Sequence Space Artistic Conception 31th Realm. Special Physique, Dark Longevity Physique Beginner Flood Dragon True Physique Beginner. Looking at the impressive data panel, he felt even better. However, the requirements for cultivating the true form of the dragon to the minor completion stage are extremely high. It requires cultivating both the water and fire elements to the 3rd to 7th stage of the 7th sequence, and the metal element to the 9th to 7th stage of the 7th sequence. Therefore, he cannot do it in a short period of time. There are also dark-themed and light-themed artistic concepts, which need to be cultivated to 70% of the 8th sequence realm. Currently, there is still a significant gap between them. Yi Tian couldn't find out where he could comprehend the dark and light elements, so he had to give up for the time being. Let's go to the ruins of the Jiaolin clan. I'm much stronger than before, so I might be able to get into the Jiaolin clan's royal palace. Yi Tian entered the underground world again, heading to the ruins of the Jiaolin clan. Ruins of the Jiaolin clan. This place was not much different from when Yi Tian last came. He once again used spatial travel to arrive at the location of the main hall of the Jiaolin clan's royal palace. Those grandmasters of the Scaled clan are still here studying formations. Yi Tian ignored them and instead prepared to attempt to use spatial movement to enter the main hall of the Jiaolin clan's royal palace. His current defensive capabilities are terrifying, even a killing formation might not be able to break through his defenses. The Great 5 Elements Wheel, activated. Dark Immortal, activated. Dragon True Form, activated. When Yi Tian activated his Dragon True Body, the incomplete formation actually attracted him. Buzz. Yi Tian was directly sucked in without any hindrance, and the killing formation was not even activated. Yi Tian passed directly through the formation and arrived at the main hall of the Jiaolin clan's royal palace. Chapter 83 Divine Art Inheritance and the Flood Dragon Pearl First Update. They got in so easily. Yi Tian was quite surprised. He guessed that he had mastered the true form of the flood dragon, and that the Great Formation was not designed to defend against it. That's why he was allowed to come in. The main hall of the Jellin clan's royal palace was also in a state of disrepair, as if it had been torn apart by an attack, damaging not only the external array but also the interior. However, he remained cautious to avoid any potential danger. He did not remove the Great Five Elements wheel, nor did he remove the Flood Dragon True Body and the Dark Longevity Body. He maintained them all. Outer Hall. He looked around, but there was nothing there except some murals. The murals depict the history of the Jellin tribe. The first painting depicts a golden dragon and a member of the Scaled Fish clan. The second painting shows the birth of several Scaled Fish clan members. The third painting shows the ascension of the first king of the Scaled Fish clan. The fourth painting shows the Scaled Fish clan after it has grown strong. There are only 4 paintings in total, yet they introduce the origin of the Jellin tribe. So the Jellin clan are descendants of the Jellong dragon. No wonder they have the character Jiao in their name. Yi Tian murmured. However, according to his understanding, many alien races in the underground world possess the bloodline of dragons, and some top alien races even possess the bloodline of dragons. Therefore, the bloodline of the Jellin clan is nothing special. Aside from these few murals, there's nothing else. Let's go to the inner sanctum. He passed through the outer hall and arrived at the inner hall. He didn't see any treasures along the way, as if the place had already been looted. Could it be that there's nothing there at all? Just as Yi Tian was feeling disappointed, he saw a dragon-scaled clan corpse sitting on a broken throne inside the inner hall. The corpse of the Jellin clan was also quite damaged, with most of its scales missing, an arm gone, and its heart ruptured. However, he remained lifelike, as if he had just died. True dragon form? Yi Tian asked in surprise. Having mastered the true form of the flood dragon, he was naturally able to sense it. This flood dragon scale clan corpse had also mastered the true form of the flood dragon, and its realm was even higher than his, probably reaching the Great Perfection realm. Moreover, the other party had been dead for 500 years, yet his aura remained powerful, and he was still under immense pressure. This must be a powerful expert from the Jellin clan who has surpassed the Supreme Grandmaster level. Yi Tian guessed. He walked over and stared at the armor on the other person's body, which had a large hole in it. This armor was actually a high-grade earth elemental treasure. Even though it was damaged and had been worn down over the centuries, it still had considerable value, slightly higher than that of an ordinary mid-grade treasure. Just as he was about to take away the incomplete top-grade treasure, a white light flew out from the corpse of the Jellin clan. Whoosh! Yi Tian immediately used his teleportation technique to retreat, preventing himself from being attacked. Spatial bloodline technique. Which race do you come from? Not only do you possess spatial bloodline technique, but you also possess the 5 elements technique, and you have even cultivated the true body of a dragon. You are truly remarkable, the illusory dragon scale race member said. What are you? Yi Tian asked. Me? The illusory dragon scale clan member smiled bitterly. I am just a fragmented soul, about to dissipate. As for my name, you can call me Jin Tianxuan. A fragmented soul? Yi Tian became even more vigilant. Could this guy be trying to possess someone else's body? He's read a lot of novels. However, Jin Tianxuan laughed and said, "Don't worry about me possessing your body. My cultivation level is not high enough to possess someone else's body. Only some special alien races can possess you at my cultivation level." Despite Jin Tianxuan's words, Yi Tian remained vigilant. If the other party intends to possess his body, he will definitely use spatial movement to escape immediately. What do you want to do? Yi Tian asked. Jin Tianxuan's eyes flashed with resentment. I want you to take revenge and help me kill a powerful member of the giant elephant clan. The Mammoth clan? Yi Tian had never heard of this alien race. After all, the underground world was too vast, and there were too many alien races. He had only been cultivating for a short time and was just a student. How could he possibly know about so many alien races? Why should I help you kill the giant elephant clan's powerful warrior? It won't benefit me at all. Yi Tian refused. Jin Tianxuan said, You have cultivated my flood dragon true body. With your talent, you should want to cultivate it to the perfect state. You obtained my reverse scale and should have received the inheritance information. Before cultivating to the perfect state, you only need to reach the required level of intent. However, to cultivate to the perfect state, you must prepare a flood dragon pearl. Without a flood dragon pearl, your flood dragon true body cannot be perfected. But I have a flood dragon pearl. If you agree to help me take revenge, I will not only give you the flood dragon pearl, but also a divine technique inheritance. Divine art inheritance? Yi Tian asked, what is divine art? Which alien race do you come from? You don't even know about divine arts? Jin Tianchuan asked in surprise. I come from the human race. Yi Tian was certain that Jin Tianchuan didn't know about the human race, because when Jin Tianchuan was still alive, Earth and the underground world hadn't collided yet, so even if he heard the word human race, he wouldn't react. As expected, Jin Tianchuan didn't know about the human race. He simply shook his head and said, I guess you are a relatively new alien race, which is why you don't understand divine arts. I have limited time, so I'll just give you a brief explanation. Divine arts are techniques for those with divine bloodline talents. You probably don't have divine bloodline talents, but that doesn't matter. A divine arts inheritance, if you were to trade it, would be enough to exchange for countless riches, allowing you to grow faster. I see. Yi Tian understood. The so-called divine arts are divine-level supernatural arts. However, while humans cannot cultivate the unique techniques of other races, they can modify them. The supernatural arts that humans currently practice are all imitations and modifications of other races. With his comprehension, he might be able to modify divine arts and turn them into divine arts that humans can practice. What type of divine magic is it? Yi Tian asked again. Metal element. Jin Tianchuan said. Yi Tian was overjoyed he could cultivate divine arts based on the metal element. The Dragon Pearl, a legacy of divine arts. Both of these items are extremely valuable, so it's fine to agree to Jin Tianchuan's request. Anyway, Jin Tianchuan's enemies are alien races from the underground world, so killing them won't be a burden. So Yi Tian nodded, okay, I agree, but I need to wait until my strength surpasses theirs before I kill them. Also, if they die, will my mission be considered automatically completed? Jin Tianchuan said, my enemy should still be alive, but his cultivation is definitely much stronger than it was 500 years ago. The giant elephant clan is quite famous in the region. If you just inquire about the name Xiang Ming of the giant elephant clan, you might know about his situation. Good. Yi Tian nodded. Make a vow. Jin Tianchuan demanded. He wouldn't say it unless Yi Tian made a vow. Helpless, Yi Tian could only make a vow. Since there was no time limit, he could wait until he was incredibly powerful before going. Such a vow had no binding force. Soon, the vow was made. Jin Tianchuan kept his promise and revealed the location of the Flood Dragon Pearl and the Divine Technique Inheritance. Chapter 84 Aurora Phenomenon and Black Sea Wonders 2 Updates. The Flood Dragon Pearl and the Divine Art Inheritance are 100 meters underground in this hall. However, there is an array covering this place, so you can't go underground. There is a mechanism button over there. You can go down by activating the mechanism. Moreover, the Flood Dragon Pearl and the Divine Art Inheritance are both in a box. The box is made of soul-slaying stone, so it cannot be sensed with spiritual power. You should be able to find it by searching around a bit. Jin Tianchuan said. Good. Yi Tian noted it down. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask me. I'll disappear in a little while. Golden Heaven Patrol. I want to know where I can quickly assist in comprehending the light and darkness intents, which will help me with the 8th sequence intent, Yi Tian asked. Although Jin Tianchuan is a foreign race from 500 years ago, he must possess a great deal of knowledge and may be able to offer some advice. As for the light-based intent, if you want to comprehend it, you can fly to an altitude of 10,000 meters above the ground, pass through the wind layer, and there will be an aurora phenomenon for 10 minutes every morning just as the sun rises. You can study the aurora phenomenon every day and gain quite a bit. However, the wind layer is extremely dangerous. You cannot pass through without a Grandmaster level defense, otherwise you will be blasted to death by the gale force winds of the wind layer. Of course, your defense is sufficient, so you can pass through the wind layer. As for the Dark Realm, there is a dark abyss more than 1,000 miles away from here. Within the dark abyss is a wondrous secret realm, and within that wondrous secret realm is a Black Sea Wonder. However, 500 years have passed, and I cannot be sure if that Black Sea Wonder still exists. You can go and try it. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was immediately stunned. Understanding the essence of light is surprisingly simple. Just pass through the wind layer, arrive at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and contemplate the aurora phenomenon at dawn. Doesn't that mean everyone can do this? Of course, in just 10 minutes, if one's comprehension is not high, one cannot comprehend much of the essence of light. But this kind of phenomenon can at least be studied for a long time. But I estimate it will only help with the 8th sequence of light system concepts, and not much with the 7th sequence of light system concepts. Immediately afterward, Yi Tian asked, "It is said that the Grandmaster realm allows for the continuous accumulation of special physiques, but this places requirements on the physical body. It seems that there is a limit to the accumulation of special physiques. Is it possible to increase this limit? You want to pursue the path of stacking special physical qualities? You have the courage. The time, energy, and resources required to take this path are unimaginable. But if you really want to go down this path, you have to elevate your own level of life. To stack special physiques, one needs an incredibly powerful body. However, the physical enhancement brought by special physiques is not actually an increase in the strength of the body itself. To increase the strength of the body itself, one must increase the level of life. Some special races in the mortal realm have very strong bodies and can easily stack special physiques. Your life aura is not strong, so it obviously does not come from those special races, but it is still not bad. As far as I know, the only way to improve one's life level is to consume rare and precious materials that can increase life force, such as divine blood, longevity fruits, and other such treasures. Alternatively, one can try some legendary special bloodline techniques. However, these things are extremely difficult to obtain, and I suggest you do not practice those special bloodline techniques that can improve your life level, as they all have significant side effects. Elevate your life to a higher level. Yi Tian understood. If Jin Tianquan hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known at all. Instructor Li Haoyang probably didn't know either, otherwise he would have told him long ago. For him, those few simple words were like a stroke of luck. My time is up. Jin Tianquan's fragmented soul grew dimmer and dimmer until it finally dissipated. Dead? Yi Tianzai carefully sensed it and confirmed that Jin Tianquan was indeed dead. I'm so sorry. Yi Tian walked over and collected Jin Tianquan's body. The corpse of an alien race that surpasses even the Grandmaster level is worth a lot in terms of battle merits. There is also a set of incomplete, high-grade rare treasures. Unfortunately, the other party did not have a storage ring. It was probably on their other arm, but the arm was already missing. First, go and get the Flood Dragon Pearl and the Divine Technique Inheritance that Jin Tianquan mentioned. Following Jin Tianquan's instructions, he found the mechanism. Click. The mechanism is open, and it can be reopened. The ground collapsed, revealing a hole. He went down into the cave and passed through the area covered by the array. 100 meters underground, there is an abandoned mine, and the area has collapsed, making it somewhat difficult to find. However, it still took him a while to find the location Jin Tianquan had mentioned. There, nestled between a few rocks, were 2 boxes. The box is similar in color to the stone. If you weren't paying attention, you might really think it was an ordinary stone. He had his water clone open the 2 boxes, but there were no hidden weapons or mechanisms inside. After opening, one box contained a dragon pearl, and the other box contained a plaque made of an unknown metal, engraved with countless dense characters and patterns, as if it had been engraved using micro-engraving technology. However, with strong mental power, even the smallest words can be seen clearly without affecting reading. The Flood Dragon Pearl, the Divine Art Inheritance, is in my hands. He now recognizes the common script of the underground world and the name of this divine art lineage. Divine Art Golden Scale Technique. He glanced at it briefly and found that the power of this divine technique was terrifying. Once it was used, it could form an indestructible scale defense, amplify physical strength, and even increase speed. Truly a divine technique. Yi Tian sighed. The power of this divine technique is estimated to be comparable to a true innate supernatural ability. I wonder what level of innate divine power it will be when divine magic evolves into innate divine power. Put it away. He placed the Flood Dragon Pearl and the Golden Scale Technique Inheritance in a small space inside his finger bone. This small space was more stable and more concealed than a storage ring, making it less likely to be discovered. He keeps the truly valuable items there, while storing ordinary items in his storage ring. After putting it away, Yi Tian left. He searched the dilapidated hall for a long time but found nothing else. Let's leave some traces. When those Grandmasters of the Scaled Clan break through this place and discover the traces I left behind, won't they be furious? Immediately. He wrote a sentence on a large pillar at the entrance using the common language of the underground world. Xiang Ming was here. He certainly wouldn't use his real name, so he used the name Xiang Ming. The Scale Clan certainly wouldn't dare to cause trouble for Xiang Ming, but they also wouldn't believe that Xiang Ming wrote those words. His only purpose was to anger the Qilin clan. He had no other motives. Time to go. Yi Tian used spatial movement to enter the spatial interlayer and activated his flood dragon true body. Without being hindered by the formation, he easily left the place. Chapter 85, a spectacular scene 10,000 meters above the sky. Third update. East China's Sea Fortress. Yi Tian is back. This time the harvest was enormous, the flood dragon pearl, the inheritance of divine arts, and he also learned about a mysterious Black Sea wonder. If that secret realm hadn't been occupied by the alien races of the underground world, it would have belonged to him. Moreover, he has found a way to comprehend the essence of light, so he will no longer be afraid of not being able to raise the essence of light to the 7th sequence level. It's already dark. We'll head to the top of this underground world, 10,000 meters above the ground, tomorrow morning. Yi Tian murmured. The next day, before the 3 suns of this world had risen, Yi Tian left the East Sea Fortress and then used the wind feather technique. His S-rank perfect wind feather technique allowed him to move very fast, and he quickly reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. At this moment, he stopped and began to employ various defensive measures. The Great 5 Elements Wheel, Dark Immortal, the true form of a flood dragon, and other extraordinary techniques such as the Golden Body technique. After a series of maneuvers, he finally entered the wind layer. The underground world, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, is different from Earth. The wind layer in this underground world is very dangerous. The wind here is a gale, which is terrifying. When it blows against a person, it feels like being cut into 1,000 pieces. Yi Tian stepped into the wind layer. A strong wind is blowing. Ta-da! The dense, swirling winds were like countless knives slashing at him, but none of them could break through his defenses. They all shattered. This fierce wind. Yi Tian stopped there and began to silently comprehend it. It seems that one can grasp the essence of wind here. However, which grandmaster would be willing to stay here indefinitely to comprehend the wind element? Constantly being attacked would be too taxing and wouldn't last long. Moreover, having to focus entirely on defense, who could concentrate on comprehending the wind element? Wind power +1. Yi Tian suddenly drew upon a bit of wind power from the gale. My wind-type talent potential has recovered to S rank, and I can still draw some wind power from here. Not bad. Perhaps I can stay in the gale and draw a little wind power to raise my wind-type talent potential to 99-100. However, it's not very useful for now unless I can obtain wind-type god-level materials. Yi Tian decided that he should first comprehend the light element's intent before coming here to comprehend the wind element's intent, and then improve upon it. Wow! Braving the strong winds, Yi Tian continued to traverse the wind layer and finally passed through it, arriving outside the wind layer. He seemed to have broken free from some kind of special constraint and arrived in a peaceful area. At this moment, it was still dark here, but soon the light from the 3 underground world suns would reach this place, creating an aurora phenomenon. I waited for about 10 minutes. They're here. Far away. The light tore through the vast darkness and illuminated this void. In an instant, the intermingling of light created a unique aurora phenomenon. Yi Tian was ready. He activated the enlightenment technique, devouring the origins of other talents and abilities to enhance his own comprehension. With a sudden enlightenment, he began to comprehend the essence of light. Time passed second by second. Before we knew it, 10 minutes had passed. The aurora phenomenon began to dissipate. Too short, Yi Tian said regretfully. As he watched the aurora disappear, he wondered if he could keep traveling westward and see the sun just rising, thus allowing him to continue experiencing the aurora. But upon closer inspection, this is simply unrealistic, unless his speed is comparable to the speed of light. Although I only studied the aurora phenomenon for 10 minutes this time, the effect was quite good. Although the aurora phenomenon is only a mid-grade phenomenon, it does not weaken and its effect is much better than that of ordinary mid-grade phenomena. Yi Tian had also comprehended mid-grade phenomena, and even mid-grade wonders. Whether it's a spectacle or an anomaly, the initial comprehension is the most effective. The longer you comprehension, the less effective it becomes, mainly because it consumes the energy of the anomaly or spectacle. This energy is not infinite but finite and needs to be replenished slowly. But the aurora phenomenon is different. Its energy comes from the 3 suns in the underground world. The energy is so terrifying that it is almost constantly replenished and will never be exhausted. It will only dissipate after 10 minutes. Therefore, his 10 minutes of comprehending the aurora phenomenon is equivalent to 1 hour of normal comprehending a mid-grade phenomenon. At this rate of efficiency, he estimated that he would only need half a month to cultivate the light element intent to the 70% level of the 8th sequence. Go to the wind layer to comprehend the essence of wind. Yi Tian descended and arrived at the wind layer, where he was subjected to the onslaught of the gale. Then, he silently pondered the essence of the wind element. His defense was terrifying. The gale couldn't harm him in the slightest, allowing him to fully concentrate on comprehending the wind-based artistic conception. Gradually, he grasped the essence of the wind element and continued to refine it. A few hours later, Yi Tian stopped trying to comprehend it and left directly from the wind layer. The concept of wind is not very important to him at the moment. There is no need for him to constantly comprehend it, but he can comprehend it occasionally. We have to go to the dark abyss. He planned to go to the dark abyss to find that mysterious Black Sea wonder. Dark abyss. The void twisted, and a figure emerged. It was Yi Tian. We've finally arrived at the dark abyss. According to his understanding, the dark abyss is a paradise for dark-type monsters, where a large number of monsters are hidden, including many that are comparable to grandmasters and great-grandmasters. As for whether there are any level 6 demonic beasts comparable to grandmasters, that's unclear. It's safer to use spatial travel to find that secret realm. Even a grandmaster might not be able to sense me in spatial travel mode. Yi Tian took a step and entered spatial travel. Based on the location Jin Tianxuan had described, he searched for the secret realm bit by bit. That secret realm was very well hidden, located in a cave in the dark abyss. The Jiaolin clan discovered that secret realm by chance. Unfortunately, the Jiaolin clan has few members with dark bloodlines, so the Black Sea Wonder realm is not very useful to them and they haven't made much use of it. This should be the cave, right? Yi Tian thought to himself. He emerged from the spatial walk and entered the cave, making the search much easier. The observation range in the spatial walk mode was too small, making it difficult to quickly locate the secret realm. No, then it shouldn't be this cave. He moved to another cave and continued his search. Time passed slowly, and it wasn't until more than an hour later that he finally found it. Inside a cave. There are traces of the Jiaolin clan here, as well as a doorway, but it has been covered up. This should be the entrance to the secret realm. Yi Tian guessed. He opened the door, revealing a passageway from which the faint aura of spatial power emanated. Sure enough, this was the gate to the secret realm. Let's stack up our defenses first, and then go in. A light shone from Yi Tian's body, and various defenses were stacked up before he entered the secret realm. Chapter 86 The Yin-Yang Undying Body, completed 4th update. This secret realm isn't very big. Yi Tian walked in and looked around. It was only slightly larger than the water and fire Tai Chi Wonder Realm of the East Sea Pavilion. In the middle of the secret realm, a black ocean appeared. This was not the real Black Sea, but a spectacle. A Black Sea wonder. 500 years have passed, and it's still here. Truly a wonder. Yi Tian arrived at the center of the Black Sea wonder and began to comprehend the dark-themed artistic conception. Buzz. Enlightenment technique activated, enlightenment surges. Afterwards, he silently pondered the dark aesthetic. Of course, he also kept track of the time, as he needed to go out and reach an altitude of 10,000 meters to study the aurora phenomenon before tomorrow morning. Time passed, and before we knew it, it was already the morning of the next day. They've gone out. After emerging from the Black Sea Wonder realm, Yi Tian directly entered the spatial interlayer before heading to a height of 10,000 meters in the sky. He didn't want his whereabouts to be discovered, as that would easily expose the Black Sea wonders and secrets. 10,000 meters above the ground. Yi Tian greeted the aurora phenomenon on time and once again comprehended the essence of light. 10 minutes later, the aurora phenomenon disappeared, and he returned to the Black Sea Wonder realm to comprehend the dark-themed artistic conception. And so, the days passed by. 2 weeks later. Boom! Yi Tian exuded an incomparably powerful 7th sequence dark aura. He successfully comprehended the dark realm to the 7th level, and his light realm, after half a month of study, was successfully elevated to the 7th level of the 8th sequence. It can be said that he can now cultivate the yin-yang undying body. This secret realm is quite good. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant. I'll cultivate the yin-yang undying body here. Yi Tian began his cultivation. Buzz. The 7th sequence of dark elemental intent, the 8th sequence of light elemental intent at 7/10 of its level, and the 8th sequence of perfect water elemental intent and water elemental intent all began to operate, transforming the body according to the cultivation method of the yin-yang imperishable body. As time passed, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside world continuously flowed into his body, transforming it. Gradually, a trace of the indestructible power of yin and yang flowed through his body. Boom! His body began to transform, and he mastered yet another special physique. After a long time, his body was completely transformed into the yin-yang imperishable body. Snap! As Yi Tian moved, his bones cracked and popped, and with a casual wave of his hand, the air exploded. This power is much stronger, Yi Tian said happily. The dark longevity body, the flood dragon true body, and now the yin-yang undying body have continuously enhanced his physical attributes, bringing them to an incredibly terrifying level. If he goes all out, he can defeat a novice grandmaster of supernatural arts with a single punch. His cultivation level seems to have broken through as well. Yi Tian glanced at the data panel. Sure enough, his cultivation had reached the intermediate level of a master of supernatural arts. Realm level, intermediate master of extraordinary arts. But he also discovered that his body seemed to be approaching a certain limit, and if he were to cultivate a special physique, he might reach his true limit. My body seems to be able to withstand only 4 special constitutions? That's far too few. Yi Tian wants to pursue the path of stacking special physiques, but 4 special physiques are far too few. We need to find a way to elevate our level of existence. Yi Tian thought to himself. If one's life level is not improved, then the 4 special physiques will be one's limit, so how can one become invincible? Jin Tianxuan also said that some top races have a very high level of life and can definitely combine multiple special physiques. He can't be worse than them, can he? I have to go. This Black Sea Wonder has severely depleted my energy, and I won't be able to comprehend it for the next few months. Even if I do comprehend it, I won't be able to quickly improve my 7th sequence Dark Elemental Intent. Yi Tian emerged from the Black Sea Wonder realm and then used an earth-based technique to seal the entrance. While this method cannot completely block out the virus, it makes it less likely to be detected. Moreover, it wouldn't be easy for other races to find this place. He then erased all traces left by the Zhou clan, making it even safer. Let's go back. Yi Tian used spatial travel to leave Donghai City. Tunghai University. Yi Tian came back to rest. Yi Tian, come here and collect a sky helmet. Li Haoyang's advisor has been notified. Receive the sky helmet? Yi Tian went there and only then did he realize that the Sky Dome network was now fully open. Mentor, is the Sky Dome network fully open? Yi Tian asked in surprise. Li Haoyang nodded, yes, now anyone with a talent for supernatural abilities, even those who have just reached the level of apprentice in supernatural arts, can buy a sky helmet to enter the sky network. The lowest end sky helmet only costs 10,000 yuan each. What level is my sky helmet? Yi Tian asked. High-end ones, 1 million each, the school is giving them to you. Li Haoyang said. For Tunghai University, a mere 1 million is just a small amount of money. And the Sky Network has changed a lot now, let me show you. Li Haoyang said. Okay. Yi Tian, wearing the sky helmet, entered the Sky Network. Sky Dome Network, personal space. Nothing has changed here. He then invited his mentor, Li Haoyang, to his personal space. Li Haoyang then introduced Yi Tian to the new changes in the Sky Network. This is the Sky Dome Online Mall. Li Haoyang clicked on each mall. Many corporations are opening malls on Sky Dome now, after all, the traffic here is too huge. Many gifted individuals can shop anytime, anywhere while playing or cultivating on Sky Dome. Of course, it's no different from online shopping in real life. In addition, Sky Dome Networks has now opened accounts and a virtual bank, and you can even conduct business through the virtual bank without having to go to a real bank. Not only that, there are also various competitions here, with many groups and organizations attracting participants with generous rewards. There are even competitions between practitioners of supernatural abilities. I'll take you to Donghai City. Li Haoyang brought Yi Tian to Donghai City within the Sky Dome Network. This is Donghai City in the Sky Dome Network. Currently, the entire Sky Dome Network has built more than 30 giant cities, and Donghai City is one of them. People can chat and even go shopping here, just like in real life. They can also meet up with the people they want to see. Look around at the buildings, there are many advertisements, all of them for various competitions. Under Li Haoyang's guidance, Yi Tian gradually came to understand the changes in the Sky Dome Network. It must be said that the emergence of Skynet has made life more convenient for people and has also promoted the development of melee combat systems. However, these changes to the Sky Dome network are meaningless to us Grandmasters. The most meaningful change is the construction of the Sky Dome Tower, which houses various levels of alien races. We can enter it to challenge these alien races and test our close combat skills. Yi Tian, you can go and try your luck at the Sky Dome Tower, Li Haoyang said. The Sky Tower? Yi Tian became interested and prepared to go take a look. Chapter 87 The Art of Immortality, Hope for Becoming an Immortal First Update. The Sky Tower currently has 13 floors. Once your weaponry skills reach the beginner level, you can pass the first level. Once you reach the minor mastery level, you can pass the second level. Once you reach the major mastery level, you can pass the third level. If one's weapon mastery is raised to the level of subtlety, one can pass the fourth level. The level of perfection allows one to pass the fifth level. With an artistic level of weapon mastery, passing the sixth level shouldn't be a problem. As for levels 7 and above, one needs even higher levels of weaponry expertise. Moreover, the first attempt to challenge the Sky Tower is free. If you attempt the Sky Tower a second time and reach a higher level than the first time, you will still be free. However, if you are unable to reach the next level, you will be charged 100,000 yuan per attempt. This fee is very reasonable. Otherwise, if everyone went to challenge the Sky Tower for free and used it as a free training ground, the Sky Tower would never be able to keep up with demand. Therefore, the necessary fees must be charged. Mentor, which level of the Sky Tower have you conquered? Yi Tian asked. I barely made it past the 6th level, Li Haoyang said. Then Yi Tian went to challenge the Sky Tower. First floor, instant kill. The second level, instant kill. All the way up to the 5th floor, it was an instant kill. We've arrived at the 6th floor. The alien race on this level has barely reached the level of artistic conception in weaponry, but they cannot unleash the power of artistic conception in the Sky Network. However, their combat skills and body control are at the level of artistic conception. Cut. Yi Tian unleashed a sword strike, instantly killing his opponent. Then he went to the 7th floor. The alien race on the 7th level is quite powerful, corresponding to the 8th sequence of sword intent level. Yi Tian did not rush to kill his opponent, but instead engaged in a slow and steady battle. Since he comprehended the 7th order sword intent, he has rarely engaged in close combat, so this is a good opportunity for him to hone his skills. Before we knew it, almost an hour had passed. If he cannot get past this level, he will be judged to have lost. Therefore, Yi Tian no longer concealed his strength and directly unleashed his full power, killing him within a few moves and passing through the 7th level of the Sky Tower. The 8th floor. The melee combat level of the alien races on this level is said to be incredibly powerful, absolutely comparable to the level of the 7th sequence sword intent. Even Yi Tian might not be confident of defeating his opponent. Let's give it our all. Yi Tian fought him without the slightest slackening, displaying his melee skills to perfection. Ding ding ding. Every move and technique is used to maximize power, skill, and technique. However, this level of alien melee combat skill represents the lowest level of weapon technique required to set the 7th sequence of sword intent. Therefore, Yi Tian still has a chance to get through it. 1 minute. 10 minutes. Half an hour. Both Yi Tian and this alien were seriously injured. However, near the end of the hour, Yi Tian, at the cost of losing an arm, successfully pierced his opponent's heart with a single sword strike, ending the battle. It was a Pyrrhic victory. I need to come here whenever I have time to fight in battle with the alien races on the 8th floor and hone my close combat skills. Yi Tian muttered. Buzz. His consciousness left the Sky Tower. He didn't attempt to challenge the 9th level of the Sky Tower. It was completely unnecessary. When Yi Tian came out, Li Haoyang asked, Yi Tian, how many floors of the Sky Tower have you passed? Have you passed the 7th floor? Yi Tian said calmly, I've passed the 8th level. What? You've passed the 8th level? Li Haoyang exclaimed in shock. You've mastered the sword intent to the 7th level. Yes. Yi Tian nodded slightly. What a prodigy. Even some supreme masters might not be able to reach this level in weaponry. Li Haoyang exclaimed in amazement. Withdraw from Skynet. Yi Tian asked Li Haoyang a question. Mentor, I've heard that some rare and precious materials can enhance one's life level, and some extraordinary techniques can also achieve this effect. Do you know how to obtain them? You want to elevate your life level? Li Haoyang frowned slightly. Rare and precious materials are very difficult to obtain. For example, the longevity fruit has such an effect, but only the first one is effective. The effect is halved with the second one, and the third one is even rarer. Moreover, treasures like the longevity fruit are rare and cannot be obtained in large quantities. As for the even more expensive divine blood, forget about it. Even grandmasters of the ultimate path cannot obtain it. As for extraordinary techniques to elevate one's life level, they do exist, but I do not recommend that you learn about them. Mentor, what kind of extraordinary technique is it? Yi Tian was very curious. Li Haiyang said, it's a forbidden technique, it's not allowed to be practiced. Professor, I was just asking. If you don't tell me, I'll become even more curious and want to find out more. You might as well just tell me directly. After Yi Tian said that, Li Haiyang revealed the truth. It's the longevity technique from the Evil God Society. Li Haiyang explained, the Evil God Society likes to research all kinds of forbidden techniques, and the longevity technique was developed by them by combining some special bloodline techniques from the depths of the underground world. At the time, the longevity technique caused a huge sensation, even attracting experts stronger than the Supreme Grandmaster, and even leading to the fall of several Supreme Grandmasters. But in the end, it was proven that the longevity technique had huge side effects. What side effects? Yi Tian was curious. Li Haiyang said, the longevity technique consumes the potential of one's innate abilities, turning one into a cripple. Even if an S-rank innate ability is exhausted, it won't increase life force much, and lifespan won't be extended much. Therefore, the longevity technique is rather useless, unless it's someone whose lifespan is nearing its limit and they want to live a few more years, they would want to obtain the longevity technique. Now, Yi Tian was very excited. The art of immortality was practically created just for him. The Evil God Society was practically his lucky star. The Evil God Society's enlightenment techniques, combined with his cheat-like abilities, propelled him to become the most monstrous genius. If he discovers another method to achieve immortality, and if he obtains it, wouldn't he become an immortal being? Would he ever lack lifespan again? Of course not. Master, where can I obtain the secret to immortality? Yi Tian asked. Li Haiyang stared at Yi Tian, you have great potential. Becoming a Grandmaster of the Extreme Path wouldn't be difficult for you, and you might even become a powerhouse beyond the Grandmaster of the Extreme Path. Don't let the longevity technique ruin you. Moreover, neither the East Sea Fortress nor East Sea University possesses the longevity technique. The few remaining forces that possessed it back then have all had their longevity technique inheritances destroyed. Currently, only the Evil God Society has the longevity technique. Yi Tian didn't ask any further questions, otherwise it would have been strange. So the two talked about other things and put the matter out of their minds. We have to find a way to get our hands on the secret to immortality. Yi Tian pondered silently. Once he obtains the art of immortality, his lifespan will increase dramatically, and his life level will rise, perhaps even reaching the level of top-tier races like dragons and phoenixes. At that time, he will be able to accumulate a large number of special physical attributes, and his strength will increase to an extremely terrifying level. The art of immortality seems to be possessed only by the Evil God Society. We need to find a member of the Evil God Society and then secretly follow them. Yi Tian thought to himself. Chapter 88 is almost within reach. 2 updates. Donghai City, Supernatural Abilities Association. Yi Tian came here to visit Tai Shi, the vice president of the Superpower Association. Once, Tai Shi was a terrifyingly powerful figure in his eyes, but now he just thought of him as that. Tai Shi is now a mid-level master of supernatural arts, and his strength is quite good, placing him at the middle level. The president of the Donghai City Superpower Association is a grandmaster who has always been stationed at the Donghai Fortress. In fact, there are 3 vice presidents in total. Tai Shi is the weakest, so he is in charge of the Superpower Association and oversees the situation in Donghai City. There are too many cities in Xia Kingdom, and each city has a Superpower Association. In addition, the Superpower Associations are almost all responsible for the security of the city, and the personnel are too scattered. Therefore, each Superpower Association does not have many strong people. Furthermore, the Superpower Association has been busy managing the crime problems of gifted superpowered individuals in the city, which has left them with no time to venture into the underground world and make it impossible for them to earn a profit on their own. They are all supported by the higher-ups. Therefore, many powerful gifted individuals are unwilling to join the Superpower Association. Yi Tian was fooled into joining back then. Certainly. The overall strength of the Superpower Association is still unmatched by other forces, and its foundation is still terrifying. Yi Tian, What brings you here? Tai Shi smiled. Vice President, I'm here to talk to you about something. Yi Tian got straight to the point. I want information about the Evil God Society, such as where members of the Evil God Society might be located. There really is an investigation from the Evil God Society, but it's not in Donghai City. Tai Shi took out a document. This is an investigation from Shicheng. Shicheng is a small city, but it has a considerable population. Not long ago, there were reports of traces of a Grandmaster from the Evil God Society, but Shicheng currently only has one Grandmaster stationed there, and he can't leave easily. Therefore, Shicheng invited Donghai City to send a Grandmaster to investigate. I was originally planning to issue a mission to have a Grandmaster from Donghai City investigate. Yi Tian, if you're interested, this mission is yours. Yi Tian picked up the documents and took a look. Tai Shi added, this task is just a casual investigation. If we can't find any trace of the Evil God Society's Grandmaster, then so be it. After all, nothing major has happened yet, so it's not a big problem. The members of the Evil God Society are like rats, hiding themselves too well. Unless they deliberately reveal themselves, it's not worth spending too much effort searching for them. Vice President, leave this matter to me. Yi Tian agreed. That's great. Tai Shi was in high spirits. Whether it's Yi Tian or the other Grandmasters, although they have joined the East China Sea Ability Association, they are actually just unrestrained external affairs personnel. They have not signed a formal contract and are not subject to any control. As the Vice President, he couldn't be mobilized, and they had every right to refuse. If Yi Tian refuses, he might not be able to find a suitable candidate in a short time. Stone City. Yi Tian arrived in this small city. He did not reveal his identity, but secretly searched for traces of the Evil God Society members. Members of the Evil God Society are not easily exposed, but he came here prepared. Thousand Eyes Technique. Buzz. Yi Tian's eyes flashed with a faint blue light, and he could detect even the slightest trace within a 5-mile radius. This is a B-level mental technique, the pupil technique branch. There are many branches of mental techniques, such as mind perception, pupil techniques, illusion techniques, and object manipulation. In a short period of time, he mastered the Thousand Eyes technique to perfection. I use my Thousand Eyes technique to observe. If a person with special abilities is acting suspiciously, they are likely a member of the Evil God Society. Time passed little by little. We've spotted a sneaky sorcerer, let's follow him and investigate. Yi Tian used spatial travel to get there and soon discovered that the Master of Supernatural Arts had entered a guesthouse. Inside one of the guesthouse rooms, a woman was waiting. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable scene appeared. Oh no, this isn't it. He left immediately. Over the next 2 days, he followed several suspicious gifted individuals, but none of them were members of the Evil God Society. But on the 3rd day, he discovered a top-tier sorcerer hiding in the shadows. He had no hope, but then he noticed that the other person kept turning and twisting, and finally left through an underground passage. This person is very likely a member of the Evil God Society. Therefore, Yi Tian used spatial movement to track the other party, making it impossible for them to detect him. In fact, this sorcerer was very careful, but Yi Tian's spatial movement was simply too abnormal. Not long after, the sorcerer arrived at an underground base. There aren't many gifted individuals here, only about a dozen. The sorcerer arrived at a hall in the underground base and met a Grandmaster. Sir, the genius from the High family is still at home and hasn't come out yet, the sorcerer reported. That genius from the High family is really a tortoise. He was attacked once and he's too scared to come out. The Grandmaster frowned. With his strength, he would naturally dare to storm the High family, but if he really dares to be so reckless, he can forget about leaving. Once the Grandmaster from Stone City holds him back, Grandmasters from nearby cities will soon surround him, and he won't be able to leave Stone City alive. Continue to observe the High family. Notify me immediately once he comes out, the Grandmaster ordered. Yes, Your Excellency. The sorcerer has left. Yi Tian had been secretly observing, and if he wasn't mistaken, this was indeed a base of the Evil God Society, and this Grandmaster was a deacon of the Evil God Society. It is said that the Grandmasters of the Evil God Society are called deacons, the Great Grandmasters are called Hallmasters, the Supreme Grandmasters are called Evil Envoys, and those who surpass the Supreme Grandmasters are called Great Evil Envoys. There seem to be even higher level beings, but he has no authority to know. I need to kill Hai Ling of the High family as soon as possible. There's no profit to be made in this small city, staying here is just a waste of time. The Grandmaster of the Evil God Society muttered to himself with some impatience. Suddenly, a figure appeared, and it was none other than Yi Tian. Great Five Elements Wheel, Transform Domain. Boom! The terrifying power of the domain suppressed this Grandmaster. At the same time, Yi Tian pressed a sword against the Master's neck, unleashing the power of the 7th sequence sword intent, as if it could annihilate the Master at any moment. The Grandmaster of the Evil God Society trembled as he looked at this ruthless person who could kill him instantly. Hello, boss? The Grandmaster was dumbfounded. He didn't know how Yi Tian appeared, and his strength was terrifying. His cultivation level was Grandmaster, but his strength was definitely comparable to a great Grandmaster. He dared not move an inch, fearing that Yi Tian would kill him. You're a Grandmaster from the Evil God Society, right? What's your name, and what's your purpose in coming to Haicheng? Yi Tian asked. Boss, my name is Gao Yu. I'm a junior deacon of the Evil God Society. A genius has appeared in Haicheng. Although she's only a senior in high school, her cultivation has already reached the level of an advanced sorcerer. Most importantly, she has a special physique, the ice body. So the Evil God Society planned to assassinate this high family genius, but the mission failed. Therefore, I've come here personally to find an opportunity to kill the high family genius. Gao Yu dared not hide anything and told him everything. I'll ask you again, do you possess the secret to immortality? Yi Tian asked. The art of immortality. Gao Yu was taken aback, not expecting Yi Tian to ask about this. He quickly replied, Boss, I don't have the art of immortality, but deacons can apply for it. If you release me, I will immediately apply to the Evil God Society for the art of immortality. Apply for the immortality technique now, and don't do anything rash, or you're dead. Yi Tian gave the order. Yes, yes, yes. Gao Yu quickly replied. Then, he took out his communicator and applied to the higher-ups of the Evil God Society for the longevity technique. Boss, the longevity technique will be delivered soon. Gao Yu quickly replied. Okay, I'll wait here. Yi Tian Dao. Not just anyone can enter this hall. Therefore, the other members of the Evil God Society in this base are unaware of what is happening here, but if anyone tries to enter, he will simply eliminate them. However, Gao Yu was very nervous at this moment. He knew perfectly well that Yi Tian would not let him go. However, the longevity technique is not an ordinary forbidden technique, it is extremely precious even within the Evil God Society. He just used up all his contribution points in exchange for the longevity technique, which will be personally delivered by a Grandmaster. No matter which hall master comes, there is hope of rescuing me, or even killing the person in front of me. Gao Yu secretly passed through. Chapter 89, Cultivating the Longevity Technique, Peak of the Initial Life Form, 3rd update. Time passed little by little. A few hours later, a Grandmaster arrived at this underground base. A Grandmaster has arrived. He must be from your Evil God Society. Yi Tian smiled as he looked at Gao Yu. Gao Yu's expression changed, fearing that Yi Tian would kill him immediately, and he quickly said, I don't know. Go and see for yourself. Yi Tian grabbed Gao Yu and stepped across the void, using spatial movement to get there. He can walk through space, and he has even grasped the essence of space. Gao Yu was shocked. He was even in despair. A Grandmaster could never catch a Grandmaster who could travel through space, unless he could instantly kill such a Grandmaster so that the Grandmaster would not have time to use space travel. But it's obvious that Yi Tian is very powerful. I miscalculated. But at this moment, there was nothing he could do. Wow! Yi Tian led Gao Yu to the Grandmaster of the Evil God Society. Hall Master Zhao Yang. Gao Yu recognized this Grandmaster of the Evil God Society. He was extremely powerful even at the beginner Grandmaster level, having comprehended the 8th sequence of fire elemental intent and reached 50% of it. Gao Yu, who is he? Master Zhao Yang asked. Gao Yu dared not speak, but Zhao Yang understood that Yi Tian was definitely not a member of the Evil God Society. Without saying a word, they took action. Boom! A fire dragon materialized and charged towards Yi Tian. The Great Five Elements Wheel. Yi Tian activated the Great Five Elements Wheel, easily blocking the attack from Grandmaster Zhao Yang. Immediately, the Great Five Elements Wheel realm suppressed Zhao Yang. Then, Yi Tian teleported over and slashed at Zhao Yang with his sword. The 7th sequence of sword intent merged various artistic conceptions, unleashing the heaven-slaying sword drawing technique. Puff! With a single sword strike, he pierced Zhao Yang's defenses and severed his head. One-hit kill. Jiao Yu was dumbfounded. This was a grandmaster. Moreover, he had cultivated at the beginner level for more than 10 years. Even if he faced a mid-level grandmaster of supernatural arts, he could hold his own. Yet, he was killed in one move by a grandmaster. Wow! Zhao Yang's storage ring was taken by Yi Tian, who used his spiritual power to break into it and searched for a while before finally finding a legacy ball. Boom! The spiritual power was inherited, and the contents of the longevity technique emerged. Found it! Yi Tian was incredibly excited. Boss, can you let me go? Gao Yu asked, trembling. He dared not escape, nor could he escape. He knew perfectly well that he could not escape from a spatial talent. Even if he was allowed to escape 3,000 meters ahead, he would be caught up very quickly. Sure. Yi Tian nodded. Gao Yu was delighted, surely such a powerful figure wouldn't lie. But the next moment, Yi Tian grabbed Gao Yu and disappeared into the spatial interlayer. Immediately afterward, he let go, and Gao Yu fell into the spatial turbulence. Boss, you said you wouldn't kill me, you were going to let me go. Gao Yu roared in despair. I did let you go, I'm releasing you right here. You can't blame me if you can't save your own life. Yi Tian said, spreading his hands. Under his gaze, Gao Yu was torn apart by the spatial turbulence, leaving not a trace. Then, Yi Tian killed all the other members of the Evil God Society in this base, leaving no one alive. President Ironstone, we've found a base for the Evil God Society. Come and take over. Yi Tiantong knew. More than an hour later, Chairman Taisher arrived. This is. When President Taisher arrived, he saw the corpse of a grandmaster and was immediately shocked. This was a grandmaster of the Evil God Society. He resisted and I killed him. Yi Tian said. Killing a grandmaster is quite an achievement, and the Superpower Association should give a good reward. It's Zhao Yang from the Evil God Society, on the wanted list, a beginner-level grandmaster of extraordinary arts. Yi Tian, you actually managed to kill a grandmaster of extraordinary arts. Tai Shi was dumbfounded. Just how powerful was Yi Tian? Yi Tian continued, the mission of these Evil God Society members in Stone City was to assassinate a genius from the High family. I have killed these Evil God Society members as well, so I would say the mission has been successfully completed, right? Of course. Chairman Taisher nodded quickly. If this isn't a complete success, then what is? President Taisher, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Yi Tian said goodbye. Yi Tian, I will report this mission. I will let you know if the reward is announced. Taisher said hurriedly. Donghai City. Upon Yi Tian's return, he immediately began researching the art of immortality. Now, he is focused entirely on the art of immortality. The art of immortality is somewhat mysterious, and he used the enlightenment technique to comprehend it before he could fully understand it. As he understood it, the art of longevity could indeed increase lifespan and enhance one's level of life. However, a person's level of life is limited. The first increase is significant, but the longer one's lifespan, the more difficult it becomes to increase it further. Furthermore, the art of immortality can only be applied to oneself and cannot be applied to others. This is the limitation of the art of immortality. If the art of immortality could be applied to other people, its value would be immense. We could find some talented individuals with exhausted potential or death row inmates, offer them high conditions, and let them use the art of immortality on a particular person. Wouldn't that cause that person's life level to continuously increase? But this method won't work. First, master the art of immortality. Yi Tian began to use the enlightenment technique to enhance his comprehension in order to cultivate the longevity technique. This is an S-rank forbidden technique, not so easy to master, but with the help of the enlightenment technique, it didn't take him too long to successfully master the longevity technique. Give it a try. Buzz. The longevity technique was activated, absorbing the essence of the wind-type innate ability, and was successfully unleashed. In an instant, an extremely rich mass of life energy merged into the body and was absorbed by every cell. His body was like a riverbed that had been dry for a long time, now flooded with water. Now, although his physical condition did not improve, his lifespan increased and his level of life was enhanced. This improvement ended quickly. Lifespan has increased considerably, and the level of life has risen, but it's still not enough. Yi Tian continued to use the longevity technique. With each use of the longevity technique, his lifespan increased and his life level rapidly improved, but the effect of the longevity technique also became less and less effective. However, as long as it works, that's fine. At the same time, he is also absorbing materials of various attributes to restore his innate supernatural potential. And so, time passed day by day. Yi Tian didn't know how many times he had used the longevity technique, but he gradually cultivated it to perfection. Suddenly, he discovered that his level of existence seemed to have reached a certain limit, and it was becoming difficult to break through that limit. I should have reached the limit of a primary life form, Yi Tian guessed. Life levels are divided into primary life forms, intermediate life forms, and advanced life forms. Most alien races and humans are primary life forms. This is a classification of the essence of life. Intermediate life forms are powerful races like dragons, who are born as intermediate life forms and have a lifespan far exceeding that of other races at the same level. Advanced life forms are races like true dragons and phoenixes, or even the sons of true gods, which are also at this level. Yi Tian was originally a rudimentary life form, which should have made it difficult for him to break through the limits of life level, but now there is hope. The longevity technique is a forbidden wood element technique. I need to elevate my 8th order wood elemental intent before using the longevity technique. Perhaps then I can break through my life level and enter the intermediate life form level. Once I achieve the intermediate life form level, I might be able to stack many special physiques, Yi Tian thought excitedly. Chapter 90 Breakthrough, Intermediate Life Form 4 Updates. In the days that followed, Yi Tian focused on comprehending the 8th sequence of wood elemental intent. However, since there were no mid-grade wood-type phenomena or wonders, his efficiency in comprehending the wood-type essence was naturally not high. Before we knew it, a month had passed. 60% of the 8th sequence of wood-type intent. Yi Tian felt that this kind of progress was acceptable. So he continued his attempt to become an intermediate life form. The secret to immortality. The secret to immortality. Then use the art of immortality again. He repeatedly used the art of immortality to gradually elevate his level of life. Finally, the bottleneck between primary and intermediate life forms was broken. In an instant, Yi Tian's body began to transform, not in terms of physical strength, but in terms of his life level. He could feel his life force surging, as if he had evolved. Much later, the transformation is complete. At this moment, he was already an intermediate life form. Previously, he felt that his 3 special physical attributes were nearing their limit, but now he felt nothing at all. Will the longevity technique still have any effect? Yi Tian used a longevity technique. As for the effect, it seems to be somewhat there, like a drop of water falling into a bottle of water. That's the kind of effect it has. As long as it works, that's fine. I'll use the longevity technique a few times a day from now on. Over time, maybe one day my life form will be able to reach the advanced life form realm. Yi Tian murmured. Now that the issue of life level has been resolved, he needs to continue collecting secret techniques for special physiques and continue accumulating special physiques. Just as he was worrying about how to acquire various special physical techniques, his mentor, Li Haoyang, came to find him. Yi Tian, I have a way to make money. Do you want to go for it? Li Haoyang asked. What are the ways to make money, and how much can you earn? Yi Tian was curious. You can get the special physique technique you want, Li Haoyang said. Really? Yi Tian was surprised. Special physique techniques are extremely valuable. Even in the East Sea Fortress, one would need astonishing battle merits to exchange for a special physique technique, and even then, it would only be an ordinary special physique technique. Ordinary special physique techniques are not of much value to Yi Tian. He wants top-tier special physique techniques. Of course it's true, Li Haoyang said with a smile. This mission was issued by the East Sea Pavilion. The East Sea Pavilion has gone all out this time, willing to pay a huge price to temporarily recruit grandmasters and grandmasters to attack the Scaled Fish Clan. Scaled Fish Clan. Yi Tian knew about this alien race. The Jiaolin clan was born from the union of a Jiaolong, a type of dragon, and a woman from the Linyu clan. However, the Linyu clan is not very powerful now, and is not as strong as the Lin clan. However, no matter how inferior they may be, the Scaled Fish Clan is still a complete race. The East Sea Pavilion is just a group of forces. Do they dare to attack the Scaled Fish Clan? Don't they have official support? Yi Tian asked. No, it was Donghai Pavilion's private action. Li Haoyang said. In fact, many groups and organizations in our Xia Kingdom have private properties in the underground world. Even our Donghai University has several mines and treasure lands. Donghai Pavilion discovered a spirit stone mine in the territory of the Scaled Fish Clan, so they were tempted and wanted to attack the Scaled Fish Clan to seize that spirit stone mine. How strong is the Scaled Fish Clan? Yi Tian asked. One Grandmaster of the Extreme Path, 26 Great Grandmasters, and about 200 Grandmasters. Li Haoyang said. This guy is quite strong. Yi Tian frowned. Li Haoyang continued, the East Sea Pavilion is quite powerful. They have several Supreme Masters serving them, and this time they will send one Supreme Master to intercept the Supreme Masters of the Scaled Fish Clan. Moreover, the East Sea Pavilion is wealthy enough to recruit top-tier Grandmasters of extraordinary arts to fight for them, so the possibility of them taking over that spirit stone mine is very high. Besides, don't you have spatial talent? If there's any danger and we can't win, you can take me with you and run away. Mentor, you dragged me over because you were thinking of running away if you couldn't win, right? Yi Tian rolled his eyes. I'm actually planning on it. Just tell me if you're going or not. The East Sea Pavilion is offering a lot of good stuff this time, including special physique techniques. And if we attack the Scaled Fish Clan, we can take the opportunity to seize their treasure trove. The Scaled Fish Clan is an ancient race in the underground world, but they've declined now. You can imagine how many good things the Scaled Fish Clan's treasure trove will have, and there will definitely be many special physique techniques. Li Haoyang tempted. Mentor, I agree. Yi Tian agreed. Donghai Pavilion will have to depart in 3 days. However, we really need to be prepared to run away, since the Evil God Society and the Scaled Clan might cause trouble, Li Haoyang said solemnly. Clear. Yi Tian nodded. Better to die than to die myself, he would say. If he were truly in danger, he would definitely run away. Even if Donghai Pavilion suffers a great loss, it has nothing to do with him. Then, Yi Tian and Li Haoyang went to the East Sea Pavilion to register, and the East Sea Pavilion gave them a brand new battle ring, which was specially used to record the battle merits obtained in this operation. The more scaled fish they killed, the more battle merits they would have, and the more items they could exchange for. Scale Clan. The chieftain of the Scale Clan, Jean Ball of the Golden Scale Clan, is meeting with the Shadow Messenger of the Evil God Society inside the palace. This time, however, the Ghost Messenger was not a projection, but his true form that came to the Scaled Clan. Ghost Messenger, what brings you to my Scaled Clan? Is there another grand plan at play? Jean Ball asked, frowning. The Ghost Messenger smiled and said, this time it's not a mission from the Evil God Society, but rather a private collaboration between us. What kind of cooperation? Kimbar asked. Did you know that the East Sea Pavilion of the Xia Kingdom is going to attack the Scaled Fish Clan? The Ghost Shadow Messenger revealed this information. Oh, the East Sea Pavilion is attacking the Scaled Fish Clan? Why would they do that? The Scaled Fish Clan is not weak, and they even have a Grandmaster of the Extreme Path. If the East Sea Pavilion attacks the Scaled Fish Clan, the losses will be considerable, right? Jean Ball asked curiously. The Scaled Fish Clan recently discovered a spirit stone vein located at the bottom of the Feather River, the Ghost Shadow Messenger added. What kind of spirit stone vein is this? It must be at least a medium-sized spirit stone vein, otherwise it wouldn't be worth it, Jean Ball guessed. The Ghost Messenger said, it is a medium-sized spirit stone mine, but the important thing is not the spirit stone mine itself. Outsiders don't know about it, but I learned the most crucial information through a pawn of the East Sea Pavilion. A rare and precious artifact was born from that medium-sized spirit stone mine. Really? Kimball was tempted. He knew very well what spiritual treasures were, and how important they were to a power. Even the lowest-level spiritual objects of heaven and earth can allow one to comprehend the seventh-order realm of spiritual understanding. For example, the primordial aura emanating from a water-based spiritual creature is enough to allow someone at the perfected 8th sequence level to comprehend the water-based essence of the 7th sequence. The key is that the natural resources can be used sustainably and will gradually recover. For a master of the highest level, the value of spiritual treasures from heaven and earth is incomparably high. What level of spiritual treasure is it? Is it the 7th or 6th sequence? Jean Ball asked. It's most likely the 7th sequence. If it's the 6th sequence, the East Sea Pavilion wouldn't dare to keep it to itself. They would report it directly, and a powerhouse above the Supreme Grandmaster would take it. The East Sea Pavilion wouldn't be allowed to compete for it, said the Ghost Shadow Envoy. Even a 7th sequence water-type spiritual treasure, plus a mid-grade spirit stone mine, is enough for our Scale Clan to mobilize. Kimball agrees to cooperate with the Ghost Messenger. But how should the benefits be distributed? Chapter 91 4 Supreme Master's First Update. Ghost Messenger, how should we distribute the spoils? Even if we manage to seize a rare treasure, there's only one, not enough to go around, Jinbal said, frowning. I don't want any rare treasures or spirit stones, the Ghost Shadow Messenger said with a smile. I only want that drop of true dragon blood that your Golden Scale clan treasures. Kimbal's expression changed. You even know this? The true blood of the dragon is a top secret among the Scaled clan, known only to a few members. Unexpectedly, the Ghost Shadow Messenger found out about it. He strongly suspected that there were pawns of the Evil God Society within the Scale clan. The Evil God Society was powerful and might even have powerful backers, so it was not impossible that some members of the Scale clan might defect to them. But this is not a good thing for him. Jinbal, never mind how you know, just tell me if you're willing or not. The Ghost Messenger was certain that Kimbal would agree. First, the other Grandmasters of the Scale clan are not in the clan. Only one Grandmaster is in the Golden Scale clan's royal city, and he has long been in seclusion cultivating to break through to a higher realm. Unless the Scale clan is invaded by humans, that person will not come out. Without his intervention, the Scaled clan dared not get involved. Okay, I agree. Kimbal agreed. While the true blood of a dragon is precious, it cannot compare to a rare and precious treasure. Let's make this clear first, I will only take out the true blood of the dragon if we seize the treasure of heaven and earth. Jinbal made it clear beforehand. Good. The Ghost Messenger agreed. Then, Jinbal began mobilizing the clan's grandmasters and masters to participate at the crucial moment. Time flies, and 3 days have passed. East China's Sea Fortress. A group of grandmasters and grandmasters arrived here, a scale far exceeding the usual garrison strength of the East Sea Fortress, yet now they had been summoned by the East Sea Pavilion. Leading the team was Chang Ao, one of the enshrined masters of the East Sea Pavilion. Yi Tian and Li Haoyang were also mixed in, but Yi Tian disguised himself slightly, so he wasn't afraid of being assassinated by the Evil God Society. The group traveled under cover of darkness and arrived at Yuhua before dawn. The Yu River is enormous, much larger than the Luo River. The Scaled Fish clan lives throughout the Feather River. They are a water-based race and are skilled in water-based magic. However, once you reach the Grandmaster level, even a Fire-type Grandmaster can still unleash about 70% of their strength in water, so fighting shouldn't be a problem. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Chang Ao, the Supreme Master of Donghai Pavilion, ordered all Grandmasters and Masters to invade the mine controlled by the Scaled Fish clan. Attack! The battle has broken out. Boom! Chang Ao unleashed an S-rank extraordinary technique Vortex Burst. In an instant, as if an explosion had occurred at the bottom of the Feather River, the corpses of weak scaled fish drifted up one after another. What a terrifying master of extreme martial arts! Yi Tian thought to himself. This was the first time he had seen a Grandmaster of the Extreme Path make a move their strength was far beyond that of a Grandmaster. What would it be like if a powerhouse surpassing even the Grandmaster level were to make a move? Humans, you're asking for death. A roar came. The next moment, a Grandmaster of the Scaled Fish clan appeared. The opponent was a human with a fish head, wielding a trident-shaped magical weapon in both hands, and charged towards the Supreme Master Chang Ao. Rumble! The two masters of extreme martial arts got into a fight. Meanwhile, the other Grandmasters and Masters of the East Sea Pavilion also attacked the Grandmasters and Masters of the Scaled Fish clan. Yi Tian, let's kill the weak ones. Li Haoyang gave him a reminder, and then he went to find a Grandmaster-level Scaled Fish clan member. Yi Tian was extremely cautious, activating the Great Five Elements Will Mutation Technique, Golden Body Technique, Dark Longevity Body, Flood Dragon True Body, and Yin Yang Undying Body before attacking a Grandmaster-level Scaled Fish clan member. Puff! One sword kill. Yi Tian used his teleportation technique to continuously kill one Scaled Fish clan member after another. Upon seeing this, a Grandmaster-level Scaled Fish clan member charged towards Yi Tian. Heaven-slaying sword drawing technique. Put. A sword light containing the sword intent of the seventh sequence and many other artistic conceptions instantly cleaved him in two, killing him instantly. Such a weak Grandmaster dares to stop me? Yi Tian sneered. Because it was a surprise attack, the Scaled Fish clan was unprepared. Gradually, the East Sea Pavilion began to venture into the Spirit Stone Mine. Sudden. A top-tier master of extraordinary arts from the East Sea Pavilion unleashed a divine innate ability, directly breaking through the Spirit Stone Mine and rushing into its interior. At this moment, a vine grew larger and larger, wrapping itself around the body. Many grandmasters who were unaware of the situation were shocked upon seeing this. A treasure of heaven and earth. They thought their target was a spirit stone mine, but they never expected it to be a rare and precious treasure. Protect me to seize the treasures of heaven and earth, and this spirit stone mine can be distributed among you all. That top-tier master of supernatural arts from the East Sea Pavilion shouted. Without hesitation, the temporarily recruited grandmasters directly assisted the East Sea Pavilion's top-tier grandmaster of supernatural arts in seizing the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, reinforcements from the Scaled Fish clan arrived and were desperately resisting the grandmasters of the East Sea Pavilion. Just as the battle was nearing its end, a roar erupted. Ha ha, I never expected it to be a water-based spiritual treasure, the mysterious water vine. This spiritual treasure belongs to our Scale clan. Jean Ball led a large number of Scale clan grandmasters and masters to the scene. Although not all of them came out, nearly half of them were present. Scaled clan, you really did come after all. The Supreme Master Chang Ao noticed it, but he didn't panic. Wow! A cloud of black mist appeared and transformed into a figure, none other than Ghost Shadow Messenger, the ultimate master of the Evil God Society. It's the Shadow Messenger of the Evil God Society, a master of shadow transformation, appearing and disappearing without a trace. This guy is here too. Li Haiyang appeared beside Yi Tian at some point and murmured something. Master of the Evil God Society, mentor, should we run away? Yi Tian was ready to use teleportation and spatial movement to escape at any time. Wait, that Grandmaster of the Eastern Sea Pavilion doesn't seem to be panicking yet. Perhaps he still has some hidden methods, Li Haoyang said. Really? Donghai Pavilion did indeed have some hidden methods. The Evil God Society, you bunch of rats have finally shown yourselves. An ordinary Grandmaster suddenly experienced a surge in his aura and transformed into an elderly Grandmaster of the highest level. Former President of Donghai University, Grandmaster Wu Donlai, what are you doing here? I'm sure none of the other Grandmasters from Donghai Pavilion had time to come, and you've been staying at Donghai University all this time, never leaving. The Ghost Messenger was shocked. Ghost Messenger, haven't you heard of stand dolls? Creating a stand that has the exact same aura as me is quite simple. Donghai Pavilion invited me to take action only to prevent any possible unforeseen circumstances, so don't even think about ruining Donghai Pavilion's plan. Wu Donlai smiled. Old man, you don't have many years left to live, and your strength may not be greater than mine. The Ghost Messenger charged at Wu Donlai, and another battle broke out between two Supreme Masters. When Kimball saw that the Ghost Messenger had been stopped, he knew he could only rely on himself. So, he rushed straight towards the Spirit Stone Mine, intending to seize the Xian Shui Vine, a rare and precious treasure of heaven and earth, for himself. The battle is too chaotic. After killing a few more Scaled Fish Clan members and Scaled Fish Clan members, I'll go and steal the Scaled Fish Clan's treasure vault. Yi Tian made his decision. In no time, he arrived at the edge of the battlefield, severely injured a Grandmaster of the Scaled Fish Clan, and then used illusion magic to force the opponent to reveal the location of the Scaled Fish Clan's treasure vault. The other party's soul had been injured by Yi Tian, rendering them unable to resist, and they blurted it out. After determining the location of the Scaled Fish Clan's treasure vault, he immediately used teleportation to get there, and then used spatial walking to sneak into the vault. The treasure trove of the Scaled Fish Clan, here I come. Yi Tian said excitedly. Chapter 92 Return, Exchanging for a Special Physique Technique 2 Updates. This is it. Yi Tian arrived at a section of the bottom of the Yu River, where there were many underwater structures shrouded by an array. These formations are not simple, and Yi Tian has no way to break them. But he can use spatial movement to pass through these formations. Wow! Yi Tian walked through the spatial interlayer. The outer arrays were all quite ordinary and could not even affect the spatial interlayer. He passed through them easily. Soon, he arrived at the treasure vault. The array in the Scaled Fish Clan's treasure vault is quite impressive, it can even affect the spatial layers. However, they shouldn't be able to stop me. Heaven-slaying sword drawing technique, break. Yi Tian cleaved through the array barrier with a single sword strike and entered through the spatial interlayer. Who? A top-tier master of supernatural arts from the Scaled Fish Clan said coldly. However, he could not see what was happening in the space between layers, he only knew that the treasure vault formation had been disturbed. There is also a Grandmaster of the Scaled Fish Clan at the peak of his level guarding the treasure vault. However, he is outside the vault and must immediately take the treasures inside. Yi Tian's primary goal was to find those inheritances, preferably special secret techniques. Secondly, there are the materials. Soon, Yi Tian found the location of the secret technique inheritance and revealed himself. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Tian swiftly stored each treasure into his finger bone space. They took all the secret techniques passed down through generations, and then the materials and resources, etc. He didn't check what the materials were at all because he didn't have time. Click. The treasure vault formation was opened, clearly indicating that the top-tier Grandmaster of Supernatural Arts had heard the commotion and entered. Time to go. Yi Tian is not greedy. This top-tier Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts might be a top-level Grandmaster who has mastered innate supernatural abilities. He doesn't want to fight such a top-tier Grandmaster. Even if he can save his life, being entangled would still be troublesome. Moreover, this is the core territory of the Scaled Fish Clan. The Scaled Fish Clan's activation of the formation is beyond his ability to deal with. If they also have the means to imprison space, then that would be troublesome. Walk. Yi Tian disappeared into the interlayer of space. Just then, the Grandmaster of the Scaled Fish Clan arrived. Seeing Yi Tian flee, he launched an attack, but failed to land a hit on Yi Tian. Damn humans! The Grandmaster of the Scaled Fish Clan said angrily. Boom! The Scaled Fish Clan activated their arrays at full power, sealing off the void. Even so, it could only slightly affect the spatial interlayer in this area, and could not intercept Yi Tian. Yi Tian easily broke through the blockade and then vanished in an instant. On the battlefield, Yi Tian has returned and joined the attack on the Scaled Fish Clan and the Scaled Clan. However, he discovered that his mentor, Li Haoyang, was injured and was being besieged by two Grandmasters of the Scaled Clan. Although Li Haoyang possesses the innate divine power of the water and fire dragon killing technique, he can only use it a few times. At this moment, he is probably unable to use it again, so he is surrounded and unable to resist the two Grandmasters of the Scaled Clan. Whoosh! Yi Tian teleported there. Freeze spell. A Grandmaster of the Scaled Clan was frozen in place for that instant. In that instant, Yi Tian severed the opponent's head with a single sword strike, killing him instantly. Another Grandmaster of the Scaled Clan narrowed his eyes and tried to escape, but Yi Tian's Great Five Elements will transformed into a domain, suppressing the opponent's speed, and a spatial blade strike directly injured the opponent. Then, he used the Golden Light Leap technique to catch up with his opponent and slashed with his sword again. A sword strike that blended multiple artistic concepts completely ignored the opponent's defensive techniques and cleaved him in two with a single blow. Yi Tian, your strength is actually this great. Li Haoyang remarked with emotion. Once upon a time, Yi Tian was a weakling who needed Yi Tian's rescue. Now, he's the weakling who needs Yi Tian's help, and Yi Tian can easily defeat enemies he can't handle. The killing of two Grandmasters of the Scaled Clan enraged a peak Grandmaster of the Scaled Clan. The opponent may not be as strong as Kimball, but he should not be underestimated. Boom! The Grandmaster of the Scaled Clan charged towards Yi Tian. But Yi Tian didn't want to meet the other party face to face, so he teleported away directly, and the other party couldn't catch up with him. Kill. One by one, the Scaled Clan Grandmasters were killed by Yi Tian. This time, he'll gain a lot from his military achievements alone. Far away. The battle between the Ghost Messenger and the Supreme Master Wu Donglai is also nearing its end. Puff. The Ghost Messenger was pierced through the body by Wu Donglai's innate divine power, and his entire body flew backward. Wu Donglai, you truly deserve to be one of Earth's first generation of geniuses. It's a pity you suffered from a hidden injury that depleted your potential and shortened your lifespan. Otherwise, you would have already surpassed the Grandmaster level. This time, I admit defeat, but next time I will definitely kill you. The Ghost Messenger used a forbidden technique, instantly transforming into a black shadow and disappearing without a trace. After the Ghost Messenger fled, the Scaled Clan suffered a miserable fate. Wu Donglai continued to make moves, killing the Grandmasters of the Scaled Clan. Escape! The Scaled Clan began to crumble. When Jinbal saw that Wu Donglai was about to kill him, he quickly used a special treasure to transform into a beam of light and escape. His speed was so fast that even Wu Donglai could not catch up with him. Escape! Seeing that the situation was not good, the Grandmaster of the Scaled Fish Clan also gave the order to retreat. They didn't want the medium-sized spirit stone mine or the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. Thank you so much, Principal Wu. I am grateful, said the Supreme Master Chang Ao. 10 drops of life-giving liquid, the promised reward, you can't skimp on it. Wu Donglai said. He has a hidden injury, and it's quite serious. Even an S-level resuscitation technique can't heal him. Only a few rare and precious materials can sustain his life, and the life elixir is one of them. Okay, Chang Ao assured him. Then, the people of Donghai Pavilion began collecting this rare and precious Xian Shui vine. The Xian Shui vine requires a special environment to prevent it from withering, so transplanting it would be quite troublesome. However, the people of Donghai Pavilion had already obtained intelligence and prepared Xian Shui liquid. Wow! The Xian Shui vine was attracted by the Xian Shui liquid and was successfully stored inside a spatial storage sphere. It took root in the Xian Shui liquid and will not have any problems in the short term. Then, the Grandmaster of Donghai Pavilion has been stationed here, setting up an array to completely occupy the area, so that spirit stones can be slowly mined in the future. Yi Tian and his group then left and returned to the East China Sea Fortress. East China Sea Fortress. Yi Tian and instructor Li Haoyang returned. They went to the East Sea Pavilion's branch here to submit their battle rings, settle their battle merits, and then exchange them for reward items. Battle merit, 350,000. These are the battle merits Yi Tian has earned. These merits are different from those of the East China Sea Fortress. They are merits created by the East China Sea Pavilion and are only used for the settlement of this mission. Instructor Li Haoyang earned far fewer battle merits, only 90,000, but that was still quite good. Then, Yi Tian set his sights on the special physical techniques of the East Sea Pavilion. He most wanted the 5 elements physique secret technique, but the East Sea Pavilion did not have it. Boundless ocean form, primarily water-based, with earth and wood-based secondary elements, exchangeable for 50,000 battle merits. Wrathful Vajra body, metal, fire, earth element, exchangeable for 60,000 battle points. Starry sky battle body, earth, metal, and light elements, can be exchanged for 80,000 battle points. Only these 3 special systems are decent, the others are rubbish, and exchanging for them is just a waste of battle merits. Then he looked at the material resources. S-grade spirit material celestial soul crystal, exchangeable for 50,000 battle merits. S-grade mental materials are very rare. He had always wanted them but had nowhere to buy them. This time, he was able to exchange for them. Afterwards, he exchanged some S-level special abilities and various S-level materials, and then spent all the battle merits he had gained. Chapter 93-21 Special Physique's third update. Battle merits deducted, rewards received. Yi Tian left Donghai Pavilion and returned to his residence. After returning, he began to take out the treasures one by one from his finger bone space. These were all treasures he had plundered from the treasure vault of his scaled fish clan. Let's look at these ancient texts and their secret techniques first. Most of the ancient texts and secret techniques here are bloodline-related arts, which can only serve as a reference for him. The secret technique for developing special physiques has been found. 1 door, 2 doors, 3 doors. Yi Tian sorted them out and found a total of 18 special physique secret techniques. As expected of the scaled fish clan, their foundation is indeed abundant. Even in such decline, they still possess so many unique physical constitutions and secret techniques. However, of these 18 special physique techniques, 15 are ordinary, and only 3 can be considered top tier. These 3 top tier special physique techniques are the Xianlin body, the water scale giant god body, and the Xianbing true body. Indeed, with so many special physique techniques combined, it's enough to make my body incredibly powerful. Yi Tian murmured. Afterward, he began to sort through the other treasures he had seized, each one of which was extraordinary. 38 pieces of S-grade materials. 322 pieces of grade A materials. These resources alone would be enough for him to use for a long time. Moreover, there are 66 rare and precious natural treasures. This bottle still has a seal. What's inside? Yi Tian carefully broke the seal on the bottle and took out the items inside. This aura. Yi Tian thought of the divine metal. The bottle contains a liquid substance, similar to the aura of divine metal, and should be a divine treasure. Then, he looked it up and finally learned the name of the treasure. Tai divine water. This is one of the divine materials in the underground world. It can be used to treat various injuries and to refine elixirs. For Yi Tian, the only effect of the Tai divine water was to upgrade his water-type talent and ability potential. So, my second god-level innate talent is about to be born. Yi Tian was filled with anticipation. In addition, Yi Tian also found 6 rare treasures among these treasures, one of which was a mid-grade water-type rare treasure, and the rest were all low-grade rare treasures. This mid-grade water-type treasure can help Yi comprehend the 8th-order water-type concept more quickly, so it's quite useful. In the days that followed, Yi had many training tasks, using S-grade water-based materials to enhance his S-grade water-based talent potential, striving to reach 99-100. He also needs to comprehend the artistic conception of water, earth, and other elements, and elevate the realm of these artistic conceptions one by one. Moreover, he awakened his potential ice-type talent, simply because the Xianbing true body required him to comprehend the ice-type intent. At the same time, chaos erupted within the Scaled Fish clan, and the clan's supreme master was furious. You can't even guard the treasure vault, what use are you? Yunfei, the supreme master of the Scaled Fish clan, angrily rebuked. Ancestor Yunfei, that human has spatial abilities. He directly disappeared into the spatial interlayer, and I cannot pursue him. Grandmaster Yudo said helplessly. Humans. Yunfei was also filled with murderous intent, wishing he could kill all of humanity. However, he was powerless against humans. The Scaled Fish clan currently only has one Grandmaster of the Ultimate Path, while humans can easily send out 2 Grandmasters of the Ultimate Path, or even stronger individuals above the Grandmaster level. However, humans have a much wider battlefront and have offended many alien races. Otherwise, how could the Scaled Fish tribe possibly survive? As humanity grows, we, the Scaled Fish, must find a way out. How about we join forces with the Giant Elephant tribe? The Giant Elephant clan is the most powerful alien race within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. They are incredibly strong, and even the Scale clan is backed by the Giant Elephant clan. Moreover, there are many powerful individuals in the Giant Elephant clan who surpass the Supreme Grandmaster level. Only by attaching themselves to the Giant Elephant tribe can they hope to resist humans. It's a pity that humans stole the Tai Divine Water and also robbed the Xian Shui Vine, a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Otherwise, we could have offered it as a gift to the Giant Elephant clan to seek their protection, Yunfei thought to himself. Lacking both spiritual treasures and divine water, we can only gather more precious items and rely on quantity to seek the protection of the Giant Elephant clan. East China Sea Fortress. Time passed day by day. This day, Yi successfully raised his water-type talent potential to the limit of S level before taking out the Tai Divine Water. He touched the divine water with the tip of his right finger. Soon. Water power +1. Boom. His water-based innate abilities began to transform, evolving from S level to God level. At the same time, his physical fitness also improved a bit. Water-type God tier 0-100. This is his second God level innate ability potential. If he were to obtain a water-based divine technique, he could cultivate it. After his water-based innate ability was upgraded to the God level, his efficiency in comprehending the essence of water became incredibly fast. In a short period of time, he comprehended the potential of his water-based innate abilities to the 7th level. Currently, the only weakness is the earth element concept, which requires more time to comprehend. Let's accumulate those ordinary special physique techniques we obtained from the Scaled Fish clan first. Although they are all ordinary special physique techniques, accumulating them can still cause a surge in physical attributes. Yi chose a special physique called Leech Body. This special physique can increase body coordination and blood recovery speed. If forbidden techniques that consume blood are used, Leech Body can help with rapid recovery. Moreover, it only requires one level of the 8th sequence of the water and wood elemental realms to master. Begin cultivating the Leech Body. The water-based and wood-based aesthetics begin to merge and transform the body. Soon. Leech Body formation completed. This is his 4th special physique. Then, he began to cultivate other special physical techniques. The 5th special physique. The 6th special physique. The 7th special physique. Yi has developed more and more special physiques, and his physical qualities have reached an incredible level, while his strength is also constantly increasing. 1 month later. I've mastered 18 special physical techniques. Nobody would believe me if I told them. Yi said with a smile. However, some of the 18 special constitutions are similar and have been directly merged into one constitution, which has made the original effect even better. This day, Yi traded a mid-grade water-type rare treasure that he didn't need with a Grandmaster for a mid-grade earth-type rare treasure. In this way, he can naturally comprehend and improve his understanding of the earth element more quickly. Before we knew it, another half-month had passed. The boundless ocean water system requires the 7th sequence, while the earth and wood intense require 60% of the 8th sequence. I have already achieved those, so I can go and master them. Yi Tian began cultivating the boundless ocean body. Before long, he mastered the boundless ocean body. Boom! His body began to transform, and his physical attributes increased dramatically, demonstrating that the increase in the power of the boundless ocean body was far greater than that of ordinary special physiques. After that, he successively mastered the starry sky battle body and the wrathful Vajra body, and also cultivated the profound scale body, the water scale giant god body, and the profound ice true body to the entry level, but another half-month had already passed. This day, Yi Tian ended his long period of seclusion. At this moment, he had already mastered all 21 special physique techniques he had acquired. Moreover, Yi Tian himself couldn't estimate the extent of the defensive power of the protective aura formed by the 21 special physical constitutions combined. Ha! With my current strength, I can even fight a top-tier grandmaster of supernatural arts head-on. Yi Tian murmured. Chapter 94 Integration of Two Realms, Donghai City withdraws fourth update. A few days later. The Superpower Association is so stingy. Yi Tian received a reward from the Superpower Association. It was the reward for killing the Grandmaster of the Evil God Society and completing the mission, and it was a long time later. It is estimated that the Superpower Association went through several rounds of approval before awarding this prize. A piece of S-grade material, and only a small piece at that. In the past, he probably would have liked it, but now he really doesn't. If Taisher knew that Yi Tian was not satisfied with the reward, he would definitely be furious. Even he would want an S-grade material. East China Sea Fortress. As Yi Tian walked along the streets of the fortress, he noticed something was amiss. There were more and more grandmasters, including some unfamiliar great grandmasters. In the past, there were only a few grandmasters at the East China Sea Fortress, so there was no need for too many grandmasters to guard it normally. But now something is clearly wrong. There are many more grandmasters now. Could it be that some force is about to make a big move? Yi Tian guessed. However, it is unusual that these grandmasters seem to be planning to reside in the East China Sea Fortress for an extended period. Then, he came to see his mentor, Li Haoyang. He was just a student at Donghai University, and it was impossible for him to be informed of any plans from above. His mentor, Li Haoyang, was a grandmaster-level mentor at Donghai University and would most likely know the inside story. Soon, he met his mentor, Li Haoyang. However, Professor Li Haoyang frowned, clearly not in a good mood. Mentor, what happened? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang said helplessly, the days of peace are over. The peaceful days are over? Is war about to break out? Yi Tian was startled. This war is no small-scale skirmish like the one at Donghai Pavilion. It's a real, large-scale war. Yes. Li Haoyang nodded. However, this time we are forced to go to war. If we don't go to war, Donghai City may not exist. Which alien race wants to invade Donghai City? The Scaled Clan? They don't have the strength to do that. Yi Tian asked in surprise. Li Haoyang didn't hide anything and revealed directly, it's not the Scaled Clan, it's that Donghai City and this area of the Scaled Clan are going to merge. Integration? Yi Tian didn't understand. Li Haoyang explained, Yi Tian, you should know that our Earth has collided with the underworld, and the underworld is now slowly engulfing and devouring Earth. According to the calculations above, 6 regions of the entire Earth will soon merge with 6 territories of the underworld. If the entire Earth is completely swallowed by the underworld, you can imagine how terrible the situation of humanity will be without a true God. Is all of humanity powerless against a true God? Yi Tian asked. We can't contend with it. Li Haoyang said with a wry smile, you haven't seen the scene of a true God taking action. When Earth collided with the underground world, a true God took action and shook the stars with his single hand. Do you know that? If the world S hadn't severely injured him, that true God would have stepped onto Earth. Even if Earth has no value, the population is what those true gods value. Having more believers is not a bad thing for those true gods. That's true. Yi Tian nodded slightly. If they can't get into Earth, those true gods will just let it go. But if they can get in, they'll do whatever comes of the way, since there's nothing to lose. Therefore, the Earth's higher levels do not want to be swallowed up by the underground world. Is there any way for Earth to avoid being swallowed by the underground world? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang shook his head. There's no way around it. Earth will eventually be swallowed up by the underworld. However, we can buy time until a true God is born on Earth. For example, this time, Donghai City merged with this area of the underworld. If it's feasible, we also have a way to swallow this area back into Earth. Conversely, devouring this entire area of the underground world? Yi Tian was shocked. Yes. Li Haoyang said, according to the instructions from above, in about half a month, the area of Donghai City will border the area of the underworld. There will be no world barrier between them, and they will become one place. You can think of it as an incredibly vast secret realm. This place will also become a battlefield, where we humans will fight against the alien races of the underworld. It will also be a clash between the wills of our worlds. If we kill all those alien races and prevent them from entering again, then our luck will increase greatly, boosting the will of the Earth world, and we may be able to swallow up this area. Who are our main opponents? It can't just be the Lin clan, can it? Yi Tian asked again. Of course it can't be the Scaled clan. What are the Scaled clan? They can't even beat our Donghai City. Our main opponent is the Giant Elephant clan, Li Haoyang said. Giant Elephant clan. This was not the first time Yi Tian had heard of this alien race. Jin Tianxuan of the Jiaolin clan had died at the hands of Xiang Ming of the Giant Elephant clan. Are the Giant Elephant race very powerful? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang nodded. The Elephant clan is very powerful. They are huge, with human bodies and elephant heads, and are over 3 meters tall. Their defense and strength are top-notch. Moreover, the Elephant clan has many grandmasters of the extreme Dao, and even many stronger than grandmasters. The strength of the entire Jiang province is probably about 1/3 of the Elephant clan's combat power. Jiang province, a powerful province ranking 6th in strength in the entire Xia kingdom, actually only has 1/3 the fighting strength of the Giant Elephant clan. The power of this Giant Elephant tribe is indeed terrifying. Li Haoyang frowned and said, the Elephant clan is the strongest overlord in this area of tens of thousands of miles. The Scale clan is one of their subordinate alien races. The Elephant clan cannot stand by and watch this area fall into the hands of our Donghai City, so they will definitely get involved. In fact, the Elephant clan may even launch an attack on the Donghai fortress before the two realms merge. Therefore, the East Sea fortress has recently seen a surge of grandmasters and extreme grandmasters. There have even been experts surpassing extreme grandmasters arriving, but we simply don't know it. So, should the ordinary people of Donghai City be evacuated? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang said, it's unclear for now, but whether or not we will withdraw will be decided in the next 2 days. If we are to withdraw, there must be a reason. Withdrawing millions of people from a city is no small matter. If the higher-ups decide to withdraw, they will most likely announce the situation in the underground world. Yi Tian also thought so. 2 days passed quickly. After several discussions among the provincial leaders, it was finally decided to evacuate the millions of people in Donghai City and relocate them to other cities. If they don't evacuate, and they are defeated, Donghai City will be pulled into the underground world, which would be dangerous. How do ordinary people survive in the underground world? A major war will affect them, causing the deaths of many ordinary people. Therefore, we must evacuate. The announcement of the withdrawal shocked everyone in Donghai City. They didn't understand why they had to leave Donghai City when they were living there peacefully. For a time, there was some unrest in Donghai City. Final. The underground world has been revealed. Chapter 95: The Fall of the Supreme Master, the Beginning of Fusion. On the internet. What? A subterranean world? That's terrifying. So the otherworldly invasion really exists. That Sky Dome Network otherworldly wargame wasn't just a fiction. We're doomed. An alien invasion. Are we all going to die? No wonder my neighbor's grandson died in college. They say it was killed by an evil god. He probably died in the underground world. Let's get out of here. Donghai City is too dangerous. Even without pressure from above, the millions of people in Donghai City are thinking about leaving as soon as possible. In just a few days, almost all of the millions of people in Donghai City had been evacuated. Those who remained were all gifted superhumans, masters, and above. They could not be evacuated, otherwise who would guard the Donghai fortress? Donghai City is completely deserted. Yi Tian walked down the street. It used to be very lively, but now it was deserted, with only a few master-level or grandmaster-level gifted superhumans passing by occasionally. With the residents of Donghai City evacuated, the Donghai fortress no longer had any concerns. At worst, they could simply abandon Donghai City. Moreover, after the official order from the Xia Kingdom was issued, all major corporations, organizations, and grandmasters in Jiang province were forcibly transferred to the East China Sea fortress, and no one could remain unaffected. Without pooling the resources of the entire Jiang province, we wouldn't even have the qualifications to contend with the giant elephant clan. In addition, other provinces also sent strong personnel to provide support. East China Sea fortress. Yi Tian clearly felt that the space in this area was distorting and changing. He estimated that in another 7 or 8 days, this area between the two realms would merge together. Spatial transformation. Yi Tian activated the Enlightenment technique and silently comprehended it. This naturally occurring spatial change is even more profound than the spatial mysteries contained within spatial rifts. Although it can only be maintained for a few days before it becomes completely stable, with his comprehension, even a few days is enough to greatly enhance the spatial conception. If he's lucky, he might even be able to comprehend the spatial conception up to the 8th sequence. Contemplate. 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 He no longer cared about any trivial matters in the outside world, focusing only on cultivation. Suddenly, a major earthquake occurred. Yi Tian finished his cultivation and arrived at the city wall of the East Sea Fortress. Then, he witnessed an astonishing scene. In the distance, giant elephants rode on giant elephant beasts. These giant elephant beasts were all raised by the giant elephant clan, and each one was tens of meters tall, just like primordial beasts. The giant elephant race has indeed invaded. Yi Tian thought to himself. As Mentor Li Haoyang had previously mentioned, the giant elephant clan might launch an attack before the two realms merged in this region. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. Just then, the East China Sea fortress has made a move. Buzz. In mid-air, arrays were activated and gradually coalesced into the shape of a ship's cannon. Energy is gathered and concentrated in the ship's guns. In an instant, a beam of light pierced the sky and crashed into the ranks of the giant elephants. But the powerful members of the elephant race also made their move. A terrifying elephant race expert used a special innate ability, which made his body grow many times larger, turning him into a giant elephant race member who was 100 meters tall. Then, the other side slapped it, colliding with the beam of the ship's cannon. With a loud bang, space itself cracked, yet the giant elephant race remained unharmed. What terrifying giant elephants! Their innate supernatural abilities are somewhat similar to the legendary Dharma image Heaven and Earth. Yi Tian muttered to himself. Immediately afterwards, 13 powerful individuals rushed out from the East Sea Fortress, each of whom had surpassed the realm of the Supreme Grandmaster. Subsequently, some Grandmasters also set out, leaving the East Sea Fortress to intercept the giant elephant tribe. As for Grandmasters, they should stay obediently in the East Sea Fortress. They are not qualified to participate in battles of this level. A single aftershock would be enough to kill them. Rumble. The battle erupted, and the light shone brightly, illuminating the surrounding void and making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening there. Every now and then, a master of extreme martial arts would escape with severe injuries. Everyone was tense, fearing that these grandmasters or even stronger experts would be defeated, which would surely mean the loss of the East Sea Fortress. These experts who surpass the grandmaster level are like miniature nuclear bombs. Yi Tian thought to himself. Unfortunately, this world doesn't have nuclear weapons, its development path is different from the previous one, and perhaps even the rules are different. Not long after, the battle is over. One by one, the Supreme Masters and even those stronger than the Supreme Masters returned to the East Sea Fortress. Yi Tian counted and found that 2 Supreme Masters had fallen. However, they did not encounter any experts who surpassed the Grandmaster level, but all of them were injured. In such a short time, 2 Grandmasters of the Extreme Path are dead. Yi Tian found it hard to believe. Those were 2 Grandmasters of the Ultimate Path. However, for Xia Kingdom, the death of 2 Grandmasters might not be a big deal. Even if all of them died, it would be worth it as long as it could buy Earth some time. If Earth is indeed quickly swallowed up by the underground world, it won't just be 2 Grandmasters who die, but countless others. Even those stronger than Grandmasters will perish in large numbers. That will be the real disaster. The giant elephant tribe has retreated. Yi Tian discovered it. This group of giant elephants was definitely not the entire fighting force of the giant elephant race. It was merely a small group that came to test the waters. Forget it, it's none of my business. I'd better just focus on understanding the spatial conception. Yi Tian silently pondered the matter. The spatial conception improved little by little, gradually reaching the 9th sequence of perfect perfection. Another day has passed. Boom! Yi Tian's 9th sequence spatial intent has evolved into the 8th sequence spatial intent, resulting in an increase in his strength. Soon, Professor Li Haoyang found Yi Tian. Yi Tian, tomorrow the two realms will probably be completely merged in part, and those supreme masters and those stronger than supreme masters will have to leave. Li Haoyang said. Withdraw? Why? Are you giving up? Yi Tian asked subconsciously. No. Li Haoyang shook his head. It's because once this area between the two realms merges, grandmasters of the extreme path won't be able to stay here, they'll be expelled. If they're forcibly expelled, they're very likely to be thrown into the spatial turbulence. So, they have to leave in advance. So, this place is only allowed to have grandmasters at most? Yi Tian Dao. Yes. Li Haoyang nodded. Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. If his opponent was only a grandmaster, he really wouldn't be afraid. Of course, even if he encounters a monstrous grandmaster like the giant elephant clan, he can escape even if he can't defeat him. If he were to encounter a grandmaster of the ultimate path, some exceptionally talented grandmasters could still kill him instantly, preventing him from using teleportation or spatial movement. Time passed hour by hour. Those grandmasters and even those stronger than grandmasters have all left, and this area is about to merge with Donghai City, the royal palace of the Scaled Clan. This area is also a region where the two realms have merged, and Jin Luan, the supreme master of the Scale Clan who has been in seclusion, has emerged. Elder Jin Luan, are you leaving? Kimbar asked. Yes. Jin Luan said helplessly, with the merging of the two realms, I can no longer stay here. Originally, I wanted to break through to the Human King realm, but I underestimated the difficulty of breaking through to the Human King realm and overestimated myself. I will take a group of my clansmen and leave. The rest is up to you. Elder Jin Luan, am I not allowed to leave? Kimball said in a panic. He doesn't want to stay here, it's not safe here if there's a major battle. No. Jin Luan said coldly, the Elephant Clan has lost 2 grandmasters for this place. What are you, a mere grandmaster? Moreover, a large number of Elephant Clan grandmasters will soon enter this place. Do you think the Elephant Clan will allow you to escape? Apart from those below the master level, I cannot take any of the other clansmen with me. Yes. Kimball lowered his head and said nothing more. Soon, the next day arrived. These two regions of the two realms have begun to merge. Chapter 96 Space Jump. Boom! The barrier between Donghai City and the underworld dissipated, and the entire Donghai City gradually disappeared from the sight of those outside Donghai City, leaving only endless mist. This is a spatial mist created by the fusion of the two realms. Once you enter, you will fall into spatial turbulence. East China Sea Fortress. Originally, there was a spatial passage behind them, but now the spatial passage has collapsed, and Donghai City has appeared. The dense array of modern buildings here signifies the initial beginning of the integration between the two worlds. And at this moment, Yi Tian stared at the ever-changing space above, constantly activating his enlightenment technique to comprehend the spatial conception with his terrifying comprehension. Distortion. Broken. Tear. Yi Tian observed the spatial changes resulting from the merging of the two realms. The changes were happening so rapidly that they revealed everything. He captured these changes and silently comprehended their mysteries. His spatial conception is also rapidly improving. For him, this was also an opportunity. However, this spatial change did not last long before it stabilized completely. Once things stabilize, it becomes impossible to comprehend the subtle changes in space. It's quite impressive that the spatial intent of the 8th sequence has been raised to 36%. Yi Tian smiled. Unfortunately, the opportunity for the fusion of the two realms is rare, lasting only a short while. Even if you know where such an opportunity is, it's too late to get there in time. Hall of Military Merit. Yi Tian arrived here and found that the Xia Kingdom government had offered many invaluable rewards for people to exchange, but a massive amount of battle merits were required. For example, special physique techniques, longevity treasures, S-grade treasures, rare treasures, various elixirs, and life-saving items can all be exchanged. The Xia Kingdom officials are really trying to make the grandmasters here fight to the death. Yi Tian thought to himself. But if you don't offer enough benefits, who would be willing to risk their life? It's a pity there are no divine spells. Yi Tian thought to himself. However, it's normal that the Xia Kingdom government doesn't reveal the divine arts inheritance, since there are no god-level gifted individuals on Earth, so revealing the divine arts inheritance would be meaningless. Moreover, there are no divine-level materials available. However, there are more than a dozen top-level special physique techniques, and even more ordinary special physique techniques. To exchange for these special physique techniques, he would need to kill at least a few more Grandmaster-level alien races. The Scaled Clan, the Imperial City. A group of giant elephants arrived here. The Scale Clan chieftain, Kimball, immediately came to greet the group of Grandmasters from the Giant Elephant Clan. His mood improved slightly when he saw the arrival of a large number of Grandmasters and Masters of the Giant Elephant Clan. At the very least, the Giant Elephant tribe has committed a significant amount of fighting power, so they still have a chance to win. If they lose, the foundation of the Scaled Clan will be destroyed, and he will die. Your Highness Xiangyu. Kimball approached a Grandmaster of the elephant race with golden eyes and said respectfully. Xiangyu, a peak Grandmaster of the Giant Elephant Clan, has cultivated a top-notch special physique and possesses innate divine abilities. His personal combat strength is unparalleled, and his background is also very profound. He comes from a top family of the Giant Elephant Clan. His father is an Extreme Dao Grandmaster, and his grandfather is a Human King Realm expert who surpasses the Extreme Dao Grandmaster. The family that Xiangyu belongs to has more than one expert at the Human King Realm, and there are even experts who have surpassed the Human King Realm. Compared to Xiangyu, Jinbal is nothing but an ant. Xiangyu said calmly, Jinbal, from now on, this imperial city of yours will serve as a strategic base for our Giant Elephant Clan. All Scale Clan members must obey our arrangements, understand? Yes. Kimball responded. A dozen or so patrolling Scale Clan Masters and one Scale Clan Grandmaster. When Yi Tian was traveling through the space, he encountered them. Without saying a word, he appeared and instantly killed them, then took their identity tokens and quickly fled. His purpose in leaving the East China Sea Fortress this time was to kill enough alien races to earn battle merits and exchange them for special physique techniques. Teleportation. Space travel. This allowed him to kill alien races at an incredibly fast speed, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Whoosh! He used teleportation to leave the area and quickly found another group of scaled race members, whom he easily killed. Currently, the Giant Elephant tribe and humans have not yet engaged in a formal decisive battle. Both sides are fighting on a small scale. This gave him an opportunity. If all the alien races gathered together, he really wouldn't dare to make a move. This time, Yi Tian had just teleported 1,000 meters and arrived right in front of a Grandmaster of the Giant Elephant Clan. This is a mid-level Grandmaster of supernatural arts. Human Grandmaster. The Grandmaster of the Giant Elephant Clan revealed an excited expression and swung a large club at him. The Great Five Elements Wheel. Divine Art Golden Scale Technique. Dragon True Body, Dark Longevity Body, Yin Yang Imperishable Body. Each unique physical condition is activated, forming layers of special physical radiance. It can be said that Yi Tian instantly pushed his defense to its limit. Boom! The attack from the Grandmaster of the Giant Elephant Clan struck Yi Tian, sending him flying. This attack failed to break through the defenses. What terrifying defense! The Grandmaster of the Giant Elephant Clan was dumbfounded. Yi Tian was also amazed by the attack power of the Grandmaster of the Elephant Clan, whose strength far surpassed that of the Scaled Fish Clan. He had also fought against a Grandmaster of the Scaled Fish Clan, but his strength was far inferior to that of the Giant Elephant Clan. No wonder the Giant Elephant race is so powerful. Their racial advantages are too great. Freeze spell. Heaven-slaying sword drawing technique. The body of the Grandmaster of the Giant Elephant Clan was frozen in place. With the support of Yi Tian's 8th sequence spatial intent, the immobilization technique is quite powerful, capable of freezing this Giant Elephant Clan Grandmaster for a second. Puff! As the sword flashed, the Grandmaster of the Giant Elephant Clan fell. Yi Tian took the other party's storage ring and identity token, and then left. Shortly after Yi Tian left, several Grandmasters of the Giant Elephant Clan arrived. Such sharp sword energy. It killed Xiang Long in one move. He is definitely a top-tier Grandmaster among humans, a Grandmaster of the Giant Elephant race judged. Chase him. We can't let him get away. However, they could not find Yi Tian. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Yi Tian relentlessly hunted down Grandmasters and Great Grandmasters of the Scale Clan and the Giant Elephant Clan, attracting the pursuit of many peak Great Grandmasters of the Giant Elephant Clan, but he easily evaded them by using spatial movement. This day, Yi Tian returned to the East China Sea Fortress to settle his battle merits and exchange them for a special physique technique. Hello, the battle merits you have redeemed this time amount to 1.22 million. The staff at the Hall of War Merit were also shocked. One person had exchanged 1.22 million war merits. How many grandmasters and grandmasters must have been killed to do that? I want to exchange for the S-rank spatial ability space jump. I also want to exchange for these 5 special physique techniques. Soon. I have completed the exchange for the S-level spatial teleportation technique and the 5 special physique secret techniques. Spatial jump is different from spatial walking and teleportation. It requires setting a spatial coordinate in advance at a certain location, but the distance cannot be too far. A person at the perfected realm can perform spatial jumps within a range of about 10,000 meters. If one comprehends the essence of space, this distance can be increased considerably. Space jump is the only S-class spatial ability that can traverse deeper spatial layers, and it can also be used to save people. For example, he could easily place a spatial coordinate mark on his mentor, Li Haoyang, so that if Li Haoyang were in danger, he could jump directly to Li Haoyang's side. In addition, a treasure that can seal off space and prevent teleportation may not necessarily be able to restrict spatial jumps. The spatial interlayer is divided into the shallow layer, the deeper layer, the deep layer, and the core layer. Extraordinary techniques and treasures that can block the ability to travel through the deeper layers are very rare. Certainly. The difficulty of cultivating spatial jump is much greater than that of spatial walking, but this is not a problem for Yi Tian. Chapter 97 Primordial Dragon Elephant Body. After returning home, Yi Tian didn't rush to cultivate spatial jump or those special physique techniques. Instead, he began to organize his gains from this experience. He killed many grandmasters and great grandmasters, but he didn't have time to sort through the treasures in his storage rings. But those grandmasters of the giant elephant race must be quite wealthy. One item after another was taken out of these storage rings and then arranged one by one. Spirit stones are placed together, materials are placed together, extraordinary techniques and inherited secret methods are placed together, rare and precious materials are placed together, and some unfamiliar miscellaneous items are placed together. About half an hour later, the items were sorted. He then checked each item one by one before putting them away. While he was sorting through items such as supernatural techniques and secret methods for inheriting special physiques, he discovered a special secret method for inheriting special physiques, which was recorded on a special metal plate. Primordial Elephant Body. This is the secret technique for special physical constitutions. The primordial elephant body is extremely powerful, requiring 7/10 of the 7th sequence earth element intent, 7/10 of the 8th sequence metal element intent, and 7/10 of the 8th sequence water element intent to master. The rank of the primordial elephant body is no lower than that of the flood dragon true body, but what truly caught Yi Tian's attention about this special physique technique was the record above. The combination of the primordial elephant body and the special physique of the dragon type can fuse into the primordial dragon elephant body. Yi Tian was very surprised, as it even contained the method for fusing the primordial dragon elephant body. According to the above records, special physiques are divided into ordinary special physiques, powerful special physiques, top-tier special physiques, and sacred physiques. Among them, the flood dragon true body and the primordial elephant body are both top-tier special physiques. If one can cultivate a top-tier special physique, one is already extremely monstrous. As for cultivating a sacred body, that's something that can only be encountered by chance, not by seeking it out. Many sacred bodies are possessed by nature, rather than being acquired through practice. Therefore, the primordial dragon elephant body is incredibly powerful. Of course, even if one cultivates the true form of the flood dragon and the primordial elephant body, one cannot immediately merge them into the primordial dragon elephant body. A medium is still required. The blood of dragons and the blood of ancient elephants are needed to cultivate the primordial dragon elephant body. I don't have the blood of a dragon or the blood of an ancient elephant. Yi Tian frowned. Of course, it is possible to find the blood of the primordial dragon elephant, but only one primordial dragon elephant was ever born in the underground world, and it has long since perished in the long river of time. Finding the blood of the primordial dragon elephant is even more impossible. First, cultivate the primordial elephant body. Once we find the blood of the ancient elephant and the blood of the dragon, we can then cultivate the primordial dragon elephant body. Yi Tian murmured. To cultivate the primordial elephant body, one must comprehend earth-based abilities to the 7th sequence, which is currently impossible. However, among his spoils of war happened to be a mid-grade earth elemental treasure. Comprehending a mid-grade earth elemental treasure would help him quickly comprehend the 8th sequence of earth elemental intent. With his comprehension, it wouldn't be long before he could comprehend the earth elemental intent to the 7th sequence. 2 days later, Yi Tian mastered spatial jumping and cultivated it to perfection. Then, he went to find his mentor, Li Haoyang. At this moment, instructor Li Haoyang was healing his injuries. He had encountered a high-level grandmaster of the giant elephant clan, and was unable to defeat him, resulting in his injury. Yi Tian, you've arrived. Li Haoyang said, his face slightly pale. Mentor, are you alright? Yi Tian asked with concern. It's nothing. Li Haoyang smiled. I can heal myself with my water-based healing technique. I'll be fully recovered in a few hours at most. By the way, what did you want to see me about? I've mastered spatial jump. Here are my spatial coordinates. If you encounter any danger, contact me immediately, and I can jump over to save you instantly. Yi Tian said. Space jump. This is a top-tier S-class spatial technique, and you actually exchanged for it. Li Haoyang was very surprised. Immediately, he agreed to let Yi Tian leave a spatial coordinate imprint on his body. Only when the relationship is very close will someone dare to leave a spatial coordinate mark on them. Li Haoyang is naturally not afraid that Yi Tian will harm him, and he will not harm Yi Tian either. Yi Tian used his spatial power to condense a mark and placed it on Li Haoyang's arm. Then, Yi Tian went to find Qin Susu again. Qin Susu was also in the East Sea Fortress, but her cultivation level was too low, so she had not yet left the East Sea Fortress. However, once a major battle broke out, she would have to go out to fight. Therefore, we should give her a spatial coordinate imprint just in case. After, Yi Tian spent his days cultivating and occasionally went to kill a few Scale Clan and Giant Elephant Clan members. Before we knew it, half a month had passed. At this time, the conflict between humans and the giant elephant race gradually escalated, and both sides intended to wage a large-scale war. The conflict between the will of Earth and the will of the underworld is about to reach a critical moment. Under normal circumstances, the will of Earth cannot be a match for it. Humanity must kill a large number of giant elephants and scaled creatures to completely occupy this area, enhance its fortune, and boost the will of Earth. Therefore, even if the giant elephant race does not move, humanity will have to launch a general offensive. My Earth Elemental Mastery has finally reached the 7th level, and I can now cultivate the primordial elephant body. Yi Tian couldn't wait to begin cultivating the primordial elephant body. Because he met the cultivation requirements, and with his increased comprehension after using the enlightenment technique, he easily mastered the primordial elephant body. Boom! After mastering the primordial elephant body, his physical abilities increased dramatically. Thus, he only needs to gather the blood of the dragon and the blood of the ancient elephant to cultivate the primordial dragon elephant body. DD. Zhan Huan sent a message. The time has finally come for a full-scale war against the giant elephant race. Yi Tian had known this day would come for a long time, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Jiang Province also knew that he possessed spatial talent and had mastered spatial jumping and spatial walking, so he gave him a task. Attack the Scaled Clan's imperial city and destroy the foundation of the formation. Once a full-scale war breaks out, the giant elephant tribes on the Scale Clan's imperial city will definitely mobilize in large numbers and will inevitably have to activate the formation. Yi Tian will then need to use spatial movement to escape into the Scale Clan's imperial city at the crucial moment. Then, he can wreak havoc, destroying the foundation of the formation and greatly reducing its power. Of course, the requirements for him from above were not high. He could escape after the destruction. But Yi Tian naturally didn't want to just run away like that. Wouldn't he have to plunder the Scale Clan's treasure trove then? The royal city of the Scaled Clan. Yu, the elephant of the giant elephant clan, sat on his throne, while a group of grandmasters of the giant elephant clan awaited his orders. Everyone, humanity is launching a massive invasion against us. This weak and feeble alien race dares to provoke our great elephant race. We must wipe them out this time. Xiang Yu said coldly. Yes. Many grandmasters of the giant elephant race responded. Immediately afterwards, Xiang Yu led a large number of grandmasters and masters of the elephant clan, as well as a large number of powerful Scale Clan warriors, to the area. This time, they almost came out in full force, if not all of them. Rumble. The array of the Scale Clan's imperial city was activated, and the group of giant elephants and scale people departed in a grand procession. Unbeknownst to them, a human was waiting in the spatial interlayer. Even if they have the means to probe into the spatial interlayers, they won't be idle and constantly activating their treasures to explore them. Just as they were leaving and the protective formation of the Scale Clan's imperial city was about to close, Yi Tian directly entered it. This imperial city's protective formation has been modified by the giant elephant race and is no longer an ordinary formation. If he hadn't entered in this way, it really wouldn't have been easy for him to get in. No rush. I'll cause trouble after the giant elephants have finished fighting us humans. First, I'll go find the Scaled Tribe's treasure vault, Yi-Tian thought to himself. Chapter 98 Attack on the Scaled Clan Chief. After searching for a while, Yi-Tian finally found the treasure vault located deep within the main hall of the royal palace in the Scale Clan's capital city. To Yi-Tian's surprise, this treasure vault was surprisingly unguarded by the Scaled Clan. Moreover, the array formation of this treasure vault is not very advanced, only on par with the array formation of the Scaled Fish Clan's treasure vault. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Yi-Tian used spatial movement directly, then tore through the treasure vault's array barrier with a single sword strike and passed through. But when he entered the treasure vault, he was dumbfounded. Damn, no wonder there were no Scaled Clan guarding it, it's an empty treasure vault. Yi-Tian was speechless. He thought he could make a fortune, but it turned out he was overthinking it. It must have been the Scaled Clan that withdrew, taking away the resources of this treasure trove. Perhaps some resources are still hidden on the Scaled Clan chief, Jinbal. Yi-Tian thought to himself. At this moment, Kimball was a walking treasure trove in his eyes. In fact, some of the treasures were indeed on Kimball's person. He was afraid that the giant elephant tribe would take these treasures, so he kept them all on his person. A little while later, more time passed. Yi-Tian guessed that the giant elephants must have already started fighting with the humans, so he prepared to take action. At the foundation stone of an array in the royal city of the Scaled Clan. A Grandmaster of the Scaled Clan and a Grandmaster of the Giant Elephant Clan guard this place. Suddenly, a figure appeared, none other than Yi-Tian, who had arrived here using spatial travel. Humans! The two Grandmasters were about to make a move, but Yi-Tian killed them with a single sword strike. The beginner Grandmaster is too weak in Yi-Tian's eyes, he is nothing but an ant. Immediately, he unleashed the heaven-slaying sword technique, cleaving the array's foundation stone with a single strike. Boom! The foundation of the formation has cracked. Then, Yi-Tian used a series of supernatural techniques to completely destroy the place. Enemy attack. One by one, powerful members of the Scaled Clan and the Giant Elephant Clan appeared. And very soon, Yi-Tian arrived at the second array foundation stone, killed the Giant Elephant Clan and the Scale Clan there, and destroyed the array foundation stone again. Just as the giant elephants realized that someone had destroyed the array's foundation stone, Yi-Tian had already arrived at the third array foundation stone and destroyed it. With the loss of 3 foundation stones, the protective array of the Scale Clan's imperial city has been shut down and cannot be reopened unless the foundation stones are repaired. Let's go! Yi-Tian ran away immediately, not wanting to fight the Grandmasters of the Giant Elephant Clan here, as there might be Grandmasters of the Giant Elephant Clan whose strength was no less than his own. Therefore, he has no need to take the risk. What the hell? I'm just a beginner Grandmaster. You 5 intermediate Grandmasters are ganging up on me. Aren't you giving me too much credit? Li Haoyang was running away, looking disheveled. He simply used his innate divine ability, the Water Fire Dragon Kill, to instantly kill a junior Grandmaster of the Giant Elephant Clan, and that's how he stirred up a hornet's nest. Little did he know that the junior Grandmasters he killed were of different status. They were nobles of the Elephant Clan, and these 5 Elephant Clan Grandmasters were his guards. A moment of carelessness allowed Li Haoyang, the 6th brother, to sneak around to the rear and kill their young master. This enraged them so much that they immediately abandoned their opponents and joined forces to kill Li Haoyang. Water and Fire Dragon Slayer. Li Haoyang once again unleashed this innate supernatural ability. However, these 5 Grandmasters of the Giant Elephant Clan were no ordinary beings. Standing in different positions, they activated a bloodline secret technique, which actually formed a phantom of an ancient elephant, forcefully blocking his innate divine power attack. Water and fire dragons are useless against them. Immediately afterwards, a roar from an ancient elephant was heard. Li Haoyang felt as if his internal organs were about to be shattered, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He quickly cast a water-based healing spell on himself to recover from his injuries, but it was too late to fully heal. Sudden. The attack from the 5 Grandmasters of the Giant Elephant Clan came again. No matter how powerful Li Haoyang's water and fire dragon body was, it was no match for their combined attack. With a loud bang, Li Haoyang was sent flying by a single blow, his body crashing into and collapsing one giant tree after another. This is bad, I have to call for help. Hopefully Yi-Tian is nearby. He immediately used his battle ring to call for help from Yi-Tian. At this point, only Yi-Tian Kai could save him. As soon as the message was sent, the spatial coordinate mark on his arm glowed. Seeing this, he knew he was safe. Yi Tian must have used spatial jump to get here. Buzz. Yi Tian appeared in front of him. Mentor, you look a bit disheveled. Yi Tian joked. There's nothing I can do. These 5 intermediate-level grandmasters of the giant elephant clan, even when they join forces, are enough to rival a high-level grandmaster. I can't beat them. Li Haoyang said helplessly. Leave it to me. Yi Tian charged forward. Boom. 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 A series of S-class supernatural techniques were unleashed, raising a cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, the 5 intermediate grandmasters were already exhausted. Puff. A flash of sword light swept past, obliterating their bodies. The 5 intermediate grandmasters of the giant elephant clan who had beaten Li Haoyang like a dog and made him run away were all dead. Yi Tian, thank you so much. Li Haoyang quickly replied. Mentor, do you know where the Scale Clan chief Jinbal is located? Yi Tian asked. You want to kill Kimball? That guy is no pushover. Li Haoyang asked in surprise. Just trying it out. Yi Tian smiled. It seems to be in that direction. I remember when we fought, Jinbal led a group of grandmasters and masters of the Scaled Clan to fight us. If he hasn't left yet, he's still in that spot. Li Haoyang pointed in the direction and said. Mentor, you can rest here, I'm going. Yi Tian teleported away. Humans are too powerful. Kimball, dragging his wounded body, fled. He used to look down on humans, but now he knows he was wrong. Previously, he simply hadn't seen those monstrous human grandmasters. Humans are physically weak, but they can still make up for the difference in physique by relying on some special physical qualities. Moreover, humans do have a certain advantage in comprehending artistic conception. Most importantly, humans are good at learning. Just now, he encountered a human who had cultivated a powerful special physique and was a master of peak supernatural arts. The other party had also comprehended the 7th sequence fire elemental intent, and he was injured by one of the other party's S-level innate divine abilities. I'll find a place to hide and come out after the battle is over. Kimball thought so. Just then, a voice came from behind. Kimball, I've been looking for you for ages. Upon hearing this voice, Kimball's expression changed. Although the other party was speaking the common language of the underground world, their human accent was still discernible. Humans. His expression was solemn, and he was ready for battle. Wow. Yi Tian emerged from the spatial interlayer and slashed at Jinbal with his sword. This sword strike contains the sword intent of the 7th sequence and also incorporates the power of many other realms, making its power incredibly terrifying. Innate divine ability Mystic Scale Armor. Immediately, a set of golden armor, resembling countless overlapping scales, appeared on Jinbal's body. This was clearly his innate divine ability. However, even the Shenlin armor was broken by Yi Tian's sword. Puff. Kimball's skin was cut, but his internal organs were not damaged, so the injury was not serious. It's you, Yi Tian. Jinbal recognized Yi Tian after all. He had sent his clansmen to assassinate Yi Tian, so he naturally recognized him. But he didn't expect that Yi Tian would also possess the ability to move through space and even injure him. Chapter 99 Killing Kimball. As expected of the Scale Clan chief, his defensive capabilities are truly formidable. Yi Tian murmured. Yi Tian, you're asking for death. Kimball roared. Bloodline anomalous technique myriad blood threads. Countless blood red threads shot towards Yi Tian. However, these blood red threads shattered as they struck Yi Tian, unable to break through his defenses. Great 5 Elements Wheel, Transform Domain. Wood Realm Technique. This area instantly transformed into a world of wood. The Wood Realm technique is primarily used to trap and bind enemies. Yi Tian mainly used this S-rank wood type technique because he was afraid that Jinbal would escape. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian charged towards Jinbal again, teleporting directly there. Kimball tried to dodge, but Yi Tian used a freezing spell on him. Freeze spell. The immobilization spell, enhanced by the spatial intent of the 8th sequence, even froze Kimball for a moment. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian went all out, activating more than 20 special physical abilities within him, causing his physical strength to explode many times over. Heaven-slaying sword drawing technique. This sword strike is much more powerful than the one before. Puff. The sword flashed. Kimball managed to break free of the immobilization spell slightly, gaining a better position. However, one of his arms was severed by the heaven-slaying sword technique. Seventh Order sword intent, and a whole host of artistic conceptions. Kimball was dumbfounded. He had been ambushed and hadn't paid much attention to the subtlety of the sword strike, but now he understood it. Holy crap, is this even human? My strength is currently suppressed, and my speed is too slow. I must find a way to severely injure Yi Tian in one blow. Kimball disregarded his own foundation issues and directly took out a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! His aura began to expand, and his physical body began to grow rapidly, as if he had become a small giant. Immediately afterwards, he used a forbidden technique. Blood Blade. His blood, which was as thick as his own body, and even the very essence of his bloodline, was condensed into a blood-red blade, which he slashed fiercely at Yi Tian. Yi Tian was able to dodge the attack, but he wanted to test its power and see if his current defense could withstand it. Then, he reached for the blood-stained blade with one hand. His hands were filled with the radiance of over 20 special physical constitutions. Click! The blood blade pierced through layers of physical light, and after splitting through 13 layers, it was immediately blocked. Gene Ball, your attack power isn't very good. Yi Tian smiled and pinched it with his hand. Click! The blood blade was crushed. Now, Kimball was terrified. This is the forbidden technique Blood Blade, even more terrifying than ordinary S-rank talent abilities. As a result, even the radiance of Yi Tian's physique couldn't be broken through. He could tell that Yi Tian had cultivated multiple special physiques, but he couldn't tell exactly how many he had mastered at a glance. But he was very clear just now that his blood blade had cleaved through more than a dozen layers of special physique light, which meant that Yi Tian had definitely cultivated more than a dozen special physiques. This guy's gone mad. He's cultivated so many special physiques, can his body even handle it? Kimball suspected that Yi Tian was not that weak human at all, but a dragon that could transform. Otherwise, there's no way to explain it. Forget it, I won't waste any more time here. If I waste any more time, I'll kill fewer giant elephants, and that means I'll lose a lot of battle merits. Yi Tian launched a full-scale attack on Gene Ball. Boom! Space Blade. Heaven-slaying sword drawing technique. Great Sun Fire. Various strange techniques and attack methods were used to deal with Kimball. In just over 10 seconds, Kimball's body was riddled with holes and he collapsed to the ground. With this, Gene Ball, the chieftain of the Scaled tribe, died. It seems that with my strength, it would be relatively easy to deal with a peak grandmaster like Gene Ball. However, Gene Ball is not that powerful. Some monstrous peak grandmasters can almost kill him instantly. My strength is not that great, Yi Tian said modestly. Immediately, he took Kimball's storage ring and then teleported away. Then, Yi Tian entered the main battlefield, seeking out and killing the Grandmaster of the Giant Elephant Clan. Yi Tian's speed was incredibly fast. With his spatial movement and teleportation techniques, he could easily catch up with and kill the Grandmasters of the Elephant Clan and the Scale Clan. Moreover, he only targeted the weaker Grandmasters, killing them almost instantly without any effort. Your Highness Xiangyu, we're in trouble. A human skilled in spatial manipulation is relentlessly slaughtering our Grandmasters. A Grandmaster of the Giant Elephant race said. Human skilled in spatial manipulation? Xiangyu also knew how troublesome humans who were skilled in spatial magic were, and how difficult they were to kill. Even if the opponent can't win, they can easily escape. The key issue is that he currently doesn't possess any treasures specifically designed for spatial ability users, nor can he capture them. How much was lost? Xiangyu asked. More than 20 Grandmasters have already been killed, the Grandmaster of the Giant Elephant Clan reported. Temporary retreat, Xiangyu said helplessly. If a Grandmaster suffers too many losses, he will also be punished. Yes, the Grandmaster replied. Immediately afterwards, the order was passed down. The Giant Elephant tribe began to retreat, while the Scaled tribe was left behind to resist the humans. The human Grandmasters were naturally unwilling to let these Scaled and Giant Elephant races retreat, and then continued to hunt them down. Yi Tian did the same, constantly chasing down those giant elephants, regardless of their cultivation level, killing them on sight. Sudden. Yi Tian sensed a hint of danger as a long spear hurtled towards him. The power of this shot was almost comparable to the strike of a Grandmaster of extreme martial arts. Whoosh! Yi Tian teleported away and quickly entered the spatial interlayer. Before leaving, he also saw the other party's face. He was a grandmaster of the giant elephant clan, and he was wearing a top-grade rare treasure. Moreover, that spear was also a top-grade rare treasure. More than 10 miles away, Yi Tian appeared. I envy him for possessing 2 top-grade treasures. It's a pity his strength is too great, I can't kill him for now. Yi Tian thought to himself. That guy was a human with spatial talent, a grandmaster-level cultivator. He actually had the means to kill a grandmaster. He must be a monstrous genius among humans. Xiang Yu said. Although he did not formally fight the opponent, he could still kill him as long as he prevented the opponent from using spatial techniques. Let's go back first. Xiang Yu is gone. As time passed, Xiang Yu and a group of giant elephants withdrew and returned to the royal city of the Scaled Clan. But at this time, the humans continued their attack all the way to the royal city of the Scaled Clan. Without the protection of the city's defensive array, the Scaled Clan's imperial city had no means to stop the humans. Then, Xiang Yu could only continue to flee, escaping to the area where the two realms merged, intending to return in a few days. Meanwhile, the humans slaughtered the entire royal city of the Scaled Clan. At this point, apart from the clansmen who had evacuated, the rest of the high-ranking members of the Scaled Clan were all wiped out. East China Sea Fortress. Yi Tian is back. This time, he killed many grandmasters, and his battle achievements were unimaginable. Moreover, he also obtained the storage rings of those alien races, and his gains were naturally quite substantial. Let's take a look at Kimball's storage ring first. This guy's storage ring seems to contain quite a few treasures. We need to examine it carefully. Yi Tian opened Jinbul's storage ring with anticipation. Chapter 100 Peacock's Sacred Body. The Jean Barna ring contained many treasures, including dozens of S-grade materials, which would have been enough to excite him in the past. But now, he's gotten used to it and is quite calm about it. Yi Tian sorted through the items one by one, and soon he found a crystal bottle that looked quite precious. The bottle was engraved with array patterns, which prevented the aura of the contents inside from escaping. Is the red substance blood? Yi Tian was quite curious, so he directly destroyed the array patterns and opened the crystal bottle. Instantly, a bloody stench filled the air. This is. Yi Tian sensed a powerful surge of energy, which even attracted his own dragon body. Dragon's true blood. Yi Tian was surprised to find that Jean Ball had actually hidden a drop of the true blood of the dragon. That's right, it's just a drop of the dragon's true blood, but a drop of the dragon's true blood looks rather large to humans, almost like a clump. How to describe the true blood of the dragon? It's incredibly precious, but in reality, it's not that rare. It certainly can't compare to a top-grade rare treasure, but it is indeed rarity. He didn't know how powerful the dragon was, but it was definitely far beyond that of a grandmaster of the extreme path. Obtaining the dragon's true blood would be extremely difficult. Furthermore, the dragon must be able to sense its own true blood. If one wants to collect the true blood of a dragon, it must be the true blood of a fallen dragon, otherwise it will definitely invite the revenge of a dragon. A dragon is also a dragon. My primordial dragon elephant body is still lacking dragon blood and ancient elephant blood. The true blood of a dragon undoubtedly meets the requirements, and it is also extremely suitable for the true body of a dragon. It is the most suitable dragon blood. Yi Tian was extremely excited. As long as he obtained just one more drop of ancient elephant blood, he could cultivate the primordial dragon elephant body. I wonder if we can obtain the blood of the ancient elephant from the storage rings of these grandmasters of the giant elephant race? However, even after opening all his storage rings, he still couldn't obtain the blood of the ancient elephant. I wonder if the Xia kingdom possesses the blood of an ancient elephant? Yi Tian went to the Hall of Military Merit to inquire, but the result was that there was nothing there. Then, Yi Tian calculated his battle merits and found that he had earned a total of 6.8 million battle merits. Are there any special physical techniques or secret methods for forming a 5-element sacred body? Yi Tian was just asking casually. And indeed, it did exist. Master Yi, there is indeed a special physique technique called the 5-element sacred body, and there is only one of its kind. It is not normally eligible for exchange, but Jiang Province has opened its database, so you can apply for an exchange, and Jiang Province will decide whether to approve it, the staff member said. Then apply. Yi Tian said. Okay, processing your application. The staff member responded. Earth, Jiangxi Province. Inside a tall building. Several middle-aged men in armor were drinking tea here. Suddenly, they received the following message. I didn't expect there would actually be someone who wanted to exchange for the sacred body secret technique, a man said with a smile. A sacred body? Can humans cultivate one? I remember more than 20 years ago, a guy overestimated himself and wanted to cultivate a sacred body. The forces behind him paid a huge price to forcibly improve his physical qualities, but the moment he succeeded, his life level could not support the power of the sacred body, and he exploded and died. Who wants to exchange for the holy body? Yi Tian from Donghai City. Yi Tian? That genius who won first place in the Extraordinary Arts Masters tournament? Yes, the most monstrous genius of Donghai University. This time, he gained a lot of merits in the Donghai fortress. This guy is extremely monstrous. He has multiple talents and abilities, and he also has an S-level spatial talent and ability. He has mastered spatial techniques such as spatial walking and spatial jumping. Having many innate abilities means spending more time, and it doesn't guarantee reaching a higher level in the future, but it does have an advantage when your cultivation is low. However, at higher levels, most people will give up on those with innate abilities. If Yi Tian were to specialize in space-related abilities, that would be better. That's their choice, so it's not our place to interfere. Yi Tian wants to apply for the 5 elements sacred body, should we approve it? Tell him about the difficulty and danger of cultivating the holy body, and set the price high. If he can do it, then let him exchange it. Let's price it at 10 million battle merits. And to cultivate that 5 elements sacred body, we need the peacock true blood. There seems to be a drop in the treasure vault. If he wants to exchange for it, let's price it at 10 million battle merits. And so, these important figures settled the matter. In reality, they didn't care whether Yi Tian would die or not. If he did, it wouldn't be a loss to them. If Yi Tian were to be fortunate enough to master a sacred body technique, it would be a good thing for humanity. East China Sea Fortress. Yi Tian was still waiting. Suddenly, a staff member notified him. Master Yi, the reply from above is that we can exchange for that 5 elements sacred body technique, but it requires a very high amount of battle merits. The staff member also felt that this achievement was too exaggerated and was somewhat embarrassed to say it aloud. How many battle merits? Yi Tian asked. The staff displayed the redemption list. Peacock Sacred Body, 10 million battle merits. Peacock True Blood, 10 million battle merits. This price is outrageous. Yi Tian frowned. The staff member continued, Master Yi, we need to remind you that the Peacock Sacred Body has very high requirements for the level of life. If the body cannot withstand it, it will explode and die. This is a reminder message sent down from above. She's just repeating it. I know. Having accumulated so many special physical attributes, he naturally knew this. And his life level is constantly improving. Now that his wood elemental power has increased, the effect of his longevity technique will also increase each time he uses it. However, he felt that with his current level of life, he could probably only cultivate one sacred body. Unless he raised his level of life to the limit of the intermediate level of life, he could cultivate more than 2 sacred bodies. I only have a little over 6 million battle merits right now, not even enough to exchange for the Peacock Sacred Body. But this is a sacred body of the 5 elements, and its value is estimated to be even higher than the primordial dragon elephant body. It would be such a waste not to exchange for it. Moreover, this is the only time I can exchange for it. After this is over, I won't have another chance to exchange for it. Yi Tian knew that he had to kill some of the giant elephants to accumulate enough battle merits. Next time we clash, I'll have to kill more grandmasters of the giant elephant clan with high cultivation levels. Yi Tian thought to himself. The underground world. The giant elephant race. Xiang Yu has returned. He was directly reprimanded by the higher-ups of the giant elephant clan. After all, the losses this time were huge, and Xiang Yu had to take some responsibility. Inside a grand hall, Xiang Yu looked at his grandfather, Xiang He, a powerful figure at the human king realm, and quickly said, Grandpa, we underestimated humans. This time, humans also had a spatial ability user who had mastered an S-level spatial technique. We lost many grandmasters and had no choice but to retreat. If the clan could give me a spatial treasure that could imprison space, I could definitely kill that human. Alright, I can talk to them, but if you fail again this time, then go to the blood prison to receive your punishment. Xiang He said. Yes. Like you responding to the way. Chapter 101. Are you a descendant of the true God? 2 days later. Xiang Yu brought in a large number of grandmasters and masters of the giant elephant clan, even more than before. At this time, two incredibly powerful grandmasters accompanied Xiang Yu, standing alongside him, their status seemingly no lower than his. Xiang Yu, the clan has sent us to accompany you into the area and assist you in killing that human with spatial abilities. One of the giant elephant clan grandmasters said. Xiang Haiyan, once you go inside, you must obey my orders, Xiang Yu commanded. Alright, we'll listen to you, but if you give orders haphazardly, don't blame us for taking action ourselves. Said another grandmaster, Xiang Anha. Let's go inside. Numerous giant elephants entered the area where the two realms merged through another temporary spatial passage. East China's Sea Fortress. Yi Tian had already received news that the giant elephant clan had descended upon this place again, clearly unwilling to give up. An even tougher final battle is about to begin. The timing is just right. My cultivation has just broken through to the advanced level of the Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts, and my strength has increased again. Moreover, I have also taken the opportunity to cultivate several ordinary special physiques to the minor completion level. With the combination of these, my physical fitness has also improved significantly. My strength is much greater than it was a few days ago. Yi Tian thought to himself. Then, he followed the main force of the East Sea Fortress to intercept the giant elephant army, but he still acted alone, carrying out assassination missions. His goal was to kill more grandmasters of the giant elephant clan to relieve the pressure on the other grandmasters of the human clan. Certainly. He would also be careful, after all, the giant elephant clan couldn't have been unprepared, they must have some methods to target him. However, with his current defensive methods, even if his spatial magic is restricted, killing him would be extremely difficult. Boom! Humans soon clashed with the giant elephant army, and the battlefield inevitably split apart. And Yi Tian's opportunity has arrived. A grandmaster of the Mammoth clan was killing a peak master of extraordinary arts when suddenly a figure appeared, a sword light flashed, and the grandmaster of the Mammoth clan was killed. The one who made the move was none other than Yi Tian. After killing the grandmaster of the giant elephant clan, Yi Tian casually took his storage ring and identity token and quickly left. As time went by, one after another, the grandmasters and great masters of the elephant clan died at his hands. Just as he was preparing to attack the next grandmaster of the elephant clan, a force suddenly spread into the spatial interlayer. Buzz! The space shook, and he was directly thrown out of the spatial interlayer. He tried to use teleportation and spatial movement, but he couldn't. The space in this area is imprisoned and sealed off. Teleportation and spatial movement cannot break through the blockade. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Two grandmasters appeared here and intercepted Yi Tian. One of the grandmasters from the giant elephant clan was holding a mid-grade rare treasure, such as a star chart. This mid-grade rare treasure is no ordinary mid-grade rare treasure, it is a spatial rare treasure, and its value is no less than that of an ordinary high-grade rare treasure. A mid-grade spatial treasure, what a treasure! Yi Tian became interested in such a mid-grade spatial treasure. If he could obtain this mid-grade spatial treasure and use his enlightenment technique to comprehend it, he would definitely be able to comprehend his spatial intent to the seventh sequence in a short period of time. Xiang Yu, this is the human, right? He's a high-level grandmaster. Let's kill him quickly and then go support Xiang Anha. The speaker was Xiang Haiyan, a grandmaster of the giant elephant clan. Don't be careless. This guy was able to quickly kill one of our giant elephant clan's grandmasters, so he's no weakling. Xiang Yu said. Heh, no matter how powerful they are, can they compare to us? Xiang Haiyan sneered. Whoosh! He unleashed a unique bloodline technique, transforming into a beam of light as he charged towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian was well aware that these two grandmasters were not ordinary peak grandmasters who could easily kill ordinary peak grandmasters. Therefore, he must give it his all. If he really can't win, he will use spatial jump to try to escape. Boom! Yi Tian activated a special physique, unleashing his physical power and releasing a terrifying aura. Freeze spell! Yi Tian waved his hand, instantly freezing Xiang Haiyan in place. The immobilization spell is very useful, even the most powerful grandmaster will be frozen in place for a moment. Really? Xiang Haiyan was frozen for a moment, while Yi Tian directly used the golden light technique of leaping earth, followed by the heaven-slaying sword technique. A moment later, Xiang Haiyan recovered, but it was too late to dodge. It was too late for Xiang Yu to stop him at this point, so Xiang Haiyan could only endure it. Buzz! A fiery red phantom of an ancient elephant appeared on Xiang Haiyan's body, attempting to withstand the sword strike. However, The ancient elephant phantom shattered, and the sword light broke through Xiang Haiyan's special physical defense, striking him directly and leaving a bloody mark. Xiang Haiyan, having been injured, also launched a counterattack. A red thread of flame slashed towards Yi Tian. This was clearly an S-rank talent ability. Puff! Yi Tian was hit, and the special physique light on his body was broken through layer by layer until it reached the 23rd layer before stopping. Moreover, once the light of a special physique is broken, it will take some time to recover, and before it recovers, its defense will definitely be weak. What a terrifying attack! This guy's fire elemental mastery has reached the 7th rank. Yi Tian was surprised. What surprised Xiang Haiyan even more was that he was a top genius of the giant elephant clan, yet he was injured by Yi Tian, and his full force S-rank talent ability, Magma Ray, failed to penetrate Yi Tian's defense. Attack together! We can't let him escape! Xiang Haiyan shouted. Xiang Yu naturally understood, and with a single step, he wielded a top-grade rare treasure spear and charged directly at Yi Tian. Xiang Yu was even stronger than Xiang Haiyan, and he was also wielding a top-grade rare treasure spear, which even Yi Tian dared not take head-on. But at this moment, he was surrounded by 2 peak grandmasters of the giant elephant clan, and it was impossible for him to completely escape. Immediately, he used an S-class mental technique to attack them. However, the magical treasures they possessed were effective at resisting mental attacks, so the mental attacks were not very effective, only slowing their movements for a moment. Rumble! Yi Tian used one S-rank special technique after another, but none of them were very effective at dealing damage. The main problem is that his cultivation level is too low, only a high-level grandmaster of extraordinary arts. If he were to reach the peak grandmaster level of extraordinary arts, killing them would be incredibly easy. Die! Xiang Yu unleashed his innate divine power, increasing his size several times over, and thrust his spear forward. However, Xiang Haiyan was caught up in Xiang Yu's attack and unable to dodge the spear. Puff! Yi Tian activated the Great 5 Elements will defense at full power, but it was still pierced through, and the layers of special physique light on his body were also broken through. But at the very end, a ray of light appeared around him. Divine Art Golden Scale Technique. With a clang, Yi Tian was repelled, but his defenses remained intact. A protective divine spell. You are a descendant of a true god? Xiang Yu and Xiang Haiyan were shocked. Chapter 102 The Great Despair Technique, Exhausting the Enemy's Lifespan. In the underground world, only those with divine bloodline talents can unleash divine magic, or use special forbidden techniques, but the price is too high. Clearly, Yi Tian didn't seem to have paid any price, so he must have possessed god-level talent and superpowers. Whether it's a divine bloodline talent or a divine talent ability, their ancestors must have given birth to a true god. Is there a true god on Earth? There shouldn't be any. Xiang Yu and the others were very puzzled. They had also learned about Earth's strength. Although Earth's overall strength was definitely greater than that of the giant elephant race, there were many races eyeing Earth, and they were only facing one of the human nations, the Xia Kingdom. There is absolutely no true god in the Xia Kingdom. If there were a true god, even if the giant elephant tribe didn't know, the being behind the giant elephant tribe would definitely know. It's only possible that he used some kind of treasure to elevate his innate ability to the god level. Xiang Yu guessed. The thought that Yi Tian might still possess such a treasure filled him with greed. Kill! They attacked Yi Tian fiercely, determined to kill him. Rumble! Yi Tian faced immense pressure fighting against Xiang Yu and Xiang Haiyan all by himself. If so, his energy expenditure is too great. His low cultivation level was a weakness, and in terms of endurance, he estimated that he was not as good as Xiang Yu and Xiang Haiyan. Should we escape by space jump? Yi Tian thought to himself. Immediately, he tried it, and the space rippled, but he couldn't escape by spatial jump. No, it's not that he can't escape by jumping through space, but that he needs time. However, Xiang Yu and Xiang Haiyan kept attacking him, giving him no time to prepare. The ripples that had just appeared in the space had startled Xiang Yu. You should have used spatial jump, right? Spatial jump can indeed break through the spatial blockade of the anti-air disk. But you need to comprehend the spatial conception to the 7th sequence before you can escape easily. Otherwise, it will take you at least 10 seconds to have any hope of breaking the blockade. Our giant elephant clan anticipated this. You cannot escape. Of course, if you knew spatial magic or a spatial innate ability, you could escape. Unfortunately, you don't. Xiang Yu sneered. At this time, the 2 giant elephant clan grandmasters believed they had victory in their grasp. Ugh, I don't want to use that move. Yi Tian sighed. What trick? Xiang Yu frowned slightly. Although he didn't quite believe that Yi Tian had any other tricks up his sleeve, he still showed a cautious attitude. At this moment, Yi Tian unleashed a mutated technique, sending out a beam of light that instantly entered Xiang Yu's body. In an instant, Xiang Yu's expression changed. He felt that the injuries he sustained in his fight with Yi Tian had healed, except for a slight loss of lifespan and cultivation. After all, Yi Tian only maintained this mutated technique for a short time and could not maintain it for long, so it could not consume too much of his lifespan and cultivation. Once you understood this, he was no longer flustered. It seems to be working, that's good. Yi Tian chuckled inwardly. He used the Great Hope technique, or rather, the Great Hope technique he created during his initial research. The Great Hope technique, when it was first created, had significant side effects. He had directly exhausted the lives of the members of the evil God society. At the time, he was startled by this mutated technique. For him, this was not a spell of great hope, but a spell of great despair. He had once considered using this mutated technique to kill people, and now he could give it a try. Certainly. These two giant elephant clan grandmasters certainly wouldn't immediately cooperate with him and let him maintain this mutated technique indefinitely, but he could use it again and again. If it didn't work the first time, he could use it multiple times. He simply refused to believe that he couldn't exhaust the lifespans of these two grandmasters of the Scaled clan. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Tian unleashed the Great Despair technique time and time again. But if he uses it too often, he will have to pay a price. For example, at this moment, he also felt his lifespan slipping away, and at a considerable rate. However, he also possessed the art of immortality, which allowed him to make up for lost lifespan, so he had no worries whatsoever. At first, Xiang Yu was not worried about his lifespan. But as time went on, his expression changed. Not only did his lifespan begin to decrease significantly, but his cultivation level also declined. Even if one desperately resists this Great Despair technique and stabilizes one's cultivation to prevent it from being absorbed by this mutated technique, one cannot stop the passage of life. He can control his cultivation level so that it doesn't slip away. If he can also control his lifespan so that it doesn't slip away, then he will be immortal. No one can control the loss of lifespan, and he can't either. After all, no matter what kind of life it is, lifespan is slowly passing away. Every day you lose a day of lifespan. This is the rule that cannot be broken. Therefore, even the most powerful person can only extend their lifespan, but cannot stop the loss of lifespan. The Great Despair technique actually just accelerates the loss of lifespan. 10 years. 20 years. 50 years. 100 years. Xiang Yu and Xiang Haiyan were extremely distressed about their lifespans, but they couldn't back down now, because the losses would be too great if they did. Moreover, Yi Tian would never let them leave. Once the anti-aircraft disc is removed, do they still think they can escape from a space-type gifted ability user? Human, you're insane. Your lifespan is also slipping away. Constantly using this mutated technique is putting a heavy burden on you. Are you really going to take us all down with you? Xiang Yu roared. Don't worry, you'll all die first. Yi Tian said coldly. Kill him. Only by killing him quickly can we stop his mutated magic. Xiang Yu and the others began to burn their bloodlines to attack Yi Tian. Boom! Yi Tian desperately resisted, repeatedly using the divine technique Golden Scale technique, and the Great Five Elements will was also repeatedly recondensed. 1 hour. 2 hours. Unbeknownst to them, they had been fighting hard for more than 3 hours. At this time, the two grandmasters of the giant elephant clan were already very old, and Yi Tian's various talents and abilities were almost exhausted, so he was fighting purely with his physical body. Fortunately, these two giant elephant clan grandmasters were also at a loss for attack power, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to stop them. Heaven-slaying sword drawing technique. This was the last time Yi Tian used this sword technique, and it did not contain any supernatural power. It was purely a combination of physical strength and the power of intent. Put. Xiang Haiyan was struck through the heart and died instantly. He was powerless to resist. Why? Xiang Yu was in despair. At this point, there was no point in running away. He burned everything, using all his cultivation and life force to unleash the forbidden technique of the giant elephant race life offering. Wow! Xiang Yu's body transformed into a streak of light, wielding a top-grade rare treasure spear that unleashed its final brilliance as it charged towards Yi Tian. This move put Yi Tian in a precarious situation, forcing him to forcibly activate his various special physical abilities and the 5 elements wheel, and even mobilize all his mental energy to form a defense in order to mitigate the opponent's attack. Bang! Yi Tian was knocked away, and one of his magical armor pieces was completely destroyed. Moreover, his strength was completely exhausted, and he collapsed against a large tree. I blocked it, so I still won. Yi Tian kept breathing, absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to recover himself. Having recovered some of his strength, he took out spirit stones from his storage ring to restore his supernatural power. As for Xiangyu not far away, he didn't care anymore. The other party had already died when he launched the final attack. A dozen minutes later, he recovered a little before walking over and taking out their storage rings, weapons, and treasures, as well as their identity tokens, before leaving. Chapter 103: Exchanging for the Peacock's Sacred Body. Yi Tian's combat power was very low at this time. If he were to encounter a top-tier grandmaster of the Giant Elephant clan again, he would definitely be unable to defeat him. Then, taking advantage of the recovery of some Earth-type supernatural power, he went underground and created a small space there to quietly recover his strength. Soon after, a grandmaster of the Giant Elephant clan arrived and panicked upon seeing the deaths of Princes Xiangyu and Xiang Haiyan. Even so, the giant elephants did not retreat, as they were all tied up and could not simply retreat at will. Moreover, only 2 princes perished, but overall, they were not at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Xiang Anha and several other top-tier grandmasters are still alive. Even if their combat strength is not as great as Lord Xiangyu's, they are not much weaker. Time slowly passed. Yi Tian's injuries gradually healed, and his supernatural power also recovered rapidly under the influence of various rare and precious herbs. However, a full recovery cannot be achieved in less than a day. I can continue killing those giant elephants. I need to kill more of the peak grandmasters of the giant elephants so that I can quickly accumulate a lot of battle merits. Yi Tian murmured. Wow! Yi Tian used spatial movement to leave from here. Somewhere on the battlefield, Yi Tian sensed a peak grandmaster of the giant elephant clan. The opponent was already seriously injured. He appeared directly, used a freezing spell to immobilize the opponent for a moment, and then slashed at him with his sword. Puff! The grandmaster of the giant elephant peak has fallen. Afterwards, Yi Tian took the other party's storage ring and identity token and quickly left to continue searching for the giant elephant clan. In such a war, grandmasters are practically worthless, and they could fall at any moment. Even though Yi Tian killed the grandmaster of the giant elephant clan so quickly, the grandmasters on the human side also fell one after another, and more than one of them. As time passed, the losses of the giant elephant clan's grandmasters increased, and humans naturally gained the upper hand. Gradually, the giant elephant tribe began to collapse. Somewhere on the main battlefield, Elephant Anha, the pinnacle grandmaster of the giant elephant tribe, fought against 2 top-tier grandmasters of supernatural arts single-handedly and held a slight advantage, but other human grandmasters soon came to his aid. At this moment, he realized that the giant elephant tribe was in a state of absolute weakness and was going to lose this battle. The thought of losing this war and the punishment he would face upon returning home filled him with utter despair. Damn Xiangyu and Xiang Haiyan, those 2 good-for-nothings. They said they could definitely take down the enemy and told me to hold off these top-tier human masters of supernatural arts and not interfere with their battle. In the end, they themselves died. Xiang Anha cursed under his breath. Before long, he fled in a sorry state, bearing serious injuries and nearly exhausted bloodline power. Unexpected. A figure emerged from the void and thrust a sword at him. He tried to dodge, but the immobilization spell struck. Buzz. His body was frozen in place, and just as he was about to break free, the opponent's sword came slashing down. Put. He tried his best to dodge, but one of his arms was still severed. It's you! Xiang Anha recognized him. This person was none other than the human with spatial abilities. He never expected that after killing Xiang Haiyan and Xiangyu, the other party would still be able to kill him. Boom! Xiang Anha knew he couldn't escape. His speed couldn't possibly outpace Yi Tian's teleportation and spatial movement abilities. Therefore, he had to fight desperately to kill Yi Tian. However, his strength was inferior to Xiangyu and the others, and his own bloodline power was severely depleted. After dozens of moves, puff! A sword pierced his heart, and the power of sword intent and various artistic conceptions erupted within him, blasting Xiang Anha to death. After killing Xiang Anha, Yi Tian collected the spoils of war and then continued to attack and kill other grandmasters and masters of the giant elephant clan. Gradually, apart from a third who escaped, the rest of the giant elephant tribe perished on this battlefield. East China's Sea Fortress. Yi Tian finally returned. Instead of resting, he went to exchange his battle merits. This time, he killed more than one of the peak grandmasters of the Elephant Clan, and his battle achievements far surpassed those of the last time. Really? After Yi Tian tallied his battle merits, his total battle merits were revealed. Battle merit, 18.69 million. With so many battle achievements, we were almost able to collect the Peacock Sacred Body and the Peacock True Blood. Exchange for the Peacock Sacred Body secret technique first. Yi Tian made his decision. Soon, the application to exchange for the Peacock Sacred Body secret technique was submitted. Just 2 hours later, the Peacock Sacred Body secret technique was delivered to the East Sea Fortress. Then, Yi Tian took out the Peacock Sacred Body secret technique inheritance orb and left. Upon returning, he immediately accepted the Peacock Sacred Body secret technique. Boom! A vast amount of knowledge flooded into his soul, and he quickly memorized the secret technique of the Peacock Sacred Body. The Peacock Sacred Body seems to be even more powerful than the primordial dragon elephant body. Yi Tian murmured. The cultivation requirements for the Peacock Sacred Body are extremely demanding. One must elevate all 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to the 7th sequence before one can use the true blood of the peacock to cultivate the Peacock Sacred Body. As expected of the Sacred Body, the cultivation requirements are incredibly exaggerated. Yi Tian thought to himself. As for the peacock blood, he cannot exchange for it now, but the giant elephant clan may not give up. If another wave of attacks comes, he can collect enough battle merits to exchange for the peacock blood. No, I might be able to trade with other grandmasters for battle merits. If I exchange double the resources for battle merits, they'll definitely be happy. Yi Tian thought to himself. Then, he went to find his mentor, Li Haoyang. Mentor, I need to acquire over 1 million battle merits, and I'm willing to pay double the price. Could you please make an introduction? Yi Tian asked. Li Haoyang frowned and said, the battle merits this time cannot be transferred. If you want to trade them, you must buy the identity token obtained by the other party before they settle their battle merits. I'll ask a few old friends. We have to do it as soon as possible, or it will be too late. Thank you so much, mentor. Yi Tian expressed his gratitude. Then, Li Haoyang contacted several of his old friends who were grandmasters and explained the situation. These grandmasters were very straightforward and willing to trade, but they had to provide enough treasures. Yi Tian's gains this time were enormous. He killed too many grandmasters of the giant elephant clan, and any treasures he took were enough to tempt them. After, Yi Tian traded with several grandmasters, and even traded with a top-tier grandmaster of supernatural arts to obtain some identity tokens, finally accumulating enough battle merits. Hall of Military Merit. Yi Tian came again. After settling his battle merits, he directly exchanged them for Peacock True Blood. Soon, the Peacock Blood was also delivered to Yi Tian, but his battle merits were completely exhausted. With the Peacock Sacred Body secret technique and Peacock True Blood in hand, all I need to do is comprehend the 5 elements in 10 to the 7th sequence to meet the cultivation requirements. Yi Tian thought to himself. He definitely won't be able to cultivate in the short term. Then, I'll start cultivating after this war is over. Next, he began to organize the storage rings of the grandmasters of the Elephant Clan, especially the storage rings of several peak grandmasters such as Xiangyu, which were the focus of his organization. While organizing the Xiangyu Na ring, he suddenly discovered something wonderful. Could this be the blood of an ancient elephant? Yi Tian was overjoyed. This was just too good of luck. Chapter 104 Mastering the Primordial Dragon Elephant Body. After some testing, Yi Tian was certain that this was the blood of an ancient elephant. The true blood of a dragon, the blood of an ancient elephant. With these 2 blood samples gathered, Yi Tian can cultivate the primordial dragon elephant body. Then let's begin cultivating the primordial dragon elephant body. Yi Tian made his decision. He then went into seclusion to cultivate, swallowing the true blood of the dragon and the blood of the ancient elephant directly into his stomach. He refined them using the methods recorded in the Primordial Dragon Elephant Body Manual, and then cultivated the Primordial Dragon Elephant Body Manual. He had already mastered the true body of the Flood Dragon and the Primordial Elephant Body. Mastering the Primordial Dragon Elephant Body was only a matter of time. Time passed second by second. About 3 hours later, the true blood of the flood dragon and the blood of the ancient elephant were completely integrated into the two top-tier special physiques, causing the flood dragon true body and the primordial elephant body to begin to merge and transform, and they are about to become the primordial dragon elephant body. Another half hour passed. Boom! The two special constitutions began to transform and merge. In the darkness, an ancient dragon elephant seemed to materialize from the void, roaring through the space. East China Sea Fortress. Many grandmasters heard the roar of the primordial dragon elephant, but they didn't know what it was. After a moment of vigilance, they dismissed it, assuming that the giant elephant race was trying to do something to this battlefield area. They can't handle this kind of thing, it's for those above to deal with. So they didn't pay any attention to it. To their utter surprise, this was actually caused by the extraordinary phenomenon of Yi Tian's mastery of a sacred body technique. A little while later, Yi Tian finished his cultivation. "I've finally mastered the primordial dragon elephant body," Yi Tian said excitedly. At this moment, his physical condition was much stronger than before. Every cell seemed to contain terrifying power. He was now like an ancient dragon elephant cub, and his strength was simply unimaginable. But he could also sense that his life level seemed to be able to withstand only one type of sacred body. If he were to withstand another type of sacred body, it would definitely not be possible. "We must elevate our level of existence," Yi Tian thought to himself. He plans to cultivate the peacock sacred body once his life level has reached a certain level. As time passed, the clash between the will of Earth and the will of the underworld in this merging region was nearing its end. The Xia kingdom thought the giant elephant tribe was going to give up. After all, no giant elephant tribe members had entered for several days. Humans occupying this area has greatly increased the fortune of the Earth. With the worlds will receiving a boost from this fortune, there is a certain chance that they will be able to seize this area and integrate it into the East China Sea city of Earth. The giant elephant race. Now, Jing Xianghe, the human king of the giant elephant tribe, was in a very bad mood. His own grandson, Xiang Yu, died at the hands of humans. Of course, death is death, but he had quite a few grandsons. However, Xiang Yu's failure led to him being reprimanded by other high-ranking members of the clan, including those at the human king realm or even above it, which made his position within the clan unstable. Soon, a message arrived. The elephant dragon is back. Elephant Dragon, a genius rarely seen in 100 years by the giant elephant clan, was not in the clan before, but in the deeper part of the underground world, competing with many geniuses and prodigies. Now he has reached the peak of Grandmaster cultivation, but his combat power is no less than that of an extreme Dao Grandmaster. Shanglong has a record of defeating top-tier Grandmasters with a single hand. His defense, speed, and strength are all incredibly terrifying. He has also mastered 5 innate divine abilities and comprehended 3 seventh sequence realms. Compared to Xianlong, Xiang Yu and his group were completely inadequate in terms of strength. Humanity may have prodigies comparable to Yu the Great, but it is unlikely that they would be deployed to the East China Sea Fortress. Furthermore, human power is distributed in a chaotic manner, making it impossible to arbitrarily mobilize geniuses from other factions. If someone isn't a genius from Donghai City, they can choose not to come. Even Jiang Province can't force them to come. Send another batch of grandmasters in, and let the elephant dragons carry out the decapitation plan, kill the top grandmasters there, and then slaughter the other grandmasters and masters of humanity, to help the will of the underworld devour that battlefield. The high-ranking members of the elephant clan issued this order. Soon, Xianglong then led a group of grandmasters into the battlefield. Certainly, the dragon was hidden among them, appearing as an ordinary, unremarkable peak grandmaster. East China Sea Fortress. The giant elephant clan is still persistent and has come again. This is naturally their last chance. All the grandmasters of the East Sea Fortress were mobilized and headed towards the giant elephant clan. Yi Tian naturally wanted to go too, as he wanted to earn more battle merits to exchange for other treasures. Soon, humans clashed with the giant elephants, and the two sides began to fight. In terms of numbers, the human grandmasters far outnumbered the giant elephant race this time, so the human grandmasters were not worried at all. Among these human grandmasters, one of the top grandmasters is Qin Wuhan, a top grandmaster from the Qin family of Jianghai City. At this time, Qin Wuhan severely injured a peak grandmaster of the elephant clan within a few moves. Just as he was about to use a talent-based divine ability to kill the opponent, another grandmaster of the elephant clan arrived. He was unimpressed and only intended to kill the other party. But suddenly, The colossal elephant grandmaster unleashed a terrifying aura. He was Elephant Dragon. Innate divine power, heavenly dragon binding. In an instant, tiny phantom images of celestial dragons appeared around Qin Wuhan, completely surrounding him. Open it for me. Qin Wuhan was furious and tried to break free of his restraints, but he failed. Immediately afterwards, Shanglong wielded a high-grade rare treasure staff, and when he struck, it was covered in golden light, clearly a move enhanced by another innate divine power. Break! With a single thrust, Qin Wuhan's body was shattered to pieces. A human grandmaster at the pinnacle of his craft has fallen. Immediately afterwards, Shanglong displayed near-invincible strength, capable of killing a grandmaster with a single casual strike. Oh no, retreat quickly. The great masters of humanity were filled with fear. Far away, Yi Tian was slaughtering other grandmasters of the giant elephant clan when he received pleas for help from several human grandmasters, and he immediately rushed over. Whoosh! Yi Tian teleported in and stopped the elephant dragon. You all go deal with the other grandmasters of the giant elephant clan, I'll take care of him. Yi Tian Dao. The other grandmasters didn't even have time to express their gratitude before they ran away. Teleportation? You're the one who killed those useless space-type ability users like Xiangyu, aren't you? Xiang Long said coldly. The next moment, a sphere appeared between his eyebrows, releasing a special spatial fluctuation that imprisoned the area. Clearly, he also has methods to target those with spatial abilities. Immediately afterwards, the elephant dragon moved as if it had teleported and attacked. This isn't teleportation, it's just that the body's strength is so great that it breaks through the air, causing the movement to be so fast that it appears as if it were teleportation. Yi Tian didn't even have time to dodge and had to take the hit head-on. Boom! His great five elements will was directly shattered, dozens of special physical auras were also blasted apart, and even the divine technique golden scale technique was almost broken. The powerful impact still sent Yi Tian flying dozens of meters backward. With over 20 special physical attributes combined, a spatial ability user, and even divine magic, you are indeed monstrous. If you were to break through to the Grandmaster realm, I truly wouldn't be your match. But for now, you should just die. The dragon's body grew to an enormous size, and it suddenly unleashed another innate divine power dragon elephant heaven and earth. His 10-meter-tall body made him resemble a miniature ancient dragon elephant, and the superior-grade magical staff in his hand also changed, smashing down fiercely. This attack was like a thunderbolt from the blue. Yi Tian directly activated the primordial dragon elephant body. If he did not use the sacred body technique, he would not have been able to withstand this attack. Boom! The phantom of the primordial dragon elephant appeared on Yi Tian's body, exuding an aura of ancient savagery, and every move he made was filled with the power of the primordial dragon elephant. Heaven-slaying sword technique, slash. The sword intent and the power of various artistic conceptions merged together, and a single strike was delivered. Boom! As their attacks collided, cracks appeared in the magical artifact in Yi Tian's hand, but he managed to block the elephant dragon's attack. Primordial dragon elephant body. The dragon was shocked. Yi Tian actually mastered this sacred body technique. Chapter 105 Donghai City returns, preparing to sell treasures. Holy Spirit. Xianlong had also seen it deep in the underground world. That was a physique that only the geniuses of the underground world could cultivate. They all came from various top alien races and were beings that he had to look up to. Unexpectedly, even humans, who are born with weak bodies, are able to cultivate a sacred body. I can't keep you here. The dragon attacked Yi Tian relentlessly, determined to kill him. Killing one Yi Tian is more valuable than killing 100 peak grandmasters. However, although Yi Tian's strength is not as great as Xianlong's, his holy body, combined with divine arts and other various supernatural defensive techniques, makes his defensive capabilities terrifying. Even Xianlong would not be able to kill him in a short time. Moreover, Yi Tian once again used the Great Despair technique, intending to deplete the elephant dragon's lifespan and cultivation. However, a piece of green wood appeared on the elephant dragon's body, hovering above his head, which weakened the effect of the Great Despair spell to a very weak level. Even if he cast it for a whole day and night, he wouldn't lose a year of his lifespan. This is a god-grade material. Yi Tian recognized him. This is great stuff. If he obtains this piece of green wood, he can upgrade his wood-type talent potential to the god level. Unfortunately, Xianglong was too powerful. Even if he went all out, he could not shake him unless he could break through to the Grandmaster level, but that was definitely not possible in a short time. Yi Tian kept dragging the elephant dragon along, while the human grandmasters relied on numbers to surround and kill the giant elephant clan's grandmasters. Gradually, the grandmasters of the giant elephant clan were killed one by one, and their numbers dwindled. An hour has passed. Many human grandmasters stood at a distance, using various auxiliary techniques to assist Yi Tian. Amplification-type supernatural arts were applied to Yi Tian, while binding-type supernatural arts were applied to the elephant dragon. Moreover, a grandmaster used a special technique to restore Yi Tian's supernatural power, keeping him at his peak at all times. Gradually, Yi Tian was in a position of absolute advantage, while Xian Long was in a position of absolute disadvantage. Seeing that the giant elephant tribe could not reverse the advantage, he had no choice but to retreat. Whoosh! A talisman appeared on Shanglong's body, and his entire body instantly traversed dozens of miles and disappeared. Even Yi Tian couldn't catch up with him. Kill the other grandmasters of the giant elephant clan! Yi Tian shouted. Soon, the grandmasters of the giant elephant clan were killed one by one, with only a few managing to escape. The giant elephant tribe suffered extremely heavy losses in this battle. East China Sea Fortress. Yi Tian returned to rest, also waiting for the results of the fusion of the two realms. Even now, the Earth cannot say for sure that it can completely devour the Scaled Clan's territory. Another day has passed. The space in this region is in turmoil. This is the final moment of integration. Yi Tian seized the opportunity to silently comprehend the spatial conception using the Enlightenment technique. Gradually, his spatial awareness grew rapidly. Boom! A violent tremor was felt, and the ground in the area shook as if an earthquake had struck. About half an hour later, the tremors stopped. At this time, everyone discovered that the East China Sea Fortress had appeared on Earth, and East China Sea City had regained contact with the outside world. It's obvious. The territory of Donghai City in the Lin clan has become part of the Earth, which is equivalent to expanding the Earth's territory. Jiangxi Province. Inside a large hall, several important figures are discussing matters concerning Donghai City. The territories where Donghai City and the Lin clan's territory have merged have appeared on Earth, which means that the will of the Earth world has won. It's just that the underworld doesn't care about the Scaled Clan's territory. It's like the underworld losing a heir who would care. Our Earth world is fighting with all its might, while the underworld's will is merely a wisp of its will. This victory was just a fluke, and ultimately it still can't solve Earth's predicament. It bought the Earth at least 10 years, and that's enough. News has just arrived from other countries. For cities have been swallowed up by the underground world, and those countries have lost many grandmasters. Let's ignore the other countries and just focus on our Xia kingdom for now. I hope that a true god can be born in our Xia kingdom, but it's too difficult. Who knows the situation of those powerful beings above? Perhaps some of them are already on the verge of becoming true gods, but the time just hasn't come yet. Donghai City. Yi Tian walked down the street. Many people had returned one by one and gone home. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before things would return to their former prosperity. However, many people are still unwilling to stay in Donghai City, fearing that such a thing might happen again. However, many gifted individuals with special abilities flocked to Donghai City. After all, Donghai City had gained a vast territory with abundant resources, making it a treasure trove. While venturing into the underground world is still threatening, the danger is greatly reduced here. In addition, Jiang Province also needs to relocate the East China Sea Fortress to the underground world and reinforce the East China Sea Fortress. Because after that, they would not be facing the Scaled Clan, but the even more terrifying Elephant Clan. Yi Tian stopped worrying about this matter and exchanged his battle merits for some resources and special physique techniques. This time, Yi Tian's harvest was simply unimaginable: 3 top-grade rare treasures, more than 20 mid-grade rare treasures, and more than 300 low-grade rare treasures. This terrifying number left him dumbfounded. Ordinary grandmasters would risk their lives for even a low-grade rare treasure, yet he possessed so many. So many rare treasures and other valuables need to be sold. The East Sea Pavilion is still too weak, it definitely can't handle them all. Yi Tian plans to find a larger group to make the deal. Jianghai City. Star Pavilion. This shop belongs to the Xingqian Group, one of the top 10 groups in Xia Kingdom, with influence spanning dozens of provinces. Donghai Pavilion is only one of the top 10 groups in Jiang Province. Compared to Donghai Pavilion, Xingqian Group is the real behemoth conglomerate. Only the Starry Sky Group could afford to consume the treasures and resources he acquired. When Yi Tian arrived at the Star Pavilion, a Grandmaster of the Extreme Path appeared. Master Yi, hello. I am Yang Qing, the highest-ranking official of the Xingqian Pavilion branch in Jiang Province. Yang Qing introduced himself. Ultimate Master. Yi Tian was quite surprised that a Grandmaster of the Extreme Path would actually receive him, and that the other party would arrive as soon as he stepped into the Star Pavilion. Clearly, the Star Pavilion had done an exceptional job in intelligence gathering, knowing that he had killed many Grandmasters in the underground world, was wealthy, and was a major client. Greetings, Master Yang. Yi Tian said politely. Master Yi, our Star Pavilion has branches throughout various cities in the Xia Kingdom and is financially powerful. If you wish to conduct a transaction, we will definitely offer you the best possible treatment. If you are interested, we can go upstairs to the VIP room to discuss this further. Yang Qing said. Okay. Yi Tian nodded and followed Yang Qing upstairs. Chapter 106 Trading God-Level Materials and Divine Arts. Star Pavilion, VIP Room. Yi Tian and Yang Qing sat down, and a beautiful waitress with supernatural abilities came in to pour tea for Yi Tian. Use beauties with supernatural abilities as waitresses. Yi Tian was surprised. Masters of supernatural arts are considered top-tier experts in most small cities. After all, small cities don't even have grandmasters. It's not that grandmasters have never been born there, but rather that the grandmasters who have been born have all gone to big cities and won't stay in small cities. Therefore, masters of supernatural arts still hold a very high status in small cities. As a result, such a person works as a waiter at the Star Pavilion, which shows how powerful the Star Pavilion is. Master Yang, I have many items from the underground world, including many rare treasures and rare materials. How does Star Pavilion plan to acquire them? Yi Tian asked. Yang Qing smiled and said, it's definitely not money from Earth. That kind of money has no value. We will use the money of the underground world spirit stones to acquire it. Spirit stones are very useful, and Master Yi should know that too. I don't need spirit stones. Yi Tian shook his head and said. He had a lot of spirit stones, all obtained from the storage rings of grandmasters and great grandmasters, and the total number of them was quite large. What does Master Yi want? Yang Qing asked. Does the Star Pavilion have any secret techniques for building a sacred body? Yi Tian asked. The sacred body secret technique. Yang Qing exclaimed in surprise. Master Yi, we've received news that you've already mastered one sacred body technique and you're going to cultivate another? Isn't that too dangerous? Master Yang, that's my question. I just want to know if you have any other secret techniques for the holy body? Yi Tian asked again. Yang Qing remained silent for a while before saying, we humans on Earth have indeed seized quite a few sacred body secret techniques in the underground world, most of which were obtained from ruins. Our star group also obtained sacred body secret techniques, but all the humans who cultivated sacred body secret techniques have died, so the authorities have restricted the trade of sacred body secret techniques. I cannot make the decision, nor can I agree to such a trade. Just as Yi Tian was feeling disappointed, Yang Qing said again, if Grandmaster Yi really wants the sacred body secret technique, it's not that there's no way. I know the whereabouts of a sacred body secret technique, and it even involves space. A sacred body involving space. Yi Tian was filled with interest. Where is that sacred body? Yi Tian asked hurriedly. The underground world. Yang Qing said, if it weren't in the underground world, there would be no way for you to obtain it. In fact, many forces know the location of that sacred body secret technique. It's not a secret. I can tell you for free that the sacred body secret technique is in a small world within the underground world, and that small world is actually the transformed form of a powerful being from the underground world who perished. The sacred body secret technique is within that small world, inscribed on a stone tablet. If one's comprehension is high enough, one can comprehend that sacred body secret technique. However, even within the underground world, it seems that no alien race has successfully cultivated that sacred body secret technique. Then, Yang Qing explained the exact location of that small world and how to get there, giving a very clear route. Thank you, Master Yang. Yi Tian expressed his gratitude. He will go there, but not now. He needs to at least reach the limit of a true master of supernatural arts before he can go there again. Yang Qing was so polite, even revealing the location of the sacred body secret technique, because he hoped Yi Tian would trade more items at the Star Pavilion. Moreover, he highly values Yi Tian's potential, believing that his future is limitless, so he naturally wants to befriend Yi Tian. Master Yang, does the Star Pavilion have any divine grade materials? Yi Tian asked. As for divine grade materials, of course we have them. Yang Qing nodded slightly. If it were an ordinary person, even a grandmaster of the extreme path, our star pavilion would not sell divine-grade materials. But we have instructions from above that we are willing to offer divine-grade materials to Grandmaster Yi. Yi Tian was quite surprised. The star group's resources were still terrifying. They could freely trade god-level materials, so it seemed that there were quite a lot of them. Subsequently, Yi Tian attempted to trade for god-level materials of every attribute. However, even the Star Pavilion does not possess any divine-level materials of the spiritual or spatial types. However, other types of god-level materials do exist. Wow! Yi Tian took out one low-grade treasure after another, the sheer number of which left Yang Qing speechless. He now has a clear understanding of how many grandmasters this has killed. Besides these low-grade treasures, Yi Tian also took out a lot of rare and precious materials and various resources that were of little use to him. Finally, after lengthy discussions, both parties reached a consensus on the transaction. Yi Tian used these resources to exchange for 16 divine-level materials and 11 divine techniques from the Star Pavilion. Master Yi, it will take another 2 hours before these things are actually delivered. Yang Qing said. Good. Yi Tian nodded. 2 hours later. These items were delivered, and after receiving them, Yi Tian left the Star Pavilion. Not long after Yi Tian left, Yang Qing had a woman by his side. Yang Qing, however, was extremely respectful to the woman. Lord Frost King, Yi Tian wants so many divine-grade materials and divine techniques. What is he going to do with them? Could it be that he can cultivate these divine techniques? Han Bingwang is a powerful expert at the Human King realm. His real name is Han Yin, and he is one of the directors of Xingshan Group. Yang Qing, Yi Tian's demand for so many divine techniques and divine-level materials doesn't necessarily mean he wants them for himself. It's also possible that he's giving them to the alien race behind him. Could Yi Tian possibly have connections with alien races? Yang Qing was surprised. What's so strange about that? Han Yin smiled. The Earth will eventually merge into the underworld, and many forces have secretly begun cooperating with the alien races of the underworld. Of course, as long as those alien races treat humans kindly, there's no problem. As long as it's not something like the evil god society, the higher-ups can tolerate it. In fact, the higher-ups might even cooperate with the alien races. Otherwise, the pressure on us humans wouldn't have been so great these past few years. After all, for many alien races, our Earth will eventually merge into the underworld, and will eventually be one of them. In their eyes, we humans are also aliens, no different from other alien races. That's true. Yang Chang nodded. The alien races in the underground world are not of the same race, they are all different races. They do not consider themselves to be of the same race. Humans are no different from them, they are all humanoid alien races. In fact, most alien races are relatively harmonious. If you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you either. It's normal for them to like doing business and secretly cooperate with humans. Aside from the evil god society, whose mission is entirely to destroy humanity, the higher-ups naturally cannot tolerate it. Remember, no matter who is behind Yi Tian, we can't afford to offend him. He has already grown up, and it won't be long before he becomes a grandmaster. At his rate of growth, it won't take him more than a few years to become an extreme grandmaster. By then, his strength might not even be weaker than mine, Han Yin said. Lord Ice King, I understand. Yang Cheng responded. Wow! Han Yin's figure vanished, and she left this place. Yi Tian, upon returning to Donghai City, was unaware that he had been misunderstood by the Star Group. He had no cooperative relationship with any alien race. But his growth rate was too fast and his talent was too extraordinary, so it's normal for them to have such thoughts. After returning, Yi Tian then began using these divine materials to upgrade his innate abilities, raising their potential to the divine level so that he could cultivate those divine arts. Chapter 107 The Second Sacred Body, Strength Soars. Time passed day by day. Yi Tian first used S-grade materials to raise his S-grade talent potential to the limit of S-grade, and then touched these God-grade materials to raise his individual talent potential to God-grade. Gradually, Yi Tian's potential for Wood-type, Fire-type, and Earth-type innate abilities all increased to the God level. After acquiring these God-level talents and abilities, Yi Tian began to cultivate the corresponding divine arts. Gradually, Yi Tian mastered the basics of these divine techniques one by one. Data panel. With a thought, the data panel appeared. Host, Yi Tian. Realm, Advanced Master of Extraordinary Arts. Talented abilities: Darkness God level 0 100, Mental ability S level 1 100, Water God level 1 100, Fire God level 1 100, Wood God level 1 100, Metal God level 0 100, Earth God level 0 100, Space God level 1 100, Wind God level 0 100, Light God level 0 100, Ice God level 0 100. Special abilities: S rank Earth Piercing Golden Light Technique perfected, S rank Wood Realm Technique perfected, S rank Great Sun True Fire perfected, S rank Wind Feather Technique perfected, S rank Great Earth Escape Technique perfected, S rank Water Substitution Technique perfected. Mutant abilities: S rank Great Hope Technique perfected, S rank Great 5 Elements Will perfected, B rank Dark Fire perfected, B rank Limb Regeneration Technique perfected. Divine Arts: Golden Scale Technique perfect, Divine Healing Technique beginner, Solar Golden Flame beginner, Ice Realm beginner, Wind God Technique beginner, Meteor Shower Technique beginner, Aurora Technique beginner. Artistic Conception: 7th Sequence Metal Element Artistic Conception 2/10 of the Realm 8th Sequence Fire Element Artistic Conception 10/10 of the Realm 8th Sequence Wood Element Artistic Conception 7/10 of the Realm 7th Sequence Earth Element Artistic Conception 1/10 of the Realm 7th Sequence Water Element Artistic Conception 1/10 of the Realm 7th Sequence Darkness Element Artistic Conception 1/10 of the Realm 8th Sequence Light Element Artistic Conception 7/10 of the Realm 7th Sequence Sword Intent 2/10 of the Realm 8th Sequence Space Element Artistic Conception 86/10 of the Realm 8th Sequence Wind Element Artistic Conception 30/10 of the Realm. Special Physiques: Primordial Dragon Elephant Physique Beginner, Dark Longevity Physique Minor Success, Yin Yang Immortal Physique Beginner. Now that I've mastered so many divine techniques, once I've cultivated them all to perfection, my strength will skyrocket. Yi Tian exclaimed excitedly. Moreover, these divine spells are quite powerful. For example, the Divine Healing Technique is a water-based divine technique with incredibly terrifying healing and recovery effects. It can also regenerate severed limbs, quickly heal wounds, and restore health. If one can maintain the Divine Healing Technique indefinitely, it's practically like being immortal. Of course, it's impossible to maintain the Divine Healing Technique indefinitely. No supernatural ability can be maintained indefinitely. The Golden Flame of the Sun is almost an advanced version of the true fire of the Great Sun, possessing terrifying temperatures that can incinerate anything. The Ice Realm Technique can freeze everything, completely sealing off the surrounding area. It is an incredibly powerful area of effect divine technique, but it also consumes a great deal of energy. The Wind God Technique is a flight-type divine technique that grants him terrifying flight speed and can also be used in combat. The Meteor Shower Technique conjures a meteorite and strikes the enemy. The higher the meteorite, the more terrifying the attack. For the weak, this divine technique is comparable to a natural disaster. The Aurora Technique, on the other hand, concentrates infinite light into a single point, possessing a terrifying penetrating effect. It can be said that these divine arts, when combined, are incredibly powerful. However, divine magic consumes a lot of energy, making it impossible to fight for long periods of time. In particular, since his cultivation level is only at the advanced level of a master of supernatural arts, he cannot use divine arts multiple times. He still needs to improve his cultivation level to the level of a grandmaster in order to fight for a longer period of time. It's still better to have a big reputation. If it weren't for my big reputation this time, and my display of unparalleled combat power that gained the attention of many important figures, the Star Group wouldn't have bothered to curry favor with me and trade me divine materials and divine techniques. Yi Tian thought to himself. Therefore, there is no need to be low-key sometimes. Certainly. He is now famous, and therefore vulnerable to assassination. But now, even if a Grandmaster of the Ultimate Path came to assassinate him, he could save his life. Let's first raise all the artistic concepts I've comprehended to the 7th order level. Yi Tian took out the anti-space disc, a mid-grade spatial treasure. Holding the anti-space disc would enhance the effect of comprehending spatial concepts. And so, the days passed. Yi Tian's spatial awareness gradually improved to the 9th and 10th levels of the 8th sequence. This day, Yi Tian's spatial conception has been elevated to the 7th sequence. Afterwards, Yi Tian comprehended the wood elemental intent. He happened to have a mid-grade wood elemental treasure on him, which could help him comprehend the wood elemental intent, and the effect was quite good. Gradually, his wood-based artistic conception also rose to the 7th sequence. It can be said that after possessing God-level talent and superpower potential, comprehending these realms of meaning is too easy, and it is very easy to advance to the 7th sequence of realms of meaning. More than a month later. Apart from his spiritual realm, all his other realms of enlightenment have been elevated to the 7th sequence level. I can now cultivate the peacock's sacred body, but my life level is still a bit lacking, Yi Tian thought to himself. Then, In the days that followed, he continuously activated the longevity technique. With the blessing of the 7th order wood element, the longevity technique is quite effective. Moreover, he has a lot of S-grade materials to restore his innate ability potential. The longevity technique can be used continuously, and his innate ability potential can be restored quickly. And so, another 2 months passed. At this moment, Yi Tian clearly felt that his life level seemed to have reached the limit of the intermediate life level. If he took another step forward, he would become an advanced life form. Becoming an advanced life form is a bit difficult, but I should be able to cultivate the peacock's sacred body now, Yi Tian said. Even if he were to fail in his cultivation, he would still have the divine healing technique, so he wouldn't necessarily perish. Begin cultivating the peacock's sacred body. Yi Tian activated the 5-7 sequence concepts of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, operating them according to the cultivation method of the peacock's sacred body, and swallowed the peacock true blood in one gulp. Boom! The energy of the peacock's true blood erupted, sweeping across his entire body. Time passes. Yi Tian's body is changing, even undergoing a transformation. After an unknown amount of time, a peacock's cry echoed through the void. A huge peacock phantom appeared on his body, and an endless pressure spread out, but it was fleeting and did not attract much attention. The peacock's sacred body has been successfully cultivated without injury. As expected, the limit of a mid-level life form can accommodate 2 sacred bodies, Yi Tian thought to himself. But to stack the 3rd sacred body, one must elevate their life level to a higher life form. Then we can only rely on the longevity technique to gradually erase the boundary between intermediate and advanced life forms. If the 7th sequence wood elemental intent is not enough, then we should continue to improve the 7th sequence intent until it reaches the perfect 7th sequence realm. He refused to believe that the bottleneck couldn't be overcome. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. Yi Tian not only raised his cultivation to the peak of the extraordinary artsmaster realm, but also raised all kinds of divine arts to the perfect realm. It can be said that he is ready to step into the grandmaster realm at any time. But he also wants to elevate his life level to the level of a higher life form, then refine the 3rd sacred body, and then attempt to reach the realm of a grandmaster of supernatural arts. We must set off for that small world within the underground realm to obtain that sacred body that involves space. Yi Tian made his decision. Chapter 108 Dragon Girl. The small world that Yang Qing mentioned is located in a place called Desolate Spirit Mountain in the underground world. Yi Tian arrived at the Demon City and headed to the underground world via the Demon City Fortress. The Desolate Spirit Mountain was the closest to the Demon City Fortress. If you were to go from the East China Sea Fortress, you would pass through the territories of many top-tier alien races, which would undoubtedly be suicidal. Shanghai Fortress. Yi Tian arrived here and saw many powerful figures. Here, even grandmasters are not considered strong. There are quite a few extreme grandmasters, and even many human king realm experts are stationed here. As expected of one of the 3 great fortresses of the Xia Kingdom. Yi Tian sighed inwardly. The 3 major fortresses of the Xia Kingdom are the Kyoto Fortress, the Moto Fortress, and the Kunlun Fortress. These 3 fortresses face top alien races, and they are all top alien races with whom they do not have a good relationship. Therefore, it is necessary to send a large number of powerful people to guard them. Many graduates of Tunghai University come to these 3 fortresses after graduation. Just like this Demon City Fortress, many of the grandmasters and even extreme Dao grandmasters come from Donghai University. Under normal circumstances, they would not return to Tunghai University unless Tunghai University summoned them, at which point they would go back to help. If I graduated from Donghai University, I would come to one of these 3 fortresses. Yi Tian thought to himself. The alien race that the demon capital fortress needs to guard against is the Horned Demon race. This race is not numerous, but each one is incredibly powerful. If Yi Tian wants to go to that small world, he still has to avoid the Horned Demon clan. Fortunately, that small world was not located in the territory of the Horned Demons, but in a desolate, unclaimed area. Furthermore, all the resources within that small world had been plundered, leaving nothing but a sacred body secret technique. Therefore, the Horned Demons did not seal off that small world. Otherwise, Yang Qing wouldn't have told us about this place. After leaving the city of Shanghai, Yi Tian carried a map he had just bought, which marked the exact location of that small world. We need to be careful and use Earth release techniques to get somewhere. Certainly. He had also inquired beforehand and found out that there were no alien races living underground in the vicinity, otherwise it would be very dangerous to use Earth as a type of magic or technique to travel. Yi Tian continued to travel underground without encountering any trouble along the way. No matter how powerful the horned demons are, they will not venture outside their own territory to investigate underground conditions. Therefore, he will almost never encounter any danger. Really? He arrived safely at the desolate Spirit Mountain. After arriving here, he came out from underground, since it was difficult to find his way around underground and he couldn't find the entrance to the small world. On the ground, Yi Tian sensed his surroundings. The spiritual energy here is rather thin. Yi Tian murmured. In fact, a terrible war once broke out here, which destroyed the foundation of this area and caused the spiritual veins to dissipate. That's why there is not much spiritual energy left in this area, and it has become a desolate region. Soon, Yi Tian found the entrance to that small world, located inside the canyon. The entrance was a distorted space, but it was a very stable distortion and would not harm anyone. Simply touch it, pass through this distorted spatial entrance, and enter that small world. Buzz! Yi Tian passed directly through and arrived in this small world. This little world is vast, but it is also very broken. Cracks were everywhere in the sky, the earth was shattered, and the entire small world exuded an aura of impending destruction. It is said that this small world was formed from the fall of a powerful alien being. With the fall of such a powerful being, the destruction of the small world was only a matter of time. Yi Tian didn't have many feelings and went straight to the center of the small world. The stone tablet that records the secret methods of the holy body is engraved on the stone tablet in the center of the small world. Wind God Technique. When Yi Tian used this divine technique, his speed was incredibly fast, though it was not as fast as teleportation or spatial movement. But in this dilapidated little world, he dared not use teleportation, it was too dangerous. Before long, he arrived at a dilapidated stone mountain in the middle of the small world. There stood an ancient stone tablet, which was intact, as if the destruction of the small world had no effect on it. This stone tablet is connected to the entire small world, and it cannot be taken away unless the entire small world can be taken away, but that is obviously impossible. Now, Yi Tian's gaze was fixed on a beautiful figure in front of the stone tablet. Someone's there. Yi Tian's expression changed, becoming serious. But the other party is probably not human, but a different race. Even if it was a member of a different race, Yi Tian was not worried. In this small world, only grandmasters are allowed to enter. Extreme grandmasters are not allowed to enter, otherwise they will be suppressed and killed by the rules of the small world. This alien is at most a grandmaster, or more likely a peak grandmaster like him. Whoosh! Yi Tian flew over and landed on the other side of the stone tablet. Only then did he get a clear look at the other person's appearance. She is a girl who looks very cute, but she is not a human girl, she is a girl from another race. The other person was wearing a black dress and had a pair of black antlers on their head, which looked a bit like deer antlers, but they weren't real deer antlers. Could it be a dragon horn? Yi Tian was secretly surprised. If it is dragon horns, then this girl's identity is truly astonishing. Dragons! The underground world is inhabited by dragons, and they are among the most elite alien races. Dragons are born comparable to grandmasters, and adults are comparable to ultimate grandmasters. This refers to the most useless kind. In fact, many purebred dragons can rival grandmasters with just a little cultivation. Most adult purebred dragons are human king level experts, or even above human king level. Moreover, dragons can easily transform into human form, even in countless ways, and if they turn into humans, they are not easily detected. Yi Tian stared at the girl, and the girl looked back at Yi Tian. Hello? The girl seemed very simple and honest, and greeted Yi Tian. Hello? Yi Tian replied simply. My name is Long Ying. Are you also here to comprehend the Void Realm Body? Long Ying asked. Void Realm Body. Yi Tian only knew that there was a sacred body here that involved space, but he didn't know its name. Now he knows. Yes. Yi Tian nodded. Long Ying sighed and said, the Void Realm Body is too difficult to obtain. I have been trying to comprehend it for several months, but I still haven't figured it out. Are you a dragon? Yi Tian asked curiously. Yes. Long Ying seemed completely unguarded, nodding slightly. What race are you from? Humans. Yi Tian said calmly. Those alien races who truly understand humans can recognize them. It's obvious that Long Ying doesn't understand the human race, which is why she asked that question. There's no harm in telling her. Humans? Long Ying had never heard of it and only thought it was some small race in the underground world. After chatting for a while, Yi Tian prepared to study the stone tablet. The art of enlightenment. Boom! His comprehension surged, and he began to comprehend the stone tablet with terrifying insight. Chapter 109, Forging Advanced Life Forms. The void realm body is preserved in a special way on this ancient stone tablet, and only those with high comprehension can comprehend it. Now, Yi Tian was trying to comprehend the profound meaning of the above. These profound meanings seem to be a combination of spatial meaning, earth element meaning, wind element meaning, water element meaning, and fire element meaning, forming a small world cycle. If one cannot comprehend this cycle of meaning, one cannot grasp its essence, and thus cannot obtain the inheritance of the void realm body. Longing just couldn't figure it out, which is why she stayed here for several months. Indeed, it is incredibly profound and complex. Without the aid of the enlightenment technique, I have no hope of even comprehending it. Yi Tian thought to himself. As time slowly passed, he continued to ponder the mysteries of the cycle of artistic conception. The effects of the enlightenment technique wore off quickly. Immediately, he continued to use the enlightenment technique, while also restoring his innate potential. Time passed by day after day. The 6th day. Buzz. The stone tablet emitted rays of light that merged into Yi Tian's body. Seeing this, Long Ying was extremely shocked. He's grasped it. Long Ying was very shocked. She always believed that the dragon race's comprehension was among the best of all races in the underground world, so how could people of a small race be more capable than her in comprehension? As a result, she has now been proven wrong. To comprehend the void realm body in less than 6 days, that's amazing. Long Ying was also very shocked. Are all humans this powerful? Or is Yi Tian the only one who is special? Yi Tian is currently receiving the inheritance of the sacred body technique, the void realm body. Not long after, he received the entire inheritance and thus truly obtained the secret technique of the void realm body. What a powerful holy body secret technique! Yi Tian gasped inwardly. Once the void realm body is mastered, it may be much weaker than the primordial dragon elephant body and peacock sacred body in terms of physical enhancement and strength, but its spatial mastery will be greatly improved. For example, once he cultivates the void realm body, he will be able to enter deep spaces, and even the mid-grade spatial treasure, the void suppressing disk, will not be able to affect him in the slightest. He can even easily enter the interiors of many formations and come and go freely. Moreover, the void realm body can also form a void realm within its body. In critical moments, it can also physically enter the void realm, leaving only a phantom image outside, thereby avoiding enemy attacks. Of course, the ability to create a virtual world consumes a lot of energy and cannot be used for a long time, but it can be used to avoid fatal attacks in critical moments. In addition, the void realm can amplify any spatial magic. Therefore, the void realm body is truly terrifying. Once my life level is raised to a higher level, I will cultivate the void realm body. Yi Tian thought to himself. Yi Tian, you obtained the void realm body? Long Ying asked in surprise. Yes. Yi Tian admitted it. You're amazing. Long Ying exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. I'm getting ready to leave. Yi Tian said goodbye. Long Ying, however, showed reluctance. You are my first friend after leaving the Dragon Clan. Will you come to visit me again in the future? I can't go to the Dragon Clan. Yi Tian's words meant he was refusing. After all, what would he do if he went to the Dragon Clan? What if humans and dragons are enemies? Long Ying, however, couldn't understand the meaning behind the words. Instead, she took out a token. This token is made from a scale that I shed. It contains my aura. If you come to the Dragon Clan to visit me in the future, you can take it with you, and the Dragon Clan members will not cause you any trouble. Dragon scales. Yi Tian was shocked. This thing is quite valuable, and if you encounter a dragon, you could probably save your life with it. He seemed to have no reason to refuse, so he accepted it, saying, okay, I'll come visit you when I have time. Very good. Long Ying seemed very happy. Then, Long Ying added, I'm also preparing to leave. I haven't been able to comprehend it even after several months of comprehension. It seems I'm indeed not suited to cultivate the void realm body. In fact, she had long planned to leave. After seeing Yi Tian comprehend the mysteries and obtain the void realm body in just 6 days, she became even less willing to continue her quest. Okay, let's go out together. Yi Tian and Long Ying walked out of this small world together. Exit. A man and a dragon have emerged. Then, Yi Tian bid farewell to Long Ying and headed towards the demon capital fortress. Not long after Yi Tian left, a middle-aged female Dragon Clan expert appeared beside Long Ying. "Little princess, it's time for us to go back." That's what the middle-aged woman said. "Aunt Shui, what race is the human race?" Long Ying asked curiously. "Humans?" Aunt Shui said, "Humans are not a race of our world, but come from outside the earth. But it won't be long before the world where humans live will be integrated into the earth." "Just like our dragon race?" Long Ying was surprised. "Yes." Aunt Shui nodded slightly. "Millions of years ago, our dragon realm also collided with the earth realm and eventually merged into the earth realm, becoming one of the top races in the earth realm. Unfortunately, the human race is different from us. They are too weak and don't even have a single true god." "Are humans weak?" "Yi Tian is very powerful," Long Ying said. Aunt Shui paused for a moment, then smiled and said that human was indeed very talented, having mastered the primordial dragon elephant body and the peacock sacred body. But if he doesn't become a true god, he still won't be able to change the human race's situation. "Perhaps Yi Tian can become a true god," Long Ying retorted. "True god, it's not that easy." Aunt Shui shook her head and said nothing more. No matter how extraordinary someone is in the early stages, it doesn't guarantee they'll become a true god in the future. The difficulty of becoming a true god is unimaginable. Moreover, even if one wants to become a true god, it takes a very long time, and some true gods don't seem to give humans that much time. On the road, Yi Tian was returning underground, unaware that he had been seen through by a powerful dragon. Even his primordial dragon elephant body and peacock sacred body were seen through. If he knew, he would be extremely shocked. Soon, he returned to Shanghai Fortress, but he did not stay there for long. Instead, he returned to Donghai City. After returning, he mainly focused on comprehending the essence of wood, striving to elevate it to a very high level, and repeatedly using the longevity technique to break through the shackles of his life level and advance to a higher life form. And so, the days passed. 1 month later, the 7th sequence, representing the wood element, is 70% complete. This is the result of Yi Tian's continuous efforts in cultivation and comprehension, including the assistance of his divine level wood type talent potential. If it were still an S-level wood type talent, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the 7th order wood type intent to 70% so quickly. He also used the longevity technique for a month, and he felt that his bottleneck was about to be broken. This day, Yi Tian used the longevity technique once again. Click. The bottleneck in his life level shattered, and his life level began to transform, evolving from a mid-level life form to a high-level life form. Boom! The surrounding spiritual energy surged in, but the concentration seemed insufficient. If one did not absorb enough spiritual energy, it would affect one's foundation and result in a flawed advanced life form. Left with no other choice, he took out his spirit stones, which he then devoured, becoming nourishment for the advanced life form. 100. 1000. It took refining more than 5,000 spirit stones to finally complete the perfect forging of the advanced life form. Chapter 110 Breakthrough, Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts. They actually dared to spend over 5,000 spirit stones. Yi Tian was deeply saddened. A single spirit stone is very valuable. Many grandmasters don't even have many spirit stones, yet he used up more than 5,000 spirit stones in one go. However, compared to achieving a higher life form, spending over 5,000 spirit stones was well worth it. Fortunately, I killed many grandmasters of the giant elephant clan and obtained a large number of spirit stones, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to perfectly forge a high-level life form this time. Yi Tian thought to himself. He estimated that his lifespan was now around 5,000 years. This lifespan isn't exaggerated. Top alien races, like the dragons, are born as advanced life forms and can live for thousands of years even without cultivation. Therefore, the lifespan of advanced life forms is extremely long, and the lifespan increase with each breakthrough of a major realm is incomparable to that of primary life forms. Human masters of the highest level are estimated to have a lifespan of about 1,000 years, but in reality, they don't live to be more than 1,000 years old. 800 years is considered good. However, the ultimate masters of the Dragon Clan can live for 10,000 years. I have achieved the status of an advanced life form and can now cultivate the Void Realm body, Yi Tian said excitedly. Immediately, he began cultivating the Void Realm body. The cultivation requirements for the Void Realm body are that the spatial intent, earth intent, wind intent, fire intent, and water intent must all reach the 7th sequence, and Yi Tian has already comprehended all of these intents to the 7th sequence. Moreover, the Void Realm body is a rare sacred body that does not require any medium. If we really want to talk about a medium, then it requires a spatial organ. Space organs are the only medium. Unlike the primordial dragon elephant body, it requires the true blood of a dragon and the blood of an ancient elephant. Therefore, Yi-Tian now meets all the cultivation requirements, and with the terrifying comprehension brought by the Enlightenment technique, he is almost certain to master the Void Realm body. Buzz! Yi-Tian mobilized the power of the 5 realms and began to merge them, transforming his body. As his Void Realm body was gradually perfected, the compatibility between his body and space became increasingly higher, as if he were born to be the darling of space. Much later. Boom! Yi-Tian's physical abilities increased dramatically, and he successfully cultivated the Void Realm body. Although the physical enhancement brought by the Void Realm body is not high, it is only relatively speaking. Compared with the top-level special physique, the physical enhancement brought by the Void Realm body is still terrifying. Its power has increased even further. Let's test your spatial walking ability. Yi-Tian stepped into the spatial interlayer and directly entered the deep space. Then, he used teleportation to instantly move to a distance of 10,000 meters. Afterwards, he used spatial magic, and its power increased dramatically. The internal spatial organ has transformed into a small space. Yi-Tian asked in surprise. This small space is actually quite large, measuring about 100 meters in radius. This is merely the beginning of the Void Realm body. If one reaches the lesser completion, greater completion, or perfection stages of the Void Realm body, this small space will continue to expand and grow, and it will also expand with one's cultivation level. In the future, it may truly transform into a small world. Let's try the abilities of the Void Realm again. Yi-Tian used his mental power to control a mid-grade exotic sword to attack himself. The Void Realm. His body entered the void, leaving only a phantom that looked exactly like his original body outside. Puff! The mid-grade rare baby sword passed through the phantom without harming him in the slightest. And then he returned from the virtual world once again. This ability is quite good. If I break through to the Grandmaster realm, the Void Realm should transform into an innate divine ability, and the effect will be even better, Yi-Tian murmured. In the days that followed, Yi-Tian mastered several more top-tier physique techniques, but the enhancement effect was very weak. Moreover, his cultivation level had reached the limit of a Grandmaster of supernatural arts, and he could hardly make any further progress. I have now mastered 3 sacred bodies in many top-tier and powerful physiques. Even if I were to spend time searching for a 4th sacred bodies, it would take a lot of time and the amplification effect wouldn't be significant. There's no need for that. Let's just focus on breaking through. Yi-Tian thought to himself. Breakthroughs come sooner, and strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Tunghai University. Yi-Tian used one of the cultivation rooms here to go into seclusion and break through his cultivation barrier. However, before making a breakthrough, Yi-Tian still consulted his mentor, Li Haiyang. Mentor, are there any things I should be careful about when breaking through to the Grandmaster realm? Yi-Tian asked. Li Haiyang reminded him, Yi-Tian, breaking through to become a Grandmaster shouldn't be too difficult for you, but with the many special physiques you've accumulated, how many innate divine abilities you can acquire depends on your foundation. Also, don't turn some ordinary strange techniques into innate divine abilities that would be a waste of your source power. Mentor, is it possible to choose which extraordinary technique can be transformed into an innate divine power? Yi-Tian asked in surprise. Yes. Li Haiyang nodded. When you break through to the Grandmaster realm, you will be able to sense the imprints of all the supernatural arts. At the moment of breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, a large amount of primal power will surge into his body. This primal power will be poured into the supernatural arts imprints, causing them to transform into innate divine power imprints. I have cultivated the water and fire dragon body, which is only a special physique. It has only given birth to the innate divine power of the water and fire dragon kill. Although I have more primal power, it is a pity that I cannot turn the second strange technique into an innate divine power. Most people are lucky to acquire even one innate supernatural ability, but you certainly have more than one. However, it's impossible to transform all extraordinary skills into innate supernatural abilities, so you must make choices and relinquish some. Understood, thank you for reminding me, mentor. Yi-Tian responded. The training room at Tunghai University. Yi-Tian is in seclusion here, while his mentor, Li Haiyang, is waiting outside. Let's begin. Yi-Tian began to use the power of his artistic conception to stimulate his supernatural organs. Moreover, he stimulated all of his supernatural organs at once, allowing them to undergo transformation simultaneously, thus advancing to the Grandmaster level of supernatural arts. Soon. Boom! All the supernatural organs are undergoing transformation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside world was surging in, and he even prepared a lot of spirit stones, which he frantically devoured into his body, allowing his body to transcend realms and reach the level of a Grandmaster of supernatural arts. At the same time, Yi Tian sensed countless strange technique marks within his body, and at the same time, a large amount of primal energy surged within him, resembling a sea of primal energy. First are the three sacred bodies, the primordial dragon elephant body, the peacock sacred body, and the void realm body. These three sacred bodies awaken their innate supernatural abilities by absorbing a portion of the power of origin. Before long, the three sacred bodies successfully awakened their innate divine abilities. The primordial dragon elephant body awakened a divine ability called the primordial dragon elephant true body, but the memories that surfaced made him realize that this was not an ordinary divine ability, but a great one. Li Haoyang's mentor's water and fire dragon kill is an ordinary innate divine ability, far from being a great divine ability, while the primordial dragon elephant true body is a great divine ability, far surpassing ordinary divine abilities. Immediately afterwards, the peacock sacred body also awakened the great divine power of the peacock divine light. The void realm body also awakened a great divine power, which was none other than the void realm itself. This was the transformation of the void realm's abilities into a great divine power. There are many origins that transform other strange arts into innate supernatural abilities. Yi Tian thought to himself. His first target was the golden scale technique, which was a divine technique and should be able to be transformed into a great supernatural power. Chapter 111 Great Supernatural Powers, Longevity Techniques and Enlightenment Techniques. Yi Tian incorporated some of his primordial power into the mark of the golden scale technique, a divine art. Gradually, this divine art began to transform. Boom! The golden scale technique, a divine art, transformed into a great supernatural power. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian integrated the divine arts such as divine healing technique, solar golden flame, ice realm, wind god technique, meteor shower technique, and aurora technique into his primordial power, transforming them all into great divine abilities. There's also the mutated, extraordinary technique, the Great Five Elements Wheel. Its power is no less than that of a divine technique, and it's integrated into the origin. It should also be able to transform into a great divine power. Soon, the Great Five Elements will also transformed into a great supernatural power. Then came the Great Hope technique, which quickly transformed into a great supernatural power. At this moment, Yi Tian thought of his longevity technique and enlightenment technique. Although these two strange techniques were forbidden, they still belonged to the category of strange techniques and also had the mark of strange techniques. Perhaps we can integrate the remaining primal power into it, turning it into innate divine abilities. Yi Tian thought to himself. Then, he poured the remaining primal power into them, but he was soon surprised to find that these two forbidden techniques absorbed a great deal of primal power, clearly indicating that they could not be regarded as ordinary supernatural arts. Much later, the art of immortality was the first to undergo a transformation. Boom! The art of longevity has also evolved into a powerful innate ability, and its effects will definitely undergo a significant transformation, but the effects will only become apparent later. Immediately afterwards, the art of enlightenment also transformed into a great supernatural power. At this point, only a tiny bit of primordial power remained. Yi Tian transformed his spatial walking, spatial jumping, and an S-level defensive mental technique, the Undying Soul Body technique, into innate divine abilities. However, these innate supernatural abilities have not reached the level of great supernatural abilities, but the power of spatial walking and spatial jumping is no less than that of great supernatural abilities. After all, these are top-tier spatial supernatural abilities. The power of origin is exhausted. Yi Tian has completed his breakthrough. This time, many people with special physiques did not awaken their innate supernatural abilities, they were all forcibly suppressed by him. However, even if ordinary or top-tier special physiques awaken their innate supernatural abilities, they cannot reach the level of great supernatural abilities, so the suppression is just that, suppression. The role of these special physiques is to generate more origin energy. Therefore, these special physical conditions do have their benefits. After breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, he did not rush to leave seclusion, but instead prepared to test the effects of the great divine power level enlightenment technique. The art of enlightenment. Yi Tian activated this great divine power. In an instant, the Enlightenment technique rapidly absorbed nearly half of the source of the divine level fire type talent potential, but the person's comprehension also far surpassed that of the past. He quickly comprehended the seventh sequence of metal elemental intent. His progress was simply unbelievable. 5-point level. 6/10 of the realm. 7/10 of the way. 1 level of mastery. When the source of his fire type innate ability was exhausted, Yi Tian had already comprehended 20% of the 7th sequence of metal type intent. This terrifying rate of improvement is terrifying. Haha, as expected of a great divine power level comprehension technique. With such a great divine power level comprehension technique, I should be able to easily elevate these concepts to the 7th sequence perfect realm. Yi Tian murmured. Then he began to test the effects of the immortality technique. In the past, after his life level was raised to a higher life form, the effects of the longevity technique became very poor. But now, boom! When the great divine power longevity technique was used, the level of life was significantly improved. As expected of a great supernatural level longevity technique, perhaps I am the first person to possess such a technique. Yi Tian thought to himself. It's certain that someone in the evil god society has practiced the art of immortality, but they only dare to use it a few times before ruining their talents. Even if they find many treasures to restore their talents and abilities, the effect is still not good. Such a person could not possibly expend their primordial power to transform the art of immortality into a great supernatural power, nor would they have enough primordial power. He spent a great deal of his primordial power to transform the longevity technique into a great supernatural power. Other grandmasters couldn't possibly have had so much primordial power when they first broke through. With a longevity technique of great supernatural power, I might have a chance to elevate my life level to that of a top-tier life form. Even in the underground world, top-level life forms are extremely rare. Even among dragons, almost all are advanced life forms. Only purebred dragons with the bloodline of the ancient dragon race possess the status of top-level life forms. Becoming a top-tier life form can't be rushed. Take it slow. Just use the great divine power longevity technique a few times a day, Yi Tian thought to himself. Click. Yi Tian came out of the cultivation room. When Li Haoyang saw Yi Tian come out, he walked over and said, Yi Tian, you have finally broken through to the Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts. Tutor. Yi Tian shouted. Li Haoyang and Yi Tian were on good terms, so we didn't stand on ceremony. Yi Tian, you've broken through to the Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts. That's a great occasion, you have to treat us. That's for sure. Yi Tian was naturally in a good mood. Then, Yi Tian treated Li Haoyang, Lin Su, and several other professors from Donghai University to a delicious meal at the most prestigious restaurant in Donghai City. When the news of Yi Tian's breakthrough to Grandmaster spread, the group of second-year students were completely dumbfounded. Everyone entered Donghai University together, but Yi Tian broke through to become a Grandmaster, while most of them are still stuck at the level of a pseudo-artist, with even the best among them only reaching the level of a pseudo-artist master. The difference is too big. But those who truly understand Yi Tian's strength are not surprised by this. Compared to Yi Tian's rapid cultivation speed and breakthrough to Grandmaster, Yi Tian's combat power is truly exaggerated. Donghai University. Principal's office. Yi Tian was summoned here by Principal Jiang Dongshu. Good morning, Principal. Yi Tian called out. Yi Tian, please sit down. Jiang Dongshu said. Yi Tian sat down. Jiang Dongshu said, Yi Tian, your current strength has far surpassed mine. Staying in Donghai City is a waste of your talents. Even in the underground world near Donghai Fortress, there aren't many great opportunities. Although you're only a sophomore, the teaching methods for ordinary students are not suitable for you. Does the principal have any suggestions? Yi Tian asked. Jiang Dongshu smiled and said, Yi Tian, I have a spot for entering the Xia King training base, which I can give you. Xia King's training camp? Yi Tian looked puzzled. He had never heard of this before. Jiang Dongshu said, the Xia King training camp is a training camp established by the Xia King to cultivate human king-level experts. Although the ultimate grandmasters are powerful, they are only mid-level forces in the underground world. The king level is the real combat power. If one cannot become a king-level expert, then one is nothing. King Xia. Yi Tian had heard of this great figure. He was the first human powerhouse born after the collision between Earth and the underworld. As for just how powerful the Xia King was, he didn't really know. Principal, what is Xia Wang's strength? Yi Tian was curious. Jiang Dongshu shook his head. I don't know either. I'm just a grandmaster. Although I'm the president of Donghai University is just an institution that trains talents for the Xia Kingdom. It's not a powerful force. I don't know much. But one thing is certain, the Xia King is definitely beyond the King realm. Chapter 112 Xia King's Training Camp. Beyond the King realm. Yi Tian currently only knows about the King realm. He has absolutely no concept of what beings beyond the King realm are. At this moment, Jiang Dongshu continued, the Xia King training camp was initially built by the Xia King, but later it became a training base strongly supported by the Xia Kingdom. Many financial groups and powerful forces donated to it, and with the Xia Kingdom providing supplies, many people wanted to enter the Xia King training camp. However, the most basic requirement for entering the Xia King's training camp is to be a grandmaster under the age of 25, possess innate supernatural abilities, and have an S rank or higher talent. Of course, this is only the minimum requirement. Further assessment is required. I have a spot to recommend you for the Xia King training camp, but you still need to pass the final review before you can enter. Of course, you should be 100% guaranteed to enter the Xia King training camp. Principal, then I'll go to the Xia King training camp. Yi Tian responded. He needs a place where he can quickly improve his strength. Although he can improve his strength quickly by himself even without going to the Xia King training camp, it would definitely be better to go to the Xia King training camp. Then I'll apply for it for you. Jiang Dongshu said. Just as Yi Tian was about to leave, Jiang Dongshu gave him another list. These are all graduates of Donghai University. Except for one senior, the rest are all graduates. Since you are all from Donghai University, you can look after each other when you get there. Yi Tian took the list and secretly memorized it. 2 days later, Yi Tian received a notification that Principal Jiang Dongshu told him he could go to the Xia King training camp in 10 days. At that time, a group of people will take the Xia King training camp assessment together, and those who pass the assessment can enter the Xia King training camp. During these 10 days, Yi Tian was not idle. He continuously used the Great Divine Power Level Enlightenment technique to comprehend various realms of intent. However, time was limited, so he focused on comprehending the wood-type intent and successfully cultivated it to the 7th sequence of the perfect realm. Kunlun Mountains. Yi Tian arrived here in a psionic fighter jet from Donghai University. After landing at Kunlun Mountain Airport, he took a special vehicle from the Xia King training camp to a forward base of the Xia King training camp. He needs to take an assessment along with others, and only after passing the assessment can he enter the real Xia King training camp. However, just as he arrived at the forward base, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared in front of him. Hello, Junior Yi Tian, I'm your senior, Lu Ling. The beautiful woman spoke. Lu Ling. This is the senior student on the list given by the principal, a prodigy who has been the best at Donghai University for several years, and who only entered the Xia Wang training camp last year. According to the information, Lu Ling was only a beginner-level grandmaster of extraordinary arts when she entered the Xia King's training camp, but now she is already a senior-level grandmaster of extraordinary arts. In just 1 year, his cultivation level broke through continuously, reaching the advanced level of grandmaster of extraordinary arts. This cultivation speed was already incredibly terrifying. Hello, Senior Lu. Yi Tian shouted. Junior, the assessment isn't until tomorrow. Let me treat you to a welcome dinner first, Lu Ling said with a smile. Then, Lu Ling invited him to dinner. At the dinner table, Lu Ling said, originally, 7 people from our Donghai University entered the Xia King training camp, but 5 of them didn't have time to come, and one of them is aloof and doesn't like to come. So, only I came. However, if there's time, I'll introduce them to you. Good. Yi Tian agreed. After finishing the meal, Lu Ling said, Yi Tian, this is my contact information. Remember to come find me after the assessment tomorrow. Okay, Senior Lu. Yi Tian nodded. Then, Yi Tian stayed at this forward base for 1 night. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Tian arrived at a large hall where there were more than 30 other grandmasters besides him, each with a powerful aura and seemingly extraordinary. Soon, a master of extreme martial arts has appeared. Everyone, you are all geniuses from all over the Xia Kingdom, but you still have to go through 3 rounds of tests to determine whether you are qualified to enter the Xia King's training camp. The first round of assessment is to test your innate abilities. This is an S-grade talent bead, and it has been specially modified. If you touch this talent bead and it lights up, it proves that you possess an S-grade talent ability. However, the talent bead will not display what specific talent ability you possess, so you don't need to worry about revealing your specific talent information. Immediately, one by one, the grandmasters went up to take the test. Without a doubt, everyone meets the requirements. After all, everyone knows the assessment requirements. If you don't have an S-level talent or ability, wouldn't it be embarrassing to come here for the test? The key is the second and third rounds of assessment. These are the most important. Next, we will proceed with the second round of testing. The Grandmaster of the Ultimate Path led everyone to a phantom tower. Go in. Inside, alien races of the corresponding cultivation level will be condensed based on your cultivation level. Defeat them to pass the second round of testing, the Grandmaster reminded him. Immediately, one by one, the Grandmasters went in for the assessment. Yi Tian went in as well. Inside the Tower of Illusion. As soon as Yi Tian entered, a member of an alien race successfully condensed his power, reaching the cultivation level of a beginner Grandmaster. Yi Tian casually unleashed the divine technique, Golden Sun Flame. The Golden Sun Flame was like a fiery arrow that instantly pierced through the opponent's body and burned him into nothingness. The test was passed. Too easy, Yi Tian thought to himself. However, the second round of assessment, which was very simple for him, made many Grandmasters complain that the assessment was too difficult. The second round of assessments didn't end until an hour later, mainly because several Grandmasters were locked in a fierce battle, which caused the delay. At this moment, the Grandmaster Examiner said, in the second round of assessment, 16 people passed, and all others were eliminated. He then announced the list of those who had passed the assessment. The others were asked to leave one by one, thus leaving the place with no hope of entering the Xia King's training camp. The next step is the third round of assessment. If you pass the third round, you can officially join the Xia King training camp. The remaining 16 people were very nervous. Although they knew the content of the first two assessments, the third assessment was different each time, so they did not know what the third round of assessments would be. The third round of assessment will test your comprehension. This is what the Grandmaster Examiner announced. Comprehension? Many people exuded confidence, believing that their comprehension was undoubtedly excellent and that they would surely pass the third round of assessment. At this moment, the Grandmaster Examiner presented a strange technique. This is a non-attribute supernatural technique called energy condensation technique. It can condense and compress supernatural power and then release it to create an explosive effect. Regardless of the type of supernatural power, one can cultivate this supernatural technique. According to the requirements above, you have 3 hours to comprehend and you must cultivate the energy condensation technique to compress your supernatural power by 2 times in order to pass the test. Furthermore, this extraordinary technique was only created yesterday, so there is no possibility of cheating. Let's begin. Chapter 113 True Weaponry Skills. Everyone immediately began to comprehend this energy condensing technique. They didn't dare waste a single minute of their 3-hour allotted time. If they couldn't compress their supernatural power to more than double its original value, they would fail. The Art of Enlightenment. Yi Tian used a regular enlightenment technique, not a great divine power level enlightenment technique. There was no need for him to use a great divine power level enlightenment technique for such a simple strange technique. Buzz. His comprehension increased dramatically. Yi Tian quickly grasped the essence of this energy condensing technique and began to cultivate it continuously, compressing the water-based supernatural power within his body. A short while later. Double. 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. Once this extraordinary technique is compressed to 5 times its original size, it becomes virtually impossible to compress it any further. The supernatural technique is now complete. The limit of this energy condensation technique should be compressing the power of the supernatural technique 5 times. Yi Tian thought to himself. So he simply stopped trying to understand it and waited patiently for the time to come. 3 hours have passed. The Grandmaster of the Ultimate Path put away his extraordinary technique and then had the 16 Grandmasters perform the energy condensation technique one by one. Start the test. 16 people simultaneously cast the energy condensation technique. Boom! A series of explosions rang out, but the Grandmaster could still observe the energy condensation techniques of each Grandmaster. He was quite surprised when he noticed that Yi Tian's energy condensation technique could compress 5 times the amount of supernatural power. To cultivate the energy condensation technique to perfection within 3 hours, what a prodigy! And you, all 5 of you are still a little short of doubling your energy compression technique. You can leave now. The master of extreme martial arts announced. The 5 people who were named looked ashen-faced. They were all top geniuses in their respective regions and had powerful backers. They had thought they could enter the Xia King training camp this time, but they didn't get in. Going back like this would be incredibly embarrassing. But they dared not cause trouble. Not only could they not defeat this grandmaster of the extreme path, but there were also powerful experts at the Human King realm in this forward base, so they dared not act rashly. So they obediently left. At this point, only 11 grandmasters remained. Congratulations to all 11 of you for entering the Xia King training camp, but entering the Xia King training camp is just the beginning. After saying a lot of things, the master of the ultimate path led Yi Tian and the others to the real Xia King training camp. The Kunlun Mountains, in the heart of the region. After passing through a deep mountain tunnel, the group arrived at a certain place in the Kunlun Mountains, where a huge base was hidden. The Xia Kingdom had built a large number of buildings here. After Yi Tian and his group entered the Xia King training camp, they registered and officially became members of the Xia King training camp. Xia King's training camp. Villa number 613. This will be Yi Tian's residence at the Xia King training camp. The villa has everything, including training rooms suitable for grandmasters and even extreme masters, a gravity chamber, and a Sky Dome network virtual pod. Let's contact Senior Lu. Yi Tian used the special wristwatch used by the Xia King training camp to contact Lu Ling. Soon, Lu Ling arrived at the villa where Yi Tian was. Junior brother Yi Tian, you really did get into the Xia King training camp. Lu Ling walked in and sat on the sofa. Senior sister Lu, I just entered the Xia King training camp and there's a lot I don't understand. I'd appreciate it if you could give me some pointers, Yi Tian humbly asked. Yi Tian, do you know why so many powerful people are so eager to enter the Xia King training camp? Lu Ling asked. Yi Tian shook his head, I don't know. Lu Ling smiled and explained, the Xia King training camp possesses 3 things that everyone desires immensely. The first is the ancient sacred steel, which the Xia Kingdom seized from a mid-level race in the underground world at a great cost. The ancient sacred steel allows everyone to comprehend profound and mysterious power, with excellent results. However, the ancient sacred steel does not exist forever. As more people comprehend it over time, its effectiveness will naturally diminish. Therefore, the Xia King training camp strictly controls the time allotted for studying the ancient sacred steel. Each study session requires a large number of points and involves waiting in line. Then, Lu Ling paused again before mentioning the second thing that everyone desperately wanted. The second is divine marrow. A single drop of divine marrow can greatly increase our cultivation and transform our physical attributes, but we cannot refine too much of it, otherwise we are easily assimilated into other races by the divine marrow. The third is the martial tower. The martial tower is a semi-divine artifact that can hone our weapon skills. This is a privilege that many powerful alien races do not have. Weaponry level? Yi Tian quickly replied, can't the Sky Dome network also be used to hone weaponry skills? Lu Ling smiled and said, Yi Tian, the Sky Dome network is only suitable for beginners. Even geniuses who have comprehended sword intent and saber intent can only unleash so much power on the Sky Dome network. In reality, obtaining weapon intent is only the beginning of the way of close combat weapons. However, most people who reach this stage only comprehend weapon intent and do not continue to refine it. Before coming to the Xia King training camp, I was the same. But after coming to the Xia King training camp, I realized that I was a frog in a well. Senior sister Lu, in the way of weapons, taking the way of the sword as an example, after comprehending the sword intent, isn't it just about continuing to comprehend the sword intent, from the 9th sequence sword intent to the 8th sequence sword intent, and then the 7th sequence sword intent? Yi Tian asked in confusion. No matter how much Lu Ling explained, Yi Tian still didn't truly understand. So she suggested, Yi Tian, let's fight in the Xia King training camp's dedicated virtual space, and you'll see. Good. Yi Tian responded. Immediately, the two made use of the dedicated virtual space here. The two people's consciousnesses entered into it. Yi Tian, the virtual space of the Xia King training camp is different from the Sky Dome network. It is closer to reality. Although you cannot use the power of intent, some supernatural powers can still be used. Understood. Yi Tian nodded. He believed that he had comprehended sword intent to the 7th level, which was extremely high. Senior sister Lu was probably only at that level at most. But soon, he was shocked. Whoosh! Yi Tian and Lu Ling have started fighting. In an instant, the knife in Lu Ling's hand seemed to traverse the void, slaying Yi Tian's consciousness with a single strike. I was instantly killed. Yi Tian was quite surprised. After emerging from the dedicated virtual space, Yi Tian asked, "Senior Sister Lu, what level have you reached in your sword intent comprehension?" Lu Ling said, "Yi Tian, I have only comprehended the 5th level of the 7th sequence of sword intent." "Then how could you kill me in an instant?" Yi Tian was surprised. "He's at a similar level." Lu Ling sat down and began to explain to Yi Tian, simply comprehending sword intent or saber intent can allow you to integrate with other intents and unleash terrifying power, but this only means that your intent power is strong. Your close combat weapon skills are still at the perfect level. Can you imagine if you lost your sword intent, would your combat skills really be much higher than the perfect level? Yi Tian frowned slightly. Indeed, in the Sky Dome network, even if someone loses their power of intent and comprehends sword intent, although they are much stronger than someone with perfect weapon skills, their strength is still very limited. Lu Ling continued, "Normally, once you've grasped the essence of weapon mastery, you just need to follow the steps and comprehend it step by step. There's no need to worry about weapon mastery, since the enemies you encounter are almost all at that level. But we are top geniuses who have entered the Xia King's training camp, so naturally we need to excel in all aspects, including close combat. You probably haven't encountered any top alien races yet, the truly top alien races, whose geniuses are extremely proficient in this area." Under Lu Ling's explanation, Yi Tian gradually learned about the true skill divisions in close combat with weapons. Chapter 114 Sword Intent transforms into silk. The realm is defined by the level of swordsmanship attainment above the perfect level. The first step is to comprehend the artistic conception, such as the intent of swords. You can keep comprehending the intent of swords, but this only improves your realm, not your skills. There are techniques to sword intent. Sword intent techniques are divided into 3 major realms: sword intent transforming into silk, sword intent transforming into momentum, and sword intent transforming into domain. Lu Ling continued, "I am currently at the stage of sword intent transforming into silk, specifically at the beginner level. Even so, my sword intent transforming into silk technique, combined with the 7th sequence sword intent, is no less powerful than an innate divine ability. If I could comprehend the sword intent transforming into momentum level technique, my full force attack would be comparable to an ordinary great divine ability. Compared to the great divine abilities of some geniuses from the alien races in the underground world, even if we cannot cultivate a sacred body or awaken innate great divine abilities, if we study weapon crafting, we still have a chance to contend with those geniuses who possess great divine abilities. If you, Senior Sister Lu, comprehend the blade intent domain, wouldn't that surpass a great divine power?" Yi Tian asked in surprise. "Yes." Lu Ling nodded. "If I reach the realm of sword intent becoming a domain, my strongest attack will surpass the most powerful divine abilities. For example, Lord Xia has reached this realm." "King Xia." Yi Tian heard that name again. Yi Tian originally thought that with so many great supernatural abilities, he was almost invincible among those of the same level. However, if he encountered a peak grandmaster who possessed sword intent or saber intent and whose physical attributes were also quite strong, their combat power would not be inferior to his. If the opponent comprehends the sword intent and transforms it into a domain, they might be able to kill him instantly. "Senior Sister Lu, are there any people in the Xia King training camp who have reached the transformation realm or the transformation domain realm?" Yi Tian asked. Lu Ling said, "Among the hundreds of people in the Xia King training camp, there are people who have reached the transformation realm, but no one has reached the transformation domain. Even in the entire Xia Kingdom, experts who have reached the transformation domain level are probably extremely rare. In the Xia King training camp, there is only one chief instructor who has such a level. Yi Tian, you can try challenging the martial tower when you have time. It only costs 10 points each time, and there are rewards for clearing it. If you improve quickly, you won't lose too much. Besides, challenging the martial tower will also hone your weapon skills. The 1st to 3rd floors of the martial tower are at the silk transformation level, the 4th to 6th floors are at the momentum transformation level, and the 7th to 9th floors are at the domain transformation level. Furthermore, no matter how strong your sword intent is, if you cannot master the transformation of sword intent into threads, you still cannot create them, because the opponents you encounter will have the same level of intent as you. Whether you can pass through the martial tower depends on your skills." Lu Ling said. Yi Tian then asked, "Senior Sister Lu, you mentioned points before, so how can I earn points in the Xia King training camp?" Lu Ling explained, "Since you've just joined the Xia King training camp, you'll initially receive a reward of 100 points. There are also rewards for clearing the martial tower, but since you haven't yet mastered the sword intent transformation technique, you definitely won't earn any points by clearing the martial tower. You'll even lose money. Points can't be traded or purchased. So, you'll have to do missions. You can go to Kunlun Fortress. There are occasional missions there, but they're not many, so the points you earn are naturally limited. However, at the end of each month, there will be an assessment. This assessment is based on your progress. The faster you progress, the more points you'll receive. Progress? Yi Tian asked curiously. If you show very weak strength at the beginning and then show very strong strength later, wouldn't that be a lot of progress? Impossible. Lu Ling shook her head. It is said that the martial tower, a semi-divine artifact, also has the ability to deduce. How much you improve will be deduced by the martial tower, thus forming a ranking of your progress, which is very accurate. That's definitely fair. Yi Tian originally planned to hide his strength and reveal it step by step. It seems that no one has tested his strength or cultivation level. Based solely on the martial tower, a semi-divine artifact, it's clear how much he has improved, and there's no way to hide it. Lu Ling stayed with Yi Tian for 2 hours before leaving. Yi Tian then opened the task list. That's all the task? Yi Tian didn't see any good tasks, and many of them were time-consuming and laborious, yet didn't earn many points. He then saw the Divine Marrow exchange option. 1 drop of Divine Marrow required 1,000 points to exchange, and each person was limited to exchanging only 1 drop per month. Forget it, I don't even have 1,000 points right now, so I can't redeem it. Yi Tian closed the list. Immediately, he prepared to go to Wuta. To enter the martial tower, you need 10 points. Once you pass the first floor of the martial tower, you will receive a reward of 100 points. In other words, if he can pass the first level of the martial tower 10 times, he will break even. If he can't, he will lose money. Wuta. Yi Tian applied to enter. Soon, his application was approved, 10 points were deducted, and his consciousness entered the first level of the martial tower. Buzz. An alien appeared, possessing the cultivation of a grandmaster. His physical attributes were identical to those of the body formed from Yi Tian's consciousness, and even his sword intent was the same, both reaching the 7th order sword intent realm. What an amazing martial arts master! I didn't even use my sword intent, yet my sword intent level was exposed. Yi Tian thought to himself. I reckon his cultivation of several sacred bodies has already been exposed. But no one came looking for him, so he stopped worrying about it. Battle begins. Boom! Yi Tian began fighting with his opponent. In an instant, the opponent's 7th sequence sword intent was compressed and condensed into a sword thread, which was unmatched in terms of attack power, speed, and reaction ability. This is sword intent turning into silk. Yi Tian was shocked. When senior sister Lu Ling sparred with him before, she seemed not to have fully displayed her silk transformation level strength because she was unable to use her sword intent. But now, with the support of sword intent, the power of sword intent turning into silk is being demonstrated. Within this martial tower, one cannot use great supernatural powers or perform extraordinary techniques. He truly has no way to withstand an attack at the level of sword intent transformation into silk. Left with no other option, he could only focus on defense and dodging attacks. Put. One of the conscious body's arms was severed. Yi Tian kept dodging and weaving, but he was still no match for his opponent. Gradually, Yi Tian's injuries became more and more serious. At last, with a sword intent transformed into threads, his heart was pierced, and his conscious body dissipated. They were defeated in just 1 minute. Yi Tian thought to himself. The opponent on the first floor of the martial tower should have just mastered the technique of turning sword intent into silk, and was the weakest type, but he was still no match for him. However, having just exchanged blows with his opponent, he also gained some insights into the concept of sword intent transforming into silk. The technique of sword intent transformed into silk involves condensing and compressing sword intent, and then expressing it through sword techniques. Such attacks are more powerful and faster, and their methods are quite unpredictable and difficult to defend against. Using a great divine power level comprehension technique to comprehend cultivation, with my comprehension, it shouldn't be long before I can master the technique of turning sword intent into silk. Yi Tian murmured. Chapter 115 Martial Tower 2nd Level, Lesser Completion Level Sword Intent Transformation into Silk. Buzz. With the activation of the Great Divine Power Level Enlightenment Technique, Yi Tian's comprehension reached an astonishing level. Immediately afterwards, he practiced sword intent techniques in the training room of his villa, attempting to transform sword intent into silk-like techniques. As time slowly passed, Yi Tian gradually grasped a trace of the sword intent transforming technique. Finally, after more than an hour, he successfully mastered the sword intent transformation into silk technique. Wow! The sword intent transformed into threads, instantly slicing through the air in front of it, as if shaking the very fabric of space. After comprehending the sword intent as silk, his swordsmanship underwent a complete transformation, and all his techniques seem to have been transformed as well. The energy condensation technique can condense supernatural power, and the sword intent transformation into silk can condense sword intent to launch an attack. They are similar, and any attack is like that. Now that I have reached the sword intent transformation into silk, one technique can be used to understand all techniques, and my whole being has undergone a transformation. Yi Tian thought to himself. Next, he needs to continuously improve his mastery of the sword intent transformation into silk level so that his combat power will become stronger and stronger. Certainly. The mere technique of the sword intent turning into silk wouldn't significantly improve his overall strength. After all, he possesses many powerful divine abilities, and even the most impressive sword intent turning into silk technique can't compare to a single powerful divine ability. However, this technique has unlimited potential. What if one were to achieve the transformation of sword intent into momentum or even the transformation of sword intent into domain? While it's impossible to unleash great supernatural powers continuously, one can achieve sword intent transforming into threads, sword intent transforming into momentum, and sword intent transforming into domains, which greatly helps one's future combat power. Over the next few days, Yi Tian continued to cultivate the sword intent transformation silk level technique using the Great Divine Power Enlightenment technique. Gradually, his mastery of the sword intent transformation into silk level increased. This day, Yi Tian returned to the Martial Tower. The first floor of the Martial Tower. Yi Tian fought against this alien again. The opponent's sword intent transformation into silk technique was only at the lowest level, while Yi Tian had used the Great Divine Power level Enlightenment technique to forcefully raise his sword intent transformation into silk technique to the peak of the entry level. Ding ding ding. Within 10 moves, Yi Tian used a sword intent technique to pierce through his opponent's neck, killing him and clearing the first level of the Martial Tower. Congratulations to student Yi Tian for passing the first level of the Martial Tower and receiving a reward of 100 points. After passing through the first level of the Martial Tower, Yi Tian immediately entered the second level. The alien race on the second level of the Martial Tower has mastered the sword techniques of the lesser completion stage of sword intent transformation into silk. With my strength, I definitely can't beat them, but I can try to fight them to understand the lesser completion stage of sword intent transformation into silk. Only then can I use the Great Divine Power Enlightenment technique to comprehend it. With this thought in mind, Yi Tian arrived at the second floor of the Martial Tower. Buzz! An alien being materialized, wielding a long sword, and charged directly at Yi Tian. In the blink of an eye. Threads of sword intent attacked from all directions with such close range attacks, Yi Tian had no time to dodge. He went all out, but only managed to deflect 30% of the sword intent threads. The remaining threads pierced through his body. Sold out instantly. What a terrifying technique of turning sword intent into threads. The beginner level of turning sword intent into threads can only condense one thread of sword intent, also called a sword thread. But once it reaches the minor mastery level, it can actually unleash multiple sword threads, greatly increasing its destructive power. Yi Tian knew that with his strength, no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to get past the second level. However, he planned to attempt to enter the second level of the Martial Tower several more times in the coming days. Then, he tried to comprehend the minor level sword intent silk technique using a high level divine power level enlightenment technique, but naturally failed the first time. Then, he entered the second level of the Martial Tower again, spent 10 points, and tried again, only to be defeated once more. But at least he saw the lesser mastery level of the sword intent transformation into silk technique again and gained some new insights. For 3 consecutive days, Yi Tian tried again and again, and finally mastered the technique of turning sword intent into silk at the minor level. Sword intent transforms into silk. He unleashed strands of sword energy, attacking his target under his control. However, his current limit is to master 7 sword threads, while the alien race on the second level of the Martial Tower can unleash 10 sword threads. In other words, his current level is not high enough to pass the second level of the Martial Tower. Of course, with a little more training, he could reach the second level of the Martial Tower. Over the next 2 days, he frequently used the Great Divine Power level Enlightenment technique to cultivate, and his sword intent transformation into silk level became higher and higher. 8 sword threads. 9 sword threads. 10 sword threads. When Yi Tian reached the 11th sword thread, he arrived at the second level of the Martial Tower. This time, after a fierce battle, he managed to kill his opponent and successfully pass through the second level of the martial tower. Congratulations to student Yi Tian for successfully passing the second level of the martial tower. Reward, 200 points. Finally, I've passed the second level of the martial tower. If I pass the third level, I'll get a 500-point reward. But I definitely won't be able to pass the third level in a short time. However, I can go and witness the techniques of the Great Perfection Sword Intent transformation into silk. Yi Tian arrived at the third floor of the martial tower. An alien being unleashed a powerful attack. The opponent didn't even have a sword in hand, but rather a sword formed from a single finger. Suddenly, countless sword threads appeared, and the power of this made Yi Tian's heart jump. This is equivalent to a fully developed innate divine ability. Yi Tian thought to himself. Yi Tian used 11 sword threads to protect himself, but the dense sword threads actually merged together, generating a terrifying sword intent pressure. In an instant, the sword flashed. His body was cleaved in two. Outside the Wuda Tower, Yi Tian walked out, still replaying the scene in his mind. The great completion level of the sword intent transformation into silk technique seems to have no limit on the number of sword silk threads, and they can even fuse together to unleash an even more terrifying destructive power. This level of sword intent transformation into silk technique is already close to sword intent transformation into momentum. Although he had already understood it, he still couldn't master this technique in a short time. He would need to fight and kill continuously, and then use the great divine power level enlightenment technique to comprehend and cultivate it before he could master it. Villa. Training room. Yi Tian activated his strongest defense and then began cultivating various great supernatural abilities. Now that he's at the Xia King's training camp, he can't just focus on swordsmanship skills, he also needs to cultivate those great supernatural abilities. His greatest strength currently lies in his mastery of supernatural powers, and he is only at the beginner level. If he can cultivate them to the point of minor mastery, his strength will increase significantly. Let's first cultivate the great supernatural power of the primordial dragon elephant true body. Yi Tian made his decision. Over the next 10 days, he devoted most of his time to the great divine power of the primordial dragon elephant true body. With a great divine power level enlightenment technique, his progress was rapid. 10 days later, Yi Tian's primordial dragon elephant true body, a great divine power, has finally broken through to the minor completion stage. And then another joyous occasion arrived. I've successfully applied for the opportunity to study the ancient sage's steel. Yi Tian was excited. It takes 100 points to comprehend the ancient sage steel once, and each comprehension session lasts for 1 day, with only 10 people allowed to participate at a time. So, after he passed the first level of the martial tower, he applied to study the ancient saint steel. As a result, he only got the opportunity to study it now. It can be seen that there are too many applicants and the quota is full. I estimate that my various artistic concepts will increase dramatically after this comprehension of the ancient sage's steel. Yi Tian thought to himself. Chapter 116 Lu Ling's Surprise. Xia King's Training Camp. At the site of the ancient sage steel. This place is located in a small space deep inside the mountains. This small space is filled with arrays, and the arrays are more profound than any array Yi Tian has ever seen. Even he, who can enter the deep space interlayer, cannot penetrate this place. Soon, 10 trainees from the Xia King training camp entered the area and sat in 10 small rooms surrounding the ancient sacred steel. Each person sat in their own room and studied the ancient sacred steel through a window. Among the other 9 students, 3 are actually grandmasters. Yi Tian thought to himself. Each student can stay at the Xia King training camp for 4 years, or they can leave early. Many students can reach the limit of the Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts after staying for 1 or 2 years, so there are quite a few Supreme Masters among the students. Yi Tian didn't pay attention to these 9 students. He only had 1 day to comprehend the meaning, so he had to make the most of it. Great Divine Power Level Enlightenment Technique activated. Boom! Yi Tian's comprehension rapidly improved to a terrifying level, and then he comprehended various artistic conceptions by studying the ancient saint tablet. At this moment, Yi Tian discovered that the ancient saint tablet was an amplifier of his comprehension. After he activated the Great Divine Power Level Enlightenment Technique, his comprehension had already increased to a terrifying level, but the ancient saint tablet could amplify it by more than 10 times. With such extraordinary comprehension, Yi Tian took the lead in comprehending the spatial conception. Because spatial conception is the most difficult to grasp, one must first understand spatial conception. With such extraordinary comprehension, the spatial conception of the seventh sequence rapidly improved. 1/10. 20%. 30%. It took half a day to comprehend 30% of the realm. That's enough, it's time to comprehend other realms of meaning. Yi Tian switched to comprehending the seventh sequence of fire-based intent. Because the potential of fire-type talents and abilities is God-level, the comprehension effect is even more exaggerated, and the seventh sequence of fire-type intent is also much easier to comprehend than the space-type intent. Therefore, the effects of comprehending the fire element are naturally more exaggerated. 3 hours later, he has reached the perfect level of understanding the seventh sequence of fire-based techniques. After that, he began to comprehend the seventh sequence of the metal element, and successfully mastered the seventh sequence of the metal element to the point of perfection. Time is up. Hearing the urging voice, Yi Tian walked out from there. This time, his comprehension has elevated the seventh sequence metal and fire elements to the perfect level. Combined with his previous perfect level wood element, he now possesses 3 perfect levels of seventh sequence elements. The spatial conception at the third level of the seventh sequence is the most powerful. By studying the ancient saint stele a few more times, there's a high probability that I can comprehend these concepts to the seventh sequence level of perfection. Yi Tian had a general understanding of the effects of the ancient saint stele and was eager to study it more often. However, there is a waiting list for applications to study the ancient sage's stele, which means that he can only study the ancient sage's stele twice a month at most. Never mind, let's apply first. Yi Tian applied again. Several days have passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Tian diligently cultivates various great supernatural abilities, soared intense silk transforming techniques, and comprehends the essence of things every day, filling his cultivation time to the brim. This day, Lu Ling invited him over to introduce him to some of the other senior students. Upon receiving the message, Yi Tian immediately went there. Lu Ling is villa number 451. This was also Yi Tian's first time here. When he entered Lu Ling's villa, he met the other 6 people. Lu Ling walked over and introduced them to Yi Tian, Junior Yi Tian. These 6 are Qin Yi, Xiao Fenghua, Gao Yi, Lu Peng, Li Manman, and Aya. With Lu Ling's introduction, Yi Tian gained some understanding of these 6 people. Among these 6 people, Qin Yi and Li Manman are supreme masters, Xiao Fenghua and Gao Yi are peak grandmasters of extraordinary arts, and Aya and Lu Peng, like senior sister Lu, are all advanced grandmasters of extraordinary arts. The most reclusive one was Lu Peng. He didn't talk much and usually acted alone, but he still came this time. Since these 6 people already knew of Yi Tian's existence, Lu Ling didn't introduce him. After the introductions, Lu Ling said, "The 8 of us all graduated from Tunghai University, so we should support each other. Let's just have a get-together today, nothing else." Soon, everyone started eating, drinking, and chatting. Lu Ling looked at Yi Tian and asked, "Yi Tian, how's your cultivation progress lately?" "Good." Yi Tian nodded. Lu Ling said, "You've only just joined the Xia King training camp, so you don't have enough points yet. Your progress won't be significant until you accumulate enough points. Once you've accumulated enough points, your strength will increase dramatically. If you can get into the top 100 in the end-of-month assessment, you'll receive a lot of points as a reward. I'm so envious of Qin Yi, who's in the top 100 every month. Lu Ling, you often make it into the top 100, why envy me? My progress is incredibly slow now, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it into the top 100 again this month." Qin Yi said. Of course, he was being modest, and everyone could tell that. "Gao Yi, when do you plan to attempt to become a grandmaster?" Qin Yi asked, looking at Gao Yi. Gao Yi is an incredibly burly man, unremarkable in appearance, but extremely powerful. Qin Yi, I'm going to wait a bit longer. Gao Yi said. I plan to comprehend the 7th sequence earth element and the 7th sequence fire element to the fullest extent. Only then can I cultivate my special physique, the fire refining body, to the highest level. Only then will my success rate in challenging the Supreme Master be over 80%. That's right, it's better to be safe. Qin Yi nodded. If the breakthrough fails, it will be impossible to make another breakthrough within 6 months. Even among the trainees in the Xia King's training camp, there are examples of those who fail to break through sometimes. One cannot be too hasty. Night. Yi Tian returned to his villa. Because he drank too much, he didn't cultivate tonight and slept soundly. The next day, he resumed his ascetic practices. The end-of-month performance review is just a few days away. At this moment, everyone was very nervous. After all, their ranking was related to their points and rewards. Of course, those who are ranked lower don't need to worry. because they know they won't make it into the top 100 and won't receive any rewards. Yi Tian didn't cultivate either, but instead opened the monthly assessment list of the Xia King training camp. The rankings have started to refresh. The original list has disappeared, leaving a blank list. Then, one name after another emerged from the last one. 623rd, Zhua Cixi. Rank 622, Lin Wuyu. One name after another appeared, and in a short while, names beyond the top 200 were displayed. Then, the names of the top 200 were displayed. As they got closer to the top 100, many of those who had a chance to make it into the top 100 became nervous. Finally, the 100th person appeared. 100th place, Lu Peng. Upon seeing this name, Yi Tian was surprised his taciturn senior had actually made it into the top 100. On the other side, Lu Ling was somewhat surprised to see that Lu Peng had entered the top 100. Last time, Lu Peng was in the 130s. This was the first time he had entered the top 100. Xin Yi, and Li Manman all made it into the top 100, which is not bad. As Lu Ling pondered this, she suddenly thought of Yi Tian. Wait, what about Yi Tian's name? She scanned it carefully and confirmed that Yi Tian's name was not on it. This means that Yi Tian has also broken into the top 100. How is this possible? Yi Tian only has 100 points since joining the Xia Wang training camp. He hasn't taken on any missions recently, so his progress couldn't be that significant. How could he be in the top 100? Lu Ling exclaimed in shock. Chapter 117, Comprehending the Great Perfection of Sword Intent, Transforming it into Silk. As the rankings of the top 100 are updated one by one. Soon. Lu Ling then saw her ranking. 87th place, Lu Ling. Xin Yi ranked 53rd, which is already a very good ranking. When the top 50 were updated, and Yi Tian's name was still nowhere to be seen, Lu Ling was dumbfounded. Gradually, the ranking improved to the top 30, top 20, and top 10. In the end, the first place was determined. First place, Yi Tian. When Lu Ling saw that Yi Tian was the first place winner, her eyes widened and her mouth opened, remaining unchanged for a long time. Normally, the first place is taken by grandmasters who break through to the extreme grandmaster level and make significant progress in all aspects. Yi Tian's cultivation is still at the beginner level grandmaster level, and his cultivation has not made much progress. If he can take first place, doesn't that mean that his progress in other aspects is incredibly terrifying? Lu Ling thought to herself. At this moment, Xin Yi, Li Manman, and the others were stunned to see that Yi Tian had ranked first in the Moon Emperor's assessment. Previously, they only knew that the principal praised Yi Tian highly, but they didn't know the specifics. Now, however, they have a basic understanding of the situation. Evildoer. They didn't know what else to say besides this word. First place? Not surprising. Yi Tian knew how much progress he had made. It was unlikely that others could achieve such a rapid pace of progress within a month. The reward for first place is also very generous. First, there's a 1,000-point reward, plus a chance to study the Ancient Saint Steel. And you don't need to queue, you can go directly to study the Ancient Saint Steel the next day, which is like cutting in line. 1,000 points can be exchanged for a drop of Divine Essence. Yi Tian immediately applied to exchange for a drop of Divine Essence. 1,000 points were deducted, and about an hour later, a drop of Divine Essence was delivered by staff from the Xia King training camp. This is the essence. Yi Tian saw a small amount of golden Divine Essence inside a small bottle and murmured. In addition to the essence, there was also an instruction manual that told him how to take it. Divine Marrow needs to be diluted before consumption and cannot be consumed all at once, otherwise the energy will be too great, and even if it does not cause the body to explode and die, most of the Divine Marrow energy will be wasted. Yi Tian took out a glass of water and dripped a drop of the Divine Essence into it. Soon, the cup of water turned into a pale golden essence liquid. Divine Marrow is said to be made from the bone marrow of a demigod's bones, combined with some special rare and precious materials. Harmful substances have been removed, leaving only the substances useful to humans. Yi Tian had never tasted Divine Marrow before. This was his first time. He took a sip first. Boom! A large amount of energy surged into his body, and he activated various divine-level talents and abilities to absorb the energy of this mouthful of Divine Essence liquid. Gradually, his cultivation level improved rapidly, much faster than the increase brought by cultivating great supernatural powers. However, before he could continue refining the Divine Marrow liquid, Lu Ling and several other senior students came to visit him. Junior brother Yi Tian, you really did a remarkable job this time, actually taking first place in the end of month assessment. Even Xin Yi only managed to get third place when he broke through to the Supreme Master level. Lu Ling spoke up. Just luck. Yi Tian said modestly. You have to treat us this time, this is for the top scorer at the Xia King training camp at the end of the month. Lu Ling said. No problem. Yi Tian responded. Then. Yi Tian then asked senior sister Lu Ling and the others to book a table at a high-end restaurant in the Xia King training camp. The ingredients here are all high-grade, and some are even low-grade rare herbs and earthen treasures used as seasonings, which cost Yi Tian a full 10 points. After the meal, the group chatted for a while before dispersing. After returning home, Yi Tian continued his cultivation, using the divine marrow liquid to improve his cultivation level. Finally, at 8 o'clock the next morning, he successfully broke through to the intermediate level Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts. A single drop of divine essence liquid allowed my cultivation to break through to the intermediate Grandmaster level of Extraordinary Arts. In the outside world, how could I have broken through so quickly? Immediately afterwards, he received a notification that he could go to the Ancient Saint Stele to study it today. When the time comes, Yi Tian arrived at the Ancient Saint Stele and continued to study it. Begin to comprehend it. Yi Tian was the first to comprehend the 7th sequence of water element concepts, and soon he had mastered the 7th sequence of water element concepts to the 10th level. Immediately afterwards, he began to comprehend the 7th sequence of earth elemental intent, and quickly mastered the 7th sequence of earth elemental intent to the 10th level. At this point, his understanding of the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth had all reached the 7th sequence level of perfection. Subsequently, Yi Tian began to comprehend the dark and light-based artistic concepts. Before the time for comprehending the ancient holy monument ended, he successfully comprehended both of these artistic concepts to the 7th sequence level. I've made such great progress this time, I estimate I'll still be number 1 in the end of month assessment. Yi Tian thought to himself. 10 days later, Yi Tian arrived at the 3rd level of the martial tower. After this period of hard training, his sword intent transformation into silk technique had greatly improved, and he could now form hundreds of sword threads, although he had not yet reached the mastery level of the sword intent transformation into silk technique. However, at least they can exchange a few blows. Yi Tian returned to the martial tower because he felt he had reached a bottleneck and needed to fight repeatedly to have any hope of breaking through the shackles. Before entering the martial tower, Yi Tian directly activated the Great Divine Power Level Enlightenment Technique, causing his comprehension to surge, before his consciousness entered the 3rd level of the martial tower. In this way, his consciousness was still in a state of explosive growth in comprehension. I will strive to master the great perfection level of the sword intent transformation technique during this battle, utilizing my terrifying comprehension. Yi Tian thought to himself. Soon, the battle has begun. The attack from the alien race on the 3rd level of the martial tower, a fully developed sword intent that had transformed into silk threads, was terrifying. Yi Tian was completely unable to resist it and could only barely hold on. But with the help of his terrifying comprehension, he was able to withstand attacks with minimal cost, thus allowing him to hold out a little longer. Now, Yi Tian's mind was filled with flashes of inspiration as he frantically absorbed the opponent's advanced sword intent transformation technique, constantly improving his own sword intent transformation technique. Suddenly, Yi Tian's left arm was pierced, but he didn't care at all, completely immersed in the battle. Despite being pierced in the abdomen and suffering severe injuries to his consciousness and body, he was still absorbing the opponent's sword intent into silk-like techniques. He could feel that he was about to break through. At a certain moment, the alien race's sword threads broke through his sword intent seal and attacked towards his brow. In that instant of death, he comprehended the profound mystery of the great perfection level sword intent transforming into silk. But it was too late, his body was already pierced through. Outside the Wuda Tower, Yi Tian came out. The martial tower is truly amazing. In reality, who could possibly risk their life to comprehend the profound mystery of sword intent transforming into silk? But here, it is possible. Yi Tian murmured. After returning home, he practiced and pondered the technique again, and then completely mastered the great perfection level sword intent transformation into silk technique. At this moment, the number of sword threads is no longer an issue. With a thought, he unleashed a dense array of sword threads, which then coalesced into a single sword thread. Ha! This is the great perfection of sword intent transformation into silk. Its power is comparable to the great perfection of a talent divine ability. It is still a bit short of the full force strike of a great divine ability, but a great divine ability cannot be used continuously. Moreover, when combined with sword intent in various realms of intent, its power is not much different from that of a great divine ability, and it can be used for a long time, which greatly assists my combat power. Yi Tian said excitedly. Chapter 118 The Evil Clan, The Evil Realm. After mastering the Great Completion level sword intent transformation into Silk Technique, Yi Tian broke through the Great Divine Power Primordial Dragon Elephant True Body, advancing from the entry level to the Minor Completion level. This was his first Minor Completion level Great Divine Power. A great supernatural power at the Minor Completion stage is much more powerful than a great supernatural power at the entry level. This is because he rarely cultivates the Primordial Dragon Elephant True Body. If he had cultivated diligently for a long time, he would probably have already reached the Great Perfection realm. However, he possesses many great supernatural abilities, and it would take a very long time to cultivate them all to the point of mastery or perfection, so he must proceed slowly. Lin County is a small county town located at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains. This county has a population of 300,000, and due to its remoteness, there are few powerful individuals here, and very few experts above the Grandmaster level come here. But on this day, something happened in this county. Buzz. A gray fog enveloped the entire Lin County, cutting off all communication. Mobile phones and other communication devices were rendered useless, and the outside world could not be reached. 1 hour later, several Grandmasters of the Ultimate Path arrived here. It's an evil domain, and a mid-level evil domain at that. They did not attempt to enter the evil domain because the intermediate evil domain only allows those with supernatural abilities below the level of Grandmaster to enter. Grandmasters cannot enter. This must be reported. Lin County has hundreds of thousands of people. This is no small matter. It's already uploaded. Was the key domain created by those despicable bastards from the Evil God Society, or by the evil race? If the Evil God Society created this, it's highly likely that a peak Grandmaster used a sacrificial formation to create this evil domain in order to break through to the extreme Grandmaster level. If that's all, we can simply send a Grandmaster in to kill that Evil God Society Grandmaster. But if this was done by the evil race, then this place must be connected to one of their territories, and there are quite a few Grandmasters of the evil race in that territory. That would be troublesome. The evil race, that's the top alien race in the underground world, a race that possesses true gods. The evil race and humans are mortal enemies, and the conflict is irreconcilable. Soon, several top-tier Grandmasters arrived, carrying the rare treasure, the Mother-Child Heartstone, which allows them to transmit messages. These top Grandmasters are all extremely powerful, having cultivated special physiques and possessing innate supernatural abilities. Go in. Several top-level Grandmasters went in. Soon after, a message was delivered. The evil race. Immediately afterwards, I could no longer contact them. They're all dead. Several Grandmasters realized that things were going badly. If the evil race was involved, the incident would escalate and become something that they, as Grandmasters, could not handle. Soon, the incident was reported and handed over to the Wang Jing group for handling. Xia King's training camp. The Evil Realm quest has been released, and some Grandmaster students have accepted it. I thought this matter could be resolved quickly, since the Grandmasters who accepted the mission were all Grandmasters from the Xia King's training camp, each of them incredibly powerful, and they wouldn't have any problem dealing with the evil race. But soon, something terrible happened. All 6 Grandmasters at the peak of the Xia King's training camp perished, not one survived. It should be noted that one of the peak Grandmasters was even among the top 10 peak Grandmasters in the Xia King training camp, yet he still perished. Inside the villa, Yi Tian received a message from the head instructor of the Xia King training camp and went there immediately. Chief Instructor. Yi Tian addressed the middle-aged man in front of him respectfully. He is Huang Dong, the chief instructor of the Xia King training camp. Although his name is very ordinary, he is a King Realm expert, and not just a human King Realm expert, but an Earth King Realm expert. The King Realm is divided into the Human King Realm, the Earth King Realm, and the Heaven King Realm. Those at the Heavenly King Realm are all venturing into the underground world, seeking opportunities to break through to the King Realm, and rarely get involved in affairs. Therefore, there are no Heavenly King Realm experts in the Xia King training camp. Yi Tian, there's something I need you to do, Huang Dong said. What is it? Yi Tian had been cultivating for the past 2 days and was unaware of what major event had occurred. Huang Dong handed a document to Yi Tian. Evil Realm. Yi Tian was surprised. Huang Dong continued, this is a mid-level evil domain, which has been confirmed to have been created by the evil race. There are already many evil races in this evil domain. The evil race is a top-tier alien race, each of them is powerful, and more importantly, the evil race's methods are extremely strange, and they have done a great deal of research on us humans. 6 grandmasters at the peak of the Xia King's training camp went in, but they all perished. However, a rumor spread. According to the information relayed by those 6 grandmasters, the evil clan had dispatched a large number of exceptionally talented grandmasters into this evil realm. Chief Instructor, did you call me in to let me in? Yi Tian asked. Yes. Huang Dong nodded. Others may not know your strength, but I do. You have cultivated the sacred body, and not just one method. You should now possess multiple great supernatural powers. Your strength is definitely number 1 among the grandmasters in the Xia King training camp. Chief Instructor, you can't even break through the evil domain directly? Yi Tian asked curiously. It can be broken. Huang Dong said helplessly, the evil domain is connected to that area. If we break it directly, hundreds of thousands of people in the evil domain will die, and then there will be no point in breaking it. The evil clan's goal is simple, to sacrifice these hundreds of thousands of humans, then help a group of grandmasters break through to the extreme Dao grandmaster level, and then retreat back to the underground world. So, we must be quick. Okay, I agree. Yi Tian responded. Let's go now. Chief Instructor Huang Dong led Yi Tian to a large psionic fighter jet. Upon entering the fighter jet, Yi Tian saw many grandmasters, including Lu Ling and Lu Peng. More than 100 grandmasters. Yi Tian knew that Xiaowang training camp was serious this time. Huang Dong boarded the psionic fighter jet and said to the other grandmasters, this time, you will go in and follow Yi Tian's orders. These grandmasters all know Yi Tian. He came in first place in the assessment at the end of last month. However, this first place only represents the most progress, not the most strength. Yi Tian's cultivation level was only that of a mid-level grandmaster of extraordinary arts, and they, considering themselves to be quite powerful, looked down on him. But it was the head instructor's order, and they dared not disobey. Boom! The psionic fighter took off and arrived in Lin County at top speed. Soon, we arrived at Lin County. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, grandmasters flew down and landed in the evil realm. Go inside, everyone. Huang Dong Dao. Come inside with me. Yi Tian led the way into the evil realm. The evil realm is easy to enter but difficult to leave, so this mission must be completed, otherwise they may all perish here. Upon entering the evil realm, one immediately feels as if this place is hell, with an atmosphere that makes one extremely uncomfortable. If an ordinary person stayed here for too long, they would probably fall into a coma and be completely powerless to resist. Led by Yi Tian, 100 grandmasters entered Lin County. Meanwhile, on a high-rise building in Lin County, several figures were watching Yi Tian and his companions. Another human grandmaster has come to die. With these human grandmasters as sacrifices, the effect will be even better. Chapter 119. The evil plan is dumbfounded. Your Highness Xieqi, the sacrificial array is almost ready. A peak grandmaster of the evil clan said. Xieqi is the highest ranking and strongest member of the evil race here. Then I'll kill all these grandmasters, sacrifice these humans, and condense a drop of the blood of 10,000 spirits. With this drop of the blood of 10,000 spirits, I can cultivate my myriad evil's body to perfection and break through to the supreme grandmaster realm. Xieqi said expectantly. The body of 10,000 evils is very difficult to cultivate, requiring a large amount of fresh blood. Moreover, the effects of blood from different races are different. For example, the effects of human blood even surpass those of some top-tier races. That's why the evil race has set its sights on Earth and supported the evil god society. Soon, the grandmasters of the evil clan clashed with more than 100 grandmasters from the Xia King's training camp. Upon engaging in combat, everyone discovered that these evil race grandmasters were not weak and numerous, making it difficult for them to defeat them for a time. But Yi Tian made his move. Sword Intent transforms into silk. When the mastery level Sword Intent transforms into silk technique is unleashed, and it incorporates various perfect 7th sequence intents, its power is terrifying. Puff puff puff. One after another, the grandmasters of the evil race were instantly killed by Yi Tian. Mastery level Sword Intent transforming into silk. Lu Ling was truly shocked by Yi Tian's methods. Yi Tian clearly didn't understand Sword Intent transformation into silk before, but in just 1 month, he actually comprehended the great perfection level of sword intent transformation into silk. This is too monstrous. She remained focused and continued fighting her opponent. I killed the human grandmaster with an evil spirit curse. Itsuki gave the order. Yi Tian's strength is too great. He doesn't want too many evil race grandmasters to fall at his hands, so he must kill Yi Tian. Under orders, those evil grandmasters unleashed their evil spirit spells one by one. The evil spirit curse is a forbidden bloodline technique that only the evil spirit race can cast. It consumes life force to release a curse and kill the enemy. Of course, a single evil spirit curse is not a great threat, but a large number of evil spirits releasing evil spirit curses are enough to kill enemies of a higher level. Therefore, once the number of evil beings reaches a certain scale, even the truly powerful will have to flee. This is one of the reasons why the evil race, though not as powerful as top-tier alien races like the dragon race, is still ranked among the top alien races. Buzz. Dense incantations appeared around Yi Tian. It's an evil curse. Lu Ling and the others were startled. With so many evil curses, it's clear that a group of evil grandmasters are secretly cursing Yi Tian to death. The evil spirits are currently almost impossible to stop. The only option is to fight them head-on. With so many evil spirit spells, even a grandmaster might not be able to withstand them. Boom! The evil spirit curse attempted to enter Yi Tian's body and kill him. However, at this moment, Yi Tian activated a special physique. These evil spells were blocked by the special physique's light, but it was still gradually eroding that light. This human has actually cultivated so many special physical abilities? Xia Qi was shocked. Keep casting the evil spirit spell, his special physical blow definitely won't last much longer. Itsuki gave the order. While resisting the evil spirit curse, Yi Tian also continued to strike, eliminating one evil grandmaster after another. The dense barrage of evil curses bombarded Yi Tian relentlessly, eventually extinguishing the special aura emanating from his body. But then, several top-tier special physical attributes appeared on his body. Seeing this, Xia Qi was speechless. Just how many special physiques has this guy cultivated? Xia Qi was furious. But at this point, we must allow those evil grandmasters to continue casting evil spirit spells, otherwise it will be a loss. Another minute passed, and the brilliance of Yi Tian's several top-tier special physiques was extinguished. But at that moment, Yi Tian activated a sacred body technique, the primordial dragon elephant body. Boom! The powerful holy light shattered the evil curse. Holy body! Xia Qi cursed inwardly. A prodigy with a sacred body actually disguised himself like this. If he had known that Yi Tian possessed a sacred body, he would not have allowed those grandmasters to cast the evil spirit curse. Evil spirit curses are useless against the holy body unless an evil race's ultimate master casts an evil spirit curse to kill a holy body grandmaster. Yi Tian has actually mastered the sacred body. Everyone was quite surprised. They knew almost nothing about Yi Tian, and this was the first time they had heard this information. No wonder the head instructor appointed Yi Tian as the team leader. They realized it now. Those grandmasters of the evil spirit clan must be very weak after casting the evil spirit curse. You go and deal with those weakened grandmasters. I'll go over there and kill the evil spirit grandmasters there. Yi Tian's gaze turned to where Xia Qi was. He also discovered Xia Qi. Good. The crowd responded. Whoosh! Yi Tian instantly teleported to the side of a grandmaster of the evil clan and killed him with a single sword strike. Immediately, he continued to strike, killing one grandmaster after another around Xia Qi. A spatial talent. Xia Qi's expression changed, and he immediately waved his hand, activating a formation that imprisoned the void. This was a preparation made to prevent those with spatial talents, and now it was being used. Not only that, he activated a high-grade rare treasure, which, although not a spatial treasure, still had the effect of suppressing space. Teleportation is no longer possible, so it doesn't matter. Yi Tian smiled and flew towards Xia Qi. At this time, Xia Qi was somewhat panicked. This was a saint body prodigy, and one who had multiple special physiques, had mastered the great completion level sword intent transformation technique, and also possessed great supernatural powers and multiple 7th sequence intents. With that kind of strength, he was no match for them at all. We have no choice but to use our trump card, hoping to kill him in one fell swoop. Evil Qi's secret passage. If he can't kill Yi Tian with one strike, he'll be in trouble. Just now, he had been secretly activating that powerful weapon, and it was almost ready. Swish, swish, swish. Several grandmasters of the evil race went to intercept Yi Tian. Although they were killed, they created an opportunity for Xie Qi. Good. Die, humans. A drop of blood spurted from Xie Qi's finger. At this moment, it was as if everything had stood still. This is definitely not Xie Qi's blood, nor is it real blood, it is a forbidden artifact. In fact, this is a forbidden artifact crafted by a demigod of the evil race, the evil blood forbidden artifact. It requires 50 years of lifespan to activate, but its attack power is also extremely terrifying. When unleashed by Xie Qi, it is enough to instantly kill a grandmaster of the extreme path. Danger! Yi Tian unleashed his great supernatural power, the Void Realm. The body transforms into nothingness, while the true form hides within the illusory realm. The forbidden artifact of evil blood pierced through his phantom, smashed through a building, and crashed into the earth, penetrating deep into its depths. How come you're alright? Xie Qi was dumbfounded. The physical body should collapse instantly when pierced by the forbidden artifact of evil blood. But Yi Tian didn't seem to have been pierced, even though he was clearly pierced just now. Recalling the spatial fluctuations and the aura of a great divine power that Yi Tian had just generated, he thought of a sacred body that was famous even in the underground world. You have mastered the Void Realm body. Xie Qi's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 120, The Mark of the Evil King. The Void Realm body is one of the most terrifying sacred bodies. Once mastered, it allows one to traverse deep spatial interlayers, making it extremely dangerous for assassination or escape. However, those with spatial bloodline talents are very rare. Even if one uses spatial-type rare materials to forge a spatial bloodline talent, it is still very difficult to comprehend the spatial intent. If one cannot comprehend the 7th sequence of spatial intent at the Grandmaster level, one will not be able to cultivate the Void Realm body. Therefore, there are very few geniuses in the underground world who can cultivate the Void Realm body. Xie Qi never expected to encounter a human prodigy who had mastered the Void Realm body. If Yi Tian hadn't mastered the Void Realm body, with the power of the evil blood forbidden artifact, he might have really had a chance to kill Yi Tian. But now, there's no hope. Ice Realm. Yi Tian unleashed this powerful divine ability, instantly freezing the entire building in ice, and Xie Qi's body was also frozen solid. At this moment, the various treasures on Xie Qi's body shone brightly, resisting the power of the Ice Realm. Boom! The ice seal shattered, but Xie Qi was still injured by the Ice Realm. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian unleashed another great supernatural power. Golden Flame of the Sun. A ball of golden flames enveloped Xie Qi, continuously burning his body. The various treasures on his body lost their luster and could no longer stop the golden flames of the sun. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian condensed a point of light in his hand, and countless rays of light coalesced, bursting forth with terrifying brilliance under the 7th sequence light system intent. This is the great supernatural power of the Aurora technique. Puff! A ray of light pierced through in an instant. Having lost those rare treasures, Xie Qi was utterly unable to withstand this attack. With a soft pft, Xie Qi's heart was pierced. Too weak. I haven't even shown you my full power yet. Yi Tian murmured. Just then, a black light appeared on Xie Qi's corpse and shot towards Yi Tian. The Void Realm. Yi Tian tried to avoid the beam of light, but it ignored his illusory world and attached itself to his arm. What is this? Yi Tian frowned. He looked down at his arm, where there was a black skull mark. It didn't seem to cause any harm to his body, but it emanated a strange power, as if it were a kind of mark. Let's go out and ask the head instructor. Yi Tian took Xie Qi's storage ring and went to kill the other grandmasters of the evil race. Not long after, all the evil grandmasters in Lin County were found and killed one by one. Then, the group began to destroy the altar of the evil realm, because only by destroying the altar could the evil realm be dispelled. With everyone's combined efforts, the altar was shattered, the evil domain began to dissipate, and the unconscious people of Lin County gradually awoke. Mission accomplished. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Whoosh! The ultimate martial arts master and chief instructor Huang Dong from outside arrived. Huang Dong saw a large number of grandmasters of the evil clan, and was relieved that this batch of grandmasters from the Xia King training camp had not been injured. Chief instructor, what is this? Yi Tian showed his arm, walked up to the head instructor, and asked. It's the mark of the evil king. Huang Dong explained, judging from this mark, it should be a method left behind by a heavenly king-level evil race member. The mark of the evil king is very complex. It would take at least a Heavenly King level expert to remove it, and it would take several days to erase the mark of the evil king from your arm. Chief Instructor, what are the dangers of the evil king's mark? Yi Tian asked. Huang Dong said, the evil king's mark won't cause any damage to your body, but the evil god society or the evil clan can use special methods to sense the location of the evil king's mark. No matter where you hide, you can't escape. The evil clan grandmaster you killed must have a high status in the evil clan. The Heavenly King level evil clan expert behind him will definitely try to deal with you. Yi Tian frowned. He hadn't expected to be targeted by a Heavenly King level evil race member. This was not a good thing. Even his own illusory realm couldn't withstand the evil king's mark, which shows that if the evil king were to attack him, his illusory realm would be rendered useless. Yi Tian, you don't need to worry too much. As long as you stay in the Xia King training camp, even that evil Heavenly King won't dare to deal with you. Huang Dong said. But I can't enter the underground world anymore. Yi Tian said helplessly. Huang Dong frowned slightly. This was indeed a problem. If Yi Tian wants to gain a lot of points, he will definitely have to enter the underground world to complete the mission in the future. If he cannot enter the underground world, it will be a big problem. He can't just send a Heavenly King to protect Yi Tian, can he? The Xia King's training camp can't mobilize even a Heavenly King. Let's go back first. Huang Dong Dao. Xia King's training camp. Yi Tian returned, and the Xia King training camp was very generous, giving him a reward of 1,000 points, while everyone else received a reward of 100 points. After accumulating 1,000 points, Yi Tian exchanged for another drop of divine essence. Soon, the essence was delivered. Yi Tian refined this drop of divine essence to improve his cultivation. However, this time he did not raise his cultivation to the advanced level of Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts, but only to the peak of the intermediate level of Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts, just one step away from entering the advanced level of Grandmaster of Extraordinary Arts. Yi Tian was already quite satisfied with this. It saved him a lot of time from arduous training, allowing him to spend more time comprehending various great supernatural powers, artistic conceptions, and techniques like sword intent turning into silk. The underground world. The territory of the evil race. Inside an evil palace, Xia Yan, a demon king who was in seclusion cultivating, opened his eyes. He had just received a text message, and upon opening it, he was immediately enraged. Damn humans, how dare they kill my grandson? Xia Yan was furious. Immediately, he used a secret technique to sense the evil king's mark, but since the evil king's mark was on Earth, he could not sense it, or could only vaguely sense its existence. He dared not set foot on Earth, otherwise, if powerful humans attacked, he would not be able to come out alive. But that human must die. We have no choice but to have the Evil God Society take action. Earth. Evil God Society, base number 2. The projection of Xia Yan descended, and one of the 10 kings of the Evil God Society, the Ghost King, was meeting with Xia Yan. What brings Lord Xia Yan here? The Ghost King, wearing a Ghost King mask, asked curiously. Ghost King, I need you to kill someone. Xia Yan said. Who to kill? The Ghost King asked. I don't know. Xia Yan shook his head. But that person killed my grandson and was marked with my evil king mark. If he's been struck by your evil king's mark, then he's definitely not the Heavenly King, the Ghost King said. I'll send someone to investigate. There should be some news. However, I can't guarantee we can complete the mission. After all, this is a critical moment, and we must lie low and not expose ourselves. If the evil god suffers heavy losses because of your grandson, then it's not worth it. I understand. As long as you help me kill that person, I can promise you a spot in the next evil god's blessing. Xia Yan assured him. Good. The Ghost King was overjoyed and quickly agreed. Chapter 121 Miracle. The blessing from the evil god is a great opportunity that the Ghost King has always wanted to obtain. Unfortunately, he was not of the evil race, but human, so he was never able to obtain a single spot for the blessing of the evil god. But this time, he has a chance to win. Then, the Ghost King ordered his men to investigate the situation. Not long after, a piece of intelligence fell into the hands of the Ghost King. Yi Tian, a member of the Xia King training camp, this is a bit troublesome. The Ghost King frowned slightly. If the other party were staying in the Xia King's training camp, he wouldn't dare to approach them, let alone kill them. Only if Yi Tian comes out can he send someone to assassinate him or take action himself. Xia King's training camp. The 4th floor of the Martial Tower. Yi Tian passed the third level and prepared to witness the sword intent manifested on the fourth level. Boom! The alien from the fourth level of the martial tower unleashed a sword strike, a terrifying sword aura pressing down so powerfully that even Yi Tian's sword intent, which had been reduced to threads, could not be stabilized. Moreover, after the sword intent was transformed into momentum technique, Yi Tian's speed, strength, and reaction all decreased significantly. Puff! The sword flashed across his body. Yi Tian was instantly killed. What terrifying sword intent! Yi Tian murmured. Even in the Xia King training camp, it is said that only a few Grandmaster students have mastered the sword intent transformation technique, and they have only reached the entry level. Once he also comprehends the transformation of sword intent into power, his strength will increase dramatically. Several more days have passed. Yi Tian's turn to study the ancient sage steel was finally given. So he came to the ancient steel again. This time, he mastered the seventh sequence of wind and ice elements to perfection, and also mastered the seventh sequence of spirit elements to perfection. Finally, he also comprehended the seventh sequence space system's artistic conception to the 40th level. When I study the ancient saint steel next time, I will strive to comprehend a sixth-order realm of intent, and my strength will increase dramatically. Yi Tian made his decision. The next day, Yi Tian was trying to comprehend the transformation of sword intent into power when Chief Instructor Huang Dong came to find him. Chief Instructor! Yi Tian called out respectfully. Huang Dong sat down and said, Yi Tian, a suspected divine secret realm has appeared in the East China Sea, and we are only in the initial stages of exploration so far. A miraculous secret realm? What kind of secret realm is this? Yi Tian asked, puzzled. Huang Dong explained, you can understand a miracle as something that transcends phenomena and wonders. It might be a trace of a battle in the history of the underground world, or it might be a special trace produced by the rules of heaven and earth. It's called a miracle because it's so incredible. Miracles are different from phenomena and wonders. Phenomena and wonders are mainly for comprehending the artistic conception, while miracles are used to comprehend innate supernatural powers. For example, the miracle of shooting down the sun is suitable for comprehending supernatural powers such as fire and the great sun. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian immediately became very interested. But soon, he began to feel something was amiss. Chief Instructor, a miraculous secret realm has appeared. Why did you personally seek me out? He didn't understand it. Huang Dong smiled and said, I came to see you because there's another matter I want to discuss. You should know that your evil king Mark is very troublesome, and the evil god will most likely be targeting you. If you go to that divine secret realm above the East Sea, the evil god will very likely attack you. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian immediately understood. Chief Instructor, are you asking me to be the bait? The evil god society will fall for it? We might fall for it, or we might not. Huang Dong said. If the evil god falls for it, we can take this opportunity to kill a powerful member of the evil god society. If we don't, then there's no loss. Chief Instructor, do you have anything that can save my life? I'm afraid the evil god society will assassinate me before you can save me. Yi Tian asked. Of course there are life-saving items. The head instructor took out a tortoise shell. This is a forbidden artifact made from the shell of the heavenly demon giant armored tortoise. Wearing it can withstand the full force of the Earth King's attack. Even if the Heavenly King makes a move, it can hold out for a moment. There was enough time in the blink of an eye for a rescue. This is good stuff. Yi Tian accepted it and agreed on the spot. Chief Instructor, I agree. Then, Yi Tian used 50 points at the Xia King training camp to exchange for a spot to enter the Divine Realm. After all, it's a miraculous secret realm, so it's not free to enter. If you want to enter that miraculous secret realm, you have to pay 50 points. Immediately afterwards, he traveled to the Divine Realm aboard a psionic fighter jet. In this process, he seemed to be going there only for the sake of the miracle realm, and the miracle realm was indeed precious. It was reasonable for him to risk going there, and there seemed to be no traps. As for whether the evil god would dare to come, Yi Tian had no idea. Moreover, Yi Tian never knew who was hiding beside him. From the Xia King's training camp to the East Sea Miracle Secret Realm, at the speed of the psionic fighter jet, it would take at most half an hour. In other words, if the evil god were to actually attack him, it would only be within this half hour. Evil God Society, Base Number 2. The Ghost King had been keeping an eye on Yi Tian, and through the Evil King's mark, he could monitor Yi Tian's whereabouts at any time. Yi Tian left the Xia King's training camp and boarded a psionic fighter jet. His destination is most likely the East China Sea. In the East Sea, it's said that a miraculous secret realm has recently appeared. Yi Tian probably wants to enter that miraculous ruin to search for the miracle. Could this be a trap? Even the Ghost King feared it was a trap and was still hesitating whether to attack Yi Tian. The thought of the evil god's blessing made it seem like a risk was worth taking. Certainly. He wouldn't attack Yi Tian directly, he would first send an extreme Dao Grandmaster to attack Yi Tian. If there was a trap, it might be drawn out, and he could hide in the shadows and escape if things went wrong. Then he contacted Ghost Messenger, one of the 9 evil messengers of the Evil God Society. Ghost Shadow, go and kill someone. His name is Yi Tian. 15 minutes have passed. Will the evil god still attack me? Just as he was thinking this, a cloud of black mist enveloped the front of the psionic fighter. This black mist looks familiar. A name came to his mind. Ghost Shadow Messenger, one of the 9 evil messengers of the Evil God Society, and a master of extreme arts. The Evil God Society only sent a grandmaster to attack me? They think so little of me? The black mist transformed into a terrifying demonic shadow, which slammed its hands together and shattered the psionic fighter into pieces. Yi Tian had already emerged from the psionic fighter and escaped the black mist area. In an instant, the black mist dissipated, revealing the appearance of the Ghost Messenger. Innate divine ability shadow assassination technique. A shadow transformed into countless spears, piercing through the enemy. Facing a top-tier grandmaster of the ultimate path, Yi Tian naturally dared not be careless. Boom! He activated the Peacock Sacred Body, the Primordial Dragon Elephant Body, and various other special physiques, even the Void Realm Body. Wow! Yi Tian teleported away instantly, dodging the Ghost Shadow Messenger's attack. He then teleported 100 meters behind the Ghost Shadow Messenger and unleashed a series of powerful divine abilities. Ice Realm. However, before the Ice Realm could even freeze the Ghost Messenger, it was shattered by the opponent. The golden flames of the sun enveloped the opponent's entire body, but the opponent used the shadow transformation technique to break free. Just as the opponent escaped the range of the golden sun flames, he unleashed the Peacock Divine Light, striking the opponent directly. Immediately afterwards, the Aurora technique pierced through, injuring the Ghost Messenger once again. Chapter 122 A miracle occurs. Another great supernatural power. The Ghost Messenger was now somewhat terrified, realizing that he was no match for Yi Tian. He was a top-tier grandmaster, ranking among the top 9 among the many grandmasters of the Evil God Society, and was one of the 9 evil envoys, yet he couldn't defeat a grandmaster. He's too monstrous. Yi Tian has grown so fast. I should have risked killing him back then. The Ghost Messenger regretted it. Immediately, he sent a message to the Ghost King, Ghost King, I cannot kill Yi Tian, please retreat. In secret. The Ghost King kept his eyes fixed on the Ghost Messenger, muttering under his breath that he was a piece of trash. It's hopeless to expect the Ghost Messenger to kill Yi Tian now. However, he had just used the secret artifact to scan his surroundings and found no one else, so there might not be an ambush. I'll take the risk. Even if there's an ambush, I'm strong enough to escape. The Ghost King thought to himself. Immediately, he took direct action. Boom! A ghostly hand appeared in the sky and reached for Yi Tian. The attack was so fast that it even shook the void, making it impossible to activate teleportation. The Ghost King has arrived too. The Ghost Messenger was surprised. The Ghost King is one of the 10 kings of the Evil God Society, a position of immense importance, yet he personally took action. With the Ghost King making his move, Yi Tian is doomed. The Ghost Messenger passed through a secret passage. We can't fight it off, so we have no choice but to activate that forbidden artifact. Yi Tian activated the tortoise shell on his body in the Void Realm Body, unleashing the great divine power of the Void Realm. Really? His powerful illusory realm abilities were useless against a strongman like the Ghost King. The opponent's attack directly broke through the illusory realm and struck him. Boom! Yi Tian's body was thrown into the air, and the cracked garment instantly turned into fragments. Just as the Ghost King continued his attack, a figure in white lightly tapped the ground, shattering the Ghost King's ghostly hand. When the Ghost King saw the young man in white, his pupils shrank sharply. King Yu, how could you possibly be here? Without saying a word, the Ghost King fled. He burned his life force and unleashed a forbidden technique, but before he could escape, he was grabbed by a hand. Immediately afterwards, the Ghost King's special ability organ was shattered, he lost consciousness, and was taken away by King Yu. King Yu. The ghost messenger trembled all over. This is a trap. A figure as great as King Yu could not possibly appear here, he must have been hiding in the shadows all along. Yi Tian was the bait, and as a result, Lord Ghost King fell for it. He dared not escape, nor could he escape. Even the Ghost King couldn't escape, so what could he possibly do? The next moment, he lost consciousness and was taken away by King Yu. Immediately afterwards, King Yu left without saying a word to Yi Tian. Soon. Chief Instructor Huang Dong has arrived. Chief Instructor. Yi Tian pointed at the psionic fighter and said, "The psionic fighter has been destroyed." "It's just a psionic fighter, nothing special," Huang Dong said nonchalantly. Immediately, Yi Tian asked curiously, "Chief Instructor, who is King Yu?" Huang Dong smiled and said, "King Yu is one of the most monstrous geniuses in the Xia Kingdom in the last 100 years. He is currently a peak Heavenly King realm expert and could break through to the next major realm at any time. However, King Yu wants to break through in a more perfect state, which is why he has suppressed his cultivation. In terms of combat power, King Yu far surpasses other Heavenly King realm experts. King Yu has just sent me a message that he has captured Ghost King, one of the 10 kings of the Evil God Society. Ghost King's strength is not particularly great at the Heavenly King level, but he is skilled in escape techniques and good at hiding. This time, we finally caught him. With the loss of a Ghost King, the Evil God Society should dare not continue to attack me." Yi Tian Dao. "It shouldn't be." Huang Dong said, "The Evil God Society doesn't have many people, and they don't have many Heavenly Kings or Earthly Kings. They're just a bunch of rats hiding in the shadows. I was a little surprised that the Ghost King dared to come out this time. But it's unlikely that the Evil God Society will send out even one Earthly King, let alone a human king." "Chief Instructor, I have to go to the Divine Realm," Yi Tian said. "Go." Huang Dong Dao. Without the psionic fighter jet, Yi Tian flew directly to the East China Sea. The Earth is not very big, and its own speed is very fast, so it won't be long before it reaches the East China Sea. Donghai City. Yi Tian flew directly over it and arrived in the sea. The ocean is teeming with monsters, but most are level 5 monsters comparable to Grandmasters. Level 6 monsters comparable to Ultimate Masters are extremely rare. The reason is that the Earth's spiritual energy is insufficient. Without enough spiritual energy, how can something grow? Humans can enter the underground world to find resources and opportunities, which is why so many Supreme Masters, Kings, and even those beyond the King realm have been born. Therefore, the monsters on Earth are not a threat at all, they pose no threat to humanity and can only serve as sparring partners for humans. Ignoring the monsters in Donghai City, Yi Tian flew straight towards the Divine Realm. Soon, he arrived at the entrance to the Divine Realm. At this time, an army was already stationed here. Yi Tian revealed his identity and produced a certificate before entering the Divine Realm. Miracle Realm. Yi Tian came in. It looks no different from other secret realms. Yi Tian thought to himself. A suspected miraculous secret realm is only a possibility, miracles may not actually occur there, and even if they do, they may not be suitable for you. Half an hour later. We haven't encountered any miracles, but there are quite a few monsters here. This secret realm must have existed for a very long time, but it just hasn't been discovered yet. Yi Tian thought to himself. Boom! A level 5 demonic beast attacked him, but he casually tore it in two with a spatial blade. The corpses of level 5 demonic beasts could be worth a lot of money, but Yi Tian didn't collect them. That little bit of money meant nothing to him. This secret realm has plenty of resources, but there are many level 5 demonic beasts, making it quite dangerous for ordinary grandmasters to enter. Does this count as helping the authorities clear out the dangers in the secret realm? Yi Tian said with a smile. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. Finally, Yi Tian arrived at a canyon and witnessed a miracle. Miracles are very special, you can't see them unless you get close. Just now, he hadn't seen anything, but after taking a step inside, he witnessed a miracle, and when he stepped back, the miracle disappeared. Boom! A golden dragon is fighting a phoenix, and their battle seems to shatter the void and annihilate all things. A miracle, the battle of the dragon and phoenix. No words like spectacle or wonder can describe this scene, it can only be described as a miracle. Without wasting any time, Yi Tian went directly to the center of the miracle to observe the traces of the battle between the two sides. Dragons can comprehend the two great divine abilities, the primordial dragon elephant true body and the golden scale technique. Phoenixes, on the other hand, can comprehend the two great divine abilities, the peacock divine light and the wind god technique. Yi Tian was the first to begin comprehending the peacock divine light. He activated a high-level enlightenment technique, absorbed the essence of his innate abilities, and his comprehension surged. Then he began to study and cultivate the peacock divine light. Under the dual influence, Yi Tian's peacock divine light progressed rapidly. Chapter 123 Great Divine Powers break through one after another. Time passes. A few hours later. Boom! Yi Tian's peacock divine light has broken through, and this great divine power has been upgraded from the entry level to the minor completion level, with its power increasing dramatically. After Yi Tian began to comprehend the great divine power, the golden scale technique. With the help of this miracle, the golden scale technique seemed to resonate with the golden dragon, and many insights arose, gradually advancing him from the beginner level to the minor mastery level. Immediately afterwards, Yi Tian began to comprehend the wind god technique. The traces left by the phoenix's flight each time gave him many insights, which helped him to comprehend the wind god technique. Not long after, he also comprehended the wind god technique to the minor level. However, just as he was preparing to comprehend the true form of the primordial dragon elephant, this miracle vanished. The miracle is over. Yi Tian was disappointed. But miracles, like extraordinary phenomena, cannot exist forever. If they did, their value would be terrifying, and many human powers would likely vie for them. If there's a miracle here, there might be miracles elsewhere. Let's go look around in other places. Yi Tian left. On the road, he encountered another grandmaster from the Xia King's training camp, but since they were not familiar with each other, they did not greet each other. Subsequently, he encountered many grandmasters. Clearly, as word of the miraculous realm spread, more and more grandmasters entered this miraculous realm. These grandmasters all have powerful connections, otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to get a spot. A forest in a miraculous, secret realm. When Yi Tian entered a certain place, he saw a miracle. This is a miracle of the world tree. An unimaginable world tree runs through countless smaller worlds, as if these smaller worlds were all born from the world tree. Such a miracle is perfect for comprehending wood-type innate abilities. The miracle of the world tree is indeed helpful for comprehending the art of immortality. Yi Tian thought to himself. However, just as he was preparing to comprehend the world tree ruins, 9 grandmasters drove Yi Tian away. We've taken this place, let's get out of here. The 9 grandmasters stood up and threatened. Clearly, these 9 grandmasters are a group, and must be grandmasters from some faction. Are you sure? Yi Tian sneered. Confirmed, one of the grandmasters identified himself. We are grandmasters of the Xuanwu organization. Do you intend to become our enemy? The Xuanwu organization is one of the top organizations in the Xia Kingdom, possessing formidable strength. However, Yi Tian didn't care about their identities at all. Roll! Yi Tian unleashed a terrifying aura, revealing a series of special physical abilities. He did not activate his sane body, but even so, it made these grandmasters tremble. However, they did not back down and attacked Yi Tian directly. Whoosh! Yi Tian teleported over and used the sword intent to transform into silk technique. Puff puff puff! The 9 grandmasters were powerless to resist, their arms all pierced through. Shall we continue? Yi Tian said coldly. The 9 people were terrified and fled immediately. After these 9 people, Yi Tian began to study the art of immortality here. The Great Divine Power Longevity Technique is currently only at the entry level. If it is cultivated to the minor or major completion level, the effect of the longevity technique will definitely be better, and the life force it can enhance will be greater. Contemplate. Further contemplation. As time passed, Yi Tian's longevity technique progressed very quickly, reaching the lesser completion stage within a few hours. During that time, other people also came here. But as long as they don't provoke him, he won't stop them from comprehending the truth. However, if anyone dares to cause trouble, he won't be polite. 10 hours later. Boom! Yi Tian's longevity technique has finally reached the Great Perfection stage, which is also his first great divine power to reach the Great Perfection stage. Yi Tian used a longevity technique at the peak of its power, and the effect was quite good. I wonder if I can take this opportunity to cultivate the longevity technique to its perfect state. Yi Tian could only hope that the miracle of the world tree would dissipate a little later. Before they knew it, a day had passed, and the miracle of the world tree had not yet dissipated. Buzz. The art of immortality has been fully comprehended. It's done. The longevity technique, a great divine power at the perfected realm, might be able to elevate my life level to the peak of a high-level life form once I comprehend the sixth sequence of the wood element intent, Etion thought to himself. As for becoming a top-level life form, it is certainly not that easy. Not long after the longevity technique was perfected, the miracle of the world tree disappeared. Wow! One by one, the grandmasters are fleeing. Upon seeing these fleeing grandmasters, Yi Tian was puzzled and directly intercepted one of them. What happened? The grandmaster who was intercepted was somewhat annoyed, but after Yi Tian revealed some of his aura, the injured grandmaster dared not offend him and said, "Someone discovered a very good miracle, but there is a level 6 demon beast guarding that miracle, and it is a level 6 demon beast with top-level bloodline. Some grandmasters were killed, and the level 6 demon beast is currently enraged and is chasing us, so we ran away." After learning the reason, Yi Tian stopped trying to stop the other party. Whoosh! The other party simply fled. A level 6 monster. Yi Tian was somewhat surprised. This divine relic is somewhat special. It does not allow grandmasters of the highest level to enter. Logically speaking, in such a place, it would be extremely difficult for demonic beasts to break through to the 6th level, as the world's rules would suppress these demonic beasts, preventing them from breaking through. However, that demonic beast had essentially broken through the barriers of cultivation realm, which was quite remarkable. Let's go take a look. Yi Tian used his spatial ability to travel there. Soon, Yi Tian arrived at his destination and encountered a level 6 demonic beast that was going berserk. Level 6 monster, Devouring Ho. As expected, it is a level 6 demonic beast with top-tier bloodline. Its strength is comparable to that of a top-tier grandmaster. Ordinary grandmasters would be nothing more than ants when they encounter it. Yi Tian thought to himself. Soon, after seeing that all the grandmasters had fled, the Devouring Ho returned to its lair. Yi Tian followed the creature step by step and returned to its lair. The nest of the Devouring Sky Ho was a huge stone cave. Yi Tian walked out of the space and immediately saw a miracle. In the vast expanse of the night sky, two stars were colliding like meteors. Boom! Space shattered, and all things perished. The miracle of starfall. The devouring beast saw Yi Tian and immediately attacked. If you want to comprehend the divine miracle of star destruction, you still have to kill this devouring beast. Yi Tian murmured. Immediately, he began to unleash his full power. With the Great Five Elements Wheel, Golden Scale Technique, and other great supernatural powers empowering him, he activated all three sacred bodies and various special physiques, unleashing the Great Perfection Sword Intense Silk Transformation Technique. Yi Tian unleashed his full power, relentlessly attacking the devouring Ho. Rumble! The Great War began. This devouring Ho couldn't hit Yi Tian at all. Even if it used its innate divine power, Yi Tian's illusory realm would dodge it. Gradually, the devouring Ho's body was covered in wounds. In the end, the devouring Ho collapsed, losing its life. Chapter 124 Yao Shang, Erasing the Evil King's Mark. What a pity for this devouring Ho. If it had been born in the underground world, it could probably have become a level 9 demon beast, a transformed celestial demon comparable to a heavenly king. Yi Tian murmured. After killing the devouring Ho, Yi Tian began to comprehend the divine miracle of starfall. First, cultivate the great divine power of the meteor shower technique. The meteor shower technique is a powerful supernatural ability that can inflict heavy damage on the weak. It is not suitable for use on Earth, but it can be used to deal with alien races in the future in the underground world, which is very much in line with the star destruction miracle. Soon, he had mastered the meteorite descent technique to a minor level. That's about time. It's time to cultivate the great supernatural power of the void realm. The scenes of space breaking apart in the miracles of starfall are also suitable for comprehending spatial supernatural powers. Therefore, he plans to focus on comprehending the great supernatural power of the void realm. As time passed, Yi Tian gradually comprehended the void realm great divine power, reaching the lesser completion stage, and then the greater completion stage. 2 days later, the great divine power of the void realm has been perfected. I have mastered a great spatial technique to perfection. Not bad. Yi Tian then began to comprehend the top-tier divine abilities of spatial walking and spatial jumping. These two divine abilities were top-tier and less difficult to comprehend. In addition, he had experience in comprehending the void realm, so naturally, it did not take him much time to comprehend these two top-tier spatial divine abilities. Really? In just over half a day, Yi Tian had also mastered spatial walking and spatial jumping to the point of perfection. The divine remnant of the fallen stars hasn't dissipated yet, it seems it could last for quite some time. Yi Tian murmured. He then turned back to cultivate the meteor shower technique, striving to perfect this great supernatural power as well. And just like that, almost another day passed. Through his tireless efforts, the meteorite descent technique finally reached its perfect state. At this moment, the miracle of the falling stars finally vanished. After the miracle disappeared, Yi Tian did not leave, he still had to plunder some of the devouring ho's nests. As it turned out, he actually found something good in the devouring ho's nest. No wonder the devouring hoe was able to break through its cultivation barrier and become a level 6 demonic beast in such a secret realm. It turns out there's a divine level mine hidden here. What is a god level mineral vein? A god level mineral vein is one that can produce god level materials. For example, the divine gold he once obtained was a divine level material, which was actually extracted from divine level ores. The divine grade mineral vein here is a type of divine grade ore called Liu from which this divine grade material can be extracted. The devouring hoe can devour all kinds of metals to increase its strength. If it had divine grade ore to devour, even if it were a complete waste, it could still raise its cultivation to level 6. If it weren't for the restrictions of the world's rules, it would have become a level 7 or even level 8 demon beast long ago. Yi Tian was very excited. Imagine how many divine materials such a divine mine could be extracted. Then he started mining. With his earth elemental talent, he was naturally adept at mining, using various earth elemental and metal elemental techniques to extract the mineral vein. But soon, he was disappointed. This divine grade metal vein is not a large vein, but a secondary vein, a fragmented vein that doesn't even qualify as a small vein. In addition, some of the crystal gold ore was devoured by the devouring hoe, so the actual output here is not much. A piece of ore. 2 pieces of ore. Yi Tian spent 3 days mining, and finally, after more than 3 days, he had completely drained the mineral vein. 66 pieces of glassy gold ore is too few. A small mine should have at least 1,000 pieces of glassy gold ore. Yi Tian thought to himself. But it's better than nothing. After all, it was a god-level material he got for free, and his mood quickly turned from disappointment to joy. Yi Tian put away the divine grade ores and then left. He then had to check if there were any other miracles in this miraculous realm, but after searching high and low, he only found one miracle, and many people were there to study it. He studied it for less than 10 minutes before the miracle disappeared. Like the mysterious realm of miracles, if one does not comprehend it, the miracle will reappear even if it dissipates. But once you comprehend it, you've exhausted the energy of the miracle, and it may take a very long time before it's reborn. Therefore, it is highly likely that there will be no more miracles in this miraculous realm in the short term. Of course, occasionally a miracle will occur, and you have to stay here and wait for it. Yi Tian stayed here for more than a day, but after failing to find any more miracles, he left the secret realm of miracles. Staying any longer would be a waste of his time. Xia King's training camp. Yi Tian is back. His strength has improved a lot since this trip to the miracle training camp, and he will definitely be number 1 at the end of this month. This day, Chief Instructor Huang Dong came to find him. Chief Instructor! Yi Tian shouted. Yi Tian, good news. Because you helped King Yu capture the Ghost King, obtained some information from him, and launched an attack on the evil God Society, causing heavy losses to them, the higher-ups have decided to help you erase the evil king's mark, Huang Dong said. Erase the mark of the evil king. Yi Tian was overjoyed. Although the evil king's mark didn't cause any harm, it remained on his body as a ticking time bomb, and he dared not go to the underground world. It would be a good thing if it could be erased now. Buzz. A woman dressed in a black robe appeared out of thin air in front of Yi Tian. Yao Shang, please remove the evil king mark from Yi Tian's body. Huang Dong bent down and said. Good. Yao Shang nodded slightly, and then a ray of green light landed on Yi Tian's arm. The evil king mark that Yi Tian could not remove no matter what he did was directly shattered into nothingness upon encountering this green light. All right. Yao Shang then left again, remaining completely mysterious. Chief Instructor, who was that just now? Yi Tian asked softly. He is a being beyond the king realm and is skilled at breaking restrictions and formations, which is why he was able to erase your evil king mark in an instant. Huang Dong explained. A being who has surpassed the king realm. Yi Tian was surprised. This was the first time he had ever seen such a powerful being. Unfortunately, the other party was shrouded in a black robe, and he dared not use his spiritual power to investigate, so he could not see the other party's true appearance. But he remembered the other person's name, Yao Shang. With the evil king's mark gone, Yi Tian felt much better. He plans to go on an adventure in the underground world after the end-of-month assessment and take on several high-scoring missions. Otherwise, he won't have enough points, and his growth rate won't be fast enough. Even though he gets 1,000 points for being first in the monthly rankings, he still doesn't think it's enough. Before we knew it, the end-of-month assessment had begun again. Everyone was silently hoping to make it into the top 100, but Yi Tian remained calm and wasn't worried about his ranking at all. He is undoubtedly number 1. Sure enough, the rankings were updated one by one, and the first place was eventually changed as well. First place, Yi Tian,